resets for the Winter Soldier.
Remember, guys, in our Ignite bans, they're one-sided. So if it's not a mirrored ban on both sides, only one team has access to that hero or villain to bring out their whole kit against this. I'm not surprised to see Nevix move over onto the Hulk, considering that Captain America's banned out similar mobility, but also allows for talented Namor players to really.
Is 100 Thieves still in the tournament? Yes, that's NA.
Yeah,
this is EMEA. This is two different groups right now that are happening.
Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond, so you are going to have to be careful about that one. But then again, Pep's prioritized the Magneto over the Emma, so they should be able to utilize the Bulwark and mitigate that one-shot capacity against that strategist if they're able to coordinate the cooldowns.
Yeah, considering knowing that they're going up against MCRM, we'll have to see if Virtus Pro.
This tournament is so early, bro.
Cloak and Dagger here.
Why does Europe have to be like awake so early?
We'll probably see a load of Key Luna just for classic backline that Virtus Pro got so much value out of previously.
Team Pep's actually going to be running the Ultron, so triple strategist lineup coming on through from them.
Wait, J3, stop teasing, bro. Drop the Adam Warlock skin. Wait, there's a new skin?
So they can have the space that the
is there actually a new skin?
As Beetle on that Captain America is going to be going into the backline.
Chat, is there something that I don't know about? Is there a new skin?
And Nevix might be just assigned to constantly marking Beetle here. Just making sure that Dredro is constantly free to pump out these heals on the Lunar Snow. Already the Metallic Bulwark has been used here to allow Leaf to go on forward. Look at that full pocket going onto Leaf as well. You can see the Ultron drone sitting on him over there. And Leaf is going to be in a position to really shut down these squids rather quickly, which is going to nerf the ult generation, but Spark is
okay, I think what we're about to witness is probably one of the fastest games. I think Team Peps is going to thank you, Rin.
In the sky, and Fire's also being able to zone out.
He's crying because he can't get into the bedroom because I closed all the doors and I don't want to wake up Emily.
All right, Leaf.
But what do you call it? What was I gonna say? I think this is gonna be a quick 3-0. I don't think this game is gonna be a close one.
Just to try and stop that point going over too quickly.
Flurry is going to have Eternal Bond, but for Peps, it's potentially going to have to just be used to give them a free passage into that fight. They don't have a Punisher to be able to just play right in the midst of it. And Aura Stealer is actually going to be swapping on over to the Mantis, so now we have even more damage boost potential. We forgo the shield, but the 12% damage boost can mean that Leaf and Hardest's damage output just spiked drastically.
Well, it's certainly going to be a great way to try and make this Rage of Ultron all the more deadly. Hardest opens up with it, and Cypher is going to be answering out, with a copy onto the Eternal Bond, actually stealing away the enemy's Cloak and Dagger. We know that Virtus Pro love to play it. It's going to be Larry in the back. Drudra could be in trouble here if he get hit with the Terror Cape, and indeed Larry quick to follow up on that one. But now Sparker on the off angle notices that the unfortunate movement of the point has separated Team Peps from their strategist ultimate. The healing won't be delivered as easily, but Flyers can always just roam up into it if they're so inclined. Team Peps get a quick flip.
Yeah, get a quick flip as Virtus Pro didn't want to commit the Horn of Proteus.
Okay, chat, I'm tired today, but so you're gonna have to deal with it. What was I gonna say? I think if Virtus Pro loses a map against Team Peps, I don't think Virtus Pro is gonna be looking like a strong team anymore.
Into the respawn room now, as Virtus Pro have not been able to find the damage to take Peps down.
Yeah, Fi really feeling the heat as Leaf starts to
wait, you ain't the only one yawning? I need to stop yawning, bro.
And for now, Virtus Pro
is today the day where I actually do something like coffee? No, ill. Coffee disgusting, chat. Coffee disgusting.
Behind the strange shield as well as the distance, there's an awful lot of really good terrain that you can use.
But I'll take Virtus Pro is definitely the best in EU. If they were the best in EU, why are they in the lower bracket? I think there's like three or four good teams in Europe. And then the rest are like, they're still good, but like not as good as like the top four. No, Team Nemesis best in NA lost to Eagle Death. I don't think Team Nemesis is the best in NA. Where did you hear that? die from?
Now it's Saipe's turn to roll on forward. The dance floor has been lit on up. Team Pebs are in a fantastic position, but Spark's trying to turn it around here. The Monstro spawn, they've found the mechanical terror of Ultron themselves, and Virtus Pro are back in control.
Yeah, DRP couldn't commit Meteor M, knowing that fight is so close to Supernova, and that flip does come through. However, there's still 2 fights for Virtus Pro now to take. One more will put them equal to Pep's percentage. So there is
Team Nemesis was seed 1, were they?
Potentially build up a win condition. Another Soul Resurgence paired up with
Team Nemesis won the first.
Potentially the Eternal Bond.
I don't remember that.
So careful about how they approach the point this time around, because that poke coming on through from both the Torch and that Namor is absolutely brutal.
All right, the poke just got even more brutal. However, great eating up of the flame tornadoes by DRP. Oh, what a block coming through in midair.
I don't remember Team Nemesis winning that.
The blessing of the team to eat up all of that
really
danger coming through from a Meteor M. I believe it's a constant grab here from Nevix onto the Ultron. Manages to survive and get back up into the air. Looking down over the battlefield, sees that Beetle is in trouble, has the Eye of Agamotto, but no chance to pop it. Grabbed by the throat by Fincy, and the remainder of the Bears just look up at this totem macabre and they claw at it, sink their teeth in. Spark is getting even more Larry. Oh no, the Eternal Bond interrupted by Fincy. Too much charge, couldn't deal with the damage. A little squid of Monstro is going to just try and third party hardest here. Drijo finishes with 2 frags to their own name.
Isn't Envy in the lower bracket? Envy is in the lower bracket, yes.
Lose those Vanguards, lose those anchor heroes on that point. They have to just try and overcome it with the sustainability that free strategists can bring your team, but unfortunately without those ultimates, they just don't have the heals per second to stand up to the amount of spam that is coming on through from Virtus Pro, and whoever steps up to try and bounce the point off of their fallen teammates gets immediately ripped off of the ground.
Oh, it was Sentinels versus Team Nemesis. Yeah, you're right.
By that Emma Frost and Carbon Crush, it's truly a brutal cooldown.
Holds up a sacrifice to Ursa
and
Major.
Then in
the Bear God smiles upon said gift of flesh.
No. Let me
Team Peps, though, they did make it close. If they win the first fight, it becomes infinitely easier for them to hold the space with the amount of damage that they have over Virtus Pro's heads. Having both the Mantis and the Cloak and Dagger and the Ultron, you do have an awful lot of sustain, but the spam damage that you can do, that Virtus Pro have to pick themselves through, is definitely a lethal combination.
Have no fucking idea.
But speaking about lethal combos, we're going to have Horn of Proteus, potentially for a damage boost, but what they're not going to have as Human Torch is, well, Phi just got extinguished.
Rare to achieve that kind of mugging on a character as
so we can't get the Emma Frost skin anymore. Nope. If you missed it, you missed it, man.
Over this mission area, it shouldn't take too long for to get back in. Seems the calls come from Nevix, so they are going to try and play this one out, investing the regeneration domain as well into the back with the World Breaker Hulk, and oh boy, the world of France is in great danger right now. A Soul Resurgence coming through. It's plenty.
Okay, but yeah, what I was saying is, like, I think EU has like 3 or 4 top teams that are very like separated from all the other players, like other teams. But then like I think NA has a lot of teams that are closer together. Like it's more of a competition over there.
Supernova declared by Leaf. It's a quick disengage. Really wants Strijo in the back. Can the healing come on through? You can see the Cyber cast a doppelganger next to their co-strategist in order to make sure that healing can come through quickly. The Rage of Ultron is yet another attempt. Oh, Beetle! No! It was the Flame Prison in the end, the tick that took him down. You didn't think about how hot it was going to get under the collar.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. VP really wanted that point cap.
I can't hear anything and I don't know. I'm sorry.
And re-push into space when Peps have that much damage potential above their heads. Hardest now is actually going to swap over towards the Winter Soldier, something that we expected to see coming on through, as Nevix has been a thorn in this team's side right now. If that Hulk tries to commit and take down the back line, Bionic Hook is going to be there to grab him back into the mix, as it does mean that Nevix bites off a little bit more than he can chew, but Horn of Proteus tries to put a stop to the Eternal Bond push from Peps.
Well, chat, to be honest with you,
and finally Peps will grind to stand.
Yeah, Nevix being down for regen domain.
To be honest with you, the ladder gameplay is very different from organized team gameplay. You could be ranked 1 on the ladder, but like if you, a lot of these guys I'm pretty sure are top 500 or even top 50, let alone. But if you go into a organized gameplay like this, it's completely different.
Gone is the Ultron, gone is the Mantis. They've still got the Cloak and Dagger for Larry. They've also got Invisible Boundary coming on through from Aura Stealer, and there's nothing really from Virtus Pro that can try and challenge it, so it's a supernova to start things off so they can just isolate DRP.
Oh man, it's gonna take me like an hour or something to wake up, bro. I need someone to slap me. Yeah, but looking at these two teams, I think this should be an easy 3-0 for Virtus Pro.
That much is certain to see. An attempt to try and chase down Beetle. That pesky Captain America constantly the charge of Bruce Banner. And well, Nevix takes his duty very seriously when it comes to chasing down the Cap. In times such as these, Virtus Pro flip the point.
I volunteered to slap you. Thank you, thank you.
Hardest was silent, so he couldn't use the Kraken impact in that fight due to the Psionic Seduction coming on through. Virtus Pro still having so many
Overwatch League stack single-handedly removed 6-5 stacking in Overwatch. I don't think it was the pro players who removed 5 or 6 stacking. I think the people who got 5 or 6 stacking removed were actually the people who were abusing the system, playing at like 3 a.m. to like 6 a.m. and just 6 stacking and just rolling teams, and then they were all that 6 stack was like ranked 1 to 6, but they weren't like the top 6 players. They were just abusing the system. It was like, and they were like 6 stacking as like top 500s against like no one was online during that time, so they're playing against like diamonds. Now it's Fire's turn, raining down from on high with the Firestorm. Leaf is trying to get involved and get brutal up against their counterpart, grabbed on in by the Winter Soldier, Bionic of all time, and it might well have saved Team Pepsi on Hell's Heaven. Still, Fincy believes that there's a chance, gets himself a double mind control both onto DRP and one of the backliners. Never trying to follow it up as we move on here. 100 charge on the beam means that Fincy is the dangerous customer to try and deal with, and even more so when the Carbon Crush gets involved. DRP ascends to the skies, a Meteor M that cannot be saved for a later map, but does not find any finishes here. Fives come back off a Spider-Man, and now maybe a pull-off could be. Yeah, Kwam is Senpai. Are you talking about the Haunt that is very hated in the Overwatch community for being a very, 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 very horrible person? Because I don't think that would be a good example. Manages to stay within their own AoE. Fire's got yet another chance to try and play with. You don't want to grab the Invisible Woman. You're hoping for DRP. You're hoping for a Vanguard. Oh, one Haunt? Oh, you're talking. Oh, okay. You're talking about a different Haunt. Okay, I thought you were talking about the Overwatch Haunt. That guy was a horrible person. Okay, yeah. We're talking about 2 completely different people. Okay. Oh. There's a 99 hit combo from the Hulk. It's like Marvel over here. We're fighting games now as Virtus Pro claim Hell's Heaven.
Virtus Pro, the target focus. They have so
I got that Haunt banned from our rivals, I think, for mass report. Does that, I haven't seen that person in like years, thank fucking God, but I hope they're not in the Marvel Rivals community.
Permanently down a player, permanently missing ultimate charge in comparison to what Peps are able to do, because Peps have such a damage-loaded composition, and so they invest.
Could that be why my team somehow went against a constant eternity and Celestial players when we had a plat? No. I was talking about Overwatch. We were talking about Overwatch, not Marvel Rivals chat.
Away from the backline, and then it's so smart. Sparker opens up with Horn of Proteus onto the backline, which means that Larry can't use Dark Teleportation. It might provide an iframe for the Cloak and Dagger, but it's a movement ability. So the Earthbound means that the Cloak and Dagger can't save themselves. That forces Aura Stealer's hand into burning the Soul Resurgence. But all of a sudden, you've got a World Breaker Hulk in front of you, juggling you off of the point. Everyone from Peps had to pull back from anchoring, even though they were 1 person down. Could have potentially taken the fight with a brawl for control of that point cap first. They all have to pull back and play peel for that backline, and that allows VP the first point of control And from there, it's just a matter of controlling the space. Every time Peps try and make another approach, it's Eternal Bond, but there's no follow through. There's no Punisher to play off of the back of it. And Sparker, even though he doesn't find a hit onto Larry,
bro,
with the
juggling someone
he still manages to
has to be one of the most satisfying things ever, bro.
To capitalize off of the space that their Cloak and Dagger provided, and that's immediately followed up by the Carbon Crush coming on through, grabbing Larry and just holding him aloft so that the follow-up damage is there immediately from the Namor. This was so smartly thought out from the side of Virtus Pro. From the beginning, when they saw the advanced pick and bans, they knew Cloak and Dagger could be a problem, but Cloak and Dagger's only a problem if you've got the follow-through, and there was never any follow-through.
Plans within plans for Virtus Pro. It seems that after the loss yesterday to Burbo Patapin, the homework has been done. And indeed, it's been a very high learning experience here at Marvel.
Leg Day's shirt looks kind of fucking fire, bro.
And now defeated twice, but some would say when the team lose,
I need that shirt. That is like a good Miami shirt.
As much when you're constantly winning, but when you start to see your weaknesses, you can start addressing them a lot more easily. We'll have to see if Team Peps have got any more secrets up their sleeve to get one over on Virtus Pro after this break.
Bro, you're still alive? No. I went to bed for like 5 hours. Okay. I went to bed for like 5 hours. We're awake though. Listen, I can't miss any of this, bro. I told you guys we're not missing any of this. I can't do Asia though. Asia starts at 5 a.m. bro. I would get no sleep. Also, who just subbed? Obviously, appreciate the massive Prime sub, my friend. Welcome. Asia starts at 2 a.m. Oh yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Also, don't hate me for this, chat, but I like. Wait, what the hell? Who's at my doorbell? What? The fuck is this? Why is there some guy at my house at 9 a.m.? What the fuck? Okay, yeah, I was gonna say don't hate me for this, chat, but I kind of started my stream without brushing my teeth because I wanted to start on time. So I'm gonna be right back, and I'm gonna go do that, okay? Give me 2 seconds.
Urson! Vincey screams, holding Larry to the moon. Give me Emma Frost, and his life is yours. Dominant performance on Hell's Heaven from Virtus Pro as Team Peps are left reeling by an Emma Frost that was just carbon crushing him.
Yeah, and I mean, Hardest maybe left a little bit motion sick as well from all of the juggles that he was put under by Nevix. Every single time a Kraken impact was about to come through, was part way through, or they were like, okay, maybe he's like 88% to the ultimate. The target focus immediately swung over to getting that Winter Soldier out of the mix. You really can tell that Virtus.pro are thinking 2 steps ahead of the competition currently, and they're able to do so because they got the Loki. I feel like Peps are definitely not going to allow the Loki cleanly through. As we were talking in between the break, you know, there were 2 fights there. VP get first cap on Super Soldier Factory, coming on out with a regen domain save so that they can anchor point, and then that overtime fight as well, where it's like, surely Peps are just going to be able to clean this one up, and then no, you have to worry about Finzi coming on through that psionic seduction. It's because Saipe came on out with that regen domain for the Emma to play right in the middle of. Saipe is such a strong strategist, but it definitely feels like Loki is that comfort pick.
Spider Island's the pick here off Team Peps. For those of you who haven't been keeping track of the ancient lore, Spider Islands was the first map that Virtus.pro ever lost in an official tournament, and they lost it to Team Peps.
Yeah, and some of the original members from Peps are still on that roster, Hardest being one of them. He was such a hero in these overtime moments as Virtus.pro. Oh, they're going to get one-sided Loki again.
Maybe they will. Seems like they could be prioritized. I reckon they go for the Emma save here. Maybe there's a world where Team Peps pivot their ban strategy, because obviously they banned Psylocke Cap last time, which is very good on Hell's Heaven. Don't know if that's going to be as much of a concern on Spider Islands, where it's a lot more linear. Oh, they still want Spark of Psylocke on, which honestly I can respect.
Yeah, I mean, you have to worry about your backline being hit by a Psylocke and a Captain America. You also have to worry about your flyers being hit by a Psylocke. And if they want to run Leaf off of something like that Storm with Hardest on the Punisher, which unfortunately the Punisher has been removed, but there's that Loki ban that we were anticipating the pivot to become. Captain America is still going to be up, though, the side of both VP and Peps, as Fi is going to be looking to secure his Human Torch.
This might try and force out an Invisible Woman ban from the side of Team Peps as the last. They're going to go for the Adam again, potentially? I mean, I'm a known Adam hater. I think ResComp is overhyped in EMEA.
So it's not just ResComp that you have to worry about, it's the overtime fights, right? Where a lot of teams, Berber actually used this against VP yesterday on Midtown, where there's an overtime fight approaching on B, and they just swap in an Adam Warlock so that they can have the self-res, the soul bond if they're behind in terms of ultimate charge, and you've immediately got a defensive option against an aggressive ultimate coming on through from something like, say, a duelist, as it looks like VP will actually utilize that last ban system slot to take away the cloak and dagger from the side of Peps, but they have been able to secure the lunar snow themselves. And since VP don't get the Loki, there is no opportunity to copy that fate of both worlds.
Yeah, no access to the Terror Cape, no access to the Eternal Bond as well on the other side. Going to be entirely unmirrored, as we are going to see Nevix is going to pick up the cap here. It wasn't banned out this time, and Nevix is a fantastic cap player. But I feel like Nevix is getting a lot of value out of the Hulk, has crazy mechanics on the ultimate.
Yeah, but the Hulk is very, very strong. However, can be somewhat of a pin cushion, especially if Invis is still in play, where you jump in and then she waits for you to try to jump out. And boom, force physics. All of a sudden, you're right back at that Invis woman's feet, and the entire rest of her team is just there, waiting to take you down and immediately gain so much ultimate.
I want to go brush my teeth. I feel better now.
Because he still has that high level of mobility.
I feel better. I feel better. I feel better.
To just bounce projectiles back, including whole ultimates, in terms of things like the Iron Man Maximum Pulse or the Meteor M, which we have seen actually come on through in Ignite, is just invaluable.
Unbelievable stuff. I'd love to see it happen once again here at Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA. 5 course just going to be sitting up in the air. It's not going to be having that additional sustainability.
Okay, chat. Hopefully today doesn't. Okay, what I figured out is tomorrow starts a little later, so that's good. Instead of like 8 a.m., I think it starts at like 11 a.m.
We're not even seeing the Strange come through at the
which is good for me. I want to sleep in.
Is a counter flyer composition.
Jay, you want to sip a coffee? Hell no, bro.
Able to deal with the Star-Lord and the Torch off of just spam pressure coming on through from that Namor.
Thank you, Ren.
At the same time as being able to dispatch Beetle if he tries to overcommit into that backline.
Yeah, DRP could be
I don't understand how people could survive with coffee, bro. Listen, even if I'm like waking up or I'm tired, I'd rather do a lot of other things than coffee.
Right here, Leaf has to disengage away using that.
I'd rather do crack.
100 charge for Fincy. This is where you really start to fear for Team Peps. They need to start winning these fights early before Fincy can get charged up.
Spark has already got Hornet Proteus off of all of the damage he's been able to do. The freeze as well from the absolute zero.
Oh, that was actually a big whale.
Proteus and Team Peps are forced to take a big step backwards. It's got to be a commitment of fate of both worlds that allows Hardest to finally take Sparker down. And Trigger's Eternal Bond unfortunately was not in time to save the Nemo.
Outside of the Eternal One, yeah. So Nemo could not be saved. It's going to be down to Thigh to be that solo DPS for now. Vidula's trying to get it done. Beetle forced to bring up their shield. It's not going to last for too long. That's multiple players going to be mind controlled. Hardest a little bit shy of the AoE. DRP gets too little off the back of the Meteor Red. It's a fall in investment for the side of Team Peps. But once everything is cleared out here, it could be Leaf.
What do you mean I'll find out soon? Oh no, if he poops, it smells really bad.
As well, Drija's already been taken down as Beetle in the back.
Yeah.
Managing to smash
if he did poop, can you turn on the fan?
Carapace. Leaf going up to try and get that mid-air fight against their counterpart. Thigh is keen to get even more here. Larry's seen in the back. The wall breaker. Hulk is over, returning to the cart for his solemn duty.
You're not gonna scare him. Trust me, I flushed the toilet next to him and yet doesn't even get scared.
Nasty little zone. Leaf has Fight kind of exactly where he wants him, but in this unsupported battle over here, the 2v1, it's Hardest who comes in to strike the final blow. Virtus Pro running low on options. Maybe Fight comes back here on the Doctor Strange, could swap over for a quick portal, but damage could have already been done though. Cyber actually blasted off the back by Aura Stealer.
Oh yeah, no, turn on the fan.
Force physics.
Strange is going to be coming back potentially, but no,
Jesus
they think better
Christ.
off of it. And unfortunately, they're not going to be able to have Drudor Bold and Eternal Bond to stop the momentum from Peps because Drudor is already
He just
dead,
came in
which
here
means
to
that
take a
Peps
shit and now it smells up my whole
at the
room.
end point of V to connect onto even
God
more staggers.
damn.
Nevix froze himself off of the map so that they can regroup a little bit faster and try and minimize the amount of distance that Peps are able to pick up on this payload, as a full reset needs to come through immediately if the defense want any opportunity to hold.
Yeah, coming down to just having two phases to these fights, and Virtus Pro reacting a little bit too resource heavily to the first one, seeing that Eternal Bond and the Fate of Birth.
Why do you have the litter box in your stream room? Because we kept the little baby boy in my room because we had to keep him separated from the other cats.
Seduction, because DRP has the Meteor M to absorb all of the Galactic Legend that Sparker is going to be able to output, but no, they exhausted. They tried to take down Trudor in the ultimate. They do manage to find the pick, but now that Galactic Legend and the Supernova from Virtus Pro is looking a little bit more dangerous.
Follow-up isn't quite there though for the Sonic Seduction because of the
what's the score? 1-0 already? Okay.
Come
on, Virtus, bro.
Close
Close it out, bro. Make this a fast series, man. Make this a fast series. Actually, it doesn't really matter how fast this series is because we still have to finish NA. So NA has to be really fast. EU can last as long as it wants.
Too high, and now it's going to be the backline under siege. This needs to be stopped somehow. The Terror Cape could be the insurance policy that Virtus Pro have been waiting for. Getting rid of Beetle, yes, but traded out for Fincy means that Nevix desperately needs all the pocketing the strategist can provide.
Oh, he's got to be careful as well that he doesn't go out of LOS around that corner. As we can see, Saipe and Drudor are just trying to build up their ultimates as quick as they possibly can. Absolute Zero and Ice Hearts all coming on through from Saipe just to get a little bit more sustainability. Five playing Peel, they've been able to carbon crush out Beetle, but the Captain America still makes it back to his team.
Well, that metallic bulwark though, not going to be available for DRP for another 10 seconds or so. Yet another incursion into the backline.
When is the new season for for Marvel Rivals? I think it happens in 2 weeks. I think someone said it was July 11th.
Get rid of Phi. Now Hardest simply has to wait out the Eternal Bond, or maybe find someone who's a little bit out of position when it comes to that healing AoE. The Galactic Legend in the back pocket. Larry's already down, and so Team Peps might have to call this one back to the drawing board.
Yeah, living an Eternal Bond is easier said than done because you lose a lot of space to safely disengage because you know that the Terror Cape is going to be following up from that fourth and final dash. But like you said, having that Galactic Legend on the line for Peps as well as pretty soon a Supernova 2 is going to give Virtus Pro serious how they utilize this fate of both worlds. Sparker starts things off aggressively. That forces DRP with the Meteor and Hardest.
Oh my god, what a fucking hit. What a fucking hit. on the Star-Lord that was ulting, chat. Holy shit.
Wins out in the Human Torch duel against Fi, even while the fate of both worlds is active.
Ooh, you know
And now there's not too much to deal
Emily's
with.
probably not gonna like it, chat, but
Rising,
what do you
the strategists are feeling
guys
hot
think
under the
about the
collar.
McDonald's
They're stuck
breakfast
inside the Team Pep's
with some
microwave.
pancakes?
And
You don't
while
want
Italy's
pancakes?
dodging
I
away
thought you were
from Osiris,
craving
Seduction is going
pancakes.
to be dragged on in for now.
Huh?
Might be in a vulnerable position, but could always descend
What happened?
down into their own fate of both worlds. Sustainability of plum here for
Not
the
for
side
McDonald's.
of Team Peps as Larry drags them forward. A Terrorcape makes Hardest go elsewhere for a moment, utilizing the map awareness to get into cover, even while blinded.
No, I don't. I never played
Turn.
Heroes of the Storm.
Eternal Bond claims all of this space, and Spark's return on the Punisher. We finally see Virtus Pro bring out one of the most high
Oh, that's
meta
absurd.
picks at the moment to help out with that mid-air battle that's constantly been going the way of Leaf, who's had to swap over now onto the Doctor Strange for a last-second contest.
Yeah, it's gonna be last fight.
Oh, it's gonna be.
4
They're gonna
seconds
touch. They're gonna
remaining.
touch.
It's gonna be all
If someone
up to
jumps.
the
Oh my god. Oh my god. Did you guys see that?
Yep.
He got the portal down. The Magneto pushes him into the portal. I mean, pushed him further away, started entering his portal, and then the Emma Frost jumped through trying to grab him. Oh my god.
We would see that Punisher come out as Virtus Pro. They try to have the matchup.
Wait,
you know,
are you
Torch
still
versus
upstairs?
Torch. But the Torch versus Torch is
If you-
unfairly sided to Team Peps, given the fact that Aura Steel is on the Invis, so Leaf always has the upper hand in terms of that armor that he can utilize off of the team up. And even the Star-Lord versus Star-Lord was a 2 versus 1, as DRP is always there. Every single time Hardest started going a little bit low, out comes the Bulwark so that Hardest can win the duel against Sparker. Finally, they had enough of it. They were just like, let's just put him on the Punisher and pull out the shotgun.
Yeah, the Guardian shield doesn't last long against that 40 bullet clip that Punisher has now, and it felt like the Guardian shield as well as that team up ability.
It doesn't even
was
look
a
like
constant
that
thorn in
Team
the
Peps
side
is
of
doing
these
bad.
vulnerable
Oh,
and
except the
honestly,
tank.
there was
Green
great
4.
reactivity from Team Peps when it came to finding 2v1s as well.
But one of their
Especially
DPS
opened
was like
up
11 and
the
4 or
first
11
point,
and
getting
2.
a 2v1 onto Fi when it felt like it was just going to be a Leaf versus Fi. Honorable torch duel.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see they wanted to try and force that torch-free torch as much as they possibly could, because if Fi is looking at the other torch, he's not looking at your vanguards, which means that your strategists aren't having to perma-bot heal your vanguards. They can still help out your duelists in other spaces of the map too. As Peps
Wait,
now will be
what?
on
Was that a-
defense. Still though,
Oh,
no
okay, I
triple
was about to say.
vanguard strategy. Instead, it's the triple strategist strategy coming out from that side as they try and stall out these fights for as long as they possibly can.
Hardest reigns above it all.
Damn, Jay, you really do be grinding?
Oh, they've already lost
Of course. I told you guys.
Going to be the one to swap now. Over on to the Stranger. They're going to go for their 3-fight minimum. Keep your eyes on that top bar here.
Wait, I just realized something. There's a lot of teams in NA that are boot camping and like playing at like the team's facilities, like 100Ds, and even Sentinels is doing a little boot camp. Do any of the European teams do that?
They're all just going to slowly trickle onto that
Do any of the European teams like do any boot
the
camping?
movement as much as they possibly
No?
can, and then the Strange Portal's going to come through.
Yep, fight number 2. Ready to go. This is all about training that time back, and you certainly need to when you've only got 1 point and most of the progress.
That's a feels
here on
bad,
second.
man.
Hardest rolls
I
on
feel
out
like that would be a lot of
uses the
fun,
blast
and-
barrage to give damage to all and sundry as fire reigns above it all, looking for a target coming in close to their counterpart, but that Invis team up does make it a little bit more difficult. Sparker with the Rage of Ultron. It's going to be a lot of damage, yes, but inside the Luna healing at this point is mostly cosmetic, and so Hardest able to freely come forth with that damage. But now the Eternal Bond is Stridro grabbing all of the space. Has to be careful to stay within this AoE. The Terror K makes things a little bit more difficult for the wayward Star-Lord. Fire lays down Fire Tornado after Fire Tornado and caught out in a corner. It's not the ideal for the Invisible
How are
Woman.
you such a
Still
small
in this
cat,
1
but you
versus 1.
put out the
It's going to be
most
Fire able to grab
diabolical
the
shit.
HP pack.
Ow.
Unbelievable plays there. And Hardest now up above, raining down damage from the Galactic Legend. The Freedom Charge gives all that's needed. Hardest just about managed to get into cover, staying away from Fincy. Does not wish to swipe right on the Emma Frost, but Larry's got no such sensibilities. She's so cute though.
Oh,
How can I
Finzy's popping
resist?
off right now.
The stall though, they're still stalling. They're losing the fight, but they are stalling, and that's exactly what Peps needed to do. As
Crying, I
Virtus
just
Pro
heard you
have one
cry.
more fight before they can cap out A, and it's going to be off.
Yeah,
the back of
Sparker was
Rage
an
Ultron
Overwatch
and
Pro.
Spam damage.
A lot of the
Of
people
all
on
of
Virtus
these
Pro were
chokehold
Overwatch players.
approaches that Peps
I
are
don't
going to
know
be
about
forced to try and
Dredro,
approach through. DRP also
and
has
Fi.
that Agamotto and Virtus Pro lacking
I know
that
Sparker,
Invis woman.
Saipei,
Don't
Nevix,
have
and
the means
Finzy
of
were all
mitigating
Overwatch
it.
players.
It's going to have to be a block from Finzy coming on through, or potentially just taking the Strange down.
Yeah, oh, Saipe with the Ice Arts grabs 2 final blows, all for themselves. DRP was really hoping to use the Agamotto in this fight as well, but was late to arrive because this means that it's still going to be difficult to swap over onto the mag. Have to give up 50% ult charge. Seems like that's going to be a necessary sacrifice. Yeah, DRP gives it up.
Yeah, I mean, at least you are going to be close to that Meteor M so that you can try and match pace with Vi when he hits the Supernova. But Virtus.pro
next break, chat, I have to go get this cat some breakfast. I forgot to do that.
To be able to push ahead and buy a little
Why
bit of
didn't
time
you do the
potentially
tournament?
for Druid to hold that Eternal
Just
Bomb to match
never
up to
got
the
a
damage that
team,
we
never
can output
really.
on the Supernova.
I didn't even think I was gonna watch this tournament, chat. But then I'm like so addicted to it. I don't know. I might try to get a team now, or I don't know. We'll see.
So difficult for Beetle to deal with. The Rage of Ultron. It's putting damage down range. At the moment, it's more like suppressing fire onto.
I think it could be a lot of fun, win or lose. I mean, win it would be a lot of fun, but I mean, if we lose, I wouldn't really care. Then I just watch it with chat like I'm doing now.
They figured out the timings. Juju just has to be careful not to be caught in their own way. A 4-person terror cave. Oh, the damage is so brutal onto the backline. The invisible boundary has to be used just to make sure the strategists don't fall down to the attentions Nevix is giving. Hardest comes in once more with the Galactic Legend.
Damn, dude, as soon as that guy pops that ult, he just, oh my god, dude, are you guys watching this fucking Magneto hit these guys out of the sky?
The bodies of their victims, unbelievable grab in the air onto Sparker, but now they find themselves alone with no friends. The Emma Frost takes out their co-mutant with the help of a
I would scream LeBron right now, but it's too early for me, man.
It's a desperate attempt to
that wasn't a solo ult on the, I mean, it was a solo ult, but it wasn't the Star-Lord. That was on the, that was on the Ultron.
Beetle's Freedom Charge baits out Saipe to have to match sustainability with the fate of both worlds, so Virtus.pro are at least down that ultimate in the fight that comes next. But Team Peps are so many players down because of those staggers that we're now down to the last final fight.
Oh, the Emma. Oh, I think you were talking about the Magneto, because that's what we were talking about. No, the Emma Frost did ult the Star-Lord. Typically, if you do ult the Star-Lord, it means you can get a free kill, because he's mind controlled for a few seconds.
The Human Torch for disengage was pretty strong. Virtus.pro, they had to give up Fincy in order to make sure that their backline survived. A retake from Team Peps, now 1 minute 30 remains.
Yeah, but Peps had to sacrifice fate of both worlds to make sure that they got through that portal safely without losing.
Does Overwatch have big tournaments?
And now they don't have it for the Rage of Ultron. As Virtus.pro try and answer back, it's up to Hardest with the Galactic Legend to keep the Ultron in check, but the Aether's Aegis comes on through from Finzy, and Spark is able to survive the attention.
Oh, the Aegis. It was just perfect there from Fincy. Now Juju can move on.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of the prize pool now. I think Overwatch only has like what, 100,000 prize pool.
Oh, Fi, what a landing! A hot drop onto Larry, and now raining down.
Not chat. That's a GG right there. That's a GG. Hey, Virtus.pro's about a 3-0, bro. Virtus.pro's about a 3-0.
Carry Virtus.pro to a victory.
Virtus.pro just so good at suppressing. Just every single time when you called the suppressing fire coming on out, that Rage of Ultron was used to entirely suppress the
I don't chat. How much is the like Overwatch tournaments nowadays? It has to be like $100,000, right?
A little bit of breathing room to set their players up in positions where it's harder for Virtus.pro to pick them off as the fight begins, and potentially they can use.
Wait, the next tournament? Oh, stages are 100,000. The next tournament is $1 million. Is it $1 million?
Kicks off, and unfortunately, they never got the opportunity to do so. Virtus.pro did such a good job of keeping perhaps constantly uncomfortable every single time.
I think the next stage is $1 million because it's the esports World Cup, chat, which is being played in
properly understood. If we just disengage and make sure that all of our players survive
I forgot the city's name.
We can immediately turn back in again.
I mean, it's time for the
Riyadh, Riyadh
again. I think one of the main differences in that.
I wonder if Marvel Rivals is going to be there.
Luna versus Luna, Larry walked
away
with 0 final hits. For Saipe, 9, almost as much as anyone else on the team, really contributing to finding those frags and utilizing how much damage Luna can do when you aren't having the full uptime healing your vanguards. Of course, for Larry, there was always that demand to just pocket DRP because
the fuck is wrong with this demon?
Or they're just going to get Fincy'd on.
Yeah, and you have to worry about Finzi permanently. Every single time that shield is going to be dropping, your Vanguards are going to be taking so much damage. Even
no wonder I'm losing my hair, bro. Bubba's pulling it out.
Strange portal on the second fight of first, rather than utilizing it for the recontest of the last. They're all coming through from chokes. So Saipe perfectly times utilizing that ice odds, which has a pierce ability. So all of the players from Peps who were stacked up, they're all being hit by that Luna damage coming on through. And it was just that awareness of when to utilize it aggressively or when to potentially utilize it defensively really allowed Saipe to get the better of the Luna mirror.
Yeah, it's still such a wide hitbox, that ice arts as well, but it's very good for Dodd for hitting a very evasive Captain America. When he's in the middle of his run and his fearless leap, you know, it could be a little bit of a nuisance to try and hit. Finzi also essentially 100% charge all the time, just absolutely.
Will you play comp today? Depends on how much downtime that we have between matches.
So difficult to deal
because
with.
The downtime between EMEA and NA was like one comp game, and I played one game. People flamed each other, and I lost.
Take the advice after this break.
Oh shit, we have 3 minutes. Okay, chat.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Are you enjoying playing comp right now? Oh yeah, I mean, I have no problem playing comp. Just chat, I played 9 years of Overwatch comp straight. Even when Overwatch wasn't updated for 4 years or 2 years or something like that, the dead period, I still played comp. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go feed this cat. Give me 1 second. I need you guys to make some friends. Talk to each other in chat, okay?
Team Peps facing down the barrel here at Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA Playoffs Day 3. We're in yet another elimination match, and as surprised as we are to see Virtus Pro in the lower bracket, their performance thus far is far from surprising.
Yeah, I mean, it would not be surprising, I think, for both of us if we see a pivot towards, instead of insta-banning out the Magneto so that DRP can get one-sided mag, potentially taking the Emma out of things immediately, I think would definitely benefit Peps for all of the strategies that they're trying to play. Like, they're trying to put Beetle onto the Captain America, and for sometimes it is working, and then he immediately just gets grabbed out by Finzi and sent packing because Carbon Crush then leads into the CC roulette rotation of, oh, well, now you're getting hit by Absolute Zero coming on through from Jay3, and then if there's a Cloak and Dagger in play, that's going to lead into a Terra Cape too. So it's not a fun time for any component of a dive composition to go up against this Emma.
Yeah, Chain CC, never a truly fun endeavor. And you just get so much value out of the Emma, in particular on BP, just because Nevix is so flexible. Which means that Finzi can really lock in on just being really good about Emma, and Nevix will always be able to fill whatever. Yep, there it is.
There we go.
Peps. Let's get that off the board, shall we? It's been too much, too fast.
They have been able to secure the Magneto, but it's likely that Virtus.pro will also be able to secure the Magneto. They might be able to secure one-sided Loki. However, as they have been banning that one out second every single time against Pep so that Saipe can have only access to the God of Mischief and the regen domains that come on through off of it.
Yep, and that's going to be yet another priority. Do not want Saipe playing the Loki. Of course, Saipe we've seen pop off previously on the Lunar Snow in the maps previous as well. A quick Punisher ban could be everything. Oh, this is my Forza Lunar save here from Virtus.pro as they are threatening the to run the gauntlet
of the strategist removal. Yeah, this is very targeted. Virtus.pro targeting hardest with the Punisher removal, and there indeed is the Lunar Snow save that we're anticipating being locked in, so that Jay3 is going to be able to keep a hold of that one, and they can play the Luna with that Invis woman coming on through. And I mean, Fi's going to be more than happy to play with an Invis if he wants to play the Torch as Team Peps. You constantly do have to worry if you go for a strategist heavy ban line that they are going to rewrite to a triple strategy lineup. So that was thinking about taking out the Rescom from Sparker, but they decide actually to ban the Psylocke instead, given the fact that the Luna was able to make it through.
Yeah, realizing that with Luna in there, probably going to be a pivot to a double strategist, not going to be as much value potentially off the Adam. Now for the Protect. And keeping Beetle's ability to run around on the Captain America now that you're not getting hit by that Carbon Crush all the time, I think is a very valuable thing to add.
Yeah, but do Virtus.pro now go for the Cloak and Dagger so that Team Peps have a rough time of it in terms of the strategist lineup? Yes, you absolutely do. So no Eternal Bonds. They've been perma-broken for both of these teams. But we are going to be seeing Fi on that Torch potentially getting full pocketed if they decide to go and put Sparker onto
I
Ultron.
had to go
feed
the baby boy.
The Luna and the Punisher.
My bad.
They might have the lead in terms of just damage that they can output consistently, since Peps unfortunately don't have access to Frank Castle. They've been barred from it entirely. Yeah,
and on symbiotic surface, Frank Castle is a monster.
I like how when I'm about to feed the cat, he just starts screaming, meowing.
Really tax the approaches of a team that doesn't have that much shielding, and usually you're going to be looking at a single Vanguard able to shield that off as a Captain America, who's constantly trying to set up on an off angle while the remainder of the team goes for their commute.
True, but Magneto in play does make it a little bit harder for the Punisher.
Wait, chat was going crazy on this email when you were gone? Hey, my chat needs help, bro.
Judgment timeline is correct, but that does often come down to a coin flip, and there is an awful lot in play as well nowadays.
My chat needs Jesus.
It's just, you know, a little bonus factor if you are able to find a pick with the comment hit.
All right, DRP and Aura Stealer. What's the pivot here? Is of course going to be fine, just trying to set up already.
Okay, chat. Make sure hopefully Virtus.pro hits him with a little 3-0. You know what I'm saying?
onto the double Vanguard, as it's going to be a cast of the portal.
Morning, Jay. How are the matches going? This is the first match of the day.
Low, but this should be fairly easily
to be honest with you, this is the lower bracket finals, or not the lower bracket finals. It's lower bracket. Virtus Pro's there against Team Peps. No offense to Team Peps, I'm sure they were a great team. They made it this far, but Virtus Pro I think is just a stronger team. So I predicted 3-0. I don't think Virtus Pro should drop a map. If they drop a map,
entirely, as Fi is the one taking all of the attention and receiving all of the resources.
I don't know.
So that he remains not so much standing but flying.
Yeah, Fire's really taking so much damage here, but Druidra is well on top of it.
Peps are insane, don't sleep. Nah, bro, I'm sorry, but Virtus Pro, I know half of Virtus Pro players from Overwatch, and I've seen them play. I'm not trying to disrespect Team Peps, bro. I just think Virtus Pro is just a stronger team, bro. And look at it.
For just a singular ultimate, Virtus Pro stands strong.
Oh, and that was the teleport approach as well, coming on from Peps.
They lost yesterday. I understand they lost yesterday, and I know they have some hiccups, but like, I still think they're a really great team. I think they just need to work on their consistency.
So much damage in your direction, and you don't even get to utilize it to charge up.
Wait, watched you all day yesterday, went to bed, and now to watch you all day today. Yeah, bro, these games are crazy.
Utilizing the Wrath of Ultron, and there it is. Larry forced to use the Fate of Both Worlds a little bit early. Virtus Pro disengaged. They're going to burn some of the time here. Likely go back into their cubby. Losing Saipe wasn't part of the plan, though. So Fire is forced to use even more to try and keep this one at bay. Invisible Boundary brought on up, but the healing isn't quite as comprehensive as the Fate of Both Worlds. And Druidra popped their own here. Needs to swap over back to the healing aura. Hardest has perfect timing to try and counter out this ultimate. The second bit it goes
You look
away,
tired, take a rest.
I
had 5 hours of sleep. I had 5 hours of sleep to stream another, what, 16 hours today?
Beetle, who's managed to find his way into bedbug status. Fi just floats away. Doesn't want to get hit by the Meteor. A disengagement here. Jay3 and Cypher are trying to keep each other safe, but Team Peps, they just utilize their entire ultimate bank.
Larry's down though. Virtus Pro still have their Luna up, but it is going to be Team Peps finally able to take a, given the fact that they pushed Virtus Pro all the way back into pots of
I can't wait till tonight though, chat. After tonight's games, I think tomorrow starts at like 11 a.m. 12 yeah, like 11 a.m. so we get to sleep in.
Keep the flyers in check from Peps so that it doesn't bleed more momentum, and free payload push equalized off of the back of it as Fi tries to utilize all of the damage. Sparker also utilizing the terrain to just hide his hitbox, pop up, provide a little bit of damage, and then fall back before it can be returned his way.
An evasive little mosquito flitting around in the air. Cypher can't afford to be picked early.
Today is my 34th birthday, and I have 3 kids. Am I Unk? Yeah, what's up, Unk? Happy birthday, Unk.
Oh, Larry was not inside. Cypher slowed down the commute into the invisible boundary, utilizing that psionic vortex, and now Team Peps, they have decisions to make. Down 2, down 3, surely they got to call it here.
Virtus Pro still have strategist ultimates too. They're up 1 entire defensive against Team Peps when it comes to the pro fight, and that's before we even talk about the damage that Team Peps are going to be forced under to just get back to the payload. Virtus Pro with Nevix on this Captain America can make all of these approaches so uncomfortable. Hardest is going to have that Galactic Legend. Fins, if he uses the Meteor M, gives a free pass to leave Supernova, so he holds off on it, and instead it's Jay3 and Fi utilizing their ults at the same time. Defensive to outlive the Galactic Legend and still have the damage boost after Supernova.
Damage boost onto the Meteor M as well. Still fails to find Payder at the moment. Fire rolling on forward. Fincy has been sacrificed.
Not gonna lie, I've never been disinvested in the pro play. See, that's what I feel like as well. I watched a lot of like Overwatch tournaments and whatnot, but I feel like, I don't know, maybe this is the first one, so it's like the honeymoon phase for me, but this tournament has been a lot of fun to watch.
Cypher too late on the trigger, unable to respond to the stimuli that are arrayed before them, and Nevix is disengaged. Complicated shot slightly here by Leaf. Can't afford to be staggered, but maybe hunted down.
I mean, he's able to make it out. There are so many corners, but he's still being tracked by this torch. However, they have to back away given the peel and presence of Fi. Now, Virtus Pro have been able to regroup, and it's up to Beetle to buy Team Peps the space to stabilize on this high ground once more.
Fire's taking so much damage here. Hardest trying to cut off the escape as well.
Wait, did you just say what's up, Jeremiah the Third? Who the hell's that? Are you talking to me? Yeah, bro, chat. When you guys say names like that, I completely don't think you're talking to me. So I like it goes over my head.
Really deliver some pain onto this backline. An Ultron drone applied to the Luna Snow. Triage to try and stop that backline from once again being picked off too early. But Nevix has to focus elsewhere, and that means Shreedro falls through the cracks. And Hardest is seeing the opening, the crack in the armor. He digs his nails in with the Galactic Legend.
Yeah, this tournament is great because I don't see a lot of mirror comps, and a lot of comps are viable. Yes. Well, I mean, a lot of people play usually the same stuff, but it just depends on what's not banned and what is saved.
Nevix goes elsewhere, making sure this backline's reinforced. Both the Human Torches fall on down. Sparky getting up close and personal. Larry chased down. Oh, Fincy, give him the ball, baby. Let Kobe play on.
Oh no! Oh no! Chat. Leaf was gonna teleport, but then he canceled his teleport, I think, so they don't have teleport.
Don't have strange TP back. That's desperation now, and our DRP's got to go into the Venom. Just
I don't think they have teleport.
And touch the
oh
payload, and they're
shit!
Right directly into the Supernova. Beetle with the Freedom Charge. That health bar is going to evaporate under the focus coming on through, and the Venom might be able to make it through. But the rest of the team, the same cannot be said. Finz has already picked Aura Stealer off. Team Peps are having to
Oh no! Finzy already killed one of the supports as well. They only have solo healing Luna. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, but they have Assemble, chat. Assemble. Assemble. I think... Yeah, they don't have the TP either. They don't have the TP. GR. Virtus Pro. Hey, like I said, chat. Virtus Pro. Told you they were going to 3-0.
Hold on seconds.
Oh, that TP attempt is going to be haunting Peps.
Oh, yeah.
That's devastating because they thought about going for the Venom and then they realized that they just couldn't. There are so many things that can just stop a Venom, and also if you move off of that Magneto when the fight begins, if it does go to the brawl factor, you're not going to have Bulwark, you're not going to have Meteor M, you're going to have one less shield to be able to try and cover for the Meteor M that comes through from the other side. And unfortunately for Peps, everyone from VP just understands the situation. Someone's got to keep
Does
running,
Virtus Pro lose a single game in any tourney? Yes. I mean, they're in the loser bracket right now, so I mean, they had to lose. Also,
got to use the entirety of Freedom Charge just to guarantee that the map
I
continues.
don't think Virtus Pro... Chat, who won the... Who won the...
Fincy having a brief tour.
Who won the stage one thing?
Banned away from them. Managing to get huge value out of a Meteor M. Picking Larry in that penultimate fight could have been everything when it came to securing that overall fight. Unfortunately for DRP, who usually...
It was Rad versus Virtus Pro, right? No, it was Berber Padawan.
EMEA. The Meteor M is just yet to deliver the value.
Berber Padawan versus...
Yeah, for Team
Chat, wait, who won the EU to get first seed?
The number one has to be don't lose immediately to a teleport play from a Doctor Strange. I mean, Virtus Pro, they're not even going to attempt the Strange TP just yet. They're going to save it for if the fight starts going a little bit away from Peps' side and they can have one of their players come back in immediately on the brawl stage off the point itself. It's just going to be spam pressure for spam pressure.
How do you go to the EU
bracket?
bracket?
But that does mean that Team Peps get a lot of map space for free.
Both teams going to be utilizing this Ultron. It's going to make life for the Human Torches dangerous, but remember that it is going to be both torches with that C ability as well, provided by the... Oh, where did the backline go? Where did the backline going? Team Peps.
Yeah, this is a roll, chat. This is a roll.
Target focus was so good. I guess everyone looked away from that aerial duel for a second, and
this is a roll.
Alpha struck onto both Aura Stealer and Larry.
Yeah, Nevix might not be on the Doctor Strange, but he was an absolute magician with the way that he was able to jump into the backline and make them all absolutely disappear off of a really nicely
Zero Tenacity. No, that's NA, chat.
Coming on through from Dridro at the same time. Just get so much damage onto one target.
What's up, Cargo?
To the next. And that's A immediately picked up.
Zero Tenacity won Group A, Virtus Pro won Group B.
So Hardest can still like this fight if he decides to hit him.
So Virtus Pro did win their bracket. Okay, so and Zero Tenacity. Wait, Zero Tenacity?
Right now, VP want to continue the push, and it becomes a
swear Zero Tenacity was NA, was it?
Rage of Ultron.
No, they're not. No, that's
too much in the way of frag feed value. Still 5 falls through the cracks as the rest of the team were distracted by Beetle in the back. He's still back there. But disengagement actually getting body blocked here by Nevix, trying to complicate the pathing. We'll have to get out in their own right as they fall low and run out of shielding.
Jay3 is going to have fate of both worlds so that VP can keep themselves moving.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Virtus Pro... Oh, Virtus Pro got beat by Rad, wasn't it? And then Rad... And then Virtus Pro made a huge run in the lower bracket to win theirs, yeah.
Oh, Leaf fell low, still managed to descend into that fate of both worlds. Aura still is taking so much damage yet again. Has to stay out of these flame tornadoes. And now it's DRP's turn for a little bit of redemption. A big Meteor M, no, it's straight into Metallic Curtain of Fincy saying, absolutely not, mate. I am the one who knocks with the spicy meter ball. But it's DRP again finding that Iron Volley frag onto the Human Torch. The aerial accuracy of DRP cannot be understated. But Leaf disengage, it's covered by the usage of the Metallic Bulwark. A mid-air attempt here from Sparker. It's a little bit risky to try and play with. Fi comes back.
Damn, bro. That's 2 ults right there that did not get a single kill. Feels bad, man.
For too long. Inside of this invisible boundary, you can see Nevix using that freedom charge to constantly try and push Aura Stealer out of the AoE, but unsuccessful in this case. Team Peps, they are having to slowly disengage before they're reinforced by their freedom charge.
They've got freedom charge, and it's the only ultimate current in the field for all of the teams, so they have to make it count. Beetle goes aggressive, but gets frozen by the absolute zero from Jay3, and all of a sudden, Peps is pushed his fight absolutely not alongside it.
All right, Fi looking for a target. Not worried too much about Leaf until they see an opening. Forces for disengage. And now Leaf could actually be a tricky customer to try and deal with. Finzy holds the line. Beetle under strain. Needs all of a strategist's attention right bloody now. And it's going to be Larry who answers the call. When the Avengers were called, it's a fate of both worlds that answers. But Leaf is still having to dodge inside of that aura. Virtus Pro in control of the car is going to start rolling on forward. The Rage of Ultron perfectly timed. It might overwhelm the Meteor M.
This is probably one of the longest fights I've ever seen.
Moving to be fatal. Larry and Aura Stealer again, falling in tandem in the back. A spread out of damage. The cross ceiling is not enough. And hardest, the last remaining strategist.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Just cook it up.
VP are so vigilant of the fight that comes afterwards. They know that Team Peps have a strange TP. They might just try and navigate into this next fight on their feet.
It doesn't even look like it should be a close game. Nevix is 18-1 on fucking Captain America, bro.
High ground control. They're going to have so many avenues as well to spam damage from this.
That's America's ass right there.
Nevix making sure that moving through this choke is far from easy, just on a physical level. Getting these body blocks is down to Beetle. Fears will sleep off the top. Leaf under strain, under pressure. Could have actually been a bait right there. Might well be able to turn it around with the help of the
Wait,
for a 2 versus
I just realized something.
It's gonna have to be
this is a mirror matchup. This is one of the rare mirror matchups that we've ever seen.
About a moment. Virtus Pro still have 2 minutes left. Nevix has popped the freedom charge and Vortex here. Takes Sparker down to Terra Firma. A Meteor M. Can he get it done again?
Oh, feels bad, man.
A quick hot drop to avoid an
Mr. LeBron, bro. Mr. LeBron.
Is able to just stare from above inside this invisible boundary, looking into.
I think we do have an assemble emote.
Away from a fate of both worlds, but its lead
yeah.
has fallen down to Jay3 once again. It's the VP usage of the Lunar Stone's offensive capabilities that might be the opening the fight's demand. Overwhelmed Larry finally has access to the ultimate they were looking for. The fate of both worlds is plenty of sustainability. DRP's kicked away for a moment from the fight as it is a return.
You know what? We need to start making something that Chuck. When someone doesn't miss when someone misses their LeBron ult, you gotta call him LeBrick. Just gotta call him LeBrick, bro. Throwing up bricks.
But Team Peps have held strong in the midst of all of this. They've used their resources perfectly.
Rage of Ultron forces Fi to back on off. Supernova doesn't find the picks that it's looking for. Beetle almost bites off a little bit too much more than he can chew, and they're trying to find the Captain America, but he's stalling the push backwards because VP have ultimates. They answer back. The Eye of Agamotto from DRP finds Saipe, results into the pick on Invis, but Virtus Pro have already been able to bypass Peps'
Call him Angel Reese. Nah, bro.
They just run past, they get on top of it. It's a supernova, yes, but I'm afraid it's just going to be collapsing into a brown dwarf as Team Peps find their hopes scuppered. Aura Stealer will be returning, yes, and Larry going to be doing exactly the same, skating for the tournament life of Team Peps. The Polar Bears roar with victory.
Yeah, there you go, chat. Like I said, easy 3-0.
Deeper into our lower bracket.
Yeah, perhaps the second that they forced,
Easy 3-0, bro.
the
Easy
Ultimates
3-0.
to try and
It
get
wasn't.
those
It wasn't
picks
even a
against
challenge,
VP,
bro. This
they know that
is
they
like
have to
their
go aggressive.
warm-up game.
Beetle
Also,
has
I
to
think they
push the
continue to
wall
play
to
again.
stop
Actually,
VP from regrouping,
if I'm not
stabilizing,
mistaken,
and then coming back in with 2 defensive
we have
ultimates
4
of their
matches
own
today.
to win the brawl fight and just push over to that payload past all of the players on the defense to force their hand. Suddenly, you're not thinking about, I need to take the player down in
Was
front
that the
of me.
first series?
You're
That was the
thinking,
first game of the
"Oh,
day, yeah.
I need to get my body onto that point so that we don't lose.
Sparker went 30-2. Jesus Christ. Fi went 28-4. Wow, Nevix went 22-1. Poor Leaf, bro. Leaf was trying his hardest, man.
Which was just swept aside so cleanly, and you really can applaud Peps for holding on as long as they did. But in the end, Virtus Pro just having full understanding of the tempo that they could play to take the win.
Feels like Virtus Pro have such good pivots as well. They just poke at the front, force some resources over onto DRP while catching all of that. Maybe you see Peps making a move to try and win that aerial duel, but suddenly all 6 members of Virtus Pro are shooting at your back line, and we just see Steeler and Larry just
Oh, you know what?
being decimated constantly.
If it was,
You know what? Thank you. I'm gonna go to Fosabar.
MVP status in map 1 and map 2. It's Nepix map 3. That Captain America was able to force so many things, and even before we saw it wasn't the last fight, it was the fight before where it's the exchange of the invis boundaries coming on out from Saipe and Aura Stealer. Aura Stealer's ultimate, the invis boundary, breaks the golden rule of thumb for strategists, which is it has to cover
I can't
you,
have...
but it has to cover as much of the objective as it possibly can. That invis boundary from the defense was actually situated in the choke because of the amount of pressure that the Captain America was exuding. It barely covered the payload in comparison to Virtus Pro when they pulled back, waited out the 8-second duration, and came back in with that.
Wait, fuck.
That entire objective was fully blanketed. It was direct center of the invis boundary from VP side.
Yeah, just making sure
There you
that
go.
vision being obscured. We've seen just how powerful as well as the vulnerability that the Terra Cape blinds can have in pro play when you're so reliant upon that awareness and really able to leverage all of the senses that you have when some of that's
do I need
away,
to change
things
it?
start to get real complicated. Virtus Pro coming back with a banger, showing that they are far from down. But maybe a wounded bear, but a wounded bear
That's
might
group
be the
stages.
most
Do I actually...
dangerous animal in this forest.
Yeah, you do not poke a bear with a stick, and you absolutely do not poke Virtus Pro with a stick, because they come back with a vengeance. Every single time they've taken either a map loss or a full series loss, the next day we've seen them swinging back absolutely lethally, showing off new compositions, new understandings, new pivots, and new map plays too, because, you know, we've talked a lot about how they have a couple of failures on domination. We didn't see that in Hell's Heaven today.
Yeah, certainly not. Really coalescing around that Fincy Emma Frost. Speaking of which, let's bring in the Queen King themselves. Fincy's here for an interview. It's glad to see
Fincy!
your internet's working again, bud.
Yeah, thankfully it's working today, yeah.
Well, congratulations on the win, Finzy. Let's talk about Emma Frost, because it finally got banned against you guys on Symbiotic Surface. Was that something that you were anticipating to come through sooner?
Maybe not sooner, but we expected it on a 3rd map, since I was doing a lot the first 2 maps. And they kind of just had to shut that down, because I was winning the frontline battle like against 2 tanks just by myself. So they kind of had to ban the Emma at that point.
Keeping on the 3rd map here, we often saw both Aura Steeler and Larry going down at the same time very explosively. How are you guys as a team kind of manufacturing those double knockouts onto the enemy backline?
I do a lot of like 3
I like
2-1s
Finzy.
and dive the backline.
I used to queue with him in Overwatch.
Target, and I try to grab it, or we all try to
And he comes to my stream sometimes and he talks shit.
Other abilities. So it's mostly just communication.
And was communication how you were able to deal with Beetle as well? Because a lot of the time we even actually saw you guys utilizing the Captain America on Symbiotic Surface, just pressuring the backline, permanently pushing them back. When we saw the performance on Spider Islands, it felt like you guys were really adept at just shutting the Captain America down immediately.
Yeah, if you don't focus the Captain America, like especially on payload, then he's just gonna stall it for a while. So you can't have to like at least 3-4 people focus the Captain quickly, get him out so he can keep moving and taking space.
After the tragic loss yesterday, in the long series against Berber. Were there any adjustments you had to make coming in for today, or was it just running some Ethernet cable?
Yeah, I just went to the store and bought a long Ethernet cable to run through my entire house. Like yesterday, I was DCing like at least half the maps. It was really rough.
Wait, damn, that sucks. That's funny as shit.
So, I mean, we'll see when we play them again. It will be different now.
Is today both EU and NA matches? Yes, every day. Every day is like that.
In the interview yesterday, that the win that they were able to take against you guys was entirely different to the win that Rad were able to take. Do you agree? Do you think that Berber and Rad were like on the same level in terms of those defeats, or were the matches closer?
You're good, Ren.
I think Enzo is right. Against Rad, when we lost, we just we read the meta very wrongly, and we played horribly. But yesterday we played well. I think we should have won. We won way more fights, but they were good at stalling.
Who do you want winning it all?
I was DCing all the time, so I think it will be different.
I don't know, man.
But they did play well yesterday.
Oh, hoping we get to see that. Thank you so much for joining us, Fincy, and congratulations on being so back.
Thank you.
That was Fincy from
Young
Virtus
Stoner. Appreciate that as a prime sub, my friend.
Lower bracket, still facing elimination marks, but
I don't know.
Incredibly scary opponent for anyone who's going to come on down.
Because
I
can't give you
going up against them with our next matchup, because you can see
I can't give you an accurate guess because we haven't been watching the Asia teams, and I feel like some of the Asia teams might be cracked as shit.
Against VP to get into our lower bracket finals.
Yeah, it turns out when Thanos isn't pulling the strings of your Ethernet cables, Virtus Pro are just
I think we get to watch upper bracket finals today, chat.
It's definitely scary for, I think, both of the teams coming into this, right? Zero Tenacity probably did not anticipate having to go up against Low.
Who is better? Wait, I mean, who is better than 100 Ds and Sentinels? There's a lot of good NA teams.
They were able to secure their wins coming on through with an amazing performance off of all of their players. But definitely the standout for me was Crisis yesterday. Having the ability to deal with the Wolverine strategies is going to come in severe handy when you're going up against Zero Tenacity, because we know that Lugia likes to play the Vanguard, but then also, funnily enough, likes to play the thing that directly counters his role, the Wolverine.
I mean, Envy is a really good team. FlyQuest was a really good team, but they lost, which is crazy. That was a very unfortunate game for them.
Or Crisis's Punisher. Crisis has been pretty crazy on Punisher. I think the Crisis might be one of the standout players.
Who else is out, chat? I think
honestly,
Shroud's team is out.
Have really proven how good they are. They're putting in the effort. They have the talent to make it work. But Z10 coming through as our #1 seed from the group. They certainly are a tricky customer. We'll find out how it goes down.
Does Shroud win? Oh yeah, because I remember talking about that. Shroud wasn't watching his team, and they won. But when he watches his team, they lose. Let me turn this down real quick because I don't want to listen to that thing in my ear. Give me 1 second, chat. Go over here. Yeah, FlyQuest lost to Envy, so I think Envy is a really good team. Envy can, if Envy shows up and if Cal's not a streaky player and Cal's playing really well, Envy can win. Shroud beat Team Nemesis. I thought Team Nemesis was a really good team. Sentinels beat Techie. 100 Thieves beat Ego. To be honest with you, I think for NA, it's either going to be... Okay, how many teams are left? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 teams. I think it's either going to be Envy, 100 Thieves, or Sentinels. I don't think Shroud X or Ego Death, I'm sorry to say, they're not going to make it. Ugh. Let's see, additional 80% of the people, 80% of the players who are playing in actually no, it should be 91%. 91% of the players in NA are playing in NA. 3% are United Kingdom, 1 Colombia, 1 Mexico, 1 Netherlands, 1 Scotland, 1 Turkey, and 1 Wales. Some good stuff, chat. Some good stuff. Some good stuff. Oh, shit. Why is this so blurry? I am hungry, bro. Keanu, appreciate the massive prime sub. And Heck from DTX, appreciate the massive prime sub as well. Do you think we'll see Asia start dominating like they do in Overwatch? That's a good question. I don't think we've... Chat, has there been a tournament where we've seen a mix of both NA, EU, and Asia? I think everyone has had their own brackets. I think this tournament is going to be the first tournament where everyone is mixed. Overwatch World Cup? No, chat. We're talking about Marvel Rivals, bro. I slept for 5 hours. Send you a link in the music Discord is live electro hardcore festival that is going on right now. Yeah, I'm not a big festival guy, man. Or hardcore electro or something. I like K-pop, chat. Are you excited to watch Squid Game Season 3? I haven't even watched Squid Game Season 2, brother. Has anyone been watching the Asia region? Does anyone... Can anyone say if they look strong or not? I'm sure they do. Ketchup and Chad Fries for 64 months. Appreciate it. You're gnarly? What do you mean I'm gnarly? It's a song? Oh. It's a terrible song? What band? I mean, what K-pop group? Cat's Eye? Never heard of it. I mean, Alex with having horrible takes and horrible tastes, that seems pretty on brand for Alex. Huh? Oh, to be honest with you, didn't even know. They seemed a little bit off NA and EU before this tournament. Ooh. My taste in clients is the worst. You're right. What do you mean your taste in clients? Whoa, 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 whoa. Did you watch the movie K-pop Demon Hunters? No, I just got recommended that by Meg yesterday. Chat, how can I watch anything when I'm doing 16-hour streams watching this tournament? I can't. Bro, my life is wake up, co-stream this, go to bed.
It's always so hard to
wake
say
up,
goodbye to our talented
co-stream
teams
this,
here at EMEA,
go to bed.
But yet we have to do so again. We have to drop another one as we're in the elimination bracket here at EMEA playoffs.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
okay.
Since Zero Tenacity, you are right. Unfortunately,
let's get
one
it.
of these teams is going to be permanently sent out of
We
the
are
tournament,
doing. We're getting our bets back. Low 9 against Zero Tenacity. I don't think Zero Tenacity should lose this, but Low 9 was
having that curveball come on through.
Good luck, chat. Get your gambling going. Make sure you guys win. Don't lose everything.
Exceeded expectations, especially for the side of Low 9, a team that got put together literally last minute as you would possibly like.
Damn, this team got put together last minute and they made it this far.
Traditionally cover. The fact that they find themselves as far as they have has exceeded even their own expectations, they were saying.
And we're exceeding your expectations for what a broadcast could give you, because we're not just entertaining here at EMEA, we are giving you the goodies. Twitch drops exclusively on partner channels of Marvel Rivals Ignite, covering the biggest tournament in the world for Marvel Rivals with a $3 million prize pool. And just for you guys, you can also spray your nameplate, the echoes of the emote for magic, and then the will of Galactic can be known.
God, bro. Have you guys ever stretched and then had a scream? Those are the best fucking stretching. Like, that's the best stretch in the world.
Appearance too. And this version of Darkchild looks absolute fire, much like the echoes of Limbo.
Wait, I just realized something.
Yeah, very impressive. Love to see
Wait,
that.
Emily, are you watching my stream?
Straight into our games.
I just realized something so you can hear me.
And raring to go.
If let's just hypothetically say they invited me to go to China to co-stream this event.
I believe our Group A win.
Am I even allowed to stream on Twitch in China? Isn't Twitch banned?
Who have been a lights out team, one of our favorites coming into the entirety of this group.
Wouldn't I have to use a VPN?
Where you can always expect surprises, but they're also very consistent.
Yeah, expect the unexpected when it comes to Zero
I mean,
Tenacity. We don't even know if they're going to be
if they even
running
invite
out
us,
on
chat.
a 2-2-2 composition because they've shown so much fluctuation. You know,
Yeah, Twitch is banned in China. I'm pretty sure.
We've seen the Wolverine come out. Knudsen played Hawkeye and made him look absolutely terrifying in comparison to all of what we've seen.
And YouTube is banned.
What?
What?
The Ice Arrow team up, and then Ducky as well.
Oh shit! And YouTube is banned in China, chat.
From the beginning of the game, so even if you take away things like the mag and
Yo, low key, is OnlyFans banned in China? I can stream on OnlyFans for the week if we get invited.
Oh, yeah. They'll play a little bit of that. We have a touch of Lugia on the thing. This was actually, I believe, Lugia's most iconic pick from a Marvel Rebels Invitational as well. We really started to see Ecstatic break out of, like, no offense, Ecstatic, who were trashed here. When they stopped being trashed here, and started really showing some good improvement. A lot of it came down to Lugia moving over onto the thing, like Shades of Nevix over there. So we really
damn,
started to see the potential.
92% on Zero Tenacity and only 8% on Low 9. Damn.
These are a bunch of players who just kind of said, you know what, let's do it. They've given it their all. They entered the Ignite qualifiers as like a rando group, but the talent, the work, the
I think it's actually different.
Absolutely
chat.
Crazy.
I think it's actually different with live streaming because you guys are saying ISO speed and all this stuff. Because I have the same streaming backpack and whatnot. I think the servers are not in China when you stream to it. I think the servers are probably. I have to look at it, but I think he streamed to a different server that was not in China, so it was perfectly fine.
And Demon got to do absolutely nothing because we got to see Crisis move over to the Hela and utilize a cooldown that maybe you
because I have the same backpack
to counterplay a dive character.
And I use the same programs for my IRL streaming.
The 3-meter radius orb that grabs an enemy.
But the problem is, if I use I don't do IRL streams like he does. I do have the equipment, but I just don't do it. If I'm using a computer to co-stream the games, chat, the computer is hardwired to their internet. So I would have to get a VPN. Speed, or like the stream he did, like I said, it goes to a different server that's not in China, so it doesn't get blocked.
Instantly interrupted by the Soul Drainer cast.
Yeah, that Soul Drainer really can be annoying to try and deal with. It's always good to try and have those pocket pastes. It can complicate a ban phase a little bit.
Is Zero Tenacity hella good or something? Or did I just throw my points? Zero Tenacity did win their bracket.
It's actually the map-winning ultimate, in my opinion, up against
Insomnia. And this is the playoffs.
Insomnia off guard when we went in thinking that Insomnia should have been the preferred team. And honestly, I think that Low 9 just have so much versatility. I was singing Wolver's praises yesterday.
Wait, I just realized, if we want to co-stream the tournament, let's just hypothetically say I don't go to China. Or even if I do go to China.
Yeah, the fact as well that they were able to hold on through all of those.
What time would that be? What time would those matches be at? It'll probably be like 3 a.m. to like something. I'd be on like a very weird schedule.
This one has the potential to go the full distance, but then when you go up against their Tenacity, we don't know what this team is exactly going to be coming out with. So adaptation and evolution is going to be the continued storyline as these two match wits over and over again.
Yeah, between these two, I do not know.
China is like 4 hours ahead of US.
Like they can absolutely pants Boba Patapim.
14 hours. Okay, I was about to say.
they're kind of similar to Boba Patapim in that way. Their lows get pretty low, but their highs are incredibly high.
Well, do Zero Tenacity prioritize taking the low-key away? As Gonski was an absolute standout with that strategy.
I think it's going to be in Hangzhou. Is that how you say it?
As Zero Tenacity
I think that's where it's going to be.
prioritized
Basically,
the
where
Magneto.
Overwatch did that. I don't know if it's
Right now,
basically
having
in the
ability
same
for
place where the
first
Overwatch
aid
did
being on
theirs,
that attacker side,
but
they're going to be
same
able to
city.
secure the Emma Frost
And
before
apparently,
Low9 get the ability to ban
the Overwatch
something
tournament,
else out,
the
and
Overwatch
then they
finals
can
that they
say, so
had,
if
or
they
the
want
Overwatch
alongside
whatever the
Loki,
fuck they had
absolutely
in
can
China
grab
was
a take towards it.
amazing. It was
Since we're
the
seeing
best
the
one that they've ever
already
had.
being teased on
So
that fan selection, it feels like that's the direction we're headed.
Yeah, and the thing about Low9 is they're not too fussed about saving the Emma. Because Saintomoto is an incredibly good cap player, it kind of forces a later cap ban for Zero Tenacity to make Saintomoto go elsewhere, but Wolf is incredibly versatile. Yeah, they're messing with me. I mean, I ain't falling for the bait. I ain't falling for the bait, guys. Low9, let's get a real pick over here.
What are you talking about? They've got that Will of Galactic magic skin. That makes them viable, right?
True, and they're actually going to protect the Emma here. Maybe we see a pivot from Saintomoto, which would be interesting considering just how effective the cap has been on health
Okay, chat.
from every team. so
Just
far.
like how we just watched Virtus Pro against
the Zero Tenacity made sure to secure. As we're now going to see Jerky's Psylocke be prioritized as a ban. Interesting that Smashnez's Torch has so far been able to make it
Team
through,
Peps,
as that
I
has
think
been
this is
a
going to be a
high
3-0
priority
or maybe
to
even a
remove from
3-1.
teams that have run against Zero Tenacity in the past. So it looks like it's actually going to be a mirrored Punisher ban coming through from both of the teams.
I think this might be a roll. I think Zero I think the prediction for this is going to be Zero Tenacity 3-1 Low9.
On that hero, First Protect now going to come through from Low9. This is going to give us some real insight.
Even though we saw Wolver pop the fuck off, Wolver and Crisis are really insane players. I just think Zero Tenacity is a much better team. I think Smashnez is crazy. Lugia is crazy. Knuten is insane as well.
Together. Didn't want to invest the ban on the cap itself.
There goes the Torch, so Zero Tenacity might be able to secure Smashnez getting one-sided Human Torch, but no. Luna Snow is going to be taken out instead for the side of Low9. Now they're going to be able to protect the Torch, however, as if they do get target banned out of either the Luna Snow, they can still fall back onto the Invisible Woman or the Cloak and Dagger or vice versa. As Low9 have a little bit of a question to ask themselves, and I actually really like this. If you remove the Mantis, because we've seen teams go for something akin to Rescomp where they actually put in the Human Torch over the Star-Lord, because teams have sort of identified now that Rescomp doesn't have all that much damage outside the ultimate cycles if the Atom and the Star-Lord don't get the in when Magneto's taken out and you don't get your Blaster Barrage with your Bulwark bubbles coming on through. So taking out the Mantis removes the potential of both the Rescomp, but also means that if you try and pocket something like an Ultron, Ultron's going to find
no, Carl. I don't know
when
any of these teams like that.
Yeah, that extra
I know a little bit of the NA team.
Soul Resurgence, just allowing it to wrap around corners so people are looking to take cover and then find them in a less evasive area, let's say. L7 once again is going to be our opening matchup right here. Zero Tenacity and Low9 are facing down the barrel.
I thought that the NA teams might not be playing. Sorry, Sentinels might not be playing today, but I think Sentinels is playing today.
Go over towards that Hela, which is going to be lending extra support coming on through for Gonski's Loki, so that if
I thought they weren't playing today.
Crisis getting a pick will be able to bring him back up immediately, and that does not have a cooldown, and we know that Crisis
I don't know. We'll see.
able to come on through
Maybe if I see Sentinels again today, we'll see. We'll see.
To the Flyers coming on through. If you win,
yeah, I thought
for both of these teams,
at 3 NA matches later, there's 4 NA matches. I'm pretty sure.
Their duelists have the room to breathe.
You have 2 lower brackets, the upper bracket, and the lower bracket finals. I'm pretty sure.
The portal here to try and get that advanced position.
If I'm not mistaken.
He's not going to be playing too far afield here on the Star-Lord just yet. Playing more of a frontline duelist role, just laying down the poke and the damage to try and open things up for Crisis. Remember that Soul Drainer in the back pocket. Oasis and Winnie being able to play together means the Guardian Shield can benefit them both, as well as heal them up. Wolf has already fallen down. Must have been some suppression onto the Low9 strategist to allow them to fall through the cracks. Now Saintomoto is feeling very isolated, sure that Aegis being brought up there by Ducky as well to block off the primary fire healing from the strategists.
Yeah, Knuten just getting to play around map geography perfectly. Also splitting on the
Semis
angle from
at Jay3
Smashness
Finals
so that
tomorrow.
Crisis can only see one flyer at a
another
time.
pause.
So it does look like we have a little bit of a pause coming on through, but that allows us to sort of really look at how these compositions are going to interact, because Hela takes a lot of resources to make work, right? You either play her on an off angle with a perma pocket of one of your strategists, or you play her in the stack of your team. If you play her with the stack, you lose the space of an off angle pressure. If you play her on an off angle, yeah, you've got another direction that you can send damage for, but you've also now got a vulnerability which is going to bleed resources away from your front line. So there's give and take for both playstyles with her.
1, 2, 3, and then 4. And then this is played tomorrow, and this is played tomorrow.
When usually that's going to be going on to the hypermobile Star-Lord, who's a little bit mechanically harder to heal and is often going to be in those little nooks and crannies away from the LOS. One of the interactions we saw in that first fight as well was the use of Emma's Aegis shield to block off healing coming the way of the
Nice. We already have a technical pause, chat. I like it though.
That can really be troublesome for a Cloak and Dagger in particular, who have a very meager damage output with the Light Force daggers, so you can't break through that Aegis at all. You've got to do a full reposition.
Yeah, you can somewhat finesse the situation, though, with the Cloak and Dagger's primary actually being able to bounce. So if you find a wall, then you can actually bounce the dagger into the player from behind the shield regardless. Though it can be particularly tricky on this map, though, because the map that changes, right? Sometimes the point is vertical and sometimes it starts descending a little bit further, and that verticality can definitely
It looks like you don't have pants on.
That is
Oh no, I'm not wearing anything down
forcing
there.
them into some really rough positions where they
I'm
have
free
to
balling.
swing out away from those corners, which would
Today is
normally
no
provide them
pants
cover
Saturday.
from all of the damage that would be sent their way otherwise.
Now we're just going to figure out who's been calling for a pause. I believe we did have a couple of technical issues from Low 9 yesterday when we were playing Bin into T'Challa. Luckily, we've got the pause a little bit earlier this time, so all's fair in love and war, and you do not want to be in a position where your tournament life is on the line for a little bit of a technicality. So we'll give them time to sort everything out.
Let's go, Team Envy chat. Envy doesn't even play till like 10 hours from now.
And there we go. We are back in the game, baby.
Yeah, it's all business now as Knuten gets to play on all of these different off angles. Saint Moto is actually going to be going over towards the Captain America so they can try and put pressure on that backline and provide Crisis a little bit more room.
6 hours?
To instantly focus down in these retake situations. However, that Captain America
it starts at 6 p.m.
Ducky and the Carbon Crush that will be sent his way if he gets a little bit too close.
Yeah. However,
I don't know if they're going to be the first match anyways.
It's going to be a little bit weaker with both Knuten and Smashness up in the air, having to move away for a moment. Saint Moto is
no, can't root for them. You got to be nice. Cheer for an EU team. We're watching EU.
America can very much stymie your backline pressure.
Cheer for Low 9 or Zero Tenacity.
Drone, though, for maximum value. Low 9 have been able to claim the high ground, but it will be just as quickly evicted from it. Oh
man, what's our boy doing? Chat, what's our boy Knuten doing, dude? What is our boy doing, man? I always, like I said, chat, I don't think you use Ultron as like an offensive ult, bro. I think it doesn't do any damage, man. You have to use that as like a defense first.
Loki's all looking at the Ultron the second that the rage came on out, and then they can burst from the high ground to the point itself off of the back of the
There you go, underdog story. That's what I respect it. I respect it.
Even further into Zero Tenacity's face to make sure that all of the angles can be developed before a retake situation can be put into motion for Ducky 1 or even Smashness with the Supernova. This Human Torch is going to be so exposed, and Jerky sees the split. Knuten's a little bit
wow, good dodging by Knuten.
Galactic Legend. As without that Ultron, Zero Tenacity, the hand is forced. They've got to make up the absence with an ult.
Wait, bro, they take it. They go away from the 1v1, man, but hey, at least Knuten lived.
The crows upon the coalesced forces of Zero Tenacity, but it's Pinclone who's the first to fall. Trades it out now for Oasis. A good trade coming through from Wolver onto a backline now. Winnie going to be under siege. Saint Moto starts to break in towards that backline. Wolver has to erect their own Aegis to try and defend themselves, as it's going to be a trade out between the Emma. Frost Smashness still reigns above it all and rains down fire upon an escaping Crisis. You're going to need more than a bird in the bush to get away from this one.
64% to 71% with Zero Tenacity having that Sonic Seduction, and Low 9 not having anything to counterplay it outside of just hiding for cover behind the map itself, and potentially
This tournament is lacking so many of the
shield.
huge
It's last
esports,
fight, though,
huge names of the esports scene. I'm surprised there's not a Fnatic team in EU. Maybe, I mean, it depends on the org as well, man. It's not. It doesn't depend on the team. There's a lot of teams that are in this that are still orgless, but it's up. It depends on if the org wants to spend money on a team and spend the resources.
This play coming through from Ducky, or do you want to try and move in towards the backline itself? This seems like Oasis is going to be that primary target. Jerky really wants to get rid of Canutum, but guess what? The damage has already been done. The Rage of Ultron needs no anger management. He's equal to the Hulk when it comes to the burning lambast that he has laid upon this backline. Pinklon has to put down their healing bubble only for themselves, and a window sent forth as well to try and keep these Vanguards sustained on the point. But when you come into Lugia's domain, when you go under the sea, you get put down like a legendary bird. Zapdos stares enviously from afar.
Damn.
As Lugia's attention is brought upon Low 9.
Yeah, Low 9, the hand was forced. They had to burn regen domain before the fight even starts.
Damn.
Thanks to a well-placed Carbon Crush coming on through from Ducky, which is followed up immediately by both of the shields, the Emma's Aegis and the Seraphim shield coming on through from Lugia to just block the LOS of any heal that could be sent their way. And with the Loki lamp removed, the Eternal Bond unfortunately does not have
I'm
the
pretty
space
sure
to keep the team
I'm pretty
sustained
sure
through
a lot
all
of
Rage
this is like the
Ultron.
first
Being put
major
down onto the
tournament
players that are still
of Marvel
rotating
Rivals.
onto the point
I'm
itself.
pretty sure
And now
other
they're going to be
orgs are
down,
maybe
but ultimate
watching
Pinklon is at least going to be able to take advantage
to see how this
popping over
goes.
to the rocket
If it
to
ends
provide
up
the
being,
armor packs.
you know,
The
a
Zerg
very
Tenacity,
frequent,
little
you know,
bit too
tournament,
close
$3
to
million
their ultimates to
every year on the
sacrifice
line and all this stuff, maybe they're going to, other orgs are going to be like, wow, I want a piece of that pie, and they're going to start buying, like, start getting teams.
Here. And it is most certainly paved with very successful Rage of Ultrons. That might be one of the most successful Rage of Ultrons we've seen thus far. When it came to
I think what a lot of people are doing is they're just like seeing how well this goes first.
Ultimates on the other side. And once again, Zero Tenacity make an early investment of their portal to claim the high ground.
Saintimoto on the low ground now tries to wrap around, but he's instantly marked out by Smashnez on
A
this
lot of
torch,
money to
and he
send a
has
team
to
of
give up
China.
that
That's
position
if their team gets it that far.
Smashnez is keeping an eye on every single angle that Crisis could potentially pop up on.
The cross will be taxed. 2 players stunned.
And also, you got to deal with all that. Yeah, it is a lot of money to send someone to China. I mean, you have to think about visas, hotels, flights, meals.
The push that Low 9 was so proud of to move into. It's going to be a full investment here from Low 9. 3 ultimates at once. Sonic Seduction, yeah, the Galactic Legend and the Freedom Charge, but up in the air. No one's getting the bonus help from Saintimoto. Oh, Low 9, this is economically ruinous.
This might be a pivot over to a new composition coming on through, but it was also something that Low 9 knew that they had to
Smash is
invest
15
into.
to now.
The Starlord, the Captain
God
America
damn.
can all find value if you're in control of the space before the fight begins, but now you're going to be walking into a fight that you're going to have to pay a toll of numbers, of resources, of ultimates before you can even get to your goal of that objective. And Zero Tenacity are going to be able to drop a body surely before this fight begins, with the range, with the spam from the Ultron, from the torch.
I really do like the teams that are boot camping. I think it's a very good experience for the players as well. When you're a professional player and you're like in a team house playing with your team and everyone's like, bro, it brings your team together and it's so fucking fun.
And Newton on the angle, so damage already been done to the remainder of your strategists though. Oasis and Winnie have fallen on down. Lugia and Ducky not so long for this world either. Crisis's kingdom has certainly been expanded.
Smart currency exchange coming through from Low 9. Translate the spam pressure from Zero Tenacity into immediate Eternal Bond from Pinklon so you can open up the fight. And then once Eternal Bond has expired, you've still got the regen domain from Gonski.
The food for gamers are not expensive, bro.
And now Crisis is in position. Jerky can jump onto Zero Tenacity mid-rotation, and Saintimoto can
What do gamers eat, chat? McDonald's?
and force the team to turn.
It's not gonna be that much.
Freely charging up this beam right here already. The regeneration domains have come on now. That's a huge Sonic seduction. 3 players grabbed in place, but before the follow-up is there, they've mostly been able to save themselves. Smash this though, just dunks on the head of Crisis. Pink Clone the next to fall on down. Zero Tenacity, they strike back with such vigor here that Low 9 can barely stand up to it. Even with the freedom charge of Saint Emoto giving over that additional HP, it feels so far gone from a capacity for a retake. Low 9 is doing their best to stall this one out to at least extract percentage from the fight, but Knuten is just
like, I feel like Zero Tenacity should be rolling this other team, but it's actually going back and forth.
They know that they can't stall, that they can't hesitate, and so they just send the fight immediately into brawl.
Actually, a lot of teams actually pay private jets. Private jets? Oh man, I would not want to have a Jeff anywhere near me, bro. I hate that fucking character.
When it comes to the 6v6 slug fiesta, in Zero Tenacity, take full advantage. Saint Emoto now goes over to the point, drawing Lugia to have to contest. They know what the strange is. They don't have to worry about Eye of Agamotto for now, as Lugia on the low ground to get to the high is going to have to burn that shift, the levitation, and that's going to telegraph the ult.
Oh, jerky on the off angle here, but inside the invisible boundary now, Smashnet is going to come inside and try and take that aerial duel. Slowed on the exit means that it has to be a disengage. Pineclone doing their best to try and follow up with some healing, but guess what? The remainder of the team, they were so
there you go, there you go. Lugia is disgusting. I hate to see, I know this is probably their comp that they want to do and whatnot, but I hate to say Knuten on the Ultron, bro. I want to see my boy play DPS.
2-0 on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, no 9 lives to save you there. That is a dominant performance coming on out from the end of Zero Tenacity. The Hellish shenanigans worked into the Wolverine, but Soul Drainer never quite found a target. Smashnaz was always quite literally on top of things. There is a reason that this torch has been banned and barred from Zero Tenacity's end, as much as teams coming up against
Smash 22,000 damage. No one else is in like 10,000 damage.
25-0. He did
Damn.
not drop.
Kitty.
Was never extinguished a singular time.
I love you.
Bro, Yomo's heads right there. Zero Tenacity, they definitely were more of a kite and fight than a tank and spank team. You know, we saw great rotations coming through from Winnie and Oasis, just buying time for Knuten and Smash to really leverage the off angles that they were gaining on Low 9's more front to back kind of composition. But they were always chasing after the main core of Zero Tenacity, who often were just outspeeding them on those counter rotations due to the information that was being gathered by the flyers.
We have 3
in these advanced positions.
Yeah,
how does the banning work here? So many characters on the top.
Coming on from Zero Tenacity.
Each team gets 4 bans and 2 saves. Basically, what you are doing is you are banning for the other team, so and you can save for your team. So if you ban Star-Lord for the other team, they can't use Star-Lord. But you can also save Star-Lord for your team, so they can't. So your team can play Star-Lord and they can't ban it.
Involved in the brawl because you need her to be on that off angle, having that 2-tap potential coming on through. As unfortunately, the second that you've exhausted your shift, your reposition Raven form, you do tend to get taken out pretty quickly, as Hella's hitbox is pretty sizable.
Yeah, she can be very vulnerable. That large head as well does mean plenty of crits can go her way. We'll have to see if L9 will be able to find a variation, but really gives them an edge up over on Z10 after this break.
There's another break? Damn. Honestly, a good ban system, especially with them adding so many characters. I enjoy the ban system. It prevents a lot of teams from like not mirroring each other, because every team is gonna have different bans. And the one thing I do like, the one thing I do have a question about is, what is it gonna look like in a year? Because if they're adding 12 new characters every year, right? 1 new character every month. How the hell is this gonna even like add up? Like, our comp games can only ban what, 2 characters per team? They're gonna have to go to like 3 or 4 eventually. No, I do not want the tournament ban system to transition to comp. If you have a save system in comp, you're gonna get a lot of those fucking like Spider-Man one tricks or like all those one tricks who are saying, hey guys, trust me, I'm the best Spider-Man ever. Let's save Spider-Man. Have you guys ever had those people on your team? Hey guys, trust me. Trust me, we will win if you let me play Spider-Man. Don't ban Spider-Man. You guys don't do it. You trust your teammate. And that Spider-Man player that said trust him is now 2-15. And you're like, why the fuck did I trust this guy? Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do saves in ranked. Like in competitive play, it makes sense because these players practice with each other, they scrim with each other, they know the different teams, they know what they're good at, they want to ban and try to win because there's money on the line. In ranked, there's nothing on the line besides ego and like whatever. They're just gonna start. You start throwing. I do think the one thing I do have to say about the ban system that they do now, the one thing I do want them to change is what I want them to do it like Overwatch. If I ban Magneto and your team is banning Magneto and Spider-Man,
yeah,
I should be able to ban Magneto, and you should not be able to ban Magneto as well. You should automatically go to the Spider-Man, which was your second choice. So there's not that double ban. So there's not that same ban.
Three strategists just calling and catering to his every beck and whim.
Yo, Richie, happy birthday, my friend. Happy birthday. Not gonna lie, it's ain't all that exciting at the 30. I'm 31 today. Hey, happy birthday, happy birthday.
He wants.
Yeah, Smashnez asks, Smashnez receives. Zero Nasty. I think they've read very well here, pivoting into a flyer composition against.
Thanks for wearing the glasses early today, Jay. I didn't want to hold this nut in all day.
It's fairly easy to shut down that cap dive just using the Ultron drone. It doesn't really drain resources either, because the Ultron drone has no cooldown to reposition. So it's fairly easy to track that approach.
And drained of the Psylocke as follow through as well, given the fact that Psylocke was targeted, does mean that Captain America on his own does not have to be dealt with as rapidly as is required when he
I read that one out loud? Bro!
As Magneto is going to be removed
what?
from both sides, as both
because
of
it's
them
right there in my face.
Retaining that Emma as the Vanguard instead.
All right, yeah. Prioritizing that Emma. We did see it prioritized by Low 9 for Wolver to play. But honestly, I would have liked to have seen Saintamoto pick up the Emma and beyond the Doctor Strange, where he has been getting so much value thus far. Wouldn't mind seeing Low 9 go for a Zero Tenacity, look for a Hulk pivot if things start to get a little bit dicey. Whenever Lugia is fantastic at the Hulk. Central Park is, of course, the map choice here, and this was Low 9's choice. They're going to go for a very early ban onto Vassallo, which is kind of interesting considering that they do have quite a bit of space and runway before they have to really address that Psylocke.
Yeah, but if you want Smashnez on the torch, banning the Psylocke is definitely going to force Low 9's hand into having to look at a torch ban a little bit earlier than they potentially would have wanted. It very much feels like Zero Tenacity are heating the pressure up for Low 9 to try and target out Smashnez.
All right, both for the Vanguard du jour, the Photom Vanguards, have now been banned away from Zero Tenacity. Likely unbothered by those. Unlikely to see a Lugia go pivot into the thing, though, given that Crisis is generally going to be playing over the Punisher, the Winter Soldier, or the Hela. Would be unsurprising to see the Punisher ban, and there it is. We might have to see a
Punso.
Punisher Protect here from
yeah.
Zero Tenacity.
I think that is the direction that you could go for sure, since you've now been able to make it that, yeah, Knuten is going to be the only Punisher on the scene, and Cloak and Dagger still being in play as well, but no, it's a Luna Snow save. Instead, as Low9 now really have to scratch their heads and try and figure out what to exhaust this last ban on, because Psylocke is still up for Zero Tenacity, and so too is Punisher and Wolverine, and it looks like they're actually going to be going for the Punisher prioritization, which means that Luna now allows that Psylocke so much more value, as Low9, anticipating a Psylocke coming through, are going to instantly be saving Gonski's Loki, so they have the doppelgangers to at least be able to try and absorb some of the pressure that comes from the Dance of the Butterflies.
Oh, if we see a Wolverine ban here, I would not be surprised to see Lugia actually make the play onto the Hulk. The Hulk really thrives with Luna on the field because she's so good at just sustaining through the meat sponging that he does, you know, the long range healing, really not suffering that much from damage drop off, and the capacity to give over that Snowflake, the Idol Aura, can be so important. And there it is, Lugia locking in the Hulk.
It's also for Ducky 1 on the Groot. Wolverine is not really what you want to have in play when Groot is going to be coming on through. But then again, we have seen that Zero Tenacity and Low9 have been able to deal with Wolverines in the past. And it being Central Park, we have seen Zero Tenacity in the past utilize Ducky with that Groot. And then you can get even more value with the Hulk coming through, as well as getting to see that Namor. Strangling Prison, Horn of Proteus is not an ultimate that you want to see get paired together if you're a strategist on the other side, because it has enough damage to pass, to break through all of the heals per second. It's just the regen domain that's going to be able to bail you out.
Regeneration domain might be the only option, but it was stolen away in advance.
Let's get this shot. Let's get this. Sorry.
Ban
I was ordering chai latte so I can stay awake.
After that Magneto.
I love my chai.
Incredibly important. Low9 going to be opening up on the attack first. Question is, do they instantly invest themselves a portal here from Wolver, or are they just going to walk it down slow and see what they're dealing with?
Yeah, it's going to be
Wolver is a really great strange.
Winter Soldier on the field as well for both of these teams, given that Loki is in play for both of these teams. Wolver's shield going to be breaking a little bit, but allowing Crisis a perfect angle to start building up to this first Kraken impact.
And even I simply lie. Crisis is going to be able to, of course, really move through. Well, both.
How many
Crisis
hours did you sleep?
Knuten
5 hours.
Through these clones with the Rotterstern at range, and of course the Kraken impact when it builds up. Already 50% here. Ducky got isolated. Must have been pulled in by Pinkline right there, who's been having a lights out week on the Invisible Woman so far. Smashners already has used their Blessing of the Deep and has to be extra careful from the situation by the
I got a Nashville hot chicken.
Too easily though when you get hooked on in
to
the territory of Low9. Great play off the back of Saint Tomoto following up, and this is what I want to see. Saint Tomoto pivoting over onto the.
You like their
Well, Ducky 1 going down early does mean that they're going to be able to strange TP recontest, and oh, never mind.
Did Boba cuddle with you? I love, Boba's such a great cat. All 3 cats slept with us last night.
Breaking into B.
Okay, chat, let's see this.
Has been found separated from the team, and a separated Hulk is a weak Hulk. That Vanguard is now going to get staggered even longer.
Lugia, you can't be doing that, bro.
Jerky. Just giving enough time for Lugia to reach the cart and stop it before executing once again. And it feels like right now the control onto Ducky has been absolutely sublime.
Saint Tomoto keeping up the charge on that. Emma does go get grabbed
nice
out
dash
by the
to avoid the wall.
the diamond form to pull back onto. Zero Tenacity try to pull this one back. Knuten with the ultimate helped buoyed up by the fate of Blowforce. Potentially gets shut down by the Eye of Agamotto from Wolver though. And there it is. The Maelstrom of Madness takes the Winter Soldier down.
Quick tap of the purple aura, and guess what? It's a mistiming when it comes to both the Strangling Prison and the Horn of Proteus. They can't be used together. Zero Tenacity, I don't know how they fumbled this fight so hard. They have everything they needed.
I think
now
you're
with so
fine.
many players down, Lugia is using the World Breaker Hulk. This has got to be a comp pivot, right?
Yeah, Smashnaz is coming.
What region playoffs is this? This is EMEA.
Just so they can potentially hit into that backline. Maybe
Europe, so EMEA stands for Europe.
For one of their strategists to drain the momentum.
Yeah, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So basically,
for the Kraken impact,
EU.
As the Wolverine grabs, doesn't find the grab. finds the damage onto Ducky.
Yeah, the Berserk status serves them well here. I believe it was an attempt at a troll portal coming through from Wolver, but it was grabbed, stunned by the Bronic hook of Newton. Ready to go yet again with another one. Smashnez on the off angle, needs to give over that drone, but Ducky one overwhelmed once again, going up against that Wolverine. It's so difficult when you are the wooden creature. Winnie the next one to fall on down. It's Wolver claiming.
Damn, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I predicted this was gonna be a 3-0 or a 3-1 zero tenacity, bro. They are getting fucking rolled right now. They have not even one kill. Oh no.
In the first aspect of third, he's gonna swap now over towards that Iron Man, having all of the spam pressure as well as the team up nanotech from Smashnez, so that he can get that beam that damages and heals enemies and allies alike, as we can see him to start to farm those.
Oh, you know what's actually really interesting? That the European teams are now running Iron Man after we saw Iron Man yesterday, chat. Remember the Iron Man that we saw yesterday? I think it was Sentinels. That guy was absolutely fucking disgusting.
Might be Ducky off the map right there from Jerky's play. Seems like they have managed to survive for now, but guess what? Lugi is claiming a bunch of space. The repulsor blast too much to deal with. Zero tenacity. Investing the Rage of Ultron are rewarded for all of the dividends that they tried.
Yeah, Ryan Mazing on that Iron Man chat was absolutely fucking crazy, dude.
Commodity and that ability.
The investment of Strangling Prison, not in coordination with the Iron Man ult, though. I wonder if they're going to use it to just try and lights out shut down this Kraken Impact coming through from low 9. Because you do have to worry. Eye of Agamotto Kraken Impact is a lethal combination that Oasis might not be able to heal through, as Jerky's already gotten his hands on one. And that's the last stand. When he's able to get the regeneration domain off in time. And Knuten is there on the other side.
I think Iron Man's really good here. They have to go through a small choke, and you can just sit there spamming that choke.
Floats there menacingly with the armor overdrive. Wolver's gonna have trouble getting back into spawn right here. Crisis needs to be avoided. Oh, Ducky's a little bit far away. Must have been pinned off the map. Jerky with the perfect picture of the Wolverine. Has to be disengaged here. A lack. Oh, hello around the back. Newton's cooking. Newton's cooked actually. Gonski grabs that one. Plenty of doppelgangers. Allow him to roll on through. But Nano Beam for DPS isn't great. You were hoping to try and heal instead. Lugia isolated inside the invisible boundary. But Strategist had no idea where their Vanguard was.
Oh, that's devastating. Zero Tenacity losing Ducky 1. It was awful for them. They need the Strangling Prison combined with Knuten. And now Lernheim get the opportunity to split the two ultimates from coming on through just by potentially taking the group down early. Lugia jumps to Knuten to provide the armor. The maximum pulse comes through with the Strangling Prison, but it's shielded by low 9 and survived.
Only Lugia stunned out by that.
Wolver has always some crazy ults, man.
Heads up play to not be so greedy, but instead just to facilitate the frags as they come on through. Gonski in major danger. Smashnez unable to convert though. Crisis when it comes to aim. This guy is the one and only. And when he found that out the hard way in the midst of all of this, looking for a hook, Knuten manages to dodge around behind that pillar. But you need to get on to a point right now. Afflicted with the culling debuff. Lugia's gonna.
Oh my god, that's tilting, bro. If I was Crisis, I'd be tilted right now. Hitting that guy that was alone on point with your Kraken Impact or your ultimate ability and not getting that final kill to get another one, that's tilting.
Maybe a carbon crush grabbed them out. Knuten with 2, but Vidalis grabbed by the invincible pulse cannon. And it seems like on this last point of Central Park, it's Zero Tenacity who are invincible.
Zero Tenacity just have so much map space. They've got all of the cover, plus their respawns are right there. Low 9 are slowly but surely chipping away at some of these ultimate economies.
Knuten on DPS popping off, chat. That's what he needed to do.
Ultron and the Iron Man. It feels like they're getting their ultimates up every second fight or so. And Knuten already is hovering above the door frame, getting that damage, getting the accuracy markers that scouts out the positions. And out comes the armor core overdrive to slow the rotation down yet again and force the regen domain before Strangling Prison comes through.
Oh, the follow-up on the Strangling Prison from the Stone Haymakers is absolutely brutalizing.
Nice. What? Hey, Zero Tenacity finally woke up, bro. They haven't gotten a single kill till third point, but hey.
But low 9 is saving it for when it's at its most valuable, when they have the least amount of time. They're going to have to deal with Knuten coming on through with another invincible pulse. And it feels like this armor core overdrive has been the thing that's allowed Zero Tenacity to come back into this fight. Yet again, it comes on through, and low 9 pay Fate of both worlds just to pave their way.
Yeah, an exchange here for the Rage of Ultron. It's going to be all about where Knuten decides to try and put this invincible pulse on, and going up against Double Shield. It's difficult to get the value, and yet Gonski and Saitomoto are nowhere to be seen. Reduced to atoms. Knuten grabbed from the sky, taken to the earth. Jerky's turning him into some meat within there, but Zero Tenacity holding for 5 minutes on third. Low 9 have their win condition, but they must be disappointed with how that went.
Knuten just wait so patiently for the Emma
Bro,
to be placed.
all they needed to do was take our boy off of support and put him back on DPS,
You
chat.
can finesse it. Even if there's a shield in the way, you can place your ultimate ever so slightly to the side of it or potentially behind it, and it will still be able to connect onto a player that from their POV they should be shielded from. Unfortunately, the second that Saitomoto places
Oh, never mind. I was about to say, why are teams not running Punisher? Both teams banned Punisher. Unfortunate. Yo, Jamie,
It's getting real populated.
There's a Jamie
Over the course
FF
of this
2008.
series,
Appreciate the
many
massive
a
prime sub, my
frag
friend.
Between them, Knuten walking away with,
Wait, 2008? Were you born in 2008?
That's just what happens when you put all your resources into the Iron Man. But Knuten
Holy shit! Wait, I just realized, chat.
I mean, if you take away the resources from Smash Nez, they
Two-
just get
Oh my
rerouted.
god, I just felt so
Knuten,
old.
and he got
2000. If you were
everything
born
he
in
could
2008,
possibly want.
in
Low
3
Nine
more
were just
years, you would be
never
fucking
able to
20.
Find the Iron Man when we headed into third. Jerky could potentially have been a problem for him to deal with, but that building on the last part of third just
I'm
provides
old.
so much cover for the Iron Man to hold himself around that you don't even have to worry
I was in
about
high
lacking
school
the
in
invis to be
2008,
able to
bro. I
force
graduated
him
in
to knock the Wolverine
13.
back from his connection. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Out comes Knuten in the Iron Man armor once more.
Chat, you guys are gonna remember me, bro,
Tony
right?
Stark takes to the skies. The hero that Zero Tenacity needed, nay, demanded, after being absolutely flummoxed on points.
What year are you? What year was I born? I'm a 94. I was born in the 90s, bro.
Behind the vanguards on the entry, the thing a little bit harder to grab, but Ducky's certainly going to be the primary victim here. Still,
Okay, let's see this.
already
I
the
think
damage has been
low
done.
key.
He was so worried about the Duck, who didn't look at what was in the rest
I
of the
think
box.
what was his name, chat? Rye Mazing. I think the
It was
Sentinels
acidic.
low key actually made a new comp. I have not seen a lot of Iron Man players until I guess what Rye Mazing. Where this is the second Iron Man player after that. I think Iron Man is really good, especially with Ultron.
Which is an absolute gallery for Ducky to come on through with these Groot walls. And Knuten off the first fight is already going to have the first ultimate on the field.
During the armor overdrive, the heal from Renano being very effective at sustaining the Iron Man even when facing down 6. Crisis falls down to a miscellaneous poke. Just the absolute smorgasbord of pain that's being pushed out here by Zero Tenacity once again. Yet another invincible pulse cannon, good to go, making sure to break through that Guardian shield in advance. The Aegis is gone too. Oh, Pinkloin taken down before everyone else could roll on through.
Yeah, nah.
Knuten,
bro, Knuten. I'm telling you, I think the meta. I think the meta might be Iron Man, chat.
It could not work out.
Turned 30 3 weeks ago. Yo, happy belated, bro.
Right now. Every single time there's a regen domain coming on through from Gonski, out comes Armor Overdrive, and all of the runes 100
Wait,
HP.
chat, what was Jerky doing, bro? It looked like he was drunk driving right there. What?
Disappearing in the blink of an eye. Low 9 are caught out. Half of that team is still in the B spawn, which means the Zero Tenacity gets so much free payload distance.
Oh, they have to touch.
Wow, bro. I thought Low 9 was doing great on this map, bro. Zero Tenacity has 6 minutes. 6 fucking minutes.
What Zero Tenacity did. A 6-minute hold on third to bring themselves into this series.
I turned 31 2 days ago. Yo, Dirty Mike, happy birthday, bro.
Knuten has the one shot and Ducky
Can you still get the Emma drops here? No, you can't get the Emma drops anywhere, bro. You're late. Emma drops are already done.
On this angle. Jerky's gonna go over to the hella hit scan to try and take the flyer down and clip his wings, but the hubris is going to be there. If they all walk out, then they don't know that the Iron Man's behind them.
I turned 42 back in May. Yo, 42 years old watching me. Hey, that's massive respect right there. I like that.
In the doppelganger, raised up exactly what was needed with that crystal, and now it's down to Gonski. Great copy coming through. God of Mischief grabs the Lunar Roll to a fate of both worlds.
Yes, you could get the Emma drops. No, you cannot get the Emma drops. The Emma drops were done on the 27th, chat. They were done yesterday morning.
And still, Lugia going to be overwhelmed here. And that's all down to Gonski getting the angle that was needed to shut it down with the Fate of Both Worlds.
I mean, one fight win. That's how Jay3 Nasty was able to claw their way through third for a 5-minute hold. Low9 get that one fight that they needed. It's going to be so much harder now to maneuver the mechanical flyers into a position where Knuten can get away with all that he was in first and second. Jerky and Crisis are going to have immediate access to the health bars coming through from all of these secluded chokes.
Things are going to be real difficult now for Lugia. Going up against the double poker, both for Hela and the Winter Soldier. Still a pocket going in onto Knuten. That forces out the regeneration domain from the Loki. And here comes the first of a Fate of Both Worlds, this time courtesy of Winnie. Maybe a way to try and shut this one down. You cannot heal through the environmental frags if it do come through, but Saint Tomoto's nowhere to be seen. An invincible pulse cannon raised up already. Oh,
damn, there goes Knuten though.
Above. And when Knuten falls low, Wolf is there to deliver at the finality. And Crisis is creating a crisis.
Did you guys see that?
Zero Tenacity, 2 have already fallen down. Lugia
Bro, Cat, what the hell are you doing?
And Ratatoska is moving forward, pounding with all 4 feet. The Vanguards are just doing it by themselves. They got an Ultron behind them. They got themselves the hold in place from a strangling prison from downtown. The invincible pulse cannon fails to hit pay dirt, but they will hit the mark that they needed to. The Invisible Woman could not make it to the end, and 6 minutes was just too much to ask for. Low9 are down 2-0 in their elimination match.
It costs so much to keep an eye on Knuten that once that problem had been solved, nothing was left. There was an economic
I have a standing desk
in terms of ults and resources that
yeah, like I said, chat, I think this is going to be an easy 3-0 or 3-1.
On through with the Groot and the Thing just frontline.
Knuten going 38 and 6, 16 final hits and 31,000 damage on that Iron Man.
Make sure that they had that area, that level of sustain to continue the momentum pushing on through. And that was such a fast take of first and second. And even though they got slowed down temporarily on third, they were able to come on through with the fight, utilizing Fate of Both.
Hey Jay, hope you're doing good and lucky that you're live, waiting for my graduate class to start getting my master's done this summer. Yo, good shit, bro. Good shit. Good shit.
Oh, so difficult to try and deal with that. I'm like, honestly, finding those angles again and again. Respect Gonski being able to shut down that flank one with the doppelganger cast into the regeneration domain, just to make sure that all of that damage was converted into healing.
I just did a playback and the cat jumped from the chair. Was insane. Yeah, you saw that, bro?
He was able to absorb it.
Jockey must have been trying for a leap as well, with a feral leap to try and stun.
I don't think anyone clipped it, but I could probably find it.
For that. Both they had
it happened like 3 minutes ago. He literally jumped from my chair. The chair was so far away.
And there to the Emma,
and then he was like hanging on for dear life
of the ground, so that the AoE splash can still find the connection onto the players beneath. And Jay3 Tenacity, we talked about it, right? The flexibility of this roster. You're gonna feel like you have them pinned down, and give them like 2 minutes, they'll come up with an entirely new game plan, an entirely new composition, and all of a sudden you are flummoxed for 5 minutes, where you're just scratching your head, looking at the drawing board, being like, what do we do into this, guys?
I mean, Luna is more and more commonly making the draft now as well and getting into a game, which means that we still haven't seen Knuten's patented pivot onto the Hawkeye with that Icy Arrow team up. So maybe that could come if things get a little bit more complicated. Low9 keep throwing these new looks. I like seeing the pivot over onto the Saint Tomoto Emma Frost myself. But I think there's still so much more to play through here. We're going to have a quick break, and then map number 3 is coming on the other side.
Oh, do you see it? Wait, can you link it to me? I want to see it. Did I get 90 fishing? Bro, it's taking so long, man. If anyone's here that's old enough to remember, bro, I've been fishing on my second monitor ever since like this tournament started, to keep my brain active because my brain needs to go burr. I'm 6% away from level 87. 6%. I need 204 more sharks. I'm just popping off and collecting sharks, man. I'm still going, bro. I'm still going. I'm still going. I mean, I'm doing sharks because it's very easy for me, bro. I just leave it on there and just get to watch the... I just get to watch the stream. Wait, did you get the clip? Oh, I thought you already got it. Sorry, I wanted to see it. I couldn't see it. All I saw was him just dangling there. I think the next 2 games are going to be a lot better, chat. I think these 2 games, I think these 2 games are going to be basically like very fast, and then Rad against Berber Patapim, I think is going to be a better game. I don't think that's going to be a 3-0. And then Virtus Pro against, I'm guessing it's going to be Zero Tenacity is going to be a good game too. Fuck, my voice is dying. Oh, let me see this. Look at this cat. Look at this. Oh my god, chat. Look at the cat. You can see the cat right behind me. He was right behind me. And then you see him fucking jump and then, like, dangle right there. What the fuck, bro? Oh, wait. You guys can't see it because I'm fucking blocking it. Look at this cat. The cat's right here behind my head. He jumps right here and starts fucking dangling, trying to lift himself up.
True, but I mean, it's going to be a really tough time of it, right? Because we were talking in the break, you can't ban Zero Tenacity out of Iron Man, because then something else is able to get through. And if you give Canute and say, punish,
bro, this fucking cat, dude.
Not gonna have a fun time off of it either. And this is where Zero Tenacity's true strength has come through.
All right, let's see this.
Undeniable, highest flexibility, I think, of one of the teams in the EMEA region, right? Doesn't matter if you ban them out of Vanguard. Doesn't matter.
Where
if you
are you, Bubba?
Just doesn't matter if you ban them out of Duelists.
Is
They
Bubba with you?
always have a composition they can fall back onto.
Crazy
yeah, the
cat.
flexibility is one of the main.
Yo, Polis for
Zero
21 months.
Tenacity
Appreciate it.
Into any of these games. And like Newton, I think we can pretty much consider unbannable, which is why Smash is often catching the ban on the Human Torch, which I believe is Smash's best hero and one of the best heroes in general right now, despite receiving the nerfs. But just allowed Human Torch to start getting played.
Okay, let's see this chat.
It's a Racco. That lone
I don't know about you guys, but I'm actually very sick and tired of seeing Human Torch in these tournaments and games. Can we just like ban or nerf Human Torch?
Off of a good ban draft system coming on through, as Emma is going to be the vanguard that both of these teams prioritize.
I actually don't think
rotation,
anyone likes Torch.
especially if we're going to be seeing things like the Captain America circulating once more.
This is where we saw Low 9 slay Insomnia yesterday, and I believe Zero Tenacity actually like going to this map.
Huh?
I think they may like it more in theory than they do in practice. I don't think their win rate's actually that great on it.
Well, we saw them with the solo Vanguard all the way back on their first day of play in the group stages, where we got to see the triple duelist composition.
I wonder if Marvel Rivals is going to come out with a character that, like,
given the fact that Magneto and Invis were all
next season, that I don't know, that counters like dive. Maybe we're not going to be playing this flying meta anymore and whatnot.
So it's definitely going to be something that Low 9 have to be cognizant of as a potential pop-up.
Yeah, Emily's feeling better. Thank you.
All right, so it's actually going to be protecting their Emma Frost here. Both teams opting into that one. And just removing Crisis.
Like a support character. I want to, like, another support character that's like Mantis, that's easy, that can like easily peel for your like backline.
Ultron ban as well. The Flyers going to bed. I mean, this is also like a pseudo ban onto Canuten's Iron Man as well, which you don't really want to waste a ban on because it's too much of a pocket strat to invest in.
Well, when Smashnaz gets rid of Torch, he pivots onto the Ultron. Tends to be how Zero Tenacity recoup that loss. So, like you said, this is a shadow nerf to Knutten's Iron Man if that comes on through. However, what's not a nerf is the fact that Zero Tenacity secure one-sided Punisher. So Knutten's not going to be going onto the Iron Man in the slightest.
One-sided Punisher, chat. A one-sided Punisher.
And more importantly as well, Cloak and Dagger has been able to make it through for Zero Tenacity's side too, given the fact that Low9 put so much stock into double banning against Smashnaz instead.
However, Gonski being able to get away with a low keep, that is a huge asset to Low9 whenever Gonski.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I wouldn't believe the leaks. As a streamer,
Gonski Loki. And it's
I've been hearing that Blade is going to be coming out for 3 seasons now, and Blade has not come out. And all these other leaks that all these characters are coming out, this character's coming out, and that they have not been coming out. So I don't know.
Come through for Zero Tenacity. This is a strategy that has been popularized. A couple of teams have run it for multiple regions actually on the attacking rounds of Araka, where you take advantage of all of the narrow hallways and the projectile bounce, the ricochet off of all of those projectiles coming.
They have it in that, bro.
To be able to incredibly quickly.
Bro, Blade has been sleeping for 2 seasons, bro. Chat.
Just stampedes.
Maybe he's never waking up. Have you guys ever thought about that? Maybe he's just never gonna wake up. No, he's awake. But
is anyone gonna be using Orion's Lancaster bomber crosshair?
Oh, please no. You know,
I know he's awake, chat, but hey, maybe he's going on vacation now. You don't know.
Wow. I was unaware of that.
I was minding my own business the other day, just having a fun time of watching Marvel Rivals content, and all of a sudden I get flashbanged by Orion's crosshair coming on through. I'm just like, no. Potentially we see it from the attacking side. The defense might also go for it just to have a little bit of a pressure on a regroup situation from the attackers, but it's much more commonly seen on the attacking side, with the defenders preferring for a spawn camp composition, more vanguards in the mix to stall things out properly.
The hell is that?
Smashing is going to be rolling over here.
Jesus Christ.
The Namor, just to get some value out of this Lugia team up. And of course, the Lugia. Oh, wait, hold up. We're going to be seeing Morva play the Storm once again. We actually saw this yesterday in conjunction with the Johnny Storm.
Or Sushi.
We're not actually seeing the setup from the Human Torch just yet. A 3-person fly through here to try and force Smash.
I like this map. I don't know if you guys like this map. I love this map.
From the other side,
I hated it at first because I had a bad experience, but this map has actually been a lot of fun.
Yeah, the one-sided storm too, so you have that tempo push. You can outplay your opponent with sheer damage and speed alone, as Jerky gets the better of Knutten, sending him off of that map. And with Punisher down, Zero Tenacity's chances of winning this fight go down exponentially, to the point that they're just going to try and disengage and stabilize.
Yeah, maybe there's a world here where Zero Tenacity have to try and pivot to take advantage of Saint Tomoto being that solo vanguard, but it certainly is a little bit easier to do that with Lugia in the back, distracting all of your strategists. Crisis' disengagement. Oh, the
yeah, I think Zero Tenacity is taking this. They're taking this W, chat.
There by Jerky, so that's going to be a slight opening.
Trade for trade, but Zero Tenacity with Smashnaz on this Psylocke, they now have a lot of mobility to put pressure onto the backline of Low9. As Wolver off of that storm, they use it to break the first corner. Now it goes over to the Doctor Strange, so that you have one extra Vanguard, one extra shield.
What do you think is the King's Row of this game?
A little bit of survivability against Knutten, who's going to be coming on through with the final judgment, and it's going to be off of the back of that Eternal Bond.
Damn, I don't know if there. I don't know if there is a King's Row of this game. I like the Yggdrasil.
Moving forward now with the Eternal Bond, I believe it has actually fallen down.
The convoy map. It's like the Loki map that rebuilds itself. That's a payload, and you're basically escorting a like a sword with the 2 goats. I love that map. That map has been my favorite. Also,
was destroyed in the midst of all of this. Yeah, Jerky.
Poor Lugia, but like Zero Tenacity is holding this shit down, chat.
Environmental frags, but still Low9 off a massive investment, can't get the car progress.
Yeah, Crisis is a little bit of an internal crisis of his own. Rounds the corner with Kraken Impact.
The sword and 2 goats. It's the map that has the goats going.
Ah! They're
screaming all the time. You guys have to know what map I'm talking about, bro.
To utilize the final judgment. It was also a copied Eternal Bond coming on for a double up from both Oasis and Winnie. So final judgment now is going to have to come alone off of just space provided by the
Oh damn, he's getting deleted here.
You're providing ample room right now. Both ultimates invested, but that allows Wolver to come through with a huge Eye of Agamotto, claiming both of the backline.
Yes, done both the strategists there. Oasis and Winnie
Bro, look at
both
this
full
crackhead.
smashers with only 138 HP to work with. Is just going to have to watch Lugia's
Look at this guy.
nubile form be destroyed.
Don't do that.
Physics from Pink
Oh, he actually made it.
They
Wow.
were looking for, and finally Low9 get the opening. And once again, when you need a hero, look to the leader of the wolf pack. Look to the west and listen for the howl.
Yeah, Wolver with the Maelstrom of Madness follow through is the thing that allows Low9
Oh
to
my
finally
God.
break first.
I have never
They still
gave-
have to worry, though,
I haven't
about the
given
final
Bova
judgment, which
catnip
has
yet.
been
I wonder what that would feel
delayed.
like.
Delayed a little bit further as Knuten goes off the map.
Do you want some catnip?
Unfortunate. Is going to mean that Zero Tenacity have to give up a huge amount of space here. Early attempt at a Sonic Seduction. Almost going to grab in Ducky, who was controlled first by Jerky, offered up to the White Queen herself. And it hasn't been great progress on the Flora Colossus thus far, but moving through these chokes is going to be very difficult for Zero Tenacity now. They might have to invest something like a final judgment.
I mean, they've got to worry about that Eternal Bond copy that Gonski has to be able to secure. Zero Tenacity finally line up the final judgment, but Winnie's getting pressured. There comes the copy, God of Mischief from Winnie into Eternal Bond. Knuten now with the final judgment puts the pressure onto Low9 as they all try and fall back, disengage into the safety of Invis boundary.
Oh no, Knuten, bro. Come on, man.
And now Kraken Impact turns back the fight back into Low9's control.
Oh, it's a perfect bait and switch from Low9. And now Jerky's just going to be the final note in this song. However, it's not a happy song for Zero Tenacity. They invested so much having to go forward. And that all came down to Crisis getting an early poke as well. Now TPing back is Knuten. Needs this last second contest onto the Flora Colossus, stopping B from being finished that early. They're moving forward, though, with an Eternal Bond coming through. So there's plenty of staying power. Was already been taken down. Sentient seized and thereafter punished. A Terror Cape is going to mean plenty of damage to try and
I did not know how that. I did not know that, Heisen.
Smashers fall before them, and it's going to be difficult to try and survive. This one just floats away with the cloak of levitation. Lugi has arrived with the clobbering time, stuns out two, but Gonski's able to survive courtesy of their own regeneration domain. Crisis falls through the cracks, however, when everyone's busy thinking about peeling for themselves. That's
Oh, that's a big ult. That is a big ult right there by Ducky.
Seduced by the White Queen. Ducky gets the value. They were so
Bro,
desperate to
you know
try
what?
and
I'm gonna
find.
cheer for Zero Tenacity because they have a person named Ducky, chat. We're the duck guy, bro. Why didn't I put two and two earlier, like, together?
A pit of danger that Zero Tenacity are in full control of, but Knuten now onto the Doctor Strange because of that teleport is not going to be that for the Punisher. So all of the damage is going to come through from this Eye of Agamotto, which Saint Tomoto can shut down. Zero Tenacity have to respect the win condition. Low9 are in control of Eye of Agamotto. Last Stand as well as Kraken Impact can all finish off the fight.
Rolling forward once again with the God of Mischief providing the addition. Oh, Oasis grabbed out of the Eternal Bond. It wasn't the caster of the ultimate though, so it is still available. Three-person Eye of Agamotto from Knuten. Not just a duelist, can deliver on the Strange as well. And the delivery certainly was found here. Gonski is going to be staggered on the other side. Ducky walking up with a 100 charged beam.
Oh, they're just camping the spawn. If it's the Strange TP, it's Jerky having to go over towards the
Oh, my
so
back.
physically get into position.
Oh, I'm
and touch.
old, bro.
I think
Fuck,
better
that
off
hurt.
They put Saint Tomoto onto
Jesus
the Venom
Christ.
Instead, as overtime will indeed activate. But Low9 haven't been
Excuse
able
me.
to port the portal.
Oh, Lugia as they come on through. Just able to do so much damage with Stone Haymakers. Knuten has returned to Vanguard duties in front of all of this. Surely you can't survive. Oh, Crisis rolls on up with this.
Crisis. Uh-oh. Crisis.
Is he him? He very well could be. Another reset going after
Yeah,
Gonski.
Crisis is him, chat. Crisis is him. Oh, Crisis is him, bro. Crisis, if he's not doing this consistently, they're gonna lose. Crisis is a really good player.
Lucky Bonds, Incarnate Crisis.
You know you're old when it hurts when you sneeze. Oh, bro, chat. Does anyone here sneeze and get hurt? Someone, I saw someone say they sneezed a few months back and they like pulled their back.
Worked against them. Eternal Bond is out from Oasis, but the doppelgangers are still up, and Knuten goes over to the Moon Knight. I mean, you've got Loki doppelgangers. Low9 are playing so stacked up. You should be able to build Hand of Khonshu almost immediately. He's already 80% to the ult.
275 HP, baby. The buffs have come on through. We got the survivability. We got the ult to play with. Lugia grabbed. Crisis already punished, though. Here comes the hand of Khonshu raining down upon low 9, and the damage is easy to follow up for Zero Tenacity. They have the mobility.
Someone on my YouTube said I pulled my back after a bong rip coughing too hard. Unk things.
Low 9 have backed up all the way to their spawn. They've lost control of so much space. Crisis is going to have the ultimate Kraken impact, yes, but Zero Tenacity have room to be able to disengage it now.
And they have so much safety up here on this bridge as well. Gonna take so
all right, chat, last fight coming up. Let's see this. I think Zero Tenacity's winning this.
Long range poke instead. Jerky moving on to the Hella Smash, and it's caught out a touch too early. A big
oh, that's not good. That's not good. Oh, and Zero Tenacity's using ults too.
This might be an overinvestment here, though. Oh, that's a big clobbering time. 5 stuns from Lugia. That's
yeah, but they're using. Why are they using ults in a 4v6, bro? Just wait till your team comes back. They already baited out like 2-3 ults.
From the eternal bond that was laying on.
Just wait for your team to come back and then pop all your ults. You guys still are up in actually kind of even now in ult economy. If they saved their ults, they would have been a lot better.
One fight that Zero Tenacity need to win if they invest it all, but the staggers are brutal. Lugia goes
I did not jinx them, chat. Like, they don't need to use ults when it's a 4v6, chat. It's a 4v6. They popped Cloak and Dagger ult, which was good, but that Cloak and Dagger ult actually made them pop like 2 ults on low 9. That's good. That's a good trade. Then you come back with more ults next fight and you win. You're not going to win that overtime fight, chat, when you're already down 2.
That's what Z10 have in their back pocket. Is what they need to deploy.
Just
Lugia already going up against 100 charge. Emma Beam has fallen down. Smash there's in the back. Sonic seduction drops on.
There you go, bro. There you go. Like, it makes no sense, chat. No, not in overtime. You should not do that. No, chat. I understand it's overtime, but think about it. That is a big gamble. You are using your ults in a 4v6, which you're more likely to lose that fight. You lost a tank and a DPS. 4v6, you use Cloak ult. I think the other team used Inviswoman and it's like 2 other ults. That's good. Instead of pouring more ults in an already lost fight, save the ults, go next team fight, and win the next team fight. Because if you keep using your ults in that already lost team fight, you're not going to have any ults for the next team fight, and then you're going to potentially lose that fight too. I can't. My voice is dying. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
All of the players are there. Throw an anchor in, grab them all into one place. Zero Tenacity just needed one fight, and the second that the swaps came through, they were setting up to take it.
Yeah, great heads-up play from Knuten. A hero we rarely see. The Moon Knight did receive a recent buff, but I still don't think it's enough to make
Professor J3's up early. Man, you already know, bro. You already know. You already know.
Into a series against Virtus Pro.
You already know.
Only they can capture 2 points and 97
I should bring out the whiteboard.
Yeah, you can see Zero Tenacity. They're thinking it's going to be a stacked spawn hold once more. That's why we've got the Squirrel Goal and the Moon Knight. Low 9 not going to be playing.
So cute, cat. This cat is so cute. I hope he stays cute forever.
On the Squirrel Goal regardless. Knuten seeing, okay, they're playing a little bit too split. Over to the Punisher I go. Definitely the better duelist with the better ultimate cycle, given the fact that Oasis and Winnie are both going to be able to pocket him.
Yeah, a little less vulnerable to the Captain America as well, as you can just roll out the adjudication shotgun. If you need it, Ducky up to 100 charge. Now he's going to be a bit of a demon to try and deal with. We love seeing Lugia over on this Wolverine. Crisis hates to see the Squirrel Girl though. It's a little bit cheesy, but can you argue with results for Nuts Strike Home?
Can you argue with the fact that Smashness is 9% off the first ultimate? Give it half a second and he'll have it up. There it goes. They still haven't sent it out as everyone from low 9 pulls back and disengages. Regen domain used to make sure that Wolver is able to get back to the team safely. And there goes the tsunami. And the ripple effect is going to be that payload gets so much freedom of space.
Yeah, low 9 have to give up a little bit of space there to try and deal with the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami. That was Ducky's turn to roll on forward here. Knuten's already fallen on down though. Before the Eternal Bond even came out, Oasis has to be careful about getting grabbed out of their AoE. And that's going to be an invisible boundary wrapped up here by Pinklone to try and stop the forward progress. And it seems that low 9, their investments are being rewarded. A beautiful headshot from Crisis.
Did 100 Thieves win against Ego Death? Yes.
Yeah, Crisis.
Revenge.
Just going for the Trooper's Fist, getting immediately into Smashnez's face. Squirrel Girl shenanigans have seen through, it got value. It's last fight on first now, and over towards the Gamma we go. Lugia on the Hulk, Smashnez the Namor, so that they can play counter to Saint Tomoto.
Squirrel Girl's ult is so stupid, it literally just ulted already at 40%. Yeah, but Squirrel Girl ult is not really that good. It's hit or miss. And also, I think that's like the only ult that you can kill. Like, Squirrel Girl can literally throw their ult out, but you can kill it instantly.
Yeah, your backline's gone ski. Unreal. Must just have a huge setup here with 3 doppelgangers lying for 120 damage.
I actually think
shot.
Squirrel Girl needs...
That's actually...
Oh, and Rocket, I guess, as well, chat. Yeah, my bad. I actually think Squirrel Girl needs the ult to have more health. Oh, Magneto, I guess, as well. Yeah.
The Captain America is strong, but it's Knuten that goes down still.
We're just having so much trouble trying to find any space here. The second anyone rounds a corner, they're instantly decimated, be it by Gonski's array of doppelgangers. And that's going to be a big investment here from Jerky already. Using the Rage of Ultron to try and make sure that this high ground can be claimed. Oh, and Smashnez is the final.
Jay, why do I get a DPS Loki in my team saying Jay3 said it was good? You probably watched our latest YouTube video. Oh my fucking god, that's funny. Is that actually true, or are you just trolling?
Behind him, Luna really making full advantage of the defensive favor that Arako.
Please tell me you're trolling.
First fight is done. Smashnez and Lugia still trying to find this off angle so that the rest of the core can walk forward a little bit safer. As Ducky 1 goes out to pressure the Captain America. Psionic Seduction though comes on through from Low 9 side to shut down any resources.
He went 4 and 16. No way.
Final judgment is shut down immediately.
It's Gonski again. Now to the back. Saint Tomoto knows that there can be no survivors. Crisis will let them reset. Instead, the constant
low 9.
They're pushing via the attempt of a Trooper's Fist. They just do not let Lugia go reset.
Low 9, chat. Full holding, 0 tenacity.
Eternal bond, but Crisis on that Winter Soldier can grab you out of your ultimate regardless. It's going to have to be a hero's moment coming on from 0 tenacity. But for Low 9, Crisis has been.
You guys think they cap first point? Yes or no?
He's got his ult too.
Already regeneration.
I think they cap, chat. I think they cap.
Here comes the Horn of Proteus. Seems like the damage hasn't been done. Crisis managed to survive through it all. Invisible boundary drawn on up. It's a big investment from 0 tenacity. It had to be. There are no second chances. There are no extra rounds. Crisis afflicts multiple players with a culling debuff off the back of the Kraken impact. But Lugia is searching for victims. Going after Steve Rogers. The Hulk begins to smash.
Ooh, the flanking Namor killed one support. Almost got the other support. Oh, but your whole team's dead, maybe. Uh-oh, chat. They have no supports. Uh-oh. 0 tenacity, losing a map. Oh, if we get a reverse sweep, bro. Nah. Nah. We don't see a reverse sweep, bro. We don't see a reverse sweep.
And stop the series before it becomes a 3-0. What a convoy map. And I mean, if you're 0 tenacity, surely that's going to hurt some momentum, because you really did feel like you had a full handle of this team. And then Gonski and Crisis just said, we got our best heroes, and we say no.
All right, for Low 9, the effort, the perseverance for learning, starting to pay off. And it seems like for now, what is really paying dividends is banning out both the Ultron and the Human Torch, getting rid of the flyer options for 0 tenacity when it comes to a ground battle. If
you believe in I don't that chat.
That's where Crisis is at their
I said in the
most
beginning
powerful.
of this game, it's either a 3-0 or a 3-1. I'm calling it. I don't think 0 tenacity is not going to lose the next map, and I put my clothes on it, chat, because it's their map pick. They're not going to lose. They're not going to lose.
Psylocke thinks that she's taking the Loki down, and surprise, all of a sudden you're in a different position in space entirely, as Crisis really was just absolutely popping off. The Winter Soldier, the ultimates, they were so strong. This moment here, where Low9 were able to come on through in overtime with just reset after reset, even through the Eternal Bond, coming out from Oasis, being able to secure those picks. Though that being said, since it was a full hold, second and third were entirely unnecessary. Just additional flair for Low9 to flex how strong this team truly can be.
Absolutely true. While we're glazing on Crisis
Crisis is disgusting.
I've got to say, I think that Crisis,
this guy is disgusting.
Maps, like the mini map in his brain of what's going on in these fights of one of all players I've seen, like often knows exactly where to pivot.
Go get ducked. I don't know what you mean.
Low9 having like excellent dissemination of information, but Crisis's awareness of just where everyone is standing at all times is second to none.
Yeah, even when we were seeing like some really smart min-max plays come through where he would utilize Trooper's Fist, not just to be able to connect onto his target, but make sure that the momentum carried him over a health pack too, so that he would gain that extra sustainability. Because like that, there's one fight on first where Crisis is going for Kraken Impact and Smashness has finally been able to find the flank that he's been looking to confirm with Lugia. And the Neymar is popping off and just finding pick after pick.
I think we're going to go to a break. I just got my chai. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go downstairs and get it. 1 second.
But still, Crisis is able to keep himself alive off of the fact that Winter Soldier is self-sustaining. Even if he doesn't have LOS off his strategists, hey, every time you hit your abilities, even if you don't hit them, you've suddenly got shields.
Yeah, you got a little bit of bonus life, a little bit more sustainability, and Low9 continue to sustain themselves in this series off of the Winter Soldier. We'll see if they've cracked the code for Zero Tenacity right after this break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Low9 have made their first steps towards breaking out of this match point that Zero Tenacity have against them in our elimination rounds here, Mox. Only one of these teams can continue in Marvel Rivals Ignite, EMEA.
And I'm not sure if some of those hero picks are going to be continuing as we head
Chat?
into the next ban draft system, as it definitely feels like Low9
Did they take a break?
Code that is Zero Tenacity, even though we see so much versatility come through from them.
I got my chai.
If you double target out Smashnez of both the Torch and the Ultron and force him over to the Psylocke, and you can still secure the Loki, it's definitely made a lot easier. So I don't see Zero Tenacity allowing the Asgardian through this time around.
Yeah,
oh,
really
that tastes good.
Like the target banning on Smashnez, like target banning on Knuten can be a little bit of a fool's errand whenever Lugi is incredibly flexible as well. So maybe you look towards one of the players who has like a really good Human Torch, which is often delivering absolute unbelievable value. Because as we talked about during the previous ban phase, it also indirectly.
By the way, I don't know if you guys ever
reduces Knuten's hero pool as well by getting rid of.
I don't know if you guys ever had this.
Less impetus and less incentive to go over onto the Iron Man, which was ruinous for the third point attack.
Have you guys ever had this?
Low9 on Central Park.
And it's sort of like the enemy that you know is easier to deal with, right?
Have you guys ever had one of these things?
The Psylocke come through, and from some other teams, Psylocke has been absolutely devastating, especially if it's paired up with a Captain America or a Luna Snow. But Gonski's Loki just being able to dispatch every single flank potential coming on through.
Yeah, Onigiri, there you go. Emily literally just told me what it was called.
Hold on to that second corner when we headed into their defense on Arako. Arako starts off attack is favored given the fact that the defenders have to fight on a decline. That slope is not fun to fight around. So a lot of the time the defending team will just sort of exchange cosmetic blows before they pull back to a more favorable position. And around the second corner is where we see that build up a little bit more problems rounding.
Well, the good news is for Zero Tenacity, they have lost their first map at the map pool reset. So they will be able to choose whatever map type they like. Maybe we'll go to Symbiotic Surface as we head into wherever Zero Tenacity have chosen to take us.
I'm opening it wrong.
Where the hell is it? As well. So maybe they can make an early play to remove that Loki, as you mentioned.
Potentially also make an early save onto Smashnez's composition, because I feel like if you go for an early save onto the Human Torch, as we've talked about, Zero Tenacity's all of their players very, very flexible. You can't ban them out of Vanguards, you can't fully ban them out of Strategists. And Knuten will play pretty much everything. I believe he's played a total of 11 heroes, potentially even more by my last count coming on from his side of things. So I would definitely see a Human Torch save being very valuable for Zero Tenacity.
Krakoa is going to be the choice of Zero Tenacity, taking us back to a domination. And now you've got to once again potentially worry about Saint Tomoto on the Captain America.
You've also got to worry about Rez.
Yeah.
You really have to worry about Rez.
Oh, this shit's good.
Does like playing the Adam Warlock a whole lot. As Low9, ooh, that's an MS save rather than a Loki, which means that Zero Tenacity's next ban is either going to be Jerky's Psylocke or a Loki play coming on through, and they decide to let Gonski's Loki through. And so far, Low9, their next save comes at the end. They don't get the ability to save that Loki now.
Yeah, definitely somewhat out of their hands, but here we go again. It's going to be just getting rid of those flyers. Just going to give Saint Tomoto so many more targets to try and play through. I wouldn't mind seeing a Captain America ban here from Zero Tenacity, knowing that they're likely to go up against a more ground-borne composition. See what they save first.
Well, there goes Smashnez's entire hero pool. The Ultron and the Torch removed. Zero Tenacity also removing Crisis from that Punisher, so we're likely going to be seeing the Winter Soldier forward and defrosted once more. As Low9 now can, I would say.
What did you train today?
Or potentially you target out a Res.
Chat, ever since I've been doing this tournament, I haven't even been to the gym.
We try and make sure that
I've been doing 16-hour days.
But
I have no time for the gym.
Seems like Crisis is very comfortable just playing on the Winter Soldier for now. That could actually be the last ban.
I had 5 hours of sleep last night.
They have a Loki guaranteed. We're likely going to see Gonski's Loki protected here. It's just been so valuable throughout the series. There's no reason to let it go.
Yeah, there goes the Loki save, and indeed, I would agree. I think a pivot now to just removing the Winter Soldier is actually really valuable.
Bro, you don't lose muscle mass for not going to the gym for 3 days,
Since
chat.
Crisis is all
Relax.
Miracle, his Winter Soldier has been the standout
Relax.
for sure, but no. It's going to be... Ooh, they fortified the Wolverine, which means that we're probably going to be seeing Groot come through from Ducky 1 at some instant on one of these rounds, but that does free up Crisis for the Winter Soldier once more.
Yep, the Winter Soldier is once more on deck, and that means Jerky can still terrorize everybody on the Wolverine. Luckily, there are far fewer death drop pits on Krakoa that need to be worried about, so Jerky's just going to be going for the old classic Giga Powerful Wolverine.
There's the Res comp that we were expecting coming on from
Wait,
the
what
side
happened?
of Zero to Nasty. We do know that Oasis loves to play the Mantis. It is one of his favorite strategists that he gets to put into the mix, and he's been playing it for a very long time too, so he's definitely going to be bringing the damage to the sides of that one. So too is Canute, and his Adam Warlock stats have been through the roof the last couple of times that we've been able to see Zero to Nasty on the Res comp in the likes of Hall of Dajalia in the past.
Against as much value. I did have my doubts about the viability of the res comp yesterday, although I am a noted res comp hater. And
I heard from Dustin that you and he are both against this composition.
yeah, I just think that they don't do enough damage. Smash Those being on the Punisher though is gonna really change the vibe of that, because Punisher just pushes out so much damage.
Yeah, and you don't need to be very forward in your positioning either. If you have a Starlord with a Magneto, your Starlord is always going to be inside the enemy team. Smashnez is not going to be inside the enemy team, but he's definitely going to be at the forefront of their minds, thinking about them right now, as that Strange Portal has allowed him to take center stage right on the point itself, and those Groot walls are going to be going down far faster than they can be built.
Oh yeah, they are going to be broken.
Hey, where did you
Too
say that
sweet
at?
as they approach. They also can be used to build up Ducky as well when it comes to that charge. Actually, has to use the Carbon Crusher trying to escape an ambush right there, so that's going to be one offensive power that's not going to be seen. Oh my goodness, Canute's already down. Should be able to rest themselves using the Karmic Revival. Oasis exactly the same. They're just overwhelmed here. You know what? Res comp haters rise up. It's time for us to put this one to bed.
Crisis too gets 60% to the first crack and impact off of how stacked Zero to Nasty were playing. It was a Soul Bond aggressive cooldown push, traded with a regeneration domain from Gonski, who, by the way, has already got God of Mischief.
Like, Gonski's just the guy. Might actually be a true God of Mischief. Like, Gonski may have been, you know, potentially just a shapeshifted actual Loki.
Well, we did say that we were anticipating a Loki ban coming through at some point, as Lugia on that Wolverine is going to be looking to grab out Saint and Moto. The Anna gets the diamond form though, and gets the kick to avoid being isolated by a Groot.
Nice. That would have been their Groot as well. So just as well that they had the Carbon Crush ready to go. Wolver overwhelmed here. The damage that comes through from that Punisher is not to be underestimated. A solo ultimate coming through from Lugia. Tries to isolate one of these strategists, and indeed it is Pinkman who's isolated at this moment. Smashnez needs all the support in the world to try and shut down Crisis. The culling effect still remains thereafter though.
I think the one thing this game needs to take away from this tournament is the spectating, bro.
As much to these
Sometimes they spectate some weird stuff.
Final blows, grabbing two. Gonski falling down the same as Saint Amoto.
Yeah, Winnie doing a good job of utilizing the Psionic Vortex, sending it right into the regeneration domain AoE field for Gonski, so that they're forced to play outside of it and allowing Canute to come on through with the pick. Cosmic Revival will finally have been built up, but you do have to worry about Jerky coming on through with a last stand to be able to homing beacon in on the position of the Raz.
Wolver with a strangling prism. Smashnez would be an ideal target. Very few means of defending themselves in the midst of all this, and yeah, there it is. Smashnez grabbed up Winnie. Too late to respond to this one. And while Lugia may well have been able to pin Saint Amoto inside the invisible boundary, quick flick into diamond form, and she just becomes a diamond under the pressure. Crisis, an uncharacteristic couple of misses there. On the hook, onto Lugia.
Oh yeah, I'm back.
Still
Sorry,
Ducky
I had to
believes
eat,
it's
chat. That was my
turnable,
breakfast.
And they might well be right. Lugia with a huge investment open, and then quickly ducks away through the teleport. Will be able to come back again once more. Didn't expect a second round of Wolverine, did ya? And Gonski now is in major danger as the Berserk state slices through the God of Trickery.
I mean, Zero Tenacity, even if they lose this fight, they're more than happy for it to run long, considering
Does Jay get paid to watch this? Yeah, if you sub to me.
Too, given the fact that Knuten has the Karmic Revival in the back pocket. He doesn't have the Cocoon state, though. It was burned in the fight before, so if he goes down mid-cast of the ultimate, that effect will run its course entirely. As Low9 have been holding, other than Strangling Prison, they didn't contribute any ultimates in the fight prior. They know that this next one, the Karmic Revival fight, is the one where they have to have resources, as that is a very fascination sent out, but it comes and costs Wolver.
Oh, that's a big loss. Still, they believe that it's winnable. Jerky disagrees, grabbing themselves too.
Oh, big res. Oh no, the Kraken impact chat, the Bucky ult. You, bro, when I see an Adam Warlock going for that res, and I have my ultimate ability as a DPS player, my eyes light up, bro. My eyes light the fuck up, bro.
Still alive back there. I see an outline.
You self-res.
Also, damn, that's Chris. I appreciate the massive gifted sub, my friend. Thank you. You're a real one, bro. I appreciate it.
Yes, it is. He's not fine right now. In fact, he's having to take a duel right now with the Doctor Strange, which means that he's not there with the rest of his team for Soul Bond.
It's okay. Distractionary measures. Out comes the final judgment here from Smash. There's instantly taken down Jerky, punishing them for a feral leap gone astray. And it's the Venn diagram of violence that's been raised here. Lugia,
oh, that's a big ult. Holy shit. Lugia. Wait, isn't Lugia a fucking tank player? God damn. Okay.
Close. However,
yo, John
Fisting.
I appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. What are you fisting?
Having the time to come back on for the point percentage too far.
What's John fisting?
For a Strange Portal recontest to potentially flip the script as we head to the second round. Wolver actually is going to sacrifice an entire charge of Eye of Agamotto to go over to that Storm so that we can have damage boost potential. More resources sent over to Crisis.
I hope it's me. Wait, what?
All right, Rescomp haters, it might be Jova. Might be the best comp of all time. Hate to admit it, but the results are standing for now. The Zero Tenacity, not too many changes going to be made here. I do think that Wolver is going to have a little bit of survivability trouble against the Knuten's Adam Warlock and the Punisher.
And the Punisher, and potentially the Hela too, as I think Zero Tenacity just put someone onto that one too, as I saw her pop up for a mere moment. And that is going to make it particularly difficult for the Storm.
If you do a coin flip, I'll let you call it, and if you win, I'll drop a sub.
Up in that sky. But if you can win the first fight and have
I don't think I've ever touched a coin in like 10 years, bro. I don't even remember when was the last time I touched like a dollar bill. Everything's digital nowadays, man.
It's going to be the Emma Frost. Wolver just wants to be off of that group. They're so vulnerable to getting bullied by the Wolverine and feeding over charge towards that last stand as well. You can see that Jerky actually is lurking underneath at the moment. I believe the feral leaps have gone awry. That's a huge pull over onto Knuten. But I think that Lugia may have actually ran an interception. Might have to give their life for it though. Already has had their own passive burn. Still winning, escorting everyone out. Crisis is isolated over here on the point. A double tap onto Knuten. Great accuracy. Still the Karmic Revival ready to go. Instantly just cocoons on the point. Not worried at all about this. Lugia isolated, gets grabbed, I believe, by Jerky, but just for Soul Resurgence from Oasis.
I'm actually really surprised that Zero Tenacity is running
and immediately Zero Tenacity can just
this
turn
calm.
the pressure up and walk onto the players of
I mean, they're tank players on Wolverine,
Winter Soldier, so that he had the confidence to go for Kraken,
and it's working. I don't understand.
He gets run over, and Zero Tenacity just run over the rest of Low9 afterwards.
Their tank player is 14-2 and has ace on Wolverine. Bro, I need to learn Wolverine, chat. I need to learn Wolverine. He seems like a very fun DPS.
They've been able to figure out Jerky's position. That's already the Wolverine passive force. The interception is there. Saint Tomoto with a carbon Carbon Crush saves his duelist, and Zero Tenacity are forced to back off.
Oh, a triage of Adam is also so good for allowing your Wolverine to survive off those disengages. You just get so much off of the.
I swear every tank player has Wolverine in the bag.
Has activated their own
Well, I mean,
here,
what's that
but
saying?
I don't know if they really have a staying power for this one.
Chat, what's that saying? You
You
hate something so you do something so much you become like what you hate or some shit. I don't fucking know.
Victim of that one. Zero Tenacity is 60% towards claiming their spot against Virtus Pro later on.
Oh, they're pushing for more. There's the storm. Does smash us? Oh, he absolutely does. He full sends it. Through the portal we go. Jerky is forced to just run out, and that sends him directly into the cross.
No, not if you can't beat him, join him. Yeah, die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. There you go, something like that.
They've got ultimates, but it feels like they've never got the space to fully utilize them.
Something like that.
Yeah, they're really struggling to take this high ground. Just constantly getting that live stream on Lugia gives him so much sustainability for now, and the culling turret just does so much for Zero Tenacity. They've already made Low9 give up on taking this area, even to begin with.
Yeah, you become what you hate.
Low9 to stay alive in Ignites, and Jerky still waiting for their regenerative healing factor to come up. They have a last stand, don't have the rage to really make it work just yet. Crossing open ground might be too risky, and Knudsen comes from the back, an opening big onto a Wolverine. It was so much to ask for, and yet Knudsen delivers. But here's Crisis, the hero that always comes through.
Oh, go again, go again, go again, go again. Oh, he's gonna go again on the fucking ult. Oh no, bro. To do it, that's a risky res right there in front of a Bucky that's ulting.
That comes through here with the Omega Hurricane. However, it's going to be very difficult to survive in the face of Smash. There's, yeah, the final judgment. There's Jerky from the other side. Oh, the duelist from Low9. They're clutching when they need
Wow,
to.
Low9 actually clutched that. They still have a chance, chat. They have a chance. Low9 needs to win this or they're out.
Pinclone's gonna have invis boundary, and Saintimoto needs to pull up the Psionic Seduction immediately. But Zero Tenacity, they have so
Crisis is doing everything that he can. Santomoto as well is popping off on the tank.
Clone9, if they start losing their players, they're gonna have to strange TP back into a brawl fight that every single time Rescomp wins by out-sustaining you.
It's very tough. Picking up Smash Nares and Lugia that early is exactly what you wanted for a start, though. Zero Tenacity weren't overcommitted to this fight, however, so they're easily finding it able to disengage.
Yeah, this is just going to be a series of dry fights, and by that we mean going in, committing very little, just base cooldowns, no ultimates for Zero Tenacity before they feel comfortable, fully moving over to the point and trying to take the fight 6v6. Does allow Low9 though these occasions to come on through with immediate picks before the fight begins. Gonski with his doppelgangers being able to output so much damage. Saintimoto taking advantage too of the team split from Zero Tenacity, and Psionic Seduction actually forces Oasis's hand. Soul Resurgence comes out, and all of a sudden their positions.
Crisis, bro. Crisis is single-handedly, I think, carrying this game, bro, for that team. Okay, chat. I think it's GG's though. Can we get a? Oh! Oh! Nope, chat. 07. Can we get an 07 for Low9? They played well, but hopefully they could come back and win the next bracket or next series. They're done with this series, but I mean like stage 2. They're done here.
And while there is going to be an Omega Hurricane to try and play with here for Wolver, the damage might well not be enough. Lugia goes slammed down by Jerky, but he just didn't.
Yep, 07, chat. 07. They're done.
Zero Tenacity claim
Zero Tenacity winning and going into, I think,
it could have been so huge. The God of Mischief on
I don't think it's the lower bracket finals. The lower bracket semifinals, I think is what it is.
Perfect position to remove it. And from there, even being able to find the
also, if you bet money on Low9, I'm sorry, but you just lost your money. I'm sorry.
On that point, allows Zero
And then
win onto Krakoa. And I mean, Rescomp, you don't need to win with
I'll do the
Rescomp,
bet. Let me figure it out.
Until it starts going your way, and the other side runs out of anything that they can use to counterplay you, and that's exactly what Zero Tenacity take advantage of.
I mean, some people may have asked why Lugia's got GOAT in his name. Hey, no one asking any more. 13 final hits. And these are the kind of shenanigans that we
Smash Nez and Lugia cracked.
At Ignite. And they've come full circle.
Who's the
now
next matchup?
when they mattered the most, when the chips were
Is it
down.
Rad
Lugia
versus Berber
delivers on
Patapim?
the
Okay.
Wolverine.
I'm gonna get
I mean,
Rad
we said, right? He
versus
can play the
Berber.
Vanguard, but he can also
Patap.
flex over to the thing that
I'm not
gives
gonna start the
Vanguard
prediction yet.
players nightmares for weeks. And coming on through with that Wolverine, being able to challenge.
Can I still get the magic drops?
punishing
Yes.
The fact that so many of their resources were diverted over to make sure that Crisis was finding value on this Winter Soldier. And if you're looking at the Wolverine, you're not looking at the Punisher, you're not looking
Berber
at the Arrow, you're not
Patapim
looking at
against
the Mantis.
Rad
All
is gonna be a
these
really
things
good game.
have the ability to
These
just
games
remove
were the
one
lower
of
bracket,
eye
and I
if
feel
you're
like
not
there are
too
just gonna be
careful. But if you
stomps,
don't
3-0s,
deal with the
3-1s, and all
Wolverine,
that stuff.
he's going to
Okay, chat.
remove you.
I'm gonna be honest with you. They're gonna do an interview, and then they're going to do a little break. I gotta take a number 2, bro. I have to. I'll be right back.
Thinking from Zero Tenacity. I think Knuten tweeted out a little bit about how they didn't really have a great plan for their last fight against Rad. The hubris got to him a touch, but they came in today humble, studied, and ready to play their best, and they're certainly rewarded for that preparation.
And they also had an adaptation. They were anticipating after Arako, 100% they knew that Smash Nez's hero pool was going to get diminished. They knew that it would be a Human Torch and an Ultron ban, and they just went in going, okay, well, let's play Res Comp. That's why they decided to take us to Domination too, rather than a different map type, because Domination is the strongest map type for Res Comp, because you just need one fight. If you win the first fight, because you have things like Soul Bond when the other team has no answer for it, which is effectively right off of the rip a whole ultimate, a whole strategist defensive ultimate as a cooldown that you can use immediately, then you just stall. Every single fight afterwards, that's why you use those revives. That's why you bleed out so many resources from your opponents, strike them down, and they return not quite stronger, but definitely slower in terms of the point flipping over to the enemy team.
Yeah, some great stalls played out. I might be starting to believe in certain circumstances, you know, maybe just for Z10, I believe in the comp. Let's bring in the GOAT himself. We need to have a quick interview with Zero Tassi to figure out what just went down. Lugia, the GOAT.
Hello.
How's it going, bud?
It's going pretty well. We're very excited. I mean, that was some pretty interesting games. You had a bit of a hiccup on Arako. But yeah, we brought it back on Krakoa on a comfortable map, and then closed it out.
Can you give us a little bit of context behind said hiccup on Arako? Was it something that went wrong on your team's end, or do you think it was something that went better for the other side?
I mean, honestly, Crisis played amazingly. Jerky played really well on the angles. It was more a case of, I think the energy went a bit down in that game. But no, absolutely, L9 played incredibly well on that map, and it was just very hard for us to get through. So that's all I can say about it, yeah.
You're one of a few players we actually see bring out the Thing with some regularity. What's the use case for the Thing for you?
So we normally angle it when pretty much every other tank's bad. I find that if I'm on a tank that gets bullied pretty heavily by Emma and Wolverine, I'll just go Thing and just stand in front of them, be like a wall for my team, like you saw on the Central Park map. So it just allows me to hold the space more effectively than other tanks like Strange, for example.
And how did you fall into having the hero pool of Vanguards, but then also Wolverine flex, which surely feels a little bit like betraying the role when you flex over to that duelist?
Well, so when I first played the game, I was a Wolverine one trick in Season 0 as well as Thor. And Wolverine's my favorite superhero growing up. So it was kind of I innately just took on the responsibility of it. And I think I've just continuously played him throughout the time of playing this game, and then adopted more, I guess, like Hulk with the protective abilities and stuff. And I've kind of just developed a play style around like melee DPS characters and tanks primarily, but yeah.
Yeah, you really are a danger up close. You guys have a big match coming up later today. You've earned your spot going up against VP. You're probably going to have like 2 hours until then. Does the team have like a plan together during those 2 hours?
Honestly, I think we're going to relax. The tension's very high. Obviously, we need to take a breather a bit, calm down a little bit, and then we're going to talk about bans and how we're going to approach certain compositions that we've seen them play. But aside from that, I'm honestly not that sure myself, so I'm sorry about that.
So Knuten tweeted out yesterday after your match against Rad that maybe there wasn't as much preparation into that match. Did you do more preparation for this one, or was there a specific reason why the team felt ill-prepared for yesterday's?
I think to put it down to no preparation, I mean, we talked, I would say, in the same amount of regard with this match that we went into. I feel like we just weren't there mentally. It was as well when we went against Patapim in the group stage the first time when we got 3-0. It was more the energy wasn't there. And this time around, we definitely brought the energy. We took warm-up more seriously. And I think we were a lot more just prepared energy-wise going into the game. So, yeah.
Nice. I hope the energy is going to come back up for your matchup against VP. Thank you so much for joining us, Lugia.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Go and chill max with the team until the time comes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
That was the GOATs, Lugia, coming off a victory with 0 tenacity up against Low9. It was hard thought mocked, and while Low9 may have cracked the code on Araco, couldn't deliver, unfortunately, against the res comp.
Yeah, and I feel like Virtus Pro as well are probably taking notes about how to approach this too. I would not be surprised if we see
chat, what happened, bro?
Get
Why are you guys being so weird in text chat?
In the ban and pick system coming on for once more, but maybe Virtus Pro also feel like they don't need to go that route as well, given how dominant they have been as just a presence in the EMEA region as a whole. As we can see now, the impact of that overall bracket. Virtus Pro and 0 tenacity will be going head to head.
Okay, my drops are done. Going back to the superior platform, YouTube. Bro, if you were on YouTube, you would have never you would have never been here for the Jay3 5-minute.
Have both taken down,
AFK bathroom run,
and now have thrown their hats into the ring of the discussion of who is the strongest team in the EMEA region.
Well, by the end of today, we're going to know that one of them is going to China to represent EMEA at our mid-season LAN. So it is all to play for in the winners final. I'm not going to lie, Moxie, I'm kind of seething with jealousy for our compatriots, Tensha and Ryan Central, who are going to take you through the second half of the day, but they are going to take great care of you. So stay exactly where you are. All of the action is only going to heat up from here.
Listen, chat.
After this break.
Sometimes it'd be like that. Oh, there's a break. Whew, good morning, Jay. What's up? What's up? Good morning. Yeah. I feel like I'm a little bit awake, chat, but I feel like I'm going to hit a crash. I'm probably going to hit a crash somewhere in the NA games. Bro, I had 5 hours of sleep, chat. I don't know how people can function on 5 hours of sleep. I don't know. Yo, C-Rod, appreciate after 28 months. My friend had a coin and I lost, but still a W if it's you getting the sub. Hey, my friend, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. What's up, Gaskin? How you doing? Who do you think takes the grand finals in America? I'm gonna be honest with you. There's been a lot of good games in America, but I'm cheering for Sentinels. I want Sentinels to win. I feel like Sentinels is a very good team, very close team, very they're good. I like them. I don't think 100 Thieves is winning NA. They've been fumbling the bag a little bit. They did play really well yesterday. It's because I think there was a fire lit under their ass. But yeah, I just don't think. I ate Jay. What? Yeah. They shouted out Jay and now he's a hashtag Homer. Oh yeah, and no, they didn't shout me out, chat. They didn't shout me out. I said I was gonna twerk for them if they won. They came to my chat, I twerked when Kurova was getting the interview, and they mentioned me twerking, but Kurova didn't really pay attention. Mr. Super Freak for 27 months. Appreciate it. Drink some coffee, you coward. Chat, I'm not drinking coffee. I don't care if I have to sit here one day co-streaming a tournament for 36 hours. I'm not gonna drink coffee. Coffee is disgusting. And doesn't coffee make you shit? Bro, listen, I pee so much already and go to the bathroom. I don't want to drink coffee because then I would have to go to the bathroom more. Also, I don't understand how people could drink coffee. Isn't coffee very addicting? And then, like, you get hooked on coffee and you drink coffee every day, and then the one day you don't drink coffee, you start getting headaches and migraines? I'm good, bro. Listen. I'm good, chat. I'm good. I don't drink coffee. I don't do energy drinks. I'm good. What do you drink then? Water. I drink a lot of... Why do you guys think I have this? This is the best gift Emily has ever given me. Ever. Besides herself. She's probably listening, chat. I don't know. I have to be nice. I take this to the gym. I take this here. I drink so much water, bro. Coffee is actually healthy for you? Nah. Coffee could be the best thing in the world, but I'm not gonna drink it. You're not cool like us? What? Also, I've seen some... Oh, shit. Yo, Rad against Burper Patapim chat. The predictions are starting now. Good luck. Have fun. If you guys are on YouTube and you want to lose some money, come to my Twitch chat. Not really money. I call it money. It's not really. It's just channel points. If you guys want to lose some money, chat, go over here. So far, we have $4,000 on Burper Patapim. That $4,000 become... Oh, my God. Rad Esports has $130,000. Uh-oh, it's getting 72% to 28%, chat. God damn. Also, yeah, I was gonna say something about coffee. Why would you want to drink something that, like, sometimes people, like, you know, like cats eat so they could shit it out later and then they pick it up and then make coffee out of it? Yeah, bro, come on. I don't want to eat that. I don't want to drink that. Like, always everything for the Twitch guys. What about us YouTubers? I don't even know if I can run a poll on YouTube. I'm sorry. Well, I can't read that long message right now. Wait, do you think it's fair to the grand finalists tomorrow that their opponents will come in after playing a game so kind of warmed up? I feel like that's kind of unfair for the teams that get qualified through winners. That's why usually a lot of teams like have a warm up. I know this stuff because I used to play professionally, chat. Listen, they're not gonna go into the game without warming up. So usually before, like, even these teams like Rad Esports and Burper Patapim, this is their first match today. But usually before their first match, they have like an hour or two to warm up. Usually, typically like an hour. Okay, so far there's almost $1 million on Rad and almost $500,000 on Burper Patapim. A lot of money on the line here, chat. A lot of money on the line. What's up, Ghost? How you doing? Let me mark this as well. Vid, this is Rad versus Burper Patapim.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is time to decide which is going to be the first team heading to the mid-season finals for EMEA. Who will be joining the legendary teams such as Ground Zero, for example, from OCE, and we've already found 2 teams from the Americas. We'll talk about that in a moment, but I am Tetcher. This is Ryan.
Wait,
Central,
are we already... Is America is ahead of EU?
Yeah, for the first one, I don't think it needs much setup here. Whoever is going to win this next best of 5 is going to be the first EMEA team to punch a ticket for that mid-season finals.
No, it's 2 EU teams, right?
It's basically for us only 2 slots. It's a bit sad when you look at America getting 3, but we can skip past that. It's essentially down to who makes the grand finals.
It's 2 teams, right? Yeah, 2 slots for EMEA, 3 slots for Americas, 2 for China, 2 for Asia, 2 for one for Oceania.
Overtime push on Spider Islands, and of course, slot 1 is going to be taken up by EMEA. There is a case of seeding and stuff. We'll see what Americas have for slot 3 a little bit later on. Really, it's just China that we have to wait until next week for to see what their 2 teams is going to be for this mid-season finals event.
So Oceania, they already have their finals as they are done with their Ignite season. And then for all of the regions with 2 teams, aka EMEA, China, and Asia, any team...
Why does Ground Zero Gaming, GZ chat, look like that team from Overwatch? You remember?
Americas having 3
what was that team called?
Any team that is in the upper bracket final.
You guys know what I'm talking about, that Overwatch League team, right?
Is third. Now, let's jump to where we are. Let's find out who our first team is. Our first matchup in that upper bracket is going to be Rad, taking down Zero Tenacity, the team we just saw.
Guangzhou Charge. Yeah, that one.
Versus the second team ever to beat Virtus Pro after Rad, Berber Patapim in those upper bracket finals.
Yeah, able to do it in the best of 5 too, and we saw from Finzi just at the end there that he doesn't count it as a loss because of how many disconnects that he was having personally, so could be a potential grudge match there for whoever loses this next series. There is a chance to play it again tomorrow, but you'd be playing up against the winner of Virtus Pro or Zero Tenacity, which is pretty scary. You've got 3, potentially 4 teams competing at the top edge, and only 2 spots to travel with. I think Enzo put it perfectly yesterday from Berber Patapim. There's 2 slots and maybe 3 teams, and one of them's going to be left crying, and it's not going to be them, he says.
That is the statement, attempting to do a Paul Heyman and make a spoiler, not a prediction, as they're looking for these openings. And in a best of 5 in this upper bracket finals, best of 5 in the lower bracket finals, and of course the best of 7 grand finals for that seeding heading in. And not only are we looking at these mid-season final slots, we are looking at the first ever EMEA champion for Ignite. This is huge when it comes to bragging rights, and this may be one of the teams that decides to do it. One of these teams is going to the grand final. We're starting it off with Rad.
Yeah, the team.
Are all your next streams going to be watching the tournament?
Pro for the first
the tournament ends tomorrow, so tomorrow's the last day we're watching this.
Slam dunk, really. It was a great performance from them, but that rematch in the upper brackets of their group.
Where can we see the bracket? Type exclamation mark bracket.
In that revenge matchup. They were hoping to potentially go for round number 3 against Virtus Pro, but Berber Patapim sort of saw the script, ripped it up, taught them a new one.
Do Twitch subs have a grace period? Because mine should have ran out yesterday.
Pretty much unstoppable.
I don't think so. Maybe 24 hours. I'm not so sure.
They want to be building around. The amount of interviews that we've had with Trust Me, who I've been just asking a ton of questions to be honest, because of how intelligent he is and how much thought he's given to the new advanced draft system. It really does look.
I don't think there's on my YouTube. I don't have a command for that though.
If you ask
I need to try to get a commands going for my YouTube channel.
For EMEA, which team you would expect to be closest to Virtus Pro coming into this? This is the team that the majority of them would have said before Ignite started.
Come on, Pokey. The only person I know on Berber Patapim is Pokey, because Pokey comes to our channel, chat. Come on, Pokey. You better pop off.
Yesterday, they beat their white whale in a best of 5, and now they are looking to go even further to become EMEA's first representative. They are terrifying to look at. The flexibility, the teamwork, the cousin buff. They have so much going for them that it's hard to find a flaw.
I also think it depends on what time you sub at Phoenix. So if you sub at like 7 p.m., then your sub's not gonna end till like 7 p.m. I think.
Midtown, where all of the vanguards were literally taken out. Enzo was like, "We've never played this comp. We didn't know what we were doing, but we just sort of managed."
This was a very insane game, chat. The score was 2-2, and it came down to the last team fight, and Berber Patapim actually fucking won. That's crazy.
Honestly, it was just.
Yo, Zexter for 26 months. That's a very long time, my friend. I appreciate it.
They can sort of pull it back for themselves, but you can't take anything away from Berber Patapim. It was a full best of 5 that they were able to win out. The first that ever we've seen Virtus Pro lose on.
Actually, tomorrow's the 29th. It's going to be Emily's and I's 14th month anniversary.
Methodical, I suppose, in their approach.
Are you going to watch the mid-season finals live? I do not know. If you look at which team
came in stronger to this upper bracket final, then you've got to say Rad. They had an incredible.
I bet you Emily doesn't even know that.
Versus
I'm going to ask her when she comes here.
Are not a team to be sniffed at. They are strong, and Rad took them down in those upper bracket semi-finals and have come in with all the momentum in the world. Whereas Berber and Patapim, they had to fight tooth and nail to be here.
Okay, let's see this chat. Oh, Melio
has more left in the tank, and which one might have any tricks left up?
Okay, this is gonna be a very hard one. Melio came to my stream yesterday, chat, in the middle of their tournament and called me fucking bald. Fate is also a really good player. That's
so
that's been in my chat, but Pauly as well on Berber Patapim has came to my chat, so
they can't have Loki on the other side, but the double Vanguard.
we'll see. Gamble, the game, we already started our gambling. It's 1.2 million on Rad at 57%, and Berber Patapim at almost a million at 43%.
Berber currently leaning heavily on the Vanguard bans, taking out that Magneto and the Emma, whereas currently Berber have both left available for them. Rad's going to take out the Wolverine. We saw that coming in a little bit.
W bald? What do you mean W
in their game
bald?
Virtus Pro, it's something that Rad also likes to lead on quite nicely. And while this is familiar from the Virtus Pro game, dueling Captain America bans will be taken away.
In that area as well, it's sort of 50-50 ban. Both teams take it out at the same time, so it is a little bit of a game of chicken. So it's a consistent thing that's coming out from teams. It's just on that start of the second phase, I guess you'd call it. Both teams getting rid of the Captain America, but now a duelist has been taken out for Berber Patapim. They're considering protecting another one to stop Rad from taking out a little bit too much more. They're going to protect the Punisher. But it does feel like now you haven't protected any Vanguards. Is that going to be the last move for Rad to just get something else out? You haven't banned out a Magneto. You haven't banned out an Emma Frost. Do you even really care? Honestly, because a lot of teams don't seem to put too much focus on it now. They're going for the Cloak and Dagger. So yeah, a lot of that sustain to keep Berber Patapim alive is going to be missing.
The Cloak and Dagger taken off the board. That Terror Cape plus the Punisher would have been extremely tough to deal with. And of course, Lunar Snow plus Cloak and Dagger is one of the hardest strategist duos to break through just due to their incredible healing output. Looks like Rad going to protect that Cloak and Dagger for themselves.
Ooh.
They also have access. No, they changed their mind, going for that Wolverine. With a load of the Vanguards getting banned away, they're setting themselves up to try and at least break through those Vanguards. While Magneto and Emma Frost are so strong, if we do not have the Diamond form or that magnetic ball iron bulwark up, then Wolverine can have a lot of freedom to move around and try and isolate people. But Rad forced very much off the at least standard duo meta when it comes to
hold on.
with the Strange taken out as well.
Berber Patapim have banned out all of the shields.
Yep, every single one.
So
oh my god.
A bit of a brawlier composition, which, you know, now that you
wait, that is so fucking smart. Berber Patapim saved Punisher, which shreds fucking tanks, and then banned every single shield hero on the tank side for the other team. So they're not gonna have any shields to block all that damage. Holy shit, that's so fucking smart.
This feels like a bit of a gamble, right? One team's tried to go and take
that is so fucking smart.
To remove all of those main Vanguards that can block a lot of stuff coming in, and when one of the teams has Wolverine as well, that could be a little bit scary.
Bro, you cannot say, well, Invis-Woman has a shield. Invis-Woman's shield is like a piece of paper that would probably just get demolished in half a second.
You can use Cloak and Dagger for that defense with that Dark Force teleport to make sure.
Oh, they have a Groot. Groot is technically some shields, but I mean,
indestructible guard as a protective tool, as it does protect against crowd control. But that is a very limited draft when it comes to actually being able to take longer extended duels. For now, Enzo is going to be working on taking out some of the trees, remove the cover, as Berber and Patapim using the portal do take the more aggressive early position.
They're maybe trying to get Pokey set up with the turret, but it's Tanuki that actually goes down, overextends a little bit, and trust me, over on the Groot, he doesn't really have much to block a lot of this damage other than the walls itself, and Rajaro moving over towards the thing, trying to go
Pokey getting the first kill on Melio.
It really is the case of not wanting to go for these engagements at all. Having all these shields doesn't matter if you've got 3 characters that are just going to push up and hold left click right into your face, or left control if you're Enzo in that case.
I actually really like these bans, dude. These bans are actually very, very interesting because you see stuff like this. You don't know what a team's doing until they're doing it. I never even would have thought that they're saving Punisher and banning all the shields. It's crazy.
Patapim got the positioning first and got the first pickup onto Melio. They do lose the first point here. Rad playing this a little bit slower, but making sure that they have the more forward position. You can hear the throw being offered. In comes Wolverine catching Magneto, but not a lot of setup here, just enough for a little bit of an early burst. Dragging Prison up on the wall to hold them in the air, but the final judgment coming on out, and without the shields, what do you have to protect against this Pokey? Marching forward, only found Melio.
Kitty, oh, there you go. I heard you crying.
Oh, the last stand does catch onto the Punisher, but he just slips in, Homer Simpson style, just reversing into the invisible boundary for a bit of protection. But there's not going to be too much safety here when you've just put the thing right into the center of it. The Galactic
Nice play by
Tanuki.
What's
up,
kitty?
Opportunity for Brother Patman to get on the point, because whilst it is them clearing up, and you see on the right-hand side, the screen filled with a few more picks onto the amber side, it's just them taking the point with, I think, Rad getting about 50% on the board.
Just over 50%, setting themselves up quite nicely as they are going to be making their way back in, keeping this Wolverine to look. And again, a reminder, it was banned away from Berber Patapim by Rad. This gives them the one-sided Wolverine to try and isolate characters like the Strange, who is quite vulnerable to this. Ken, on the Invisible Woman, is attempting to counter Rad this, and has so far been doing a pretty solid job, saving quite a few members of Berber Patapim. But Rad already regrouping, coming in with that final judgment once again, but they have no structure stops. Media M not finding anything from Pokey.
Nobody has actually gone down from Rad just yet, though, but there's the picks that you want to be seeing. Rajara just able to lead the line. Is traded out on the other side from Pokey. 3 of his teammates, 4 of his teammates are down, and he's deciding that now is the final judgment time. This is the opportunity to use it. That could be a potential misplay. He's gained in a couple more picks.
Pokey, what was that, bro? What was that, Pokey?
And that was a little bit awkward timing. He pulls out the ult just as 3 of his teammates go down.
Taking down Fate, which will give a little bit of a stagger, hoping that Berber Patapim could portal in, but they've just decided to hold on to it. Wait and re-engage a little bit later. Level 1 Crook, looking to perform some crimes, stealing an ultimate in just 80 more percent, as they did burn one during that fight to make sure that they had that defensive ability to sustain through that attack from Polly.
That's a big eye. That was a big eye.
Into the back line, and they are easily able to take down Level 1 Crook, but Rajaro gets the turnaround.
I mean, Rad are doing well to survive this, to be honest. Galactic Legend might be a little bit too much to out-sustain with, especially when there's no ultimates just yet.
I hate how a bubble can just counter that ult. One bubble.
And trust me, just going down before he had that Strangling Prison. There might be a hero yet for Naga, as the last stand is going to be used to cut out at least Ken from this engagement, but they have to give up this space. They've reached 99%, and they managed to force out both of the strategist ultimates on the other side. They need one clean engagement, and they've got a great tool with the Strangling Prison to deal with.
They've been doing such a good job Dragon Prison at the ready, as well as the clobbering time. They can really shut down strategists this way, prevent healing output while grouping everyone up. If they can do that, then they might not even need some damage dealers here to just get those finishing blows. They just need to make sure that they stagger those correctly. Melio playing safe on the flank to make sure that they're not the one who's going to get picked up, as they are needed for at least to try and take out anyone who dives in, like Tanuki. If they can break through the iron bulwark, they can set this up, pushing on forward, Dragon Prison, collaborating.
What's up, Chrissy?
Onto Ken and Polly, both down. It's a quad coming in from Rad, chasing down Enzo to sack him off the point. And with Alex down, there is no way they get back in time. That is just going to be Rad taking round number 1.
Yeah, it was just a nice combination. I mean, really, it was just a Strangling Prison. I think you do have the God of Mischief used from level 1 Crook, but the Strangling Prison and then just...
Okay, chat, I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys.
Boys,
I was very surprised at Berber Patapim's strat on taking out all the shields and playing the Punisher, but it doesn't look like it worked.
Instances of just ultimates used in the wrong fight when these engagements are pretty clearly going wrong and then over-emphasizing some bits of utility. But honestly, it is fine margins. We have to be nitpicky at this point, Tetcher, because both these teams are so good. It is some of the in-the-moment decision-making that's going to be making the difference. And I think one of the biggest differences is the fact that Rad having non-mirrored Loki and Wolverine, both of those characters could be so strong and very little counter to them.
It seems to be giving them a little bit of space, and it looks like Doctor Strange has been abandoned. Emma coming out, going for that double front line with the mutants. This is going to allow Berber Patapim a little more control over the front line. The Strange was getting caught by that Wolverine a fair amount. That diamond form of Emma is, of course, crowd control immune, so we'll be able to absorb at least some of those pickup attempts from Naga.
It's the same thing though, right? There's less barriers to deal with a Psionic Seduction, and also you can stop some of those ultimates coming through. You know that level 1 Crook is so good at farming up the God of Mischief consistently. He's got plenty of strategist ultimates to choose from to keep his team alive. Tanuki, more just posturing more than anything. He will have a bulwark potentially from Polly to just allow him to go in barrage.
I don't know why you were so blown away by that strat, because on paper I feel like they should be winning. They have no shields. You should be rolling that team.
A lot of strain onto the Vanguards. blocking his damage. The Meteor M wanted to try to shut down stuff, but Polly hasn't really had the chance to connect at all. But the other side are going to bring it out. Pokey with his final judgment. You see everybody trying to group together, surviving around the fate of both worlds from Alex to keep things going. And now Tanuki and Pokey finding the difference, finding this first point again first.
Lovely positioning by Burr and Patapim, using those barriers, playing defensively. They use the magnetic curtain into Meteor M, into Might's Aegis to absorb so much of that final judgment from Melia that they use so many tools had been burned. They could go in with Pokey and get the cleanup as Burr and Patapim will start to get some percentage on the board first. They are creeping their way in towards trying to even this up, and they still have Galactic Legend, Silent Seduction, and the Invisible Boundary. But Naga is looking for that Canadian missile to see if they can pick someone up.
I think the plan is to use the Strangling Prison. Ken's got Invisible Boundary, but is it going to be enough healing to keep people going? The leap goes in and it's able to catch Polly. He's really on his own, and the Invisible Boundary, he's just on the radius of it. But Alex is the one that goes down.
You see this
first,
little guy?
One of those major strategies to keep things going on the side of Urban Patapim isn't actually going to be needed. This is a complete clear off of Enzo.
Nice.
The Silent Seduction. Yet, like we mentioned, Rad not really having much to block it, just giving Tanuki and Pokey enough space.
Oh, bless
also
you.
giving them plenty of charge to have those duelist ultimates again.
You couldn't have said it better. Just having nothing to stop this, no cover they can take. They can put down a wall, but again, the reactions have to be so good. And there's already a Punisher and a Star-Lord on the other side with incredible attack rates who can just start taking down those walls quickly, preventing any ability to avoid that psionic seduction. It's so hard for Rad to actually push in here when some of these ultimates are up, but they're still going to try and do so. Last Stand is at the ready. It's Galactic Legend being dropped early. What's the counter to this? They're going to drop the Eternal Bond to try and buy some time. Last Stand comes on out. They will get Enzo this time.
Oh, Polly goes down just as he had Meteor M, but this might work out for
I love these flying Wolverines.
They end up
Mr. Dennis, Overwatch is a lot of fun. Try Stadium. Stadium's a lot of fun.
It's everything else I'm a little bit worried about, to be honest, Otechi. You got a Clobbering Time, Strangling Prison. A level 1 Crook is not too far away from another God of Mischief, so again, take your pick of what the strategists want to be using. It's the first time that Rad have been able to get on the board for this second part of the objective. Gotta worry a little bit more.
Why are you biting me, bro?
Berber Patapim actually getting caught out by the aggression. Rajaro goes for the Clobbering Time, but he gets CC'd himself. Pokey takes him out with the shotgun, and they found themselves an opening by taking out one of the Vanguards.
Strangling present in the doorway, though, to try and hold the line to stop Patapim from pushing on in, but the fate of both worlds comes on out. Final judgment for even more crowd.
Which team do you like more?
And Rad are
I don't know. Both teams I like.
Tries to buy time, but it's still
I like both of these teams. I can't really pick one, chat. I don't know.
Rad starting to get cleaned up off the board, but they still hold themselves for just a couple seconds more, just getting over 50%. But with no Strange, how do they get back to the point in time? It's time to start picking some of those faster rollout characters. Naga chooses the Human Torch.
Nobody's actually changed over to the Strange.
They don't have it.
They're going to be able to touch. I think we need to go back. We need to see if this is going to be contested at all. It is. Overtime just thrown in from the thing, but Rajaro having to back out goes down immediately. Oh no, it's actually like Berber Patapim being able to use the time to their advantage, and surprisingly, that was uncontested for a good amount of that from Rad Tetra. I thought that there was going to be, you know, a minute brawl on the point, but it was just the two Vanguards touching.
Oh, I forgot. Are you downstairs?
And not much else.
They charged in as fast as they could,
tell
but
you
again,
something.
with those slower rollouts, they don't have the Captain America, they don't have the Doctor Strange, so they can't portal in. They could have tried to swap to Star-Lord, but they might have not made it in time. Naga's also a fairly okay speed-wise rollout on that Human Torch. The Thing is fairly fast. They tried everything just to try and reach in time, but at that point, it's so risky to do so. The Groot's going to be walking all the way from spawn. They just gave a attempt, see how it worked out, but the second those Vanguards went down, they knew it was over, and Berber are evening up the score.
Who's your favorite player on Rad? Rad?
All to play for. This is
well,
what
I mean,
any neutral wants.
I don't know. Fate's in my stream sometimes, and Melio's also been following me for like 5 years. So that's crazy. I just figured out. I found that out yesterday.
Not necessarily be the champions of EMEA Ignite 1.
But I also like Pokey from the other team as well. Pokey comes in my stream from Berber Patapim.
Rivals is history for EMEA. Well, that's certainly something. And Tanuki, seeing if he can get a bit of a flank. He's got the Idol Aura to help keep him alive. And with him being 70% on the Galactic Legend, one good barrage might be enough to actually get that ultimate online. And if that's paired with a Psionic Seduction, there might not be much to stop with. Naga goes in a bit deep, gets CC,
The
forced to
infamy
use
now.
some of those mitigation tools to keep himself alive. But look at the HP over on the scoreboard. It's like 1% that he's able to work with, and he's able to get out. Psionic Seduction going to be met in the face of that final judgment. But it's the Meteor M finally connecting from Polly. Finds himself an opening. Naga goes down off the back of the Carbon Crush. And Berber Patspin looking to take this point again.
That guy, bro.
Trust me, he's trying to delay, trying to buy time, but they will get cleaned out. It's going to be essentially a full team. White Melio went down quite early in that fight. Like you say, Polly passing that timing check to get the Meteor M in perfectly. And Rad, they realize it's time for a change. Something isn't working. We're seeing Naga move over to the Human Torch. They started on Storm.
I'm pretty sure that's Naga from...
And then swapped over to the Torch so they could chase after them. And
from Overwatch as well, chat, so... I gotta root for a little bit of Overwatch players, you know, since we come from Overwatch.
From having a supernova, but he's already taken a lot of damage. Tanuki knows his role. It's just to basically control the skies to the best of their abilities, and he's able to get Kruk actually in the backline. It's going to buy a lot more time now for Berber Patspin, and it's a bit of an in and out Schrodinger's push from Rad as they're not necessarily engaging, but I wouldn't say that they're up until now rushing to get out to safety, which means more time is being reset. I imagine the comms from Rad there, Tetcher, a little bit scattered.
Not able to make it in time. Like you say, they're moving in slowly. They're regrouping. They're trying not to get caught off alone, but it's still happening. Poki's now able to set up on the high ground. Tanuki's still flanking, finding people who begin moving out towards this point, looking for yet another pickup if they can to keep the stagger going. Rajaro, of course, with no shields, is just having to march up as best they can while eating so much damage. One of the biggest hitboxes in the game between Groot and the Thing, and Poki is just having a wonderful time.
It's easy.
Oh, damn, they missed their Groot ult. Oh, no.
To sidestep it, and with 5 ultimates, almost 6, not really required to use any. Clobbering time is going to be the go button for the fate of both worlds and the final judgment, and it just seems to be enough. This is 80% on the board, and Rad have a
holy shit, I know they're Luno ulting, but that guy took so much fucking damage, dude.
Both worlds, I think Fate has it to go if
that guy just took so much damage.
A little bit disconnected from Rad. Have they got the players on the point to actually go for the fight? Have they got that offensive tool? They have Supernova from Naga, but he goes down to 1 HP because Tanuki's too busy.
Yo, you're shooting at the ghost, bro. You're shooting at the ghost. He's shooting at the shadows.
Having to go for a more subtle approach, and now it's just a case of rushing onto the point. Overtime looms, but it's still going to be...
The fucking voices were in his head telling him that there was an enemy in there. There was no person in there.
Players from Rad holding on for dear life. No support ultimates, nothing to really rely on. And no time either.
Hey, Berber Patspin took the first map. Hey, listen, they
take the first map.
They lost the first round, but I told you guys, it doesn't matter. I thought they were gonna roll with their comp, but they banned the very important tanks, bro. They banned 4 shield tanks. That's insane.
When they tried to go in, forcing Rad off of that Wolverine for at least a little bit, it worked out. And with Rad,
I'm pretty sure next time, the bans are all mind games. Now Rad might want to save, you know, a tank instead of saving. What did Rad save? They were the red team. They saved Wolverine and Loki.
Never able to step up because they can't cause a distraction on the
they banned Emma, Magneto, Captain America, and Doctor Strange, bro. Damn.
And that's with Fate doing 46k's worth of healing. But it was still the final blows going in the direction of Poki that did 35k damage, expected as Punisher. A lot of it usually is into shields, but there wasn't much shields to deal with. You've got 50k worth of damage blocked by Trust Me with just the walls alone, and then 30k from Rajaro with just his face. Honestly, that's really the only thing that he can rely on in those instances. But the 17 first blows for Poki, Tanuki being able to get 11, even Polly was starting to get up to double digits when it came to just taking people out and down.
Did Cal apologize for not taking Jake? Why would he need to apologize? He doesn't need to apologize. I was just cheering on a friend and he won and he popped off. That was good.
Yesterday against Virtus Pro, really not bailing them out, but just giving them the edge when some of those fights went a little bit more neutral. And Rad in that final point, it just seemed to be in and out. Not really sure how they wanted to engage in that fight. Looking a little bit nervous, I'd say.
They didn't seem to be able, like you said, to work out.
Why
how
ban
they
Cap
want to
instead
take
of
these
Groot
fights.
to
Again,
stop
it's gonna
Guy
be
with Cap
difficult.
Wolf?
You're stuck off of any of those big
Probably
protection
to
tactics,
take.
really having
I have
rely
no
on
idea.
the
The best
points.
thing I
If
could
Rad
probably
were
tell
able
you
get
is
their
probably to
weapons
take
off,
away
and
his
when we
ultimate
saw
ability.
that they did, they were dominant. When we got that straggling prison into
Cap
the
would.
big clobbering
Cap,
time,
to
it
be
was
honest with you,
over. No
I
one
would
could
rather
move,
go
no one could peel,
Punisher
no one could
against
heal
a.
because everyone's in the sky and in
I would rather go
There's not
Punisher
much you
against
can
a
do
Groot
about that.
than a
But
Punisher
it's
against
once
a
those
Captain
maps became
America,
a
and
little
then Captain
more
America on the
open,
other
they
team
were
could have
able
just
to
kept
take
harassing your
the,
backline and been
Rubber
very
Panther were able
annoying.
to take the fights where they wanted to.
Also,
Using
Captain America
those,
has that extra
those
defensive
choke
ult
points
when
on
he
map
just
number
screams
2 to just drop
assemble
those shields
and then
down
just runs
to
around
block
giving
the
his
majority
shields
of
to
the damage
everyone.
output, and then on this map taking the early control and wrapping around a fair amount to punish the backliners. There's not much Rad could have done about it. I feel like Rubber Panther really controlled the draft this time.
Yeah, it seemed to be a really key thing. When it comes to like agency over the game, Rad do have the choice of their next map. It looks like Djalia could be a really good option for them because it's not gone well for Berber Patspim. But you're going to have to wait a little bit more. As we go for a break, we'll be back for map 2 of this best of 5 very shortly.
So far, it's a good series. So far, it's a good series, chat. That 4 bans tell us that they need more tanks in this game. I do think they need more tanks and supports in this game, but to be honest with you, getting 4 bans on tanks is a very, very unfortunate circumstance. Usually teams save either Emma and or Magneto, so I actually don't know. What's my baby doing? What are we looking at?
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet
I love this cat.
I see you standing
I like the OWCS ban system. Oh!
in the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon.
I just hit fishing level 87.
If ever there was a time that we were friends, the night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out.
I can now catch sacred eels.
And break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really
What was I gonna say? Sorry, I got distracted.
I'll be waiting for you.
How does did OWCS change their bans? I actually really didn't like their bans the last time I was watching it. I thought Jay was super excited about the Overwatch ban system. Oh no. I thought the Overwatch ban system was like you ban this game. You have to ban like 1 tank or a DPS, and then you can't ban that for the next game or the rest of the series or something like that. I don't know. I don't like how Overwatch does it. I feel like Overwatch to take their pro scene to the next step. Overwatch needs to do something like Marvel Rivals does. Give teams their own bans and not share the bans. So that way, one team, let's say, can ban, like, let's say Ana and Zenyatta. I'm just throwing out heroes. They ban Ana and Zenyatta, while the other team bans like Tracer and Winston. You're not going to be able to see those mirror matchups, because I'm gonna be honest with you, for the longest time, Overwatch has been kind of resident sleeper when you see both teams running the same characters, and you're just seeing who is the better, who runs the same comp better. So it's kind of, I don't know. It's either, yeah, I feel like it would be really cool to see like the Marvel Rivals bans in Overwatch. That would be sick.
But Patspim are 2 maps away from making their position It's the first team from EMEA to qualify for that first international land that we're going to see the mid-season finals in China a little bit in later July. More information to follow on that, but there is a little bit of a roadblock. The fact that Rad have chosen to play Halls of Dajalia here, obviously they can't go for domination again. They have to go for the other different game modes.
Nice, Crash, nice.
Pretty good results.
I haven't
beat
damn.
Pro on it.
I haven't done any Overwatch content in a very hot minute, dude. To be honest with you,
very same map.
I'm actually really surprised.
We've also seen some interesting drafting from them, including some interesting strategies when it comes to getting some nice rollouts on the defense. We'll see if they jump back in that direction anymore as we head on in. But Berber Patapim, when we talk about they haven't seen as much success, that's like saying that Kobe hasn't seen as much success in Insert City here, because these are some of the best teams and best players in the world. I'm willing to say it, I'll go on this hill, that in the world these are some of the best players, and they're still incredibly good on this map, as well as every map.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good point as well, because we're looking at the draft from last time. Loki was non-mirrored for Rad. They were able to protect it. They banned it out. Same with Wolverine. We were saying on that first point, it's over. Like, that's Exodia. You can't really be able to battle out. But I think if there's one team, you know, a lot of the coaches and stuff, even like Moxiel said, that the draft is like 70% of the game. Berber Patspim are the reason why there's a 30% chance of still losing, even if you have a God draft. Because they could be on the back foot, you could put them on whatever characters, they're flexible enough to really dig in deep and find ways and find counters to what you might have missed in your draft if you're going for the offensive like Rad did. So I really do wonder what it's going to look like now, whether Rad stick to their guns and try to go for this like protect Loki first, take out all of the strategists, or if they're going to pivot depending on what we just saw from Berber Patspin.
You mentioned the Exodia style of composition. I'm going to call back to something that Leg Day said a little bit ago, a couple days ago, and that is that Berber Patspin seeing what might have been an Exodia opening setup, and they pulled a Weevil Underwood and tore it up, focusing hard onto Vanguards instead to force a complete pivot when it came to that draft.
Berber Patspin going to be the first one's picking this time, and it's actually going to be a mag captive ban, so Rad immediately change it away from the focus onto Loki. They could protect it here, but also protecting Cap seems like a decent move in its own right now.
Yeah.
Like, it seems that
it's been EU all this morning.
We're seeing at this like top 6
and
level,
they start
maybe
later.
Rad are not the hypest on Cap in comparison, but they know that they need to deal with Poly. That's the major factor.
Yo, good shit, Flex.
This time they say, nope, not again. We would like a tank, please. And they have acquired themselves the Emma Frost. Make sure that they have a barrier in the form of that mine's Aegis, which means they have a
Jay,
little bit
would you
more
go
protection,
full
but this
Marvel
means
Rivals if they offered you a creator code? Like only 100% Marvel Rivals? Probably not now. I still like playing Overwatch and I still like playing variety games.
Earlier and try to focus out some of these vanguards.
I think it's very weird to limit yourself to one game when there's so many great games out there. That's just my opinion.
On this ban for the Punisher.
And by the way, Overwatch has been saying that they were going to come out with creator codes.
It's a consistent one, even if you know that the team
like 6 years ago. So I don't know.
Too hot on it. You know, Rajaro can.
Jay, would you ever want to be a dad? I am a dad.
Something that you always have to just keep in your back foot. And now, yep, it's going to be the Ember Frost non-mirrored on one side. So there's the Magneto that is almost required.
Wait, really?
To
Yeah, I am a dad. You guys are all my children, and I also have 3 cats.
Yourself. So it feels like it's sort of all focused on trying to get the most out of the Vanguards here, but neither team's really been offensive on Vanguards because there's only so much they can do. But they're not really gunning for the strategists either. It's only Loki that's been banned out thus far from that role, I suppose. Wolverine would make sense. Rad did it last time. Maybe to protect to follow, potentially. Oh no, they're going to switch to Cloak.
Cloak's still going to be extremely powerful. It gives a lot of flexibility into these drafts. That is a great copy for the Loki. So it's a safe removal here for the side of Rad. Now, what do they choose to protect? They've got themselves this Emma. The Torch could be extremely powerful here. This is a good map for it. There's some great
These are grown men calling you
take
daddy.
good cover,
yeah,
but the Torch is
I
also
call my friends daddy.
by the Lunar
daddy?
Snow, as are a lot of other characters, like, for example, Psylocke. This is something that
What's wrong with that?
have been like to run, but Rad have been known to play a little bit of backline sniping as well. And with that Lunar Snow going to be protected, we see Berber Patapim realizing how much of a threat a constantly
Daddy,
healed
chill.
Human Torch in the sky would be. They decide it's safer to take it away.
Both teams not really focusing on protecting a particular role. Last game, it was a strategist and a duelist. Punisher, Wolverine, and then the Loki Luna. Here it is, one Vanguard, one strategist. So you can tell that these teams are really balancing out. We don't want to really just lose too much option-wise with strategist ultimates. The sustain to keep ourselves alive and going. Naga could have a field day here if what we're seeing locked in from Rad is going to come to fruition. Having the idle aura and a drone from the Ultron perhaps means that he's going to be a happy body diving in around. That obviously puts a lot of focus onto him finding space. Up against the Loki on the other side, it's a little bit harder to dive. Be a little bit nerve-wracking, but regardless, this was Rad picking the map, also picking the side themselves on Halls of Djalia. Yet to see a win actually come out of Patspim so far. They've played it twice, they've lost it twice.
How does protecting a character you ban work?
And well, didn't quite work.
Let's see if the adjustment works out. If Rad have done their
You ban
research,
for
it
the
will
other
pay
team,
off
not
for
your
the
team.
Poly. Going in for a
So if
little
I
bit of
ban
dive
Loki,
themselves,
the other
with
team
that
can't
Venom
play
for a
Loki.
little
But if I
bit
save
backline
Loki,
pressure.
the other team can't ban Loki.
As we will see Rad making their way out. Like you said, the Ultron comes on in. Melio has shown that they have incredible map awareness on this Ultron to try and keep the pressure on. Pokey immediately spotting Trust Me. Gonna put a little bit of harassment onto them as Trust Me comes on in, forcing Pokey to back away. Polly also on this Venom on the backline is looking to see if they can
You cannot
sneak
save a
around,
character
and
after
also
the other team
guarding
bans
these
it. No.
doorways in case anyone tries to take the flag.
Mirrored Venom. Mostly because the Captain America's not available, and if you want to try and play a little bit divey, especially when you got Pokey and Tanuki trying to get into the backline and find some picks, Polly's best option is probably going to be over onto the Venom in the right places. But Tanuki, the barrage is connected.
Yeah, these are
back out into this fight.
These are the tournament bans. They're a lot different.
Being able to put the drone on his teammates might not actually matter too much, as Cook is the first one to go down. The Vanguard's able to trade out onto Ken and Polly. And this attack offensive side from Rad is going to cap the point in record time, it feels like, Texture.
No respect for the 1v1 there from Trust Me as Naga and Pokey entered into the dueling setup, and Trust Me rolls on in, frenzied arrival, and is gonna lock in that.
Rad capping that in a minute is fucking massive. Now they have 5.5 for second phase. God damn.
They take control. The
Hey, what's up,
statue is
King Torchy?
activated,
Appreciate it.
and they're gonna try making their way in. For Patspin, they brought out the Star-Lord for a little bit of dueling potential. Need to be very careful though, as it is still a potentially
What am I
squishy
eating?
character, especially with no Adam Warlock to
Fried
come in to
rice
give
and
it
eggs.
revive potential.
With a lot of garlic.
Dance the butterflies from Pokey, trying to maintain a little bit of control from this
Emily
defensive
made it.
side, but it's only going to force out the Rage of Ultron for one and the Fate of both worlds. Soul Resurgence available for Mantis as well if they want to go a little bit more aggressive. But it might
I
be
got you,
inspired
William,
to
no
put on
problem.
The Feast of the Abyss from Trust Me. No eliminations though. It was a copy over to have your own Fate of both worlds from Ken, and Alexis is about to follow. But there's the Dance of the Butterflies just sat on from Naga for the entirety of that. A little bit more forward fire coming in from Melio means that that backline's been taken out, and they get Alex just before they have the Fate of both worlds. This payload is moving at pace.
Rad is seeming today like an incredibly momentum-based team, as every time they have taken an early advantage, they have started snowballing super hard. But when they've struggled a little bit earlier, we've started to see Berber and Patapim not give them an inch. We'll see if this continues as we go.
Wait, is it
on.
actually
The supporters coming
a
out for
Filipino
Enzo.
breakfast?
Berber and Patapim
Eggs and
to
rice?
try and go for the contest. They still have this Fate of Both Worlds, Galactic Legend, and Feast from the Abyss, not building up to that wombo combo between the Psylocke and the Venom here. Fate of Both Worlds for the defense. Rajaro has the Psionic Seduction, which means once this expires, they can commit to go in for this push. Feast from the Abyss to chase down Luna and takes out Fate and Melio.
Bro, about time that Berber Patapim won a fight.
Enzo, but I think with the Magneto
If they didn't win a fight the whole second phase or first phase, that would have been horrible.
Go for the portal play. And Tanuki, Pokey clearing up the backlines, getting both duelist ultimates online for this next engagement, and you do have that God of Mischief too. So Rad, maybe trying to look for this engagement a different way so far. Right, when it comes to damage, actually, it's Pokey that's just beating out Naga in this head-to-head. But Naga getting more eliminations. He's currently 7-1.
Pokey sitting already charged up. Same for Naga. Which one will be looking for this backline engaged defensive abilities? We have the God of Mischief. We have the Rage of Ultron. Silent Seduction is going to be used quite quickly here. And Pokey will get Fate, but that is about it. Forcing out the Rage of Ultron. If they can get the blow up onto Melio in the sky here, it could be huge. But no, with the help of Trust Me, they take out Pokey, forcing them back. But finally, Tanuki on the flank with the help of the healing from Ken on that God of Mischief, Fate of both worlds. Dives on in.
Hey, good Good bubble. Good bubble on your Luna. Oh, but your Luna died instantly.
The Galactic Legend is now uncontested and melting anyone who steps out from cover.
Oh!
Hey, actually, that's a big pick, actually.
That's a
That might have
huge
just saved
pick.
the
Saved
backline a
his
little bit more
fucking
and given life for Rad
Mantis
to go for
that
his
had
next
1
engagement.
health.
The strategist are shooting him straight out of the sky. Enzo switching back to the Magneto. Having a Meteor aim in pretty much no time. He's going to take out Krug. Finishing the work that Tanuki was trying to do with a little bit more of an impact and a bit more of a full stop. Pokey just providing a couple more picks to keep Rad on the reset, but with the fate of both worlds, it's enough to keep them going. The copy is going to be over. Feast of the Abyss coming in from Poly.
How come
Going
Spider-Man
aggressive,
can run on the
trying to
walls,
go
but
for
just
the
not on
grab,
the
and
ground?
it's able to get onto Fate. The clear up was good. The God of Mischief keeping people alive from Berber Patspim. Great work from them to hold on this defense, but that was close.
They burned through a lot of Rad's time back, starting onto the second point with over 5 minutes. They are down to less than 2, but they only have a few more meters to push on in. Rad regrouping, they have the silent seduction once again. It's opened up a lot of push every time they've used it so far, but both of Patspin so far have been very hard to pin down, playing very split with Pokey and Polly diving in. Tanuki on flanks. Here comes Sons of the Butterfly coming in from Pokey onto the backline, but the Soul Bond from
that Soul Bond is so
Payne
strong, dude.
protects most of the team. Level 1 Crooked Naga, though, will still fall. They just don't have to sustain fighting trust because the counter pickup onto Pokey as Polly is forced to retreat into their team, forcing the fate of both worlds. They want to try to hold this on the line, looking for Crook to chase them down, but they find Mantis on the flank.
Ooh, Polly's going to find a lot in the backline, and him and Tanuki are connecting very well. Rajaro, they're making
Wait,
sure
what are
it's
the
not just going to be a
bans?
clean engagement, and you can see that they're trading either side. But as
Wait,
Patapin,
is this the bans for this game? Yeah.
Get to back out a little bit more. Galactic Legend is ready. Feast of the Abyss from Polly could be disruptive. He's not got that Captain America, but the
Rad
dive has been
Esports
super successful.
saved
Pokey and
Emma
Tanuki
Frost
being
and
able to
Luna,
follow
and
up.
they banned. They
But
got
now you have to sort of look.
Magneto,
Naga
Loki,
having
Captain
the
America, and
Dance of
Human
the
Torch are
Butterflies on one
banned.
side, Alex not having
Why are
ultimate,
they
Ken
not
40%
running?
time
Why are
against
they not running the full res comp?
Looking for the opening. Here comes that Rage of Ultron to try and create an opening, but they're getting dove here. Meaning Ultron is forced to reposition, but Melio is extremely good at these duels. But
I feel like they should be running the full res comp.
Fate drops low, but that's a beautiful soul resurgence from Crook to try and give them the opportunity to push
Oh,
on. Meteor the laser from Melio getting the pickup, and that is Rad.
That was a good hold by Berber Patapin though. They almost held for like 5.5 minutes.
He didn't even use the Dance of the Butterflies. And now everything
Psylocke Emma team up is just better than Star-Lord with res. I don't think so. If you mirror the other team, especially since you're not really mirroring them. If you get a Star-Lord yourself, I feel like the Star-Lord versus Star-Lord battle you would win because he doesn't have the damage boost and also the healing.
At the right time, you keep this fight going forever.
Plus the Butterfly dropped quite early once again from
Res comp is very fucking strong. Very strong. And they're playing on a Star-Lord. Star-Lord got patched this game. On this the one that they're playing. He got buffed. Yeah, Mad, I'm very tired.
Only find Enzo. Ken is trying to keep the team topped up, and it's going to be a 2-0 after those revives come on through. Rad looking for an opening. A Psionic Selection comes on out. Pokey is out of there. Alex is pulled on in. This is Rad creating another opening. It's a very staggered defense for Berber Patspim as they're forced to respawn, but they have the Venom. They can buy a lot of time here, hiding in a lamp.
Oh, this is scary now. And Tanuki trying to make sure that Trust Me can't find more space, and in fact Trust Me is just going to close the distance a little bit more, not afraid to get aggressive now that these sightlines are a little bit more spotted, and Soul Resurgence from level 1 Krug can really put the end to this map. It's going to hit overtime, so 0 seconds is going to be on the board, but finishing it out for Rad gives him plenty of opportunity. Tanuki taking out 10% away from having that Star-Lord ultimate means that you don't really have much that's going to clear off this engagement. Everybody's grouping up on the side of Rad, but Polly's managed to find an opening. Unfortunately, it's going to be that Soul Perseverance that's going to bring Fate back. His passive that he's able to get himself, and Krug not needing to resurrect himself. In fact, he's going to send Berber
I think
back
Rad
to
fully
the
caps
spawn
this,
doors.
yep.
The dash through is going to be enough, and it's fully capped out from Rad with 0 time to spare.
Rad opening up there. Like you said, they struggled on that second point for quite a while, but they slowly adjusted their characters, bringing out the Mantis and the Adam Warlock in order to give them that
Good
extra
stuff, good
revive
stuff.
potential. And that gave them a slow but steady setup to build up those ultimates, create an opening, and make their way into the temple. And after that, it was essentially pure momentum. Rad just making their way forward, picking off everyone on the flank. Survive. They got taken down by Pokey, but Karmic Revival is a pretty good ability, Ryan.
Yeah, and I mean also the other side of it as well is because of the super dive
Is it
centric
Karmic
composition that
Revival?
Patspim's running. Having the soul bond from Adam Warlock really helps out in a lot of those situations.
Who do you think is the best
You
EMA
don't have
team?
the low key available for you, which is very good. Just regeneration domain.
that's a
to get
tough
dove
question.
on, those multiple clones healing people out. That can really save you when
The
you're
best
dove on by the likes of a
EMEA
Venom
team?
or Tanuki on the Star-Lord, or of course the Psylocke. But the Star-Lord just being able to hold their own, it was a really well
That's a tough question, man.
Patspim probably saw dollar signs in their
You would say Virtus Pro, chat, but Virtus Pro's already out of the tournament. So I don't think I would say Virtus Pro is one of the strongest teams, but they're kicked out.
Rad on this defense, they full held against Virtus Pro. That led to them taking that series 2-0 in the end. I want to be trying to do the same as Berber Patspim could set some really nice times on attack.
Oh, sorry. They're in the lower brackets. Yeah, not kicked out yet. Not kicked out yet. Sorry.
So far, 0 pickups.
They're in the lower bracket. Yeah. I meant to say they lost yesterday. Virtus Pro has been losing to like a few teams lately.
They have to hurry. Will they get the rollout correct this time and make their way back for the objective in time? As everyone from the side of Berber Patspim making their way onto the point, up to the high ground, finding the isolated.
Bro, Jay's tired today. Yeah, I'm sorry, chat. Forgive me, bro. Listen, 5 hours of sleep. I can't function unless I have like at least 15.
More difficult, and they get punished for it. Trust me, arrives back to help take out Alex, and Berber Patspim are cleaned up.
Melio saying call an ambulance, but not for me. You saw Pokey just wanted to get a little bit more aggressive to try and take out Naga that was low, but he had the Idol Aura and the drone on him, and then Melio was still carving into people.
Shit.
That pseudo-strategist duelist role is only going to set up a player like Melio.
To be honest with you, I would say the strongest teams in EMEA are Virtus Pro, which are very streaky right now. Zero Tenacity,
not going their way at all. Not quite built any ultimates up
Rad,
yet, but Tanuki trying to get that Galactic
and
Legend
Berber
on board.
Patspim. Those are the 4 teams, I think.
Charge on up to push on in. Enzo leading the front line here on this Doctor Strange. Once that shield gets burst down, they could be in a little bit of trouble. As of course, that price of magic means they get anti-healed if they don't burn out that Maelstrom of Madness very quickly, meaning they will receive a lot less healing. Rage of Ultron into the choke point to try and set this up, taking a lot of damage themselves, but the Fade of Both Worlds is denying this. Here comes the Blaster Barrage from Tanuki, using the healing from the Fade of Both Worlds to make sure that they stay top in this without getting that barrier from Magneto. Up to the high ground.
I don't understand if you guys are saying I agree with what I just said, the 4 strongest teams, or you guys are agreeing to this guy saying set up your air bed and take a nap while we watch the tournament because you guys want to watch me sleep. I actually just don't know.
In this engagement, Melio's gone down too, so Berber Patspim actually having enough about them to send some people actually back to spawn. Not going to be brought back by any passives or the Karmic Revival, but there's still not enough numbers yet to really be put in progression on the point. There's somebody on it. They've almost managed to grab 30%, and Pokey's going to be able to help. He's brought down to low HP, and it is that Psylocke 1 versus 1. Not really too much to rely on in the end, but the rest.
I'm so tired. I've been here every day with you. Not gonna lie, I'm excited for this tournament to be over. Dude, trust me. Tomorrow is the last day, and it starts much later, so thank God I could sleep in. But I think I'm taking Monday off, chat. Bro, I need a sleep. 4 days back to back of 12 to 16 hour streams are taking a toll on me.
Trust me, trying to get onto connections, the Fate of Both Worlds from Alex keeping people alive, and Pokey's the one that's going to shut this one down, put it to bed. The last alive is going to be Trust Me, and the portal play not quite working for Rad's recontest.
And finally, Berber Patspim able to take the point. Tanuki with the quick rollout on that spot.
As long as you're here for on Wednesday, it's my birthday. Oh, your birthday's on Wednesday? That's crazy, chat. I'm not going to be here on Wednesday. My cat caught on fire. I don't know why.
As they are forced into the defensive position, Berber Patspim took a couple attempts, but they were able to create the opening.
This fight for Rad is everything. If they mess it up, Berber Patspim is going to have a lot more time on the board, and that momentum is still going to go. You win this fight, you could end the map here and there. Then you got to see the regeneration domain come out on this defensive side of Berber Patspim. Following straight away is that God of Mischief, but you still lose Tanuki in the process. I think he was looking around to see if he could catch something on the dive, and his partner of Polly is also going to be eliminated. That backline protected from Rad. The pull away for Berber Patspim, they may be overextended. They got a little bit too over-eager and taking space.
Happy birthday, Trevor.
Numbers that this is
I should be live on Wednesday. Tuesday, I got a stream because I think I'm doing
that's a character who will respawn and get
I'm having a co-stream with Aaron Keller, the voice actor of Hazard, Jaws, and a few other people.
Making it very difficult to take them down as in comes that silent seduction for the setup right away. Naga creeping in, seeing if they can find someone the second that ultimate expires. Ayamagamoto to set up onto Venom, but Carbon Craft to lock down Enzo. It's enough to take out, trust me though, and level 1 Crook is going to be burst down as well, but they come back with another Karmic Revival from Fate.
Up on the high ground, and Tanuki's saying that he can go a little bit higher, making sure that people have to reset again, muddying the stats for them potentially, but it might give Berber Patspim a chance to take this second map. Pokey as well, combining.
Damn! Come on, Pokey! Come on, Pokey! Don't lose this 1v1, bro. Don't lose this 1v1, Pokey.
Together, but if it can clean up house like it did for Rad, even with the Karmic Revival, it can get things.
The only bad thing is that they only have a minute and a half, and they're coming up on one of the hardest chokes on this map. This choke right here,
they don't really have much
under the bridge, hardest chokes.
Ready straight away.
That will be available for the fight, but on the other side, we have that Feast from the Abyss, and we have the God of Mischief, aka any defensive ability that they choose. Range of Ultra's going to be burned extremely early as Venom dives to the backline, but Melio already forced to back away. They're getting pressured.
Oh, Melio with the wow.
What's going to be coming out from Ken as they want to make sure that they commit to this fight. This is the God of Mischief version. Polly into the backline, looking for those strategies for anyone they can get, and it's enough to take down Crook. Melio is going to get finished off as well by Tanuki and Berber Patapin, one by one, are working their way through Rad as the car continues to move forward. Rajaro going to march to the point. They're going to keep everything they can for the defense side of seduction to try and burn on through, but taken out before they get the chance. That is going to be Berber Patapin pushing on through. There's some defensive abilities being used, but there's not enough beef on the board. With not enough
oh, is it a big res? Oh, but he has to survive on point. He has to survive on point. Oh, he has been surviving on point. Wow, the Venom crazy survivability, bro.
Is trying to shut them down on the point. Trust me, it's going down. Rad are just going down one by one, down to the butterfly.
Dude.
But they don't have bodies.
Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh.
Can they hold this out?
Oh my god, Tanuki. Bro. Rad almost held that, which was insane. Berber Patapin coming on Tonto.
Sentences at this point. 25 final
Pokey's popping off, 44 and 10. Damn. 25 final hits.
Behind, but I want to highlight Pokey's Feast of the Abyss. He baits out Fate to use the Soul Bond, sees that level 1 Crook goes out of distance, he's basically isolated, and then it's an easy meal for him to pick up that fight. It really set up everything else, and he's been.
This is the upper bracket. This is the upper bracket finals.
You see the Rage of
Semifinals. Sorry, not finals. Semifinals.
To make sure that he gets that copy over with a God of Mischief. Feast of the Abyss this time for Polly. Not quite getting the eliminations off the rip at least, but Tanuki is just playing off the back of it so well that this is continuing on. This could be another like overtime push for Berber Patspim. They have to finish the map texture.
Berber Patspim are trying to make their way in. If they force the overtime by hitting the 3rd point, then currently they do have a couple extra seconds, but they need to keep going. With only 30 seconds left, Feast from the Abyss comes on out. Fate already down. Trust me, drops low once again. Pokey is finding so many people though. Dance of the Butterfly, frenzied arrival. It is gonna be Berber Patspim cleaning up again, and Fate is so close to that.
Damn, bro. Listen.
There's no point to burn it.
They're popping off, chat, but they have 15 seconds and they still got to push a very long time. They have to cap. Remember, they have to cap. If they don't cap, it's an L. That's no cap. You know what I'm saying, chat?
And Polly also going very deep at this point. Gonna force the Adam Warlock all the way back. He does have a Karmic Revival, but he can't use it if he's in his spawn. So that's a lot of space created. Silent Seduction going to be used, and Enzo having the barrier is going to go.
Oh, big eye. Big eye.
Taken out straight away. The follow-up has always been really good in these engagements, but trust me, was also the other one that was stunned out. Still able to keep on fighting. Both Venoms looking for a good engagement. Feast of the
Nice sleep.
gets sedated. So it's a bit more of a waiting time for Polly as overtime is starting to loom. You've got the Galactic Legend trying to take out people, but actually the picks are going the other direction. Rad have found themselves 4, so Berber Patchman only having Polly on the point. Everybody's
wow, Rad actually held that. We're tied, chat, 1-1.
In the nick of time,
we're tied 1-1, chat.
We're even on the series, and we've got a game on our hands.
We have a game.
Karmic Revival coming in to bring back that Mantis to give the damage boost over to
we have a game,
so they can commit to that fight. Stars of the Butterfly coming out in the last possible moment to clean
that was a good
up.
game.
And Rad,
that was a good game. Rad had a very good hold, and they actually, I thought they were gonna hold on second right there with that big res. As soon as I saw that res happen, I was like, nope. And that Venom was stalling for a very long time.
Burning through Berber Patapim's time as consistently.
Damn, look at the stats different though.
Look at the damage.
31 final hits by Pokey, 54 and 11. Polly as well went 42 and 7.
Like why they're so popular. 37K for Pokey.
Final hits for Pokey.
Yeah.
Damn, good series, good series.
As well for Pokey. I mean, he was just like a gun dog, being able to sniff out who was low and just make sure that they go down. But it still wasn't enough. It was really just a case of the final.
Pokey's looking like me out there if I was in the tournament, chat. Can I get a true?
In that fight, we were looking at Polly's perspective so much that we didn't really get to see what Rad threw at the backline. Everybody seemed to just go down in that final engagement. And we're probably the same as Polly of like, oh guys,
what do you guys mean false and delusional?
Where is everyone? Where did you all go? Oh no. And it was just, that was it. One false move, and that is it for the map of Halls of Dajali and Team Rad continuing on this good run of form.
I'm sure the chat, who, as we all know, is universally a super big fan of the ResCom, are going to be absolutely thrilled about this. There's definitely no dissent in that statement at all. As they are, once again, Karmic Revivals, you can see it being burned there on a beautiful angle on Pokey. Normally, you've seen Pokey and Sparker and the Psylocke like that just try to track down the animal, but Fate was just constantly
Pokey was actually popping off.
Beautiful
was Pokey MVP, chat?
So much pressure already on Pokey to be following Polly and to get these pickups. You feel the 1v1 coming in there. And once again, Pokey does find Fate, but it's all the times when they did a Cocoon brings them back. Karmic Revivals to get second revives. Tanuki's having a lovely time on their own, but the pressure was on Pokey to keep finding that Adam Warlock, and they weren't able to do so every time.
Yeah, that Dance of the Butterflies. I mean, that should have been it with 20 seconds on the clock, being able to push to the end of the map. But unfortunately, you saw like the Karmic Revival play as well, right? Like where they sort of push in, Karmic Revival brings people back, and it's the Venom, and I think...
you're calling me. Babe, do you want some of the breakfast you made?
One thing that I didn't spot at the moment, they're sort of changing.
Okay, I'm going to put it downstairs in a second when this goes to a break.
Frost to be able to block stuff off, because we saw the Venom go in for the fight, and the Psylocke was like, I ain't going that deep, and it was just enough. Maybe it's those months for Berber Patapim where two people are going for a dive, one overcommits, the other one goes, I can't follow you, I'm chickening out, I'm sorry. That could have been the difference in that map, potentially. But we're going to go for a break. Map 3 is looming around the corner. A choice for Berber Patapim to take us wherever they want, as long as it is a full convoy map. We'll see exactly where that's going to be in just a short while.
I'll do it. Yeah, he's very comfortable. Chat, I'm going to go put down the breakfast that I could not finish downstairs. Two seconds. 2 seconds.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
What does it take, Ryan? What does it take is what Pokey will be saying after performing what is one of the most incredible Psylocke games we've ever seen, and Rad still getting the triple cap in a 3-2, evening up the map score.
There must be some like basketball quote that people love to use for those kind of moments, because he definitely had the ball but was only able to do so much. But now there is a choice here for Burbapatspim. They have a convoy map to choose for before the map pool opens up a bit more for the other game modes. Obviously we can't go back to maps that we've just seen. I do think that Arako is probably a good shout. They were able to beat Virtus Pro on it yesterday, so that's got to feel pretty good for them in the long run. But the problem is that for Rads, they're 1-1 on it so far, and they're up against Patpim that are 3-0. So I feel like the writing's on the wall of where exactly Patpim want to take us for this next engagement. Their most played map, their most popular and highest win rate map as well.
It has to be a convoy, like you already mentioned. We have played through the domination, we've played through the convergence, meaning it is time to cruise on in. We've seen some success on Arako. There's also, of course, the Yggdrasil path that could be an option. Or maybe we're going to head to New York and take us to Midtown as a more of a static defense option, as both these teams have incredible Groot players when it is necessary to bring out something a little bit more flexible. Looks like we are heading to Arako, we have just been informed, which Burbapatspim have given us some lovely wraparound potential in the past, flanking and getting some snipes from behind. With, of course, the Captain America, with, of course, the Psylocke. They've shown that it's very, and in some cases, even a Wolverine. They've shown us it's very difficult to play static defense here because they will find you.
I got sushi.
Seems now... Okay, we're back to Rad being able to ban out the Loki first, similar to what we saw on Krakoa a little bit beforehand. For the side of Patapim, their first move is a pretty obvious one. Seems to be Magneto as the first ban that's always taken out, and I think quite
Yeah, she heard
wisely,
you coming
if we
up, so
see Rad
she
ban
ran.
out of Vanguard. Patapim protect a Vanguard if a strategist is banned out. We see them ban out a strategist, much like they have here. And this is where Rad, I think, did really put Patapim into a corner on Krakoa with taking out the Wolverine and the Loki, and probably protecting the Loki here themselves. It might be just a question of Burbapatspim not really caring that much like they did last time.
We'll have to see us right now. Rad and oh, they are going to take the risk of Burbapatspim taking out all the Vanguards again. As Rad, they mirror what they did in the earlier series, and they protect the Loki, giving Burbapatspim that possibility to start going heavy on the shield bans. And hello, here comes the Emma Frost ban.
Hey Jay, someone saying they're a DPS Loki. Thank you, Jay.
Loki and
what do you mean?
It first feels like
you saw someone saying they're a DPS
right?
Loki.
You're not making the most out of such an aggressive move. And now here, it was the double cap ban. It seems that Burbapatspim are going to commit to that, much like they did over onto Jalia. But we've seen Rad actually experiment a little bit more. Last time they took
Listen, if you guys get an influx about DPS
and
Lokis, chat, I'm so sorry, bro. It's not my fault, trust me.
They're actually going to
I plead the
protect
fifth.
themselves to Doctor Strange, because they know that if they give up too many strategists, they need a shield.
I love this Punisher ban. They realize that if they're going to get targeted heavily on the Vanguards once again, then their biggest threat is the Punisher. If they try to play the thing, Punisher, big hit plus big hitbox equals lovely time. If they played the Groot, Punisher plus walls equals lovely time. You want to make sure that you have something, so you make sure that you are protecting at least a shield character.
Is this sponsored, chat? Yeah, this is a sponsored stream.
One of your big
every message that you guys type in chat, I get $50,000. Every message
to that Captain America. We do still have the possibility for Rad, if they chose to go in for something a little saucier.
50, 100
available to them here.
200. Oh, holy shit, 300,000. Oh my god, we're making so much
recently, and the combination as well with Namor. But I think that right now, Tanuki has a lot of freedom. Wolverine is going to be available on either side because I do think that in that Virtus Pro game, that's what really started to take the reins of the game a little bit more. So it does provide a little bit more space for both these teams now that they're down.
That would
a
be
few
crazy,
more vanguards that the likes of Trust Me being able to go to Groot feels a lot safer.
Imagine getting paid
You're
per
not at
word.
risk from
That'd
the
be
skies,
insane.
I suppose, when you're just playing Groot the Thing, just all of the damage that you have to absorb.
This is a land? No, this is played online. Some teams are boot camping.
This has been a good map.
But the next
3-0 on it, and I think that
chat,
last
what would you
win
call
against
it? The
Virtus
next
Pro was probably the more surprising and
it's not
eye-opening.
bracket.
Means that you have to really take this
It's
one
not
seriously.
series.
Narco is a map that we've actually seen Rad pick in the past.
The next stage.
gonna
There you
be
go.
a
The next,
very
sorry, chat.
aggressive
Like I said,
hold,
5
it
hours
looks
of
like,
sleep.
and I
My
guess it
brain's
has
not
to be on
working.
these,
The next
combo
stage
maps.
is going to be land in
Getting
China.
wasting as much time as possible is
You should
going to
link with
be
Craggy for a
the
watch
name of the
party.
game for
Nah,
Rad.
I don't like doing watch parties with other streamers.
Going to be picked up for
With the
Trust Me,
casters,
gonna try
with the
and
two
zone
casters
away like
always
we were
constantly
expecting with a
talking, and then
lot
plus
less
me
in terms
always
of backup
talking, I feel like that's
options.
enough.
Groot is still
If you add
extremely
another
strong.
streamer in, I feel like there's going to be way too much fucking
Away.
talking. No one's
They
going to
have a
even
little more
know.
flexibility. Berber Patamim expecting a full spawn hold, and they're not super incorrect here. Have picked up the Squirrel Girl to try and break the siege, to try and just force their way into this backline. But they're up against a Loki, a Cloak and Dagger, and a Adam Warlock. Triple strategist with at least a Rare's potential later on. They could be in trouble if they aren't able to at least get some burst onto the backline, which is what Tanuki's job's going to be.
Yeah,
going on to the
World Cup was different. World Cup, what I feel like, was a lot of fun.
Panther banned out first against Self, which makes a lot of sense, but Berber Patamim just cannot get out of the spawn doors here. Rad have been sat on this clearly and have the strategy to waste as much time as possible. And honestly, the only ultimate that you've built up at this point is the Squirrel Tsunami for Ken, so how much success are you realistically going to find off the back of that?
Here it comes into the backline, trying to go to the strategist, and it is wiped immediately. The reaction time from Rad. Here comes the Eternal Bond to try and just create even more danger, literally standing in front of the doorway, trying to just put some pressure on and keep them trapped inside. Draggling Prison comes on out from the flanking. Tanuki solo, just out of pure principle at this point. Silent Seduction comes on out, but that strange shield and the Groove Wall set them up beautifully. Level 1 Crook with the second setup of the Eternal Bond. This is Rad on a solid hold. How far have they gone? 6 meters.
Half the time has almost been used, and they've gone barely a step for this colossal.
They pushed 7 meters, chat, in 2
to try and
minutes.
find a little bit more of the space. So
7 meters.
These ultimates rotated out, and Polly now trying to just get out of the doors a little bit more off the back of the Freedom Charge. There's a lot more that's coming through, and the Agamotto I don't really think connects onto that much, as we see another Squirrel Tsunami come all the way through. And the picks at least allowing some more space for Patamim to get things going again. But Naga, I was a little bit worried it was going to come out with a camera revival. Let's bring everybody back, but he is caught in the end for Berber Patamim. Finally, they can get stuff going.
Berber Patamim is running the Black Panther?
Their way of breaking that hold was to charge up and then use every single ultimate they had
That's
except
interesting.
for the Bust Ascent. That is not a great side. If you require that many resources, what happens?
This map is butt ass. Bro, chat, I don't know how you guys don't like this map. This map is actually really fun.
Portal in and set up the team for a solid team.
Tanuki.
And there go, wow, there go Rad.
Okay, never mind, chat. I said why Black Panther, and I see why. But massive res by Naga. Massive res.
Even longer, but the team was basically wiped. Their portal expired, and Berber Patamim keep moving.
Wait, massive res, but they all res that spawn. What the hell?
Portal closed.
He rezzed at spawn and jumped through the portal to res everyone, and then the portal closed and they couldn't take it back.
Before anyone else could make it through.
I mean, unlucky, I guess, if that's the case. For Rad, it's fine. You've got both of your other strategist ultimates to be working with. And Fate is going aggressive with that Eternal Bond. Nobody's going to try and chase you down. You got 3 people that are ready to go and die for a fight. And Enzo is the one that's trying to make some noise with the Silent Seduction, pull people apart, and you can see waiting in the wings.
Solo ult feels bad, man. Solo ult on Pokey, that's a feels bad, man.
Jump on and find the right pick.
Poor Pokey, he didn't deserve that.
Actually, is rather trying to go onto the offensive. The dash throughs are good, but it's more of a dash to escape and reset. A lot of space has to be given up, just off of the back of the Eternal Bond, and then level 1 Crook going for the God of Mischief.
They've only got 19 seconds left. In comes Polly with the Freedom Charge for that extra bonus health that will tick up every couple seconds. Starts the butterfly to the backline, and with Tanuki.
Oh, nice fight, nice fight.
absolutely
They cat first, chat. Hey, they needed to win that fight. If they not, unfortunate.
About the same time, and they claim another point.
Enzo was the one that
Also,
went
I
down
really
in that
like
engagement, but everybody else
how
was able to
when
clear
you
up.
cap the
Tanuki
point, there's all these
almost
animations
final
and like
blows alongside
the
Pokey.
grass comes
Not
out
quite
and a
on 50
tree starts being
eliminations
made.
or
I really
looking
like
to
that.
lose just yet, but now he has that freedom, and it's the Black Panther paired up with the Psylocke and then the Captain America. They just find the right targets to dive on. So Rad need to be very careful about this. They want to play quite close together because of the Adam Warlock. You want that Soul Bond to sort of divvy out the damage as much as possible, but it might be a bit too much to deal with on the other side as the final judgment, pretty much with nothing to deal with it for Berber Patspin, nothing to get in the face of it. It's going to shut down this payload. With just under 2 minutes left on the clock, this fight is going on a little bit long for Berber Patspin. They want to be resetting as much as possible, but I guess notably they don't end up using more ultimates.
Berber Patspin have lost significantly more fights than Rad have, but every time Berber Patspin have won a fight, they have proceeded to get about half or more of an objective, meaning that if they take 2 fights per point, then they get the point every time. And already they're about halfway through as Rad move on in for the defensive position, and Berber Patspin are building up towards that ult chain once again. It's Tanuki in the backline. Here comes the Eternal Bond from Ken to help follow up. Burst is sent into the hallway, but the Loki are hanging out together. They can't find a single finishing.
God damn, all these fucking resets,
This guy
dude.
is just dip diving and dodging around, and the Dance the Butterfly is almost matching the speed that Tanuki was moving at. Just across the screen, it was hard to keep an eye on him. But that combination, yet again, finding so much. Rajaro can only hold on for a split second more, and the Karmic Revival going to be used from Naga, but he's shut down immediately. These aren't working for Naga at all. Rad can't get the Adam Warlock ultimates working today, at least on this map.
It's a full cooldown. Naga back to 3%. They're not finding these, like you said. They're getting punished in this setup. But there is the chance, if they wanted to, for level 1 Crook to clone it. But they need it for these Eternal Bonds. As they're setting up, they can now swap too quickly. Dark Force teleport, get back to the team, and then
J3, can you give me the lore behind this map, please?
Melio is looking for anyone who steps up onto the top of this ramp.
I cannot do that, bro. Chat probably knows more about the lore behind this map than me.
Creating space once again with 11 seconds left. It's a casual.
The fact that I actually capped this is insane, though.
With the spirit of
Yep.
Krakoa to help continue saving Arako and to help Berber Patspin keep marching towards that 3rd point.
Ooh, they lose Fate at the same time. So that's just going to be a bit more time made, and really it could just be meters on this 3rd part of the map. Really can be the difference here, and it's the fact that Berber Patspin are doing it with panache. They're doing it with such style, and a Dance to the Butterfly's Freedom Charge means that this momentum can keep building up. You got the Eternal Bond for Ken, and both him and Fate have been sending these Eternal Bonds pretty much to the backlines. They're trying to cut people out, but you can see just how much this has to be measured from Berber Patspin. They can't just run in the Silent Seduction, trying to create a little bit more space. Backed up into this corner, the alcove is Rad, and they're forcing themselves back a little bit more. Final Judgment, almost a plea to create a bit more space for them, but Ken is going to run right through them with this Eternal Bond.
I am Agamotto from above to try and lock down Ken, but the healing output is just
damn,
too
bro.
much.
That
This is a familiar sight.
Berber Patspin
Everyone
is
from
actually
Berber
doing a really good
Patspin
fucking,
is marching forward.
a really
Everyone
good
from Rad
push.
is in the spawn
Yeah,
room.
I don't know. I don't know
And
the
it's
lore
just a
behind this, but
snowball.
like
What can Rad do?
from just looking at this game, it looks like it's Ultron came out. This is Ultron's lair. This is Ultron's home, whatever it is, and you're escorting a. You're like escorting. It's not Groot, but you're escorting like a Groot-like creature, and he's like trying to regain the territory or something back.
Oh, are they going to be able to touch a point? They've had to back off of it completely.
That's what it looks like.
Is anybody going to be able to touch? Somebody does. Tanuki, he has balls of steel to not just scream and panic and dive onto the point himself here, but Regeneration Domain going to be used, and trust me, he's found himself free. He's carved up the backline, and whilst this is a good finish on the map texture, I'm looking at Jose
The Groot is Krakoa. There you go.
Might have been a necessity.
He's trying to like take his land back or something, probably. Hey, that was a good push though. Not a lot of teams make it to 3rd point. Not a lot of teams make it to 3rd point. Also, I don't even know what the hell is a Krakoa, bro. That just looks like Groot. You're telling me there's another Groot?
looks like so far, yes, it was extremely effective, being able to just take out these backliners. It helps prevent...
This map is Arako, which is Mars that had been terraformed by mutants in Rivals. Ultron took over the planet and turned it techie. The point of the payload is to undo that. Yep, there you go. Basically, that's what it looks like.
Agreed.
It does change the tone of what we're talking about here, which is a little bit more tense, a little bit more serious. These teams are 1-all. Best of 5, whoever wins is the first team that's booked a ticket at least to the mid-season finals in China.
Get ready.
And there's already a good prize pool.
Krakoa is the
winning
island.
Ignite,
The tree is an avatar of Krakoa.
$500,000 for winning mid-season finals, if I remember correctly.
So does Groot come
Obviously,
from
the
this
total
island?
Prize pool is $3 million here, but getting a good chunk of
Groot
this at the
is
first
a world
international
tree
event.
species.
You're a part of history. And that's what both these teams are going to be working towards. Rad also wanted to break history by bringing Berber Patu in their first
This shit's
loss
getting too
over on this
complicated,
map
bro. I'm too
since the
tired for this shit,
introduction
chat.
of it into Ignite. Really, it's a case of, yeah, Berber Patu have to have an aggressive hold like we just saw from Rad as well.
Groot
right?
is a completely different category.
Absolutely right.
How is it a
They've been
completely
trying
different
to play
category when they
far.
look
You
just
can already see that
they,
on the
they're
flank.
they're
You
they're,
were
they're
right, but
walking
250 grand
trees.
per region, first place getting 7.
They look exactly the same.
So it's just
just two fucking
for the
trees.
region, not even the mid-season. So every win is important. Tanuki already just sliding through. It's like a jump scare, like a cryptid, just appearing on your screen so quickly that you can't even get a screenshot.
So much space has already been created in Berber Patspin because they are trying to dive. They're trying to spread out this fight as much as possible. Looking over towards Nanga, he's going to be hit by some of the healing over from Cloak and Dagger. Tanuki, the dashes are connecting. Poki's finding the picks, but Polly has gone down. But it's still resetting. Maybe
Look at the Black Panther just doing all this and then getting away. He just tickled all those people and just got out.
But none is going to form as this payload is just trucking along nicely. A minute has passed and it's managed to hit 70 meters, 10 times more than we saw from Berber Patspin.
The Eternal Bond creating the pathway for them to go on in. Rajaro gets frozen out here, but still looking for the opening. Alex keeping the team topped up. Here comes the Dragon Prison. The opportunity for Rad to try and get that first point, but Pokey on the flag is looking for that. Doesn't butterfly gets healed up completely. Level 1 Crypt creating some healing, creating once again another path. Utilizing the clone of that Eternal Bond of the Cloak and Dagger, Silent Seduction from the top rope to set up for the Dance of the Butterfly to prevent the defenses from being cast, and they clean them up again. Rada wants to get back in the spawn room, and Berber patted him.
Damn, Berber patted him after losing the first match.
That was a resolute approach from Berber Patspim. It seemed that they were okay, they're going to use Eternal Bond. Let's let them. They get another 10 meters, that's fine. Okay, level 1 Crook's going to copy an Eternal Bond. Let's give him a little bit more space. Okay, now we go. Both of those big strategist ultimates were taken. Naga was 5% away from having the Karmic Revival. So really, it was just a case of perfect timing for the play to come in, and Polly is not letting this fight go outside of this corridor. He's able to go in for this one-shot battle, and even the Bast is going to be used from Tanuki.
Dude, oh my god. Oh my god. Did you see Tanuki in that little tight corridor fucking just go back and forth? Oh my.
Takes him down early, and 90 seconds on the clock for Rad.
We've talked about how dangerous it is and just how you can't take close-knit fights against a Groot. They gotta win the fight because they set up walls and enclose you in the hallway, and you just take too much damage from the Thornlash walls. Well, we can add another one to that list, which could in this case seemingly take out Groot. It's the Black Panther. We just know that when they get those resets going, it is so hard. I mean, it's essentially unlimited damage. Trust me, it's kicked off the edge by Enzo. Fade's attempting to set up an opening, but they're already outnumbered with 2 members down. They're going to try and take this anyway, though. Getting Alex on the back line, trying to chase down into the high ground. Dark Force teleport. It's the 1v1. Cloak versus Cloak. As Enzo is taken down by Rajaro with the revenge.
Wait, that's actually pretty smart.
Pushing on in as Ken sets up the Eternal
Wait.
Bond to get that extra stay, and level 1 Crypt will fall. Naga is once again down by Pokey.
He keeps going down. It's just perfect moments for that Karmic Revival to come through, but he's able to come back just off of his passive anyway.
Wow,
So
Pokey's playing really well right now, actually. I thought he was going to get that kill, though.
20 seconds on the board. There's the final judgment. Melio has to find something for this, but everybody for Berber Patspim is just slipping away.
Crook just cloned Naga for the Karmic Revival to bring them back into the fight. And guess who now still has Karmic Revival? It's Naga as they make their way forward. Rad attempting to hold this. Portal's coming out from Pokino, as Enzo's going to try and delay with that silent seduction for the first hold. Naga has to stay up in this fight if they can. Then Rad can
God damn, he's murdering this toy.
Being used preemptively here, but immediately Brother Patterman are going to back away. They don't want to trigger it. Why would they?
Oh, big eye on both supports. Big eye. And then Tanuki getting 2 kills and then everyone getting revived back, chat.
Are creating an opening. There's the retreat coming out from Enzo. They can't hold this alone. Pokey's dropping low. Trosby's going down, but in the meantime, in the backline, it's Polly. Captain America to try and harass this as Ken has swapped over to the Jeff to try and make it in time, but with no one on the point, it is gonna be point number 1, grabbed by Rad.
Wow.
Oh my word.
Wow. What they are fighting tooth and nail for this, chat. That bro.
Revival back. I thought he was just brought in from the Soul Perseverance.
Yo, Mr. Butter Nice for 49 months.
To just keep it moving, and they have to essentially finish out this map, only having 2 minutes here, getting another 90 seconds if they reach this next checkpoint. Herbert Patspin not quite having ultimates just yet to go for a fast, pacey, high-tempo engagement, and Rad actually have a lot to spare here. Rajaro swapping over towards the thing, trying
Mr. Butter Nice, I don't know what you just typed, bro. What are you talking about?
The right times in the strangling prison, gonna force Berber Patapim to keep resetting.
Why does Berber Patapim have more kills? Because Rad is running a res comp. Every time they res, that's just more people to kill.
Could set them up with a clobbering time quite effectively to keep this push going. In the meantime, Tanuki is continuing to be encrypted. Firelying on past, but will finally get taken down by Rajaro and Melio as they will make their way towards this second point. Enzo dropping low. You can't lock down the thing for too long. You can't kick it.
Ow, don't bite me.
You can't Karma Crush. Ken will fall as, trust me, making the most of the fact that the entranceway to this point is just very thin doorways and trying to push on in. But Melio taken out by Enzo, who's just coming up and contesting the dance and the butterfly for the backline to try and force them on. Soul Bonds comes out from Naga to keep the team topped up, and Fate with the healing of the Eternal Bond.
How much of a fight is still left in this for Berber Patspim? There's a minute still on the clock, and Rajaro just taking swings at whoever he can get onto. He's tried to spot the Eternal Bond, the Cloak and Dagger right at the end of it. Clobbering time, trying to follow on through. Strangler Prison actually going to connect onto the this time, but it was still a while
they got one.
Engagement, silent seduction from Enzo. Going to come through, but it's just
okay. Melio's fucking carrying right now. Okay.
But there's still a delay that's coming in. Tanuki now, you could just watch Melio's perspective. He's trying to work out where on earth he is, but he's still able to connect on.
Oh shit, chat. Rad can win this.
Have to disengage here, disconnect completely from this engagement, because if they start getting reset like they did last time, there's not going to be too much time left for Rad.
They went aggressive there. They burned 3 ultimates just to get Ken, and you know what? It was worth it. Just remove that extra healing and that Terror Cape from the fight. They burned Clobbering Time, which did not land, Strangling Prison, which did, and then finished it off with Final Judgment to make sure that they can.
I don't think anyone underestimated the Punisher buffs. Punisher's really fucking strong.
Rather engaged now and then build up ultimates later on. They don't get anything, but they did create a little bit of harassment and hold the cart for just a moment.
I mean, they were happy to just go in with a freedom charge, force out the copy from level 1 Crook, and then disengage. Now they're going back in. They've taken out Naga. That's going to come back with the Soul Perseverance. It does have that Kamet Revival, but it might not be needed. He's going to be able to go into this engagement. Tanuki's trying to get these combos connecting. The Idol Aura is going to keep him alive and keep him topped up. And now it's forced out Fate with the own Eternal Bond. There's the Strategist Ultimates dipping one at a time, and that's enough room for Pokey to go in for the Dance of the Butterflies. But if you don't catch out Naga here, everybody's going to be brought back, but nobody goes down.
Bro, Rad is doing it, chat. Uh-oh.
It's going to be the thing that comes.
There's only one more fight left. There's one more fight left. It's do or die. They have 35 seconds too. And Berber Patapim has 0 ults.
Try not to get reset too often, but
I think Rad might take this. Oh shit, Rad Melio. I don't know what that was, but oh, but they got the res.
Engagement and Kamet Revival's able to bring people back from behind the corner.
Finally getting a Karmic Revival off without being tracked down by Pokey. They push on in. Crook goes for the copy. Eternal Bond to set this up. Tanuki just keeps getting locked down. Holly falls. Alex falls. This thing is grounding the dashes, grounding the flyers, and grounding the swingers. As it comes
oh no.
the feast from the abyss, but the damage output, but it's too staggered. Berber and Patapim just keep coming back in, and Rad are running out of ultimates to use. They're about to have clobbering time, but nothing else is close. Can anyone else touch this point? Venom delays. The car moves forward. Tanuki is taken down.
So baby.
They get the triple, and Rad takes the lead.
Oh man, Berber Patapim just again meters. One final fight, overtime
Bro.
pushes, and not finishing out the map, which is really difficult to do.
The fact that Rad was getting full held first point. They barely capped first point. They got second point in overtime, and then they fucking just won is the craziest shit ever.
In it on that first point.
Your power is mine, and it wasn't about just making sure the whole team came back.
Tanuki.
Tanuki went 44 and 14 on the Black Panther.
44 KOs
with 40,000 damage.
The fact is that OneCrook just made sure an investment in the future. Yes, it's so easy to say Adam can walk back. I can swap over.
Are they
to
locked
Eternal
in
Bond
these
to make
characters,
sure
or
we
can they
take
switch
this
on spawn?
fight.
They can
But
switch.
swapping
You
to
just
the
can't pick the
Adam
characters
with
that are banned.
God of Mischief allowed them to make sure that they had Karmic Revival again later. It was a riskier play, but it paid off in bucket loads. Also, we talk about Eternal Bonds, we talk about these big defense abilities, but Regen Domain is kind of cracked.
Oh yeah.
Do you think Magic is playable in these high rank / competition level? No.
Was able to put out 50k's worth of
I mean, maybe in competitive on the competitive ladder, yes,
40k done
but not in these
not
in these tournaments.
Nobody even comes close. Them between them, as a duelist pair, had triple the damage of Melio, as he was obviously the sole duelist with the Adam Warlock composition. Just the output for Berber Patapim was not enough. They don't really seem to have an answer for this Adam Warlock composition, to be honest. And even with Naga having a couple of moments where he probably should have brought out the Camera Revival but gets hunted down or uses it in a bad position, it's still not enough. Surely Berber Patapim have to target this a little bit more in the draft, because it is finding infinite value.
They'd hunted it down again. They literally were just running at Naga every time they could, with both Pokey and Tanuki. Speaking of which, Tanuki must have had one of the most fun games of their life here. But just being able to just track down the Adam Warlock is so important. But it's the 1 to 2 times you don't. It only takes 1 to 2 Karmic Revivals, because the cooldown is essentially a whole game anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for Berber Patapim. This was one of their home grounds, so to speak. 3-0 on it, and they've managed to take that first loss against Rad that we're not afraid to gun
I feel like Tetra is staring into my soul.
A little bit more, right? We've seen Domination played, we've seen Convergence, and now Convoy. Berber Patapim, now that they're on series point and they need to really find a way back into it, have the choice of any of the game modes that they want here. And honestly, they need that freedom to find the perfect map for them. Otherwise, it's going to be curtains in this upper bracket final.
I don't know
if Rad can take this next match with yet another Berber Patapim Virtus Pro rematch.
I don't know how casters can look at the camera, bro. I can't. Usually when I talk to you guys, I look at the screen and read you guys.
Can Rad close this out, or will Berber be taking us to a map number 5? Find out after this.
I just can't look at you guys. Hey guys, how you guys doing? There's a 3-minute break. How you guys doing? You guys come here often? You guys come here often? Hey. Hey chat. Look at me. Look at me. I can't see you guys. I don't have my glasses on. What do you mean, Lamau, you're so awkward? I'm not awkward. What, you want me to be like this? Yeah, hey, what's up, chat? Hey. Shit. I can't see anything. What do you mean, ew? What do you mean? Hold on, let me clean my glasses real quick. What do you mean, ew, bro? Okay. I want to get to my contact lens, and the right one was bad, centralized, more time being blind, I guess. Wait, what do you mean the right one was bad, centralized? What does that mean? I need Virtus Pro to play again.
Rad
Nevix has been going rampant with Hulk.
door already for the mid-season finals and also the grand finals of EMEA Ignite. One more map win and they're able to go.
I don't use dailies, no. Actually, Monday.
After that win against VP a couple of weeks ago, they've
it was
really
bad shape. Does that make sense? Monday, I go get my new contact lens prescription because I think I need new ones. I don't have any more contacts. I usually get a year supply.
They're taking us to Hell's Haven and
the 1 month ones. I don't wear dailies.
And Brad very much came in here saying, when we interviewed them a couple days ago, that they want revenge against Burma Patchman. They actually asked to play against them over Virtus Pro before that matchup happened because they wanted revenge for Fight Night. And already they're creeping towards it. Hell's Heaven being the next map, domination, a little more brawly. We're seeing a lot more value onto these big team fight ultimates, but it's a little more open as terms of these objectives actually being wide open spaces means a Black Panther could get a little less value as everyone will be a bit more spread out.
Yeah, I wonder if it was a little bit of a break glass in case of emergency. And another thing that we didn't really highlight towards the end of Araco is the Vanguards, right? I think we saw Trust Me finding so much value with the group with the Strangling Prisons and also Rajaro swapping over towards the Thing. But honestly, it was such a massive brawl, it was hard to keep tabs on all of the individuals outside of those big strategist ultimates. I think we're just going to see more of the same here. Like, this is a position that we have seen Burma Patchman in. They were in this spot yesterday against Virtus Pro, but it was that Hell's Heaven win where they're able to just come back in overtime on that second point. It really gave the momentum into that final map.
Wait, what? I work in the optical department for Costco, and they do bananas deals on your supply of contacts. You should look into it.
It's going to be nervous. There's going to be players that are really
feeling it. When I went to Costco, actually, I did see that. But I usually just go to the one near the place near my house, and
this is still within reach.
Yeah.
It is still possible for either of these teams, and Berber, they've shown that they have what it takes in these high-profile.
I just go back to the one near my house. I paid probably like 100 something bucks, and I get
versus Virtus Pro. But they were still able to bring it back with just a couple last-minute adjustments, and then in their words, they were like, "Wait, we can win this!" And hyper commit, recovering, keeping everything stable. But Rad, they have shown that when it comes to stability, they seem to be one of the top teams where they have heavy momentum, and once they start getting control of something, they almost never let it go.
Yeah, sort of looking, well, we're going to go into game now, but I wanted to sort of look at the drafts as well that we have been seeing out of Rad. They went back to the whole, like, Loki first ban, Wolverine first ban, and then to protect them to Loki themselves. I mean, they got their money's worth from level 1 Crook with how he was able to play it, and the Strange to just rely on it as and when needed was really key. Stopped Burma Patchman taking out too many of the Vanguards, and well, the Magneto first ban has been consistent from Burma Patchman. They haven't really alterated or changed anything about it. Rad now finding a little bit more success off that first ban, going to lock in the Loki.
Let's see what they go for here. Berber thinking about that Luna. It did give them a lot of protection in the games where they have been able to grab a hand of it. And of course, it very much threatens someone like a Human Torch, like a Psylocke. It puts a lot of pressure on Rad to start targeting, but they are sticking to their guns. They are going to create the first ban, not on Loki, but on the Punisher, because they know the Berber Patchman are currently threatening a lot of these Vanguards. So taking it away gives them more freedom to try and take Berber in these more brawl-like fights that they seem to like to do.
Ooh, interesting. This is very, very different from what Rad have done before, because it typically has been if you ban out the Loki or any strategist first, that you would go protect it first. So maybe feeling a little bit nervous here, as Captain America is going to be this next ban out on the side of Burma Patchman. Now this next one is going to be at the same time. Not going to see the mirror copies, but Wolverine, I think, locked in very, very quickly on the side of Rad.
They have the Emma. They're looking to potentially, they could try bringing back Groot, because Trust Me was absolutely a king on Araco with that and can get some really good zoning potential. There are also some spots on this map where you can get isolated and very easily and pulled off the map in some of the more niche cases like that Super Soldier Factory. And Rad looking to one-side it. They pick up the Wolverine for their protection. That's fair. That's reasonable.
Yeah, that's valid. I think that was.
Do they not see each other bans? Yes, they do see each other's bans.
So, I mean, it's a little bit more stress to deal with, less stress to deal with for sure on the side of Berber Patpim. Protecting, we have the option here to protect the Emma Frost or the Magneto. I imagine the other one would get banned out towards the end here unless there's some other tricks up Rad's sleeve.
Looks like they are looking at Magneto so they can get at least a one-sider here. So now the question is, will Rad take away the Emma to make sure that they get the one side and prevent the double mutant front line? Looks like they're at least considering taking out that Captain America. As currently, Luna, Captain, and Psylocke are all available. The classic.
Why ban Loki? Chat.
Backline assassination comp, but Rad have decided
The
that they
bans
would
are for the
rather take
opposing
more
teams.
brawly
So if
fights
one team bans Loki,
over that Emma
the team
so
that
they
banned
can
Loki
try and
can
stun
still
out.
play
We
Loki
know
because
from
they're
first
banning
pro
Loki
that
for the
Emma
other
can
team.
trade out Magneto quite effectively
So that's
and
why
can
the
lock
other
down
team will
Captain
ban
America
Loki
if
as
they
well.
allow
So
that carbon
if
crush.
we can't play Loki,
Rad
you
decide
can't play
that
Loki.
they'd rather fight in a melee style.
Y'all
as
think
opposed
Mr.
to just
Fantastic
trying
gets
to
freaky in the
roll
sheets
out
because he could
remove some
stretch any part of his
backline
body?
Yeah, I
Chat.
think Patapim's won the draft.
What are you
here.
saying,
if it was just
bro?
off this alone, I think that final move was as checkmate almost. Because you have to ban out the Emma Frost because you don't want to give Pokey that team-up combination where he can make decoys of himself.
I
and do
like
a
this
little bit
ban
more
system.
damage.
This ban system is
Means that he's
amazing.
going to be a little bit more dangerous, more
The
lethal
comics
with
already
those
cover this.
approaches.
Wait, what do you
But
mean the
you've
comics
given
already cover
Polly
this? What's the
Captain
answer in the
America
comics?
In a game mode.
Wait,
he's
yes,
able
it's
to
a comic
grow and
fact.
die
What do you mean
and
it's a
just
comic
be as
fact?
irritating as
Do they
ever.
actually go
Polly Pokey duo is
into
definitely
detail
real.
about that?
But saying that, Tetra, it was semi-available for them in the last game over on Araco, and it didn't work. So really, it has to be down to these fine margins. Berber Patapim lost the first point over on Krakoa earlier. Now they want to have a strong start because they could be in free fall and the panic can start setting in if they don't get this first point of Hell's Heaven on lock.
Read any size you need, Richards. What the
Going
fuck?
for a little bit less of a min-max here.
What
They
am I-
start off on
what am I
just
reading, bro?
Rocket, Ford of Rockets packed lunch for that 25 extra armor. Whereas Rad, they did take the time to make sure that at least 4 of their players got that 50 armor, that extra bonus health from the Penny team up. So now they're going to be making their way in with at least a little bit extra protection in comparison to Berber.
And Tanuki is on the Black Panther now. He's seen a lot of Americans use it and is like, it's my time. If I have to rely on my comfort, I'm going to go for it. And we've seen how potent it can be in the right hands across the Atlantic.
Yo,
Rajat
Rubik's
trying to
Cat,
find
appreciate the Prime
connections
Star.
onto
Welcome.
him.
I think you just
It
made a
seems to be
horrible
little bit more
mistake. I
slippery.
appreciate it.
Regardless, it is Melio does find that first pick over on towards Pokey, and almost halfway to building up that Rage of Ultron. It's only Trust Me that's actually beating him out with not only just the pure damage output, but trying to get that silent seduction on.
There is a segment with
Tanuki looking for
Susan
another
and
turnaround.
Richard in the
Naga
comics.
creeping forward, needs a bit of
I don't want to
healing.
ask.
See if they can find someone to maybe take off the edge. This is the point of the map where you can try and start dragging people. Going with the booster, take Polly into the...
Naga
base.
took Polly
It might
straight
be
off
a
the map. That's
1-for-1,
funny.
But it's certainly a mental win.
Well, it's more the fact that you've got people on the point fighting as well, and now this is still like an over-dedication. Pokey's just in their backline. Spawns were flipped there for a second, and Trust Me, he's actually managed to get a hold of him. Sort of really set up Naga to do the majority of the damage on the back end, but he's not going to be able to get the pick. And actually, in fact, Rad have lost the point, so Naga's found himself in a little bit of no man's land. Wants to try to dive out and get out of the way, but he doesn't quite realize that behind him, somebody else was looming. Rajaro swapping over towards the thing, a really big pivot that opened up the Rad for a little bit more freedom in these more scrappy engagements. Tanuki must have a better plan this time.
Rajaro, the thing has been so effective on Araco, while Tanuki has been able to find the freedom just due to the cooldowns that being in favor of Berber and Patapim. The thing, Yancy Street Charge, does ground dashes, stops that Black Panther from moving on through. You can see they can't step into that cracked ground area, so they have to wait for it to expire. There's also the potential knockdown of that Clobbering. Here comes the Rage of Ultron into the Meteor M2, absorbing, sniping level 1 Crook right off the back here. Silence actually coming in from above for Trust Me as they are committing to this engage. Melio drop low, but already healed back up with that imperative patch. And last stand to force Pokey off the point.
Just as he had the dance of the butterflies, but this is Rad throwing in 3 ultimates in this
Take care,
engagement.
Rin.
They still haven't quite taken the point as it's still ticking up in favor of Berber Patapim. Invisible boundary, Tanuki's just going to keep connecting on through, but has decided that he's going to try and reset, build up some of those cooldowns again and go for another engagement in the future. Polly with a freedom charge is going to have just basically the heck kicked out of him. The Bastard's going to come in, and Polly's going to actually find the follow-up over on.
Damn, bro. Wait, did they solo him? Yeah, they did. You know what? I respect that. I hate Black Panther, bro. Black Panther players, or the cracked ones, are just too annoying, bro. You can't kill them. They're just dashing everywhere.
Berber Patapim in control. Rad, they're taking fights okay for a while, but they're just getting overwhelmed by attrition and haven't been able to step up onto the point. They're going to portal in for one last chance at the defense to try and hold this, but that's going to be without the thing, meaning that Tanuki is about to start cruising on through here, to start getting reset after reset, looking above so they can go for the setup. First reset, I think they went through the portal, coming back out, that's the butterfly, coming in from Pokey, but it's going to be Berber Patapim wiping out the re-engage attempt, while Rad are actually going to be able to get the flip.
Wait, what? Level 1 Crook was able to take 2 people off the map? How? Oh, with a kick? With one single kick?
Now Tanuki is taking bludgeoning, right, with the amount of damage that's focused, but he's still able to move himself around to catch on to Melio. Contest from Rajaro. I see the Doctor Strange is being picked up. Have you got the pole? It doesn't look. I think they're just going to have to walk it. No, they weren't prepared for it at all.
Jesus Christ.
Able to take that first point, only losing a little bit of percentage in the meanwhile.
This might go to map 5, chat.
Get onto that point for that initial engage and just immediately appearing into a dance of the butterfly. Berber Patapim were just more than prepared for a defense, and right now.
Wow, Pokey is 16-2.
Have to take more staggered fights on a Rako. There's counter strategy for that Black Panther. I was apparently way wrong, even with the open space. Tanuki's just having a lovely time knowing exactly where to position to get the lineups. They're just sweeping through over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, you're sort of.
Are these teams both qualified for land? No, they're playing right now to see who qualifies for land.
Earthbound Tanuki to stop those resets. I think Tanuki's having a bit more of an approach of like. Almost like a target. He's providing so much space for Pokey.
Let me see, what time does tomorrow's game start, chat? Tomorrow's game starts at...
You know, he's having the ever-living daylights just beating out of him, but it's providing so much success from his duelist duo. And now Melio's going to try and have a copy himself, moving over towards that Psylocke away from the Ultron.
1800 CEST is what time
backline burst potential. Getting picked off out the sky, just not finding, like you say, not finding enough healing output, so they're going to trade that
12 o'clock. Oh my god, I get to sleep in, bro.
For even more damage. Melio was already
I get to fucking sleep in tomorrow. I love it.
Pokey, both of them drop low. Here comes Black Panther, Tanuki, reset after reset, but not enough for a finishing blow yet. But Melio will still be taken down to the flanks, and Polly is on the run after getting locked down by Naga.
Ooh, Silent Seduction used pretty early on, and when you've already lost a player, you're losing your backline as the Meteor M. You're just stood in a corridor that's 90 degrees, so it's perfectly set up for Enzo to just put the exclamation mark on top of it. The point taken first yet again for Berber Patapim.
Sorry, chat. I want to make a...
in, and Tanuki's good to go with another Bast.
All right, they're mixing it up. They've decided to adjust. Rajiro's moving over to the Emma. Try and lock down this Black Panther with a Carbon Crush. Trust me, moving on to the Hulk. If we can't stop him from moving, we'll at least shield ourselves and try and delay that way. But
I'm really surprised the Black Panther's working. And you guys are saying that Black Panther needs buffs? Chat, Black Panther doesn't need buffs, bro. That character's annoying.
They're able to get a quick pickup, meaning that Rad have to wait once again.
Where are they going to be playing LAN at if they have announced that? I'm pretty sure if you look at the website right there in the bracket, and you click on it, I think it's Hangzhou, China.
Unfortunately, I had to say goodbye to them yesterday, but seeing if there's a little bit of imitation that's going to come in. But right now, actually, this is just a lot of, it feels a little bit of time wasted, frankly, from Rad as they're trying to group up things together. Is the connection good enough? Oh, the leap just misses. The backline almost offering themselves up as bait, and a counterattack is going to provide Hangzhou. It's good for the Dance of Butterflies, but he just misses. He cancels it all. Berber Patapim just shift to the side, and they manage to dodge such a pivotal ultimate.
Turn the bond for the extra protection. Last stand to try and turn this round. Naga able to help take out Alex, but Tanuki has Bastard Set with the freedom charge for the extra health, and they're actually dropping a little bit lower here. Here comes the Bastard Set straight through the entire team, and it wipes Trust Me off the board as they were down into that battle form. Fate falls. Tanuki is finally taken down by Melio, but it's 93, 94, 95, and it's just Naga. I have Agamotto to try and delay, but that is go. Oh, hello, Wolverine. Goodbye, Wolverine.
I think they were waiting for the map map to rotate, chat.
Dove in off screen. The portal play, yeah, it has to come in now. But are they able to? They're not actually able to get on top of it. Oh, just in the nick of time, people were able to touch the objective, but just blocking it off was Enzo's Magneto. The Meteor not quite getting the final blow, but doing
Damn, Berber Patavin taking match 4 and sending it to a match 5, chat. Hey, this is a good series.
On Hell's Heaven. Thankfully, as a neutral Tetra, we're going to a map 5.
Match 5, chat. Map 5. Map 5. Good shit.
Evening up the score, and that was
good shit, bro. Good shit. Yeah, Hangzhou. Yeah, I told you. It's basically where they had the Overwatch first stage playoffs at, and apparently the first stage playoffs of Overwatch was fucking amazing this year. So hopefully they do the same stuff for this game. This is the first LAN I'm pretty sure that Marvel Rivals is gonna have, so I really want to see how well it looks. And I really, my very curious question is how many people show up to this first LAN. I want to see how big this game is.
10 final hits, which was dwarfed by at least 2 of the players on Berber Patapin.
And Ken not actually going down once. I'm gonna do my best like Twitch chat impression for this one, which is that's what happens when you ban out Adam Warlock. And honestly, I kind of agree. Like, it did look a night and day difference when you take out that character. And Berber Patapin, like I said, I felt that they really set themselves up perfectly for the draft. When you have the choice of getting Emma Frost on your team at the end or Polly's Captain America, yeah, choose which way you want to lose, essentially. And that was convincing. That has got to be a lot of confidence being built up from Berber Patapin. The downside, however, is that you can't go back to this game mode. Right now, Team Rad have the choice of the final map, and they can go for a convergence or a convoy, the game modes that they've won in this series in its entirety.
I've seen enough. It's time to rework, Jeff. They need to, like you say, go to Convoy or Convergence, and we look at the maps that are available. We have Central Park and Midtown, both of the Empire of Eternal Night maps. We have the Symbiotic Surface. A lot of these maps are very long and very much benefit static defenses. Setting up stuff like the Groot is going to be very effective. Rocket could creep back in for some quick revives, and all of them will benefit very heavily from an Adam Warlock, which is why I won't be surprised if we see that banned out again.
It is an absolute heat wave in here in the EMEA across all different areas, and I think the fact that this is going to a map 5 is pretty much hitting records, I suppose, of going supernova perhaps. But that final map has just got to wait for a quick break before we get back into the action and see exactly who's heading towards China for that mid-season finals. Don't go anywhere.
Protect your bald king! My power grows! Beholds the god of thunder!
Wow, you know what's crazy? I ate that spicy thing and I had to go to the bathroom so fast. It came out spicy. You ask me, they're your cats. They're evil. Yo, Vargas. Appreciate that as a prime sub. Sorry, I had to go lift up the bed so we could get the toys that the cats knock under the bed. Did Jay just disown Boba? When the cats do something good, they're mine. When they do something bad, they're Emily's. Just how it works.
Warlock leading into these games, and immortality is what will await for one of these teams in the annals of Marvel Rivals esports history, as we're about to find our first team in those grand finals and our first representative for EMEA in Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals.
It's really 50-50 on deciding this one.
How are Noodle and Sushi getting along with Boba? Sushi gets beat up by both Noodle and Boba. Noodle's just mad because there's a boy in the house and she's not getting all the love. And Boba is literally just running around like a fucking crackhead, literally starting fights with everyone. Even if they're laying down and sleeping, Boba would just jump up, smack him in the head, and try to like chase him.
Tomorrow, with either beating or playing up against Z10 or Virtus Pro. So it doesn't get easier if you lose this series, that's for sure. And really at this point, Berber Patspim having a lot of fight back in that final map, trying to take the momentum, but you have to look at these other game modes which are looking very good from Rad, despite it coming down to literal meters of where the payload is moving.
We have been informed that we are heading to Yggdrasil Path, to Asgard itself. And you
I really want to know. See, the problem with this game though is, let's say they do invite streamers to go to China, and let's say I magically get picked and I go to China chat to co-stream the games. Bro, China doesn't have Twitch and China doesn't have YouTube, so no one's gonna know who the fuck I am.
Like to Midtown,
they're gonna be like, who the fuck is this guy?
Because of how good they looked against Virtus Pro
and then I'm gonna be very sad.
But now Captain America is going to be the first ban for Rad instead of going for like a low-key protect.
That is interesting. And Berber, you can see they immediately slow down. Like, hang on, wait, that's different. And they are still going to ban away the Loki, but you can see they had to stop and talk for a second as their order is going to be ever so slightly displaced.
You're the biggest streamer in the world.
Where do they prioritize their picks now?
The biggest as in like in real life? Yes.
Like they may consider doing so.
I mean, it would make sense. The stats I
Yo, Mankinator, I appreciate the massive 35 months and the kind words.
Taking a hit today, to say the very least.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Chat, whoever wins this moves on to the land.
It's the thing that is consistent across Rad's
remember that. Whoever wins this goes on to the land for $500,000.
And Emma Frost is going to be,
and to be honest with you,
to maintain that front line for Rad a little bit more.
I think Rad is an org, right? Berber Patapim is not an org, so
sides with Berber batting it quite a bit later. You already
is Rad an org?
Frost, which means Berber have the opportunity to
does anyone know?
One-sided back.
I don't know too much about Europe, European orgs.
Dagger, if they choose to do this. Actually, no, they can't create one-sided Dagger because Rad would have the opportunity to protect it if they wanted to. So instead, they're going to secure themselves a Magneto, knowing that there is a chance that they might just get a little bit focused down when it comes to that Cloak and Dagger, because Rad have the opportunity to secure it for themselves either way.
Yeah, they want to maintain barriers as well. They don't want to fall to the trap that Rad have been falling into a little bit, especially on that first map of Krakoa. But Psylocke making sure that Pokey can't go for this combination. I thought that's why the Emma Frost ban came in, to just stop that team up from happening. They're going to protect Venom. I feel like this is Rad showing their hand a little bit, and I mean the success that they've had from the Venom today on these payload maps has been insurmountable, definitely noticeable.
The Mantis being hovered here, while the Adam Warlock is so tempting. Venom plus Inspire is what really assisted both of these teams on that first setup of Hall of Jalia. And as such, Berber Patapim take the bait. They're going to remove the Mantis, and Adam is allowed through. But with a lot of those team-ups getting removed, Berber Patapim seeing these Vanguard adjustments.
Who do you want to win, Jay? I don't. Any team is good for me, to be honest with you.
The more that may be coming in.
These bans are confusing. The bans are not confusing, chat, once you understand it.
Gamma Monstro would at least melt through a lot of that health quite quickly.
You are banning for the other team. That's all you gotta know. So the blue team bans for the other team, and the red team bans for the blue team.
Really start to set in. You've got some experienced names from.
If you, let's say it's you versus me.
We've been able to attend some
If
of the
I
bigger
ban
events in other
Rocket,
esports,
your
but
team
this
cannot play Rocket.
is like a
If
whole
you
different
ban
kettle of
Luna
fish for
Snow,
them.
my team cannot
And
play
one of
Luna
the
Snow.
oldest
If
maps,
you
the one that a year
save
ago we were all trying
Psylocke,
out for the first time
I
and we
cannot
get our
ban
hands on the
Psylocke
beta
because
and
you saved
stuff.
it.
Really getting a sniff of
And
what
you cannot
Marvel
save
rivals and
something
certain
that I
Marvel
already
rivals
banned.
esports
And
can
it
be
makes
like.
it was very confusing at first to
later
me too, but it
today,
makes a lot of sense.
You really get to see what the best teams from this region are able to do. Looks like it's going to be Rad attacking first. Berber Patpim getting Enzo over on
So,
the Hulk
let's
with a
just
Magneto
say-
combo for Polly.
Let's just say a team bans
Nicely. They've got themselves that name off for some defense.
Magneto.
The power.
The other team
They
can't
have a
play
star
Magneto,
to
but
try
my
and do
team
that.
saves
Advantage
Magneto.
Rocket is going to go into
That means
with that
they
human
can't play
force.
Magneto, but I can play
Immediately they're
Magneto.
able to catch
And they
the
can't
flank
ban
and
Magneto.
force Tanuki to back up. They have that extra shielding for Tanuki when they go over the Blaster Barrage with the Iron Bulwark, as Tanuki is forced to back all the way up. Dropped incredibly low as in comes that Gamma Monstro, just in case Rad continue this aggression.
Now I'm more confused than
Should have allowed freedom here as well.
Chat,
but he's
it's not
just
that
going to get
confusing.
Carbon crushed by the Emma Frost on the other side because Rad banned it out. Rajara's going to
God
play
damn
on
it.
the other side, and it's actually the strategists that fight first, and level 1 Croak finds that first elimination to get things moving. And much like before, Tetra, Rad are putting this up with momentum that's going to force Berber Patpim to surrender a lot of space.
And this is where Rad seem to be gaining advantages with getting early
It's just,
pickups and just never
it's
giving up
it's
on the
playoffs.
pace.
Well, not playoffs,
Here
it's,
comes Trust Me from behind. Frenzied
Wait, what is
arrival immediately coming in, forcing Polly to portal so they can reinforce their team. Push backwards
It's,
there with the Crystal King. They're stuck on the car. They can't
It's a tournament thing.
And Pokey is getting a lot of damage onto the divers. Enzo started on the thing for at least a moment, but will swap back onto the Hulk because they need to make sure that Pokey can keep this damage output up. Here comes the Blaster Barrage for Tanuki as they're building up towards that Galactic Legend. And this hallway is turning into a blender right now as Data the Butterfly comes out from Melio. And we're seeing Berber Patapim getting whittled down to nothing as Rad claim point number 1.
Done in 90 seconds too. Melio just getting a Dance the Butterflies online, uses it instantly. Berber Patterson was still really trying to bring something up and forward. Tanuki switching away from the Star-Lord just as he got that Galactic Legend. Wants to go for that Wolverine, that team up with Enzo, trying to see if he can take Naga out of the sky, and there's no Punisher available to them. So trying to be this like anti-air machinery isn't going to have that option.
Oh my god, wow, he actually get hit out of the air? Holy shit, wait, what the fuck? That's a controller player, by the way, playing Hulk. Damn.
The Bulk World is going to keep Berber Patpim alive and kicking.
You just lost so much time on that, though. Like you say, it's going to keep them going. Level Crook coming in with the Fate of both worlds. Torna Proteus finds Melio on the dash for the pickup. And that will prevent a lot of damage coming out from Rad, the Wolverine.
Oh, nice freeze.
Venom indoors is a place where you like to be. The silent seduction is coming on now, but while Berber and Patapim are taking the jewels, they're getting picked off on the flanks. As Berber and Patapim lose 2 members, Rad keep on pushing the silent seduction, keeping them zoned.
Even when these fights have been going on for Berber Patpim, the payload has been moving nearly uncontested. You see just how spread Berber Patpim are in these engagements, and the last stand is going to be used. He's not.
Oh no, chat. Oh no. Oh no.
But now the catch is going onto the Venom, pulling him right out of position, but he's got enough.
Oh, nice kidnap again. The juggling. Oh my. Controller, by the way. That is disgusting. Oh, but he's. They didn't touch the point, chat.
But Rad have hit the point. They have 5 minutes to finish the map.
They are cruising. They're so good when it comes to momentum. They take yet more pickups. They are pushing on, and anyone who's running back to spawn so they can regroup is fair game. As Melio is moving on in to see if they can catch someone. Enzo tries to lay by.
I got juggled by a Hulk today in ranked. I almost crashed out. Yo, people who know how to juggle and juggle consistently are fucking crazy. I can juggle in real life. I can't juggle in the game though. Did you guys know that? I can actually juggle 3 balls, sometimes 4.
Just trying to find the hero that he can find that success on. Black Panther is available, but maybe not the position to be thrown out as of yet. Especially when you got Pokey, that team up with a Hulk, the Gamma Overload, able to just get a little bit more damage out from the squids. You really need to be careful now because you have got Polly and Hulk, like the Venom and Hulk even, with no barriers. It's going to be easy for Melio to get these ultimates on board, and level 1 Crook wants to not to just be a case of charging up the ultimates for the duelists. They're going for a little bit more lethal pressure, and right now the Horn of Proteus catching on through. It connects onto Melio, and Berber Patsman are making this an absolute brawl, but they're throwing every ultimate they have available at it.
Silence Induction is going to come out, even though they're a person down. Rad is still going to try and duel this as Naga is taken out the sky once again with the Supernova. Enzo giving everything in their power. But with Alex falling, Tanuki with
the
Supernova Road is going to try and push this down.
Damn.
Banner falls. Enzo is down. Faye trying to keep the team up with this Eternal Bond pushing on it. That's the Dark Force teleport to get out of dangerous. Trust me, is outside the spawn door once again, causing problems, delaying buying time as the cart keeps moving forward.
Bro, Berber Patapim needs to get their shit together, or this is a GG's, and they're gonna go to the lower bracket
now with whatever that you have, but it might be a little bit too much to ask for. You've got a Feast of the Abyss ready for Trust Me in a second, and a Dance of the Butterflies for Melio ready. The payload is moving uncontested. You have to use the Fate of Both Worlds to just jump on the point to stop things from churning on for Rad, which means that you're an open target.
there we go, there we go, there we go, Polly.
He's able to connect onto free.
Oh my god, there you go, Polly.
But it turned the tides now for Berber Patspin to keep on holding. It's still 2.5 minutes though, Tetra. They have a long time to hold on.
Berber Patspin realizing that they are right outside their spawn doors. They need people.
Yeah, they have a lot of time left, bro. I feel bad. I feel bad for Berber.
They've got the Human Torch for a little bit of hold and sticking with that Namor to try and help deal with Naga and Trust Me and Melio as they dive on in. They're hyper committed, just trying to delay this. Naga getting focused down.
That's a big pick.
Here, very nearly getting finished.
Yeah, but like, look at the ults, chat. Look at the
2
ults.
minutes to go. Rad have plenty
Berber
of time.
Patapim has
They can't
2
afford to keep
ults.
getting staggered like this as Tanuki grabs a
Rad is about to have all 6.
Enzo was talking about this in the interview yesterday. When
If Rad plays perfectly, they
how
win.
much of a beating that he took, and it just seemed that no matter what he did, he was getting focused down. And it's the same story here. He has to use the World Breaker to just stay alive. Doesn't want to be burnt down, and there's too much CC on the side of Rad, and now just too much damage with the Supernova. Regeneration Domain has to be used, and the copy comes in instantly from Ken to get that Fate of Both Worlds. It's not enough, however. Pokey is going to go down just as he has the Horn of Proteus. It's enough of a respite to grant space, but it's not going to be available. Ken's ultimate duration is just about to expire, and that's where Rad might push a little bit more. The Psionic Seduction finding 1. That Feast of the Abyss from Trust Me.
Bro, what is Rad doing? They had 6 ults, and now they haven't even won yet.
They have to use it to try and get out of this room that they've been trapped in. Naga is just keeping them on lockdown. Feast of the Abyss from Polly to try and turn this round by chasing down the strategist, trying to weigh down that Fate of Both Worlds, doing a huge amount of damage to Rajaro, who locks them in with the Carbon Crash. Pokey taking Naga out of the sky means that they've lost a huge amount.
Nice kill by Pokey. Bro, Rad had 6 ults this fight, and they kind of just fucking tossed it. What was that? Now they have nothing for the last fight. What was that?
But no, they'll swap back over to the cloak.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Rad Esports, they pushed it very far, but like 6 ults, bro, really? 6? 6? Tossed just like my salad. What? What does that
5 minutes
mean?
down to 20 seconds on this final checkpoint. All to play for Horn of Proteus, right into the center of Rad, but everybody alive, everything required to keep people going. Very short while away from having that Eternal Bond for Fate. It's on the precipice of being available, and it's going to come out just in time. The World Breaker, however,
Oh no, oh no, yeah, no, Rad Esports threw this game, chat. I mean, the game is not over yet, but Rad Esports kind of fucking threw.
Is going to be from Naga to just push back and give some space. The finishes are not coming through. The eliminations are holding on. And Berber Patspin have burned all of the time in the world, and they're looking to burn a little bit brighter with the Supernova from Tanuki thrown onto the point. It's pretty much all blue in the feed on the right-hand side, and they're holding on to a good, resolute position. But
Wow.
is it going to be enough?
Wow.
I think Rad may have just made a misplay. I like that they tried bringing out
Wow.
the damage output when fighting on a single point is good.
Wow.
But the reinforcements
Rad was
have made
rolling
such a
first
difference
and
there.
second
They
point,
stuck
but
to
as soon
their
as they got to the
guns
third
and stuck
point,
with
that was a
what they were
great
already
hold by
playing,
Berber
stuck with that
Patapim.
venom.
Great
For the
hold,
extra
bro.
sustain, whoever went down first could have moved onto the Strange to try and portal back in.
Are they going to finish
Moving
everything
on
for
foot when
EU
they still
today?
have that
No.
portal off
There's going to be
cooldown,
matches
may have
tomorrow.
been a misplay that might have
After this
secured
game
Berber
is the
Patapim
lower
that ticket towards the mid-season finals.
lower semifinals, and then after
Again, a
that,
reminder,
tomorrow
the
we
draft
watch
and how
the.
it's looked. Berber Patapim having to go for
Tomorrow we watch
something
the
that's a little bit different,
the finals of the lower bracket and the finals of the upper
Venom.
bracket.
Looking good in either case. Pokey now leading on the damage for his team. 9 final blows. Comparing that to Naga that's on this non-mirrored Psylocke.
30 seconds before you attack.
It's just a little bit more. You have to look at the support, and Melio is actually going to go over towards playing that Ultron.
So
And
every
for that
region
triple
joining us
strategist
2
yet
2
again,
2 3.
Not with the Adam Warlock. I
What do you
don't
mean? Is
believe.
that so? Every region joining us. What
Even
does
though
that
it's still
mean?
available.
As we mentioned, like you say, the Adam Warlock is available, but there was the
Oh, you're talking about who gets the playoff, the mid-season playoffs. 3 from NA, 3 teams from NA, 2 teams from EMEA, 2 teams from Asia, 2 teams from China, and 1 team from Oceania.
Swapping between diving the backline and then moving back into their team for that.
So 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 teams. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
But is able to disengage,
3,
focused,
4,
able to
5,
survive. Not going to be finished off
6,
this
7,
time.
8, 9. No, 10. 10 teams. 10 teams. 10 teams?
Tanuki
3,
taking no
4, 5,
real focus right
6,
now.
7,
It is more
9,
pot shots
10.
before Polly comes in, and alongside Enzo, it's perfectly executing on the dive, but it's great CC in order for Rad to keep themselves alive only for a short moment now before level 1 Crook goes down. The Vanguards are finding all of the strategists, and now it's just Trust Me that's fighting over onto this objective. Fate's going to go down too. The first point might be a fairly quick one. Rad are going to have the chance to re-engage onto this. I don't think
It doesn't make any sense, chat. 10 teams is very weird. 8 teams makes sense.
Trying to match each other with how fast they're taking that first point.
Going to be seeing Berber.
10 if you have 10 teams, one team is going to need a buy.
The regroup. There's a couple members here. They are probably going to try and defend this on gate number 1. Not going to give it up for free. Melio on the Punisher to try and.
I don't know who gets the buy. That's what I don't understand.
Doing a lot of damage right away, but Melio is going to be the one to fall. Tanuki comes in from over the top, flaming Media, and Berber and Patapim are cleaning up right now. Eternal Bond comes in to buy the extra time, and Melio swapping over to the Strange so they can go for the reinforce.
Pokey.
And Pokey is dominating.
A little bit of an emo.
Oh, are they going to get it? 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 Oh, 0.06 meters. And they actually got the freeze on that guy, but he still was able to touch.
And you're on to the next part of the map, but no, there's going to be this fight happening.
Thank you for the drops, by the way. No problem. Hey, chat, if there's any a time where there's drops happening for Marvel Rivals and or Overwatch, just come to my stream, chat. I got you guys. I stream for... We've been doing 16-hour streams lately.
He gets taken out from Melio. The dives into him with the Doctor Strange.
The Lokis are swapping around, trying to make sure that they stay safe. Naga getting the map heal in this fight. Enzo is giving everything they can on this point. It's gone from 6 centimeters down to just under a meter. Tanuki returning to the fight. Regeneration domain to hold this. The bodies on the board are getting cleaned up. The reinforcement distance.
Nice. Berber Patapim is doing really well.
They are able to take the first point.
You take that, I still think, because Rad, you forced out a lot more time. You got some of the bigger ultimates out. You have to sort of be careful. Polly.
No, there's 10 teams, chat. Sorry, before they get into the next team fight. 3 from America, 3 from America, 2 from Asia, 2 from China, 2 from EMEA, and 1 from Oceania. You have 10 teams. It is 10 teams.
You're able to just body block some of the approaches here. Enzo managing to cut off behind where these defenders are for Rad, and they're forced into an engagement and maybe potentially forced out to use the fate of both worlds. I saw even the Eternal Bond that's going to come through, and a dance to the butterfly from Naga, seeing if it can catch something in the back line and it catches onto Pokey.
Where can we see the China games?
He was in the air in that aquatic blessing, but got outlasted, picked off.
I don't know, chat. I know. I have no idea. Yo, certified Glonk. Free pass at 3 months.
They were able to get away as Melio arrives, gets out the shotgun and deals with the symbiote. They're turning this round. Berber Patapim trying to hold onto the card of the counter feed from the Abyss is going to come out locked down onto Trust Me, but they're already healed back up. Fate of both worlds.
Wearing glasses straight out the gate. Contacts are bad for gaming. I've been wearing contacts for gaming for 20 years,
also
man.
a great play for Ken to be able to go for the copy and teleport out just as the Feast of the Abyss comes in. Silent Seduction going indoors, and Tanuki tries to follow. Unfortunately, gets a little bit more than he bargained for. You also lose out on one of your vanguards. 2.5 minutes. Rather able to hold on to this spot, and they still have the final judgment in hand for Melio. They're happy to just sit back on it. Fate of both worlds. Berber Patapim need to get something going, but if they try and make this fight continue, if they try to overextend here,
I don't like glasses for gaming. I prefer my contacts.
The difference between Naga and Fate there. Naga's so locked in and Fate is just chilling. They believe that this is going well as Melio's going to drop that final judgment, burning onto Tanuki, who is up above. They're looking for anyone who is vulnerable, but they do not find the pickups. So it's all about positioning. In comes that Venom as they dive on forward. Adjudication out of radioactive lockdown's going to shut them down as the Supernova from Tanuki is trying to melt through reinforcements. Rad are trying to hold this with just 1 minute 43 seconds left. Boomer and Patapim can't seem to find the distance. Fate of both world is coming in from level 1. Crook Ken keeping their team topped up as well, facing the Abyss onto Polly, but they're on through. Neither team is going down.
Oh my god. After all that, Rad was able to come out on top.
Polly is just somehow staying alive up until the very end. And now there's just under 90 seconds for Berber.
What is happening? A lot of things are happening. A lot of ults.
That's the positive, but you have got a Silent Seduction and another final judgment for Melio about to be ready. I think Melio's key for this one for Rad. If you want to stop things here and now, it's going to be that to work with. Naga gets CC'd, but he's not under any immediate threat. He's going to be chased down though by 2 players, so has to maybe surrender up this high ground as the Feast of the Abyss looking for an opportunity for Polly. He doesn't have to worry about the strategist ultimates for the time being, and he's able to grab onto Melio just as he was about to get that final judgment.
Rad getting cleaned out here. Berber Patapim. That car might be starting to move. They are cleaning them off the board here. And the goats start walking, heading towards that third.
It's still Let's Fight, chat. They still got another fight on this.
Head towards Yggdrasil.
Did Virtus Pro win today? Yes, Virtus Pro won.
Still a grand finals position in whoever is able to touch it. So the legends say, as Berber Patapim are looking on the flanks, making sure that anyone who comes to the reinforce is going to get shut down. Pokey playing safe. They can't afford to be the ones to be taken out early, as they are one of the big damage outputs.
Ooh, Berber Patapim is winning this. Just winning this fight. They're gonna cap.
This fight goes into overtime for the time being, but it's not going to pull anybody off of the point. It's now into OT. It's now down to these fine margins that Berber Patapim have struggled with over on these payload maps, but we're still seeing
damn, that pick on the support was insane.
Certainly Pokey's able to find himself a couple. It's right at the precipice, but Rad have bought themselves more time. What was it? Berber Patapim had 5 minutes.
Chat. Who do you guys think is going to win? They have a minute and a half to basically push it all the way towards close to the end. Close to the end of this.
They're making their way in. This is it. It comes down to distance now. 100 meters, 18 centimeters. That's it. That is the distance here as Berber Patapim are looking for openings. They have Horde of Proteus, Rad, Feast from the Abyss, Dance of the Butterfly, and now Fate of both worlds is going to be dropped immediately. Dance of the Butterfly coming on out with 1 minute to go. Every pickup that Rad can get will be huge, and they find Tanuki with the zone up. Melio looking for Polly, forcing them to disengage.
Now it's really a case of waiting it out, and Rad's overextended, perhaps they do. Naga goes down to Enzo. He was just holding his own, but you lose out on Pokey that had the Horn of Proteus. It's going to be about 10 to 15 seconds before he's back in this engagement, and there's the Feast of the Abyss that comes through. Enzo, though, the Hulk is winning out. He's going to be back in Bruce Banner form, but he might be able to sort of go for a good duel here against Crook if he can get the shots in. Halfway to building it back up, and the other Vanguards actually found the trade over on the other side.
You can see the controller aim when he was Baby Bruce.
Left. This is going to be an overtime push
Baby Hulk
for Berber Patapim, and it has to be everything that they have here. The Feast of the Abyss not going to catch on to anything, and now the Supernova alongside the God of Mischief for Ken going to bring this down to exact moments, Tetcher.
they're going in. They have to burn everything. It's like you say, overtime is going to be kicked. But Melio with Final Judgment at the ready.
Oh, I think Melio's gonna put this in the bag, chat.
Polly is melting. The Symbiote is resilient. Vader both wants to try and keep Berber and Pat Pim's dreams alive.
Oh my god, they actually are living the... Oh, no. Oh my god. The fact that they didn't die is crazy. Both tanks were 1 HP, and he luckily popped his ult before he got out of form. Oh, but they're...
Alex falls. Tanuki is swapping over to the Doctor Strange. They have to reinforce. Polly has to delay this for as long as possible. Naga cleans out Pokey. It's about the reinforce. Pulls a lot to the...
Oh my god, they got the portal through. Uh-oh, chat.
It's rather delayed. Tanuki's getting focused down. The shield is giving every second they can. They're body blocking any
No, I think this is GG's. Rad might win. Rad might win. Rad is the first team. Rad is the first team to make it to fucking China for EMEA.
Rad get the final point, and they will be our first representative for Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Rad Esports is the first team to make it to to China in EMEA.
First ever series win to knock Virtus Pro off that unbeatable
Damn. And on top of that, chat, Rad just stole Berber Patapim's $1 million bet.
Just a free potential 4-horse race here. And these payload maps looking so good for Rad, but it comes down to mere moments. That second point hold in the end was just enough time that was bought up by Team
$1 million, chat. 1 million, but that's not all. That's not all, chat. That's not all.
17 final blows. Just the backline, the strats. I think the draft here was excellent.
I think Berber Patapim gets to play again right now to try to make it.
To just survive in those fights a little bit longer, take some of that attention away. But just 90 seconds on that final point for Berber Patapim to keep on pushing wasn't enough.
Come on, man. Berber Patapim was looking like a good team. That came down. That came down to a very, very, very close series.
And the Emma Frost to stand in front of the objective and hold them off the point. Enzo snuck past with that jump, but Bruce Banner in
that was the best series that we saw today so far. That was the best series that we saw today. Hey, kitty.
Once they are back in Banner, they count as a body. When they're in Hulk, they count as a body. The transformation does not. Overtime ticks down. Everyone else is body blocked, and it's GG. And Team Rad, in an intense matchup, either of these teams could have taken this. This was one of the closest matchups we have seen in Ignite, period. But Rad taking it, and deservedly so.
Oh, were you gonna see another Patapim versus Pro again? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Are they out? No, they go to the lower bracket now. This was the upper bracket finals. Oh, sorry, that was the upper bracket semifinals. Since Berber Patapim lost, they go to the lower bracket now. They're in the lower bracket semis, and if they win, they go to the lower bracket finals.
Just tearing chunks out of each other.
No, they're already in the lower bracket finals. Sorry. I don't fucking know. I gotta look at the thing again, chat. This shit's too confusing.
Legitimately.
All I know is they went down to the lower bracket.
Seconds, it comes down to those last fights. That final judgment, it didn't find too many pickups, but it forced positioning, allowing overtime to start ticking, allowing pickups for Rad to start coming in. This was beautiful. Can we do more? Can we make this a best of 7? Because I would love to see more of this, as that was a spectacular setup.
Yeah, how do you think Luminosity feels for dropping Rad for their NA team? That's crazy, bro. I heard about that. Luminosity has to feel...
Either way, that matchup is going to be spectacular. But Rad...
I don't know. I think they would feel bad. Want me to put you down? Here. I got you, baby. I got you. Or jump on my...
Yeah, I mean, seeing them come through as the first team to do it maybe wasn't the first name on the list. It probably was Virtus Pro and then probably Berber Patapim before that. So the fact that this team has been able to do this,
they're not doing it best of 7
to qualify by beating those two teams, it says everything, I think, and it really is a deserved position. It's not the case of having an easier side of the bracket or anything like that. Rad earned their spot. They dropped a couple of maps.
Is he going crazy?
That they dropped in playoffs were today, but they have just been on such a tear pretty much since Ignite started.
I love that about him.
They came out of this. We knew Team 1 were good. I literally got roasted by
that
them.
cat that you saw right now is a he, and the other two ones are girls. This
Boba,
Boba, the one that you just saw right here, the black cat, loves running full speed and then trying to stop, but he can't stop, so he slides.
Every possible opportunity. Right now, the only thing
Why
that's
so
left is to see
thin?
if they
Why
get
don't
that
you
rubber
feed
match
him?
versus Virtus Pro to
He's a
prove
baby.
the
He's
points
2
again
months
to
old,
make it
bro.
a true
Relax.
run in terms of
What do you mean, why is he
matchup
so
in Ignite
thin?
for them. But there's plenty of time to wait for that. For now, they're just going to be
Bro,
celebrating.
I feel bad for your child when you ever have one, bro. You're gonna have a 2-month baby that looks like a goddamn fucking bowling ball. Damn, that baby's gonna be like fucking 1 foot tall, but 300 pounds.
At least for today, we should have an interview from somebody coming up very soon. Probably.
Goddamn, gonna go to the bowling alley, be like, hey, do you have a bowling ball? No, I have my child, bro.
That was a long series, but we do have confirmation that Rad have made it to the grand finals, and being top 2 in EMEA is the key thing about getting yourself to the mid-season finals. They're going to be happening late July. We know that there's going to be a lot of focus on this one. It's a big prize pool for the first ever international event, and the fact that it is the first ever international event.
It's a free
EMEA
bowling ball
versus America's, not on 180 ping, actually potentially happening in our faces, is all to play for. And I think
what kind of cat breed?
You
would probably have to ask Emily.
In the server,
One is a noodle, is a Bengal.
Draft system as well.
Rad joined
The other one, we have Sushi, is a short-haired tabby.
Round 0 from OCE. Sentinels
What's
and
noodle?
100
I mean, what's
Thieves
Sushi?
from the Americas. They'll decide their last qualifier in the upcoming game soon. But
Tabby, and what's
Rad will be the
Boba?
first representative from EMEA. Rejects from Asia as well.
And then Boba, the one that we adopted, is a domestic short hair.
Behind the rest of the regions, so we'll find them out.
No dogs? No, I'm a streamer, bro. I stream for like 12 hours a day. I would feel bad having a dog, bro, because I would not be able to play with it and take it outside. At least cats are a little bit more, you know, dependent on themselves. And, you know, I as much as I do feel bad for not playing with Boba, like,
yeah,
it's
so
a cat.
We have got that match coming up against 0-10 versus Virtus Pro, another best of 5 up after this one, so could potentially be a long day. That could also be like a full best of 5 that goes the distance, and honestly a lot to prove for Zero Tenacity. They've been loud, boisterous with their performances. Their upper bracket win in the group stages against Berber Patspim really sparking some more focus.
I want to see who they
team.
interview.
But since then, it's not really been a clear-cut, dry race, a day at the races, I suppose it would be. So now, I mean, I'm really curious on how that one's realistically going to go. And for me, Virtus Pro, every time that they have lost, they have come back and bounced back dominantly. So Zero Tenacity have to really show that there's some fight in this one. Otherwise, it could be a very quick final game for us here.
It feels like they have the Zenkai buff. Which
I actually don't understand. I didn't learn that. Like, not a lot of people adopt black cats because they're like superstitious and stuff. But to be honest with you, black cat. I was gonna go for an orange cat, but this cat is fucking amazing.
Finish celebrating at least for now. We have Fate from.
Oh, we have Fate. Okay, we have Fate.
My mate. Congratulations, first grand finalist for EMEA and our first representative for the mid-season finals. How you doing?
I feel fucking great. I mean, we worked very, very hard for this win. I'm glad we got it. It would have been really, really tough to go to the bracket and play BP. Or probably.
Yo, Optimus
Willis.
Wills, appreciate
it.
about
I think you've set yourselves up nicely, but one thing I wanted to talk about were the drafts, because I really do feel that there was a lot of interesting movements from both you and Padapim going for like the non-mirrored Wolverine that actually wasn't able to work on those domination maps. Like, let's start with there. The 2 maps that you dropped, both in domination, what went wrong?
I feel like first map we had a pretty major draft difference. We like went into the map thinking, okay, let's ban Punisher, let's ban Wolf, and we kind of last second swapped to the cat ban, and I think it really fucked us because their Punisher map 1 just got so much value.
You just cursed again, bro. You can't curse. You can't curse on
the
the broadcast, Fate.
That was House Heaven, right?
You just lost $5,000 due to fines.
Which they're very, very strong on. Like, they're probably the best Capside team in the world. So it's House Heaven was pretty one-sided.
We also saw Berber Passion.
Jay saw, yes I did. 3 amounts of 100 bits, my friend.
A couple times before, and that is that Black Panther. And you guys did
No, Alvaro, I'm just throwing out random numbers, bro. I don't know.
You brought out the Thing at one point. You were relying very heavily on those regeneration domain labs, but it nearly was able to topple you over. Where do you feel its strength lies, and what did you adjust in the end to be able to finally deal with it?
Black Panther is so scary, especially if Tanuki's on it. But I think the Rajar, actually, it was Trust Me's cool. Trust Me made a call to go to your thing. And to be fair, not that the team actually didn't believe it at first, but as soon as we swapped a thing, it felt a lot better. The Earthbound, I think it does so much against the Black Panther. So that was a very good call.
There was a very clutch moment. You focused
Hey,
a lot
appreciate
on
the massive 1,000 bits, J-Sol. Appreciate it.
We saw a fantastic copy of, I think, from Crook onto, it might have been you, or it might have been Naga that was playing playing the Adam Warlock on Arako, that he copies over the Camera Revival to get the Resurrect back. Like, were there any particular moments that caught you by surprise from your team in this best of 5? Like, any crazy plays that we just missed in the action that you guys knew about because you obviously were able to execute on them? Because so much was going on.
Chat, can you please not fucking curse in my chat?
Honestly,
Thanks.
Arako in particular was full of miracles. I think the only reason why we even got first point is because Rajaro basically just skilled the whole team by himself. And I think the Crook res was also insanely big. Like, I think without those 2 hero plays, we probably would have just lost then and there. Those are like the main standouts.
Wait, what happened? What did I just do?
You yourself got some insane.
Yo,
eternal
Shelby,
bombs.
I appreciate the massive done on YouTube. Massive W, massive W, appreciate
the
it.
team when it comes to getting these ultimates off in time.
Most of the shot calling is Trust Me, but I think a lot of our team are very very vocal. Like, I think Rajaro on officials,
You look
he's
so
always
sophisticated.
vocal.
Thank
like,
you,
his
thank
comms
you.
are really good.
Oh wait,
back channel
Asia just got their first team reject.
Everyone
I
plays
didn't
their
see
part.
that before. So 100
think
Thieves,
one of the
Sentinels,
things
Rad,
about you
Reject,
guys that
Ground
have been
Zero
really entertaining
Gaming.
to watch is, like, as a core,
We still
you
have like a few
stayed
more slots.
Pretty much the same. Like, you've played under different banners. You've had some good results when you played in the Invitational, for example. And certainly, like, you and Crook have played together as a strategist backline for quite some time now. We've spoken a lot about, like, the first international event. First pro you'd expect at the top. Berber Patspin being close behind. Zero to Nasty trying to make a name for themselves. Does it feel like almost vindicating?
Good to know that you also have Jorkers. Oh, my chat, no go.
These other teams that almost taken over focus. It was you guys that have been
My chat's
grinding
weird,
for so
bro.
long that just
I don't know where they
almost
get
seems to
this.
keep missing out on that
And they
discussion.
say
Now
they say chat
made
resembles a
history,
streamer,
right?
but
You're
that's
the
not
first team to
true.
ever qualify for EMEA for an international event, not those other bozos, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. I think Virtus Pro and Berber Patspim are both amazing teams. They're so strong. I think literally, like, if all 3 of us had best of 5s against each other, like multiple, it would go so even. Like, it's so unpredictable. It's
True.
actually really
That's
sad.
what I'm saying.
Like,
There's only like
before
4
this
good.
day,
I think there's
was
4 good teams that
always
could all
scared.
like
I was
beat each other in
actually fearing
EMEA.
You don't want to be that one team. Enzo said something yesterday in his interview. He was like, at the end of the week, one team.
No,
will be
go. That's
crying,
not
and I
true.
hope it won't be us. It's like, that is so scary. It feels so good that we're the first team to get through, and we now kind of don't need to worry about that. But obviously, we need to win the grand finals too.
Yeah, I mean, that's the next thing to focus on, right? You've got the grand finals tomorrow, either up against that rematch with Berber Patspim, Z10, or Virtus Pro, depending on how the game goes later. But you've booked yourself a ticket to China no matter what. So congratulations again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Good shit,
That was
Fate.
Fate from Rad Esports, somebody that has been.
Do you have to
one of
pee?
the-
No, I'm
the
stretching my
backline
calf. My
strategist
calf
players
hurts.
to keep an eye on, and like I mentioned, that combination with Crook and even Naga in some moments as well. They were running that triple strategist. One to keep an eye on for when we get to those international events. That's for sure, right, Tetra?
For sure, there's no doubt about it. This team is strong. Like you said, they've been around for a while. They've been through minor roster changes, and it seems to have worked out. They punched their ticket, and we need to find out.
Good, he
who
needs to
will
be tired.
playing
He needs to
against
sleep for like
Berber
10
Patspim
hours.
tomorrow.
That
to
cat
fight
is
for
on
that
crack. I wanna
last
see what
ticket.
happens when you
Will
give him,
Will it be Zero Tenacity, the team that
cat
came
crack?
out of their group in first?
wanna give him a little bit of
or
cat
will
crack?
it be Virtus Pro back on the prowl, looking for that rematch versus Berber Patspim? We'll be finding out after this break. Don't go anywhere. We have more.
Oh, if you guys don't know, understand the tournament. So chat, what they were playing, there's an open bracket. Open bracket goes to a stage 1. Stage 1, just all the teams that from the open stuff played against each other that figure out the seeding. Then the seeding goes to the playoffs. They're all what we're playing right now. That goes to a hold up. Where's the bracket? Can someone take the exclamation mark bracket for me, please? Yeah, I don't know, Code. Those are not me. Those are AI generated. Yo, where's my Fosa? Is Fosabot dead? Oh, no, it's not. So if you look right here, There's group stages. Oh, that's wait, this is June 12th to June 22nd. Playoffs are June 26th to June 29th. Wait. Wait, why does it say June? This is... Oh, shit, we're in June. So anyways, there's a group stage, then there's playoffs, and then after this, you guys, they go to a mid-season finals. What's a split? Oh, these are like the other teams. Anyways, they go to a mid-season finals, then they go to a stage 2, and then after stage 2, I think is the grand finals. Then you have the grand finals, and the grand finals is another tournament at the end for $1 million. So the format is right here, chat. Let me see. Let me go format. Can I go back, please? So you have group stages, then you have playoffs, and then after the playoffs, you go to a mid-season finals, and after mid-season finals, you go to stage 2. After stage 2, then you go to like another grand finals, chat. Something like that, bro. Something like that. What all you guys gotta know is that right now we're going for a mid-season finals. This is what everyone's playing for. Everyone is playing right now, and there's group 1 playoffs for $250,000. After that, then you move on to a $500,000 tournament, which is in China, Hangzhou. And then you go to another $250,000 group stage, and then those winners, and I'm pretty sure some of these winners, move on to the grand finals. And then if you look at the grand finals, look at this. Grand finals is going to have... Grand finals is going to have one... Oh, you guys can't see it because my face cam is in the way. 1, 2, 3, 4 NA teams. 1, 2, 3, 4 EMEA teams. 1, 2, 3, 4 Asia teams. 1, 2, 3, 4 China teams, and 4 teams from Oceania. And that's going to be a big one. Also, yeah. J3, you were muted. Can you repeat everything? Chat, how about you eat my ass like a cupcake? Thoughts? Also, now we have another game, which is Virtus Pro against Zero Tenacity. And the winners of Virtus Pro at Zero Tenacity go on tomorrow to play in the lower finals against Berber Patapim. I used to love your Overwatch content from back in the day. What do you mean you used to? You better still love my Overwatch content. Is there any former Overwatch players playing today? Yes, there's a lot of them. Actually, you're about to see a lot right now from Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro has a lot of old Overwatch pros on it. Is the LAN going to be NA versus EU? The LAN is going to be NA, EU... Sorry, NA, EME... Fuck! The LAN is going to be NA... EMEA, Asia, China, and Oceania. All those people are going to be playing together. I will make China, Jay. Yo, Cal. You better fucking pop off today, bro. I will be cheering like I normally will be. Did you go watch my perspective? Did you go watch my perspective from the game or the interview? Ah, you didn't? Bro, you're going to like the interview. Hey, good luck today, man. Good luck. Yeah, good luck today. Good luck today. You pop off, bro. Pop off. Make sure you're not make sure you're not on the bench, bro. Because
so we've just seen Rad qualify for the
You're benched today. How are you benched today?
For our next teams of Virtus Pro versus Zero Tenacity, things are about to feel a lot more real. These are the two teams that top their groups coming out of the group stages of this tournament. Probably neither of them wanted to go out in.
All right, good luck, Cal. Yeah, we'll be watching, bro. Wait, listen, I just want to let you know, I had 5 hours of sleep, and we're doing another 16-hour stream today, so you better fucking win. I did not wake up this morning to watch everything. for you guys to
with his
lose.
new skin, the majestic
I need it. It's been like that for 4 days.
Incredible.
I have no
style
sleep.
boost and
Win.
an incredible MVP screen, and of course there is the Daredevil.
Wait, 5 hours is all
board
that you
again
need to
skin
sleep
for
for a week?
Punisher. It is magnificent.
Bro, Jay3 Mala, what does your body run on?
TV
Fucking
show, which I know you are a
energy
big fan
drinks,
of. I'm a big
cocaine,
fan of.
and
These
meth?
two are styling.
Oh shit! I gotta do that. Yeah, my bad.
There's a lot of moments for Punisher to certainly start to shine at the moment. So I'm quite surprised that we've not seen the skins in game as of yet. But really now, dialing back into this series,
Virtus Pro,
this is 0-10 that have tried to be
Zero
the dark horse of
Tenacity.
this
Chat, start your
tournament
bidding.
and
Start
have
your bidding.
really
Sorry, my bad.
Enabled that, are showing some fantastic performances through the group stages, being able to beat out Berber Patspim, who, if they win this series, they're going to be able to go for the rematch in a full best of 5 to qualify for China. The problem is, you're up against the big guns that is Virtus Pro.
Yes, that is going to be the intimidation factor for any team who has to go up against Virtus Pro. But Zero Tenacity, they have proven that when it comes down to it,
Damn, you guys are all thinking that Virtus Pro is gonna win this shit. Damn, I to be honest with you, I think this is gonna be a good game, but I think Virtus Pro is gonna come out on top. I'm gonna call it right now, chat. 3-1. 3-1. Virtus Pro wins.
So many teams feel like there's 3 teams, one of them is going to be crying. Zero Tenacity earned their spot here. They are going to fight tooth and nail, and just because it's Virtus Pro in their way is going to make.
What do you mean Jay just fucked by the Virtus Pro?
They're
Chat,
gonna
I do
give
not have a curse on me.
to try and earn that match versus
I don't have a
Patspim
curse.
and try to compete for that second spot in the grand finals.
And I think when we're sort of looking at it from VP's perspective as well, you've lost series now for the first time ever. You lose to Rad, they qualified. Going to be in the finals tomorrow.
Jay said Virtus Pro's winning. Well, I'm going
You don't want
Z10.
to go
Chat.
out to another team. I don't.
I
think.
promise you
want to
guys
try to
everything.
maintain your
Oh,
position as a
I promise you guys
competitor, but
everything
lose
to
that
my
tenacity.
name.
Might be a little bit of free fall.
Virtus
This
Pro
team is
wins
feeling
this.
like in
If
the
Virtus Pro
future,
does not win
but
this,
it's going
I
to
will
be the
never
Ninja
talk
Challenge
again
to decide. It's a
and never
random
do another
map that's
prediction.
chosen, but it isn't random on what these first teams like to ban. It's going to be Emma Frost taken out on both sides.
I will give you guys my channel.
Looking to be secure
I'm
for
done
Zero
streaming.
Tenacity
If Virtus
right
Pro
off the
loses, I'm going to give you guys my
Several
channel.
Wolverines being hovered here. Virtus Pro. They do not get their hands on the Emma Frost. They've been enjoying playing it for a amount. We've already seen them start flexing their compositions extremely here as Loki is taken off the board, and that leaves it open for a secure, but Magneto will be prioritized. Vanguards, as we saw in our previous matchup, can be extremely important and can get choked out.
I guess the biggest difference here is that Emma Frost is the main pick, the main first protector we've seen out of Virtus Pro. Definitely Mummy's Boys, as we've sort of seen the graphic floating around a little bit more. They've sort of taken the post away from all business that we're really focused on playing as much Emma Frost at the moment. But they'll be happy to take Magneto.
Where's the source that the grand final will be held in China? Exclamation mark bracket.
Maintaining control.
It tells you on
of
their
the Human Torch,
Wikipedia page.
making sure that SmashNez can't grab it
Also,
on
they
this
have
first
said it
domination
on the
map.
broadcast.
And giving it over to Fi, who is one of the more aggressive Torch players, loves to charge in at people from that sky, and he will be happily getting into tight-knit spaces, even with that flyer, because they know that everyone inside is...
My Twitch is connected to my stream. Where do I turn on drops, or is it auto? If you click on your name, top right, their little profile picture, and you scroll down the drops, it will show you.
Protection here for Fi.
Are they going to go for the non-mirrored Wolverine like we saw
Let me
from
see.
Rad? I mean, here, I think
You
probably
guys are all
protecting the
voting
strategy seems to be the wisest
Zero
thing.
Tenacity
Having
winning?
the no
57?
dagger, that could be something
No,
that
you guys are
might
losing
take
your
out
money.
on the
I'm
end, but
sorry.
they wanna
Everyone that
maintain some of the
voted Zero
damage, because
Tenacity,
they
you
have
just
taken
lost your
out
money.
Some of the big heavy hitters, Silent
I'm not
Wolverine
even
and
mad. Listen,
Torch,
it's
all
your
gonna be
money. If
main
you want to
focuses
lose
of
your
both
money,
teams
go
trying to
ahead.
delete them from the server,
I
at
just
least
think
for
you
this
guys are
map.
you guys are
Protecting
dumb
the
for not
Punisher
listening to
seems
me.
like they don't want to lose out on some of that firepower.
And the last ban will be on that cloak and dagger, while the Mantis boost for the Punisher could be extremely scary. Luna Snow is also a rough option. That
Come on,
will be
Virtus
the main
Pro.
choice. So now there is the option for the Punisher, plus even the cloak and dagger for
Come on, Virtus Pro. Listen, if Virtus Pro, you win the first map, I'll make a clap.
Both,
What?
as we are seeing, hey guys, it's your favorite. It's gonna be triple rares, or at least double, as we're not seeing a Star-Lord.
I think for Canute and it is a
I
bit
could literally
more
clap without my
expected.
hands. Just watch.
And there has been more of a focus, I suppose, of trying to take up Mantis in drafts from other regions. That's gone up in a huge amount of popularity in like Asia, even Americas, to try and hit some of the bigger points. But I think the biggest sort of meta swing from Americas has been It's not like don't give Kobe the ball. It's take Kobe out of the game, put him on the bench for this one, and not let him just play the game at all, because some of those duelist characters, uncontested, can be a real pain in the backside. But now a full best of 5 awaits these two teams that haven't met each other so far. Been on opposite
Come on,
sides
chat,
of
get
the
hype, get
brackets.
hype.
Probably were expecting to be in the upper brackets themselves, but one is playing for elimination, one is playing for a final chance of making the grand finals, making the mid-season finals happening in China. And really, Virtus.pro, you have to say the favorite, but this Zero Tenacity team has to get respect on its name, and what's more respectful than a first map domination against them?
I'm going to steal 2 phrases that I saw in
Yo, what's up, Papa J3? How you doing, Dad?
We're heading into this first fight.
Let's see this, chat. Let's see this.
Or are you
last
expecting
game.
A Fincy Wincy? Let us know, as Nevik is already wrapping
This is the
around
last game for
See
EMEA.
if they can catch anyone out of position, and a Pyro Prison to cut off this flank from Zero Tenacity.
Camera overload again from the Hulk and Namor for Sparker, so he's able to output more damage, which going up against the likes of Lugia, who's going to be on that Wolverine, means that it is only one Vanguard in the server currently for Zero Tenacity, something that they're sort of more well known for, especially on these domination game modes. And Vi is just really able to just throw down the heat onto the ground, and nobody is really looking up to deal with him for the time being. Nobody's actually gone down. It's more bot shots and some of these Pyro Prisons to keep the damage consistent, forcing out some defensive at least from the Namor, but it is both sides contesting.
No one has capped the point yet. Who's kicking ass today? A few teams. We're about to see the last game, Dad. Bro, no one has capped the point and there's ults going off. Oh! Sparker with the fucking 3-point shot for 3 kills, bro. Ooh! Looking like Steph Curry out there. You know what I mean, chat?
The team's getting completely split apart here. They're very staggered, and Virtus.pro are almost certainly taking the first percentage here.
Come on, we have to cheer our boy on Canutin now. Canutin is on Zero Tenacity, so we gotta cheer for him too.
Also have 2 of the other duelists ready to go with their respective ultimates. Ducky over on that Magneto, he certainly has made a name for himself in that Vanguard role. He has a lot of work to do, and he is just the only bit of mitigation that's blocking really hell raining down on them from Virtus.pro. But they might need to fight a little bit more to just get out of their spawn, and they're having to go for a flank to try and fight for this high ground. Saipe is going to be sat there
Dad, what are you
waiting
saying?
for them over on the Cloak and Dagger.
Twitter on the flag, radioactive lockdown onto Smash. There's on the Punisher. That's going to be so rough for the.
Are you able to restart the YouTube stream after 12 hours? Always cuts off in the last match of any of the night. You're just gonna have to watch it on my Twitch.
Radioactive lockdown is going to force Nevik to retreat here and make their way.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that YouTube only cuts off at 12 hours.
Damage Karmic Revival being burned early as Ducky was the first to fall.
And underground as well, so there's this potential wraparound that's actually going to start, and that alongside the Soul Resurgence.
Papa J3 or Dad? Dad, what are you saying, bro? I call you. Are you asking what I don't know what you're saying, Dad.
So now it's maybe just a case of Finzi to hold on for a little bit more
Schwana,
time.
appreciate the master 23 months. How you doing?
Hitting 60%, and Lugia might have used a little bit too much.
Why is my dad using my government name in my chat?
Connecting onto much at all. Virtus.pro and not giving up this point without a fight. In fact, Fi is going to try and come in with a supernova. Has to sort of give up a little bit of space as he's respecting that Meteor M despite him being a moving target. He doesn't want to be a clay pigeon in the end. Sparker now has another Horn approaches to work with as Finzi's come in with the portal play, and actually Zero Tenacity only able to get 20% on the board before Virtus.pro come in with a good amount of pace.
Portal re-engage, setting it up, and as such, Smashnez is going to swap this over. That the more coming in for them, and Lugia moving off of the Wolverine will be bringing out the Hulk so they get that damage boost. They realize their composition was not finding the pickups as much as they like. They're going to just try and ping people with a more sustained fight, but in order to get the sustained fights, they've got to stay on this point and get the sustain.
What have Virtus.pro got to confirm this first point? Proteus in the right position.
Oh, that's a nice flank. That is a nice flank. Oh, but they got out of it. They were able to get 2 people though.
the elimination still going to be appearing in Virtus Pro's blue color of the server. Vi now just almost dunking, sort of tickling the top of Magneto's head with his feet, able to connect, and means that Zero Tenacity now over time's hitting the mark that you have to throw your bodies on the line in order to keep contesting, but there's not going to be enough. Virtus Pro,
I don't want to see Zero Tenacity lose, bro. I would feel so bad if Zero Tenacity lost, chat.
They took the point.
Very nicely done by Virtus Pro, like you said.
Hey, that was the first round, though. That was the first round. Virtus Pro's looking like a strong team right now.
That portal re-engaged, recapped, and Virtus Pro with heavy momentum. Smashnets, though, has that horde of Proteus and Final Judgment nearly ready for Knuten, so they may be able to turn this round nice and quickly in Zero Tenacity. May be able to get an early cap this time, and with the Hulk and the Magneto, they have a ridiculous amount of sustain, similar to how Virtus Pro held for so long in that first round.
2 eliminations for Zero Tenacity.
What did I miss? You missed a spanking.
I mean, it's more than 0.
You missed a spanking.
2 Tenacity doesn't have the same like ring to it, I suppose. You gotta up those numbers. It's rookie numbers at this rate, and it might actually be like Virtus Pro. You have to bring the edge there, and if you're not getting the eliminations, they're able to take this domination point for free, and it means that they're gonna have a quick turnaround. Both these teams, respect to them, did play earlier today, haven't had much of a break, and Zero Tenacity's game going on a little while longer in the end, up against Low 9. And now there is Worldbreaker that's come out instantly. The connection over with the Gamma hit is not really going to lead into some more CC, but more eliminations cleared up nicely for Virtus Pro. Able to get more eliminations in 5 seconds than Zero Tenacity have managed in 1 map.
Nice pick up. Zero Tenacity forced back off the point. They came in with some insane ultimate. Nevix came in with the
VP lost yesterday. Finzi was lagging hard. Bro, I would feel so bad for my team if I was the reason why they lost. But Finzi said that he went to a store to buy a new like Ethernet cable and all that stuff and ran it through the house and all that stuff. So he should be good today.
Realizing that the stairs is not where they want to fight. They're going to head inside, so they're at least protected from the attacks from above by Vi, with Vi only able to hit the entranceway now.
Supernova going to be used. It's really a case of trying to dodge around this final judgment. Finzi Meteor M throughout the top of it, and it's just a battle of attrition. This damage is hard to sustain through for Zero Tenacity, and whilst Winnie did have the invisible boundary on the invisible woman, decides to not use it, opts to not use it because they lose too many players too quickly, too early. And even with that engage coming in, it's only a miss. 7% that they've managed to grab onto the point before Virtus Pro taking it back.
They've zoned them on the stairs once again. Virtus Pro in control. They've got the Hulk back. They've held a Proteus in the doorway.
I don't think he was playing on Wi-Fi.
Well,
I think he just changed his Ethernet cord, I'm pretty sure.
So incredibly split. You can just see how far back the Strapists are to make sure that they're not the ones who are caught out. Finzi once again spots them on the low ground shots coming in from Ducky, who is working their way through Finzi, but the Dagger Storm is keeping them topped up.
On a Proteus is looming. It's
what a catch, bro. What a catch by Lugia.
Yeah, in fact, the counterpart is going to
my God.
On a Proteus is going to follow. Not quite getting the same picks, but the follow-up is there for the first time for Zero Tenacity. Now they've started to get the ball rolling, but it's 80% on the board for Virtus Pro before they're able to take it. And if I'm Zero Tenacity, I'm thinking Virtus Pro still might fight us a lot faster than we're expecting here.
You know that they like to portal in sometimes, so we're going to see them move up to the stairs. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Knuten maybe set up a culling turret.
I've been standing for too long, chat. Time to go back down.
From behind, but they're worried about portal re-engage. They're staying grouped up with the rest of the team. Finzi sticking on the Magneto, as they do have that Meteor M. Not going to swap to the Strain as of yet. And Nevix needs to keep that Gamma upgrade for Sparker as they make their way forward. But in the doorway, Meteor M, Final Judgment. Finzi gets melted here. Knuten pushing on forwards, but they don't want to chase down the stairs as they're worried.
They almost C9 the point, though.
Especially with that fade of both worlds, the potential of the damage boost. Vi has snuck round from behind. Is going to flaming Meteor to get out.
Oh, the invisible boundary had to be used there from Winnie. Everybody staying alive. Meteor M forced out from Ducky, and you're right, it was Fide that was in the back line that was just hiding behind, tried to get some progression on the point, forcing Zero Tenacity away from this aggressive hold. There's the portal play from Finzi. The Exile is going to come in onto Nevix as that World War Hulk is going to come through. Lugia is the one that was able to CC him, but there hasn't been that much follow-up. Horner Proteus now coming in for a smash. There's it hits Fide right in the face, but it's not really untethered by it for the most part. Eternal Bond now for Jay3 collecting some space, and even though Zero Tenacity managed to match close to progression, it is Virtus Pro in the hands of the point again, and not much window for Zero Tenacity to go and compete and contest this again.
Virtus Pro hold the line. Zero Tenacity. Lugia gets frozen. They do have that world
Damn,
breaker
dude.
hold. Portal coming in from Smashness. They're gonna try and contest this. Lockdown onto Lugia as they make their way in with that Hulk smash to try and contest this. Nevix forced off the point, and Virtus Pro could just give this up and re-engage once a lot of these ultimates are used as Kaduna takes down Finzi to keep the control of the point as everyone else takes cover. Vi dropping down on the other side, but is being chased down by Smashness on this Doctor Strange. Invisible boundary comes down onto the point. And
Wow, I can't believe Fi actually lived that when he was on the other side.
89. Finzi coming back on that Doctor Strange. No portal at least at the point yet as they make their way in. Fi sieging from one side, the rest of the team from the other. That culling turret on the point, but they're
Supernova
through it. Supernova being held on to now will get dropped at the back line. It's grouped together. The Gamma Monstro is burning through it, and Zero Tenacity are stepping off the point. They're going to have to leave the Hulk to do it as Ducky will fall.
Damn, bro, the 3 little fire tornadoes for you to come in the touch point. Oh, no, I think Virtus Pro wins this, chat. Yep, Virtus Pro takes the first map. Oh, I don't think this was my boy Newton's map, bro. I gotta see
the end
these
of Zero
stats, man.
Tenacity, but Virtus Pro just fire, especially. He's impossible to take down. He's always involved in these engagements. We have to say the fact that Virtus Pro were able to get 2 Cloak and Dagger ultimates in very quick succession shows just how much people were kept alive in those fights. A great showing from them, and at the very least Zero Tenacity pushing the boundaries and making sure that Virtus Pro aren't going to have a very clean 3-0 here.
Oh, the teams from yesterday not playing today? No, they're playing.
They're able to get, what is that, like more than 2, at least 4, 6, 7, 9, 10 eliminations towards the end. I got more of that alone. He was 26-1.
9 final hits as well. If you look at the final hits,
my boy Newton 5 and 7, chat.
Sparker getting 9, Fi getting 12. So just on their own, they were able to out KO the entire team. This Order Proteus is literally a third of their final hits on its own. Sparker was playing extremely safe. Fi was playing very aggressive. They were able to juggle it so well.
I hate Torch, bro. Torch died one time with Punisher on the team. I hate Torch. I feel like a character that can melee the air and change his hitbox is actually really dumb. Also, a flying character that has the ability to hit shift and sprint in the air is dumb. I don't think that should be a thing.
Rarely, you see, they finally dropped once that fighter did go down, but otherwise they were just kept topped up the entire game.
Yeah, even this play, like, look at the top of your screen. You start to see it tick up for progression there. That was Fide. It managed to do so well of just stopping that aggression from Zero Tenacity. I just got behind them and just trying to cap the point, making sure that our final judgment.
Iron Man doesn't do, but Iron Man can't shoot.
Onto Virtus Pro.
I think you can shoot when you're hitting shift with what do you call it?
Out of hand. So, yeah,
Human Torch.
Virtus Pro are not going to take prisoners here. They've let too many games slide away from them, and now that we're talking like a big chunk of the prize pool here in EMEA, and also that first international LAN. It would be
you could shoot rockets as Iron Man. Those rockets are so useless. I don't think anyone actually does.
In this region for so long, and one of the 2 teams to qualify for that event,
you can't shoot with Human Torch.
Horrendous for them.
Yeah, but there's no so you can literally shoot, hit shift, fly, like dodge shots, and then there's like keep shooting, and then fly. Nah, man. There's no downtime or anything.
Even up this series, we'll be finding out after this break. Don't go anywhere. We have another team to make it into this top 3.
Leave him, my character alone? No, fuck that character, chat. He needs to get nerfed, bro.
The moon haunts you.
He needs to get nerfed again.
Bad, eh, can't shoot?
Cut off his legs. Cut off his legs. What do you think about the Moon Knight skin? I think the Moon Knight skin is really good. Too bad Moon Knight is not good this season.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there
Huh?
was a time that we were friends.
Is he with you? It's fine.
And yes, that time has come for me to
Chat, Boba is cheating on me and he's in Emily's room sleeping on her cat bed. Is he on your cat bed?
Do you remember who you really are?
Hey,
Show me that
listen.
you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels.
Ryan, what happens when you prod a bear?
I have no idea what happens when you prod a bear.
It usually wins matches. What happens when you prod it twice? Because someone's about to find out, and it might be Zero Tenacity, as they're going to have to pull off something incredible to start bringing this back. Because Virtus Pro, they took that, and it was quite solid.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of expected, right? I think everybody would have Virtus Pro as the favorites, but every other team, even those that have beaten Virtus Pro, have said, man, when this team starts losing scrims and now losing officials, they
Chat, the
really
cats are
get
so
together
cute,
and
man.
they sort of work
No,
out
no,
where
no.
they
I was
went
looking
wrong
at the
with
cats.
draft,
Emily
whether
has
it was mental
Boba,
related or just
and
individual
Noodle
stuff,
is sleeping
and they
in
come back with
the cat
fury.
bed, and
So Zero
Boba is on
Tenacity want to
the
see if they can
table
match that, and
trying to
honestly,
get
it's
in
a
the
full
cat
best of
bed,
five.
and
There's always a good chance
Boba
there.
keeps
And now you have
smacking
your
Noodle
map
to get
pick
out,
to
and then
choose
Noodle
from.
smacks
The question
Boba
is,
back.
realistically, where do you want to take this? Arako
It's
is a common
fucking- it's
position.
adorable,
We have seen
man. It's
Virtus Pro
adorable.
eventually lose out on this map, and it's going to be actually a different map entirely. Yggdrasil's Path.
With the first protection already coming in, Virtus Pro once again going to be protecting that Magneto. With so many Punishers, Magneto
Yeah,
to be
the
able
cats,
to
they're
absorb all
getting
that
along.
damage.
Noodle's not like
Excuse me,
hardcore
sorry, potentially
hissing
beating M onto
anymore.
that could be extremely
Okay, let's get this.
useful.
This is so risky actually. Now that I've seen it from Zero Tenacity, we have never seen Virtus Pro play this map, at least in Ignite. Obviously we've seen Virtus Pro, they've won tournaments on Yggdrasil's Path, but this is the end of the bingo page actually for Virtus
by the way,
Pro,
El
showing
Chi-
all of
El
the
Chico,
maps
appreciate
in
the Prime
the
sub, my friend.
game in the current circuit.
Welcome,
outside
welcome.
of course Royal Palace and Shin Shibuya that are just put to the wayside for the time being. Everything else has been played. So this is a risk for Zero Tenacity to pull this out when you have no idea what Virtus Pro want to go towards.
The Lunar Snow going to be protected for Zero Tenacity, giving them a little bit of backline protection. If someone wants to dive in, that Idle Aura could keep them topped up if they choose to do so. Now, the Punisher taken away. If you have that Lunar Snow, then the Punisher could be hitting the backline while someone else is sneaking around behind the rest of your team. It's a good way to remove at least some of that potential. Virtus.pro playing it nice and safe here, and the Human Torch being hovered as their protect once again. Well, Fire's been playing it beautifully, and it's been working very well, so take it up, take it away from your opponents. One-sided Torch makes it very hard to take extended fights in certain areas, because that Supernova will absolutely dominate.
Wait, chat, Virtus.pro has Light, right?
Say,
and Light is bench because he plays like the melee characters and the flankers.
Much, as bans at least. Yeah. Might be the first in EMEA actually. It's been other regions, but we're starting to see it really climb up in popularity. And yeah, against Nevix, no surprise really. You also stopped that team up from Sparker,
that's why they have.
It's just less gamma overload damage done full stop. So Lugia having access to this on the other side might be quite impactful.
Light is on anything. I thought he was on Virtus.pro.
A safe bet at the very least.
It's certainly going to help them out here as they will make their way in with the extra Groot damage, and of course that Punisher being taken away, the counts are removed, but Wolverine could still be a significant threat with the Soldier, which we see less from these teams, can still do incredibly well.
Oh no, he's on FlyQuest. No, he's on FlyQuest.
Groot's out of range, can be incredibly effective, and of course with the Soldier is just not bad at all outside of that one game versus Crisis.
Like we have a little bit of respite after what's been a chaotic last couple of hours for EMEA. But that's only going to last a short amount of time. Zero-to-Nasty choosing a map, choosing a side, defending first.
Why isn't Hella being played? Hella gets played every now and then. Depends on the bands, depends on the player, depends on the map.
Siege in from a distance. Also, I just had a look, by the way, to see when was the last time the Virtus.pro played an official tournament on Yggdrasil Path. And it was in Fight Night number 9, a while ago, versus Patapim, where they won it in a 3-2. Patapim nearly taking that map off them. So it seems Zero-to-Nasty may have dug deep into the well to find this little tidbit out.
Hook attempted, at least from Knudsen. It's played Bucky amongst a lot of different characters. Might be last on the list, but you do have that team up of Smash Nez and Lugia on the other side. Nevix looking to be a bit more scrappy over onto the group, but a bit more time and a bit more space. And really, it's just a case of both Magnetos. These are two teams that prefer to have the Emma Frost, so tried to sort of make a gentleman's agreement to have the other Vanguard instead. But this is Virtus.pro holding on to take this fight. Nobody's gone down, but Sparker's managed to get a final judgment very, very quickly.
Visible Boundary immediately burned for that extra defense, but they've got the crack and impact to try and burst on through, but it is just melting. Sparker is so protected. Finzi just kept the magnetic barrier on them. They had the Eternal Bond. They've even used Fate of Both Worlds. They just made sure that Sparker was protected. It's a full team wipe, and Virtus.pro begin heading in towards point A in convincing fashion, and they're going to have an easier time holding this because Nevix can start cutting off that main entrance tunnel.
Sorry, Tetra, was that 4 ultimates that was used from Zero-to-Nasty that were just bowled over by the final judgment? They're not even going to get to contest here.
Hey, good shit by Virtus.pro.
Anything, they just gave this up and tried to have a bit more of a high-line defense over on point B.
Fire is once again where they seem happiest, in the sky, doing damage and making everyone's life bad, because they are just making those health bars disappear right now. Pyro Prison to cut off re-engages, they see the flank, they're making sure everyone is whittled down there, so if they try and cross over the street here, they're just going to get blasted. The team is split in two, and Fire's making it impossible for them to regroup, with Supernova already charged up. When they step out, it's about to be rough.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Right. Supernova was used, and Struggling Prison is going to pull everybody together, but the Fate of Both Worlds keeping Zero-to-Nasty all topped up, so there's not too much the Fire can do in this current situation, but might just catch the Vanguard all on his lonesome. Very lucky to be alive. Ducky having to use the Bulwark on his own. Invisible Boundary going to be met with a Meteor M that was pretty much grabbed instantly from Ducky, thrown straight onto the ground, and it finds 2.
And that got the pickup onto the cloak, a dagger, removing the Eternal Bond, taking out Dreadro, and Virtus.pro are forced back to spawn. Knudsen building their way up towards another crack, and Impact currently at 16%, getting dropped extremely low, and actually sniped off by Sparker, and they may have just overextended and lost the advantage they just gained.
That's a big risk, and that could bite Zero Tenacity in the backside if they are not careful from this point onwards.
Oh, dunce, bro. That game was funny as shit, bro.
A little bit more aggression with how they want to.
I don't hate that guy or anything. That was a really fun and entertaining game. That's why I think that's why we made a YouTube video out of it.
Honestly,
I think my editors just clickbaited it. That game was fucking funny.
Themselves. The final judgment for Sparker is close.
I know what game you're talking about.
Is the Supernova from Phi. It's whether they get there first before winning an Oasis that are very close to having those strategist ultimates.
Pushing on in, Phi doing a lot of damage on these early setups. Supernova being held and will immediately get dropped. They're trying to tackle them out the sky with the hole is forced to retreat, dropping down into Banner, and Lugia is in full retreat now, trying to wrap around for the side as Phi gets the first pickup, sees that neighbor on the side, but isn't actually that.
Wait, why wouldn't he go turn around and kill the guy that's in the back?
So the distance keeps moving forward. It's a full clean out. Kraken impact with the straggling prison. They try to counter it, but it's completely shut down. The Kraken impacts are finding a couple resets here. Knudsen pushing forward, but will go down. Virtus Pro, they hovered on the brink there for just a second, but it's Zero Tenacity who fall in the end.
It really is a case of Jay3 helping the team to just cut through what Winnie's invisible boundaries have been, strangling Prism right in the center of them, even when you do have Smashnez connecting onto Thor with the Horn of Proteus. You're only getting one pick.
Wait, are they not going to touch this?
Really
oh, shit. They didn't even contest that.
The ends of these points go seemingly for free. There's 3.5 minutes on the clock, and Zero Tenacity instead opting to try and go for a more aggressive fight here and buy a little bit more time towards the end.
They need to make sure they save some ultimates if that's the case. Though, as currently all they have is Meteor M. Everything else is just around 50%. And Virtus Pro might not be giving them time to do so. Meteor M looking for the back.
Oh, Fancy with the LeBron James dunk on Smash.
Feeling personal once again after Smashnez set up a counter KO in that last fight. Knudsen is looking for anyone.
I don't know why people stop respecting Groot in 2.5. Because they buffed Punisher. Punisher basically destroys the Groot walls and kind of rolls Groot.
They could be moving faster. They could be cutting down this timer even more.
They didn't want to go for that high line, but that overextend.
And also, Emma Frost exists and Magneto exists. Groot is still a really good tank, don't get me wrong. I just think there's Emma Frost and Groot are good. I mean, sorry, Emma Frost and Doctor Strange, especially as well as Magneto. Fuck, Magneto and Emma Frost, and then Strange is good as well. And Punisher is really strong, and I personally think I'm glad that teams are running it now. But I personally think the Namor and Groot or Namor and Hulk is a really good combo. He's running this game. Well, Groot, the other team doesn't have Punisher for the Groot.
As Virtus Pro are able to tank on through. Smashnez has a wonderful angle on his high ground, trying to cut off the reinforcements and cut off the retreat of the structures as Virtus Pro are falling. And one of our first Moon Knights, Noonan moves on in and chases them all the way back. The young for the chase is just not enough for the finishing blow. And Nevix, realizing there's a Moon Knight in play, brings out the cap.
Has to go for a little bit more of a fighting approach. Sparker also moving over towards the Hela to just try and fight a little bit more from distance. Really,
wait, as soon as you see a what do you call it, a Moon Knight, you go Cap?
Does find another one with a Hand of Khonshu, part of his canoe adventures that he's been relying on. It was a brief showing beforehand, but after the buffs, maybe that's been the answer that Zero Tenacity can rely on in these given moments. But there's a minute still on the clock for Virtus Pro. They are losing players, hemorrhaging them almost with these fights. And Jay3 having the Eternal Bond has to wait a little bit more.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of Moon Knight in this tournament.
Does Finzi or Nevik swap over towards the Doctor Strange to go for a portal play? The front door is sort of blocked off, so it feels a bit of a necessity, and Finzi is already used that ultimate. Might want to switch over soon.
They're going to start making their way forward. Sparker take it down on the stagger once again. They don't have an invisible woman to keep this Hela protected with a shield. They're having to rely on Magneto as Nev's spending a lot of time in the backline. As such, they swap off it with the Soldier for the potential of a final charge up onto a Kraken impact. Give them an opportunity. Fate of both worlds. Eternal Bond to create a pathway. Terror Cape through the entire team. Smashnez is deleted and Supernova. It's all in for Virtus Pro as they try to commit onto
Wait, what? He just deflect the... Holy shit, did you guys see that? I think Nevix, the Cloak and Dagger faded, and the Magneto was waiting for the fade to end, and he threw it. He threw it down, and then I think the Captain America jumped in front of it and blocked it, and deflected it. Holy shit, that was insane.
To get by going. And Knudsen swapping over to the Star-Lord, seems to be playing like all of the characters available to him to just dash out and stall a little bit longer alongside Lugia that has to go World Breaker in order to give himself more HP to keep things fighting. On approaches, does catch on to Saipe. That's a big pick in the end, but you do lose one of those duelists, and now Sparker with the kinetic combine, he's able to find a lot more space.
Hey, that's still a really good push though. That's still a really good push. I cannot believe that guy did that though.
Fighting off the point. He took down the whole
jumped up and fucking blocked and deflected that ult.
Virtus Pro, their push is put to
what
a
is this
halt,
email?
and Zero Tenacity, they have opened up an opportunity. There's no overtime here. If they hit triple, they even this up, and they just put
what
on
the hell is this?
Ganuda swapping over to the Star-Lord for the speed of the rollout worked out perfectly. Using the Hulk to zone everyone off the board to at least get some delays worked perfectly. Zero Tenacity last second rotations has been able to save them this game. Now the question is, can they finish the job?
Ooh, Zero Tenacity showing exactly that, a little bit more bite. But now as they are looking to be attacking themselves, Virtus Pro, feel like on this defense, getting close to the end of the third point, many teams have been able to do. And certainly with how much space was surrendered from Zero Tenacity at the ends of these like two objectives that they got taken from them, I don't think Virtus Pro are going to do something similar. I think they're going to fight tooth and nail. They have to be careful with Nevik starting over on a Doctor Strange to begin with. I mean, the portal play seems to be inevitable.
No, I think if they're running
the Marine Force, but if they go down, but them starting on the Strange means they can't
oh,
to it for
I thought they were going to run triple tank, triple support.
Ultimate charge. This is the trade-off of playing.
Looks like they're not running triple tank, triple support.
When needed. Sparker already using the Trooper's Fist to back out, making sure they don't get caught out of position. Blast of Barrage as Ganuda, even though you don't keep charge between rounds when it comes to Convoy or Convergence, they're still going to be rolling in with that Star-Lord to try and duel out Fire in the Sky.
Some of a fight back in this point. That Ducky ends up overextended, potentially grabbed by Sparker. Sparked out. Saipe is taking out Smash Des as well, so you're losing enough numbers for Zero Tenacity that they have to give up a little bit more space, and if more eliminations can be found, which is exactly what Virtus Pro do grab, feels that those ultimates are starting to look a little bit scary. Sparker very close to having that Kraken's impact. He is so good at farming up these ultimates this quickly in the map.
I don't think that's a very good, I don't know. I don't think personally that's a good strat. 5 tanks, 1 rocket. I think you would get rolled probably in a tournament. I'm sure teams probably try that and scrimmed it.
This is something Zero Tenacity have done before, and it's worked out pretty well. Here comes the Unibeam as we look for the setup, a pull onto Ducky to isolate them. Eternal Bond to make sure that they get the control, but Invisible Boundary is keeping everyone topped up for both sides, and we're just seeing Sparker trying to ping anyone out of the air. As Knudsen wrapping around, but is spotted, so can't go for an ultimate at this stage. Drop low Guardian barrier from when he spots the Invisible Woman to give them the extra space. Rage of Ultron for the setup. What a hook, what a fist! And it's Knudsen being forced to dash away.
Damn.
Ooh, they do lose Nevix knowing he had the Eye of Agamotto. Meteor M's going to be used from Zero Tenacity to see if they can get things going again. They found that first pick, but the last stand is allowing Knudsen and Ducky some extra space. Lugia taking a lot of that focus, and even the pulse.
God damn, did he just solo? Oh no, they have no ults for this retake, chat. Recontest. Virtus Pro has ults though. Wait, holy shit, Nevix just fell over and died. What the fuck?
Checkpoint again, and Meteor M now waiting for Finzi. Biding his time, taking a lot of damage, which was of course being mitigated into the ultimate as a bit more firepower if needed. Doesn't find an elimination, but it provides a window for Virtus Pro to get their bodies back onto the payload and to stall out for just a little bit more time.
Fitzy is down. Nevix has Ayamagamoto, but they are forced off the point. They just could not handle this much damage output from Zero to Nasty with Lugia, bringing back once again the Wolverine for another Zero to Nasty solo Vanguard setup. It has won them so many games, and they jump back to it again when they need it most. When speed is of the essence, they go for aggression.
Very close to having another pulse cannon. Knudsen finding himself a multi-pick in a couple of games now.
Wait, Nano, what do you mean by that?
Play
What?
like this against Virtus Pro, it's good to be talked about for quite some time. It's going to be thrown out.
There's no way he got a kill with that, bro. What?
Again with the Ayamagamoto in hand, not ready to pull the trigger. I think he was floating up to potentially loom it over Zero to Nasty to get things on the go again. Sparker now bringing out the Ultron on their side too, so it's mirrored in either case. And now Saipe with the fate of both worlds trying to keep Virtus Pro on.
Oh my god.
He just carves through free.
Lugia, what the fuck? That's the team's tank player, by the way.
They want to get onto this second point.
That's their second tank player. Oh my fucking god.
Lugia is looking for another opening if they can find someone on the flank as they come through this doorway.
That was insane. Yo, Rock, appreciate that for 7 months, my friend. How you doing?
Point media M, but it's brought enough time for Fitzy to reach onto the point. Ayamagamoto going to be coming out with the range of Ultra. Everyone topped up. Ganudan will fall. Lugia is almost taken down, but the song has restored their strength as Oasis keeps the team topped up. But if Fitzy can land this media M, they can go for the turnaround. It's point blank onto Wolverine, but
that Wolverine just ate that meteor strike, bro, and just kind of walked off.
They push on in. The bodies are falling for both sides. Fitzy getting CC'd onto the point, but it's only Wolverine. Iron Fist from 5. Extra body on the board. It's maximum sustain, maximum rollout speed. It's all about the backline as they take out Oasis.
Oh, he's still going. He's connecting and combining very nicely in the end, and he's up in the sky.
No, I'm sorry. That's stupid, chat. I'm sorry. He didn't die, but it's really dumb that a Iron Fist can just punch up in the sky like that and start punching a flying character. That's dumb. That's dumb, bro. I'm sorry. That's dumb.
Like a dog trying to catch a cat up a tree. It's Knudsen. It's just out of reach, raining down hellfire upon them, and now the beam is going to force a little bit more space for Zero to Nasty to try and push things. They still have 90 seconds on the clock. This isn't an overtime fight, but it feels like one.
They are giving everything here. Invisible Boundary traded out for the fate of both worlds. Fi is back still on Iron Fist because he's essentially a flyer. He's too sticky to force off those flyers, so Invisible Boundary has to be used every time you can end the line. Ayamagamoto from Ducky does not find a target. Counter coming in from Nevix. They do find a target, taking down Lugia. Oasis is wiped by Fi, and Newton and Smashness are out of there. Absolutely not. But Fi doesn't want to let them get away that easy. They're going in for the chase.
I mean, they've not sorted up this character yet. Showing that there is a little bit more panache to be found, I think, with how these teams are playing.
Oh no, bro. Oh no. I think Finzi just fed. Finzi literally just fed, bro. Finzi, bro, he's smarter than that. What the hell was that? Oh no, bro. Virtus Pro's literally just feeding, dude. Virtus Pro was doing so well. All they had to do was just not be greedy. Why go to their spawn? Bro, if Virtus Pro loses this and they lose their playoff spot, that's their fault. They literally did this to themselves. That absolutely makes no sense. Why would you push that far when it's last fight?
That is an interesting choice if they can land a Yancey Street charge.
Like, I understand the first corner, yeah, but not like that far forward.
From flying away, but you've got to make sure you get it on the right height, in the right angle, and of course a crack at a covering time will shut them down. Fitzy has Meteor M. Sparker has range of Ultron.
Oh, nice eat! Wow, nice eat by Finzi though. There you go.
Who takes out Knudsen.
It was all about just creating a bit of tempo, just burst damage, seeing if anybody else can follow up on it. But now you've got all of these flyers in the sky and Lugia. A Star-Lord would be nice for Virtus Pro, but it's only Fire that I think can play it, right? So it's really choose if you want to be on the Human Torch or you want to be on the Star-Lord in these fights. Regardless, he has got the drone on him to keep him alive and kicking. And now the Rage of Ultron's going to be used on the other side from Smash Dares. It forces out the fate of both worlds. And I'm looking at Lugia. He has been pivotal in finding these fights and finding space. And a last stand is available. However, the Vanguard fight is going in the direction of Finzi, and a clobbering time for Nevix is ready and waiting, and I don't know if Zero Tenacity are going to expect it this quickly.
I think he went the thing, not to go against the Flyers, but I think he went the thing so he wouldn't get kidnapped by Wolverine.
Zero Tenacity have to pull the trigger. They are going to make their way in. They will easily touch, and you mentioned that last stand is at the ready, getting the heal up thanks to the team up from that Ultron. Healing up the rest of the team. They make their way in. Wolverine onto the point.
Wow, he actually lived.
Drop low. Supernova comes down for the turnaround. Canoe against the Guardian Barrier. Media M to try and take out anyone on the backline. They turn it to deal with that thing instead.
Oh, Zero Tenacity can probably take this.
To get caught out on this Iron Man, they need to make sure that they have that damage out before the rest of the team catching Ultron. And last stand, but the Iron Bulwark is in this fight, keeping this push going. No strategist ultimates are left available. Smash is finally going to charge up that Rage of Ultron to keep the damage output going. Vince's trying to delay, but here comes Lugia. They see the Flyers, they see the birds, and they know it's their job to deal with it. They look onto Magneto. In the meantime, in the back line, Nevix is back on cap to hold the delay, pushing on in. Nevix is low, gets away.
Yo, the Daywalker for 47 months. Appreciate it. Virtus Pro doesn't lose this, do they, chat?
3 meters to go. Vi is literally standing in spawn, maximizing the damage output on this Hela. Invisible boundary for Winnie for the turnaround, but it's met by the fate of both worlds.
You got the pulse cannon from Knuten. He just needs 1 second.
Oh no, Maximum Pulse died.
For Virtus Pro. In fact, Spark is able to take him out the sky, but Lugia is a missile in himself.
It looks like a very this looks like a very even game, bro. Both teams are killing one by one. They're trading. Nope, it looks like Virtus Pro wins this. Barely. Virtus Pro. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Virtus Pro deserved to lose that. Virtus Pro deserved to lose that after almost tossing the second point, bro. This game should have not even been this close. But hey, good shit by Zero Tenacity by actually pushing it that far. That was good. That was a good game, chat. That was a good game. 2-0.
Way and almost perfectly balanced
2-0.
But that last second swaps onto the Hela, onto the Ultron.
Come on, Zero Tenacity could win these games. It's a very good. Oh shit, my glasses.
It's a very good earlier. Moxie brought it up. That Soul Drainer to stop.
It's a very good series. It looks like the scores are even.
In place for an extra second or two, and it was enough to clean up the points and allow Virtus Pro to go 1 game away from getting that rematch versus Burr Patapin.
As a reminder, both these teams played a little bit earlier. Full best of 5s that both Virtus Pro had to win against Peps 3-0 and Zero Tenacity. A little bit more time used up, but it was 3-1 in the end. That felt like a bit more of a spaghetti game, honestly. It's spaghetti on the floor kind of style, but that is to be expected, like I mentioned, when you've got these guys that are putting in the hours in a very, very warm day across all of Europe. So now Zero Tenacity was so close to actually making this a very competitive map. But honestly, Virtus Pro, uncharacteristic mistakes, I think, from them. But it's really just a case of getting it across the line. They won't care how, they just care that they're able to make this 2-0.
We've called it before. It's time to pull out all of the stops, and we just saw Iron Fist, Iron Man, double Ultrons, and an extra little bit of Moon Knight creep on in from these teams.
That was he played a really good Wolverine.
Final meters, to these final pushes, to these elimination matches. If you've got something in your back pocket that might work, there's no time to just wait around and say, oh, hello, no, guys. You pulled that trigger, and both of these teams did so.
Yeah, any little more.
I wonder if I could take a nap.
Teams have now is the time to use them
EMEA
because you might
and
not be able to for quite some time. All of these teams have sort of set themselves up for season 2.
I wonder if Emily would want to take over my stream for a little bit so I can take a nap.
We're gonna have multiple more characters added into the game.
Are you laughing because I said that?
It's going to be a very different look. So if it's the last of the Sea of Z10, they have one map to decide whether that's going to be the case or not.
You don't want to take over my stream?
It's going to be a very different style of game. So if there's any tricks up their sleeve right now with the way that they go about the draft, the compositions,
I'll give you $5 and a
Now
And a
is the
Snickers.
time to use them.
I've been seeing in the chat in between the games that people are saying, who hasn't been played yet? The answer is Thor, who did receive a couple changes, allowing them to cancel that Awakening rune for a Storm Surge. At this point, with all these options and almost every hero actually being played so far, you know what? Maybe it's time.
I napped and came back. Bro, I need a nap, chat. Like a nice little 30-minute nap so I can finish the next 8 hours or something of NA.
We'll close this out.
A 90-minute nap, an hour and a half nap. Oh, that sounds. That sounds nice.
Struck down by living cheek.
Well, we're in a 3-minute. No, I think the best nap that you want to do, isn't it like recommended to do anything between like 15 to 20 minutes, because then you actually don't ruin your like sleep schedule or something. Yo, Melio, how you doing? How are you doing? Must be feeling good, huh? Oh, we got the song again here, chat. Must be feeling good, huh? How does it feel to go to China? It's surreal. Good shit, good shit. Hey, you were popping off, bro. I'm going to China to play a video game. Yep, it's that. Welcome to life, man. Yo, Melio, you want me to tell you a cheat code? You want me to teach you some cheats? Go ahead. I don't know if I'm invited, but you worked very hard to get to the finals in China, right? You went through all these tough games. You ended up being on top. All this stuff. I'll probably see you there because I'm a co-streamer. Maybe if they invite me. I don't know, chat. I don't know if they're doing co-streamers, but if they do, it's a cheat code. I don't even have to play any games. Wait, how tall are you? What? The only thing you got from all that was how tall are you? I'm 6'9". I'm 6'9". I weigh 420 pounds, and I have a 3% body fat. Is that what you want to hear? What do you mean, cap? Chat. How is that a cap? No, I wanted to know if I have to look down at you. You know what? I am Rad's #1 hater, chat. I hope fucking Berber Patapim comes back from the lower bracket and kicks your team's fucking ass. Hey. I hope. I am Rad's #1 hater, bro. That ain't no way you're coming in here to fucking... Nah.
They found themselves 2-0 down in this best of 5. Not lower bracket final just yet.
That is wild, bro. That is wild. I'm at 5'3", chat.
Just this finish alone for Zero Tenacity, but they're going to
5'3", and those are two different measurements.
Talking about that because they're gunning for they're gunning for the grand finals. They're gunning for a qualification for the mid-season finals. It really does feel like this is not an acceptable finish for any of the teams.
Bro, even if I stand up right now, how are you going to be able to tell how tall I am because I'm in a camera?
Third place, $25,000. Second place, $35,000. And first place, $70,000.
Yo, damn. Yo, Melio, if you win that $70,000, can you donate me half? Thanks.
From fourth all the way
because
up
I'm your
to
favorite
second.
streamer?
These teams want to be gunning for first, and you have to be in it to win it. Virtus Pro, one win away from guaranteeing themselves at least third. Zero Tenacity, they were so close, meters away, almost my height away from winning They almost turned it
No,
round.
no,
Now
no,
is their
no,
last
no. You're
chance.
good. You're good.
We should
Congratulations, though, man. Tell your team congratulations too. You guys did well.
Of maps to how
That was a
many
very good
sections it
series.
is instead of meters.
Well,
It's a shame, I
hard
guess, for both
fought
teams to not be
win.
playing out the Emma Frosters. They've both been big fans for it. Nevix is a little bit sad because he's been very keen on picking her up and playing, but the Magneto is sort of slotted in nicely for both sides. Zero Tenacity
We are very happy
going
we
for the
pulled through.
protect
It's meant to be
first, which means
exhausting.
the
Oh, I
Versprov
can't
gets to
imagine,
take
bro.
out
I
both
can't imagine.
Emma and also the Loki.
Yeah, that's crazy
Pretty
though. But you guys
standard
deserve
so
it. Good
far.
shit, man. Good
Magneto
shit.
gonna
Good
be
shit.
Protected for Zero Tenacity as well, so we get the mirrored mags just like we have been so far.
Go
for the last
celebrate.
couple games.
Make sure you
Emma's
don't
removed,
celebrate
bags
too hard.
protected, and
You
there's
guys
the
got
Loki
matches
mirrors.
tomorrow.
So far,
Don't get
exactly
drunk.
mirrors,
Don't get a
just in
hangover.
different order.
When do
feel like
America
this
matches start?
really just
America
leans
starts in
into
about
Virtus.pro.
2
Like,
hours.
The reason that they were such
2
a strong
hours.
team for the longest time is because a lot of the pick bans, because it didn't have a system like this one, were mirror matchups. And if you play up against Virtus.pro in a mirror matchup, you just lose. They just play it better. No matter
Yeah,
what
take
it
care.
is.
Take care. Have a great one, man.
Zero
Thank you for
Tenacity
stopping
have
by.
been very good at being able to sort of play around the draft and enable some really exciting compositions, but it hasn't really come to fruition, at least for this series.
I don't know. When you stand up, you're in frame. I hope so. My camera's angled in a very great way.
If they wanted to maybe bring it out themselves.
If
There
Rad
are
goes
so
to
few
China,
characters
to
with
what's the
percentage
point of
damage
tomorrow's
left in the
match?
game.
Tomorrow's
Wolverine
match
and
is
Iron
the lower
Fist
bracket
are the
finals,
only
which
ones that
determines the next
immediately
team
come
to
mind
also
as
go
one that
to
lost hers.
China,
We're
and
gonna see the
also
Punisher taken
you have the upper
away
bracket
by
finals,
Virtus.pro,
which is
not
basically
wanting
they have to
Canute
play
or
that match
Smash
because
to get
you have to
their
figure out who
hands on
gets
that,
first
where they
place.
just
First
try
place
to
gets
try and
$70,000.
bounce
The
through
second
the
place gets
front lines, especially on a map
$30,000.
like this, where if you are able to get these good positions, you could really break defenses very easily.
Could make all the difference.
I'm a little bit worried at the protection for Virtus.pro having that Human Torch.
It's been.
I mean, on this map, it's open skies for the most part. Zero Tenacity might
No,
be
not
over towards
70,000
having
to
the
each
Ultron and
player.
stuff, but
70,000
yeah,
to the whole
it
team,
is
I'm pretty
tricky.
sure.
I think forcing flyers is good because, like I mentioned, it puts fire into that
So I
position
mean,
where
if you really
play
think
Human
about it,
Torch,
$70,000, 6
like
players
he
on the
has to move
team. If
over
you have a
towards
coach,
Star
let's
Wars. I don't
just say
think
it's
Sparker
7
plays it
people.
all that much,
I mean,
I
you make a
don't
pretty
think.
decent amount,
I
almost
don't know
close to
how much of this
10,000,
is
maybe
making
like
out of sports.
8,000.
They're currently
I don't know.
on the Black
Maybe you
Panther
you
and the
lose
Iron Fist as
you lose a
their
little bit
dual
more,
duelists.
maybe because the
I
org
don't
probably
think
takes
that
some.
will make
If
it
they have
out.
that in their
We'll have
contract,
to
I don't know.
see as the
I never
team
know.
make their way in. It could be solid if they wanted to go hyper aggressive, but it is so risky.
it depends on
to
their
try and
contract.
Bring in something like that when you already know your opponents play the thing. Going double melee mobile characters,
Taxed?
having all those dashes
pretty sure it's
removed
taxed.
could
I don't-
be
I don't-
devastating.
I don't know, chat. I haven't paid
The
taxes in
last
12
orders
years.
at the bar
If you
for
don't say
Zero
that you make
Tenacity,
anything,
if
how are they
they
going to
lose
know?
out on this map, Virtus.pro looking to be clean
Smart
after
move, right?
their losses yesterday against Berber Patspim. A map that they are very good at playing around the objective, and Zero Tenacity have also had good results on this historically as well, so no surprise that it ends up coming here. But a loss added to their name prior to this game. Virtus.pro actually have got Sparker on the Black Panther.
I'm happy with one, as long as it's not both. If they were going Black Panther, Iron Fist, and that Captain America, it would certainly be a quick roll on the first point. But getting those portal in and then immediately bringing in the thing could shut that down so fast. But Zero Tenacity for now are just trying to laser fire out of the sky as they're sticking with this Ultron Iron Man composition, trying to unibeam. Vi's trying to land the shotgun shots, and neither one is coming ahead on this duel. Nevix will be the first to fall on that Captain America, and down goes Vi, finally picked up by Smashness, and Lugia finding Fincy and taking them into the abyss.
And themselves some nice picks, so they've wasted pretty much a minute of the thought allocated right at the start of Central Park. The switchover is going to be having the Ultron in the sky to pair up with Vi on that Human Torch. Nevix on the Captain America. See if he can leap in. Really, there isn't too much that can take Knutson out of the sky other than just the aerial fighters themselves. Smashness is forced to use that team up mostly for just healing to keep the Iron Man alive. Bulwark is even going to be used with just how much focus that Knutson's taken. He has the pulse cannon, but the majority of these targets are up in the sky, not grouped up together.
Sparker trying to land their shot, take off the first rage of Ultron from Smashness to try and break through this cloak and dagger. Has to use dynamic flight though, as Sparker is looking for the turnaround play here. Knutson forced to retreat inside at least for the moment, as the aggression from Virtus.pro has allowed them to look close to that first third. But the counter, Lugia, is making it very untenable to stay here, making Virtus.pro retreat as Nevix fell once again.
I mean, this non-mirrored Wolverine, especially when it's Lugia playing on it.
Shit, bro. I went to go find Boba, and then like I missed 2 minutes that fast.
Pulled right back onto the objective itself, and nothing has been made progression-wise on the side of Virtus.pro. The fight is still ongoing. The fate of both worlds. Oh my God, that block from Nevix! He leaped across the sky and just bounced the Meteor M back. It was looking like it could potentially grab onto Oasis. Even Saipe that he was using the fate of both worlds.
Lugia threw both things off the map, really?
Charge, trying to get some momentum going, and the second pulse cannon from Knuten yet again finding absolutely zilch.
Vi was taken out in that fight earlier by the Wolverine after being pushed off the map, but has already returned because they can just fly around the side. They're trying to get the shot onto that range of Ultron to smash. This is trying to zone away the reinforcements, but will get taken out by Vi. And the dive in from Sparker as Virtus.pro with the Supernova will try and cut off the reinforcement points. Lugia is looking for the opportunity. Fate of both worlds has to be used just to break the opening.
Supernova thrown down. Yeah, fate both worlds means that all of the bodies are starting to congregate for Zero Tenacity on this objective. Is there anything that could potentially take the roll out their misery? Not quite. Lugia though with the portal play leaving through.
Is he being a
If he can
crackhead?
find this fight, and it's Ducky that's moved on over to try to enable one final engagement for Zero Tenacity. Less than a minute left on the clock. One hold here, and it might be a pretty short map if they're able to have a good attack inside themselves, but that might be thinking too far into the future. This Virtus.pro team is very hard to take down. Rage of Ultron going to be used not to try to protect the Lugia leaping in with the last stand. I think the rest of Virtus.pro turned around and said, we're fine, we're good. Let's throw the power back at them. The Ivan
good stun, good stun.
Make sure that he's taken back to spawn for the
Good
time
stun
being.
by Ducky.
Being thrown around the map for the time being. Fi trying to dodge this.
Holy shit. Bro, I hate how you can sprint with that Human Torch character, bro. Take it out. Take it out.
And a Meteor M from distance doing the same.
They can't reach the point. They're trying to make their way in. Lugia is trying to hold this. Sparker is swapped over to the Wolverine for the turnaround players. Here comes the Freedom Charge, forced off the point by Lugia. Sparker gets frozen. Nevix is trying to give their team all that extra time on that turnaround as Ducky will get focused down and will finally
Oops, I
get
spilled
taken
water on
down.
myself.
Portal
Awesome.
Not yet back. Lugia with the bonus health for the extra stage. It's a sliver between the point being capped, and finally Zero Tenacity are forced off the point.
Wow. If Zero Tenacity full held that would have been huge for the momentum swing.
The chase is real, and Flaming Meteor will get the finishing blow. Virtus.pro finally crack this map open and begin making their way into Dracula's castle.
While clearing the path, make this a little bit less abrasive for Virtus.pro, as that first point took pretty much everything.
Am I the only one who doesn't know how Cap ult works?
And now
if Cap pops his ult, he leaves a trail.
If
you step on the trail, you get a speed boost, and you also gain armor.
Available for the time being, but a pulse cannon might not be too far off for Knuten with the amount of suppressive damage that he's able to be doing. Can't quite combine a mirror.
It's like a very good defensible. You pop it, you can run to your supports, keep your supports up.
This character has got the pulse cannon, hasn't connected onto anything so far, I think, so far this map, but there's a lot of bodies now fighting on the point, and there it comes in.
Nice, but might be already a GR on that fight.
Ooh.
Trying to get on to smash their Sparker, just watching him menacingly as Fincy will find.
Wait, what are you doing in my room?
They did lose Fi as that invincible pulse cannon was finally able to land thanks to Fi diving in, but flying character very fast is already rejoining his team and finds Knuten on the flank. There's also an attack from below as Nevix is trying to get onto them, forcing Knuten to retreat indoors. Here comes the rage of Ultron. The Fi is already trying to chase them down. The backline is just playing extremely far back. Last stand, max range.
Wow, Lugia is the fucking goat on Wolverine, it seems.
Lugia has been so good at this, it almost means that like the focus has completely gone off the fact that it's just one Vanguard for Zero Tenacity. When Lugia is just carrying the burden that much. The Virtus.pro now 30 seconds on the point. You can see exactly where it's sort of got to and where Virtus.pro are trying to take this next engagement. They have to keep an eye on Smash Des that's fighting from distance, but the Freedom Charge is trying to cut through exactly where these players from Zero Tenacity are playing from. Frozen down from the absolute zero of from Oasis. There's still going to be a fight of Ducky being able to bounce back.
He tried to hit the guy in the air. That's risky, bro. That's
not
risky.
quite enough to bring him out for the time being. Overtime is beckoning. The invisible boundary is going to set up Zero Tenacity for this final hold. And a pulse cannon going down onto the point, not catching onto much again.
Meteor M, though, will get Oasis. That's going to remove a lot of extra healing from Zero Tenacity, and it looks like it's going to help Virtus Pro push on in. Zero Tenacity are falling. All that's left is the Flyers, and guess what? Flyers are in the sky. They're not on the point, as the objective is grabbed by Virtus Pro, pushing on into the castle doors, and they're able to finish off Smashness on the retreat. Canuten's running.
Yeah, they're trying to fight Canuten as well. He's just thrown himself off the map to try and reset quickly. And oh, it's getting dicey time-wise now. Elimination's pretty even, all things considered, but Virtus Pro just always find enough when it matters. Better late than ever, as I suppose is what people are going to say. And now Spark is actually switching things around to be playing a bit of Wolverine himself. Of course, it wasn't banned out. Trying to see if his last stand can find as much success as Lugia's.
Activating the map transformation. They want that high ground rotation to be available. And Sparker already creeping around. Finds Canuten in through the doorway. But the imperative patch and the imperative firewall keeping them topped up. Lovely play by Smashness as they drop the range of Ultra for the extra sustain. And we see Zero Tenacity taking that first hit from Sparker and able to hold the line, but they burnt an ultimate to do so. Sparker, last stand for the turnaround. Fine takes out Winnie after the setup.
That was a very well set up play. Wasn't even an audacious one. Now the pulse cannon is going to come through, but the supernova is the thing that just has a little bit more punch to it in the end. Canuten and Smashness are taken out as overtime. Third time that it's hit, but the third time that Virtus Pro have taken the lack of points on the clock and able to actually look like they're going to finish up this map unless Zero Tenacity have a little bit more bite for this fight. It's scary though. You've got the Freedom Charge held onto from Nevix, and a last dash in as Canuten has to be the one to touch.
And they will touch though to buy some extra time. Finzy Meteor M just gonna drop it on anyone on the point to try and buy it. It's a train in Meteor M's in unison as in comes the Eternal Bond from Dritro to make sure that Virtus Pro have the extra save onto the board. They take out
this
one,
is really
two,
bad for
three,
Zero Tenacity,
no
chat.
one is on the point. That is Virtus Pro.
Ooh, this is bad for Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity had a really good hold on first point, bro, but they kind of folded for the rest of the game.
When it matters, just not really keeping up with the stamina, I suppose, that Virtus Pro being able to put together as a team. Having to finish out the map is tough, and it could have realistically been Zero Tenacity holding onto the first point alone, so that's got to do a lot of damage to morale. You have to finish out, and you have to go for another round on this attacking side to do a little bit better. That's the goal that Virtus Pro has drawn in the sand. But now that you're having to go for an attack yourself, Zero Tenacity, how are things going to change?
Nevix so far has been dropping a consistent Vibranian W, getting the turnaround, still collecting.
I don't sub the J3. Come on, really?
Cannons, and as such, Canuten has yet to
really?
lock in.
Zero going zero. Yeah, this is
yes.
not a good situation for Zero Tenacity to be in, bro. If they lose, they're out of the tournament.
Where you know it's time to try something, you need to bring out anything. What do? It's time for Hawkeye. Snipe from a distance with the Lunar Snow buff. It got nerfed. Is it enough to stop Zero Tenacity from locking down Virtus Pro and creating an opening?
It is pretty much through the fire and flames. Zero Tenacity, win or loss, have to carry on. Lugia trying to go in for a dive to see if he can catch somebody out, but unfortunately not able to connect. And you're right, the Hawkeye is still going to be dedicated to from Canuten. It is nerfed, even tweaked, just the numbers brought down a peg or two. So you still wonder if Canuten could do a lot of work on this, and wondering if he's going to be up against some flying characters. Lugia is able to take out the counterpart, the Wolverine on the other side, but he's taken himself out in the process at the same time.
Reinforcement distance a little bit shorter for the attackers, so Zero Tenacity do get the benefit of that. Fi trying to chase them down though, taken out by Smashness, and Zero Tenacity slow but steady, creeping forward.
Jay, did you get lunch?
At the ready,
I had a pretty late breakfast, or I had a breakfast.
It's slow.
I'm good, bro. I don't even think I want to eat anything for the rest of the day. I've been eating pretty bad. I ordered McDonald's like 2 days ago. Shouldn't have done that. Now I gotta suffer and starve myself fast.
And the dive is trying to go in onto the back line, and you do have the Hunter's Sight being used. You've got the Eternal Bond also trying to leave Virtus Pro a chance to go for this engagement from Tridro, but Ducky with the Meteor M is the one to find an opening. It's 88% on the point, but there's still 3 players from Virtus Pro fighting tooth and nail for every single moment of time. Even if this is a lost battle, they want to keep things flying on and force now both of the support ultimates from Zero Tenacity at the same time. That could be a little bit of a mistake if it wasn't for Lugia finding a lot more of this control. The dashing around off the back of the last stand is going to keep Virtus Pro's numbers down to dwindling positions. It's still enough to hold on to this objective though, and even though we are just seeing consistently Zero Tenacity filling up the elimination feed on the right hand side, it's only up until now that Zero Tenacity have had to give this up.
They make their way in. Zero Tenacity grab the point on the
Wait,
attack
this is
here.
the first time I think we've seen the Hawkeye in a very long time, chat.
We saw it last time. They went for a double on what
This is the nerfed Hawkeye too. If you get frozen, you're only frozen for like 0.8 seconds or something instead of 1.5 seconds.
Get it for the sustain, but guess what? You're up against a Wolverine, a Magneto with the back cannon, and a double freeze composition. They could not find anyone and were picked off quickly in those fights.
Sparker's trying to decide what he wants to play. He's moved over from the Wolverine to the Ultron to the Wolverine again. So now, I mean, so much damage has been done from Knudsen here. You can't say that there's no value to having Hawkeye in this position, and especially when you have a bit more vertical mobility, it is going to be irritating for Virtus Pro to deal with this now. Rage of Ultron is going to provide some space, but the Supernova is going to cut through the backline like a hot knife through butter. Fi has found himself 4, and it seemed to be 5. It's just completely clean from him, and he hasn't broken a sweat in the process.
Need to be careful of those ice arrows, though. If they get caught out of position alone, they could be in trouble. You can see that little snowflake hovering around them as Fi does have that idle aura from Cypher, so they can just...
My friend just laughed at me because he said, "Where were you in basketball today?" I said, I couldn't go to basketball today because I'm co-streaming a tournament. Oh, sorry, I'm watching it.
Now they're looking aggressively on 2-5 once again.
I said I have a tournament to do. And then he said, "Oh, good luck in the tournament," because I didn't specify I was watching it. Then I had to tell him that I was watching it, and he said, "Haha, of course you are, because you suck and can't play in it." So
what you're looking at, bud, and then just slapping him around
yeah.
the face with the shield. But there's the ultimate coming out again, and it's just really a case of trying to force out shots, and Sparker is just being a pain in
Yo,
the
Wes
ass
Mongo
to
for
try
20
and
months,
deal
appreciate
with
it.
the backline. It's meaning that all of that damage is more focused to deal with the flank as opposed
He
to
said,
the
and I
front
quote,
line of Virtus Pro.
"Of course you're watching it, your dog ass."
Last stand brings in Oasis and Ducky taking them out here. And we're seeing that Hawkeye trying to get some value. We see also the retreat out of Smashness, trying to make it to the base, but Fi with a shotgun-like blast takes them down. Finally, they will get Fi for the revenge, which will be a stagger, as we're very close to Zero Tenacity's spawn. They might be able to try and take this. Knudsen has given up.
He really does
Hawkeye,
know you.
brings out the Star-Lord to try and duel in the air.
No, that's just how we are. Me and him make fun of each other. He doesn't know what I do necessarily, though. He keeps saying that his nephew can beat me. I told him he knows that I play. I'm a streamer and I'm an ex-professional player and whatnot. He keeps saying that his nephew can beat me, and his nephew's like 8 years old. I'm like, "Oh, what game does he play?" He's like, "Oh, he's cracked out on Fortnite." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, bro."
Curtain from Finzi. It's not able to find anything at all. Vi with a Supernova again, able to get.
I told him the only thing that he's gonna beat
back of the cloak and dagger. He gets caught out just as the Supernova was used, but he's able to stay himself.
I was gonna say, I think I said he was like, the only thing he beats is like beats me and is picking his nose and like shitting himself or something. I don't know, whatever 8-year-olds do, bro.
But Zero Tenacity's time, the wick is starting to burn down, and just over a minute left.
Galactic Legend being committed, but the Eternal Bond is keeping...
What? Why are you guys question marking me? Stop, chat. Don't be dirty, bro.
And Zero Tenacity are struggling to find an opening with less than a minute to go, Ryan. Vi is fighting indoors. If they can get rid of this star...
Bro roasting a child? I don't give a shit.
Be able to hold this.
I don't care if he's a kid. Bro, these hands are rated E for everyone, bro.
Tournament life on the line for Zero Tenacity. Smashless having the Rage of Ultron, it's the thing to go with. Is it going to be combined with much? There's nothing available, honestly. It's just a bit of more body damage done, as Nevix was pretty low, as was Fi, but the healing that comes out of Saipe and Dredro is enough to keep them afloat. The Strategist Ultimate's not quite available at the time being, and Lugia with the last stand, it could be exactly that for Zero Tenacity. It's 20 seconds left on the clock.
Nice. Wait, you were a pro? Yes, I played Overwatch professionally way back in the day. And I also was signed to Apex for a very brief moment.
Means that there might be a bit of space for Zero Tenacity to keep things afloat as we hit overtime.
Vinci trying to predict the invisible woman, doesn't find him, and will take out Oasis, who did not have their ultimate, but it means that Winnie is able to get away with the invisible boundary to set on up. Sparker moving on in. Cypher with the fate of both worlds is keeping Virtus Pro pushing on into this fight, looking for anyone on the wrap around. Sparker moving on in to take out the front line, remove people from the board. Fight is uncontested up here. Here comes the Galactic Legend to try and break this open. Meteor M from Ducky to take out the defenders. One goes down. Dredro removing all of the healing, and Zero Tenacity are finding the opening. They're pushing on in. Blast number on. Captain America. No.
There is no way they actually won that fight, chat. That's wild, bro. That is fucking wild.
Is their last hope. If they can stay on this card until those doors open, they're still in. If Virtus Pro keep it shut, it's all over.
Ooh, Supernova is on the horizon, and Nevix is going to run it with a freedom charge. So there's no portal play, there's no Doctor Strange has come out just yet, but that's enough damage onto the point that's going to make this uncomfortable, even through the middle of this Fate of Both Worlds required from Oasis. Winnie's not going to be close to an invisible boundary. Smashless not quite there with the Rage of Ultron. You do have the numbers though, ever
oh,
so slightly.
No, bro.
They had the numbers there. They were finding the picks for Zero Tenacity, but they just hopped off the point for a second. And Virtus Pro take this series.
Chat, you can't get off the point, bro. That's the one thing I actually don't like about this game. You can't, I can't tell if you're on the point or not, even though you're really close to the point. It's not like Overwatch or anything. Bro.
Rivals Ignite mid-season finals, and to try and get another revenge against Rad if they can get past Burr Patapim. Zero Tenacity. A valiant
our boy Newton, bro, he's out, chat, he's out
for that performance, doing so well.
Oh, well, you know what that means, chat. $2 million. You guys had $2 million on Virtus Pro and 1.3 million on Zero Tenacity. That was a very, 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 very expensive game.
But it's
the millions of dollars were on the line in this game. That was crazy. Good shit.
Virtus Pro are trying to come back for their throne.
I think for Zero Tenacity, you've got a bit of a break now, at the very least, with a fourth place
Good shit,
finish.
Jack. Good shit. Good
Certainly
shit.
Something to be home and proud about. I think you've got some time to really gel as a team, and honestly, the squads that you were able to beat or lost to in the case of Rad and Virtus Pro here have just been together as a core a hell of a lot longer. Now you have months of scrims ahead of you, a new meta no doubt on the horizon by the time that we see Zero Tenacity show up again next on our screens for Ignite. Really does feel a case of any iterations, any upgrades that you might have, get them done now, get the practice in, and you're in for a real shot, because Virtus Pro, even though it was a clean 3-0, there was nothing clean about the maps themselves. There were a lot of very close instances, and maybe some moments that Zero Tenacity should have come out as winners.
Damn, hey, congratulations to Virtus Pro, bro. All they have to do is win tomorrow. If they win tomorrow, chat,
has come true.
If they win tomorrow,
teams. One of them
they make it to China.
Crying, and two will be in those grand finals and going to China. Tomorrow, we will find out who it is between Virtus Pro and Burr Patapim. Who will be joining Rad? We could not ask for better options to choose from as to who will represent EMEA at those mid-season finals. I am
2-hour nap? No, bro, I can't do a 2-hour nap.
Some of the best rivals we have seen, period.
It's been fun. It's been a
Why
really
do you keep
good
making me
day
bet
in
on
the
these
end.
games, bro? I lost
They're gonna
200k
be
the last
happy
2
that the
times.
story
How are you
continues on,
losing
despite
money
the
when
fact
I'm
that
telling you who to
yesterday
vote
didn't
for?
go to their
Chat,
plan, but it does
I have a
set up that
99% pick
final
rate
rematch of
on who's
Patterson
winning every
versus
single
Virtus
match.
Pro, and
You
one
guys
of
need to
them
listen to me.
is going to be qualifying for not only the grand finals that we're going to be seeing tomorrow as well, but that mid-season finals in China. So it's a scary game if you're a Berber Patpim fan. You need to go and do the unthinkable, which was winning in that best of 5 the first time. Now you've got to do it again.
If this was a show, the scriptwriters will be absolutely cooking to get us to this point. With this matchup again, Berber Patapim versus Virtus Pro. They thought they were done with it, but now they have to face these guys again. Sparker is joining us from Virtus Pro. After an incredible win over Zero Tenacity, you're heading back into those lower bracket finals, a position you found yourself in before in your group stage, and you in that brought it back and brought out another victory. Will history repeat itself?
No, I don't even know how they won yesterday. I'm gonna be honest.
Damn.
Like, if you just look back at the maps, I don't really know what happened. I feel like I won, but I don't know about them. I feel like they're scared that they have to play us again.
I mean, it's hard work to beat you once, never mind twice. I did want to talk a little bit about yesterday. Obviously, you had stuff like the disconnections happening and momentum being taken out, but like, what were some of the things that you recognized that you guys did wrong that you wanted to rectify going into today's games? Was it anything about the draft? Was it the maps? Was it just even how you guys were synergizing? Because it was a close series against Berber Patapim, right? But it still felt like you weren't quite on your A game.
Well, with the new ban system, I think it's a lot about the bans, but I feel like it wasn't about the bans yesterday. We just messed up a little bit fundamentally, maybe mechanically. I mean, it was a close game. We were like one fight away on both maps, except Arocco. They took that one fair and square, but the other ones were very close.
So are there going to be any changes that you're going to
You can't be talking like that for the losers? Yeah, they can.
Matchup,
Virtus Pro
went
went in the
confident
losers
that
bracket
it's just a new
in stage
day
1
and this time you can take it?
and ran through every team to make it back to the finals and won.
Play like normal.
They're doing the same
we
thing
know
now.
From the last game, we know what they like to play. We know what they like to ban. And yeah, I don't think there's too much new stuff.
I guess I'm wondering a lot more as well, because you only like lost your first series a couple of weeks ago, right? And it's still only 2 that you've actually dropped entirely. I mean, I wanted to sort of ask, like, how do you react after games like yesterday? Like, again, like, losing is inevitable. No team is going to be completely on top forever. But now that you're sort of looking at a game of qualifying to that China tournament, right, and being able to get into the grand final and potentially just go for the losers bracket run to win out again, what was it like yesterday? Do you have to like dust yourself off and just be like, it happens, we need to go again tomorrow? Or honestly, are nerves starting to kick in a little bit, because this is where it really starts to count, right? You don't want to be the team that misses out on qualifying for that first LAN, especially when you've been dominant the entire year leading up to it.
Well, it sucks to lose a game in that fashion. So of course everyone was a bit down yesterday. But I feel like the worst part about all of that was having to wake up early for the game 1. Like, we're all a bit late sleepers, so it was just a bit awkward to wake up early because we didn't expect to lose to them, so don't think we're too nervous.
Well, you are now 1 series away from the grand finals and potentially getting in to be the second EMEA representative for the mid-season finals. The last question is simple. What words do you have for Berber Patapim and what could very well soon be the world?
Don't get nervous, Berber. This is the game for all the marbles.
Don't get nervous. I like that. I like that.
Don't get nervous. A wise words for us all, because I know I'm nervous for everyone involved. Sparker, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you get some sleep, as once again you're going to have to be up to play in that lower bracket game tomorrow. Best of luck to you, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Damn, chat, you gotta
Ryan,
win after talking shit
what
like that, bro.
Incredible games we
You gotta
had
win.
today.
You can't
I am
say
very
don't get
jealous
nervous
of
and
our
then lose
colleagues
tomorrow.
for getting these games tomorrow to cover Berber Patapim versus Virtus Pro, the sequel.
Yeah, I mean, they were jealous for us getting these two games, to be fair, so I think it sort of balances it out. But yeah, I mean, we're going to sort of look at the bracket and the schedule leading in tomorrow, but we really have to focus on the fact of, like, the top two teams from EMEA are the ones that are trying to go all the distance to be in that grand final, because a top two finish qualifies them for what's happening next. Mid-season finals happening in China. We have one team confirmed, and it's either Berber, Patapim, or Virtus Pro in the losers bracket final that has to decide that final slot. All of which, the losers bracket final and the grand finals, happening tomorrow.
Oh, by the
So
way, that's right,
if you
buddy.
haven't
Priest
got
of
the
Massive Prime
magic
sub.
skin,
Sorry, I
honestly,
don't know if
by
I
the
said that.
end of this event, I'm going to think less of you as a person, because there've been so many good games to be watching across all of the regions. How could you not tune in for 6 hours to watch some amazing games? If you don't have it, go get it tomorrow, because good grief, these games are going to be stellar.
True,
Berber
chat. We're
Patapim
gonna be
versus
here
Virtus
tomorrow
Pro
for the
has been
games.
one of the best series, and we get to see it again. To quote a character from Marvel, we're gonna
Wait,
keep
was
them
Ryan
doing this
Central
till they're
actually on
90.
Overwatch? I don't recognize any of these
It's
casters.
fun.
Oh man, I mean, we're seeing enough Wolverine action as well from these teams as well. But we are sort of sunsetting our time on
Yo,
Ignite Season
Sly!
1 in
Appreciate the massive 8
EMEA
months.
with one final day after this one. And I mean, like Sparker said, it is quite literally for all of the marbles. That qualification spot for the mid-season finals and the grand finals themselves, trying to take the chunk of the main 100k prize pool that's been allocated in for EMEA. And honestly, the three teams that are left are the three top dogs, right, Tetcher? They're the ones that we expected to be leading the line. The triple Hydra head, I suppose, of the region. But just as confirmation, here's what the schedule is going to be tomorrow. So you know what time to wake up, Sparker, and the rest of the world does. It's starting at 6 p.m. As a full best of 5. So, I mean, it's optimistic to think it's going to be an 8 p.m. start for the grand finals. This could go on through the night.
That's 12 o'clock my time. So I have to be streaming.
Series
Okay, I'll be live, chat.
Patapim and Virtus Pro, and then leading us in to who will be the first EMEA champion for Marvel Rivals Ignite. A best of 7 between Rad and, no matter who joins them, a deserving opponent. And both of these teams will be looking for revenge, for a rematch. We couldn't ask for better representatives for EMEA at LAN, and we couldn't ask for more exciting games tomorrow. Ryan, it's been amazing. Thank you so much for joining me today, and I'm just happy to be here. This was so much fun.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. Like, Ignite is ended for at least us two. We're going to be in the chats with all of you tomorrow, cheering on the EMEA teams. But for tonight, that's going to be all. You do get to see who's going to be the third team from the Americas region, who's going to be qualifying there a little bit later today, a couple of hours or so before we get into the Americas action. So don't stray too far. But for EMEA, that's all she wrote for today. We'll see you tomorrow for the grand finals and for a big day of Ignite action.
Well, chat, I think we have about an hour and a half until the next games. I think we have about an hour and a half, so I think we can do like 1 or 2 little pieces of content, and then we can what do you call it? We can jump into the next NA games. No, we're not gonna do Expedition 30. Chat, why would I go from watching Marvel Rivals to Expedition 33 to back to Marvels? No, chat. So this is done. This is gonna be this is over. We're gonna jump into the game. We're gonna do a few spectating series, chat, and then we are going to watch NA. Also, I am 5 hours away from hitting 100,000. Oh, sorry, not 100,000. Holy fuck, 1,000 hours. Sorry, chat. Yeah, listen. To be honest with you, my brain no work today. 5 hours of sleep, chat. 5 hours of sleep. My brain no work. My brain no work. What time do America start? America starts at 7 o'clock, I'm pretty sure. Actually, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Sorry, 6 o'clock. Yeah, bro. You know, I have 100,000 hours in Marvel Rivals already, chat. What can I say?
Protect your bald king.
Yo,
I love you, brother,
JVND.
miss playing random matched with you in our frown.
I love you. Wait. I love you, brother. Miss playing. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I still play Overwatch. I'm playing Overwatch on Tuesday. Wait, bro got 11 and a half years into the game already? Yeah, I mean, what can I say, man? What can I say? Anyways, I'm going to go to the bathroom chat. Then we're going to do a few games of content. And then we are going to jump into the North America games. Give me 1 second, though. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Watch, he's gonna come back and eat. No, but I do have popcorn. Thank you for reminding me for that North America games. Appreciate it. I gotta reset that. Oh, wait, did I not do these things yet? Take 60,000 damage in practice first aid. Whatever. Okay, chat, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Why do you need more snacks if in the house if you have Emily? True. I think she's asleep. I don't think she heard that. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and then we're gonna do content chat. All right, chat. Let's do some content. You guys ready? All right. You guys ready? I didn't get any snacks, bro. Stop saying that I got snacks. All right, let's get this. Today, what we are going to do is... that's my Discord. No, that's not my Discord. Code's the spectate. Spectating ring. Oh. Bronze and cross. Rank 1 codes. Oh, here you go. Here you go. Okay, cool. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do today, chat. Let me fix everything until the tournament. All right, chat. What we are doing today is we were going to do this last time, but the code was actually awful, so I didn't want to do it. What we are doing is we are spectating the number 1 Moon Knight player. So if you guys look over here, the Moon Knight player is called The Choice Is Me. You know this is a very high ranked game because you also have players like Pep's Leaf. We literally just watched Leaf play in the $3 million tournament. Sadly, they lost. But, I mean, he's right there. That guy also went 31-2. But we are watching Choice Is Me. He went 39 kills, 2 deaths, 19 final hits, and 34,000 damage. Also, if you look over here, he is 1 above all. And his most games, I think, is basically Moon Knight. So, yeah. The Choice Is Me. Alex wrote some notes as well and said, this is the number 1 Moon Knight on the leaderboard. He's also known for his Moon Knight, as far as I know. Keep in mind, this game was played about 3 to 4 weeks ago, and it was a Celestial 2 to 3 lobby, but he's actually currently 1 above all, which is top 500 at rank 300. And he is playing Moon Knight in this season, which is absolutely fucking insane because I don't know why you would do that. So let's check this guy out. Let's check this guy out. Is Moon Knight meta though? No, Moon Knight is not good, chat. Moon Knight is not good, bro. Okay, so let's see this. Also, yeah, this is a very old game because lucky. I mean, this is Celestial beginning of the season, chat. Pep's Leaf is here. You have Hardest as well. I'm pretty sure is on a team as well. We just watched that. I'm pretty sure, right? Pretty sure we just watched that guy. No, this is not the same Moon Knight that we watched a couple days ago. Also, we're going to skip the ban system. Oh, this is actually a really good map to play Moon Knight on. I think Squirrel Girl is really good on this map. Chat, what team is this guy on? I feel like we've seen that name before.
Island on an alien world. Not exactly my usual stomping grounds.
On the plus side, maybe the fact
The Goon Knight needs more damage. No, he does not. He does a lot of damage, chat. He does.
Good point. I'll check with Khonshu.
No, I did not beat Expedition 33.
He's not answering.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's see this. Nice skin, by the way. If you guys haven't watched season 1 of Moon Knight, you guys should. Really good series.
Ultron's influence over this land must be broken.
Needed that.
I want to see if he has any like tricks up his sleeve. My favorite thing is when high rank players don't kill the unks. Very awesome. Nice. Hey, he countered a flyer. Obviously, when you see a Loki clone, you kind of want to shoot it, even though there's a lot of people around, because the Loki clone stands still. You just basically still hit everyone. W.
The moon. I am vengeance. The wounds are gone. Thanks.
2-5. Oh.
Be strong together.
Your powers are mine.
Yeah, I don't think you can play Moon Knight. I love playing Moon Knight, chat. The past few, I think it was like season 1 or 2, I put a lot of time on Moon Knight because he's just been so fun. Especially, I think it was when Groot was really good, and then he should not have been swallowed there. Groot was really good with Moon Knight because you could kill through all the support ults. He did get the buff to 2. Oh wait, this is before the Moon Knight buff because he's still at 250 health.
You had that coming.
An opportunity for combat.
Also, I really like this map because a lot of people are hating on this map. I really like it. I had a bad first experience with this map, but I like how very close and tight corridors it is, and like characters like this and Squirrel Girl can pop off. A lot of the other maps are very wide open and stuff, so it's a different change of pace. Oh, wait, that was a big ult. Nah, bro, this map is not horrible, chat. Jay, you look very tired. I had 5 hours of sleep last night, chat. Because we are watching this MRI $3 million tournament.
I am ready to put on a show.
That gets better.
I like the cold.
Oh, you have to break the walls. You have to break the walls. Oh, they kind of just got slam dunked on by LeBron James with a 3K, bro. Oh, my.
Khonshu, watch over me.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
I've been contemplating to actually change my crosshair to a dot. I don't know if I want to, though. I kind of like my crosshair I've been using for a few years. Also, he has the same ult in the same position, so it could be big. He should use his ult here, in my opinion. Oh, that's a big ult. That's a big ult. He is currently 12-1 with 6 final hits, 13-1 with 6 final hits, 12,000 damage, chat. He's a damage machine, bro. And someone in chat was saying, hey, we should buff his damage. No, chat, you don't need to buff his damage. You don't need to do that.
The wounds are gone. Thanks.
Your powers are mine. I am ready to put on a show.
I don't understand why it doesn't stay on top left or top right. You know what, chat? Next time I play this map, I want to try the Goon Knight. Damn! Wait a minute. My favorite thing about playing Moon Knight is putting my ult behind the enemy team while your team pushes forward. So when your team pushes forward, the enemy team is like running back, but they're running back into your ult. And it's the best feeling ever, bro. So you're basically pounding them from both the front and the back. You know what I'm saying, chat? Good strat. Hey, it's a good strat. Very, very good strat. Very good strat. What? You're pincering them, chat. You never heard that move before? It's a pincer attack. Look, his team is going forward. Pop the Luna ult. When you usually see a Luna ult, you want to tend to walk backwards, right? The team starts walking backwards. The moon's happening. Oh, that's actually really unlucky that the clones, the runes kind of went down at the same time. They both supports died, and they used Luna ult. These players, see, look. What's also really good is that since there's a moon ult going down, the mag can't walk forward, chat, because there's a fucking moon ult going on and he's 1 HP. He can't go help his teammates. And his teammates can't walk backwards because then they'll go into the moon ult. And then they'll just die. See, it's a good strat. You guys are sleeping on it, bro. So if you could learn one thing from this video, chat, remember, attacking from the back and the front at the same time is very good. No.
Your god is suffering.
Gotta get this core into place if we want to save Morocco.
I still need you. Bring on the chaos.
Oh my god, that's good. That's not good for him. Oh, they survived. Wow.
I'm opening a portal.
Rise and fall.
Oh, now they're trying to play the Goon Knight, and they blocked off the spawn. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you block off the 2 spawns? Because I don't know if you guys know this. Even if you block off the 2 spawns, there's a path that goes underneath it down the middle. So there's technically 3 spawn doors, which is what they should do for all the maps. Because to be honest with you, getting spawn trapped is not fun. There should be 3 doors on every single map. Okay, let's see. Choice is me. Let's see what he does here. So after that first round, the Goon Knight is 20-2, chat, with 10 final hits and 17,000 damage.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You make your mischief when the world disintegrates.
The pro player that we just watched that was on Peps, Leaf, went 21-1 with 11 final hits, 11,000 damage. I really want to learn. I really want to learn Wolf, chat. No, or one big door. If there's one big door, you can still portal trap it. Ooh, an Unk on the ceiling. Oh, it actually does reach. Wolverine is really fun to play. I love kidnapping. Yeah, FBI right there. That guy right there. That guy right there. I like how he sets up his unks and doesn't just throw them in there. He just sets up the unks and Bobo's right here sleeping. What's really crazy to me is if I'm looking at the enemy team comp, I don't think Wolverine would be good at it. Oh my. Oh. Okay, chat, back it up. The moon, bro. The moon. Wait a minute. The other team has a Luna ult going on. And they strange ulted, so some people are stunned. I think 2 people are stunned. They can't get out. The Luna is in the middle. Wait, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Can you damage boost the Moon Knight ult? Because their Luna is on damage right now. if I'm not mistaken. Can you damage a Moon Knight ult? You can? Wait, so if you damage a Moon Knight ult, it doesn't have to be where the Moon Knight ult is, right? It has to be on the Moon Knight. Like, it doesn't matter. So the Moon Knight could be like over here. As long as you're damage boosting him and his ult's here, it works. The player, not the ult. That's fucking crazy, bro. That is crazy. I want to see this. How much damage does one hit do? Oh my god. Holy shit.
I am ready to put on a show.
The moon haunts you. One for Steven, one for Gina.
Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. A 4-piece.
I am vengeance. A gift from Khonshu. The power of the moon.
Perfect. Get that beetle moving again. Render me assistance. I suck.
He just ran away. He didn't want to get hit. Oh, he's beating his ass. Oh, but he's getting choked. Oh, he's lucky the hella got that kill.
Back so soon?
Oh, that was a very lucky kill, but I mean, still a kill.
Enemy in front of us. Your powers are mine.
Uh-oh.
I am ready to put on a show.
Hey, good mobility, good mobility. Able to, I thought he for sure should be the, he should have died. He should have died. Oh, can he do it again? Oh, come on, bro. The goon, man. Oh, but look at Peps. Peps got the other guy. Leaf got the other guy right off the map. I hope Moon Knight becomes meta soon. I like Moon Knight. Moon Knight's a lot of fun to play.
Admit it. You need me.
Vengeance is served.
Wait, Goon Knight, Good Night? Yeah, what's up, Deku? How you doing? What's up, Alex? Alex, thank you. You didn't give me a Moon Knight player that went 1 in 8 with 20% accuracy.
The moon haunts you. Say good night.
Nice. See, you know, Alex. Chat, can I get a good job, Alex? He usually when he gives me codes of spectating rank 1, he gives me a code where the guy is not playing his best. At the end of this game, though, oh, he got MVP too. He got MVP, 30, yeah, like I said in the beginning, 39 kills, 2 deaths. It's probably pretty much a team diff at this point as well. 19 final hits, 34,000 damage with a 38% accuracy. Wait, this reminded me of this clip. Let me see this clip real quick. Bro, this was the dumbest thing ever, bro. The Moon Knight ult didn't shoot anything out, and then it disappeared, and then it fucking spawned one little fucking Moon Knight straight and killed me, bro. Look at this. What?
I shall claim my victory.
Bro, give me it. What? Nah, bro, hold up. Let me edit this, bro. Let me edit this. I'm gonna show you guys an amazing thing. Ready? You have to cut it off where the scream happens. What? There you go. Save. Save. Moon 2. Save. What? Oh, look at that. I overridden your thing. Wait, did I override it? Wait, I didn't even fucking do anything, bro. Edit. Cut it. Wait, it says 6 seconds. Save clip. How do I save... Chat, how do I save this clip? Save clip. Oh, there you go. There you go. So now I saved this. I'm going to put that on Twitter. I'm putting that on Twitter. Good edit. Good, you know. No. Don't say good job, Alex. No, don't give me that. I got you, Alex. I'll probably be playing the game next week. Oh shit! Wait, this is done, right? This isn't starting, right? It says it's been live for 25 minutes. Okay, no, good. Okay, let me see if I can watch another video of it. Oh, he plays a lot of Magneto. He's played 30 matches this season, chat, with an 18-1 games. He played a game 5 days ago and went 22-2. Nope, that wasn't his match. Nope. Nope. Oh, right here. Right here, he played another game where he went 35-4, 10 final hits, and 40,000 damage. Oh, and he played against Virtus Pro Nevix. No? Let's see this real quick. Oh, and he changed his skins, chat, and he changed his skin. He's wearing the new skin.
It's my sworn duty
I like
to
this skin.
protect travelers in the night.
I like this skin. He's wearing... I like it. I like it. Hold on. Let me copy this clip.
Rise and fall. I could get
There you go.
used to this.
I saved that clip. Okay, cool.
You have
Not
to stop
bad,
them
eh,
from securing the
Kashu?
mission area.
Give me... Wait, before we start this, give me 1 second. Count to 1. I told you, look at that. 1 second.
Unless you wish me to play your role. Some uninvited guests.
What's up, Hunter? Appreciate it. Have you done a bedtime stories Psylocke VOD? Nah, I don't think Psylocke is bedtime stories. Sorry, bedtime stories is the #1 Psylocke. I think we did someone else. Plus the Psylocks that we've been watching in the tournament have been fucking insane. I think Tap was another one of them.
Everybody needs a hit.
Man, this makes me really want to... Have you guys ever watched something and then you really wanted to do it yourself? Like, watching this Moon Knight makes me really want to play Moon Knight.
The moon haunts you.
That's not polite. Watch me soar.
Yeah, I've been watching you all day at work, all day because I'm at work and I just want to play Rivals. Okay, you got... Hey, I'm watching this tournament, bro. You make... The tournament makes me want to play this game.
I am ready to put on a show. I'm trying to help.
Wait, how come you don't see the comp players having Lord icons? Is that a spectating settings thing in the tournament? I just think that in the tournament people don't put on the Lord icon because it's a different, they're playing on a different server. This guy had two ults already in 2 minutes. He's 5-1 on his team. He has 3 final hits and he has 9,000 damage almost, chat. 9,000 damage.
Come on, Khonshu. Let me rest.
Wait, oh yeah, the tournament client. None of the lords are actually unlocked in the tournament client, right? Really? I thought they were probably unlocked, but maybe they just didn't even want to like add it. Yeah, I know it's new accounts, chat, but on those new accounts, they have stuff already. I'm pretty sure they have everything unlocked on those new accounts. That's why when you see them play, sometimes they have skins. I'm pretty sure they didn't buy skins on the tournament account. So with that being said, I think everything's unlocked. They just haven't equipped the Lord icon. Also, I don't think the pros really care about the Lord icons, bro. When you're playing in a $3 million tournament, I think your last worry is whether you have a Lord icon on or not.
Bring on the chaos. Don't let them do this to
We are undefeatable.
The moon haunts you.
I'm glad to see that this guy's Moon Knight ult isn't always a 5k though.
I am ready to put on a show.
Sometimes Moon Knight ults are just very, you know, zoning. He has his ult. Wait. What the fuck?
The moon haunts you.
He uses an ult at 6 minutes and 21 seconds. Okay, he used ult at 6 minutes and 21 seconds. At 6 minutes and 45 seconds, he has ult again. What the fuck? He built ult in 24 seconds. Now, I could do a lot of things in 24 seconds, chat, but getting an ult is not one of them. Jesus Christ.
The moon.
He has 16,000 damage. He's 5-2 though with 3 final hits. Nice shot. Hey, love your glasses. Thank you. Yeah, my contacts have been bothering me the past 2 days. I think it's and I'm on my last prescription, so I'm getting a new prescription on Monday. So. Oh, imagine if he had his Moon Knight ult right here. Oh, that would have been sexy.
Battlefield medicine.
Bring on the chaos. The moon
We
haunts
are
you.
undefeatable!
The one thing I wish with this skin that they like kind of promote, I wish he was throwing fire. He is currently ace with 15 and 2. Nah, I don't think they ruined that. The skin is good. Look, in his hands, they're on fire, but when he throws them, I guess to keep it very consistent, it's just a normal shot.
You heroes don't back down.
I am ready to put on a show!
Together to victory. The moon haunts you. Assemble!
You'll have to keep fighting until you have a winner.
His poor body, bro. His poor body. His poor body just hit the floor. I like the flame on the cloak, though. The flame on the cloak looks really nice.
Behind us.
Yeah, it's the last VOD that we watched of him was it was like 3 to 4 weeks ago. This VOD is actually more recent, where he actually does have the Moon Knight buff. The Moon Knight buff is they increase his survivability by 25 health.
Only 60 seconds left.
Bro, do they put bots in quick plays in this game? I think they put bots in a quick play when you're doing really bad and they feel bad for you and you need to get a win. So... yeah, bad Pachamari. That probably means you're like... no shot, I thought I was LeBron. Yeah, I think in quick play, when you're doing really bad, to make you feel good about yourself, they give you bots.
I am ready to put
60
on a show!
KDA, and I was hyping myself up in chat, and someone told me it's bots. Yeah, that's what feels bad, man. Hey, maybe they weren't bots. Hey, feel good about yourself, man. Any victory is a good victory.
You'll have to keep fighting until you have a winner.
Needed that, thanks.
After, and someone says after 3 losses, you get a bot lobby.
0, 2, 2. Time to switch.
Okay, chat. After halfway into that game, this Moon Knight player, it went 23 and 3. Remember, I just want to let you guys know, Moon Knight this season is not a good character. You have flying characters. You have like, bro, he's just not one of the strongest picks right now. Considering how in this comp right here, you have Punisher. Punisher is not banned. You have Hella's not banned. You have Bucky. Bucky's not banned. You have a lot of other characters that are really good.
Light can heal and light can harm. Same with me.
So it's kind of crazy that this guy's popping off on like really like a not meta hero.
Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
30 seconds.
So 23 and 3 with 8 final hits and 32,000 damage. That guy had 32,000 damage in that half.
You'll do just fine, kid. I've been there too.
Yeah, just let a crazy scientist.
32,000 damage. The next person to have the closest damage is 19,000. His Psylocke at 18 and 5. The flames look really cool as well, and plus the MVP highlight intro is really nice.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Either you're on my side, or you're next in line to fall. Love battlefield medicine.
Your dog is suffering.
Wait, couldn't he just put like an orb, or sorry, his Unk above him and still kill him that way? You could do that. You could put an Unk above someone and still kill them when they're in the turret mode. My team keeps insta-locking Moon Knight when the enemy team has an Iron Man and an Ultron. It makes me bang my head. Well, that's good. That's good. Hey, sometimes you just gotta believe in your teammates.
Judge, jury, executioner.
What? You're real?
Nice kills by him. Good finishes. Good finishes.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
What's he doing with his Unk out, chat? Put that Unk away, bro.
So cold. The enemy has arrived.
I think Moon Knight is probably... I wouldn't say he's bad this season. It depends on what you're banning. I think, like I said, it depends on what character's banned in the game. But to be honest with you, on maps like this and the one that we just watched, the very tight, close corridor maps, I feel like he's really good because your teams are playing grouped up. And if your teams are playing grouped up, then you're going to be hitting a lot of your shots.
I've come back from far worse than that.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I used to play Moon Knight. I used to play a lot of Moon Knight on this map, actually. And then I started playing Squirrel Girl, and I kind of liked playing Squirrel Girl. I don't know why. Chat, am I dirty for that? I loved playing Squirrel Girl, man. She's so fun on this map.
I am ready to put on a show.
I feel like Moon Knight is the Unk character because you do a lot of the times you just throw your Unk down and just shoot your Unk. I think it's for the players who can't. I don't want to say it's for the players who can't aim because this guy can aim when he's not using his Unk. Oh, give me a second. Wait, did he just... Hey, you know what? Hey, sometimes you can use a Moon Knight ult, not get any value, not kill anything, but hey, it does get a lot of value because you're zoning people. They got off the cart, forced to C9, GG easy. GG easy. And that ended up in... Shit. And that ended in a... How much damage did he do, chat? 40,000 damage, 10 final hits? 35 and 4? Oh, this poor Punisher, bro. Oh, this guy played a lot of, sorry, he played a lot of... I think he played healer for the first half, but 8 and 13, damn. 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 Yep, chat, that guy is, that guy's currently top 500 too, bro. Fuck, I need to hit top 500, man. I'm not happy, man. I'm not happy. Okay, let me see one here. Let me see one thing, chat. Apparently, see what we got going on here. They're still not live. I think they're probably gonna go live in what, like 40 minutes. So maybe we do. I don't think we have enough time for a game. Do quick play? Well, I mean, to be honest with you, Alex has also given me 2 codes if you guys want to do. Alex has given us a Widow cheater code and also a Hawkeye cheater code if you guys want to do. And then if we have time after that, we could go play quick play. If you guys had to pick, which one would you guys want? A Widow cheater or a Hawkeye cheater? So, you guys want Hawkeye? We could do. Oh, I'm getting a lot of widows. Widows. I see a little Hawkeyes, a lot of widows. What is YouTube saying? YouTube is saying Hawkeye. A lot more Hawkeyes. A lot more Hawkeyes. Yeah. Okay, chat. We're gonna do the Hawkeye. We'll do the Hawkeye cheater. Alex said this one is good too. Okay.
Your bald king.
Yo, Prairie Zombie. I appreciate the massive new Prime sub, my friend. Absolutely insane. Okay, chat. Alex said this. Here's the replay code. I got the replay code. Alex said, in the very beginning, he aims at the door at the enemy Wolverine, comes out of the door before he even sees him. You could have heard him, but I doubt it. Some shots are very sus as he hits air, but it actually hits them. Maybe magic bullet, but it's not very super obvious. Apparently, he did get reported and he did get banned. So he apparently is a cheater, but the person that reported this, the person that reported this is Angel. And Angel, and remember chat, if you guys go against a cheater, whether it's in Overwatch or Marvel Rivals, make sure you guys join my Discord and give us the cheater codes because we need to see more cheaters. We need cheaters, chat. Not we need cheaters, but we like to watch them and laugh at them. So anyways, this person is called Sad Onyx. They're playing Hawkeye competitive Silver 1. This is on PC. This person is saying that they are wall hacking and magic bullet. And the summary to this cheater is might be the worst aim and game sense I have ever seen from a cheater. This is Silver 1, by the way. I assume he used some sort of magic bullet instead of hard aimbot, and the moments where his aim is so far off his own cheat can't even help him is hilarious. I tried my best on Hella, but my teammates got tilted by him and just started throwing anyways. He ended up being banned for 100 years the game after that. He ended up with a 45% accuracy and 58 final hits, if that helps to paint the picture. To be honest with you, if there's a hacker on the other team, chat, you shouldn't fucking give up and just lose. You could still beat that cheater. You could just go goats. 3 tanks, 3 supports. The cheater can't one-shot you. Well, not your support, not your tanks at least. Okay, so let's see this. We got the code, chat. Let's back it up here. We got the code. Let's go see this. Okay, we have like 40 minutes until the next thing shows up, chat. Sad Onyx, right? Oh my god, bro. Jesus fucking Christ. The guy went 74-7 with 58 final hits. 58 final hits and 30,000 damage. You guys can't see it, but he does have a 45% accuracy. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's see this.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Oh my, this is a very, very fucking long game. Let's see it.
Stay strong.
Where's the cheater at, chat? It was Sad Onyx. Okay, let's see this.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, sorry. He's the only one that's late to this. Okay, let's see this.
They think they shall be victorious.
Okay, wait a minute, chat.
If I could get a look at
Okay, I just want to see his first shots. I don't know if that's like a replay bug or not, but... Oh, you want me to do a reticle check? Okay, sorry, my bad. Normal.
Healed at last.
Normal. Wow, a lot of players in lower ranks don't really have custom what do you call it, things. Okay, let's see this. He doesn't really look at that guy, but I'm not gonna say anything there. Okay, he shoots at Captain America's ass. And I think it was a headshot.
Let's dance. I am Groot.
I mean, he missed those 2 shots.
Solo's fury.
I mean, that was a hit.
You owe me now.
I don't know. I don't see anything from there. Nah, if you hit the ass, it counts as a crit. Oh, does it really? Sorry, shit, my bad. I didn't know that was a... I didn't know that was a crit spot. My bad.
Was that my arrow?
What?
I am Groot. And the fury. I am.
How is that a headshot?
If you wish to survive, you must repair me. I am Groot.
Okay, chat. Hold on. I want to see this. Oh shit, that fucking moves so fast. What the hell? I feel like that should not be a headshot, but I don't know, man. Listen. Anyways, let's continue.
Was that my arrow?
Maybe it's just the big hitboxes, chat, or the arrow maybe has big hitboxes. I don't know. So far, let's just continue.
Think about what you did, Castle. Think about what you did. It's too easy when you never miss.
Okay, I don't think a silver 1 player is doing that. I don't know. Sorry, chat. I just... That's what I think a silver 1 player is doing.
Got some unfinished business.
Yeah, he headshot that guy. He crit headshot that guy when he was on a turret.
My
Please, give me a challenge.
Wait. See, this is what I don't understand. How the hell does he hit that? Look, chat, look where the crosshair is when he shoots. His crosshair was over here. The Mantis is down here.
Please, give me a challenge.
Double kill.
Think about what you did, Castle.
Beholds the god of thunder!
Nah, bro.
Forget about you.
Nah, bro. Yeah, I've seen enough, chat. Nerf Spider-Man, please. Nah, just nerf Spider-Man. Like, I wish I could defend this guy, chat. I wish I could say maybe this guy's getting lucky. Maybe there's an input lag on the spectator replay. Maybe there's a replay bug. But this guy got banned for 100 years. So obviously he was cheating. Okay, like that shot right there. What?
Purple's not so funny now, is it?
The shot's over there. Okay, you can't explain this one, chat. You can't explain this one. Look what the shot is. The shot's right there. The Mantis is right there. That was a headshot. You cannot explain that one, bro. You can...
Double kill.
Purple's not so funny now, is it?
Maybe high ping. The guy has 80 ping. He does not have high ping. He has 80 ping. That is, chat. That's a fucking football field right there. That's not high ping, bro. That's not high ping.
Double kill.
He's a sociopath, but the man.
Yeah, Mantis has a very small hitbox, chat.
I see you, sniper. I never liked snipers. Embrace perfection.
What is he doing? Like, I guess he hears the footsteps?
Looking sharp. You're too loud. Needed that boost.
I feel like this guy is 14-1 with 12 final hits. I feel like this guy's hitting too many headshots consistently for a Silver 1 player to actually be real, maybe. Also, it's not like this guy seems to have like a very high game, very insane like game mechanics or very high game sense or anything. This guy actually does seem like he's very bad at the game. So why? I don't understand why cheating would do anything. No, it does not seem like a Smurf than anything, bro. Smurfs would be like moving, you know, probably positioning a lot better, a lot of better game mechanics on all this. No, this guy does not look like he knows what he's doing. Nah, I think even Diamond players would not play like this.
I picked off the sniper.
See, I feel like you could see his real aim and all the misses, but then sometimes he just turns into like the real Hawkeye and never misses.
Us against the world.
Was that my arrow?
Yeah, I don't know, chat. Something's not adding up, bro.
Let's try
Something doesn't add up, chat. And I'm a mathematician, bro. I know everything. Oh, hey, baby. That was a cute little yawn. Like, see, if this was a diamond player, chat, they would not be playing like this, and they would also not die in that situation. Or like a Smurf. A higher ranked player would not be doing these little mistakes, these big mistakes that this guy's doing. Oh, he's a good baby kitty.
What am I? Invisible?
Hack and slash.
With glasses, your cheating reviews seem more accurate. Thank you, thank you. I mean, the only thing we have to take into consideration in this cheater chat video VOD is this guy got banned. Whether it's a real ban because he's actually cheating or it's a fake ban, I don't know. I don't think this guy would get reported in like for a fake ban. Sorry, for a false ban.
The God of Thunder!
This guy goes from horrible tracking and horrible like mechanics and what do you call it and everything to hitting some insane shots consistently. Like, look at that shot up there and look where the Thor is. Not NetEase cheat bans are definite and most accurate. Is that a troll or is that like real? Like I just said, hit me and he got shot.
Purple's not so funny now, is it?
Us against the world.
This is real.
See, when I think of a silver player, I think of what that Iron Fist player just did. I think that like the Iron Fist player just hit like hitting his heel right in front of the Hawkeye.
Making a cut. So long. Take your best shot. I am too good at this.
Only 60 seconds left.
They made one mistake. Fight me.
Looking sharp.
Like, are you guys watching what I'm watching?
Making a cut.
Hell unleashed. Down to 30 seconds.
Hey, at least my quiver's refilled.
Is this one of the free skins as well, chat?
I like the
Yeah, this is a free skin. Okay, so.
Okay, admit it. You need me. The current score is 0.
Okay, let's skip all that. Let's skip all that. Let's go see what this guy does on offense.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, see? Yeah, see, like right there, I just don't see. If you replay that chat, like look. I don't know if that's because the Hawkeye's like a shot is actually that massive or that.
When all this is over, I'm gonna drop the dopest album any timeline has ever heard. Help get that vehicle to its destination. Spider Zero, I promise you will reach the web.
Yeah, this guy should be playing in the Marvel Rival Ignite for $3 million. Okay, he just hit a headshot. Nice. Oh, he just hit another headshot. Nice.
Yeah, I earned that one.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Like, what is he doing?
We're finding our groove.
Man, I wish if he was typing to people that were calling him cheats, I wish like Marvel Rivals would actually show the VOD of people typing. That would actually be really cool.
It's too easy when you never miss.
A nice deep freeze.
Looking sharp. Leave them to crush you. The squirrel. Spider Zero needed that boost. The god of thunder.
Nah, bro, this guy's lost, bro. This guy's lost. He just did like he just walked off the high ground, didn't even see there was 2 people around him, and he just got fucking ulted.
Judge, jury, execution! Think about what you did, Castle.
That one hurts.
Bad guys won't like this.
Us against the world.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I never miss.
Oh, you know what? That's actually really true. I don't think this guy used his team up ability once.
Hack and slash.
Yeah, this is the guy that's hitting all these insane shots, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is the same guy who was shooting at the guy that was in his face, missing all those shots, but the guys are... do headshots? No problem. Nah.
Spider Zero must reach the shrine.
I'm doing this my way. Leave them to think about what you did, Castle.
Right now, he's 40-7, 33 final hits. 40-7 with 33 final hits.
Is that all you got?
Oh, like look at that one, bro. Look at that one. I'm sorry, chat. Look at this. 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 Okay, can you explain this to me real quick? Look where the Luna is. Look where the Luna is. And look where his crosshair's at. Can you explain to me how that's a headshot? Can you explain how to me that's a headshot?
Please give me a challenge. I need to find cover.
Bro, I think this moves too fast for me to follow. The shot was like right here. Nah, bro, that's too fast for me to follow, bro. I can't do that.
You're halfway there. Keep going. Double kill.
He's just wait. Let him keep going. Let him keep going. He just hit like 4 headshots in a row. And he, like, when someone's standing still, he can't hit that shot.
I won't feel it.
Turns the corner, headshot. Turns the corner, headshot.
Don't turn back now. You need me.
Please
Headshot.
give me a challenge.
Didn't even look close to that person's head. Headshot. Here's the guy ulting to his right side, but doesn't even go look at him or shoot him or anything. Oh, no, he's walling, chat. He's walling. He's walling as well, bro.
About what you did, Castle.
I know you can hear the footsteps, but nah, bro.
Think about what you did, Castle. Take your
No, bro.
Yeah, I earned that one.
Reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
No, he's literally walling, bro.
This is not strong together.
Think about what
yeah,
you
look at
did,
that.
Castle. Heads up, bad guys. Hack and slash.
I like the cold.
Never thought I'd care so much about spiders. On cover. It's too easy when you never
Wait, what was that? Wait, chat, do you guys see that? Right there? Look. You see that, right?
It's too easy when you never miss.
You saw that, right? That I'm not crazy or anything, right? Like, we've been watching 17 minutes of this and like we're trying to find it, but nah, bro. That's not even a controller. That's not even aim assist. No. No, bro. No. Nah, get him out of here, chat. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out, bro.
When you never miss.
No, chat. No. Don't try to be. No, don't defend this guy. You guys are pissing me off. He's already banned. You can't defend him. He's already banned, chat.
Making the cut.
Okay, let's see if he wins this 1v1. What? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
I never miss. Watch out.
A nice deep.
Yeah, nice shots, bro. Nice shots. I don't even think this guy knows how his ult even works. Nice shots, bro. Okay, let's try to hurry this up because I think the NA tournament's starting here soon.
In 5, 4, 3, only 60 seconds left.
And so many people in this game cheat and get away with it because of the get good crowd. To be honest with you, and I go by this. This is how I live my life when I play video games, chat. If you think a guy is sus, report him. Report him. Do false bans happen? Yeah, but if they report that they got a false ban and it seems right, they'll probably get unbanned. I would report anyone that I find sus. If they get banned, they get banned. If they don't get banned, well then they weren't cheating, and that just proves to you that they were probably better. That's what I've always done in video games. Even like, and the one thing that I do, because I know calling someone a cheater, especially with a platform, could be it's very bad. Because if you're wrong, then it hurts that person's reputation, especially if they're like in pro play. I'm not trying to like call anyone out, Jeffrey, but like so I'm very careful when I say someone's cheating. I've been banned 10 times and unbanned within 4 hours every time. Yeah, bro, listen, you might get banned, you might like, I think if you get banned, chat, just what's the term that I'm looking for? Why am I thinking of repost it? No, chat, what's the why am I chat? I have 5 hours of sleep, trust me, bro. I'm not thinking of any words right now. Appeal it, there you go. My brain's not working. If you appeal it and they false ban you, I'm sure they're gonna overturn it. It's not a problem. God, I can't wait until I go to bed tonight, bro. I can't wait until I go to bed, but I think we have another, like, fucking 7 hours to go. I'm gonna sleep like a baby.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now, see, like, he's doing... I am not trying to be mean, but a silver 1 player should not be doing this very consistently. I'm sorry. It should not be...
Think about what you did, Castle. It's too easy when you never miss.
Double KO.
I picked off the sniper. Heads up, back guys.
Frank's doing it best.
Hack and slash.
Okay.
The power of the moon.
Okay.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Double KO.
That turret looks dangerous, Frankie.
Don't let him get set up.
That's 3.
Okay.
Keep going.
73 and 7, chat. 73 and 7 with 57 final hits, 30,000 damage, and a 45% accuracy.
Please give
Final score.
74 and 7. Sorry, my bad. He got that kill at the end. 74 and 7. If you guys are ever wondering, 58 kills, 30,000 damage. Yeah. 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 It's not a Smurf, chat. It's not a Smurf, bro. It's not a Smurf. This person, if it was a Smurf player and you report a Smurf player, is it frowned upon about Smurfing? Yeah, Smurfing fucking sucks. It ruins people's lower ranked players' games. But if a person was Smurfing and you report them, they're not going to get banned, bro. I'm pretty sure. If you report them for cheating, it doesn't look like they're cheating. They're not going to get banned. I do think, yeah, I don't know. You get a warning for Smurfing now, but no bans? Really? You get a warning for Smurfing, chat. I did not know that. You can report for Smurfing? That is crazy. I actually did not know that. Hold up, chat. Let me see something. Negative behavior? Negative behavior Smurfing. You can report people for Smurfing. Well, let's say we report this guy for cheating. The player you reported, Sad Onyx, has been banned until May 30th, 2125. May 30th. Wow. That means this person has been banned for like almost a month ago. This person has been banned over a month ago. They made it to gold 3. Wait, no. Their last game was 5 days ago. This game, he went 32-1 on with 19 final hits. This game, he went 29-5 on with 24 final hits. This game, he went 74-7 with 58 final hits. This game, he went 11-2 with 7 final hits. He's only playing Hawkeye as well. And then all of these games, he's just played Quick Play. Oh, chat. I could see why this guy cheated. Oh, I could see why this guy cheated, bro. Right here, he's having a good time. He's like, hey, man, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm playing a new game. I'm having a lot of fun. Yeah, this is awesome. And then it happened. He thought he was going to have fun. And then it started going downhill. Oh shit. It is not going well, chat. It's not going well. It is not going well. This guy is regretting life. I don't know what game he came from, but he's probably saying, why the fuck did I quit that game? I should have went back to this other game. What the hell am I doing with my life? Probably started drinking 5 beers. The wife probably left him because he had an addiction, and now she also took the kids. And and it still gets worse, bro. It still gets worse. It gets worse. He says, you know what? I'm done. I give up. I'm fucking downloading those cheats. And then bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 and then gets banned. Now. No, chat. No. Ay. Okay, let's get the hell out of this game, chat. Let's get the hell out of this game. We're going back to Marvel Rivals. Let's see. Did the NA start yet? NA starts in about 3 minutes. Hey, perfect timing. Look at that. Give me a second. Let me go here. These. Okay, Vid, Ego, Death versus Envy. This is going to be a great game, chat. Ego, Death versus Envy is going to be a great game, I think. I hopefully Envy wins this. Ego, let me see. Ego, Death versus Envy. Okay, chat, I'm going to start the predictions now for the next game, so you guys can get your predictions going. By the way, Trip Drizzy, appreciate the massive new Prime sub, my friend. Everyone that's been following the stream as well, I appreciate it. Are they splitting up the cast again like last night? Yes, I'm pretty sure 2 people are going to be doing 2 games, and then the other 2 people are going to be doing the 2 other games. Sentinels on 100 Thieves is going to be a great game, yeah. Chat, get your predictions going. Who do you guys think is going to win? Envy against Ego Death. So far, we got a lot of money on Envy. 98% of chat thinks Envy is going to win. And I'm going to go back to my other side so we can see everything. Let me see something.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time
What the?
we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way.
Okay. Alright, sorry. We are back. Oh, it looks like it's going to be a 50-50? Really? Do you guys think this is going to be a close series? I think if Cal shows up, it's not going to be a close series. If Cal shows up, it's not going to be a close series at all. Oh, hold up. Before this game starts, I got to go pee. Also, I want to get popcorn. Alright, wash your hands? What do you mean wash your hands? I'm just gonna dip my hands in the toilet. This guy's so I go to the bathroom. I gotta take a picture.
Welcome everyone to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series Playoffs Day
so
3, where the
cute.
stakes
You're
have
so
never been higher. I'm one of your hosts, iRunShib, here with Dogman. How are you doing today, buddy?
Doing good. I'm excited for today's Shib. Today is going to be a huge day for all these teams, right? We're going to see one of these teams qualify for LAN alongside Sentinels and 100 Thieves. Those two teams already are excited, packing their bags for China, but we have more ready, waiting in the wings, man. I'm going to be super pumped to see who qualifies for that LAN.
Not only land, but the prize pool, right? We're talking about 70K for the winner, 250K across the board just for the Americas region alone. But you're right. I mean, they're looking for teams to be heading into land, but then also right now today, it's about just getting through these initial matches, because it's dangerous. If you lose, you are out, especially for these first two matchups. As we look over at this prize pool, 250 across the board, 70K for first, 35 dropping by 10 after that to 25, excuse me. And then 20 from there on, man. What a prize pool, huh?
Oh yeah, I mean, this is definitely the biggest tournament we've had so far, besides you know, we talk about a certain French Canadian. But now coming back over to the entire playoffs, this is sort of how things have gone in the playoffs, right? We had the group stage double elim, now in the stage 1 playoffs. A lot of teams have gone out so far, right? Nemesis and FlyQuest, two teams people expected to make it deep into the tournament, are removed. So we have to say goodbye to two more teams today, and another one actually if they don't make it toward that lower bracket finals. But regardless, I mean, it's been an incredible tournament, Shib, and I think Sentinels and 100 Thieves, two teams that we've seen constantly throughout the history of Marvel Rivals. The fact that they qualified is amazing. Taking a look at the overall standing, Shib, we also had Rad qualify in EMEA, the first team to do so in the European region. They get 2 slots, and China also has 2 slots. We haven't seen who is coming out of China just yet. I know a lot of people are talking about OUG being a super team, but there's a lot of good teams in China. I know eHome is another one that we can watch out for over there alongside Nova. Meanwhile, in Asia, Reject are the first teams to stamp themselves in their ticket to China. We saw it's surprising because people were talking about Gen G, how good they were. You know, you see Crazy Raccoon, another team that, you know, was able to beat a team like Gen G earlier on. The fact that they got sent down the lower brackets is insane. So it's going to be either Gen G or Crazy Raccoon that we'll see in that slot too, more than likely. So it's kind of crazy what's happening over there. And then in Oceania, Ground Zero Gaming, the only team to qualify out of that region. But I mean, an incredible team that one has been. They've been kind of consistently doubting or proving the doubters wrong over there in that side of the pond.
Yeah, and first off, very exciting, right? There's still a lot of slots open for teams to try to make their way over to the LAN, but at this LAN is where we're really going to start settling some of these scores, identifying where teams really rank up.
Okay, chat, let's see this game.
No longer that ping
This is
discussion.
the first game of the day is going to be a good one.
Comes into play. It's why you maybe won a round, et cetera, et cetera. There is no excuses. It's all about who shows up under the moments.
I hope you guys are ready, chat. Get your snacks, get everything that you need. It's going to be amazing.
Everyone, I cannot wait to see who makes it and see how things shake out.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think on top of that, maybe to add on to it a little bit, I mean, there's that topic of what characters or even what heroes are better in that environment with no ping, right? That's always a discussion that you said.
Fat ass, but he's our fat ass.
To just sort of elaborate further, I mean, it's because of things like obviously the pressure of having a crowd, but also, I mean, the fact that some characters in their entire play style kind of improves on LAN, right? It seems to be that, you know, shots connect easier, right? You don't have to worry about that potential latency. So all these sort of things definitely add up.
Yeah, and you mentioned some unique compositions. Every region.
Okay, I got the white cheddar popcorn from Smart Food. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but if you know, you know,
that's going to match up as well.
This shit is amazing.
I know we do have someone from another region coming here shortly for an interview. Very excited to ask some questions there. But before we do that, the games we're going to be witnessing.
Oh, they got some interviews. I wonder who they're interviewing.
That Ego Death and Envy going to be a rematch for both sides, both of which had a more favor. The rematch, you know, the initial round went heavily in the favor of both sides there. Ego Death losing to Envy, and Envy not even banning out that Panther. You can see the breakdown here. Ego versus Envy off the rip, like we discussed. Techie and Shroud X after that. Both of these games are going to be very exciting. And then what do you know? The rematch of the Century Sentinels.
It's not exclusive. Everyone knows. Wait,
keeps writing
everyone knows
itself,
who.
and we'll find out who is going to be match 4 as these
games
develop.
Popcorn? Or I thought you talked
storylines are definitely exciting.
Who they're
to watch.
interviewing.
I mean, Ego Death, like you said, versus Envy, gonna be pumped to see that again. And then yeah, I mean, Sentinels and 100 Thieves, two teams that always seem to find each other in those finals, and it's happening again. I mean, you talked about how was it Kevin? Kevin been right. He's been cooking, bro. He's cooking up since season 1 MRC, and now over to the Ignite series doing the same stuff. So it's gonna be exciting to see who comes out on top in that series.
Absolutely, and I'm sure the fans on both sides are going to be loud in the chat. That obviously will be pressing forward tomorrow as we head into the grand finals too.
You see that there was I think it was Sentinels fans or 100 Thieves fan that like they were talking crap to FlyQuest fans and stuff in chat. There's a lot of fun, friendly banter that goes on. I kind of it's not good to fully promote that. No toxicity towards each other, obviously, but I think it's always good, just a little bit of light, friendly banter back and forth, right?
Yeah, fan bases are developing, right?
Fan bases are flaming each other. Wow.
It's going to spark a little bit of controversy between each other, but it's healthy for the entire environment of people starting to find teams that they enjoy watching, players they enjoy watching, and we're finding more and more of those players as the tournament goes on. I've obviously seen a lot of new talent here showcase how strong they could be as we get into our first match here. Obviously, someone relatively new to the discussion. Self looking really good on that Panther, bringing Panther back into the meta, having teams now wanting to practice Panther. It's stuff like that constantly shaking up the scene is great for the scene, and it's a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, and I think the biggest point is that original point that you mentioned, the fact that the scene is so young and there's so much development going on right now. And I think on that, the pro players in a very similar situation. I mean, there are a lot of young talent still has a chance in the next stage in like FlyQuest and have energy. We talked how good that guy is, and now he's out of the tournament. And then when we talk about other players like that are still in the tournament in Tap and in Self, a lot of definitely top talent still in this tournament, still available, that are definitely the future of Marvel Rivals esports.
Yeah, and we're going to be diving into a whole lot more of that as the day progresses. But before we do, we have Stephen Strange himself. Boger, welcome in, man. How are you doing?
Oh, Boger's doing the interview.
What's up, guys? How are you doing?
Why is Boger not doing the interview for EU?
Man. Yeah. Hey, thanks for joining us. Real quick, just to start this off here, man, I've got to ask, obviously you played in the EMEA region. You've been hands-on there. You've got to witness the teams firsthand. But my question to you, I don't know if you've had a ton of time watching the Americas region. Is there anything major difference, any difference in terms of composition or strategy that you're seeing run over here?
Ooh, in terms of composition and strategy, I think, I haven't watched too much America. I think, though, America likes to play a little bit more different things and do a little bit more silly things. I think EU is more, at least from my experience, pretty clear-cut on what people want to play, what the meta is, and what people force, and then people don't really deviate too much from it. That is my personal experience. I feel like in America, you guys sometimes try a little bit different strategies here and there, right? In EU, you don't really see much difference. At least that is my personal experience.
Awesome.
Well, to maybe take a step back as well for you personally, I know that since the elimination of Schmuggus, rest in peace, sorry, by the way. I mean, it was an incredible fight you guys put up. But speaking of you guys specifically, what have you been up to since the Ignite series? What have you been doing? Just co-streaming, kind of vibing on the backside?
I think we co-streamed last week, the entire gang, the entire team Schmuggus. So that was fun watching the matches together. It was pretty hype. Other than that, I've been just kind of chilling. I think everybody, because I'm currently in LA, so I haven't been able to watch the EU games. But I think the rest of the gang is still co-streaming together, doing watch parties.
Oh, cool.
Awesome. Yeah, you mentioned RIP Schmuggus, obviously a ton of fun to watch you guys. The question I have following up on that is, are there any advice you'd give to teams as a team that's been through the ringer? Or is it, showcasing how strong you are as a team and then, obviously getting knocked out?
Don't be afraid to play to your strengths. Don't always adhere to what everybody else plays, because it might not work for you. And I think just have fun. The person that enjoys walking usually walks a lot further than the person that does it because he has to. So awesome. If you have fun, I feel like you play better.
I agree with that.
Heads up. That makes a lot of sense. And I think, by the way, Boger, I did a little bit of scouting on your own, YouTube page and stuff, checking you out. I noticed that you seem to trash talk your teammate a lot in Necros.
Yes.
It seems that every other video you've not necessarily clickbaited, but it's like, oh, Necros is the worst teammate of all time. You posted that 4 days ago, and I even went back like 2 years ago. I found like your fourth video on your main channel is I hate Necros. So can you maybe talk about that back and forth between you and your apparent rival that is your own teammate?
That is fucking
Have you played
funny.
with him in a team ever? He goes, you know what he does? He plays all the meta characters. So he plays Torch or Psylocke, and then he gives up after a week and says this is a BP map and just insta-logs BP or Spider-Man. This is Spider-Man map, guys. And then you ask him, why don't we play Torch? It's because it's a BP map, and then he goes 0-4. So I think he deserves it.
So you're saying the reason why Schmuggus is out of the tournament is because the human candle himself threw your guys' games on Black Panther. Is that what you're saying?
The human Cando decided that he wants to be the Black Panther that one game, and then we lost. No, he actually played well in BP, but I have a feeling that maybe if he played a little bit more meta characters, it would be a good thing.
Yeah, I caught him as a teammate during his Ultron wave, but he was playing. It was a ton of fun to play with him. But speaking of more obscure characters that is like to be run, my question to you is, who is your most overrated and underrated hero in Rivals right now?
Overrated is a tough question, I'll be honest. Overrated, I think.
Boger's trying to flex, chat. Why is he trying to flex?
I'll be honest. Because I have a feeling all the characters that are being played are absolutely broken. I think Loki, Luna, I think Mag, Emma. Yeah. I think maybe it has to be one of the DPS characters. I think, okay, I'll be honest. I think it's a little bit unpopular opinion, but I think if your team plays correctly and you have a Loki, I think Psylocke can't really do much. I think if you guys stack up together and you match the Psylocke, her ultimate can't do as much. Especially if you save your lamps and stuff and you guys stack up so you don't have to waste your support. Obviously there's a lot of nuances, and then I think who is the most underrated character in the game right now? I just gotta go with Scarlet Witch right here. We won one Doctor Strange with Scarlet Witch. I just do it for the voice. No, Scarlet is bad. I honestly don't know. I'll be honest, with the most underrated character,
he flexes better than you.
I will say this: Squirrel Girl. I think Squirrel Girl can work on attack, especially if they play Groot. You can break first point pretty easily, I think, if you're attacking.
Okay, that hurt, man. Ow, I pulled like 5 muscles.
Yeah, I think if they play like
I pulled like 5 muscles doing that, bro.
Groot or something, and you just need to cap first point fast, I think Squirrel will be able to apply a lot of pressure.
I love it.
What do you think?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of
opinions.
I think we saw in your region
Alex,
as well. We saw. Did you see Ryan's crosshair? The Squirrel Girl.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one. We talked about it.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I think it can
definitely
work.
Next level.
The AC-130 crosshair.
It's a cheese pick, but can work. Yeah, especially the crosshair that can work.
Especially that crosshair, yeah. I've got to see you use it.
Yeah.
By the way, Boger, a little bit of a change of topic and back maybe a little bit to Necros. I know this is probably too much.
Will you go to
Necros,
TwitchCon? I have no idea.
So it's fine, right? Surely. Like when Necros went on that major rant about supports, as we all remember, as strategist players like 6 months ago. Do you agree with your teammate Necros? Do you agree with the hot take that support players and strategist players are boosted demons, can't play the game, they're all trash, and maybe suck at the game? What do you think about that, Boger?
You're kind of putting me on the spot here. I think
you could use a PR response if you want.
No, I don't need a PR response. I think there's a lot of characters in the support category that are very easy to get value on and don't really require much thought. But I think it's easy to play but hard to master. I think a good Luna can stand out from an average Luna, but it doesn't take much to get value on Luna or Cloak and Dagger. So I think that is the point. I think there's way more people that just pick up the character and do the bare minimum and don't really push to be better, and then they complain when they lose, versus, for example, if you play BP or Spider-Man, because you need to be very precise with what you do, and if you don't do it, you just don't get value. While when you play Luna or Cloak, you can just hold mouse 1 then press Q.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's like a little bit of like an individual's problem rather than like an entire role.
I think it's for the individual characters, especially like characters like Rocket or Luna. I don't think it is low skill to play Loki. I don't think it's low skill to play Adam. But I think Rocket and Luna are more of those characters that he might have been speaking about personally.
Touche. Good answer. And we have time for one more question.
That's a good question.
Asking if you had any hero that you'd love to be added to this game, who would it be?
Give me Deadpool. I think that would be a fun design. I think
for sure
Deadpool purely because I want to see how they implement him and the whole thing about him being immortal. I think that would be a really fun challenge for the dev team to add that character. And I think it will also break the internet if they add Deadpool. I think it will really make the player base skyrocket quite a bit. It will be instant.
That was going to be, if I did an interview chat, that was going to be my answer.
It would be really funny if he broke the 4-4 mid game and like made like, I don't know, Necros references or something. That would be funny as fuck.
Like comes through the screen like a flashbang. You can't see your screen.
Yeah,
No, that'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Awesome answer. Well, it's been a ton of fun talking to you. Thank you for some great responses, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
Alrighty.
Thanks, Sir Boger. Appreciate it. Over there in LA, back over on our side of the pond. I wonder what that tissue box in the max is for. But anyway.
Oh my God, I can't believe he just said that.
Shib, we got
I
some
can't
incredible
believe
games,
he
man.
just said
I mean,
that.
It's gonna be so much fun today. I'm sure Boger's
I cannot believe he just said that.
Over on, like I said, in our side of the pond, on North American region, in this area, the superior region for a lot of other players. Here, you know, it's interesting, right? Shib,
I
that
cannot
discussion,
believe
you know,
he just
which is the
said
best
that.
region
Oh
in the
my
entire world.
God.
We really don't know right now. It seems like everybody is assuming their region just knows what they're doing and is just best. So I don't know. We'll see what happens when we get to that land phase.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about exciting matches coming up. I'm with you. We're going to find out who's the strong region, but right now I want to see who are the teams that are going to make it for our region as we press into our first game. Ego Death versus Envy. This is going to be an insane matchup. It is a rematchup, right? Last time Envy electing to not ban the Panther at all, and instead, you know, actually take home that W. And you can see our breakdown of what we expect here. The only real difference between you and I.
Wait, no, I wanted to. Oh, geez, I need to recorrect. Listen. I gotta flip my script right now. Hold up. I said the Ego Death one is crazy. First of all, we all kind of agree. I think we're split. It looks like 100 Thieves with Vicky and Cozy. You and I thinking that Sentinel's gonna win, and yeah, you and I thinking Sentinel's gonna win. But on the last one, I'm surprised all of us are going with Shroud X over Envy. That is, well, I guess because Ego is gonna win. In my head, I don't know. Everything doesn't make sense over here in North America. That's the point I'm trying to make. So you can't hold us to wait. Is that, by the way, is that number next to us? How many predictions we've gotten right throughout the whole tournament?
Probably. Yep.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, there's a strategy now
Sea
to
Warrior, please announce a prime sub, my friend.
And then just flipping them the opposite direction. So that's something to keep in mind as you see some of these here, because that's just how this tournament has gone, which goes to speak, you know, it speaks to the fact that all these teams paper thin margins between the skill levels. It's any given day in these matches, and I think that
is this game going to start? I made wings. They're getting cold.
These last few weeks so far, and
hey, I respect that.
I think
It's supposed to be starting soon.
First match, obviously, I was just talking about prior to this breakdown how Envy, they didn't ban the Panther, they just built a composition that looked really good into dive. They played that Groot, that Loki. They went double flyer with Ultron and Torch, and stuff like that is very difficult to handle as a Panther composition. And you can see they went 2-0 against them and took home the first matchup. The question is, has Ego done their homework?
I think the thing is, Ego is just improving, right? It's scary. Like, we saw them almost beat 100 Thieves on certain maps, right? They did a good job, specifically in Hell's Heaven, winning that first map.
I got popcorn for this special event, and I'm almost done with all my popcorn.
100 Thieves, in which it was, you know, last night. It was so much fun. The last game
I wanted
of the
to watch
day,
this game,
and it was a back and forth battle. Right now, Ego Death sent down 100 Thieves moving forward, but regardless, this Ego Death team is scary. Even if you've beaten them before, it's something you have to watch out for. I know I was talking to Nuck before in Shroud X, and he was like, low key, Self might be the best Human Torch in the game. So a lot of people have faith in this guy, and I think you and I, Shib, we can all agree. Same thing with Cozy and Vicky, how good that guy is on Human Torch and, you know, on Black Panther.
Or maybe I'm just fat and I'm eating too fast.
He's not afraid to pull out those unique picks. We saw Hawkeye a few times. Obviously, that was more consistent before the change in that team up with Luna, but I do think that Self is a very strong player. Absolutely. The one thing to keep in mind is that, you know, they've kind of fallen to this pit of being the dive team, which I think is something that teams have learned together.
Oh, here we go. We're about to start, chat. We're about to start.
Right. They're building compositions against it, but they do have the ability to switch things up. As you see the breakdown here, Sambo, Soko, Zaytek, Self, Momentum, and Far, a very strong team, you know, known as the underdogs, the new team on the scene, unsigned, looking for organizations. And they just, you know, they've been looking really good every game, as you see here, Self on that Torch, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Self's been that guy, but it's besides him, it's an entire team, right? We definitely sung Self's praises a lot. Definitely watch his streams. By the way, he started to stream recently on Twitch, and by God, is that guy? I know we don't want to like talk about their games too much, but he has like one of the most Zoomer modern day accents of all time. Like I've told you, Shib, like this guy's like, guys, like we're literally trolling. Like what are we doing here? You know, like he's like that same sort of kind of, I'm not gonna say whiny voice, but he has a certain accent to him, you know, and that's sort of the charm, I suppose, with him and this team, and that they're all, you know, so grouped around him, and then also just playing around him with Sambo on the Venom. Venom has looked amazing. Everybody else as well. Zaytek, I think, has been constantly leveling up. This guy has improved to such a high level alongside their backline of Far Momentum. I mean, we can't sing the praises enough. I think the strategists of this team are also amazing. The whole team truly is good, especially for, like you said, Ship. I mean, they're an unsigned roster looking to get signed. So the fact that they're as good as they are is very impressive.
And then we shift focus over here to Envy, Cal, Speedery, Kaluj, Window, Nero, and Month. And we've said 1,000 times, the sheer talent on this team across the board is in the conversation for the very best in each role. It's just a matter of, can they figure it out as a unit? And they looked much better yesterday. After the initial few losses, they started figuring it out. They had Cal playing a bunch of different roles. Honestly, saw him on all 3 in that series, but he was on the bench in the first few games. And we obviously had an interview there with Cal where he said he wanted the ball. Put me in, coach. After the first 2 losses, came in, started on strategist, switched over to the duelist role, and just started popping off and looking really good. Obviously, the Vanguard like Kaluj is insane as well. The entirety of this team, like I'm talking about, is very, very strong. Speedery, one of the best flyers. Nero, an incredible Ultron in backline. Month, an awesome strategist as well. And then you've got, we talk about the sub. Even NK can come in and perform in virtually any role as well. So this team is just very well rounded.
Okay, chat. Emily is sleeping, so I'm going to have to keep it down, but I'm ready for this tournament.
Does history repeat itself? Can they do this again?
They definitely have a good shot. I mean, it could be done again, but...
Well, I think I'm going to need to get myself more popcorn.
Like, it feels like predictions. It feels like talking about which heroes are good, because we saw Iron Man and stuff for the Sentinels game. It just feels like everything kind of gets thrown out the window when we enter these matches in the newest patch, in the newest edition of this game. And that's even crazier to think about, that we'll probably have a patch between now and the new hero, a potential new hero to come out between now and the midseason. So, I mean,
get
this
yourself
game
a real
is wild.
snack.
We talk about a Shib, how many changes come through, how the,
but I already have
bans
myself
as well has been massive for a lot of these teams.
I am the real
so,
snack.
I mean, who knows, man? It's tough to make a prediction when we talk about these 2 teams. I'm sure the chat's even going to be conflicted as well.
I don't like the Dogman caster guy. Wait, why? I like Dogman. Dogman's awesome. He's a homie.
Rivals that is bringing these new heroes, these new patches at a very fast pace. Just a team that cares about constant updates. He makes the team stay on their toes. We've talked about that a lot offline, you and I, that teams need to be versatile because
you should sign Ego Dev and Jay and Tim as co-owners.
Ego running that Hawkeye.
Why would I need to? Why do I need to sign them? Tim is a part owner of Complexity.
No, that character, I think, has
and the Complexity's owner is Robert Kraft or whoever the fuck owns Cowboys. I'm sure they have a lot of money to do it themselves, chat.
Z10
I'm over here.
In their final match before getting eliminated, they played the Hawkeye to no avail. But now today, Ego Death against Envy definitely could be a viable option. Envy. Ooh, maybe they're just immediately going to get rid of that Black Panther, like you said, Shib. That could be a smart decision, considering we've seen the consequences of giving Self
the Patriots. Oh, someone else?
It's funny, though, because the last time these teams met, they knew Self was, really good on that Panther. But they
Jerry Jones, it doesn't matter. They're all like some billionaire.
The win, and it looked really good across the board. They only lost one map inside of the domination. And
oh, they're banning the Black Panther aura, chat aura.
Held them on 0.1. So or excuse me.
What do you mean gross popcorn? This popcorn is amazing. Have you never had white cheddar smart food popcorn?
It was Central Park. Yeah, it was Central Park.
Yeah.
And they held them on 0.1, so they looked really solid even without banning the Panther. I'm surprised they're doing it now. I thought it was just something that, because in the end of the day, when you're banning that Panther, it is net value because it's a hero that maybe shouldn't always be banned, right?
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that point. That character, using a ban on that hero can definitely be detrimental in the overall theme, the overall scheme of the macro in the ban phase. But just to kind of maybe go back to what Boger was talking about in our interview, it's like, play where you're comfortable on too, right? Like we've seen Amazing pull at the Iron Man.
The calories in that popcorn is amazing.
What Kurova talked about yesterday. They just were like, okay, let's just play Iron Man, screw it. And it kind of works. So some teams better at playing certain heroes than others. And you can see Eagle taking advantage of that Black Panther ban, going for that Human Torch Protect on their side, getting rid of that Ultron that Envy loves to play as well. So both teams definitely targeting each other specifically.
Oh yeah, let's see what happens here.
Yeah, one thing Ego doesn't do a lot of, they don't really run those mainstream Vanguards too much because obviously
it's the Mexican Coke. Listen,
these teams running
I need all the caffeine I can
get.
Not
afraid to be aggressive, but that could be a detriment. So that's why you see them leaving it open here because they don't.
Also,
they know they
I already ate 2 bowls of popcorn, bro, and this match has not started.
The ultimates are just far less valuable not having those 2 heroes out there.
You know, not to rag on Boger, but I'm thinking about this now. Like, I don't know what he meant. Like when he said North America plays like like atypical things, like crazy stuff. Dude, in EMEA today, we saw Hulk and Venom in the same like Vanguard lineup. So I don't want to hear it that EMEA doesn't play wild stuff, because they definitely do. And Envy locking that Emma, they think that character can maybe perform a little bit better than that Mag, because it's not banned on both sides. You're right, shit. They're going for those late Vanguard Protect super on in the draft, or super late on the draft.
What do you mean drinking Coke from a glass bottle, Mr. Moneybags over here? I bought it at Costco.
And we do here. Obviously, we have some strong holds.
There's a 24 pack that you can buy for like 15 bucks
over there in every single map, as we see.
Oh my
it
God,
locked in now, heading in to map 1 on Burning.
Okay, chat, let's see map 1.
Domination we talk about a lot. It's a very important to win that first fight if you want a better chance at taking at least the first map section of Burnin'. But outside of that, it's all about climbing back an alt advantage, as we see Cal holding on to that Hella. A choice between Punisher and Hella we're seeing a lot, but now that Punisher's gone, gonna make the play.
All right.
I want to see what they do, and it's cool to see that, you know, back on board the T'Challa, Cal is back in the lineup instead of
Cal came to my stream and said he doesn't know if he's starting or he's on the bench.
A Bucky player for sure. It's tough that he
It's
did
nice
lose
to
those
see
two
him on
matches, but I don't know if it was entirely.
It's nice to see him here.
Regardless, Cal coming back into the lineup, for him, I imagine in his head, he's just looking to not let it go, right? You use it as motivation in his head. NK is a great player. I've always thought of that, you know, that he can definitely play to a super high level. But Cal, from what we've seen, definitely is that consistency that you would want out of a top tier.
Wait, are they not playing? Wait, they saved the Storm, but they're not playing Storm. Maybe it was a way to confuse the enemy team.
I think I'm the only one that thinks Ego Death is going to win today.
Yeah, Cal used to play tank. Cal can play everything.
Yeah, you're the only one who has ego on this one. I think Envy, you know, they performed really well on this team last time, and they've learned just from seeing it there, not banning that Emma or Mag. They're not too afraid because they know that Ego, they don't have a lot of experience running that Emma, so it's just not even worth the ban. As you see Kaluj and Window getting that Emma and Mag combination, which at this state in the meta is very strong, at least from what we're seeing here in NA. Sambo, though,
they have to play, Chad. This is a loser bracket.
You know,
this isn't the upper bracket.
Not nearly as impactful in the grand scheme of things.
They're still fighting for their life down here.
And it's fun to see that we do.
Also,
have that team up alongside,
I think in general, I think Envy is by far
Magneto,
the more.
According to our producer Michael, has been picked.
I think Envy is the stronger team here. I think Envy's gonna win this.
So interesting to see how the dominance of Magneto has impacted the region of North America.
And we do begin with the fight early, just looking for spacing and owning this coverage. Cal with a nice pick on momentum there. That's a nice start here for Envy. Make that 2 as Zatex goes down, and that's enough space early on as Cal's keeping the pressure up. Kaluj on a Soko, and numbers are falling, and early on here, Envy is going to own this point as they hold on and just start up the ticker.
That is insane that Envy now get to play the Loki alongside Luna Snow, seen as one of the best back lines in the entire game, alongside Emma and Magneto. One of the
Envy. I think Envy just wins, bro. They have like all the meta picks besides what Punisher.
In that ban phase, meanwhile,
Envy. I think Envy wins. I think Ego Death lost. I think Ego lost at the ban phase.
So curious to see how it pans out. Right now, Envy in the lead of the point.
Yeah, Ego has Coach Jitward, who did make some. I like the decision against, you know, going after Terra. They're making a unique decision on 100 Thieves in a different banning phase that almost, you know, looked really strong for them at first. Obviously, let through some strategists that were strong, like Harvey's Loki, which ended up biting them in the end. But still, those unique decisions. So maybe we're not understanding something here. I mean, I'm sure, you know, we'll have that discussion if they do proceed with this win. Up in the sky, we go with Window. Do we see the dunk into the back?
Wait, he killed him? He had his rune down. Did his rune just go down the second that he got hit? That's insane. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I have to be quiet. Emily's sleeping.
Always finding value here for Speedery as Kaluj takes out Self.
Yeah, right now,
stay quiet, bro. Emily is sleeping.
Destroying Ego Death, and they also get speedily on the sidewalk. So many characters, so many players of Envy right now on their comfort picks, and it just turns out to be some of the comfort picks are absolutely.
Do you think they'll eventually keep adding number of bans per map as they continue to add new heroes every month now? Probably.
Match Cal, but right now 70% of the board. You have pretty good ultimates in the bank, but it's a matter of how.
Use you guys inside voice.
Envy, they'll be playing background hero and his Fate of the Worlds. We'll see if anybody can live outside of that ultimate coming through from Sample.
Yeah, it's deep right now. 83%. It's one fight territory on the retake. Should they lose from alt advantage? Ego is up in alt advantage here. We'll see if they can get value up. Momentum gonna copy. Didn't see the choice yet. Soko holding on here, ready to launch that meteor if need be. And there is the Psionic Seduction. A ton of Qs being popped now. Will this land?
Oh my god, he got the Luna.
When you take that much damage, Soko.
Good shit by Soko with the LeBron James dunk.
To shift this momentum as they're holding on to 99 on the side of Envy. Zaytex on a Cal, and that is going to be the trade. The Hella battle is won there by Zaytex, and they are now going to keep the pressure on. Another pick here on a Kalush shortly. Samble on a month. Down goes Window from Zaytex, and there we go. Ego finding their footing and trying to get some percentage here.
Yeah, desperately needed indeed, and that was a huge pick on De Niro.
Has
And
anyone
also,
ever told
it's
you that you
interesting
look like
we do have that
jellyfish
Dr.
and
Strange get
SpongeBob
through,
with
because
those
I think last
glasses?
time
What the
Envy
fuck?
did sort of prioritize the protection, or rather ban of the Dr. Strange on
Chat,
certain
can you guys
maps.
be
So
nice to me,
both
please?
teams have that opportunity to teleport back towards that point. Meanwhile, Ego Death do have the invisible boundary alongside the Supernova. Envy, they can react to it. They do have Loki and his clones alongside those crystals to stay alive. We'll see how they react alongside Window to potentially connect with that Meteor M onto Soko, or onto Self.
And alt advantage heavily in the favor of Envy on this fight, but Self going to get out there with the Supernova, just taking that space and trying to buy some time. 40% here, but not even halfway to the opposition. Self holding up in that sky. We talk about how strong of a torch Self can be, but it's a little more scary. Luckily does have that shield from Invis, but a little more scary into a Hella. Obviously just applying pressure, but if anyone's going to be in the sky against a Hella, it should be the torch. Here comes the Meteor M. Doesn't land from downtown. It does not. As they
Yo,
do
LeBrick.
those crystals cool down is a little
What was that,
nice
bro?
trade there. Window onto Far. That's a good start here for Envy, who wants to retake. Speedery on a momentum. Alt advantage now in the favor of Ego. Can they turn this back around? Speedery finds a second, make that 3 as Window finds Zaytex and Cal on Ensemble, and now they're in the danger zone. I don't, not 100% sure if Stranger's banned.
No, they're not
If
making it, chat. They're not making it.
Chosen, and it looks like it's not going to happen as Envy.
I'm telling you, I think Ego Death is
Unfortunately,
losing
Team
this game, bro.
White's Too much time off the bank, and the overtime was ticking down, so that's not going to come through in that map. But now we go to Stellar Space.
I think Envy is going to. I think Envy 3-0s. I think it's going to be a quick game.
Kind of walked away. They understood.
I hope it is a quick game because I want to go to bed.
Say when we talk about domination because of how fast things move, but because they got to 99, just go for that reset. They had time that is disengaged Self's ultimate. Then we could see Window save his
the Human Torch got 0 final hits.
The Goddess of Death from Zaytex pretty much entirely negated, and overall just really good work getting out those Stratus ultimates alongside Speedily coming through, forcing the invisible boundary after the crystals were forced for momentum. So right now, I mean, just clinical from Envy. Not panicking is the big thing, and just sort of taking their time, slowly but surely enabling themselves to take the point. You know, they do sort of have that better backline duo.
You got 4 NA games today. All the teams that are still alive are playing today.
Ego Death onto these other heroes, played more around their torch. It's resulted in Envy getting a lot of space in other departments.
Yeah, we had a conversation with Cal, and Cal said, I'm getting to China one way or another. The confidence is clearly showing here as they are doing their job keeping Self at bay. No final hits there for Self at the first map, and we are going to press forward. Alt advantage going to be on the side of Ego. We talked about getting that point early. That can be important. Speedery playing lights out right now, 11-0. Very terrifying to go against the Psylocke, who can clone up with the V button and makes that insta KO much more viable and much faster. It's terrifying to go against a very strong Psylocke that does not miss with the clone out.
And we talk about top Psylocke. He's definitely the top or one of the top alongside Tap. Now coming to the point. Oh no, Kalush getting deleted. Fate of the World is a little bit too late from Nero, resulting in his Emma Frost going down.
And Ego does have point early, and they
damn, Ego Death took the first point.
Nero, like you said, just slightly
damn, okay.
Gonna find Far though. They may be able to retake this quickly and be up in numbers, but Ego holding on to that point early. Alts roughly even in this next fight. Here comes the Meteor M. Up it goes. The space ball special doesn't land, and
oh my god. Oh my god, momentum. What a fucking shot, dude.
Even more value, and these meta vanguards here for Envy really showcasing how strong they can be when you're running this duo. This Emma.
That was not even a LeBron. That was a Kobe, bro.
The double split there for Psylocke. Such a threatening duo.
And that was
we talked about how
that was a
good,
rare
that
copy
this
on a
duo is,
tank.
but also, yeah, I mean, just Window Legacy game, it feels like, you know, earlier on, having a big Meteor M, finding pickups in the middle of fights. You talked about it shit perfectly. I think this guy really is an insane Magneto player and has taken full advantage.
No, wait, no. It wasn't a copy. Sorry, I'm
Window's
stupid.
playing lights out right now, finding fights in neutral, just these right clicks landing. You just see the patience on the left click. I get asked a lot, do you just hold down the left click while you're fighting with Mag? No, you got to be patient and shoot when you are like when you see an opportunity, don't let the game.
Listen, I'm high right now.
Zaytex finds Speedery early though, and Ego now up in numbers, but still not holding point. Roughly only 10% above. Self on a Cal is a good start here again. Ego does have Soko's ultimate here. Will we see a good meteor? Will the meatball land on the back line? Just fighting over point now. A lot of trading and damage. Self dealing so much damage down.
Wow. Ego Death is not letting them take this for free, bro. That's what I like to see. I think Ego Death is the underdogs, and I want them to do well.
We'll get this point back at 31, and these fights are so back and forth as we see ult advantage going to be roughly even in this next bout.
And pressure is building, right? This is all or nothing for both of these teams. Map number 1 is huge in terms of gaining a momentum advantage over the other team, and also qualifying for land, because if you don't win today, you're going to have to go back into the next stage and try again. So right now for Team Envy, looking to close out, but they have to come back through, cap the point over Ego Death, who has a good bank of ultimates ready to go.
And the engagement begins. Ego Death up with 4, and here comes the dance floor. Somble getting ready for the feast. You will see that damage boost switch shortly. Trying to get a pick there, but up goes the Meteor, trying to stop that a little bit, because, you know, if they're setting up that play, it's a little easier to land that Meteor. And here it goes from Soko fighting Cal in month. In return, Speedery onto Self. Numbers are still up here for Ego, who are holding on to the point at 80%.
It's fine. Sometimes casters make mistakes. I thought Momentum did it too. I think he said Momentum. So I thought the Loki copied and hit the mag ult. But Loki's in this range never copy tanks.
Yeah,
they always copy another support.
Massive from Kaluj, just came through on the backside. You saw that switch of, you know, target focus.
If you see a Loki copy a DPS or a tank, they're tossing.
Envy worked out again. I mean, they're so good at just kind of walking away, getting the health packs, making sure they're allowing their teammates to come through and support them if they're in a tough fight. In Ego Death, I mean, they just sort of got baited into Kaluj's ultimate. So right there, we see another reason why Emma Frost and Magneto just pop off. So right now, Envy sitting back defensively, have that Goddess of Death ready to go. Far does have the invisible boundary alongside that Supernova. We'll see if they can create space for it, though. I want to see this invisible boundary, maybe more towards that point, but it's going to be hard to do it as Envy has a lot of pressure.
And here comes the Supernova directly on the point, taking that space. They drop back together. Cal finding Somble early is huge for the side of Envy.
Good shit, Cal. Good shit, Cal. Come on.
Q's being popped. Speedery on a far, and they're in trouble. Through the boundary, Speedery and get collusion window now. Finding value. Cal onto Self, and that is the.
No, I think that's GG's chat. GG's first game done.
Will not be able to touch an Envy. Are going to take the entirety of map 1. Somble touches. I might have spoken too soon. Can the team get here? Somble falls to month, and now they're going to be down in this next fight as it is.
No, there's no way. Even if they TP, they're just going to fall over and die, chat.
They won't have numbers. Can they hold on? Speedery holding on to the Q, and here it goes. Down goes 1. Zaytex make it 2, 3. And Speedery gets a quad to end it and take map 1.
What a game number 1 for Envy, and that is a statement game considering they lost this map versus FlyQuest in the lower brackets earlier on, and to win it 2-0 with Cal coming through, and that was just such a well-timed.
I want to see Cal's stats because they put him on the bench, and now he's here. He's showing up, chat. He's showing up. Overall, the whole team is doing really good though on Envy.
His own life, then fly back to a health pack. So I feel like Cal has definitely improved in terms of ultimate usage throughout his career so far in Marvel Rivals. We'll see if he can keep it up, and we'll see if Envy can keep it up.
Let's see the stats. Cal went 11-3 with 7 final hits, but Speedery 28-3, Kaluj 23-3, and Window 23-2.
Their ban phase maybe wasn't perfect. I mean, they got rid of that.
Damn, Month with 28 assists as well.
It wasn't really dictated towards the side of Envy and their strengths, but it's tough because you're against a team like Envy, who it seems like are really improving at a flexible, at their flexibility.
I think Ego Death lost that game though at I think they lost that game at the bans though.
But leaving both of those vanguards on the table and allowing Speedery
the bans I think really fucked up Ego Death. I think someone said as well. I think the bans are like 70% of the game.
Neutrals almost every time there from Speedery. So I think they had something like 15 finals, looking really good off the rip here. But we do say domination is very much anyone's game.
Yeah,
so
Ego Death, they let so many things slide. How are you gonna not ban Mag? How are you not gonna ban Psylocke? How are you not gonna ban Luna? How are you not gonna ban Loki? How are you not gonna ban Emma Frost? Hella, Doctor Strange.
So we'll see if they can focus up. We talked about how teams will think domination.
Wait, what did they ban?
Map. You know, you got to see what's sort of good. You know, what you can play. As you know, Envy right now, obviously that game number 1 was huge. I mean, massive in terms of momentum shift. Just to keep that momentum on their side as well. Winning on domination is huge. Now we got to go on to a different domination map potentially later on. Didn't see a lot of that Namor that I think was what that we've seen in other.
I just started my first vacation of the year today, and my boss is already emailing me. Email your boss.
Tank heroes, but I mean, Ego Death did just get kind of stomped on that second phase.
The number that you are trying to dial has been taken out of service. Please try again later.
Yeah, and a well-deserved MVP here by Window, a rare Vanguard MVP, as a lot of the time we see that strategist role taking that, especially with Loki on the board there from Month, who did an incredible job there with the Loki with the most healing in the game. But Window, 23-2, 11 finals. Like we said, in those neutrals, anytime there was anyone
they're banning BP against Ego Death because Self is a really,
which is
I think someone said Self is probably one of the best Black Panther players in the world.
Have more of those right clicks ready.
He demolished.
Yep. A lot of that stuff is definitely important in terms of what he's been doing. I mean,
Yeah,
Window, like you said, I mean, he's just kind
disgusting.
of playing so out of his mind right now that they definitely could play around him. Like, it seems like Collusion, we know we talked about how he has a good Magneto, and that was sort of the odd part about Window joining Envy is because they have a very similar hero pool, Collusion Window, but the flexibility of Window has been massive for this team. We'll see if he can keep it up into the future maps and still be like a really good Magneto player. So today's a big day for all of these players, right? It is going to be all on the line, considering Envy right now really want to keep their tournament hopes alive and qualify for China. So it's not just a big day for Saba, it's also a big day for us over here at Marvel Rivals and these teams. We're going to go to a short break. We'll come back into this map number 2.
A short little break, chat. Short little break. And then we go into map 2.
Out of sight. Judge, jury, executioner.
My 1 hour ban from Rivals from Quick Play got lifted. Hooray. How did you get... Come on, bro. Did you leave a game or something? Maybe Envy will feel bad and let Self play Big Black Panther. No, bro. Listen, in a $3 million tournament, you don't feel bad for teams, bro. You want to stomp their shit in and remind them while they're on the floor struggling to get up, looking up. You stand above them and remind them to never fuck with you again, and then you take them out.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we.
What are you gonna eat? What do you mean, for dinner? I have no idea. I might want to fast. I've been eating so shitty lately for this tournament. Right now, I'm having white cheddar popcorn and soda because I need to stay awake. Soda is because I need to stay awake. I need caffeine. How many more games till the final? These are basically the last few games. Tomorrow is the last day for NA and EMEA, and then you're gonna figure out what teams. You're gonna find out what teams are going to China. China is going to have 3 NA teams, 2 EMEA teams, 2 Asia teams, 2 China teams, and 1 Oceania team. And those 10 teams are going to be playing for $500,000 in China, in Hangzhou. And then after that, there's going to be a group 2 where other players can, play in a stage and playoffs. And then the finals is another tournament with like a lot more teams for like $1 million. Sentinels already made it to China, yes. Yeah, the tournament goes on for a very long time. Can someone type the exclamation mark bracket? I'll show you. Someone type the exclamation mark bracket on YouTube. I mean Twitch. All right, thank you. So if you look at this, I have 4 seconds to explain this. Right now, we are here. These are all the teams playing, blah, blah, blah. You go to the mid-season finals, chat. The mid-season finals, if you look over here, is $500,000 in Hangzhou. and there is 3 America teams, 2 Asia teams, 2 China teams, 2 EMEA, and 1 Oceania. And then
I don't know. I mean, I think it might be.
And then after that, there's a stage 2. When you play the stage 2, then you get to the grand finals. The grand finals over here, if you guys see, is $1 million. $1 million. And that is 4 America teams, 4 EMEA teams,
By the way, Shib, I don't know if you remember this, but I know
4 Asia teams, 4 China teams, and 4 Oceania. 4, 8, 16, that's 20 teams. 20 teams battle out for $1 million. You butchered Hung Zhang. Well, listen, I speak Floridian, bro. I don't. I try my best.
Yeah, I love the color palette of these skins across the board. I'm excited to see who we're going to get next. The Magic skin, obviously, I grabbed that thing day one. Been watching every minute of this tournament, which, you know, is just...
China, I don't know, Chad. China and Asia have been separate for,
obviously,
I mean, a lot of different games that I watch. Overwatch does the same thing, so I don't know.
How she looks in Dark Child with this layout. I think that these skins...
I'm sure Chad can... Listen, I just watch these games
when you miss them, they're
cheer.
gone. So you got to get them now. 6 hours to get the skin. Do not miss out.
But Shib, does the skill of like somebody like Rymazing, who is a notoriously good Magic player, transfer when I get that skin? That's the real question.
Yes.
They do. Okay. All right. You heard it here first. You magically become a better player when you equip that skin. Make sure to grab it. It's free too, totally free. So you can't really sue us for lying because it's not like we force you monetarily to get that skin. Anyways, next up we have map number 2. I don't know, Shib. I'm curious to see what they do plan on going to, because I don't know. Do you think they go to a map like Morocco, maybe something like that, to give yourself that, like, you know, those flank potentials, those high grounds to kind of hide and just be like a nuisance on Human Torch or on Black Panther?
Yeah, I would
let's get
expect
this.
to see
Sorry, I poured
think
myself
plays well
another bowl.
into their diving
I'm
composition.
fat.
It gives you a lot of escape routes with those teleports, but maybe they've been working on something, right? These teams have studied each other. They have played before. Last time, obviously, Envy did take home that win 2-0, and I'm sure they've been doing their research. I think the ban phase is going to change a little bit. I wasn't 100% convinced with what happened there on ban 1, but you know, you got to trust Coach Jitward, who has found some success and has looked really good in the past. As we move forward, let's see what they do.
You gotta trust Coach Jitward, even though he's been banned permanently. That's definitely the interesting fact about Ego Death. I don't know how much we want to actually talk about it, because there's a lot of free Jitward in the chat, I imagine. But you know what? If I didn't have any problems when he was in my game, you know, he's playing Spider-Man. I mean, he was feeding.
Wait, what happened?
But, you know,
their coach got banned?
You know, maybe it was a team's fault. We let Jitward down. You know what I'm saying? That's really what.
Wait,
If you let your Spider-Man
shit,
down,
okay. I was about to say, what happened?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's
Why even have a bowl? Because it's easier to eat from.
Going into it, Ultron ban, Human Torch ban for Ego Death, getting rid of any potential like counter dodge.
I don't like sticking my whole hand in a bag, bro. Then your whole hand gets dirty.
I don't think we're seeing too much change. So you're going to see a lot of this storm lock here for the side of Envy, because that's where they found a lot of value against this team. And the last time they had met up, and I think it forces the Ultron ban, which we see there from the side of Ego. Ego, obviously, we talk about how this team has made it so far, an unsigned team led by their coach, who are feeling very confident. It is, it's a Cinderella story. I'm sure they have a ton of fans in the chat who are excited to see them.
Bro, what's going on? It's not my internet, chat. It's not my internet. Did the game crash?
Play this deep into the tournament, so close to getting to LAN and taking that third spot.
Bro.
So exciting there. But we do see a change up in bans here. They're going to get rid of that Wolverine. Cal was running that Wolverine last time they had met up, and it was a problem. Cal, a mean Wolverine. Honestly, we've seen Cal on virtually everything. We even witnessed his first Magneto game yesterday, and he was landing every meteor. So he just got what it takes to fill these roles if need be.
Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? What was that? Leaks?
Ban on the opposite
Leaks?
side as well.
What was that?
Just to make sure that Ego Death can't play that team up alongside.
I'm pretty sure if you go back and pause it and look at the stuff,
we have
leaks.
to talk about that Loki potential now to go through for Ego Death, and potentially if they're going to get rid of it as well. I mean, they've already banned out the Ultron, so maybe we can see that sort of appeal. We see the Emma Frost Protect makes sense because they did so well on it last time. I'm curious if they'll touch the Mag or that Magneto, but it's a lot of duelist focus today, Shiv.
What happens if that was
I agree.
that? What happens if that was
Collusion
the
back on
script
the
chat?
Emma there, obviously with the lock in here. You're right though. It seems to be very much a let's lock out some of these duelists. Obviously, there's going to be focus there on the side of Speedery and Cal. So definitely a strategy they clearly believe in, right? So let's just see if it works out for them as we are at Central Park. This is not expected because last time they were here together, this is crazy because last time they were here, Envy pushed this all 3 points and Ego got held on point 1, but they're electing to defend first.
Yeah, I wonder why they picked this. I mean, maybe we saw because they had a close game versus 100 Thieves on this map, so it's definitely not a bad map for them, I guess, in terms of practice. So
did anyone go back and look at what happened?
Kind of shows on the main stage. On the opposite side, Envy, I think, has had the most Storm gameplay we've seen so far, right? I mean, it feels like on Central Park, this is definitely a staple for them to play that hero alongside the fact that, you know, Storm is just so strong in Speedly's hands. I don't know, Shib, I think that's probably the biggest takeaway I have. I'm curious what your take is on this. It feels like in this Ignite series, we've seen so many players that are really good at like one specific hero, right? It does feel that way, right? That it feels like there's so many heroes that have become a staple in terms of these players' hero pool, right? With Speedily on Storm, right? Amazing on Iron Man. You know, it does feel like this tournament really has doubly proved that, right?
It was an Excel file. That's all.
Of that, and I think it's also
nothing
just
important.
Shows up in the moment. I think all of us as viewers can get a little distracted. Is when we see success on a hero, we immediately assume, oh, that is
there was a
hero,
tournament overview
you never
Google
know how
sheet.
deep the pool goes. Is it a hero pool? Is it a hero
Damn.
puddle, or is it a hero ocean? And
No
a lot of
leaks.
These players have an ocean, which is
what happens if
very
that was
difficult
like
to
all
ban
the
out. You
leaks
saw
for season
Terra,
3?
Even for example, yesterday they went very
Imagine
hard
that.
when the side of Ego Death banning Terra out from 100 Thieves and still was able to find a ton of value there on Hella despite all of the ban outs. So that's an example of having a hero ocean that's just very difficult to ban out. Wow, that was almost a very early pick there on Ensemble from the side of Envy, excuse me.
And you're talking about how deep hero pool is right now. Sombo, I mean, you definitely seen him on Venom so much, but oh no, Cal's there with that shotgun. He in the interview talked about how yesterday versus dive, you need to be on this Punisher to kind of deal with those Venom dives. Also selfs onto Iron Fist of all things, but he's just losing teammates left after or right, just left and right after one another.
Yeah, I think Envy is feeling really confident on this map. This is a decision I'm not 100% convinced on in terms of choosing this map. Wow, we're going to see Self here actually on the Fist. That does go down quickly. Kalush finding a few picks there in the first fight. Here comes the teleport. The hold was
I don't think it's good that what do you call it? Ego Death is about to lose the first point in a minute, bro.
That storm, a ton of value in pulling out cooldowns. Cal, great positioning here with the turret. Muff's going to find Zaytex early as Envy is now up in numbers. Kalush on a Soko.
Oh, it doesn't matter that Cal died though. They see 9.
Turn that right back and find 2 more with 2 headshots. Nero
and Nero killing 2 people on the Luna, bro.
Finding value with a ton of backline heroes and getting those picks. Nice shots there by Nero.
And that character definitely has a huge improvement.
A minute is a long time.
Said,
Thank you.
So
Thank you, Jasmine. It is a long time.
To do. I mean, the Iron Fist, we haven't seen work too much. I think we've seen one team pull it out, and it worked successfully. But outside of that, I mean, it makes sense versus Flyers to play that Iron Fist. It's just easy to kind of track them down. But unfortunately, he's just going to take a lot of perpetual damage from Storm. Meanwhile, early Hurricane pop from Speedily.
Yeah, and that's just going to pull out cooldowns. Up goes the Meteor. Good idea there, trying to lead. But no, does not find value just yet. We see Far taking out Window early. Now for Ego, who are holding on. It will have ult advantage in this next fight. Envy going to be slowly but surely coming back. Speedery on his Atex. Now Cal.
Oh, Soko with the massive fucking LeBron James dunk on 2 people. That's big. That's big. Good hold by Soko. Soko showed up today.
On to Speedery now running them back into the spawn door, but Sambo the only one with ult at this moment.
Definitely a staple of Soko so far, finding 2 with that Meteor M. He's going to need to keep doing stuff like that, maybe finding opening picks like Window has so far. It's definitely harder without that Emma Frost team up, considering, you know, you get a little bit more damage downrange with that Mirror team up. So, you know, we'll see how Soko tends to do, but he needs to definitely pop off for this team on Ego Death's side for them to have a chance.
Remember, folks, this is a best of 5, so it will not end here if Envy does clinch this up. Window with a 2-piece immediately on Ensemble and Self. And you may be saying, how does that right click come back so quick? If you pop the shield, every 100 damage onto the shield is 1 tick of that right click. If it fully is bursted, it's a complete reset. So make sure you're using that right click before your shield gets popped, and you'll have one ready again. Window on a momentum again. Kalush gonna find another pick, and wow.
Jay, have you been live for 10 hours? I just been live. What's up, Cat?
It's just finding so much value, especially into something like Venom, where Emma can just carbon crush.
Yeah, I don't know why this guy's on Venom, chat. Maybe it's their team comp, or not even their team comp. Maybe it's their strat.
And here comes the eternal bond.
I don't know.
on. As Zaytex takes out Speedery now.
They've obviously practiced this and scrimmed this, so they know what they're doing. And I also don't understand why Ego Death is never banning Mag or Emma. Or Luna or Loki. Like, I just don't understand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that early pick, though, onto Speedily resulted in that sort of fight happening like it did. I mean, Self onto the Iron Fist just kind of runs towards that spawn, but took advantage of the situation Ego Death was in. By the way, using both Stratus ultimates, though. So Envy, I mean, you got to feel somewhat comfortable about that. You still have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. You still have Stratus ultimates, but you do have Soko on the opposite side with that Meteor M. I mean, he could shut down everything once Nero and his overhealth goes away. We'll see how they deal with it. I mean, Window has been crazy with these opening picks and bubbles. We'll see what happens. Sambo, the early bubble on his side to save himself out there.
There's no counter right now. A strategist assault, but not needed. Great position.
LeBron James on the cloak and dagger, bro.
And can it be returned from Soko? Waiting on these crystals.
Brick, LeBrick.
Good avoidance. They're using that ultimate to I-frame the Meteor. Really smart play. Turn it right back and take out Soko. Return to sender. Beautiful play by Cal. Window onto Zaytex. You're going to see Envy using everything now. There's no counter at this moment. Down and goes momentum from Speedery.
Yo, Carp, I appreciate the massive 44 months, my friend.
Falls, and that's going to be point 2.
It may be a little bit too much pressure on Soko there to find those picks. Zaytex now swapping over to the Punisher, maybe just to get some more damage down range.
Why are they making him put base games on? I'm pretty sure it's better for the viewer experience.
Just like that Punisher can run.
I think them putting base cams on for the playoffs, it's a great addition. I like it.
Honestly, in general, so Envy. This team, we'll see how they can disengage when that ultimate does come online, but you called it out. I mean, Window has been popping off right now onto the Magneto. Map number 1, number 2, I mean, it seems like he hasn't slowed down.
You may be asking yourself, why is this team pushed so far up? It's called taking the space for those who may be climbing a ladder relatively early on. You want to try to own this space, forcing that card to have free movement without being contested.
Some of them only have their forehead in it, though.
A lot of positioning.
Maybe that's what they want to show. Is there something wrong with their forehead, Jasmine? When I was streaming at DreamHack, I only showed my forehead because I thought it was funny.
Looking for the storm, not able to find just yet any value. Window. Going to keep that pressure up, building towards the Meteor M, which is now getting pretty close, and he's up with it. Will it land? Looking towards the back line again.
Oh, come on, LeBrick, bro, LeBrick. You can't beat LeBrick, bro. We need LeBron.
Gonna start the psionic seduction and give them some free time to make these plays happen. Soko.
Oh, that was another LeBrick, chat. Why are they bricking?
And finds far early, and that is a scary pick. As you're losing these strategists, now your front line falls as Kaluj collapses onto Soko, Speedery onto Sambo, and there's no front line.
I don't agree with what Zytek just did. Zytek has been a very...
I mean, you have the piece of
I think when he's on, he's on. When he's off, he's off. I think he's very streaky.
2 meters, 1 meter left. Nobody.
I guess he had to use the ult because if he didn't, he wasn't going to use the ult as well.
Regardless, great zone
at all.
Team Envy, and that was just such a tough map for Ego Death Shib. It just felt like everything, every single corner, they just were not able to string together fights, whether it be Window finding picks, whether it be the disengages of Meteor M's, and it almost worked out. Like, I was impressed with how far disengaged these ultimates from Window every single time with the Eternal Bond, able to get away just in the nick of time from Window in the Meteor M. But at the same time, it didn't really matter because it felt like every time Sambo's engaging, everybody has to kind of turn, focus on Sambo's dive, and then their strategists kind of get caught out after that.
I'm fat, sorry.
It's an odd situation to be in for Ego Death right now as they're constantly playing on that back foot.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about this map choice here. I mean, will history repeat itself? It's the exact same situation where Envy pushes through 3 and they hold them on point 1. We're got to see if something changes here. Obviously, the bans are slightly different and the composition is different, but I don't know. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about this.
30 seconds before
yeah, I think I don't know. I mean, they locked that Human Torch. They wanted to try to play the Iron
Why
Man
is no one playing
the
Witch?
Iron Fist alongside the Hela.
Probably because
for them, it just didn't work out.
teams don't practice with Witch, or maybe they don't think.
Punisher. I mean, you can kind of
maybe they don't think Witch is good.
For the ability to protect Human Torch and then not play it is kind of rough. So I don't know. Maybe this is my problem with I think Human Torch is a great hero, like Broger said, but you know, there's more to the game than just that, right? It's more to the game than just one hero. And I think personally, I think Human Torch can be at points.
Also, I don't
overrated.
think what do you call it? I don't think Witch is a really good character to
kind of enables
to ult
get
with.
so much damage as well as find early pickoffs and then have a Hurricane just to disrupt backline and maybe follow through on 2 eliminations after Shredder's ultimates were popped earlier.
Yeah, Envy and Speedery are
Also,
the
both
team
teams
that
are not
have been
running,
most heavily
what do you call it,
strong.
Doctor
We talk
Strange.
about
I think
damage being
I think
so
Witch only
important right now in
works
the
with
meta. You're finding
Doctor
that when you
Strange.
have this damage boost, things like Cal here on the Punisher, those shots, those hit scan shots are now far more valuable with the extra little bit. You know, you always see enemies just slightly getting away. That now goes out.
Nah,
the
if you
window
think
as
about it,
you have that damage boost. All those picks are getting, you know, secured.
if you
So
think
we
about
see
it,
a
I
hold
think
here from the beginning.
there are
Window
other
is to kick some moves
characters
to the back line,
besides
saying,
Scarlet
"Well,
Witch
they're
that
coming
do a
out
lot
the open
more
here."
and they're
The
more
goal is to just,
consistent.
you know, allow your strategist to heal up until you get into a more dangerous position. Now you see the rotation over to this natural cover, and that is how you need to play Vanguard at this level.
And the difficulty right now as well for Ego Death is now swapping over to the Human Torch. Every single flyer feels
I
like
love these long watch parties even though I don't care about the game. Whoa, Jasmine, what the? I care about this game.
Yeah, good.
Apparently you can go to China.
Positioning and timing, knowing that engagement window. Speaking of
Overwatch never invited me to China.
And everyone is hit. Will they find any value? Will the pick in the reset and start? No, it will not. Great positioning, great retake. They're going to give them a few ticks and then drop back in here and try to take over the point. We will see Speedery drop in right now with Doctor Strange, allowing Envy to hold on tightly.
Come on, Envy, you guys
is just creating a billion clones and raining
come on.
down on the back line as Cal is just right next
Cal
to
is just on the high ground, just making it rain in his fucking turret, bro. Wait, was his hand on his? Was his hand on his cheek? Chat, was his hand on his cheek, just doing this and shooting?
Cost them momentum found early with the ultimate too. That could have been the saving grace for Ego to stay alive on that objective. But right now, we're gonna have to regroup around this. Captain America. It should give them some, you know, extra survivability with that freedom charge, maybe to pop other ultimates as well. But Envy's also coming up on double shredded ultimates as well, so we'll see how Ego Death wants to do.
They invited you to Sweden. That was an amazing experience. I wouldn't say it was an amazing experience. I saw you there. It was all right.
Yeah, he hasn't left this point.
If you weren't there, it probably would have been my #1 thing.
Super powerful position, already has that final judgment ready to make a play, and that is very difficult to power through, especially when you have that Magneto bubble from Window to help Cal out, and their entirety of Envy now has ultimate. Out goes the eye from Speedery, and it gets a few as Cal cleans up far. Zatex goes down, and they're up by 2 in numbers now, pressing forward and driving them back to the spawn door. And they've
Yo, high dreams. Appreciate the massive 17 months, my friend, and appreciate the kind words. What a great defense by Envy, though.
With you on the map choice, Shiv. We'll see with a minute left to go. I mean, there wasn't even that many ults popped. They just munked the copy. But I think you made a good point how maybe, I don't know, this map choice.
Cal going back to the same spot, probably going to do the same fucking defense. Yep. You can already see him. He's on the turret.
They have 54 seconds left to go. Pretty even in terms of ultimate charge right now. Everything is sort of favored for Envy, who fully capped out the map with a lot of time in the bank.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not quite convinced, right? I think this is exactly what we saw the last matchup here. We got to see Ego step up. Here comes Zatex with the final judgment. Sambo on him up. That's a good start here. Ego now up by 2 as Cal goes down. And ult's going to be used from Cal. Soko turns it back on to Nero, though. It looks like Ego is up heavy in numbers. No teleport to come through. They will get point 1. And that is what you needed to see if you're looking for Ego to move on here. Well played by Ego to pressure through with 19 seconds on the clock.
Yep, absolutely. You know, king of cursing teams, because we talked about how Ego Death maybe on this map choice not the best, but you know, regardless, they were able to kind of close out through, pop those ultimates at the right time. I mean, that was excellent teamwork, like you mentioned, and you know, we're seeing maybe why they did pick the map, but they still only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the streets phase. If you lose one fight, it's going to feel so close, especially even with that Doctor Strange portal. See what Envy wants to do here as they're coming close to that Loki copy, and Momentum has his own. We'll see how they want to react. Maybe pop it early, commit that early eternal bond to run towards Envy's backline.
I have to go back and check, but I believe Ego was down there on ult, so they just found more value, which is, you know, good on them. It's dangerous, especially when you're being on offense. When you're in the offensive position and you're walking in, you don't really have that positioning advantage. Momentum gonna find Kaluj. Ego keeping up the momentum they had from before. Speaking of momentum, looking for Speedery in the sky. We might see something here as Month on the side of Envy is going to bring out the dance floor and hold on and just try to stall here around this corner, which is a defensible position. Self gonna find Speedery though, and then down goes another as Ego will have ult advantage. Sobble onto Cal, and they do have the momentum now as we see the rest of the team slowly trickle away, and they are going to try to push this thing forward and have at most probably 2 fights here to make sure they get point 2.
Excellent work from Ego Death. They have to do it though right here. Envy coming back into it. Kaluj got kind of caught out there by Ego Death with that freedom charge. Kind of chased down Kaluj on that back side. Wasn't able to really move anywhere else towards his
Wait,
team.
sorry about the questionable typing. Jay got a new keyboard and slightly different. Oh, you're good. Sorry,
and
I'm like...
the Hurricane comes out here for Speedery. Gonna walk directly in, waiting out that ultimate there from the side of Zaytek. So he's trying to keep the pressure out. Cal doing the same
I'm like,
thing.
sorry, I wasn't even talking, bro. I was just like so zoned in.
Clones in the back. Good utilization there. And they are down again. Ahsoka finds window. Ego winning all of these fights. And
No, Ego did not beat 100 Thieves. No. This is the lower bracket. I think 100 Thieves actually plays later today. Do they not? Pretty sure they play later.
And we gotta show the change here from Sambo on to Cap has clearly gotten value off of
yeah, they play Sentinels.
that Venom.
Yeah, it definitely has, but I think that was excellently disengaged by Ego Death, but it didn't matter for Team Envy, who eventually just...
I'm pretty sure they're in the upper bracket. Yeah, they're in the upper bracket.
Too many sustain abilities out early, and then just kind of had to clean up afterwards. It was.
Can someone tell me how to break a 15-game losing streak curse? Yeah, first step, get on your knees. Second step, start praying. Because it might get worse.
Use that freedom charge, and that's essentially a strategist ultimate, just dancing around the team, keeping everyone healthy. Good play there to counteract the...
No way, they forgot to touch the card, chat. They forgot to fucking touch the...
Man, can we... Oh, there's so many scenes.
To be honest with you, I think what a lot of people do is if you're on a 15-game loss streak, just reset your game or start playing quick play. Try to get all the losses out and then start, once your luck starts turning around, and start going play the comp. I mean, to be honest with you, even if you're on a 15-game loss streak, this game rewards, this game is basically 50-50, so there's going to be a 15-game win streak coming up.
I just don't want to see, you know, just bad Marvel rivals. It's not that they played bad. It's just like that last fight was just so unfortunate for sure, not touching the payload. It happens to the best of us, but now that they're down.
These Overwatch retirement home ain't sundowning tonight. Give them their jello and their meds because they're putting these kids to bed. Go Envy. Okay.
One map away, not from qualifying from LAN necessarily, but going up against whoever wins out of SDX.
What? J3, if you go 0-15, log off and take a shower, eat, read, and watch a movie and play a different game. Nah, dude, if I was on a 15-game loss streak, I'm gonna keep going until I win because I think it would be really funny.
So I'd be definitely a bit scared.
Listen, I'm a streamer, bro. If I go 0-15, we're laughing at this chat. You guys are laughing at my pain, and I'm gonna say let's go gambling. See how far we can fucking drop. See what's the most intense loss streak I can go on.
In those moments, the problem is when you have that alt popped, I'm sure there's a lot of panic, right? And that's where comms get hidden. It's all about trying to yell the touch point, and maybe it gets drowned out by some of the comms from your team trying to play around.
J3, my hair is falling off and my gaming skills is going up. Is it related? Yes. Actually, no. Look at Tim. It's not related.
You know, maybe quote unquote bad Marvel rivals, but more so just the stuff that you can't do at this level of play if you want to move forward. And that is one of those situations. A lot of good plays on both sides, and I really like the attack there for a while from Ego, especially.
What if I'm receding at 17? Am I cooked? Just cut it off, bro. Call it a loss. Just say GG.
I mean, there's always context, right? I'm sure somebody's gonna have to clip that, go back through, and kind of see exactly what happened, because I think it's exactly as you called it, Shib. I think that Sonic Seduction.
The one thing that I learned about, and I'm not a coach, chat.
MVP. I mean,
I'm not a coach, but the one thing I learned about Envy is that you have to ban flyers. You have to ban Psylocke. You have to ban.
Fantastic work from.
I think you have to ban Psylocke. Fuck no, because Speedly is a really good player for flying characters. He played a lot of flying characters in Overwatch, chat.
Right, that Sonic Seduction pushed him off that payload, or at least stunned a lot of players that were intending to touch, and after that they weren't left with a lot of time, man. So. That's brutal. Hey, listen, as somebody that's a part of, like, sometimes it can be like that, right? Sometimes all it takes is one guy distracting everybody to push everybody off that payload. You know, I was a part of one of the worst C9s in history of esports and hero shooters on the positive side, and it feels good when they don't touch that objective, when they don't touch that payload because of, in my case, Erster. So even though some people maybe could be seen as feeding, like maybe Kaluge a little bit too far forward with a Sonic Seduction or something, but if you're in a situation like that, a very intense situation, and you add another element to touching that payload, like you said, Shib, that 1 second of distraction can definitely get you stamped forward in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think what was happening there is they were dancing to try to make sure they weren't getting hit by the Sonic Seduction, and then when they realized the time, they probably peaked out and maybe were caught by Sonic Seduction at the very last second, which absolutely, you know, turned the tides of that fight. That is probably what happened, I would imagine, which is the difficulty with gauging the timing in the length there of Sonic Seduction. If you get a little bit of those ticker, which it does grow over time, even if you fall away for a moment, it doesn't necessarily fall. But we will see what happens as we go into map 3. right after this break.
I hope they shut it out, chat. I hope they shut it out. I hope they go 3-0. I'm sorry, Ego Death. I mean, I'm sure you guys are a great team and a bunch of great people, but I gotta root for my boy Cal. I'm rooting for and everyone else on NB. They're Overwatch. They're the Overwatch squad, chat. We gotta cheer for the Overwatch squad. The actors in the Trivago ad are lizard people. I do not care. What the fuck? Yeah, see, that I was thinking about that, Nick. Like, what's his name? What's his name? I just said it. Speedily is really good at flyers, but he can also play Psylocke. So if you have to ban them, you're gonna leave a lot of other characters out. But if you ban, you could ban Psylocke, you could ban Ultron, you could ban Iron Man, and you could ban Storm. But that's 4 bans. I think you're risking a lot of other characters. I'm view maxing. I'm watching on my phone for jobs and on YouTube on the TV to avoid ads. W bag for Jay. W. Hey, that's... Wait, free chair if I qualify, right? What do you mean free chair if I qualify? Bro, what are you doing in my chat, Cal? Aren't you in the middle of a tournament? Free chair. You know what, Cal. If you get all the way to the finals, I'll get you a chair. That's if you make it to the finals. You have to make it to the finals. But if you lose, you owe me 100 gifted. And if I win a PC, brother, if you win $250,000 and also a place to win another $500,000 at China. What do you mean? Are you going to China? It depends when. Do you know? I don't have my passport. I have to go renew my passport on Monday. Bro, I'm gonna be so sad if I miss this China if they invite me. I don't even know if they're gonna invite me. Also, you're complaining about a $50 office chair? Bro, most of the best gaming chairs are fucking office chairs. It's broken? It doesn't matter if it's broken, bro. Oh shit, take care. Yo, this guy was in my channel when they were doing fucking bans, bro. What the fuck? This guy was in my chat when there was fucking bans going on. What the fuck?
Envy up by 2, but don't count out Ego, who have turned it around before. Can they reverse sweep?
Maybe. I mean, it's definitely in the cards. I think that Ego Death is a team.
Bro says he loves traveling but doesn't have a passport. I love traveling, but at the same time, I can't travel, chat, because if I travel, then I can't stream. If I can't stream, you guys are not going to watch me. You guys are going to start watching someone else. And when I come back, you guys are going to be like watching that other streamer, not me again.
For them, you know, that's about maintaining that sort of posture, that steadfast, you know, just ability to make the correct decisions and not panic. So right now for Ego, that's the major thing. Like, sure, you know, what has happened is brutal. You didn't touch the cart, but it happens, right? It happens to the best of teams. It just happens in hero shooters, especially Marvel Rivals. I mean, the payload in this game, you have to cap it, right? That's a big thing. It can flip sides between attacking and defending sides if you don't touch that objective and you don't control it. So there's a lot of things in Marvel Rivals and the hero shooter genre that are different in this game, alongside the fact that the cart has like every single cart has like a rectangle shib in terms of the hitbox. So sometimes it can be awkward if you don't touch it or whatever.
Oh, chat, sorry, I hear a noise.
Watching,
what is that?
The Oceanic qualifiers. There was a Mr. Fantastic player in the early stages of the Open qualifiers. I think this team went 0-9 or something, but they still qualified because the Oceanic region is funny. But this team had a Mr. Fantastic player in the Oceanic region. They were about to cap out and they needed to stay on the cart, but the Mr. Fantastic pulled himself off the cart. And the map ended because they lost. Crazy things have happened before, and at least they're not that Mr. Fantastic player, because that guy's going to have to live with that for at least the rest of this year.
Yeah, that's brutal. You hate to hear that. And that is, there's going to be clips of that for days, probably sent to him 24/7. Yeah, I mean, that's tough. The toughest part here is not only the C9 there at the end, but the C9 win in a winnable game. I think they had the momentum heavily shifted in their favor, at least in the last like 3 or 4 fights. Obviously, you saw the side of Envy clutch up and they started making some good plays there and did sweep them one time. But I do think the momentum was, leaning towards Ego there during that attack.
I mean, it's another off topic. We'll never see Mr. Fantastic. Is that another hero we haven't seen? I think Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, I haven't seen him
at all. Yeah, Mr. Fantastic, Thor, some of those characters haven't made a presence, which I think is for a good reason, because there's like weird interactions with Mr. Fantastic can happen. It was like an off topic thing. Like sometimes you accidentally on Mr. Fantastic bring a Doctor Strange to your team who has Eye of Agamotto, and then you get your whole team Eye of Agamotto. Like crazy stuff could happen like that. And I mean, we're probably not going to see that because nobody plays that.
Boba doesn't even love me anymore. Boba is in Emily's room laying on her chair.
Bro. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, well, that's going to be coming up here shortly. We will see the new Fantastic Four. I'm excited for it. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, there's a couple heroes that haven't been chosen. What's that? Of course. Yeah, we'll make the drive.
With me?
Yeah, across the states.
Wife.
That's it.
I'll drive over to see the movie with you. That sounds fun. So
yeah, just a quick day trip.
Hours?
So, a little more than that, I think. In New York to Arizona might be a bit of a hike, but no.
Just like the distance between you and China, right? I mean, just the distance between America and China, right? Where all these players will be going. I mean,
good segue.
That might be a lot of these. We haven't talked about that, by the way, at all. Like the fact that this will probably be a lot of these players' first time traveling to a new country to compete in an international tournament for $500,000. Like that is a massive deal that's involved in the Ignite series, right?
Yeah, that is insane to think about, and it's just a
the
totally
average
different playing
man,
field. I think
the average height of a man in China is 5'7". You will fit right in
when you're in
Jay3
person,
if you
I mean,
doubt.
you've had experience with it. It's even more nerve-wracking.
How about you suck
you
my
see people
nuts?
crumble and you see people, shine. You see those moments
Stop being mean.
come to fruition. So I know you've obviously had that kind of experience playing in front of a bunch of eyes, but it is definitely something.
Yes,
different.
999 wish.
You know what the biggest thing, by the way, which we ignored there, was the ban phase. Sorry about that, chat. But listen, at least in this esport, we don't have.
Wait, chat. What characters were banned?
I mean,
it doesn't matter. They're going to show you what characters are
I think
banned.
that
anyways.
we have the players having the agency with the protect and ban system, because by God, as somebody that had to deal with a cat choosing which heroes could be picked and banned during a certain week, I think I'll be triggered for the rest of my life. I'll tell you that.
True. Dogman spitting. He's talking about Overwatch.
Dogman, because now I'm gonna go find every cat. I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna put a little fedora hat in front of him and tell, hey, pick a number, and maybe one of those numbers takes you to the vet one day, and you don't want to go there.
Oh my goodness!
I don't know how you could play in a room with the sunlight coming through, chat. I feel like that fucks up your eyes, bro. Playing a video game when you have sunlight coming through and touching your monitor is just too much, man.
Change of pace that we see so far. Kalu's going to be on the thing here, trying to help out with Cal. You had that conversation of the fastball special when you have Wolverine and the thing. That is a very powerful and slept on team up that we find a lot here in the pro scene. We may be saying why the thing, that damage reduction is good to protect, but also it's that team up. It is so valuable.
Jay, can you update the descriptions of all your YouTube videos with the new build codes? To be honest with you,
we've heard of the strength of Wolverine and EMEA.
It's a good idea.
North America, you can
probably tell Alex.
Why. I mean, Soko falls.
Make Alex do some work. He hasn't been doing work lately.
I mean, Ego Death has fallen apart yet again.
Yeah, and that is some early pressure. Speedery gonna find one here. Cal onto Far. Zatex turns around on Speedery. Nero, though, again onto Sobble. Cal onto Zatex, all over the place now. And they have a ton of free space. Can they get back here with the teleport? Looks like they will. Likely gonna see them hold on to it here. So you typically see teams at this level wait a little bit until the reses come through. Now you engage with the portal at the last second, so your entirety of your team can have this fight. And out goes the Bond to slow up the pace. Wolverine potentially looking for the tackle off the Bond, but no, not able to get anything there. The side of Cal, who does play Wolverine incredibly well. Window onto Cell. Far back onto Kaluj as it's 5 versus 5 in this fight. Ultimates are up here for Envy and the Meteor from downtown onto Far. Good pick there for Window. Cal using that last stand onto Zatex. Window onto Momentum, and Envy are heavily up in numbers, and they will push this thing to 2.1.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, usually we've seen Far dodge those ultimates well. By the way, Cal and the Spawn ready to go and switch characters to something else. Nice little Jeff spray indeed. Going over to the Hella for the second phase of the map.
Thank you.
As things enter, you know, a bit more of not necessarily one-dimensional phase, but there's not a lot of flank angles here on this point of the map in second phase. Aegisopath, we just have that top left window, and that's kind of about it.
I
So
appreciate
this phase
it,
is pretty
iDreams.
much open, and that's kind of a good spot, honestly, for, you know, things like that Winter Soldier, and right now for this Storm, who has that right side peak angle.
Yeah, this is a defensible position here, but not when you have a hurricane coming at your face here. Will they be able to counteract? And yeah, we are going to see Sambo using that cap ult to keep the team healthy. You'll see them all running in that path. We mentioned it before. Make sure you're running in the path there of cap if you want that shield. Momentum finding windows. Atex on a Kaluge. They're popping.
Damn, bro.
Envy only has Kaluge.
That guy got bullied. He got shoved in the locker and just fucking
Pretty
rolled.
strong with the Storm. You are able to take some more free space when you have that invisible boundary, as they obviously cannot see through it until they enter the zone. Speeder here trying to get some alt charge back. Storm does that incredibly quickly as they do set up for a next fight.
Yeah, definitely on this side of the point, we see, you know, very aggressive plays by Cal and onto Far. He's going to go down early. I mean, it's able to kind of control that sort of right side peeking that we were talking about earlier. In this game, obviously, you peek over the right side shoulder of the character model, which can create, you know, attacker-sided advantage, especially on Aegisopath, as you have to, like, play back and don't have those right side peaks that Envy does. And they're taking full advantage. 3 minutes left to go. Maybe if we had an option to change between right and left shoulder, that could be huge. Maybe potential update later on, but regardless, here comes an engage now from Ego Death.
Self is going to engage here, does have the ability to use that supernova. Clobbering time goes out, it finds a few.
2 Magneto ults going off. They both trade one player. Okay. Everybody's awake, by the way, chat. We can be a little loud. Get loud, chat. Come on, get loud. Oh, Cal pops his ult so he doesn't die.
Right now, Cal up in the sky, low on HP, putting a ton of damage out.
Wait, was that fucking Captain America jumping into his face? What the fuck? Did you guys see that? Captain America just jumped in his face and fucking just flew back. What the hell?
And we do know this spot is very defensible unless Speeder comes in with a hurricane like we said. Zatex window is going to find Self. Nero on the Ensemble, and they are retaking this. Even being down in numbers, good plays there. Kaluge going to keep haymakering them back to their spawn door.
Nice. Envy's doing well, chat. Envy's doing well. Jake, can I get a high? How you doing, bro?
You have to feel for Ego Death right now that they have to get some sort of momentum. I mean, you see even pulled on the backside. Soko does find speedily, but you know he's going to go down. Did have that teleport back to the other spawn. Regardless, right now Ego Death. What do they do? Captain America's waiting to go on that left side, Ensemble side. Maybe the dive can come through from Self, but the full momentum shift has just gone in, or sorry, the full entirety of the momentum has gone in favor of Envy, not momentum on the side of Ego Death. So 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. We'll see if momentum in his team can come back.
Yeah, Ego is holding on to a slight, alt advantage by 1 as we do see the supernova go out. Will it find any?
Damn, he actually lived? That's crazy. That guy looked like he was about to die.
There is the clobbering time as it finds a few. Nero gonna clutch up again. We find that at this state of the game,
Yo, Zeno, appreciate the massive 11 months, my friend. How you doing?
Who have a ton of space and positioning now. They have 3 numbers up as Ego is gonna have to retake, drop back, or just hold on here on point.
Damn, this guy's toxic. He's not even moving, bro. He's just standing still.
Nobody on Strange. Speedery finding Ensemble to clean up, and they are pressing through with 2 minutes and 32 on the clock.
Double threaded ultimates up though. Ego Death have to find some momentum. Window right now has that Meteor M as well to connect onto either Far or the Loki player of Ego Death, because I've said momentum 3 times. They're about to come in now.
I just realized something.
He's ready for it every time. It just feels
Why
like
did Cal come into my chat and ask for a chair? Isn't Envy like one of his sponsors? Like, couldn't they get him a chair? Oh, come on. That was a LeBrick moment, bro. A LeBrick. What's that NBA player's name? WNBA player's name? Angel Reese? That was an Angel Reese shot, bro.
Clobbering time again. Found value last time. Will it happen? No. Down goes Kaluge early as Ego's now retaking his space back, but we do see the pop here from Speedery, not able to get any picks just yet. Team likely going to drop back and reset, potentially holding on as, ooh, no, they're committing. Window finds Self. That's a great counter here up with the Meteor M on the Speedery, eating some of that damage there from the side of Cal. Soko.
I think the fight was already lost, so him dying there wasn't even a problem.
Yeah, Soko's been an absolute mainstay today.
You
I think
forget
he's sort of
Envy is a
taken the
new
limelight
org.
from
Envy?
himself. He's been so good with these media Rams, with the picks.
Envy is a new org?
Magneto. Right now, he's definitely keeping Ego Death alive. Minute and 20 seconds left to go. Envy's going to walk in now with their ultimates, though, so it's their time to move. Sombo, though, with the freedom charge, I mean, he's going to enable his team
I
to sustain
don't
for quite
think
a
so,
while.
man.
Yeah, and that is the advantage of having Cap. It's essentially another strat out. They are just going to use it right now. Actually, to engage Hyper Aggro right onto Cal. Cal low, going to burn an invisible boundary to counteract it.
Wow, like he dunked it on that guy's head, but that guy he lost nothing.
Downtown, Zaytex with the pull, and they collapse onto window. Great pull there by Zaytex to give them a number, shoving them again back into the spawn door. And they've got to regroup as they are down to one fight territory, but you can't fall like that. Sambo Kaluge with the haymaker, and they will press in heavy, and now it could be a stagger fest. You got to see who gets the picks. Here comes Speedery popping off here with the ult. Doesn't find anything, using that dagger storm to keep the team up. Great play there on the defensible side of Far.
Yeah, I mean, this has been beautiful from the strategist of Ego Death. They also have to commit the greens there. Countering the Meteor Ram, now coming through and saving each other from the Dance of the Butterflies. Can they stay alive? The Dagger Storm, like you said, such a strong ability. And right now, Ego Death, their strategists are keeping the team in it.
Yeah, 55 HP per second there inside of that bubble. And here comes Zaytex. Does land on a few. Out goes the dance floor, and they collapse. It does get the reset, too. Soko, great job again with the Meteor as more are hit, but everything is being popped now. Nero bringing out the dance floor. We see Far.
To be honest with you, I like how Ego Death is not letting him fully cap, so I respect that. But I think Envy is gonna get. I think they're gonna win this, man.
Another number in the favor of Envy, and we are in OT.
Does Envy? Oh wait, does Psylocke need a buff or a nerf? I think Psylocke does not need a buff.
As we do see another Dance of the Butterfly. Does it find value? It does. Down goes Far. Window onto Soko, and it's getting terrifying now if you're on the side of Ego. And this could be it. Pushing through point 3 as they will stagger in. Cal gonna sweep Sombo, and that could be enough. But you do see over on the right side Self getting ready to hold on to this point for as long as possible with the last stand. Doesn't land on a few.
Damn,
no,
dude.
Not able to do it. Window up, ready to land the Meteor. Gonna throw
Damn,
through
she
the door.
does.
That's enough
Nah.
for them to push all 3 points.
He does not need 3 seconds of invisibility, chat. Her 3 second, her survivability nerf going from 3 seconds to 2 seconds was not a nerf, bro.
Like it looked like Ego Death early on in this
2 seconds, 1 second.
was a top
That's
team,
fine.
able to take out maps, take wins over top teams.
That was a.
Today, I mean, against Envy.
Oh, let me see what happens. They banned.
Possible time, man. It just feels like they just collapsed.
They banned
last
Black
second.
Panther,
Envy definitely deserving
Luna.
Team. They played
Okay.
so well around
They
their
also
spawn.
banned
To lose with that pick on the Sombo,
Emma
able to come back
and
through.
Ultron.
Ego Death's
Okay,
strategists have
Human
so much
Torch
pressure on them
and
right now.
Loki
I mean,
for
it
the other
looks
team. They
so
saved
hectic, so hard to play, especially versus a
Storm,
talented
saved the
Psylocke
mag,
player like
saved
Speedery and
Psylocke,
Cal
and
on the
saved
opposite side, hitting shots from across the map. So there is so
Human
much
Torch
pressure on them, and they're doing such a good job to keep the team alive. But it just feels like they're collapsing. The whole team is collapsing at the worst possible time. So on the attack,
I missed the
on
ban, so I was looking at
defense,
this.
rather,
Speedery is
now on their attack, they
28
really
and
have to
4,
take a
7
deep
final
breath,
hits.
come together
Cal
as
is
a unit,
popping
you know,
off
relax a little
18
bit.
and
It's
2.
been
Oh, they're
tough,
running the
though,
triple.
looking at
They're
Self,
running
I
the
mean, he's had
3-3
no
chat.
final hits that
3
map.
tanks,
Same
3
thing with
supports,
Sombo.
full
They
hold
haven't been
comp.
able to find the synergy between him and Self throughout that map, and you know, maybe on the attack things will be a little bit easier to set
How do
up,
these bans
potentially
work?
just kind of,
You
know,
are
do your
banning
typical
for
stuff,
the
because
other
right
team,
now,
but
Envy,
you are
they're
saving
really
for your
good
team.
against
So
dive.
your
I mean, we
team can
talked to
ban
Cal in one of the
Magneto,
interviews. He said how
so the other
against
team
Ego Death
can't
in
play
their group stages,
Magneto,
the match
but you could
to
save,
Ego
like,
Death,
let's
the
say
answer
Emma
to
Frost
Ego
for your
Death was
team, so the
just
other team can't ban Emma.
Mark Self, right? Make sure somebody's always looking at
And
him.
you cannot
And I think
ban
that's
what
tough.
someone
You
saves.
talked about it earlier how Envy won 2 on the group stages, Shib. It does feel like right now Envy just
Wait, was that
really,
Luna
really bad
15 and
matchup
0?
for
They
Team
didn't
Ego
die?
Death.
Yeah, Nero there, gotta show love.
Oh, wait, who got... Oh, Month. Come on, man. You're better than that. At least it got res.
The backline here for Envy has played disgusting Month. Obviously marking Self here with that push and pull every time you see a last stand. And as I say that, still gets pulled away, but was just a little bit delayed there. But that mark, we talk about marking Self, shown right there is Cal back over here on Magneto. Said his, make that 2 picks on the Far.
Oh my god, oh my god, Cal with the flank, getting 4 fucking kills. How the hell did he get on the flank?
Yesterday.
The flank!
This character's disgusting. This is another reason why when we talk about Ego Death, this is the
No
worst thing
fucking way, bro.
Three Vanguards, 3
Cal was benched. Remember that, chat. Cal was benched.
We're seeing it again today on Age of Self Path. A minute off the clock already. They found the opening pick with Self on that fastball special, but they're now having to deal with Envy again on this triple Vanguard composition, who are another team that is very good at playing it.
And we are going to hold again.
Oh, that's another big ult. That's a big ult, chat. Big. Massive.
Zaytek's early ults are now going to be back with Ego. They could push through here. Soko trying to find and look for a strangling prison combination as Sambo now is going to be on the squirrel. Sambo with that ultimate.
Oh, no, Cal, bro. Come on, Cal. Don't tell me you're a the Brick fan, too.
Momentum on a window, and that's going to push them through.
That's fine, Chad. They held for almost 2 minutes. That's good. That's good. They held for like a minute and 40 seconds at their spawn, and now they're gonna do another TP that even further hold their spawn.
I'm not gonna say the death sentence necessarily, but like you said, Chip, they do get those 3 fights with this portal, and here's another one.
Yeah, and this is a strategy we see a lot at this level of play. You guarantee 3 fights. You know, a lot of people are confused as to these portals, but they're doing it as fast as possible because then they can walk back if they were to lose this fight this early on, as the cart is not even around the corner yet. And that is a strategy we see consistent across a lot of these maps. Zaytek with that damage boost from the Storm of Self, gonna press forward, outgo all the cooldowns in the dance floor. But look at that patience. Notice the dance floor did not come out until the shield goes down, and that is next level play. Cal finds 1 month on the momentum, turning it right back at him. Great hold as Window finds Soko. A full team switch here as Cal is now on the Doctor Strange, and they do hold on.
Yeah, I really want to know how they code that. Do I have any like coders in my chat? I really want to know how they do that from a coding standpoint. Put 2 portals together and then like have everyone actually be able to go through it without any glitches or anything.
I mean, Team Envy have done so well on that second attack or second defense. A minute and 14 seconds left on the clock now for Ego Death. They do have
they
that
code by coding it. Oh, thank you.
Like you mentioned, Month is going to be able to react to it.
I believe witchcraft.
And here comes the Hurricane from Self, and now it gets matched immediately here by Month, just to kind of stall. We do see the squirrels, and here comes the eye.
That's a big eye. That's a big eye. Cal, good shit, Cal. Good shit, Cal.
And what about Agamotto there from Cal? And they get a 5-piece and shove them back to the spawn door again. 45 on the clock. Wow. Envy is playing lights out in this series.
Yeah, they are playing incredibly well, and we'll see if they can keep it up. They do have that see you later.
Same as Symmetra TP. Yeah, the Symmetra TP I feel like is easier to code. Because then wouldn't Symmetra TP be like fucking Team Fortress 2 engineer teleport?
That's what they needed. Make that 4 as they will shove through. The team is going to reset.
I think the portal is a little different.
On either side should be a neutral. Actually, like you said, Speedery will have that see ya as they do go forward. Kalush likely going to get the clobbering time. But the wall out here for Soko may be enough for them to not be able to touch. They're coming from the high side. We'll see.
From the high side, but they have 4 on cart. Yeah, here they come. Wow. 7 meters left to go. They touch and speedily. Oh, he tosses the ult out, but does go down.
Yeah, and that is a good play. Cal gonna find.
I think Envy's winning all this, chat. I think Envy's winning all this.
Fight. Gotta stay on the point. Don't let that happen again. As we are in OT, Window finds momentum. And
they have 3 kills. There's only 3 people alive. They need to finish this fight before they get a TP over.
3-0 against Ego in a matchup we considered pretty even as the teleport is coming through.
Wait, did he fuck up his teleporter?
I'm not 100% sure what just happened there.
Wait, he fucked up his teleporter. Oh, no. They got it. Okay, it didn't look like he was porting.
Yes, and here we go as Ego now finds 4.
No shot. No shot. They come back and fucking roll Envy.
Far staying alive, looking at his health full throughout that fight, right? Dropping down.
Oh my fucking god.
Low, able to build the ultimate up at the very last second. You maybe sometimes can get your ultimate canceled like we've seen before out of Cloak and Dagger players, specifically when the Loki goes for the copy, because sometimes the animation comes out a little bit later. But regardless, Far barely able to stay alive, pops that ultimate off, keeps the team alive. And we talked about how good, Self is, Sambo, Soko, but I think the strategist line of Ego that definitely doesn't get enough credit. They kept themselves alive. That team, that back line, really doing amazing work for Ego Death.
Yeah, but Envy with the full hold here. Only 2 minutes left on as we do see Self finding Nero early. That is a huge pick.
Damn, now they're popping, chat. Self is not taking this down, bro. Good shit.
Gonna clean it up here on a month. Again, Ego, once they find these
good shit by Self.
Fights, once they win, it's like the momentum just heavily shifts, like a light switch gets turned on, and they keep the pressure progressing forward.
Absolutely. They need to win one more fight here to close out on the second phase. Although, you know, a lot of teams.
I think Ego Death can take this strat. I think Ego Death can. If they cap second point right here, right now with this fight, I think they have the momentum and the potential to win this.
Looking for something. Zaytek with the bubble.
See, just like that.
And that's a huge early start. And that is 2. And the boundary not even able to hold on to the point. That's not going to be.
Oh wait, did he actually dodge that? That's fucking clean. Holy shit. That was a smart play. That was a smart play by him, by Zaytek.
They're just holding on without numbers, and now they're evened out. Momentum. Will this happen for Soko, who hasn't missed? Does miss here. The bubble goes out as well. Zaytek's false Speedery is on one right now and finding.
There's no way. There's no way.
I mean, potentially. I mean, they got grabbed on the backside. I mean, Speedily is just carrying it himself.
No, chat. No. No, Ego Death was supposed to win that fight, bro.
Comes from Psylocke, and that change over this character has definitely enabled Envy a lot more. But 26 seconds left to go. Ego Death now coming through. No ultimates either. Self back over to that Wolverine.
Ego Death was supposed to win that fight, bro.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky. I like the idea of heading out this right side, and maybe we'll see Punisher using that zip line to get a touch here. Is, you know, it's outside of that, it's likely going to be Sambo, on the Venom, who will get the touch. 2 seconds on. Full
okay, they touched. Good. They didn't lose anyone by touching too. That's good.
Already getting healed back up. Great crystals here from the side of Ego, who are stalling, and everyone's healthy. It's all about ults here, as Envy is up in ults. Yes, we do see the.
Oh, Speedery, bro. Oh my god, the combo. Speedery, too.
Cal on this Wolverine just popping off again, turned around as these duelists are making so much happen month on.
No, I actually feel so bad, bro. Ego Death should have won that previous fight, bro. Ego Death was like up 4 people. They were up 4 people, bro.
Yep, 3-0 for Team Envy. They will play the winner of Shroud X and Techie XD in this lower bracket to potentially secure themselves into land. They're 1 game away. And a statement win from them, right, Shib? I think that we've seen.
A person that I forgot to mention as well as Momentum. I run into Momentum a lot in our games, chat. He's a good guy.
They are, and as a unit,
damn,
this team looked pretty formidable, right? The only real chance Ego Death stood towards the very end was really holding on to that Storm Dagger, or the Dagger Storm, really holding on to those greens. Once you saw that Loki pop those crystals early, it was pretty much a death
Soko popped off. Yeah, Soko 24-10 with 11 final hits. Zaytek as well with 36,000 damage. Self as well popped. Momentum 42,000. Far with 52,000 healing.
Of Marvel Rivals Esports, a lot of the players on this team.
Yeah,
63,000 damage block.
Has gained a ton of fans, right? It's definitely not going to be the last time we see them really well.
They did well for having no org. I think that is definitely true. I feel like if I hope, because I don't know, a lot of teams occasionally like to do this, chat, and it makes me really sad. I hope Ego Death stays together as a team. Hopefully finds an org, comes back in that second stage, and comes back stronger than ever. Because without an org getting this far, that's pretty good. You don't have all the You don't have all the, what do you call it? The resources that like an org would give.
We've seen teams falter to Ego Death early on in the tournament as well. I mean, they made it into the second round of the upper bracket for a reason. These guys are so good, and Envy 3-0'd them, right? So what does it say about Envy? I think that says this team really is coming together at the right time. It's been tough as you adjust to a new patch, as Cal's talked about. I mean, he said he kind of had struggles. Dongmin also said he had struggles. So it seems
nobody
right
is
now,
doing
Shib,
Emma drops, and I have like 10 minutes left to watch, like with like a day left.
Bit of
Brother,
unease, right, to this new patch.
Emma drops were over like 2 days ago.
Finally starting to get string together wins, map after map. They're looking more comfortable, and I'd be scared, I think, going against Team Envy, whether I'm Shroud-X or Techie XD, because right now Team Envy is looking a lot better than they did earlier on in the tournament.
Can you briefly explain the benefits of an org?
Well,
I mean, to keep it short, like look at Sentinels for an example. Sentinels have an org. I'm pretty sure the org flew everyone to their headquarters and have them all playing in the same room.
Now, I believe out of that, it'd be 5 in a row.
that's one big benefit.
That has been surprising and upsetting a lot of
Ego Death, for an example, everyone's playing at home. You know, they're not being in person builds a lot more team synergy and team cohesion and all that stuff.
I'm curious to see
also, having an org helps with expenses. The org will pay you. The org would also probably you know, if you did make it to LAN, the org would pay you to go to LAN, pay for your food, pay for your hotel, and also the org would probably, you know, hire a coach for you, hire an analyst, you know, so you have more like you have more
right. That's the difficult aspect.
You have more
of
for
this
your team.
Is that, you know, how much can we really give towards Envy? Obviously,
so Ego Death's making it that far really good. I hope to see more of that team.
And the entirety of their team looked insane. Speedily was 16 finals window on the Vanguard role was 16. Cal with 20.
I hope. I don't know if any of I don't know if any person from Ego Death even watches me or probably even knows I said that, but I hope they do stick together. That they're a really good team, and plus they had a lot of great upsides against good teams.
This is the last time I'm doing an interview. Let that be known. I'm not letting my team pawn it on to me ever again.
What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they saying to you? There's like, Cal, get in there. Just go do it for us.
No, it's terrible. They're all terrible. We win. Our manager Tasman was like, all right, who's doing the interview? Who's doing it? The radio silence. Nobody says a single word. Nobody says anything. And it's like, come on, I need somebody. And I'm just like, just send me the link. None of them do it. But this is the last one.
I mean, we gotta
Hunt doing the next one.
I mean, you listen. You're doing all this for your boys over at your team. You got to like promote something here. Your Twitch, something. Just like you deserve the primage for sure. Being the champ. I mean, your team, bunch of babies over here not trying to show up for the interviews. So obviously you gotta promote something here right now. Right. This instance.
Nah, I got nothing to promote.
Oh my God.
Twitch.tv/Jay3.
I'll say
that's it. Buy my jersey.
Buy his jersey.
That's it.
He's even a company man. Are you kidding me? Tasmo, give this man a raise. Jesus. Cal, I mean, obvious question, first of all, after that series. It was an incredible match, and I think, you know, you really come alive, I think, as the tournament progresses. We talked about your Magneto playing that triple Vanguard, triple strategist, and I think also against Ego Death. I mean, what is it about those guys? You talked to us in an interview before saying how you kind of just match self. Is it still that same strategy? Do you guys just feel like you have Ego Death's number, or are you guys kind of hitting new peaks right now as a unit?
I think we're definitely improving pretty fast. I think we kind of had them downloaded because we got to watch them play yesterday against a team that I would say is around our caliber. And for like the Vanguard stuff, I mean, like I actually put on a clinic on Magneto today. Like, I was doing insane things. There was one of the fights where I killed 5, and I was kind of astonished that nobody shot at me.
Dude, Jesus.
We just had them downloaded.
Yeah, position was crazy. I mean, I need to ask as a team, what changed? It seems like, you know, you guys had that spurt where it was 3 losses in a row, and you guys look lights out now. It's like something switched. Is there anything you can attribute to that?
Oh, stop. Yeah, there was predictions.
I stopped staying up till 6 a.m. playing different games. I think that probably helped us a bit. And my team trusted me more because of that. And we kind of locked in. Like, we want a little vacation. We want to go to LAN. We want to win. And so we've kind of just been taking it a little bit more seriously.
Love it.
Yep, fair play, and it definitely it goes to show that. So maybe, you know, we'll talk about matchups.
Why was he benched? He was benched because he wasn't as consistent as a player. He was doing really bad.
Also, like in terms of the ban system that we have, it's forced a lot more flexibility out of you and your team. I mean, what is it like being a player in Marvel Rivals right now? Is it hard, obviously, flexing to so many heroes? Is that like the number one thing you might say to?
I mean, some players sometimes play really bad, and they bring out the bench player.
What do you think is your take on Marvel Rivals as a game right now with this like ban system that we have?
I think it takes away from players just playing like certain things. Like, I wouldn't really say that I'm like a DPS player. I'd say I'm just like I'm a Rivals player, you know. And I think like to really play the game at its peak and to play how it was meant to be played, I think you kind of have to be like that, not just play one role.
Yeah, I mean, you're showcasing that you've hit every single role in a ton of these games. I see the next lineup here. It's ShroudX or Techie. Is there a team that you are more afraid of playing? Not necessarily afraid is the right word. Was there a team that you wouldn't want to play out of the two of those?
Oh, give me them both. It don't matter. Give me them both. I'll get it done again.
Throw them to the wolves, man. Throw them to the wolves.
Damn.
What sparked this like new sense of confidence about you? I mean, I know you kind of always had that air. Maybe the interview, you know, being thrown into the interview every time has made you a stud when it comes to it. I mean, what sort of reinvigorated that confidence? Is it just playing that game more, like you said?
I don't know. I'm just trying to have some fun. I'm done being Mr. Nice Guy. I'm done being nice. We're gonna win everything.
Angler Mars.
It'll happen.
Appreciate the massive 12 months.
That's about it.
Love it. Let's honestly leave it off there. I mean, Cal. I mean, just what a great game for you guys, and I think we definitely need people like you in the scene. So thank you so much, Cal. I appreciate you, man. Any last words? Anything you want to say before we let you go?
I got no shoutouts. I hate my team. I'm not doing this interview stuff ever again. That's all them. I'm done.
It's always fun talking to you, though, man. I love the responses and the confidence. So I'm sure we might see you again if they do this to you again. But man, it's been a ton of fun, and I'll see you soon.
See ya. Thank you.
Thanks, Cal. Appreciate it. Yeah, I messaged Gator. I was like, Gator, when's the Jada interview? And he's just like, I'll let my players do it. And I was like, what do you mean, the one player, Cal? Yeah, he's done it every time for you guys. So that's insane. He's like, I'll do it at LAN, bro. I'll do it at LAN. Like, yeah, come on, man. Come on. Throwing Cal on the bus like that every time.
Yeah, they want it, right? I think that's what you need. You need to have that drive. They want to get there, and they're manifesting it. They keep saying they're going to do it, and they're doing it, and they're looking clean. I mean, these last two games have been
Oh
insane.
shit, let me start the predictions for
It's
Techie.
crazy how Cal
Techie XD against Shroud X.
to witness. Just
okay, chat, I'm going to start the predictions for Techie and Shroud X.
Matchup coming up here. We got
who do you guys think is going to win?
I'm not sure. Do you have any thoughts on what you think, how this might go? I'm not sure how you bet. I got to go back and look.
I think I had SDX winning 3-2. I also lost out on my bet on Ego Death 3-2. I said Ego Death was going to win.
X. I think Shroud is watching his team today, chat, so take that into consideration. Usually when Shroud watches his team ends up losing.
It feels like every team I blessed to win.
I think it's gonna be a lot of fun.
At this point, I should just shut my mouth and let you do all the talking, Chip.
No, we always had that conversation that we were just talking earlier about whatever teams you pick, we got to pick the opposite. But honestly, I'm in the same boat, man. I just keep picking the wrong teams. Their teams are so close, but speaking of close teams, we are once again going to be heading into Techie Shroud X very soon. Keep it locked right here. We'll see you after this break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Okay, well, let me see what you guys are doing here. Man, like, listen, I hope. I hate seeing teams lose, man. I hope Ego Death comes back in stage 2, though. I hope they don't change anything. So far, you guys are 55% on Shroud X and also 48% on Techie XD. Looks like there's some money going on the line here, chat. 600,000 on Techie and almost $1 million on Shroud. Come on, chat. Put your money in the bet. Who do you guys think is going to win? Techie and Shroud X. I think this is going to be a good series. I think both teams are really good. Both teams are probably, I don't want to say equal in skill, but I feel like both teams are trying to prove something. I think it's going to be good. Did Ego Death lose yesterday? Yes, Ego Death lost yesterday. That was the lower bracket game. Sadly, Ego Death is out. Jay, can we get an analysis of how it's going to go down? So what's going to happen is probably both of these teams are going to get into a game. They're probably going to ban some heroes and save some heroes, and they're going to go at it. One of these teams are going to win. What's going to happen? Hey, good shit, Cal. Good shit. Good shit. Yo, Cal, by the way, no one's going to... My chat was saying it, bro. How are you going to be, like, so nonchalant in your interview and all this stuff? Also, that flank on Mag with the 4K or 5K, jeez. Because I'm sick of doing interviews. Listen, your team is probably shy. Alright, sorry. They aren't? Bro! You know what? You know what will motivate them? If your org was like, hey, we're giving $250 or like $100 extra dollars or $50 extra dollars to whoever does these interviews. Hey, that will motivate them. Also, wait a minute. How are you in an org, Envy? Does Envy have any sponsorships? Do they not give you new computers, a chair, mouse pad, mouse? Nothing? We have no sponsors. Oh, Jesus. Okay, unfortunate. That's rough. That's rough. Wait, do you guys play today again, right? Wait. Yeah. You guys played last. Because I think this is gonna be the next lower bracket, then we have the upper bracket, and you guys play whoever whoever wins on this game, right? Techie against ShroudX, yeah. Oh, so that means if you win, we're gonna see another you on the interview, huh? That's funny. You got me any sponsors? Yeah, you need Rogaine? I got you. Are you losing a little bit of that hair? Aren't you like 19 or something? You're fine, bro.
Techie versus ShroudX.
You're 20?
So far,
Oh, shit.
ShroudX 4-0 versus Techie, but I'm sure they've been studying the tapes. Can they turn it around?
Do you turn
We'll find out
21 this
shortly.
year?
I think they definitely can. I think both teams is going to be an interesting match. This might be.
Damn. When's your birthday? What month? 3 months?
ShroudX are on the come up.
Nice.
How strong Techie are, right? Looking back in the history, it was a 2-0.
October 15th,
2001. Same thing with the Rocco.
God damn, you're in 2004.
The same thing happened in Hell's Heaven.
Bro, I'm 10 years older than you. I'm 94. Holy shit.
Is that ability to kind of clutch up when it matters most. I think ShroudX is doing better at overcoming, those obstacles.
God damn,
But
chat,
Techie,
bro, I
yesterday,
feel
they had
old.
chances versus Sentinels, and man, every single time, for the people that watched it, it just felt like Techie was right there to closing out, and they just lost.
Hey, good shit. I'm guessing you guys have to prepare for the next one, huh?
It's funny that you bring that up. I think that they are always in the conversation for taking home the win, even against insane competition, even against things like 100 Thieves. They're just so close, they just can't push through it.
We just watched the match? Ah, okay. Oh, I guess you guys are watching the match, see what they're playing, and what do you call it? Figure out what you guys are going to do.
With a ton of time still on the clock, it seems like something switched, and we got to see if that translates.
J3, I beat you. I'm 74. There's no way you're fucking 74, that Spider Lily. No fucking shot.
And ShroudX, that conversation is almost across the board. Great talent there.
My dad was born in
Yeah,
62.
absolutely. This is where the top and the pinnacle.
You're close
of
to my
North
dad.
America lies. Techie XD has, I think, at this point, not inarguably, but definitely one of the top silos.
That's awesome, bro. I'm so glad I have older, what do you call it? An older chat.
That guy for sure.
I'm glad I don't have one of those like middle school chats.
Blur don't get enough credit for how good they are, and also Wolfles and
I'm a writer. Look me up. Wait, are you like an actual published author?
Was it Cal before that said Wolfles had plot armor? Someone said that Wolfles has plot armor.
I think it was Guru.
It was Guru that said that. So
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is Wolfles
Yes.
tournament to lose. It feels
What? Are you famous? Do I have a famous person in my chat? That's crazy, bro.
Has also had like 5 out of 6 MVPs or something crazy like that. A disgusting backline. So their whole team, nothing to scoff at. They all have ability. They want the respect. They mentioned.
Nah,
they
you're
don't wanna be
famous.
considered an underdog.
I'm saying you're
They wanna
famous.
be known as
That's
a team
crazy.
strong and is capable of taking home any win, and we've seen that from them as they've shown up against a lot of these huge teams. As you see here, Tap getting a quad, if not a penta. There's that penta over here. Plays a mean Punisher as well. So the entirety of this team's got talent.
Isn't Cal in your chat? He's famous. Who's Cal?
On ShroudX Dongman yesterday, the amount of Aya Vagamotos that were huge, I can't even count. It was 5-piece after 5-piece. Team just clutching up. Nuck is potentially the most versatile, if not, one of the strongest strategists in the entire game in that conversation as well. Impunity, a great Hulk, a ton. This entire the duelist line is even in the conversation.
I don't know who Cal is, bro. Cal didn't give me a what do you call it? A shout out. The guy asked him twice if he wants to shout out anyone, and he said no one.
Alongside, just to match it, and they've been the biggest thing I think for them this patch is they've been figuring out this meta very well. I think it's been kind of
No,
to their
it's
strengths,
just,
right?
it's just funny. I'm pulling your
said that
strings,
in the
man.
interview. Vision's one of the best Namors in the world, if not the best.
No, Cal, don't do it, bro. Don't do it. That's just, don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Right? I think a lot of their game plans has revolved around him on that Star-Lord. I think him sort of
Wait,
leveling up.
Wild in Flats' chat, I'm an unk
right now,
status.
I think they're peaking at the right time,
But in here, I'm a baby. Wait, how old are you? 25?
Right, we saw
Wait, Flats' chat is a bunch of like kids?
versus his signed roster in FlyQuest in the group stages. But it seems like over here,
Why do I feel like that doesn't make any sense?
They're at the same level.
I feel like Flats' chat isn't a bunch of kids. I feel like it,
of the game, faltered. We'll see if Techie XD can take the next step.
I feel like they're a bunch of boomers because all he does is sit in practice range and talk and doesn't play the game.
That conversation, so I like
they're a bunch of his chat is a bunch of boomers who like podcasts.
You know, like I said, they've lost 4 against Shroud X with no map taken. So that is a tough look, but it goes back to the conversation of this has been probably their biggest studying up. I'm sure they've had nothing but eyes on this team, knowing it was coming, and just the issues that they've faced in the past. These are the kind of games.
Wait, Emily likes podcasts as well. No, sorry.
The most. You really want to see why did that happen, and then make the adjustments. So I'm seeing, you know, the difficult side is I'm not quite sure.
Oh, nothing. You didn't hear me? Okay.
They do, so the banning may be a little tricky, and we know how much of an advantage that can be. So it is a tricky.
Everyone in Flats' chat talks about taxes and mortgages. That's what I talk about.
Oh, absolutely. I think, and you know what, we hear it so many times. It's definitely a cliche, but to be the best, you got to beat the best. So right now,
because you appeal to a much more audience, mature audience. That is not true. Have you seen my type of humor?
Has a number on them, right?
My type of humor is not mature, bro.
Obviously, Ego had faltered. You know, when it mattered most, they couldn't take down Envy.
I was literally talking about
the team that had their number.
We were spectating the rank 1 Moon Knight, and I was saying put your Moon Knight ult behind the team while your team pushes in from the front, so you hit them both from the back and the front.
So both these teams are at their current pinnacle, and you know, I'd be curious to see if Techie, like you said, has been studying up on Shroud X enough, or even can just react to them, because right now Shroud X have been changing a lot as well. So it's not the same team we've seen when it was the first time they played against each other. They've adapted, they've improved as well throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Okay, chat, let's see this.
Like a strange band, maybe you somehow.
Calm down. Let's see this. We gotta watch this.
Shroud X did have that conversation with feeling. Dongman said much more comfortable on the Strange than anything, but we'll be able to pull out that Magneto by today.
Okay,
but
let's see.
You know, that kind of stuff.
Techie against Shroud X, chat. I know that Dongman has been popping the fuck off. He was disgusting on Doctor Strange lately. Vision as well. Doomed is crazy.
Looking pretty standard indeed.
Shroud X does have a good team. The last time they played, it was great. Techie, on the other hand, Tap has been crazy, and the ad guy, the AD, that guy's been insane.
So actually kind of, you know, very similar playstyle wise. I think Shroud X can play that triple res composition, although I think as a unit, I don't know how good they are on triple res. I think that they
Jay,
have,
can you pause the stream? I gotta use the bathroom. Yeah, bro, just piss yourself.
You know, a really good.
Who's gonna know?
Like I said, in Doomed, I feel like he's one of the best stalwarts in the game. But you know, around the triple res composition, it's not just about the stalwart; it's about the whole team. So we'll see what they want to do. They protected Wolverine though, understanding how strong that hero is, like we've seen lately, right, Shib?
Yeah, Wolverine is a menace, especially against the Vanguards. Obviously, we talk about it all the time. It does essentially take the Vanguards out of the play. If you don't have that invis or some sort of protection with a Loki crystal or something to negate that tackle, you're always on your heels and you're always saving cooldowns, and changing your style of play like that is so much value, and you always got to have eyes over your shoulder. It's terrifying to go against, especially at this level of play, and we just saw last map Cal with 20 final hits there, playing a ton of Wolverine.
So yeah, we're going on to Hell's Heaven. We're going to Domination. Captain America removed. Emma Frost removed. Focus more towards those Vanguards. Opposite side, we have Emma.
Okay, I feel like they're going a more casual, more early. You know, not early, but
so we do have triple
easy bans, chat. The only weird ban that I see is Captain America. I forgot who played Captain America.
But you know, usually I think Triple Shredders with Adam Warlock on Hell's Heaven isn't necessarily the best map for it. Usually, I feel like that we're seeing a lot of. Especially
I am actually very excited about both teams running Wolverine, and both teams are running their own version of the throws. So one team looked like they were playing Hulk, one team was playing
Black Panther player besides like Amazing and stuff, but
fuck the Rock guy.
Viable option here.
Remington did pop off on Clintar there in that first map. It was awesome to watch. Haven't seen it since, but you're right. Definitely a strong Black Panther that is now out.
Also, I just want to say, I'm sorry, my brain is a little slow today. We watched the tournament yesterday for 15 or 16 hours. I only had 5 hours of sleep. I don't know how I'm awake in an 11-hour stream, but we're doing it. But we're doing it. Let's see this.
You know, I want to see what's played, right? I feel like that Namor stuff can be thrown out for Shroud X. I think that's actually, in my opinion, the best thing in this meta, right? We'll see how
I think I do. I think I do like Shroud X's team comp a little bit better.
That might impact Techie in the performance. Regardless, I do feel like on Domination we've seen so much good Namor play. It feels like it always wins.
I don't like
we'll see how it pans out, though.
the Cloak and Dagger though. I like the
both
Luna for the other
definitely
team.
want to win map number 1, because if they don't, that's a bad precipice moving forward, as both these teams, if they lose this series, they are done out of the Ignite series.
Dongmin already on point and with the team.
What is Avery? What is that face cam? What's going on?
That fastball special ready to be used if need be. The tackle out just to buy some time. I don't believe the passive was popped just yet, as the space is owned here by Techie around this natural cover, and the point is not quite moving just yet. Doomed with the throw. Try to find something, but no. This is a decent map for Wolverine just due to the off angle. You can actually find an off map here if you tackle from the right side, which is very threatening. And we might see it right now. No. Not able to do so. His vision, great focus there. Down goes Avery, and we talk about the success of Namor into these heroes that play aggressively and try to find early picks.
A challenge for any of you guys who've never watched a hero shooter before. By the way, now coming into the side, we'll talk about it later. Incoming aggressive play by Nook as well to keep the team sustained against odd with the copy. But
okay, he used his ult before they got Maggle. That's good.
The whale goes out. Infidel and Doomed. 2. Dongmin on the Blur. 3. Dongmin again onto Avery. Allowed that Dr. Strange, and their whole team goes down. A Shroud X up with 3% and counting.
Definitely back to the original topic, like we've seen in terms of these first fights, right, in the entire map. You can see who's doing the most damage if you're not looking at just stats. In terms of ult charge built, if this is your first time watching a hero shooter, Vision's building a very, very fast ultimate. Tap also doing the same thing. But I feel like the constant presence of this Namor is really annoying.
Bro, I don't understand what this guy's face cam is pointing at, bro. Someone said, is this guy's face cam in his pants, bro?
So much damage, building so many whales. It is farming up Techie's Stratus ultimates, but it's hard for Avery or Tap to purchase any sort of space.
Yeah, I really like the composition here from Shroud X to help against that Wolverine. You do have that invis, which is not matched on the other side. And here goes the tackle. Eye of Agamotto out from Dongmin. Finds a few, but no.
Oh, what a block by Dongmin. Yo, Dongmin has a really good Doctor Strange.
Building up to that ultimate at 61. Doom trying to get a second pick here. Dropping back there into the invisible belt. The entire team's falling as Doom takes out Brute. Make that 3. Impunity cleaning up Waffles here.
Bro, look, watching these Wolverine players make me really want to chat. I need to learn Wolverine, man. I need to.
I don't want to make any for sure statements.
Oh, and that's a good spot to be in. Wow, I've actually never seen someone go up there.
Is he looking through the wall there? Did you see that on the... okay, we might have to look at that later. That's insane. If that's a spot on Wolverine to look through on that box, that's interesting. Regardless, I do think that this Namor Hulk stuff feels like it's the meta on Domination, even with Human Torch being available at times. It's not in this
series. Bro, I haven't learned Wolverine yet because I haven't been playing, dude. I've been watching the tournament.
Finds some value in the back line. Misses the tackle there. Does have this last stand ready.
No, we need more Wolverines, man.
Directly in the back line, and that's how the combination works. And that's a setup ult here from Blur with the clobbering, but there's too much healing out right now. The whale does land on a bunch, but it's not enough to get the pick. It's Psyche lied. Woofles goes down.
Nice shot.
Wow, Shroud X really feels comfortable in this composition. This comp together is so fluid. All the ults go out for Techie. Not a lot of value, but as I say that, Blur gonna take
oh no. Wait, that wasn't his Invisible Man.
I feel like these days it's tough to really say like a comp gap and stuff. By the way, as a potential touch comes through, Ad just wants to give it up. They want to go to the next round. But I think this is the first time I feel confident in saying that is a comp gap. I don't know. Like, it just felt like the Namor was so oppressive. The Hulk, I mean, the Hulk is always looking for Tap. Impunity's entire job was to hunt down Tap, make sure that he was not comfortable. And then on the front line, anchoring was Dongmin. And then...
Oh, no, Chad. Techie's not looking good, bro. Techie got 1 kill in that whole round, bro. He got 1 kill in that whole round.
As it gets, right, Shib?
Yeah,
bro.
I mean, that was so fluid. Like I said, I think their comp is just insane. I think it's so difficult to go against. They have that invis to counter and help with the wolf, which you see over Blur on the. He's playing the thing here for the reason.
That's fucking tough, bro. That is tough.
Right now, the ace. It's just not as much value as something like a combination with that team up with Hulk and Namor. It's just so much more there. Yes, you can throw, but then
that's not good. As soon as you start a series, chat, as soon as you start a tournament and you go the first round with that, with getting only one kill, it hurts. It hurts, bro. The motivation.
Next round, I mean, Namor also comes more online, right? You have these pillars to work off of. The map moves up and down, so there's a lot of variation that I think this Namor can take advantage of. Meanwhile, Techie's really main change is Avery over to that Bucky. We'll see if it pans out for them. Maybe that damage to the front line can be a lot, especially since people will say how Hulk can get hard countered by some heroes. We'll see if Impunity struggles with Avery.
Competitive Marvel Rivals does have the best ban system. A lot of games need to do that to prevent mirror comps. I love it.
Holding that natural cover, Impunity on that Hulk, gonna pop that ultimate and try to own the space. Dongmin up goes Brute, does not land again. These fights are so Impunity with a nice pick on Ad, and that's an early strat line pick.
Tap just needs to lock it in, bro.
Vision with the blessing, so he was in the sky blocking that meteor ram. They're still kind of coming back. Those visions went down. That is removing a lot of damage with that whale, but here comes Dogman with a huge eye. No, doesn't connect on anybody.
And the fights are neutral here. Woofles holding on to that Luna ultimate, just keeping the team healthy on point. Nobody got point yet. Avery, and that's
there you go, Avery.
On the side of Techie, but it does
I mean, they're getting kills this round, but
Avery from Dongman, these trades.
Oh, there you go, Blur. There you go, Blur. There you go, Tap.
Up 3 as Doom goes down. Tap finally showcasing the power of that Psylocke Blur onto Impunity, and again.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of mirror comps as well. I've watched a lot of like Overwatch tournaments, and Overwatch does have a lot of mirror matchups, and it does kind of get boring pretty quick. I do like the spiciness to this, and like every game is going to be a little different. The bans are going to be different. The characters are going to be different. The team comps are going to be different. Some teams like running res comps. Some teams like running something else. It's noise.
Costing him his life afterwards. His tap down the follow through, and here comes that butterfly.
Matched immediately by the invisible boundary. Good job, Fidel. Great reaction time. Back to the point the whole team goes, and down goes Tap. Wow. Vision talking about being one of the strongest Namors. Just showcased again. Dongmin onto Brute. And they are up 2, trying to get this point back early. 33% is a bit, but it's not enough to be that impactful. Up goes the whale. Down goes Woofles. Vision always landing those heavy as Nuck takes out Avery, and Shroud X will take this point back.
Yeah, I think based on what we've seen in terms of Namor's North America, I mean, they portaled. Block on both sides. Here he comes through. Here comes the strength through the portal. But as you can see, everybody's working on blocking, making sure you can body block those people coming to the point. But I think it is a valid point to say Vision is probably the best Namor, one of the best Namors in North America, besides like Delena and Rymazing. There's also a few other ones, but regardless, those have kind of been the standouts so far in the Ignite series. Now for Shroud X, they have every ultimate except that Namor whale, but he's building it so quickly. We'll see how Techie responds in this upcoming fight with the Kraken Impact. They won last time this fight, had full ultimate charge.
Yeah, it's roughly even across the board here in terms of all charge. Fidel will get it back, and that will put them ahead as Ad and Tap are going to be low in terms of the charge here. So this fight likely going to go in Shroud's favor. At least odds are. Brute going to take this space early, holding onto that meteor end, ready to play with the freeze there on the hole.
Oh, unfortunate from Doom, but good ult by Woofles. Woofles. Oh, Shroud X has 4 ults. Uh-oh. Oh, so does Techie, though.
If they want this, Avery goes up, but it does get matched again. Great work by these counter ults from Fidel, who are finding perfect timing here. And again, Brute not able to land that meteor.
Mentioning the best Namor players, and then mention Jay3. Yeah, bro, what the fuck?
So intelligently and patiently.
Yo, they better put some respect on my name, chat. Hello.
Too late. I mean, losing 2 members of the team. I feel like Avery's playing this so well on the Bucky, but now everybody's grouping up together, getting that Hulk bubble, playing in the dagger, or the Storm Dagger, Storm Dagger. So right now they're able to come back through after those cooldowns are popped, and now Tap is just there to clean up. Again, we saw this previously from Techie.
Yeah, Ad finds Dongman. Tap
come on, Techie. Come on, Techie. You guys gotta cap it. You guys gotta cap it. Come on.
Way back onto this point, but will they be able to get the charge back? 80% for the side of Shroud X, which is a good start here. Just kind of stalling and holding and falling on that point for as long as possible. But Techie in a good position here. We do have Vision.
Listen, if Namor ever becomes meta, chat,
about it as Avery will have Kraken.
You know, these fights go
I'll make a team of just me, myself, and I. I'll take on the world with just 3 people.
Techie taking full advantage of the Psylocke, but you know, we've seen Shroud before again with this whale find eliminations through these Shroud's ultimates. It's on Ad, I think, to save those crystals, but it's so hard, so much pressure coming through as well as you have final or last stand available. We'll see how they act. I mean, Avery with that with the Bucky ultimate, the Kraken Impact could go big, but right now they're leaving Tap behind right now on the flank, just kind of walking in. Namor whale ready to go.
Yeah, and again, they are just getting this charge up 81%. Techie doing a good job here. This is what you need to see to try to get this match tied up for the side of Techie. Good pull again. And I like this switch over from Avery on to Bucky, who is getting a ton of value here and does have that Kraken ready. We know how strong that could be, but Shroud X up in alt charge here. They've got to make a play quickly as Doom does, but do they get enough
Damn,
value?
dude, that's his second ult that gets countered straight off the bat like that.
Very powerful and almost had all, but Avery finds two. Do we see
Good shit by Avery. Good shit by Avery. Hey, they can win this round. Hey, 50-50.
Who is showcasing the power of that Kraken, make it 4. Do we see 5? Avery.
Oh.
Here for Bucky at 99%, and they're gonna have to teleport back quickly.
And they have to come back.
That doesn't look like they're teleporting. No, they lost a round. Nice, chat. Nice. We're going to a round 3. I think this series is probably going to be the most...
Maybe this is what we heard in those.
I think this series is going to be the closest. I don't know. Next is Sentinels and 100 Thieves. I think that's going to be a really good one as well.
Just what a play in general. That was just so clean by the side of Techie XD, right, man? I mean, that was beautiful from Avery, like you said, with the Kraken impacts, and they brought it back around the corner.
Yeah, I like the change in composition there. I think the change from Avery
wow,
was
Shroud
game
X
winning,
still
at
is
least map winning
running it with the stats though, but stats don't mean everything, chat. It's a tie game right now. Stats don't mean everything.
Besides one fight, which they still won with a pop off there from Avery, is we're gonna see Vision make that change too.
And I want to see how Shroud X reacts, right? It seems to be back and forth in terms of heroes, but you know, domination, you really have to like kind of lock your comp and build off of your ultimates. Right now, those changes, we'll see if they'll sort of react well, because you get rid of Avery on that Wolverine from the previous map, so that does make sense why you can go over to Groot now. Don't have to worry about
I think they used their portal already.
You have to deal with Bucky on that Kraken impact.
Yeah, we do see Doom. He's going to maintain that Wolverine. It's not going to be matched by Techie, who we're finding not as much success, and that's just due to Fidel on that Invis, who's done a great job countering ultimates there with that invisible boundary. But we do see the reset again as the teams will hold on and go to point 3 for game 1. And this just goes to show you Techie, they want this W. They've done their homework. Can they come through as they are up in alt advantage?
Tap poked out early. Everybody sort of playing back with these hooks from Visions, whiffing on both sides. Avery also looking for his own, right? He was able to get so many of them in the previous round. We'll see if he does it again. Last stand also only halfway through for Doom's side. Here comes early dance of the butterfly, trying to force out a Shredder's ultimate. Comes out a little bit late, trying to get maximum value out of this. Also towards the point, they're able to find Blur. Tap, go, can't dash away. Fidel finds him. Nice job with the physics to bring them back in. Here comes a late Meteor M from Brute. Will it connect? I mean, everybody's faded away with the cloak. Nice job from them to keep everybody healthy.
Good fade, man. Good fade. Good fade.
Have the advantage here. Techie use Shredder's ultimate to respond. Wolf comes back through with the Fate of the Worlds. Nobody's taking the point just yet, but oh my god, what a wall there from Impunity to block off all of the healing. The damage follow-up is there. The portal comes out late from Blur, so they'll have a chance to contest the point for a little bit longer, but Tap's going to go down as well. He's made the swap over to Wolverine. Everybody else is going to go back to the spawn now as Techie resets. Shroud take control of the point.
Shroud X down in ults in the first fight. Not only down in ults, managing to find more picks, holding on, being patient, committing again, making sure that teleport doesn't get value, and then not overcommitting ults, and now still being up 3. That was a masterclass on defense there by Shroud X, who held on, being down in ults.
I feel like Shroud X looks like a different team today.
Walking in now is Techie,
I don't know.
Right? They only have that copy from Odd Side. Shroud X are
something is telling me that they're a different team today.
Builds up that invisible boundary so quickly. Just had it in the previous fight. Tap now over to the Psylocke. Avery over to the Wolverine. So they've had to make a few swaps. And Avery, oh no, got picked early. The hook from Visions created that opening. And you're probably not going to use any ultimates from Techie. You probably just want to go for a fast reset. And that's tough because it was so efficient. No, you get caught out by a Shrinkling Prison as well. The follow-up is there from the Terror Cape. And it's one by one that Techie falls as they have to keep dealing with hooks again. Tap has to dash away, but it's going to be so hard to live. Able to barely live, getting the healing from his team. Brute now respawns. And Techie nearly halfway to losing this map in the 3rd round.
Yeah, and again, Shroud X up in alt in the next fight. I mean, Techie XD's got to show up here, but Shroud X really well done. You can see
how many
just the
team members can you
and the
have?
confidence they're playing. Really
I think you can have as many as you want.
Because it doesn't matter if they take the fight first. Let them come to them.
I would say some teams have 6 players, so everyone plays every map, and some teams have like maybe 7 or 8. 2 bench players, maybe even 9.
That's a nice tackle, just barely missed there.
1 extra player for each role.
Idea, but it does not come through as the bubble likely protected. We do go up here from Brute. Will this one land? Heading towards the
come on, Brute.
Is that bond out to hold on the
He's better than that. Oh, that's a big ult. It's a big ult by Blur.
And then commit ults. But as I'm saying that, Fidel, out goes the invisible boundary. Dogman, oh, with the big potential there, does get clipped by the ceiling, but that could have been terrifying.
Yeah, could have been terrifying if that connected on the back line. Tap, though, with the Dance of Butterflies. This is
I saw an Asia team with 11 players. Yeah, then like that, for an example. You can have 11 players.
A little bit quiet in this map, but it's been hard for him to find these eliminations by himself. Needs his team to help set him up. And Techie finally controlled that objective and push away
Jay,
Shrodex, who have ultimates ready to go.
I didn't
In the next
shower
fight,
today.
They have nothing. Techie XD.
Yeah, I mean, Techie is now, you know, at 10%, but Shroud-X, it's one fight territory. They should have the teleport back for Techies. I think it was used a little bit over 3 minutes ago. I'm not 100% sure on that. We will find out, I guess, the hard way if Shroud-X is able to retake this point. They do have ult advantage here. Impunity, you know how strong this combination is. You see here,
Impunity, he has a good group. And he has the combo with Vision here. Seal it away. Call it a GG round 1.
And then it will get launched here. Impunity just waiting, buying, and there it is downtown.
Oh, he tried to go for the back line and only got one person. But he did get a reset.
Because it was on a Loki clone, and
that was a good fucking hook. Oh my god, that was a good fucking hook by Vision. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Out goes the bond, but it is now matched by the invisible boundaries. That a two-piece there, as both cooldowns were used. So I think that actually both strats actually overlaid there.
Yeah, overlaid is not ideal. Now Shroud-X sitting back. Maybe Doom can clutch it up with this ultimate ready to go. Wolf's coming up on his own tap. Meanwhile, Dance of the Butterflies into the Stagger Storm. Able to stay alive.
Oh, wait, no.
As well.
Was it
The
Vision?
rest of Shroud-X
No, that was Avery, wasn't it?
Lose all that healing on the front line. Is everybody trying to stay alive?
Oh, that was
due to
Vision.
The Dance of the Butterflies. Dongman falls. Here comes Doom. Maybe with the... Oh, no!
Oh!
It's traded on the backside. Last stand from him, only to connect onto that Loki. And with that, I mean, Shroud-X just has to play slow and main. A lot of poke damage coming through from them. But they're still looking to kind of fight this. They're sort of making it scrappy as now they come back through with that portal. Hooks can't potentially come through it.
Bro, I don't know.
It
looks like
jump back
I'm
to
fucking
his
losing
team,
my mind
but
right
they
now,
just play
chat.
around this back corner of the point, right? Make sure they cannot go down to these walls. Also set up tap on that flank.
Vision has another ult. I'm pretty sure he's gonna wait for his group to come back, maybe. Try to get a full team fight. No, you can't. You can't wait. You can't wait for your team yet. You can't wait for your team, bro. Even though, oh my god, don't tell me Shroud-X is gonna lose with 4 ults, bro. 4.
That Bucky in the
4.
sky again with the reset on the Dongman. Overtime takes down. They don't have the portal as well because they just used it. Another friendly person trying to save it, but Impunity going down.
4, chat. 4.
Will win map 1.
Wow, you know what? I would not have put money on it after having ult advantage there from Shroud-X. They just did not find the value with that combination of the Prison and Kraken Impact, and it really did bite them
4.
there. Techie just holding on. Despite being down in ults in multiple fights, it just was all about that final retake. Once they got the point, they just never let it go. And
They had 4 ults.
Although it did look clean, they just could not find value on the side of Shroud-X with those ults.
Yeah, really, that switch to the Bucky was huge. I think Avery popped off. I think this guy is definitely a top-tier Bucky. Same thing with Vision, but I mean, just what a performance by him.
Damn,
also
man. Hey,
really
I think any team can win this series, though. Any team can win this series. Both teams,
swap, right? That's all
both
that took.
teams are good.
Avery on Wolverine, round number 1. Struggling, same thing with Tap versus that Namor. But that immediate switch to the Bucky has resulted in the side of Shroud-X sort of not panicking, but figuring out a solution, because right now that Bucky was doing way too much. And Avery, I think...
What's up, Bunny?
I mean, he's definitely been sort of an unsung hero of this team of Tech DXD, but he definitely popped off there.
Yeah, definitely known for the flying composition, but that switch to Bucky was it. Right, as soon as that happened, Tides started turning back in their favor. Speaking of Tides, we did see a lot of this Namor, which was switched off there towards the end, but found a lot of value early on. Just not able to get the the job done here on that map. So what a play here by Techie, who really showed up when they needed to, despite Shroud-X looking dominant for the vast majority.
I looked away for 2 seconds. Shroud lost. Absolutely. Why would you look away for 2 seconds when it was an overtime situation? It was like 99-99. It was last fight.
Practice. We see like a lot of teams just figure out, okay, this comp can't be played, okay, this comp can, right? We saw with that Psylocke and alongside the Wolverine, that Namor comp really dismantled it. But once they swap to that Bucky, it just feels like that Hulk can't
Shroud
stay alive.
said, why do they always lose when I watch?
And
They didn't lose yet.
They
They lost the first round. There's a lot of teams who lose the first round but end up bouncing back and winning the series.
But that reverse sweep, that sort of steady climb back from Techie after they swap Tap back over to that Psylocke, Avery onto that Bucky yet again. And they, you know, despite, I think was it Guru that said it, or was it Boger that I think that said it today? You kind of want to just play those comfort picks. You know, we've seen Tap pop off on Psylocke. He's so good. Avery kind of the same thing. There's so many good Bucky players. I feel like,
how long are those
not that it's a crutch or anything, but there's so many good Bucky players in North America.
Usually some games last 2 hours, maybe 2.5.
On the Human Torch, but he looks even better, I think, on the Bucky.
He found a lot of value waiting for the walls to go up there for Groot and then getting pulls early on and kind of throwing off the mojo of what the idea of the play was.
I didn't play any games today.
So
I did 11 hours of straight watching. I did 2 games of content though. We watched The Hacker and we watched Rank 1 Moon Knight.
But then faltering in that moment, which, you know, it has been the storyline of them, but I know they have the capabilities to get through and pull back a W and sweep this back. But we'll find out if they can do that right after this break.
All right, chat. That was a little break. Is Jay3 naked yet? What? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. 1 second. Man, I want some pop.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Welcome back, everyone. Techie XD showing up map 1 and taking it from Shroud X. Will they proceed forward or will Shroud X bounce back? Find out very shortly as it now goes into Convoy or Convergence, and the choice is Shroud X.
Yeah, want to see where they take us, but I mean that's the biggest thing is that you winning a map off of a team that seemed to have dominated you so far. Like I think that's definitely huge for the momentum shift in terms of, you know, the confidence of this team to win a map off of Shroud X, who has been very good against Techie XD, although it's been close and competitive every time. And this is what we're talking about with the ego death situation. I feel like Techie XD, you know, they're kind of proving not that, you know, it's tough. Envy is a hard team to beat. Don't get me wrong, but I think Techie XD, I think even though they didn't get first blood versus a you know, top tier team in terms of the signed teams, Techies they've sort of proven throughout the tournament they might be the better team overall in terms of an unsigned roster that deserves to be picked up. Across the whole roster, I think that they definitely have top tier talent that needs to be looked at for a lot of esports organizations.
Yeah, and they're starting to branch into that conversation we had about a very strong composition of that divey, you know, Cap and Psylocke composition with maybe even Torch. As we know, Avery can get up in the sky. Obviously, some of that stuff is getting banned out, but they're not afraid to pull that out, which has found a ton of success in this tournament so far. So they have that in the bag, which has helped them with a ton of W's. But even in that moment, Avery pulling out the Bucky and getting so much value with those pulls. It's seemingly, you know, honestly, a little bit of it has to go to ShroudX, who had alt advantage and just couldn't quite get a ton of value. But that is also good positioning there by Techie.
I think we're in for a banger. I think, Shib. I mean, first map had gone down to the wire for both sides. ShroudX capping out to 99, and then, like you said, Techie kind of coming back, sort of cloning themselves back into it. We'll see what the bans are this phase. I know that ShroudX potentially on a Convoy and Convergence looking to play that potential triple strategist compositions. We'll see how Techie reacts to that. I know that comp is good, very hard to play, but for ShroudX, we'll see what they opt to do, right? We do have that Ultron availability still here. Also, Loki bans coming through now on the side of Techie XD, not wanting to deal with ShroudX and that Loki. Punisher ban on the opposite side, not wanting to deal with tap on that character.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that makes sense because when you lock in that Magneto, it does, although you think, you know, you can use the Meteor to counter, a lot of the time that bubble comes out, it makes it even more difficult and you waste the ultimate anyway. So there is value in Magneto in countering it. But at this level of play, they always have that shield ready with the ultimate to keep moving forward.
Wolverine going to be protected as well for ShroudX. They want to play that character again as they did on map number 1. For Techie, I want to see what they do. Will they even protect the Wolverine? Do they want to play around it? I think you kind of at times need that Wolverine in case they do play Groot. And the Doctor Strange ban comes through because they don't want Dongmin on that hero. I think Dongmin talked about how he was, his words, not mine, missing Meteor M's on Magneto. So maybe putting him over to that Doctor Strange was helpful, and getting rid of it now for Techie XD. Maybe they want Dongmin to prove he can still hit those Meteor M's on that Magneto. Dongmin, a very good Magneto player, by the way. I think he's just being hard on himself. But now Luna Snow protect from his signed Psylocke ban to make sure Tap can't play that hero, and a lot of targets towards both Avery and Tap, it looks like, for ShroudX. Opposite side, they don't want to deal with that Loki, making sure that that Shredditus line is a little bit weaker for ShroudX.
We will see Doomed on that Wolverine again, and that showed a lot of value early on in the domination mode. But on Arako here, you can be very aggressive, and we talk about those portal plays, and you have escape if you overcommit a little bit. So we definitely will see some of that. But also that Punisher, you can set up here after point 1. ShroudX going to be defending, obviously. Curious to see if they will run that triple, but you can find
Sorry,
those off
I had to go
with the teleport
refill my water
as well and get behind the enemy holding you tight. But we will see what it looks like as we dive in here in terms of Arako in the past. Obviously, this one went to the side of ShroudX, but it is a new game, and Techie's really showcasing that they can pull through.
Chat, I wasn't wiping my ass while saying sorry. What are you guys saying? Brie, I am though for 10 months. I appreciate it. I hope all's well. I don't know if I said that, but
the advice
appreciate
that
it.
domination can be a bit 50-50 sometimes, and you know, if one fight doesn't go your way, you give up so much percentage. So, you know, domination, maybe not seen as the most strategic map out of all of the maps in Marvel Rivals, but it definitely can be the most important map to win, right? Even though at times it could feel random, it's still 1/3 of the game modes, right? So you have to win on domination, even if at times it feels unfair.
Come on.
Now on the
Come on,
attack of
ShroudX.
side,
I want you guys to
we're
win the
gonna see
next
them put
round.
Hello
I
alongside
want
the
this
Bucky.
series to be
And
close.
with the
Let's get it.
Hulk out of all characters alongside Brute, so cool to see Techie play that.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen much of that. I think
that was
Blur
actually pretty
definitely
good.
has it in the bag, and Blur's not afraid to pull out things like Cap as well as they press forward. But you know, definitely a different decision, and we don't see the tight hold here from ShroudX, which I'm a little bit surprised of. I think they've seen, I mean, the other teams have found a lot of success with in the past, but maybe it's just a little too risky. And since they don't have that strange teleport back, that's probably why they're doing it, right? It does make sense that you can't guarantee 3 fights if you don't have that teleport, but this is that angle I'm talking about. You see Doom taking that height in case anyone tries to portal off, and they can immediately drop them in that garbage bin that is that opening here on point 1. So smart idea, but it doesn't look like it came into fruition as Avery presses forward and is staying on top of that. Bucky Fidel gonna find one on Tap here and put ShroudX up on the D.
A huge pick off onto Tap, and You know, as we talk about the group being in play and no Wolverine right now, Doomed on the opposite side, another Wolverine play again, grabs him, brings him back to the team. Dongman there with the follow-up, so Techie sort of on the back foot. I mean, it's tough when you're against the Wolverine, but also when you're against that group and don't have your own Wolverine. So right now, Techie having to figure things out.
15 months. How you doing, my friend?
America, maybe you can create a little bit of space towards this backline and force early Shrouded ultimates because they have been built first for Shroud X.
Okay, chat.
Yeah, and it is at
this map is ass. This map is not ass. I like this map.
We're holding this corner tight. Dongman does have that Meteor, Fidel, Vision,
I like this map.
And Nuck as well. And slightly behind. Impunity, you're electing to play that Groot a lot more. Very, very good Groot. You just got to see some big big Strangling Prisons coming up here. Nuck gonna find Blur, and that's another early take from the strategist lines on Shroud X prior to these fights as they're trying to play aggressive here. We talk about Blur able to play that Captain America as well, already making that switch. Is Doom trying to find an off map. Instead gonna elect to go back to the back line and get healed up.
And now they go on through. Meteor M coming through on the backside. Also, Kraken impact from Avery.
I like this map. This is a good map.
Space for him, kind of giving that supportive back line as it's met by Shredder's ultimates, but the first pick's been found on the Impunity.
Oh, there's no way. Yo, Dongman, wait a minute. What was that, bro? That man just tried to fucking Kobe for the 3 and try to win the game, but he airballed.
On the opposition from Techie. Alt advantage now going to be back in the favor of Shroud X. Excuse me. Will Techie going to match that as Blur? Uses Captain America.
I like this. This map is really fun. It grew on me as well.
And Vision going to collapse right back towards them. Try to negate that ultimate. Nice pick there by Vision onto Avery. Taking that space, only able to find one, but that will be enough.
Good shot. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. His team is still winning.
Yeah, they also commit that final stand on the
Ooh, I don't know about that Luna ult from Woofles though. Uh-oh, chat.
From Shroud, right? I mean, unfortunately,
Woofles usually doesn't do bad ults like that. I think that was bad.
Woofles also had to commit that Fate of the World, so it's tough that that ultimate is now removed. That was the one advantage you had going into this next fight. Now we're down to 60 seconds left on the clock. So much time has been chewed off the bank, and you know, usually we see this time chewed off the bank when there's like a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist comp, but right now Shroud X is playing honest Marvel Rivals, straight up 2-2-2, and Techie can't respond.
Yeah, I mean, this is their map, right? It shows you their practice here. This looks really clean. Obviously, a pretty strong defensible position, especially right here in this corner. Sometimes you'll see the Invisible Woman get popped out just to try to get that push-off map at this first point, but not going to be chosen here. Instead, they're just feeling confident with their composition. It's all about this next fight now. Avery and Brute. Here comes the Meteor M from Brute. Will it find Purchase right towards the back line?
Nice.
Blur,
but not nice.
Make that 3. Are they going to collapse on it?
Come on, Doom. Come on, Shroud X.
Ooh,
nice hide by Ad. Is that how you say his name? Ad? A-A-D? Odd?
Gonna walk forward with the pull.
Impunity. Oh, we got his enemy. You got a Strangling Prison canceled. What a hook there from Avery. Lucky. And now here comes, oh my goodness, tap on the back line on Wolverine. Shuts down them with his ultimate. Oh no. Gets beamed by this.
Nice.
But eventually
hey,
that popped in.
That was a good hold by Shroud. That was a good hold by Shroud's team.
That could have ended things.
Shroud's looking like a very strong team right now, chat.
Second phase of the map. And this is the worrisome part for Shroud X is that not a lot of teams do well here, I think, in the second phase on defense, although we do see Wolverine succeed on this point of the map, and Doomed does have that ultimate ready to go. So I'd be curious to see if like Shroud X can kind of find a little bit of stability here. It's like I said, very hard on this second part of the map. Not a lot of teams can kind of hold this attack back here, especially with 2 minutes in the time bank on Techie.
Yeah, I may be mistaken, but I think one of the only teams that did it was Shroud X. I think they went to an Ultron composition, but you're right. It's a very difficult position to hold. As once you get one, you know, as you get down that alleyway, you can have your own off angles. You can sweep right and left on height, so it does, you know, make the backline, the strategist, a little more nervous and forced to look over their shoulder and try to get a pull there. Avery just keep using all those abilities and build to that charge. Tackled right back. Doom gonna fall. Great work there by Avery to help out a teammate. From downtown, Dongman.
I love that combo. When you Groot ult and then you you Groot ult and then you Punisher ult and everyone's just standing still and it's all headshots. You just mow them down.
I mean, they're gonna win this team fight, but all it cost Techie was that Fate of the Worlds, right? Committing 3 ultimates for 1. Now onto the attack, tap close to his own last stand. So we'll see how Shroud X do. I think that ultimate is just so impactful that it's tough. You don't really want to waste it. Unfortunately for them, Shroud X losing that ultimate for this next fight. Both duelist ultimates. So I think the Vanguard Dongman gonna have to go big in this fight, but it's hard versus Captain America. Freedom Charge sort of negates the value of Meteor M with the overhealth.
And here comes the beginning. Avery lands that Kraken, doesn't find a ton of purchase, and there's a throw from downtown Dongman. Not able to find anything.
I don't know, man. I think Dongman's Strange is a lot better than his his mag. I feel like I've been seeing him do a lot of air balls. I mean, so Brute also did an air ball.
Out goes the Bond. They're going to walk forward with it, and here comes the last stand with 3, and that's huge as Tap finds 3, and they're going to follow up with Brute and Blur. Waffles onto Impunity.
Tap is insane.
To make things interesting, trying to get through point 2.
Yeah, if they have 4 on the payload, I'm not sure if they touch, but we'll see. That's the tough part. That's what I said about wasting last stand, is you can use it after all these Stratus ultimates are over and just connect flush onto every single one, eliminate them immediately, and now we're moving to the third phase of the map. We've seen teams struggle in the second phase of Morocco, and you're seeing exactly why. This third phase, though, I think is definitely more defensible, but if a snowball comes through, that'd be massive.
Wait, why was Blur so far forward?
That's definitely going to slow down Techie's attack with 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there was good.
I mean, he's going to spawn right next to his team, but why was he so far forward?
Last stand, that ultimate gets so much value, especially if your team's coordinated like this. You essentially choose all your cooldowns. If you know where he's going to land, why not throw some of those abilities directly in that path? Just get that raw damage on everyone, as you see Avery using some of those E's there to just plow through the backline as they do retake the space. This is a defensible position early on, but the tide shift heavily as you press through it, and then again back as a defensible position as you push right to the point as the spawn is so close. Doomed gonna find a last stand soon, trying to find the back line, but no, gonna take the high side. Vision walking through here onto Brute. That's 1, keeping the pressure forward. Out goes the boundary, but still Impunity cleaning up Avery. They need to keep this pressure on and not let them go too far, as this is already a very strong push here from Techie XD.
Incredibly strong. 40 seconds left to go now for Techie. I mean, they can sort of work themselves back into this fight. Doomed again with that last stand. He could go huge on his team's side. There's no crystals as well for ShroudX though, so it's hard to live even through a lot of these big ultimates from that Kraken impact and tap. But this is gonna be a big fight. I'm gonna have to look out for both Wolverines and that Kraken impact on Avery's side.
And the space is taken, ult advantage roughly even. Nuck holding on to that bond. We've got Dongman's Meteor ready, and it can be matched right back on Brood. Tackle goes out, no value just yet. Burning some of these walls. Wolverine actually able to charge those claws on Groot walls. For those who don't know, Doomed.
Oh, come on, man.
Can they keep the pressure? Avery.
Come on, man.
Can they get the reset?
Chat.
Not able to do so.
What's up with Dongmin yesterday, today, bro? Did he use up all his luck yesterday? What a freeze! What a freeze from.
Yes, actually, Blur finds a 2-piece. Vision gonna find.
Oh, from I think it was Fidel, right? What a fucking freeze!
As they push towards the end here for point 3.
Absolutely, and I mean, in that case, both of these Wolverines win for the last stand. Taps was just a little bit bigger. Also had the follow-up from Blur. No diving Vanguards for ShroudX, so the follow-up from Doom not there. His was a little bit too far forward, and nobody else could really be there, though Visions has that final judgment right. This is a big point for it as well. Not a lot of cover. Brute could shut it down with a massive Meteor M.
I do think Woofles with the freeze there actually was game changing. It was a mini freeze, wasn't for long, but it did stop the last stand from getting a ton of value. Vision gets 2, make that soon to be 3.
Hey, they forced a C9. Everyone was alive. I don't think they killed anyone with that Groot ult and the Punisher ult. Hey, good shit by ShroudX, but bro, I feel like ShroudX should have.
Coming through in the clutch at that last point.
They should have held a lot earlier, man.
I think for ShroudX to
they killed 2. It didn't look like they killed 2. Who did they kill in it?
Techie exceeded. I mean, they had like 30 seconds left.
I saw the Loki lamp. Are my eyes that fucked up? I saw them Loki ult, and I saw Loki lamp.
That very last point, the spawn door being right behind
and then he was shooting the Captain America in the back line.
So they were close, really close. So that is going to put ShroudX in a scary spot in the forward.
Killed Mag with ult. Chat, am I going blind?
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Techie XD.
I can't read any of those numbers.
No, ShroudX is attacking. That's what I thought.
Yeah, ShroudX is 2 attacking side, and on the defense, I mean that's what we saw when we went to that third phase of the map.
I think I'm blind.
And not exactly a lot.
All I saw was a Loki
lamp. I think Techie wins that, and you said it earlier. That was a big freeze as well to slow down Doomed with that last stand. That was definitely nice and clean from Waffles. Definitely a very good.
Ooh, they're running the triple comp, chat. They're running the triple comp.
I think the Wolverine play has been clean from
Blur. Blur's 11 and 2. Blur's popping off.
Now that we move over to the attack.
Besides that one time he fed.
Kind of wave that aside. They played pretty well considering how things went first fight. I mean, first point.
It was the Rockets, so you didn't see it too well. I think I'm blind, bro.
For a lot of attacking teams until you sort of reach that second bend. So we'll see how ShroudX does on their attack. as Techie moves on to defense.
Yeah, Techie's going to be doing that triple strat strategy, holding up, triple Vanguard strategy, holding up.
Have the games been good today?
Shroud X is known to press through that pretty quickly as Fidel immediately, as I say that, Blur goes down. So Shroud X looking clean off the start. Doomed, going to try to find another, but Brute going to find Nuck, and the res comes up.
I think the best one was Rad vs. Berber Patapin.
In the front side, buy as much time here as possible. I was surprised Shroud X didn't do this. They don't have the access to the stranger to teleport back.
So far, NA games,
so clean on the defense in this first point that it didn't really
Ego Death got swept by Envy, sadly. 3-0'd.
They're gaining those ults quickly. Brute almost ready. Add at 71.
This is the second NA game.
So far on the strat line, ready to use that just to buy more time. Just wasting time is the goal here. They want to see how long they can last as Avery finds vision and Add finds impunity.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we got to build those ultimates up. Maybe I think Vision's a little bit too far forward. Maybe could be building up towards that that final judgment, and like we've seen a lot of good Punisher players do. But now Doom's over to that Squirrel Girl. You usually see this kind of come through in these triple Vanguard compositions. We'll see if it pans out for them though.
Yeah, this is essentially, it's like you want to use this just to, you want to do so much damage. A bunch of damage out
oh,
here right now.
No. Come on, Shroud. Come on, Shroud. Come on, Shroud.
Keeping them in the spawn door, still holding on to 3 ultimates. Almost 4 here for Woofles. This is a scary place to be in for Shroud X, who's trying to rotate this composition to make sure they can get out, but they're now going to have every ult in the book. This is their fight to win. They have to do it now.
I mean, they're getting cheese on.
Imagine being a professional Marvel Rivals player. What's wrong with that?
So it's reacted well by Shroud X, but they need to find a big ultimate from impunity.
What's wrong about getting paid to play video games? Sounds like a fucking dream.
This is huge. The final judgment here could be very valuable, and it is. Down goes Blur with a combination from Doom, keeping the pressure forward, but that res comes back. Numbers are even. Don't forget that. That's where it gets tricky. Oh, and what a move there on the side of Woofles to juke that Meteor and keep the team up in this fight. Techie putting on a masterclass of this triple Vanguard, and there we go with the Eternal Bond. Doom finds another. That will not be res. This is on cooldown, and there we go from Shroud X.
Okay, there you go. Shroud X finally broke the spawn camp. And someone said it seems interesting that you see Squirrel Girl being played, but when I see watch high rank play, she's almost never played.
We usually see it on
Squirrel Girl's played a lot.
As well, but because you have
they play Squirrel Girl here because Techie was playing 3 tanks, 3 supports, and it's very tough to get through that defense.
Yeah,
so they play Squirrel Girl to basically spam them out and do a lot of damage.
And that is so impactful, especially after you hold it already down to 1 minute left. So they need to clutch up here. Shroud X needs to find value with every ult. Any mistake will cost them. Avery with the eye. Blur ready as well with the clobbering time. And this...
Yo, Kristoff! Appreciate that's at 5 months.
Oh, there's that clobbering time. Does it find purchase? It does, but can they follow up? I don't believe so. Impunity with a mean strangling, and they're not able... they are, as Vision already has this final judgment again. Taking down 1, but what do you know? The res. Oh, great teleport.
What great teleport by Vision.
They needed that here. Vision again. There's that eye. It does find... oh, it doesn't find any. And will they be able to take out Dung? And they do. Woofles finds a pick there, but Shroud X still taking this pressure. 30 seconds on final fight territory.
Dongman maybe a little bit too far forward there. Techie rezzed as well. Brute, so Brute's back in the fight like we saw. And then that thing now swapping over to that Captain America alongside Avery on the Doctor Strange. So currently Techie's still holding on like you mentioned. 16 seconds left. This hold is looking even better than Shroud X's.
I mean, look at this composition. You see,
oh no, bro. Oh no. Come on, Shroud X.
Massive again. Just a demon.
Do you still play Overwatch 2? Yes.
More massive than the low taper fade. We do see it all very close here.
More massive than the low taper fade. No, man.
Techie as the pressure is getting shoved in here. Nuck is going to use that bond, but it does not result in too much. We've got to hold on here. We are in OT, and now it's all about these ults. Can they get back there? Vision close.
Wait. Did he go into his turret form to block that? Oh my god. 5 head from Vision.
And here comes the eye, and it does land on Fidel. Fidel falls. Nuck on Avery traded right back.
Oh no, people are just getting traded.
Ultimate falls, and Techie may shut this down right now.
And then this goddess, unfortunately, the Hurricane gonna get just cleaned up by the Captain America. All of the healing, all of the extra health coming through. Nuck falls. I mean, this is incredibly brutal right now.
No, bro, they throw it behind me and I die.
Towards this objective, overtime ticks down, and they got first point held by Techie XD. They have 2 on Shroud X.
Techie XD, bro, 2-0'd.
Out of the Ignite series.
Wow. Techie looking really good. I mean, look at that comp. Tap was on Rocket the entire game. The entire defensible game, excuse me. But that's crazy. Like they were running that triple the whole time, never swapped, stayed consistent. They pulled. It was just a masterclass of that front defense, you know. And I think it's genius. I think it's genius by Techie to ban out the Strange so they can't do that. It does make it far less valuable when you cannot guarantee the second touch. And that was just showcased right there because Shroud X definitely making the right plays and they were coming through. You can see the stat lines look great across the board. Punity maybe not getting as many finals, but still they played strong together. Just that too much time was burned in the beginning there.
Oh,
I think personally,
the
chat.
first team to kind of do that Doctor Strange banning was a team like Team Envy.
Watch this. I'm gonna call it out right now. I could read you guys the script. I could read you guys the script right now. Watch this.
You bring up good points alongside the fact that like they have a really good Doctor Strange player.
Shroud's team is down 0-2 right now. They're going to. It's their choice to pick the map. Look. I'm gonna mute these guys real quick. It's Shroud's team. It's their choice to pick the map. They're gonna go to the symbiote map. They're gonna go. What was it? Clintar symbiote or whatever the fuck it's called. Shroud's team is going to ban Magneto, and a Dongmin is going to play the Doctor Strange, and they're gonna hit fucking some crazy eyes. I don't think his Magneto is clicking right now, chat. I don't think he's a good player or great player, but his mag is not hitting. Go to Clintar symbiote. Lock Doctor Strange. That's what's gonna happen. I have $5 billion. I have $5 billion. That's gonna happen.
Really a product of Shroud X not playing well together. I think it's just a product of Techie playing insane together. They just looked so good, and it's like every ult that was used found some sort of
$5 billion on the line right there. I know what they're gonna do.
Getting a pick, and it just kept happening.
And we'll see now. I mean, Ad MVP, by the way, just played phenomenally on that Loki, just on every hero basically in general whenever he's on Cloak. So
no, this guy popped off on the. This guy popped off.
You know, the follow through is there at all times.
On Loki.
So easy
when
MVP
Loki players pop off,
Ad,
it makes me really want to play Loki as well, chat. How many times have I said I wanted to play Loki and Wolf? I need to play. I need to learn Loki and Wolves.
They are now down 2, right? They're about to potentially get reverse swept on. Let me check something real quick, Shib. You talk for a second real quick. I'm gonna check something.
Sure. So what I gotta say, just in the meantime, which I was gonna mention, we talked about
talk
Ad.
real quick. I'm gonna check something.
As much love. Ad has like been an MVP like 5 out of 6 of these 6 games, with the duelists being as strong as they have been. So really well played in the backline, good patience and focus, good utilization of ultimates. That final fight just so consistent, good trades back and forth, and it was just clean. It seems like they studied up on that map and they figured it out.
Also, I have bad news for any Shroud X fan. Unfortunately, Shroud X is watching, or Shroud is watching the series, and based on what we've seen, when Shroud is not watching Shroud X, they win. So I think it'd be best not to, listen. I love Shroud. Just saying, I'm not a superstitious guy, but if you're a Shroud X fan, it might be best if Shroud turns off the stream. Make sure you guys let him know to go somewhere else, go outside, stop watching, maybe just leave the computer, let the game play itself. You can have your chat watch, but obviously for Shroud X, I think he might be bad luck for his team. Not to be too superstitious or anything, as much as I love Shroud. We'll see what happens with this team. Can they reverse sweep? We've seen it done before, Shib.
Damn.
We saw MV do it day number 2. I mean, this team can definitely do it. Shroud X can kind of come together right now against Techie XD. Shroud X have to do it right now, though. They have to come through in the next couple maps, but it's going to be domination up next, so we'll see how they do, what map they pick, man. Shroud X, can they do it? We'll come back from a break in just a second for map number 3.
I was looking at his chat. They're saying true. Bro, Dustin, Dogman came out here to fucking swing, bro. He was... Damn. The Shroud said he might actually just step away. Bro. No. What Shroud needs to do... Listen, Shroud has all the money in the world, chat. What Shroud needs to do is stay there, support his team. He needs to support them through thick and thin. It doesn't matter if they lose. And if they do lose and they don't go to China and they don't get to play for $500,000 or they don't win the $250,000 prize pool, Shroud should just give them that money anyways. That's pocket change for Shroud, bro. And then Shroud, instead of sending him to China, give his team 2 weeks paid vacation anywhere they want. That's what Shroud should do. Listen. And medical insurance? Whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean you should also do that? Who do you think I look like, bro? If I had a team playing in the tournament, the best I could do is probably, you know, 25 cents, a bar of soap, some Snickers, and a high five and a nice firm handshake. That's all I got. And by the way, you can only pick one. I can't give you all of that. I gotta spread the whatever you don't pick goes to the next person. That's all I got. Which one would you guys take? Bar of soap, Snickers, the 25 cents? I'll be on the team for a crisp high five. You want the crisp high five? Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Nice. What do you mean double it and give it to the next person? Bar of soap and I'll drop it for you, Jay. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? You just followed my stream to say that? Nah, you fit. You fit here, bro. You fit here with this chat after that. Snickers for a mid-game snack. Nah, man.
Game set, but is it match? Techie XD up 2, and you may not be superstitious, but you're a little stitious, calling out Shroud there a little bit, and we'll see if he closes it down. But their team's got what it takes. Can they pull through and reverse sweep?
Yeah, that's the tough part for ShroudX, is that they've been a team that has kind of been working together very well recently, and that's the difficult aspect of this game, is that it feels like you can just any given day lose to anybody. And Techie XD is a team that is not putting the game down. They're grinding this game so much.
I'll pick the handshake. I got you, bro. Nice firm handshake, by the way.
Scrims so many times in VOD review where they discuss the game, and I mean, you can see. I mean, the amount of passion they have for the game is visible. And if they were to win into ShroudX, that puts them one game away from LAN as an unsigned team, and that sends ShroudX home, unfortunately. But for Techie XD, they're right there, right at the very end of getting into this next round of the loser bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment.
I worked a 10-hour shift, just ate breakfast and lunch and back-to-back. And do I go insane?
Now it's a matter of fact,
Insano style and just make dinner right now for the hat trick?
Hell
yeah. Make dinner with me on in the background.
Choice, I do think. You know, strangely enough, insane coaching decision from a team that maybe doesn't have a coach with that strange ban. I think that is so impactful on that map. It wasn't matching the opposition because, you know, typically not necessarily worth the ban all the time, especially against Techie. But when Techie does the triple Vanguard hold, it's a whole new story.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Techie XD, I think they have everything in their back pocket. And, you know, remember, Shiv, if we go back to, since we are going to domination, right, for this next, wait, everyone, where it's 2. It's just kidding, not domination. I called it too early. We're going to a convergence, right? So that will be
hey, Google,
map number 3.
My
Convoy was the last
light.
one. We went to Araco. So we're not almost there, and ShroudX did beat Techie on that map. Now, you know, I'm having shades of the other day when Techie lost to Sentinels on a map like
100K dinner, right? Or 100K or so dinner with Jay3. What's that? $100,000 or dinner with me, bro? I smack the shit out of you if you pick dinner with me. Take the $100,000 and then let's go fucking eat anywhere in the world. You pay.
Do you think this team has finally had that experience? You know, those really painful losses to kind of come together. Do you think one day is enough to kind of recover from a situation like that and sort of shore up your defenses?
I think it definitely can. You know, it's all about the day, right? We talk about, you know, teams can study up, but it's still a matter of who shows up on this day. All these teams are so close in margin. It's so difficult, as you see by our brackets. I mean, we've been watching every single game, and all of us are trash at making brackets because of how close these teams are. It is insane, but we are going
chat,
to
why is the next map
I would have expected, but I'm curious to see what they're going to play and who they're going to ban.
Yeah, I bet you. I wonder if there's that one nerd in chat that's like, actually, my March Madness bracket was perfect. Like that's actually what we're probably seeing, because there's no way anybody had day one going as it did, and nobody. I don't think many teams had TechieXD going as far as they did. Did you? Shib? I don't think anybody had. I mean, we had this team on the radar. We talked about Tap and stuff.
According to my
and
calculations,
so well, like you mentioned, I don't know. I mean, this team really.
I'm
is just
pretty
starting to
sure
put
I
things
said they're
together
gonna go
at
to
the
Hall
right
of
time.
Dahlia or whatever, and
yeah, I'm with you. I think they're criminally underrated, honestly, Techie.
Yeah.
And they have had bad losses, which I think kind of puts a bad taste in people's mouth where they're unable to get a win. But then they do things like this and bounce back on a team that has beaten them 4 straight times. And now they're up 2-0 in a series that you only need 3 to win. So it is crazy.
I told you they're gonna save Strange. How much? Now you guys owe me $5 billion. Actually, $2.5 billion. I got half of it right. I got the character right, but not the map. You guys owe me $2.5 billion. Thank you.
Dongmin has been insane with those Ivagamotos, obviously. So he mentioned
$2.5 billion. Shit, chat. You know what? Make it $2.5 trillion.
Really wants a chance to showcase what he can do and bounce back here on Hall of Dahlia. I'm curious. Oh, we do see the ban out of Luna and Loki going after the Stratline. Loki banned on both sides. Emma consistently always gone, but this is going to be a little bit of a different composition here. We are going to see some changes up. Definitely not a map that you can try to hold at a spawn door, especially because it is convergence.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. I think that this map is that's actually a good point you bring up. I mean, I don't think we've ever seen a first hold come through on these type of maps, right? On convergence, so like the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist spawn holds.
Yeah, because
the best I can do is $5 and a hug, and I don't do hugs.
Like
Yeah, you know what? I'll take $5.
Grab point and force eyes backwards. So
any primers in the chat?
It just doesn't make sense, but it is it is a decent thing to bring up because obviously
any primers
the case, but it is kind of curious. But yeah, I mean, right now Shroud X, they've got to figure it out. They do lock in that Strange or comfort pick.
Wait, that's actually a good point. Maybe it's not that it's impossible. Maybe it's more that the teams haven't tried it yet. Maybe like it's like what? Because if you do a Doctor Strange, I mean, like you have the portal back to point 2, right? So I mean, it's tough, I guess, for like your strategist to set up and stuff. And we've seen spawn door holds as well in other games as well. But I suppose in Marvel Rivals, spawn door holds are a lot harder when you don't have the cover, like you mentioned. So I don't know. Maybe if you figure out these maps where you can set up a backline, you could definitely do something like that. I mean, we've already seen a lot of cheese, especially with the Spider-Man over to like Trust Me used to do like Spider-Man and then come back on Venom and Doctor Strange after trying to pull somebody off the map as the Vanguard. So it's definitely something teams might think about in the future.
And here we
go
again.
Yo, Cass Witch, pretty sure has a 3 months. How do you say your name? Is it I Tyler?
A very strong Ultron has found success.
ITV, pretty sure has a prime sub, my friend. Welcome, tier 1 sub. Welcome.
A good choice here, definitely changing things up as we see
W
on Cap, Fidel on Invis. You've got Nuck on the Cloak and Dagger and the Psylocke out for Doomed. Almost matched exactly, except for Brute's going to be on Magneto, and there will be a Luna from Woofles. Oh wait, excuse me, the damage boost here going to be out from Mantis, which is a little less of a healing composition and more of an aggressive comp as Brute finds one early for TechieXD.
Yeah, maybe that. I wonder if Brute was damage boosted for that, because now they're just walking on Shroud X, and this is sort of a not newer comp, but it's making waves. This sort of Mantis support strategist composition, just damage boosting everybody.
Bro. Okay, good. Shroud X cannot be.
Gets frozen. Portal has to come through now, but it's not there.
Oh, Shroud X cannot be giving him the first point in the first fight. Chat and have 9.5 minutes, bro.
Just to kind of stagger the team out.
Come on, man.
A demon here on the Ultron, keeping the pressure on in the sky. Ults now even.
That was a good push from Techie, though. It was a really good push from Techie.
Impunity only able to get to 43 as we now see the changeover to Hulk.
I know we don't see it all that much. We do see, at least in the Asia region, I believe they do a lot of this Mantis damage boost onto the Ultron, get that 165 damage body shot, and just 2-tap backlines. So right now for Techie, they're playing heavily around Avery, like you mentioned, and oh my gosh, Blur falls so low, but he's able to get away as well, build up those Shredder's ultimates, which they are sitting on a lot of them on TechieXD's side.
Yeah, and we're going to see a ton of Qs popped here. Out goes that boundary just to kind of counteract here, Avery. But, you get that ult back so quick here on Ultron, especially if you're able to land those shots, which people at this level do not miss. Aiming right towards the backline. Cap going to try to distract there. Very low, and down goes Doom. Good play there by Blur. Good focus and dive. Great positioning early on. Again, an advantage. Out goes that eye by Dongmin, but still counteracted here as we do see a ult from Nuck to keep the pressure forward. Vision is going to be playing. Oh, so they completely switch over to this composition.
Oh, come on, Brute. Hey, Dogman had the block, though.
We'll see if it pans out. I know they played triple res on this map. In this fight, though, oh my god, very aggressive ult from Doom, met by Blur with the Freedom Charge. Vision's going to go down on the opposite side.
Here we go, Brute with the two-piece. Just keeping the pressure.
Yeah, these mags are looking like me out there when I play basketball, bro. Just throwing up bricks.
The trade you need is two strategists go down, trying to help you out in these long sustained fights. This will be the fight you need to take. But Tap takes out Impunity before they can even get eyes on. Knuckles looking backwards and trying to keep the strats up and alive and reset, but it was just a little to no avail. But Knuck gonna try to press forward and hold on to that point. We do have Dongmin full HP, full shield ready to buy some time, and here comes the Tap Psylocke ultimate. Out goes
oh no, man.
And that could be enough to make things dangerous on point 2 already with almost 3 minutes and 30 seconds. 3:17 on. Down go 2 more. Vision falls. Knuck falls. Techie just riding a wave here through Shroud X.
Bro, I'm trying to cheer for Shroud's team, bro, but they're making it very impossible here. Also, Tap is going the fuck off, man. Tap is like... Tap is going X game mode.
With Tap. I mean, we saw Doom try to go for that 1v1. It's harder for him for sure because he doesn't have that snowflake, that hard pocket as well.
Does this team get kicked out of the tournament? Yes.
From
Loser goes
from
home.
The sky, from the Ultron, so Tap just has all the resources and it's well deserved at the moment.
And here we're going to see an Ultron's Rage very shortly. It's you initiate with it all the time. You force
and the winner plays 100. Oh, sorry, not 100 Ds. The winner plays
like this. And here comes the aggression right now. They're going to use that movement speed boost just to help you mid ult, so you can juke vertically. As you see, just a ton of movement there. Very difficult to land shots. Knuck going to use that bond to press the team forward. Out goes the blind, keeping that damage boost up. You saw Hulk try to make a play there. Does escape. The Exile just barely missed Vision.
How many more games are today? After this one, 2 more. You have the upper bracket. And then you have another lower bracket. The lower bracket semifinals. You have the upper bracket semifinals and the lower bracket semifinals.
Ready to launch ults to counteract the whale and the dance. Vidal can use that invisible boundary. Great counter, but will that meteor land? And
nice block.
Good block there as they keep the pressure forward. But once again, Techie in great positioning here, shoving in with 3 minutes and 15 on. Out goes the whale. Does it get anything? No, it does not. And these trades are key. They just keep going back in Techie XC's favor as Blur pops Cap.
Yeah, that's a nice pick on a Cap. The difficulty is right now as the wipe comes through on the Techie for Shroud X that because they protected the Doctor Strange, that meant they could not protect Luna Snow. And we all know Luna Snow, you know, that combination with Luna Snow and the Namor Whale can pretty much one-shot anybody with the damage boost timing and in the Fate of the World's ultimate from Luna Snow. So because of the protection of the Doctor Strange, it resulted in them losing that Luna Snow and their backline maybe not as formidable, at least with dealing with the Psylocke, also enabling their own alongside that Namor. So that pick alone might really cost them this series, or at least this first round on defense, because of their composition sort of lacking a lot of that lethality.
That's a great point. I do love, you know, you bring it all the way back to the banding phase, and again, another slight win there for Techie, who's just finding these small advantages, forcing them to save that Strange. Really is going to be that advantage we talk about with Self, with the Panther. If they have to ban that Panther, which is, you know, maybe considered more of an off-meta or at least a more unique pick, it is an advantage. Vision going to find Avery here, though, and put it back in the favor of Shroud X, who are now finding their footing. 2 minutes on as they progress forward. Dongmin is holding on with Fidel and Impunity. They got to use these ults quickly before we see.
Okay, I want to see a fat eye, chat. I want to see a fat eye.
And try to find something with the Meteor M and the dance, but we will see who gets value first. Ult advantage slightly up here for Shroud X.
A minute 46 seconds left. You have to admit at least that Namor on this phase of the map can get a lot of work done in his position, but here comes Tap again. Everybody playing in the the Storm Daggers and staying alive, honestly, with that shift. But with those cooldowns out now, Techie knows that it's the go time. They can maybe connect onto somebody as they've gotten Shroud his cooldowns out.
Oh man, see, like I told you, man. I told you. A lot of the strange ults are, I mean, not strange ults, mag ults are just not hitting for both teams.
Exile misses as well. Impunity just using that ult to keep himself healthy, and that's all that can be done in that moment. Buying time and stalling, but that is a win for Techie again with no picks on with an ult as Hulk, which, you know, may not be considered strong, but we've been seeing more and more at this level of play. Hulk is very valuable, especially as you learn the animation canceled. And there goes that eye. Can they follow up the
oh, Vision!
Finds 2, and that is a massive throw onto Avery and Ad.
Huge indeed. I mean, that whale in the middle just does so much damage, and now everybody else is getting cleaned up. 50 seconds left to go. Shroud-X finally stringing together some fights, but Techie XD, you know, we're entering the the end
Vision's
of
not
this
even
point. 40 seconds
phased,
left
bro.
to go. Can Shroud-X sort of stay strong, stay on course?
Why do
because they're gonna
people
be up against
eye
every
into support ults,
three
though?
ultimates, rather,
If you, I mean, if you're lucky enough and you hit a good eye, you can kill people through support ults. You just gotta focus fire. Your whole team has to be shooting one person.
Terrifying fight for the side of Shroud-X.
If you guys are all shooting different people, you're not gonna have enough burst damage to go through the support ults.
Very close as well. After here comes the counter from the Meteor. They got to get back quickly. You got to protect.
Yeah, see, I think a lot of the mag ults are just like air balls.
Dangerous position to be in. That's going to buy some time, but again, Techie still heavily up in ult, and as soon as this goes down, Avery is going to pop that Ultron. Combined here with the dance of the butterfly, they find Vision. Nuck goes down. This could be it for Shroud-X on the defense. Brute going to find Dongmin, and they are heavily down, and that is enough. They are going to have to stagger on a point. If that, great
Wow.
but you got to get back
I
to
mean,
the
he
point.
made it to
not be
spawn, but at
enough
what
time
cost?
to
They
touch it.
capped.
It's not.
He had to go back to spawn to heal, but, you know, unfortunately, Shroud-X gets stopped at the very end, and it was a really hard fight, like you said, Shiv. I mean, he had 4 ultimate advantage. Nuck went early with his own
Take care,
ultimate,
Yasmin.
and
Have a good
once
night.
that
Have a
was
good night.
gone, especially all the cooldowns were used. Everybody trying to play in the dagger
up,
storm,
Bleezy?
everybody trying to play together, get healed up by Nuck and also by Fidel. But because everybody's grouped up, trying to spread also out the damage of the dance of the butterfly, so nobody goes down, it's just resulting in also Avery with that Ultron's rage over the top side following up. So
baited
just that extra
goals.
bit of
I appreciate
damage
the
as well
massive
with
prime
Mantis
sub, my
boost
friend.
just
Welcome,
resulted in
welcome.
So much throughput onto Shroud-X, who are just trying to
Who
desperately
you cheering
stay
for?
alive. And I don't know. I don't know how you really play that fight besides play aggressive. There.
They
I mean,
came
maybe you
alive
can
in
react a
overtime?
little bit better,
Who,
but
Techie?
You don't want to give up too much space.
Or
There's so
Shroud?
many things that you could change, and I'm sure Shroud-X want to discuss that later on. But maybe it's an entire composition change as we've seen them play this triple threat.
You came back to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is you can't really throw blame on anyone, excuse me, on the side of Shroud-X, because you see the stat lines and they look very consistent. I mean, it's just a tough spot to be in. Techie is just on their game and they're running this composition. They feel comfortable. You're going to damage boost Avery, you're going to damage boost Tap, and you're going to run through them with these ults, which come back really quickly, and they just keep turning it around. Vision going to be making a change here to Adam, which might help a little bit with some of these very strong ults.
I thought your
plays.
name
You
said
can use that bond
Kinky
to essentially
Skywalker.
counteract
Oh
almost
my
like
god.
a strategist ultimate in its own right. So we'll see if that finds value. I'm curious to see
Anakin
if that'll stick
is it
around.
Anakin
No, that is gonna
Skywalker?
be
Appreciate the
changed
massive
out.
prime sub, my friend.
Shroud-X, completely different composition here as we now
I'm
see
too tired
Storm,
for this chat. I'm sorry.
Hella, and Impunity is. Something's going to be changed here. They're probably trying to get the portal damage play with the mines. They are.
Yeah. Yeah, Pullman with the Onk. And everybody's just gone. Oh, wait, Doomed is the one to fall. Huh?
Wow, I don't even know how that happened. Yeah, I'm not even sure how that happened.
I mean, Brute's just him, I guess. Like, this is just this is what we talk about. Brute, one of the best
He's
Magneto
eating
players.
right now,
but
Limmerman.
damn. I mean, you talk about mental lapse there. Now they're gonna have to come back through. Doomed over to that Star-Lord though, so they're back onto that triple res composition. We've seen them play before, Shib.
I hope
And
Sentinels
here we
beats
go.
100
Avery
Ds, but I gotta
keeping that
sleep.
damage out, trying to build towards
If
that
you
ultimate
follow
Techie
my
XD,
second YouTube channel, it's
down
called
a bit in
Jay3
terms of
VODs. I
charge.
usually
This is actually
upload
roughly
all
even.
of our
Here we go.
reactions
You see a
and
complete
chats.
change of composition. I do not. I actually like
What
this
do you
a
call
lot. I
it?
do
To
see
my
Guardians
second
Cup
YouTube
coming out
channel.
here for
So
Shroud-X.
if you
Definitely
miss
able
it,
to run
you
that.
can go
Haven't seen
check
yet
it there if
in
you
this
want.
series. So this could be what they need to be more aggressive. The teleport play to set up behind the spin to win. Obviously with no bubble, still playing aggressively. Very difficult to find value in taking out a Star-Lord while he's dancing like that in the sky. So much movement because you don't need to aim. It's all about movement at that point. Vision gonna find Ad though, and that is huge. Shroud-X looking like a different team right now with the aggression. Down goes Avery too. Make that 3 for Doomed, who is popping off on this Star-Lord, and they will.
Yeah, Sentinels plays today. They play after this. The semifinals upper bracket.
Who is very low. Down goes Tap, and that is point 1 for Shroud-X with 5 minutes on.
Yeah, they used the portal, but see, this is why I thought they were gonna do this on defense. Like honestly, I thought they were gonna play the triple strategist composition. I guess maybe the match versus
yeah, I was about to say. I'm really surprised.
Like they are really good
none of the
playing this
teams are running
composition
Res
as
comp. Like Res
honestly,
comp is a really good comp.
And the Luna Snow alongside.
How does that
Mantis,
work? I thought they qualified for LAN already.
They
have qualified for LAN.
So, from what we've seen,
100 Thieves, I'm pretty sure qualified for LAN.
On the defensive side earlier.
Yeah,
there's one more team that needs to qualify, and it's whoever wins between NB and one of these teams, I'm pretty sure.
I think they needed to use it into Techie, right? Like it all kind of
3
depends.
NA
I wish
teams
I could
go to
be
land.
there to hear their thought process, but you are seeing value out of it so far. ShroudX heavily up in alt advantage. Elite after this is Impunity going to start rushing in with Cap here. Impunity obviously strong on these semi-dive Brawl heroes that get in there quickly. Cap a little more, or divey, excuse me, than Brawl, but we do see some strong plays. Space taken, and now it's finally going back. Dongmin finds a ton. Down goes Tap.
Yeah, Dong. I think.
From the side of Brute to keep the team healthy. Great.
I think this is his best character for Dongmin.
To buy some time. I really thought that was going to be bigger than it was, but it was a good idea and well executed. Just great defense.
Yeah, I mean, pretty well played by them. No ultimates except Tap with his own, Dance of the Butterflies, but that Soul Bond alongside Fidel. I mean,
I'm really curious how the first LAN of Marvel Rivals is going to go.
Okay, and here we go again. Out goes Fidel with that Bond, and downtown throw onto Nuck there.
If Sentinels and 100 Thieves qualify for LAN, how are they playing today?
They're weaving that thing under.
Because they're in the upper bracket semifinals. They're the last 2 teams in the upper bracket where they're already invited. So then there needs to be one more team, and the one team that's going to play is going to be in the semifinals lower bracket as well. And then whoever wins that game is going to be the 3rd team, because they're playing basically for 3rd place, right?
And no value as Techie XD comes out on top.
Or they're going to be the 3rd best team.
As well as we, potentially see the end of ShroudX if they can't find, any sort of ground. Again, another reason why in the ban phase they banned out those duelist only, why Techie is now in a great position, because they have that Magneto that you keep pointing out, shit, because you notice how much value Brute's getting. Also, you talk about how much that Magneto counters Star-Lord.
I'll explain it after this game. I'll explain it.
Sets up Star-Lord, so there's the fact
What's
that
up,
they have the Doctor
Matt?
Strange
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Definitely counters this comp a little bit, so it feels like Techie definitely thought of both things. They thought about the fact that you can't damage boost that Namor. Also, on their attack, they can't, shield their Star-Lord in with the blasters. So many things have resulted in Techie XD having a large advantage here in terms of their compositions.
Yeah, I like how Techie ShroudX making a huge composition change here again, elected to no longer use the Guardians. They are going to keep Mantis on both sides for that damage boost, and that's going to be for that Ultron. Ultron dealing a ton of damage, but with that boost, it is significant. It's terrifying as it does clean up KOs like it's job, which it is. Avery using that Rage of Ultron, not able to find much. And going to counteract with a strategist ultimate. This is good for ShroudX, who still have 1 minute 40 on. Forcing out ults and not utilizing or overcommitting too much is what you need to do. As I say that, though, Nuck going to walk them right in. Doom, though, finding Avery, that damage boost, finding some value. Got to get the shield up. They do, and it does block.
Hey, I'm comfortable. What's wrong with my setup?
And here we go again. ShroudX with a full composition change is now finding a ton of value. Tap going to try to buy some time and come in again with that dance, or potentially saving it. Oh my goodness, what an exile there from Impunity.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, that was absolutely disgusting.
And this was
from Impunity to stop that teleport.
Like you said, Impunity, huge exile from him in the spawn. That was massive. Also, honestly, the change to Ultron has helped them a lot. I mean, Tap has been a problem, like we've seen so far, and the fact that you're playing triple strategist alongside Ultron just makes it so these dives are not as strong necessarily from Tap. Although ShroudX, with their composition, they're going to need to get a few ultimate plays that are huge, because 2 minutes and 13 seconds on 3rd phase is not exactly a lot, especially on this map.
Come on, ShroudX, you guys can win this. At least cap it. I want ShroudX to cap this, bro.
In these things like a champion. Obviously, no damage boost besides if Fidel can get that cloak out quickly onto the back line. Here comes the Dance of the Butterfly. They are in that Dagger Storm. Very good at counteracting that ultimate, as it does give you 55 HP per second, and the whole team stacks in there. That
I feel like ShroudX always tries to default to Hulk Namor
as a team, walking them forward again, and ShroudX now with 1 minute 40 on, looking pretty good as they shove in a with ult advantage. And here goes Avery with that Rage. Not able to find a ton of value just yet. Dongmin ready to try to get a huge Eye of Agamotto, bring it back to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I'm going to be up in terms of one ultimate here. Can they take advantage of it, though? Everybody's going to have to group up here. Fidel trying to back up to the team. Did use that cooldown to escape, and Tap's coming up with the Dance of the Butterflies. There's not going to be a ton to deal with it necessarily just yet as ShroudX.
I mean, they have 5 ults here,
chat. As well as deal with this freedom charge from Lord.
They can't fuck this up. They have 5 ults.
Yeah, good play there by Nuck, walking towards the back line. Not able to find any purchase yet on a pick, and the whole team of ShroudX playing very patiently, forcing out these ultimates. Now only 3 available, as Tap will be there soon for the side of Techie.
Oh,
Here comes
I
everything
see.
for ShroudX. Doom.
Come on, Brute, you got this, bro.
Dongmin with the eye. Dongmin finds 2.
Dongmin again, dude. That's Dongmin is literally Doctor Strange. Oh no, but his whole backline just died, bro.
And does do it. Oh, great exile by Impunity to escape. But wow, that was almost a ShroudX push through until Tap popped off.
Yeah, it was a tough fight for them. I mean, Dongmin,
Tap is the raid boss that you're gonna have to
probably
defeat.
feels like he was the one that wanted to fall. Tap, though, hiding. 23 seconds left. We're gonna have to watch that man because we've seen how good he is. Visions on the opposite side with that whale, gonna be one to watch for as well. It's gonna be Visions versus Tap. I mean, Tap on that flank, he's gonna be hiding, coming
Chat,
to
last fight.
to both strategist players with ShroudX who have to be aware.
Last fight, chat. Oh, I thought that Captain America DC'd. I saw him running into a wall. I was like, what? Yeah, I don't know how Shroud won that with like 15 ults as well.
Right now, so it will buy time. Yeah, they do have one on. Impunity is able to make that touch happen, but down 1, traded right back there. Doom down to Avery. You gotta get the Hulk here back in form to try to fight, but no, down goes Hulk. Out goes the whale.
Wait, he just tried to
land, and that is trouble.
Wait.
Moby Dick just
Wait.
whiffing completely. Good idea, but the shield goes out. Vision finds Blur though. Out goes the invisible boundary. Techie. Blur goes down with all. That's a tough look.
Okay, Dongmin needs the carry. Dongmin needs the carry right here. Watch this. He's gonna hit a fat fucking eye.
Can't counteract much as it is surprising. Tap trying to find an off-angle play, ready to touch if need be. Doom gonna.
Oh!
There's that eye. It gets frozen, and they do take it.
Wait, they capped!
And tie it up, and we go to OT. Wow.
I think
Jay, we
I
love
think
your
I can't watch
dedication to this
anymore.
tournament.
I think
Thank
I'm
you,
good.
thank
I
you,
think I gotta
Jasmine.
dap out of your ship. I mean,
Can I
this
get
is
10
intense.
gifted?
This is like genuinely like it's like I mean, every time ShroudX in Techie, you talked about how they're
Wait,
very
Jasmine,
similar
what are you
teams.
doing
Like
awake so late?
Techie, they had everything to do. They had all of the right cards there to play with, and unfortunately, ShroudX, I mean, they read it. Doomed out of the sky. Avery got shut down. Not enough support.
Dr.
in the
Dong.
skybox.
Yeah, that should be
I
his
think
nickname.
It's the story of both teams, man. It
Dr.
really is.
Dong.
It's- I
Good
don't wanna be
shit,
mean,
bro. Hey,
but,
that was
you
a
know,
good
it's the
stun.
battle
That was a
of the
good.
kill
That
card
was a
sometimes.
good
Like, it
stun
really
from
feels
both
like that.
teams.
Like, both teams.
He stunned them, and then he
peak
got
of the
stunned.
game, when it gets
It was
really intense,
stunception.
I think struggle. It really feels that way because Techie close to finishing out Sentinels, and then in overtime Sentinels just had the most insane push, and now Techie, when they had all of the right plays, the right tools, they just lose it again. So I don't know, man. I mean, does ShroudX close it out or does Techie win? I feel like the momentum is still not in either team's side.
Yeah, I mean, this is more than a battle. This is a war. It seems like they're clutching up in the moments that you can see. You almost can feel it's like palpable. You can feel the intensity here.
Winnable, chat. Yeah, winnable. Come on, ShroudX. Don't lose 3-0, bro. I want. Oh, hey, baby.
There, 10 finals, looking really strong as well. And that's on that side of damage boost. But they are going to.
What were we talking about? Sorry, I got distracted.
Baby boy. In this composition, it's all about if they can hold them here on point 1, it gives you that energy you may need to press through and try to turn this sweep around, get momentum back in your favor. Techie XD had him there, and they are going to actually have Ad go back to the Mantis, keeping Avery juiced up here, and instead Nuck is going to be playing the Cloak and Dagger. Fidel going to be on that invis, and they are going to try to use damage boost from the Cloak play.
Right, that's a good point. Yeah, the Mantis only putting that on 1. The Terra Cape can connect onto multiple people and give your team a huge damage boost, but in terms of how they're playing right now, it's super grouped up together. ShroudX have all of the positioning. Oh, the blur!
Wow, that is huge. Yeah, that is huge. That is a massive pick there for Vision. Now it has to be a teleport play back. I mean, 14 seconds on. It's all about the touch now. Keep the pressure on. If I'm ShroudX, walk him in a little bit. Don't let him come back and touch. But now this panic, this fear makes it so they're more vulnerable. But Techie XC clutches up in moments like this. ShroudX needs to do the same. Keeping the pressure on. There is that Ultron drone, and the teleport almost kidnaps there. It does kidnap Dongmin, who walks through it by accident. Comes back through the portal, though. Is going to get healed up and use it as some sort of cover.
If ShroudX holds this, chat, I'm gonna scream without the S.
Using that Ultron's rage, all the Qs being popped as Ad does the same. Doom as well. Fidel at 90, Nuck at 89. You've got to get there to retake the point. First tick goes down for Techie. Almost second, halfway through. You don't want to let that happen. You want to make sure you can turn this around in a single tick. Tap on Division though. Out goes the bond. Does it keep the team up? Eternal is going to hold on, but they are down in numbers. Vision down, and Blur takes out Impunity. 2 numbers up here as we do see that invis boundary.
Oh, Dongmin, come on. No, he's by himself. He's gonna get bullied.
Was a pick there, but now it's an overcommitment of alts. You almost want to hold on when you go down like that, but it's just a tough decision because you can't decide if you can get those picks, even being down numbers, or if you need to win the next fight right outside of this garage. That is a tough look, as now Techie will be closer to alt advantage. Oh, that is a really well done job here by Techie to stay patient, even being down a number early with 15 seconds on and retaking with that teleport to take the point.
Now, overtime gonna go to 0. Here's that portal that they come out on the other side. Ultimate's there. They do have that whale, but Blur also sitting with Diabogamoto.
Yeah, we're going to see a damage boost come out here and then the whale to follow right up just to try to get a combo wombo. But at this point, it's all about Blur with this eye. This could be terrifying. Tap is ready for another dance of the butterfly. His Cutterflies have found so much value and forced out so many ultimates, and there it goes on the entirety of the stack. They are grouping well as they do hold on. They stick inside that bubble, as you saw there. That does build that ult very quick here for Nuck, who's back at 83%.
Shielded.
Oh, I don't think it hit anyone.
Not enough, but you do get the cooldown out of the Namor. That could result in something later on.
Yeah, Vision still holding onto this whale, ready to make a play with it. Down, Brute not able to find value there. Techie not finding a ton here with these ults, but already Avery back here to use this Ultron. Probably going to pop soon. Impunity and Nuck. Out goes that Eternal Bond again. Vision.
That was a very risky dash across.
With a nice pick there on Waffles.
Oh, there we go, chat. There we go. We might have to switch. We might have to flip.
And way to come back and hold this after that take, but now all the pressure's on attack. They should be.
Sorry, Kitty. Are you trying to take a nap?
Yes, they do.
There you go. There you go. This is winnable, chat. This is winnable. This is winnable. This is winnable.
I mean, Doomed got picked onto that Ultron, but they're able to come back through. Huge stuns, huge follow-up with the whale, slows down that soul resurgence. So Tap almost played it perfectly, had the double dash away, lived.
Okay, they got this. They got this. They got this. They have to have this, chat. They have to have this.
Shardx now over to attack. I mean, last time we seen Techie in a situation like this,
they have to have this, bro.
Map on Spider Islands. Now we move over to Convergence. Maybe first points are easier to hold, but still so much pressure on both teams. Tournament life on the line for Shardx. Techie as well. They could punch their ticket to the next round. Not to China just yet, so there's still another game they would have to play later, but a huge adrenaline dump this game is sure to be. As at the moment, Techie, you know, so much pressure on them to close out against Shardx right now.
Yeah, I mean, heart rate's through the roof right now. That money on the line, the trip to China on the line here. These teams, somebody is not going to progress forward, is going to be taken out of the Ignite series, and I know how much it means to them. But I know there's chances for them to come back in the future as we progress through mid-season, but at this point, it's all about making history and being in China at the first ever LAN event. So I know teams want it. I can't imagine how these two teams are feeling.
Fortunately for them, I mean, there's that qualification into stage 2 is not necessary, as they would be automatically qualified. So at least there's some solace in that, but regardless, like you said, Shiv, there is so much pressure on the line. I'm just thinking of ways to potentially cope with what potentially could happen here as Techie XD. Similar comp they played earlier. Shardx back on that Namor again.
Yeah, Techie not going to change up this comp at all. They're finding value with Avery giving that damage boost and, you know, throwing to this Psylocke, and tap on Psylocke is already a threat enough. Imagine that extra damage here. Shroud X already having to press in, but they are shoving them back into that corner. The height being owned there, as you see Blur try to take out Impunity. Impunity just jumping all over the place as you need to with Hulk. Out goes that. Oh, as long as you can dance as a team inside of that Dagger Storm, it's huge. Get that all quickly. Great pressure here by Dongmin, who shoves them back, and we do see the entirety of the team force backwards. Good space here by Shroud X. Impunity doing a great job jumping all over the place and diverting focus. Tap on the high ground. Here comes.
Why are you guys saying random stuff? Jay shaves his head if Shroud X wins. Jay oils up, lubes up if Shroud X wins. What?
On this hero, and there goes that.
Was that Emily? Were you laughing?
Entire team backwards. Not even have to use too much. And ult advantage is very close here. This is going to be a huge fight. As we will see,
was that you?
1,000 Qs being popped.
Yeah, I mean, these eliminations,
Emily,
maybe they can find potential staggers. Blur comes back. They needed to find those eliminations because otherwise Shredder's ultimates were built up, and like you said, here they are.
And out goes.
Okay, chat. We're getting down to the final moments, man. We're getting down to the final moments.
Is going to hide everyone, and there is the match back there for the side of Doomed, who also not able to find any picks. He does force out a few, and here comes the eye from Dongman, a little bit too high. The whale.
I mean,
and take out Avery. Is that enough? Down goes Brute, and it looks like Shroudx are up by 2.
Sorry, Kitty. Sorry, I forgot you're right here. I told you guys. Hey, didn't I tell you guys? Put Dongman on Doctor Strange. He does. It's Dr. Dong.
He's gonna fall as well.
It's Dr. Dong. Uh-oh, they're getting the teleport back, though. Uh-oh, chat, this is bad.
Hold on here. Gonna force out that Vision onto tap, though. Vision onto Blur. Shroud X wants to push this series farther as they are so close to taking this W. They cannot stop now. Vision onto Brew, Dongmin onto Avery, and Shroud X do it. They shove through. They get the job done, and they clutch up when they need to. Unless, no, there's no chance. It's 1-1 at this point, and this is Shroud X as they take home a W.
Oh my God! Wait, did Shroud? And I think Shroud was watching the first two games where they lost. Shroud went AFK and didn't watch, and they won.
Shroud X need to get it. They need to get
That's fucking insane, chat. That's insane, bro. Shroud X is on the board. Shroud X is on the board. All they gotta do is keep. All they have to do is keep Dr. Dong on the Doctor Strange. Keep Dr. Dong on the Doctor Strange, chat.
Like, what the hell? Techie XD is a team.
Oh, he only walked away for the first 2 minutes.
They just lose grasp. They need to refocus for the next map if they want to close out versus a good team like SDX.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. I just want good games. And yes, this is a good game. We talk about the only issue with Shroud X, a ton of talent, being they need to clutch up in those moments. And we know Techie's got what it takes. They are such a strong team. I have no doubt that they're going to make this next game again super terrifying for the hearts of Shroud X, who are just trying to hold on to that dream of getting to the LAN. Wow, these plays were so back and forth. This is one of the most intense matches of Marvel Rivals I have ever witnessed all the way through.
That was a good game, bro. That was a good game.
Was everything, and Vision finding that value early every time, especially in OT, was massive.
Absolutely. I mean, it was such an incredible game on both sides, and then towards the end, I mean, Vision just came through in that clutch right with the whale. I mean, his own teammate talked about how good he is on Namor. Definitely deserves the praise because, I mean, Vision just connected with that whale, found the pick as well with the squids. And this is what I was talking about. It actually, it sort of, it alleviates the pressure when, you know, you do get those equipment squids. Like you said, Shib, you get the gamma squids, you get the regular squids.
Were you laughing at something that I said earlier?
Pressure of having to aim, right? You just have to hit a right click.
I heard a loud noise, and I thought that was you.
So much damage. So, you know, it was hard for Tap to stay alive versus that. It was hard for the opposite side for Avery to get a lot going, especially as he was going so high. I mean, we almost saw Doomed go a little bit too far forward, but he saved that shift, got back to his team on Ultron, let Visions kind of do a lot of that dirty work, and I mean, an MVP by Dongmin for sure had a huge eye of Agamotto as well.
Oh, you want me to?
Yeah, if you doubted Dongmin with this lock of Strange, hopefully this proves you wrong. Really well done with 11 finals. Big eye of Agamotto. The combination there with the whale. You're freezing them, you're sending their soul out, and you're putting your Moby Dick on them just to eat both sides.
You already brought it up here and cooked it. Now I gotta eat
especially
it.
in OT, any pick is value, and they managed to shut down Techie XD in that fight, and that was everything. At that point, it was just a stagger fest just to see if they could retake, but there was just no shot. When you're up that kind of numbers and you're forced to slowly trickle through that portal, there's just no way to bounce back. Oh my goodness, what a game.
Dr. Dong, chat. Dr. Dong. Does Dr. Dong do prostate exams with no hands?
Sorry, Jakey. Moby Dick, shout out. I got to shout out that song. I like it so much. But anyways, what a series it's been. I mean, Techie.
Dr. Dong is the type of doctor that will give you a prostate exam. And then he's going to put both hands on your shoulders. And you're going to be like,
I mean, you could get reverse swept.
And while he's doing the test, he's going to put
and it could very well happen again.
Both of his hands on your shoulders while he's doing the test. And you're going to be like, thank you, doctor, for doing the test. And you're going to be like, what the fuck? Wait, why is both of his hands here?
I am so invested in these games. I love seeing it tight like this. What a bounce back. Is the momentum going to shift? That's where we got to, you know, we'll see as we start this next map. But you got to remember now, Techie is going to be choosing this map. It is going to be domination, I believe, as now we've finished all three. So we'll cycle back around.
Jay, are you okay? No, I had 5 hours of sleep. I've been streaming
what map is chosen.
30 hours the past 2 days.
See where they played best, and I mean, they could really play anywhere. I think a lot of these maps they've played solid on. Shroud X usually does win on domination, and maybe they could utilize some of that advantage that they finally could get some momentum moving back forward. But we'll see, man. I mean, Shroud X are potentially could do it, right? And this is definitely the series you want to tell your friends about. You talked about how an incredible series this has been. I think it's incredibly intense, I imagine, for the viewers, for you guys watching at home. This has got to be definitely one of the most intense games of Marvel.
I feel like Dogman in Another Life could be like the next Eminem
in this case. For Shroud X and Techie, they're both sweating probably for sure. Make sure you guys are staying tuned into the stream, getting those Twitch drops on Magic. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Okay, chat. There's a little short break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then this series is cooking, bro. This series is cooking. It's cooking. It's cooking, chat. It's cooking. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Shroud X took a map back, and we have a series on our hands, folks.
Absolutely, an insane series ship, and man, 2-1. We've said a lot in this series, and I don't know what else needs to be said besides getting game. You know what I mean? Like, we just got to get casters, get the game going. Let's get in there because, man, I just want to see this next one. I mean, it's literal cinema right now, and you got to tune in. If you have friends interested in this game, maybe you want to check out Marvel Rivals for the first time, haven't seen a hero shooter just yet, now is their opportunity to watch the esports scene at its peak for sure in terms of intensity, right? I think we've seen an incredible set of games so far. I mean, day one was also cinema. Every day has been awesome in these playoffs in North America. Make sure you guys are tuning in to watch Cozy and Vicky alongside in their cast, as well as everybody behind the scenes. So many people have done a great job, as well as the co-streamers, so shout out those guys, because right now, I mean, nothing else needs to be said except head into map 4 for an incredible banger of a series between Shroud X and Techie XD.
Yeah, I'm with you. You talk about just the adrenaline. You want to get in there and play. I'm with you. My adrenaline's pumping, and I'm just watching. I can't imagine the comms in these rooms between these teams. You know, a lot of them maybe not linked up there for a boot camp, but over the web, just the amount of yelling has got to be so exciting here. Shroud X going to try to move with that momentum. The reverse sweep is on the table, but Techie, an incredibly strong team. That banning phase was slightly different, allowing Ultron through on both sides, but it's seemingly, you know, it's difficult to match them up together in terms of what Ultron got more value, but it was very much a factor, especially with that damage boost.
Who we protect the Doctor Strange could be a factor, as Like we said, with that mag ban, forcing maybe that out later on could also allow them to play that Captain America still. So maybe Techie focusing on Vanguards this time. Stratex understanding that. I mean, they have to have that flexibility to switch between them. You know, I'm curious to see what they do. And you know what? The fact that we had to burn into T'Challa, you know, I think for the side of Techie, the Luna ban was great.
Are you scared of that?
And I think you got to kind of stick with that, honestly, because
okay, let's get this.
I mean, I would not be surprised if Stratex wants to run that Namor stuff.
Oh, who's kicking ass? What's up, Dad? What's up? What's up?
Force Stratex to play something else.
It's a good tournament right now. Good tournament. Good tournament. Both teams are kicking ass.
Burn into T'Challa is one of the best maps for the Namor Hulk composition. We'll see what Techie does. I think, you know, they did deal with it well when they had that Bucky, but regardless, it is really good on this map.
Yeah, I'm curious too. I'm
all good today. I hope you're feeling good today, Dad.
Yet, as it is so common, you know, they're willing to run anything, and that Stratex is one of those teams that they have so much in terms of their roster, in terms of what they can pull out. And down goes that Luna, like you mentioned, happening there. But still going to be Hulk and Namor available. They are going to have Ultron available again on both sides, at least so far, as we get into the final ban here from Shroud X. So
2 games left, Dad.
I think the bans have definitely changed, and I think Shroud X has found a comp that works. But we know Techie always plays aggressively.
You got to put Dr. Dong on the thing, chat.
These aggressive vanguards, and
you got to put him on Dr. Strange.
Constantly getting MVP, just looking really good out there.
As a dad, it's cool as shit that your dad comes in and checks up on you during stream. That's really cool. Oh, my dad's amazing, man. My dad's my #1 supporter.
I mean, I guess the real answer.
My dad sometimes comes on stream and plays games as well.
Stuff again is, you know, go back to that Bucky stuff, right? It feels like the Bucky was shutting down the Hulk. A lot of the value Infinity was finding was negligible.
I want to be like your dad for my son.
Really change on domination, I suppose,
amazing,
and also same thing with Convoy and Convergence. You kind of want to stick with the composition, you know, keep up that snowball.
Tim checks up on
you.
You.
Feel pretty confident with that.
Nah, Tim only checks up to see if I'm eating.
But it doesn't necessarily feel like Stratex were hard countered by that comp as well. Regardless, heading into Burn into T'Challa, the second Wakanda map of this series, I mean, it's anybody's game still. Like, I feel like the slight changes in composition could really impact the overall look. And, you know, both teams, I'm sure, are going to roll out with something interesting but familiar.
Yeah, and we see that, again, the percentages shift again. They were on Techie's side heavily in the last map. Now, back with Shroud X, but look at that number, roughly even. You got fans on both sides. This is intense. Dongman getting that strange lock on lock 1 is, honestly, I would have expected it after that performance.
Only 2 teams left in the tournament. 2 more matches. 2 more matches. After today, there's going to be
a little bit slept on.
By the way, that's Blade's bed.
8 teams in total. 4 for each. 4 for each region.
Headed your house ship.
NA and EMEA.
You know what I mean?
I know. Left it. Boy, he's got his friend there. He's got the Black Panther with the eyes, with like freaking out like that.
I'm
Black
sorry
Panther
to hear
saw
that.
The last map. I mean, he's just like absolutely raging after that one.
Yeah, what we talk about a lot here is they do break the center of this map if you're running flyers right now. They're not going to be doing that.
It's definitely not easy.
Avery, at least Shroud X won't want to, as Avery's going to be the only one in the sky at this point with Ultron. But Blur going to be on the Venom, and we see Brute back on that mag consistently, sleeping right now from the Mantis. Mantis, again, they are running that damage boost. They actually have the full Guardians comp here. They want Doom to pop off, and they do allow through the bubble. And that combination is terrifying. Spin to win with the bubble. So you will see Impunity consistently throwing that bubble on Doom.
Well, and we're seeing them play the triple comp as well for both sides, and I figured maybe Shroud X could benefit from playing this Namor stuff, but didn't want to play against the Bucky. So it's interesting that they did play that. Regardless, now here comes the Eternal Bond. Ultimates have been built. Only 1 elimination in the sky, though. Doom, nice tracking.
Yeah, great work there by Doom. I mean, that was disturbing. Just not missing a single shot.
You put a bag
and then
down
spinning
there
to finish it off as Doom finds Brute.
There was a bag next to the garage.
Blaster Barrage is so, I mean, it's so valuable. Everyone knows it, but if you don't, for those who may be climbing ladder,
come on, Shroud X.
Using that Blaster Barrage, use
you put that down there today, right?
You know, your meter of flight, because you can actually use that flight during the animation of the Blaster Barrage and kind of take any sort of Z-axis direction, use that ascend and descend, and just consistently juke. It is so hard for the enemy to hit you, especially if you have a bubble, and you get alt charge incredibly quickly. And at this level, you'll see them doing it all of the time.
And I'm done. I'm dumb, by the way. Completely flew over my head that Magneto went through, resulting in these bubbles coming through on the Doom in the sky. Able to get so much value on Magneto, blocking the sky, the Meteor on the other side on Brute.
And Doom goes up, just buying time at this point. Not going to get a ton of value there, but it does, you know, give them some time on point. 36, and here comes. They do a great job at using that Dagger Storm to counteract, but Ad still finds Dongmin through that. So at this point, they're just going to hold the point for as long as possible, and then reset together. 44 on the clock right now. Avery. Oh, here comes the res. Dongmin's back, and they're going to potentially.
Yeah, Envy plays again tonight.
Very valuable. This
the winner of this, the winner of this series.
Remember, when you're on Warlock, your body is the beacon for the res. It's not the location of where you put the beacon. It's actually where your body is. So walk in after the fact, and if your team falls, you'll be able to bring them back. That is a tough look there. Throwing that.
Come on, Impunity. You're gonna get blocked by something that's not moving. You're better than that.
There, it's gotta hurt, but 66 already for the side of Shroud X.
And they're still alive. They come back through Eternal Bond. They're building up all that point, and that was Vision, you know, with that huge resurrect on the bottom left. You saw him slowly sort of walk away from the point, resurrect Domin, bring him back into the fight. Now they have Agamotto after Wolfo's ultimate is gone.
Here goes that eye. It does not find a lot of value. Dongmin
he loves that thing.
He last map and nothing there. Not going to res back up, and still
he cuddles it and he fights it.
They're not too worried about it. Doom goes up in the sky. Brood going to find Vision though. Vision may not have that res back. We'll find out shortly. If so, there goes Doom with that spin. This is what
I
I'm
love the duck
about.
too.
The flight just juking everywhere. Very difficult to hit tap on.
Oh really? What happened?
After the res, so the res does come through in another pick. As now Avery.
Yo, Cass, I appreciate the massive 6 months and the kind words, my friend. Come on, come on. It doesn't matter, chat. Listen. They lost one fight. They got it to 99. All they got to do is come back, one fight,
Sometimes
win.
you have to be that sacrificial
they got
lamb
this.
if your Vision, you know, on that Adam. Warlock took the brunt of that damage from Brute in that Meteor M, resulting in him going back in that that cocoon to come back. But they're switching off of it. Now they're going back over to that Namor composition. I figured, you know, they were doing good actually with Doomed on that Star-Lord, to kind of let the Doomed carry sort of angle on that Star-Lord. But now they're back over to this character, onto that Namor, just building up a whale, considering they only need to win one fight. We've seen this with like sort of Storm and Jeff combination with the Eat. You know, nowadays we see it kind of with this Mantis now alongside that that Namor with Doomed on that Ultron.
And here we go with the engagement again. Blur, oh, kind of messing it up there. Tries to get the dive. He's going to use that ult, but right into the shields. It does actually wait a little bit. It does go through, but that combination ultimate essentially wasted, as it does actually. Fidel does force out the bond at least, but that shield from Hulk Impunity, incredible timing. Honestly, almost negating 2 ultimates and then allowing Fidel to ult on the point. Shroud X has found their rhythm, and there is that change as we're talking about to that composition. They run so well. Vision back on the Namor, and Techie just does not want to seem to ban this thing out, but it's all about this next fight as we do have the whale available. Dongmin with the Eye of Agamotto, that combination, seen a ton of value so far. Tap finds Doom though, who is now also on the
Come on,
Ultron,
Dr. Dong. Come on, Dr. Dong. Oh, he's running over there.
The whale goes out, does not land, but it is.
Does he hit? Does he hit? Does he hit? Does Dr. Dong hit?
I don't believe it does.
No, chat.
But they do have point. Yeah. That's a good call.
They flipped the point, but it doesn't really matter because they're still winning the fight. Apologies for that shit. Didn't mean to ruin the flow.
Oh, you're good, brother.
At least they flipped the point. That's really good, because that means Techie never got any. Techie didn't get all that percentage, so that's good.
In the middle of a round, and also with how Techie was playing around that you saw. I mean, they zoned out that whale.
Yeah, Techie now Techie has 5 ults, man. I don't know, Chad. It started off really strong for Shroud, but
avoids that center area, and there's no Luna Stone in the game. It makes it a lot easier to kind of deal with that damage.
Avery again starting off here with Ultron's Rage, going to look directly, and you can kind of see how tanky that Gamma Squid is. It is tough to take down, but that is a huge combination. There's that combination they were looking for before, as both Blur and Tap all combo up. 85 on now, and now Techie XD with a reverse sweep in terms of point percentage, gaining their way through. Will they be able to touch with the teleport?
What's up, Rippin?
I think they just used it too, right? So
no, this is bad. No, this is bad. They started off so strong.
Touch, but he's going to go into Bruce Banner form, and you know that unfortunately.
At least they touch. At least they touch, but they lost a player for that. That's bad.
Here he comes. Overtime ticks down. Do they have ultimate? Stradix not even close to anything. So I mean, they're just funneling in. No Adam Warlock to bring back that Star-Lord. It's just 1 by 1.
Wow, they're actually committing. They're committing ults, and there's only 3 of them there.
But at this point, it seems inevitable, like Thanos, Brute, and Ad holding on his Ad now.
I don't know if they should have. Wait, they got another ult out. That's good.
First map win. Techie with a nice, patient composition.
No, man.
Takes out Fidel.
Any teams that know, any teams that you know, no, Dad.
Yeah, I feel like that was not a good idea to switch to the Namor comp. I don't know. Like I liked it at the very beginning, for sure, but maybe not halfway through.
I'm telling you,
the map.
hey,
I don't
I'm
know.
telling you, bro. Shroud X lives and dies by the Namor comp, bro. Bro,
Doomed on Star-Lord.
Thank you, Rizman.
So
Bro,
much on Star-Lord with the
Shroud
Magneto
X
and
started
stuff,
so strong,
I don't know,
man.
there's got to be some reason in the comms. Maybe Doom not feeling totally comfortable in the Star-Lord, understanding the Meteor M's always a problem. There's a lot of things I'm sure going through Shroud X's head as they lose that first round, which is a solid map for the Namor. But you can see what happens when teams are prepared, ready to go against that Namor Squid, Namor Whale, especially when you have Tap on the other side. 23-0. Man didn't die a single time. Wow. On top of 8 elimination or final hits.
Yeah, that's disgusting. But I'm with you. Like, why change the game? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It was working really well for you guys, and you were holding on tight all the way to 99, and then come back with a switch comp. I just don't think it was necessary, as they were playing so well with it. As we do see the complete return in competition here.
Well, they're getting off the Magneto now. Now they're on to that Captain America. I mean, it makes sense if you want to go for dives and stuff, but man. They're really messing with Impunity's hero pool right now because he's done the Hulk, he's done the Magneto, he's gone to a lot of stuff. We'll see what happens, but Techie XD, ultimate advantage now. Shroud X understanding that probably maybe want to win this in this neutral.
Yeah, we will have vision soon. It's very difficult to get a ton of value with Warlock until the later fights when it gets a little more hectic, especially early on like this. You're not going to just pop that thing off the rip. And Nuck holding on to all dominant with the Eye of Agamotto. Will that get value? Avery just pumping out damage, breaking down shields, and locked back into a corner. There's that Eye, and that is big. Can they collapse? Dongmin gets a 3-piece, an absolute beast here with the Eye of Agamotto. And that's how you need to start this map if you want to start getting some charge and progress forward with an advantage.
And the first fight win, we've seen it before. Can they do it again? Everybody sent back to spawn on Techie XD side. Shroud's going to win the point. I have used in comparison to Brew with that Meteor M. The damage negated for Shroud X now. They have to come back in. Meteor M is gone. Doomed should have a free ultimate after Shroud's ultimates are gone, but Tapped with the Dance of Butterflies is always scary to look out for. Fidel going to have to watch that.
7,
also,
8,
Tapped
9,
can maybe get a one-shot even
10, 11,
before these Shroud's ultimates are popped, but the Resurrects are always a thing you have to worry about with the Atom Guardians composition.
Yeah, I think right now Impunity's just on the jump on the Luna position and just distract, very similar to how Blur is handling the back line here. But the difference is when you have Warlock with Bond available, if you have that sleep ready from Nuck, it is far more difficult. Yes, there's the freeze and the sleep as well, but Warlock Bond is by far one of the best counters to any sort of dive positioning. And here goes the spin to win by Doom, obviously without the shield. Blur finds vision there. Rez likely is up, hasn't seen that fall, and there's that Rez Nuck on the Brew, back on this composition. Things are looking up again for Shroud X, who are holding on to the point. Woofles with the dance floor, and there goes Tap, who finds value.
Yes, there is more games tomorrow, Prey. It's going to be the lower bracket finals and then the upper bracket finals. Basically the grand finals.
Warlock, Rez, Dongmin with Eye again and Nuck, and it looks like Shroud X are back on their game, feeling confident again as Brute is going to actually cancel that TP and elect to not use it.
Well, yeah, that cooldown still gets used too, right?
Yep.
So
3 minutes.
I don't know. I mean, like, it was tough because any elimination Shroud X finds is massive. No Resurrects for Techie XD, right? So Blur going down. I believe it was Brute also falling. A lot of these, even one elimination matters because if you trade out an Adam Warlock who has the res, that matters. Look at Impunity, by the way, lurking over the top, ready to go for a dive onto the back line.
Alt advantage again, Shroud X, Brute.
What time? EU starts at 12 p.m.
Back into the fight he goes.
And NA starts at 7 p.m.
You call it out that you got to pick. And you find out the hard way that you did not in the grand scheme of things. Avery going to get walked on here by Mantis. Nuck playing hyper aggro. Take that space because you can be very aggressive and deal a ton of damage when you have the right person on that. Mantis doomed. Gonna find Tap, and that's a huge early pick. Make that 2. Make that 3. That's doomed. And 4, soon to be 5. What a piece here, trying to get point 3, and they will not have teleport. So that should do it for point 2, map 2. And it's going to be tied up going into the final map.
That's exactly how I feel. That Black
Come on,
Panther,
Shroud. Come on, Shroud.
Separated.
They can take it to a match 5, chat.
Next round.
They can
this is what I was talking about.
take it to a match 5. This is a really good game.
The Mantis comps against Triple Stratus, Ultron Mantis alongside.
Oh, thank you, Jay. I am gay as hell for you. Keep up the look. Appreciate it, my friend.
Third support, Cloak and Dagger. It could be Luna Snow. It could be Loki. Whatever. The biggest problem is that you're just giving up all of that res potential. You're unfortunately on the Mantis for as good as it is. Like you get so much damage. If you find a pick, it doesn't matter sometimes because 3 people can just resurrect back in the fight and you're just giving up that entire team up by not playing the Atom. I get why. I mean, I've seen in other regions they play that sort of stuff, and I like it. But I feel like nowadays it just feels like the Atom Warlock Guardians comp, it just beats out triple strategist if you don't have it on your side. But we saw on Convoy and stuff, it's a little bit different because it's harder to set up those res locations and stuff. But yeah, at least on Domination, it feels like the Atom Warlock comp kind of beats it out. Now Techie changing things up entirely. They got that Bucky out. They got Avery on that comfort pick, like he did so well on before.
Yeah, good call. I mean, it worked for him last time. Ooh, aggressive teleport, maybe a kidnap play. They are going to elect to go back to the beginning.
You should say the name that said that, but fuck man.
And they are going to heavy commit. Can they find something? They do. Impunity onto Avery. What a play here by Shroud X. Going to have to return back to point shortly, shoving it back in the spawn door. Make that 2 as they're going to walk down the rest. 4 seconds before the portal can even be gained. Doomed. Going to try to spin here, but Tap does not miss. You got to be careful up there. Good return back to the point, and what a play by Shroud X.
Come on, Shroud X. I hope they take this. I hope that as strong as Techie is, because we know Techie's a strong team. They already won 2 in a row. I want it to be a close game, chat. I mean, Tap and Avery and Blur and Brood are, and the whole Techie team is fucking popping off.
Obviously, the pick potential.
I just want to root for the underdog. Whoever's losing, I want to root for.
You have Avery now on Bucky. They have to deal with that quick reset.
Yeah, I mean, ult advantage for Shroud X again. Actually, it's going to get tight here for Techie, who is slightly behind Avery, getting there as well. Here comes the dance of the butterfly and the bubble out, keeping the team inside of that. And Tap still finds Fidel. That is a crazy pick. Surprised that came through. Well played as Blur used the clobbering time to help that out. The Born again goes out. They're just trying to stall. Great eye of Vagabundo again, but down goes Dogman after the fact. And it is going to be counteracted. The whole team resing back in. Just buy time on the point. Try to get as much time on as we are at 43%. And Techie is going to lose that dance floor soon. Impunity, great pick onto Ad. Vision onto Avery.
What happened, bro? They certainly, I think it's the res comp. They just got to play the res comp. The res comp is what's working.
Yeah, I don't even think Shroud X expected to get that kill, that KO onto Ad. I mean, he was just on the back of the point. He was about to ult, and then, I mean, just take it, right? Fidel committing that ultimate. Maybe they didn't even need to, but regardless, now into this next fight, Ad will have ultimate.
I'm pretty sure res comp might need to, yeah, it might go season 3.
But we are now at 70% of the point on Warrior Falls. And right now, Shroud X are in the lead to keep moving forward on this tournament.
I think I'm going to stand for the remainder of the
now it's a little chess game. Do you want to use that legend to pull out the Meteor M? Yes, you do, apparently. Ooh, good ball.
Yeah,
that was almost an insane position there on the pick. Out goes the Meteor right to the back line, but I believe Bond was out. Nobody taking much damage. Might have been a shield there from Dongman. They are owning this position again. Doom's going to go in here and try to spin, but 48 HP. Good juking.
Slides?
Look at
No,
that
I don't
movement.
think
It is insane. Back onto the point again. But down goes 2. Make that 3 as Techie XD is now stepping up. Not going to res up, but just trying to hold the point. Doom going to res
Last time
up.
he was over there, I heard a Windows key.
Again. Avery, Tap, Ad, and Blur cleaning up the rest of Shroud X and taking the point, but 99%. It is a one-fight game here for Shroud X.
Yo, I hope Shroud X doesn't do what they did on the first point, chat, and lose it all.
So he'll still have that up for this next fight. Also, we'll have res up.
Amazing.
But I mean, what is Shroud X going to do, right? Not switch to the name war comp. That's already step number 1. Step number 2, now walk to the point. They have to kind of come back. They will be against double duelist ultimates. Dogman's big before, but sometimes
nice Jinx J. No, I call it right now. All my money is on Shroud X, chat. All my money. House.
When you have that res available still,
the car.
You can actually use it to take flight and heights. You can actually fly up to one of those high ground peaks.
Shit, you know what? I'll even put Emily on the line now.
Start your res. So great decision there to hold on as out goes Cap. Oh, what a shot there by Avery. Down goes Doom. That is an early start here for Techie. We're at 41% and climbing.
I'm going to put my hairline on the line too.
Does find a few. Avery turns it around.
No, they're not winning this fight. Avery's popping the fuck off. That was a nice play by Techie.
And they still did not overcommit off of the entirety of the team is rezzed up during that.
Oh, big res by Vision.
Reset still, and there goes a Tap. The Bond is out to buy some time. Wow, I cannot believe they held on through those ults as Techie committed everything. Vision still finds Blur. Wow, Shroud X with a retake. 2 go down. Fidel has the Eternal Bond.
Chat, we are going to a match 5.
Looking like they're going to push this to the final game, and what a series as we do get shoved in. The teleport might come through here for Blur though, and they
I put my hairline on the line, and now that shit's gonna come back. Watch.
Game 5.
Watch, in about a month, my hair's gonna be like full and everything.
All in for them as well.
Wait, if we do go to
China,
China,
because I believe
we fly over
Doomed
Turkey,
as
no?
well wasn't a part of that res because he went down earlier on, got picked. His res timer went off, so he was back in the spawn and he didn't have the passive. So maybe Doom didn't want to commit it at that point, or sorry, Vision didn't
Why
want
is
to
there a
commit it,
guy right
understanding
next to
maybe
me
that they
in my
didn't
old
need to
school
use it
RuneScape
for that
called
Star-Lord.
Testicle?
And it was actually a smart play, like you mentioned. They stayed up, they stayed together, they come back through with Stratus ultimates. They also commit that soul bond to stay alive and able to come back through, play patient, and that's exactly what you need to see out of a team right now against a team like Techie XD, who is formidable. So now we're going to map number 5. I want to see where we get taken to.
Jay, come to China. My friend is playing in China Ignite. Nice. Did he make it?
And it's every time it feels like they're right there. Every time it feels like Techie's about to close out on shot X,
I'm gonna take this downstairs.
They just lose grip again, man. So map number 5.
I hope. Chat. I think the problem with this is that Techie knows that they're winning with the res comp. I think they might ban the res comp. What Shroud needs to do is stop playing the Namor, stop doing that shit, call it a GG on the Namor and the Hulk, and start playing the res comp. Save the res comp. That's what they need to do.
Top here for the side of Blur, the next closest on the opposition at
That's what they need to do.
And 20 after that, and then you get into the teens. It is all about the reses with that composition and just winning the
Are you gonna get
game.
that hair treatment or leave it as the chat? I'm not getting a hair. Listen, if I go bald, I go bald. Oh no, I'll go downstairs. No, it's a break.
Calm and look at this.
So you cooked and brought it up here. You don't need to. Last year.
Absolutely. I mean, Dongman really put the team on his back at points.
Okay, chat, give me a second. There's going to be a break. I'm going to take down my dishes from dinner, and
finding so many perfectly
right
timed ones as
then
well.
I'm going to stand.
And that's a good call out. You know, I think that these stat watchers potentially is the way I like to call it. Just sometimes stats don't matter, guys, especially when we're playing this triple stratus composition. You know, it's not all about the stats. It really isn't. And you know, you're supposed to get a lot of eliminations when you're running a 2-2-2. You're supposed to do a lot of damage on Bucky. On Tridex side, when you're playing that triple Guardians composition that's based around Resurrects, it's fine going down. I mean, finding only one elimination is huge in that composition. So that's honestly why, I mean, if you looked at ranked and stuff, when you play certain comps and you see certain things, especially on like Dive, if you have like a Wolverine player who's maybe not doing that well, sometimes that character doesn't farm the stats. It's just all about the impact at the certain moments and finding those crucial fight wins alongside crucial picks at the right timing. So, you know, there's a lot of things that impact the game. So if you're a stat watcher, you're probably not exactly the best of the game, and you probably should maybe focus on your own gameplay instead of your teammates.
Couldn't agree more. Stats don't tell the story. You got to think about things like, you know, you look over at the Thing, right? He's not necessarily going to get a ton of final hits. His real value is shutting down and protecting with that damage reduction and using that Yancey Street to stop movement, right? And that's not going to be reflected on the stat board. And that, you know, every game, every story is not told through stats. It's far more told through game and team play, which is so difficult to look at until you watch the VOD or the review. So really well played. Again, like we talked about, 6 finals almost across everyone on the side of Shroud X. But I am excited to see if that'll be banned out. Will Guardians comp come back, or will it be taken away right after this break? And it went the distance like we drew it up. Scriptwriters, take it easy. Who takes home this W, progresses forwards, and gets even closer to the LAN event?
Well, I think it's up in the air right now. If I had to make a bet, it would be on ShredX. But to be honest, I mean, Techie's had so many maps to sort of think things out, maybe like rediscover what they need to play versus ShredX. Because I mean, the Bucky stuff is great.
Okay,
it's
chat.
just maybe not as good versus the Adam Warlock. I think also if we move on to Convergence, I mean, it could be better. Like, I wouldn't mind it necessarily if we go to Convoy/Convergence that you play that Bucky stuff against the Adam Warlock comp, or let them play it. But realistically, we just can't let them get the Magneto. We can't let them get the Cap. There's a lot of tanks, I think, that are in the game. Regardless,
I have a very weird
sure
question.
Doom does not
Is it weird that I walk downstairs
and
then when I come upstairs and come to my table, there's just
could say it was that, but
like wine just suddenly appeared? Is that weird?
Like a one trick necessarily, but I think he's one of the best soloists in the game more so.
I don't know how that happened.
That's his best hero.
I mean, I remember
That's what we
pouring
play best
something, but
around.
it wasn't
Even
mine.
if we're not the best like Guardians comp players, Visions had some really good reses. I think he on the Adam Warlock popped off. The whole team played well around it. It does feel like we just need Doomed on that Star-Lord right now. And if it doesn't work out, whatever, right? That's a part of the game. Sometimes things don't pan out.
And this is what's so interesting in best of 5. It seems like they tested all these different compositions into this team, and this team, you know, they definitely have variability as well. But
also, the reason it took a long time is I went to the bathroom, then I went downstairs to get the wine. And what do you mean? I thought this was a Christian stream. Don't, hey, well, first of all, don't you like do first communion and get bread and then you take a sip of and it's wine? But anyways, there was a spider in the house. Emily wants to put the spider outside and be nice to the spider because she said the spider doesn't want to be in the house and whatnot. And I say kill the spider. Which one would you guys do? Kill the spider, right?
Solid whenever you played the Magneto.
Fuck spiders. I hate spiders.
It kind of makes sense. I think both teams don't want to play against that hero. Priority bans coming out through. We saw a Loki ban, I think, come through from ShredX later on as the Mag is protected.
You kill the spider, chat. You kill it.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I don't think we're going to see a protection here of the Guardians because, I mean, unless they want to force out some bans, but it's almost just a guaranteed return ban. If you lock in, you know, say you want to keep Adam right here immediately, you're going to see Mantis or Star-Lord taken off the field, so it's just not necessarily worth it. But if it does squeak through, it's absolutely worth the run. I'm with you. Oh, yeah, of course. Dongman's going to get that Strange back, which found a ton of value over these last 2 games, locking in that Strange. Felt more comfortable, was not afraid to admit it, so that's a good time to keep that hero.
Listen,
I think it looked like
okay, let's see what's going on here, chat. So far, what I'm witnessing is they're doing the same ban, same saves. They're saving, you know, Dr. Dong.
Considering how Avery is pretty strong on that hero. Loki bans on both
what
sides.
I am seeing from Techie is Techie is not banning the res comp.
The Luna ban truly going to come through from Techie again because they think they have that advantage there.
I think Shroud X is going to look like they're not playing the res comp, but they're secretly going to play it.
I'm with you, and I'm a little surprised. I mean, the final one here might change things up. I would.
They're going to ban either Adam Warlock or Mantis. Watch this, chat. Adam Warlock or Mantis. I'm calling it right now. Watch this.
Who else is a bigger threat for this team? I guess Luna. Not a
I told you they're banning Luna.
But I guess they do.
God, I'm so smart.
Going into Guardians, like you said, into something like Convergence because, you know, those picks are easier to understand. When you're in domination and there's reses happening all over the place, it's hard to track. But when you have more of a paced fight and teams are resetting far more because you don't have to hold the point all the time, it is easier to track. So I'm with you that it may be more valuable and they may not need to ban it out here.
Yeah, the difficulty is Luna is good, but, you know, is it worth playing against what ShredX are trying to do with the Mantis and the Cloak and Dagger anyway? I mean,
okay, you know what?
Feels like their comp is pretty solid on the opposite side, and we already knew they would play the thing on the for the side of Techie XC. Maybe go for some of these fastball special plays that we've heard about from other teams and how strong that can be. So we know that comp is very good.
Chat,
for
you know what I'm doing?
Also, Avery
this is the last game, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm standing.
So I mean, whatever's going to happen, you got to lay it all on the table here as we enter a map.
I don't know why they didn't ban the res comp.
Either of these teams further in the tournament. If you don't win today, you are going to be eliminated from Ignite.
I don't know why they didn't ban the res comp, but we're about to see.
Side, which is going to be a super hard game at the end of today, I believe. So we still have 2 more games left, and this one, I mean, this one definitely.
You have to stand. This is a very intense game, man. This is a very intense game.
Every single team in Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Damn, people were voting for Techie to win, and now since the reverse sweep's happening, look, I told you they're gonna play the res comp. They didn't ban the res comp, bro. Put me as a coach. Put me as a coach, man. My brain is I'm like Jimmy Neutron out here, bro. I
It's
just
a sign of
brain
gamblers
blasted
desperately
everywhere.
Trying to get their money back after losing. You know, it's like they're like, oh no, I bet on the wrong team. Gotta go back the other way. To be honest, Shib, I would not be confident in either team right now. Like both teams, I am nervous for.
If any team out there needs a coach, just hire me. I just want $50,000 a month.
And good tackle back into Dongman. Dongman trying to escape. Good movement there. Likely to see a Bond? Maybe not. As they do press in, the Bond goes out, I believe, buying some time there, but what a play. You talk about that fastball special and its value, and clearly showed some value there, already at 100 charge there for the Wolverine, which can be so threatening up close.
Yep, another one available, ready to go. Doom comes in. Blasters above, I mean, bubbling in that thing as well, trying to create a lot of space in the backline, build up to those ultimates. Who's close? Avery's passive pop. Looks like only the strategist is going to be up on ult, says nobody's going down until now. Oh no, Avery falls.
Yeah, that's a good start here. Obviously, a ton of your resource in terms of damage is on Avery. Tap trying to find an off-angle play here. Just going to buy some time, stay invisible in an off-angle, and retake with the team later on. A ton of movement. And
don't worry, honey. I do this. I can't. I do the same stuff. I can't.
Just so far back. If you look at the, you can see the shadow through the screen in the back there, just waiting it out. But now the retake will be coming in, and Tap is going to do his best to try to find one of these strategists in that alleyway, and that could be a huge problem. And they are not expecting it. And here comes the ultimate. That's going to buy them some time. Fidel getting that ult incredibly quickly. Internal Bond, one of the fastest ult gains in the game.
And on the opposite side, ultimates popped.
Thank you, Jaeger.
Clobbering time from Blurry, connected onto both strategists, but in fact, Blur's the one to go low, saved by the strategist. Ayabagamoto is here. No eliminations found just yet, but the Kraken impact from Avery's there. Is anybody going to fall get the reset?
Now that was more of a defensive Ayabagamoto. That was a slow down pace, and I don't hate that. I think that's a decent decision, especially
Dongman, Dr. Dong, impunity.
As well. That's a double stratline pick, and that's very important.
Tap,
right back
Vision.
And Vision says, "Not my strategist." Takes out Tap right after, and Nuck just gonna have to use that passive and rest right back.
And I think right now this Bucky is not doing enough.
Jay, I thought Cloak and Dagger is the worst healer in your opinion, but it looks like every pro team plays her.
Is either Brute just goes absolutely insane on the back.
I mean, the
Tap now over to the Wolverine. Interesting. So they're going for that full damaging composition. The tough part is Tap was doing so much on Psylocke.
I think one team. I think Techie banned it. I have to see what they banned.
You can do now, but maybe that's the switch they need.
I think Cloak and Dagger is not a bad support when you have
Dagger Storm, very good at countering ults without having to
Magneto ban.
But still gonna find Tap through it, and that's a huge start as Tap now on the Wolverine, no longer gonna be running the Psylocke as Bucky on the Avery. There is that slight switch for those who maybe missed it. We are gonna see just Doom just owning this height, using, you can see that energy he's using of his booster packs is just very minimal, constantly canceling it to make sure they can escape when need be. That is a huge lesson to learn if you are playing Star-Lord. Oh, and that is just crazy, that movement with the fastball special.
It looks, hey, chat, full hold. Full hold.
I think it's over for Techie. A minute left. I mean, there's anything's possible.
No, Techie almost has all their ults. Oh shit, Shroud Hex almost has all their ults. Chat, we're about to see an ult fiesta.
Was doing so good on that
an ult fiesta.
The Wolverine. I'm not gonna say it's a mistake necessarily just yet, but I don't know. You gotta feel a little worried now for Techie XD as there's 40 seconds left to go. Ultimates on both sides.
Yeah, this is going to be a who gets the most value with these ultimates check here. This is going to be roll your dice, roll the d20. Who lands it? Who gets a critical success? Because it is dicey now. There goes that throw from Tap. Not able to find much just yet. Very close to last stand. I have Agamotto ready, but you know it will be matched with some strategist line ultimates. No ultimates being committed. Fidel sees the tackle there and immediately going to pop out that Bond. Dongman.
Is it big? Is it big? It's not big, chat. It's not big.
Done. No, they cannot. Out goes the Kraken. Impact lands, but still nobody falls as there is a strat line. Oh, good tackle away there on Dongmin. Dongmin very low, able to escape slightly. And there goes Doom, still holding on to that Galactic Legend until this is done. Not going to buy some time here. Impunity, use that cap ult to keep the team healthy, but Ad finds Vision. The res will come up.
Oh, no. Wait, no. I don't think they're bringing it back, chat. I don't even think he's going to... Wait, Vision! Vision rezzed himself! Vision got a fucking 5-man, 3-man, 4-man res!
Back as well. Any eliminations for the side of Shroud X is huge, but that's everybody.
That's big, bro. That's big.
2 ticks given. Last stands here from Tap. Can it match Dongman with his eye Agamotto?
Oh, fat fucking eye by Dr. Dong! No way. There's no way they're about to chat. They reverse swept. They fucking reverse swept. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Dr. Dong, bro.
Finally.
Dr. Dong.
Done with that. And, you know, for Techie, oh, man, I just don't think that Buffy worked.
my
Like, you know, it's
God.
bad when the Vision didn't have to use the team-wide res the whole time. Like, it was only one.
They still have to
that he had
cap.
to puff.
Listen,
So
listen.
I just feel like you're getting mismatched a little bit in this
Game's
this,
over, chat.
offensive side.
Game's
And,
over.
You know, it's tough
Shroud
because
X
it feels
won.
like for this team, Tap was doing so much on
Shroud
Sidewalk.
X won.
Avery was doing a lot on Bucky when he was not against Triple, and he was against that Namor. Now that we've gone against Triple, it feels like Avery, whenever he was on Human Torch, he did a lot. Whenever they could play Punisher, they're doing a lot. But right now, Techie just does not have the answer to Shroud X. Now, it's still possible on defense, right? We've seen Shroud X get in tough situations like this. That's why we say Shroud X is one of the most exciting teams to watch in North America.
Dr. Dong.
It's, you know, good for their
That was a
fans,
big,
hearts or
that was a
not.
big
They've got
res
to
from
make
Vision
games
though.
close.
That
So this should
Vision
be a good
res, chat.
Yeah, and this is one of those clutch
Chef
moments.
kiss.
We've seen them clutch up
Chef
yesterday. Can they do it again?
kiss.
They need to shine here. They need to be confident. They're playing very confidently. You can see that momentum shift. We talk about momentum all the time. It is very clearly on the side of Shroud X, but you gotta quickly say, Vision, what a res of the team. Way to play patiently, give those ticks up. You don't need to rush in one by one. They retook as a team. Dongman hit an insane ultimate on the backline strategist. Yes, the last stand came out and found some value, but still was returned again by Dongman, taking out that Wolverine, and they just took over the point, electing to use that teleport early to try to make a play happen and own this high ground.
Is that portal coming on through? Now on this flank, they get that high ground first. 4 minutes left to go. Portal no longer available until the very end, as that is a 160-second cooldown. Techie, how do they find this opening pick?
At this point, I think we see somebody coming from an off angle, just waiting.
3 supports isn't impressive. Why is Jay glazing so hard?
From that right side,
Bro,
Doomed is gonna start
you know how
shortly,
many?
and here it goes.
All
Just waiting a
Techie
little
needs
bit,
to
trying
do
essentially
is
follow
ban
good
one of
and
the
now it's
characters
essentially like a
from the
magnet
res
level.
comp,
You
and
can
they
play
can't
hyper
run
aggro,
that
and
comp.
there's
What do you mean
Impunity,
it's not
who's
impressive?
waiting for the
If
stretch to
anyone's gonna
switch.
get
What a
mad,
smart
it's
play.
Techie for having bad bans.
Spawn switch, wait for the team to hold your defensible position, but Avery finds Doomed early, does have that res up. Team gonna play a little bit slower now, trying to find a way. Tap already has eyes on, ready to retake that fight. Is Doomed will be in kind of a tough spot. Is he doomed? No. Does come back here as we do see the Eternal Bond once again leading off this fight. Impunity running right at the strategist.
Oh shit, GG's chat. I think GG's. GG's.
Right on top of that ultimate, and this is looking heavy. If you want to bounce back, Techie's in a dangerous position.
GG's.
Dongman onto Brood, Impunity onto Avery. Can they end this?
GG's,
now?
chat.
The teleport will come through, and there goes the dance of the Cutterfly. Doesn't get much. Stalls, the teleport's in. Can they hold on? So close to winning it. They are at the very end now. They need to find value with these ults. Brood has
Dr. Dong?
and it does find one. Can they keep this going? But that is
Oh my god, it's at 61.33% out of 64%.
by Techie on the patience.
Well done by Techie indeed, but the Born Again by Visions, he brings them back into the fight, and they also have some resurgence. Doomed as well, sitting with the ultimate versus Brute once again.
Impunity gonna come back from that res as well. The team is gonna be reset, and now it's all about patience, and this is huge. Doom needs to find value. Out goes the Meteor M to counter, way to hold on to that.
Blur popping off. Oh, good freeze by fucking the supports. Avery.
What a freeze from Avery.
Wait, they're popping ults still. They're popping ults.
Oh my goodness, this is insane. Fidel committed ultimate there too. Nuck. They are down numbers. Do not have that res. No ultimates available here. Besides Clutchman, can he hit? That Eye of Agamotto, we'll find out shortly. Woofles finds Fidel though. And again, Techie with an insane retake.
Oh my god, what a fucking hold, chat. What a hold. What a hold. Techie with the last 3% percentage hold.
Can you get it done? I mean, both teams.
Oh my god, the last minute and 15 seconds, chat. The last 75 seconds of this series.
Seconds left to go. I have Agamotto ready to go, and last stand available again from Tap.
You gotta stay calm in this moment. This is so stressful, and if you start to panic, it will be reflected in the gameplay. Trying to build up those strat ultimates quickly as Nuck throws out that Dagger Storm just to stand inside of it. If Dongman gonna take some of that damage, does have this Eye. It's all about this Eye of Agamotto now on the back line. They do have Ad ready with the Eternal Bond, and that will counter a ton, but it's all about can you force that out early without committing too much. Techie heavily up in ult advantage here. You almost want to play aggressive because you will have that teleport left. Now the timer is finally committed as they use it at 340.
Oh my god, Dr. Dong got his ult stunned. Dr. Dong just got his ult stunned by Avery.
What a play. Vision now gonna get countered out, going right back through that invis shield. Good play, and oh my goodness, can Techie XT do this?
Impunity got a kill though on the support.
Important. There goes the last stand on the back line, and that's That's huge for Tap as they find 2 more.
No fucking way. No fucking way.
All about this teleport. Dongmin, where is he right now? I mean, they have to touch at least to create overtime. Doom has last stand ready to go, but Ilokamoto on this retouch is here.
You got to try to get these ults, Fidel, very close. Doom does have last stand. They are going to have Whirl's Avery now. Also has the dance floor. The team switching up composition.
Wait, he went through the portal and stunned them at their spawn.
Looking really clean. Techie is just battling here. Everything against the wall. Can they hold on? We will find out as this is so back and forth. Out goes the invisible boundary.
Oh my god, bro. This chat, my heart can't take this. I'm too old for this. I'm too old for this. No! No, my god, my heart can't take this. They reversed it. They fucking reversed it.
But it looks like they will take this. Shroud X.
I told you guys it was over. Don't you ever disrespect me in my chat again. I told you guys the game was over. We didn't even need the play offense. We didn't even need the play offense.
I mean, what a series.
Are you kidding me? That might have been the closest game of Marvel Rivals in history.
That's insane. That was one of the most insane fucking series we've seen today.
Oh my god, this is why we do it, man. This is why you watch. Anybody watching the stream, everybody tuning in just for the magic skins, staying for the amazing gameplay, because holy crap, I mean, whew, I mean, we need a shower after that one. Every player is probably greased to their mother and back, you know, which is a good thing because that was such a banger. Avery with the role swap with the MVP
that
and SVP at the end.
Was
10K looking like
the
triple double stats, almost
game.
triple 10,000 stats. Whatever
That was a fantastic game. I feel so bad for Techie XD. To be honest with you, I feel like if they played five of these, like, if they played 5 games of back-to-back again, a best of 5s, I'm pretty sure it would be very close, very even.
I am just shook.
That's a great series, chat.
That was way closer than it needed to be.
We gotta coach this one after Shib, honestly. Like this is like we're hopping out of here after this, and we're going right on over to Cozy and Vicky, who are waiting in the wing. I know that they've been like just from a viewership perspective, they're having fun. They're like, oh my god, like this is one of the best series like
what's up, Gosh?
Of all time in terms of just how competitive.
NA games are way better than EMEA.
But damn,
well,
I mean,
the problem with
what
EMEA
happens now later on in the tournament because Techie XD,
the problem with
one
EMEA
of the best unsigned teams we saw compared to Ego
is that EMEA has like 3 or 4 good teams out of those 8. I think if you take the top 3 or 4 teams of EMEA and they all fought each other, it would be a very close series. But comparing them to comparing them to the bottom 4, I think is it's a night and day difference. But NA, I feel like NA, all these teams are close. All these teams are close.
So strong. What a series.
Yep, I mean, after this one, you got to give your hats off to everybody who played in that match, regardless of what happens in the future, right? I think it's going to be a tough matchup, I think, for Shroud X. I think what happens usually when we see close games like this, I mean, most of the time, the thing is, this tournament is so unusual. Everything that has happened in the Ignite series is so unusual, Shib. Day number 1, close games across the board, right? We had favorites going down to the loser brackets, leaving the tournament with FlyQuest and Team Nemesis being gone, and with these 2 unsigned teams battling it out here now in the lower bracket
both teams, both teams unsigned. No, Shroud X has it's basically a signed team. Techie did a really great job for not having a signed team. All they had to do, and I bet you they're gonna regret it for the rest of the, like, for a week, chat, they're gonna regret it. All they needed to do was ban either Mantis or Adam. Why? They played the same comp for 3 games in a row and you didn't ban any of that. All you have to do is ban one of the res.
Who's the mystery player? It's, oh my god, it's Nuck this time. What's up, Nuckster? How's it going? Congrats on what a series that was. I mean, do you have any thoughts? Anything you want to say real quick to the viewers?
I mean, is it really a Shroud X game if like isn't like we're about to choke? Like you were talking about earlier in your stream, like we're just always choking. Like the boss wasn't watching yesterday on stream. He's watching today. We really had to put him on the edge of his seat.
Well, that's what you were saying. Like Shroud watching,
who would you J ban?
Like it's superstitious.
Mantis? It's either you ban Adam or you ban Mantis. I mean, you can ban Adam.
I mean, you guys are probably not superstitious about it. He's probably just it's for fun and for gaming and stuff. But I mean, you guys came through for sure in the clutch there.
Yeah, I mean, that was insane. That was one of the most exciting games of Marvel Rivals and series in general I have ever seen. What a reverse sweep, and to end it like that. Dude, I'm shaking. I can't imagine what you guys are going through. And I need to ask real quick, in terms of, you guys run a ton of different compositions, and you're finding a ton of success with Guardians, but how do you decipher between running that Gamma Squids, Guardians, the Ultron boost? What's your thought there? Just test it?
Because of our DPS, we have like really deep hero pools. Like all of us has like, I mean, in general, even me and Fidel, like really deep hero pools. We're not really a one trick for the most part. So like we can run a lot of comps, and then a lot of comps are better in a lot of situations. We kind of have protocols for, you know, if they're running this, run that. It's kind of counter comps. It's kind of the basics.
Taking a look back at the bracket, Nuck, by the way, sorry, Shib. I know that you guys are incredibly excited to go against Envy again after that series. I know that it took a lot of energy out of you and stuff, but I mean, for Envy, I mean, what a warm-up series, right? Surely, right? You got to feel like you have a lot of, you know, games.
How are they going to play again at Envy after this? I mean, I don't know.
XD, right? I mean, that's going to be a matchup. I mean, do you have any overall thoughts of that game, of you guys versus Envy later tonight?
We haven't played Envy in literal like months in an official. I think it's been a while, so it'd be definitely a fun one. We haven't played them.
They don't play right now. The upper bracket plays, but they play.
We feel pretty ready. You know, we set up.
They play in the. They play after.
We'll be chilling.
So they play again tonight, chat.
I think it's like good that we had a close series. I think because we really came together at the end, so it should only look better as the time goes on.
Yeah, you guys started that momentum. It was really apparent. I mean, you guys were winning those Guardian comps. You guys were lights out, and it seemed like you weren't going to stop ever. I know you play a ton of different strategies. You talk about not being a one trick. I've seen just you personally throughout these tournaments play almost everybody. So my question to you is, who is your favorite and why?
I mean, probably Rocket or Loki. Loki just because he's just absurdly broken, and then Rocket because he's just fun to play. Like, walking around as a small little raccoon with a big ass gun is just hilarious to me. Funny.
Wait, what did he say was the most fun? Rocket and what?
I agree for sure. And you know, also just to maybe not change the topic necessarily, but you know, for moving forward, I think
I mean, obviously, Loki seems like a very high skill, high reward, very fun character to play.
You guys understand, Nuck, that series was so crazy, and I'm sure you guys are just like relaxing. I feel like Shib and I were like brain dead after that one, because I mean, it was so back and forth. It is one of the most incredible series.
Hey, good shit, Fate. You guys
thank
popped
you
off, bro.
Putting on an incredible show, as you guys still have more to go. So I mean, let's just do like a softball question, because I literally forgot exactly what I was going to ask you. Did we ask you before what hero you want to add to Marvel Rivals, just to make it real easy for you on this interview, and you know, as you get ready for your next match? Did we ask you that question before? What hero you would want?
You guys did in the first MRI, but not in the first one. Yeah, I said Deadpool.
Do you have a new answer?
Nah, it's still Deadpool, to be honest. I think it'd be
Deadpool. I think a lot of people want Deadpool.
Locked into that. So yeah, thank you so much for jumping in here. I know it's difficult for a lot of people to get on camera, right? And you do a great job. I appreciate you coming in and staying calm, cool, and collected, right? Especially after a game like that. But you know, you're heading into the next match.
Wait, what are you doing up? Isn't it very late for you?
With your team so quickly. Anyone you want to thank, anyone you want to shout out quickly, I'll give you that time right now.
Shout out my family, always been supporting me for the month. We've been triple blocking for like weeks at this point, and it takes a lot of my time, and like I know if they have now, I'll help them and stuff. It's
True.
Just a lot. And then my
we also we'd rather play VP because BBP is fucking talented.
You know, we've had some really tilting moments, and it's just it can get to you, but we've stayed pretty strong, to be honest. And
awesome.
And yeah.
I really appreciate you jumping in. You know, you're always super calm, which blows my mind, especially after that. I know the job's not done. You still got another game coming up here. So good luck in that series. I'm looking forward to watching. Trust me, this has been a ton of fun to watch.
Good luck, Nuck.
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate it, Nuck, from Shroud X, and an incredible series that we had there. I mean, like you said, Shib, and I think if that game goes to show how well things are going to end up later tonight, I mean, I think we're excited for Marvel Rivals esports in general, because across the board, this is what I was talking to you about, Shib. It's been crazy, right? And we're only halfway through the day.
Wait, Rad, you guys are guaranteed to go to
I mean, there's been
China,
crazy
right?
stuff happening in Chinese Marvel Rivals as well in that region, also in Oceania. Kanga got upset. We had Ground Zero moving forward, so what a way to end it. And you know, it's funny, it's still 100 Thieves and Sentinels.
Yeah, we're going to China. Hey, that's some fucking good shit, bro. You excited, bro?
It seems to be
that's fucking exciting shit, man. Also, I saw your interview. Okay.
Wins that matchup is the new,
also, wait, Fate.
fun. And
when you got
everybody
interviewed, why
always
didn't you
claims
say
that,
shout outs to
I'm
Jay3?
excited
That's
to
some
see
fucked
who
up
now
shit right
takes it
there, bro.
here
That's
as
some
we
fucked up
move
shit.
forward, but this is just
I'm
been
joking.
a crazy.
Oh,
day.
yeah. Sorry, my bad,
Raid
chat. I'll
and
give you
Maddie,
guys,
that first map, incredibly tight. We're going to be moving.
Damn.
Actually, we're going to have Cozy and Vicky Kitty coming in here for these
Shroud
last two
won a lot.
games. Me and you, we yelled our pants off. I am exhausted.
No, hey, that was some good
and
shit though. I'm very excited for tomorrow's matches. Tomorrow's matches are gonna be fun. Chat, it's 100 Thieves against.
I just know Shib after the cast just goes and stares at a wall for like the rest of the night.
Sentinels,
He is done.
right?
Like this guy mentally.
Once the thing starts, I'm gonna start the prediction. Once the countdown starts.
My co-caster, man. So it's good to be doing this sort of stuff with you, brother.
Right back at you, brother. Yeah, I'm just gonna lay this computer chair back, put my feet up, and just stare at the ceiling for a little bit, just pounding water, just crying. No, no, it was a ton of fun. So we're gonna make that transition here shortly. And I once again thank you so much for being here with us. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
No, don't give me a shout out, bro. I'm just literally like, I'm literally just trying to piss off all the people who come here, and I tell them, why didn't they shout me out?
I'll be right back.
Oh yeah.
Nah. What's up, Adzul? Appreciate it. Okay, chat. Before I forget, I am going to start the prediction for 100 Thieves and Sentinels. Get your money fucking going, chat. Put your money in there. Wait, both are qualified for already, right, Jay? What do you mean? 100 Thieves and Sentinels are both qualified for China? Yes. Wait, do the shout out. Embarrassing Jay3 is the best. No, bro. Don't shout me out. You're not gonna embarrass me. You're not gonna embarrass me, chat. I don't get embarrassed. I stream for a living.
The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
So far, we almost have $500,000 on 100 Thieves. Also, we almost have 500,000 on Sentinels, chat. Get your money going, chat. Get your money going. Listen, now is your time to put your money on the line. This is the only time you're able to gamble. Do we get to see? Did we will get to see season 3 trailer on the end of the journey? I don't think so. Yo, Gasklin's also in the chat. Damn. What's up, Gasklin? Yo, BDNJ. Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Bro, Jay, I woke up at 2 a.m. I'm so cooked. Wait, go to sleep, bro. Isn't it 3? He said it was 3 a.m. for you guys. Go to bed. I woke up an hour ago. $3 a.m. in the UK, 4 a.m. in Europe. God damn, bro. I don't know how you guys are doing awake, bro. I don't know what you guys are doing awake, but hey, I respect you guys being here, even though it's very, very early in the morning. I respect it. Wait, why was that game so stressful? Bro, that game went down to literally the last fight. The last second. I'm drinking coffee because my ass is falling asleep. Yo, Megumi! Come on, you guys can't be falling asleep. I had 5 hours of sleep last night after a 16-hour stream, and we're back at it with another 13-hour stream, which is probably going to be another 16 to 18-hour stream. Listen, I need y'all to be awake. Look at me. You guys gotta get hyped, especially after last game. Last game was hyped. You guys gotta start twerking on the wall, bro. I can't get hyped during ads. Brother, you don't even have ads. You have turbo. Also, how can you say I can't get hyped during ads when you're literally listening to me right now? That means you're not even watching an ad. Checkmate. Also, I don't know about you guys, but for the people who have been watching me for a very long time doing these co-streams, does this song also play in your guys' dreams? I've listened to this song so much. Every time I close my eyes, I start listening to this song. Yo! Zach! Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. How you doing? Also, I just want to say, I was humming it at dinner tonight. Nah, bro. I just want to say, imagine if they did invite me to go to China to go co-stream their chat. If I start my stream over there, isn't it 14 hours ahead? So if I start my stream at 2 a.m. or 4 a.m., you guys are going to be all asleep. And let's just say, even if I don't get invited and I stay here, you guys need to stay up with me all night to watch this. Okay, 46 seconds. 4 a.m. there would be like noon here. Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, if the tournament over there, let's say starts at 12 o'clock or 10 a.m. Let's just say 10 a.m. 14 hours later, that's what? 2 a.m. for you guys? No one's gonna be awake. Are we allowed to spam for our team? Yeah, you guys can spam my chat. I don't care. As long as you guys are not like saying anything bad. I don't care. Is Ego Death fully knocked out of the tournament? Sadly, yes, they are, Juliana. Sadly, yes, they are. Bro, the predictions shut down way too early. No, you had... My predictions are run for 5 minutes. Speaking about predictions, it is a 50-50 split right now. 1.7 million to 1.7 million. 86 people voted for 100 Thieves. 89 people voted for Sentinels.
A single pixel there. I have no words.
A single pixel on the sounding of the 7 trumpet with a Namor ult just to start off the reverse sweep. Like, I cannot comprehend. I mean, that has to have been the closest competitive Marvel Rivals game.
Wait a minute. Why does Cozy look really good right now, bro? Wait a minute.
I'm coming from
Look, the light blue blazer, the white shirt. Wait a minute. White headphones.
So congratulations. But just
the hair looks good, almost as good as mine.
Every point decided in overtime, very last seconds. Both teams fighting their heart out. And again, the Cinderella story so close, but just edged out barely and not making or progressing forward. I've been in the suit for hours, just like as a fan. I'm almost losing my voice not casting just from excitement. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been not only so entertaining, but it also
Fiddle, I appreciate the massive prime sub. Yeah, you got the same barber. That's what I'm saying, Dad. Appreciate it. Wait, why is my dad awake?
You guys are feasting after that last series.
How you doing, Dad?
I sure am. But you know what's great, Cozy? Not only are we now up next, but we also have 2 more gas series to go through.
Yeah, we're diving straight into 2 unforgettable stories, guys. Better than the MCU could even script. On one side, it's going to be Heartbreak or Glory. And the winners, they're going to be booking their seats there on the lower bracket to the first ever LAN. And the loser, they get a seat too, Vicky, but it's on their couch, coming so close to greatness. But we start off with the 2 best teams right now.
Okay, chat, the 2 best teams in the playoffs. Let's see them. Sentinels against 100 Thieves. Both teams who are already going to China.
If you thought you've seen enough of the Res Comp, guess again. Because in this next upcoming series, I'm expecting it to come out from Sentinels specifically as we take a look at their
Wait, they have never played against each other.
Able to get here in the playoffs.
They have never played against each other.
Yo,
V-Chan! I think I said it right. I appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub. Welcome. Yo, Shib. Great casting, my friend. That last game, that last series, your guys' casting and the game was phenomenal. That came down to the last second and it was beautiful.
Now found themselves in the possible run back versus Sentinels.
Yeah, crazy enough, I mean, the group stage, it told us a lot, but also nothing. I mean, all these games have been so close, but both these teams, they just went on a tear in the upper bracket, both losing to somewhat heartbreak in that finale in the group stage. But now,
yeah, that was a good game, man. That was a good game. Good shit. Good casting, by the way. Good casting. What did my dad say?
Going under other names and going into orgs, they've watched each other grow.
Edward Scissorhands. Dad, what are you saying? I have the same barber as?
In coordination, play, and top
Should
tier
be
level of gameplay. That's what you're gonna
Wait,
get
so the
today.
4 remaining teams are qualified to China? No. So far, the only 2 teams that are qualified for China are Sentinels and 100 Thieves. The last team to qualify for China is the next game, which is Shroud X against Envy. Whoever wins there goes to China as well with these 2 teams.
Big money bag lingering over their heads. I mean, if you look at the prize pool for Americas, I believe it's 250,000 USD. The difference, though, between first place getting 70,000 and second place is literally $35,000 difference. So if you really consider it, that team that's going to be sitting in the grand final, the team that will win this series, will already be feeling pretty comfy sitting in that seat.
And we start off, guys, with Sin City.
Mon, appreciate a massive new tier 1. Willie, appreciate a massive new tier 1 sub as well. Wait, Shib, are you streaming the games tomorrow?
Music. It was an insane eruption on that roster. And what this team can do, they have so many different hats, whether it's triple res, which they kind of coined into their main, I wouldn't even say main lineup, but they own that lineup because Korova at the helm of the Golden God and what he can do together.
Streaming or casting? Are you casting?
That they can win with.
Yeah, I also feel like just combined together and looking at this.
Have a good night, Dad. Sleep well, sleep well. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And having Korova out here, literally just the Adam Warlock to worry about.
Yo, Shib as well with the massive new tier 1 sub. I'm casting. You're casting tomorrow?
Amazing coming out. By the way, like on the Iron Man was impeccable.
Hey, I'll be seeing you tomorrow, bro. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Hey, kick ass, man.
Everything in this tournament, like Ryan Amazing has gone over
to
the Torch,
Yo,
the Black Panther, the Mantis,
when you cast, does your okay, this is gonna sound weird. Does your throat hurt after, or do you like not want to talk anymore? I feel like after doing that long of a what do you call it? That long, your like throat hurts. I feel like I would not want to talk tomorrow all day. Chat, stop making it weird, bro.
Incredible job from them as well. And then of course, Airmoy.
Is tomorrow best of 5 or 7? Oh, you're going mute right now. Okay, all good, all good. Save up, save. It's gonna be really weird. Save that throat for tomorrow, bro.
Again, both these teams, they're just locked in both positions.
Tomorrow, I'm pretty sure the first game, the loser finals are going to be
Well, you know what I just realized right now, Cozy? Both these teams are playing in person.
Best of 5. The grand finals is the best of 7, which we're streaming all day tomorrow as well.
100 Thieves, though, in general, we've talked to Tara now twice back to back. Injured hand to start off the playoffs, by the way. Over there,
I'm always home and only talk to my husband, so when I go to places and actually talk to people, my throat kills me.
And has been popping off. It's really been the Tara.
I
mean, every single person on this team
when you
is
talk
insane. Delena has been popping off, and you know, you're so focused on Tara, you're not really worried about what's happening behind you. And by the time you look behind you, your entire backline has been taken out by Delena. TTK with a damage output on that Emma Frost was a whole other story. They came out with a triple Vanguard at one point on defense, something that we've been able to see.
I love you, Jay.
So much to talk about.
I appreciate it, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TTK just
I love you being here.
On even controller, no aim assist, just pure grit and skill there. And Tara the Terrible.
I meant my voice is mute, not muting you, by the way. Yeah, so for tomorrow. Oh yeah, I got what you mean. I got what you mean.
It still wasn't enough. You need 20+ bans to get rid of the whole duelist section. And even then, Vicky, he goes to Strange, and Delena goes to Rocket.
All right, chat. We have a great game on our hands. 100 Thieves is a great. 100 Thieves is a great team. Sentinels is a great team. I'm looking for a great series. Hopefully the series is as great as the last one that we just watched between Shroud X and Techie. I'm sorry, Techie. They were a great team, though.
The biggest stage before this stage.
It's gonna be fun.
This is where it matters. They're both going to China, but they both want to win.
Ooh, this is exciting. There's so much on the line here.
This is gonna be fun, Chad. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun.
Bragging rights, how much has changed since the last time these two teams have met, and who's improved the most. Again, both
these teams have never met before, right? Sentinels was in a different bracket than 100 Thieves, and we were looking at their match history. They never played against each other.
From both of these teams, and then you look at the Vanguards, and we talk about the flexibility too. So many different compositions.
Not in this tournament, no. Does anyone know what happened in the previous tedious tournament.
Just pure chaos in terms of strategy in that pick ban phase, but also the rollouts and what they can flex into. And the stage has been set. We've got this electric matchup to set up what is going to be one team going into the grand finals. And then down below, we already know what we just saw from Shroud.
Okay.
And going forward,
If I had a guess, Sentinels won. Sentinels won. If I had a guess, chat, I'm putting my monty on Sentinels. I have to cheer for them.
This is gonna be a good one.
100 Thieves is a great team, though. I'm not gonna be mad if any team wins. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. They're both going to China.
The distance again, starting off map number 1 as per
give me
usual on
2
domination,
seconds.
and we're going to burn into Chala.
Yeah, you know what, Vicky? We've had this map almost exclusively in the playoffs. Right, amazing, showing a little bit of that Panther. We only saw it once there on Clintar, I believe, against Nemesis. Hasn't come back since, but they do have it up their sleeve. And you know what? We saw a bunch of teams against Sentinels start to ban Captain America. Crimzo does such a good job of sustained bowling, everything you want from Steve.
Told you 2 seconds, chat.
I'm not surprised. It's been a lot more of these focus bans too, as the protect onto the Emma Frost comes out from 100.
No one's saying anything. I can't see what you guys are typing.
TTK was on that just yesterday.
Don't type anything. I can't see.
Frost from the other side, as Sentinels are going to be able to lock in that Magneto.
Yeah, there's so much like metagame going
Yo,
on here.
keep it G.
And
Appreciate the
trying to
massive
think
9
of
months.
What they're trying to do, but showcase different things. Looking at it, of course, they're going to be focusing some of the top duelists and carries that we've seen. That's also respect to Terra, of course, but they're not. We saw this yesterday. Ego Death let 100 Thieves play the Luna Loki. Not this time, obviously. Just way too good. And if we look down below, Loki being banned as well. So all that 24 seconds, not going to get any of that as we head into the last ban for 100 Thieves, and it's triple res shut down.
Yep, I was expecting this because this also shuts down the attempt on running triple support just with the Mantis.
Damn, this is a
Ultron,
great
and
game,
Cloak
chat.
and Dagger here.
The
While
game
they
hasn't even
protect the
started,
Loki.
and I'm just
I was
looking
gonna
at the
say, for
names, and I'm
anybody tuning in
scared.
here, and you want to actually
I'm
look
scared.
at the different players side by side, you have to look at the combined power of like Nectar and Rymazing versus like Terra and Delun. Like this is literally going to be the battle of ages, and in the backline matchup alone, I was expecting it either they were going to let the res comp go, but that's where their strength is, or either the Auto Adam or Mantis.
Damn, they banned Mantis. That's what the other team should have done last game, bro. They should have banned Mantis. Now they can't run the res comp.
Obviously, Loki, Harvey, they go together, but typically, whenever Cloak's available, Harvey goes to that Cloak and Dagger. SJP going to the Loki, but this time they get rid of that game plan. I like that to kind of throw them off a bit. But yeah, you said it great there. That's going to be the big story. In the past, Delina is kind of that one looking for the flank angle, and that's really put pressure on Sentinels in the past. TTK showing off a little bit of that flex there on Emma. Great job there with the echoes, and they did leave that team up open.
DOMNGZ. Is that Dongman?
Deadly stuff, and I like that Terra showing the hella again, even though he has some other options available.
Terra, I feel like, is a professional Ditto. You can put Terra on anything hit scan related, or just anything in general. We even saw, the Vanguard rolling out here too.
No? Oh, someone said
for map number 1. But you got to see the Loki ban, it looked like, from the other side too. So a lot of focus between the Loki and the Mantis as we get to take.
Oh, someone said, hey, I appreciate what you did in that game. I was about to say.
On the Sentinel side than 100 Thieves, which I'm actually really surprised. I thought it was going to be a lot
inaudible.
closer.
Has 3 months.
I'm shocked. I mean, you might as well spin a ball on a roulette wheel with these two teams and what you could get the outcome for. So the talent, they are neck and neck. But hey, they're both in boot camps. They both have so much experience in the game against each other as one team, as they collide in a battle for the ages here. And Crimson bringing the team right to the fight, not the point. This is going to be awesome.
Time to duke it out. Immediately frame 1, just looking behind as they get a little bit of head because 100 Thieves are already rotating from the high ground instead, so they'll have the positional advantage going into this first fight.
Yeah, we have Rymazing here, who's done a great job on Human Torch. They leave it open, though. Team somewhat disrespecting what Rymazing could potentially do here on Johnny Storm, throwing down that pressure, and Flames immediately diddle in. That's going to be their main focus. They're trying to get that pressure on the Torch to look for the heals and look for the get out here.
Right,
barely escaping there.
I'm ready, bro. I'm ready.
Throwing down the Thorns is Terra at the first point is tied up.
Look at the TTK Emma Frost coming out again.
Yo, Ricky, appreciate the massive gift to sub, my friend.
TTK was putting in, and it could be a little bit of a sleeper when you're having Terra just pop off, and with Harvey.
How you doing, my friend? How you doing? How you doing?
With getting the trade off of Delena and Crimzo, it's an even fight, and TTK already has that 100% damage output on that Emma Frost beam.
Yeah, if Kurova's the Adam Warlock mascot, it's got to be low-key for Harvey there. TTK getting a cleanup on Techie. That's a huge opener there. Now, Right Mason trying to ride this internal bond into the pressure. And now Nectar following up with Amori as well. That's two they're making now with the invisible boundary going up. Might be a little too late, but the push-off there. SJP. That was a beauty.
No one has capped first point yet.
Terra getting that one KO brings Harvey right back, which actually allows 100 Thieves to try to re-engage just as quickly. And that's with 100 Thieves also being able to get the point first.
100 Thieves is taking the first fight, chat. Hey. Taking the first fight sets the momentum, bro. The first fight is a neutral fight. No teams have any ults. Everyone starts at 0. Everyone's at full health. And basically you're saying, we are better than you. We are better.
That Luna ban that we saw coming out from the other side, something that Sentinels try to prioritize and saving for Kurova. As Kurova will be able to enter into this next fight with the fate of both worlds. All eyes, though, onto Delena, who's trying to target that backline. Techie taking a good amount of that damage. Amazing with the Supernova. And TTK trying to deny the strategist ult from Sentinels just as they try to approach here, but they're still able to stall.
Yeah, that's what those fire tornadoes can do so well. Neil before TTK, though, with that pressure push forward. The Nectar trading Psylocke v Psylocke. Love to see Crimso with the group hug and the group elim now. But Terra, again, just being able to get so much trade value, getting Harvey back up. Remember, that team up just often slept on and forgotten, as now just trying to escape his TTK. And as we would expect, Vicky, this is going to be just a close one.
It's going to be a nail biter.
Hey,
they take it, but it was
let's
a
see this, chat.
there from 100
It looks like it's going back and forth so far.
Different when you have Captain America and TTK just trying to move on that Emma Frost, and Terra has just been getting so much of these eliminations too. Definitely a problem that works hand in hand with just being able to get the revive on the Loki together with the Hela.
Yeah, 100% agree there. As looking into this next fight, you've got the Dance of Butterflies to open up that backline. Moore, though, is going to have that internal bond, so the pressure will be relieved. Maybe they find Kurova. That would be the big pick to start things out there for 100 Thieves. And then Terra, we saw it in the past. He always saves this Goddess of Death to throw it up mid-fight, get people uncomfortable as they're
Is it Seniop? Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Sorry, I'm like really focused here.
First, though, and the God of Mischief is going to be able to get the copy onto the Invisible Woman. That's going to be cycled between the Loki
and
the
how does he miss, man?
Does not find a mark.
How did he miss?
Instead, Kurova ends up being a victim to Terra's hands.
Oh no, chat. Oh no.
Don't worry, I'm here too. Nectar may have gotten one KO, but Delena follows up right afterwards, and 100 Thieves retake the point.
A full 5.0 Terra Quake.
Jay, if you upload, I'm uploading the last game on YouTube. I hope the highlight when you said doesn't matter if Techie won first match.
They put him at that captain spot for the team for a reason. The trust
True.
and most importantly the skill that guy has. Insane here. Going into the fight though, we do have the invisible boundary to open things up. TTK can do some kneeling here, and on Sentinels they've got to win some neutral before they get anything going. Kurova closest to it.
Crimso too with that group hug. At least combine that with the wombo combo on the Supernova and controlling the space. They have to re-engage now, nearing 95% as they try to close in the gap. I'm looking at Delena here. He's able to get away. SJP with a reset on the invisible boundary, and TTK all kneel behind the psionic seduction as they know what's coming. They're controlling a good amount of space, and you have the damage output here too already at 92 on that beam.
That's a big ult, bro. That's a big ult by TTK.
Team alive, and that's so important as the push trying to make things at least uncomfortable for Crimso, having to make his way back over, and the kick off. Nectar though does get the trade on not just one hero, but the important one in Terra as he throws down the integral person. They get everybody together, but there's no follow-up. You get 4 of them, 2 in the invisible boundary now as Delena. He's starting to delete heroes as he always does here. Amazing down, Nectar down, 100 Thieves.
God damn, dude. 100 Thieves just overall has such a great team, bro. I'm scared.
Hug. Amazing was taking a good amount of pressure, but no
Damn.
Right afterwards, right before the KO was landed onto them. But Sentinels still plant their feet here, and Crimso with the Doctor Strange portal is going to come in to re-engage.
Good TP, good TP, and they flip point. They did flip the point.
Here, but Nectar going out with the Dance of Butterflies, trying to get that pick early. Terra being the first to fall here. Now, okay, it's 4v5 at this point. The point can go either way. Crimson with the quick melee.
Oh, keep Amazing alive. Keep Amazing alive. He's putting on so much pressure.
Yeah, with TTK coming in on the Doctor Strange, just to portal everybody back into this fight too. And that was with Sentinels in that first initial fight, right before we saw them come in with their own portal, where 100 Thieves had the body advantage. A lot more players on the point. They had one more of the trades here, and then they slowly backed off, and Sentinels were able to take over that point. So even coming in with that Supernova as a cheeky meteor here, comes in, misses though as Terra has this 1v1 upstairs.
Off the backboard, Techie, now that's 2 that he wants back. That's okay, though, as they push it. Right, Amazing on the Limp feed. Does get that elimination early to start things, but right now, Sentinels kind of backs against the wall here. It is 99 to 99. You've got the Eye of Agamotto, and up goes the Hella ult. Can Terra get a pick? He's going right for Right Amazing. He connects one, but Terra goes down here as Karoba dropping the beat in a little bit of 100 Thieves momentum.
Shaping with that invisible boundary, though, the Eye of Agamotto sneaking through, right through that boundary as Terra finds another pick onto Amazing. Make it 2 with the Crimzo. Terra, you sure your hand is injured? Because these KOs constantly back to back, but the nice strength here just to try to take care of that problem. Terra makes a swap over to the Wolverine. Harvey goes down, and 100 Thieves are down to 4 here.
It is as close as it could get. Maybe not a pix away from the Shroud X game we saw, but right there is Vinny throwing down the punches in the animation canceling. Beautiful job there, making a comfortability for Sentinels.
Dude, this is a very, very insane first round already, chat.
Right, Amazing to do the slam to push it forward here. Nectar, though, trying to get something going. He does get the Lina in the trade.
It's a big trade, though, at the very least. JSP is also slowly approaching that invisible boundary just to help with the reset. Same thing for TTK on the Eye of Agamotto. Right, Amazing with that Supernova, though, is going to control so much space. Look at what overtime is looking like. Literally a pixel as we saw Terra make that swap over to the Wolverine. The Eye of Agamotto finds 2 big picks onto Crimzo and Aramori. They jump off, though, at the very end.
Oh, my.
Thieves take round number 1 going down.
Bro, this is a nail biter, chat.
This
is a fucking nail biter.
Fight. Incredible effort from both teams, but it was just by, honestly, a step off. 100 Thieves is looking to get that point. Looking at the stats here, I mean, I think you're seeing a lot. I mean, Right Amazing, I didn't see an awful ton on the Olympi, but 13K, obviously doing his job. Though, has just been putting on these silent performances, Vicky, time after time. And then there's Terra, who, you know, he's always doing it.
Yeah, and Terra, a TTK too, like 17.2K. I feel like it's just so easy just to look at your Emma Frost doing Emma Frost things. I clenched a little bit for Crimzo when I saw TTK.
But TTK has 17,000 damage, bro. That guy's disgusting. Delena, Terra, bro. That team is fucking scary, bro. I'm scared. That's a scary team, chat.
Yeah, I mean, you know what TTK stands for? It's take teams kindly to the spawn room. Just such an insane job there. Yeah, that's off the tongue. But as the team pushing in, if you're Sentinels, I mean, you played well, you played great. Couple times you just could not connect those ults. You're gonna see a lot between these two well-coached teams. It comes down to the ult fights and just the perfect timing, precision, as now Right Amazing floating on the top of this point.
Right Amazing, despite a lot of the focus coming out from Terra, though, and even finding these picks onto Right Amazing themselves, Terra has been putting in that pressure, but Right Amazing.
Yo, Ram to see. I appreciate the massive 5 good subs, my friend. Absolutely crazy. Appreciate it.
Break out and reveal the den right down below, but there's that damage output when you have a Brute on the other side, though. You boost it up just as quickly as the dance of butterflies after Vinny.
That guy, he's disgusting.
He's Delena following up with a 2K.
Dance of the butterflies, call it dance, execution, but here comes Crimzo throwing them together.
God.
It's not going to get enough. They're using ults to try to cap this at that as well. They really want it. Unfortunately, don't get it. Throwing everything, gaining nothing. 100 Thieves taking over the point.
Gotta break down. Just not only are you consistently able
How do you say your
to
name?
keep
Out
your
of
beam
Dan Show? Appreciate the massive new Prime sub, my friend.
but it's thanks to the
Welcome to one of the best series we're about to witness.
Crimzo being on that group could be a double-edged sword for them here, but Vinny does have that ultimate with the Captain America before the re-engage happens here from Sentinels with Aramori.
Yeah, looking here, Aramore can open up that channel bond, and then Amazing maybe can follow. Nectar, though, looking, he has gotten a lot of value, Vicky, from those dance and butterflies. He's going to look to go once again, at least on SJP. Harvey and SJP far from the ult, or at least not going to get it immediately in this team fight. And they're focusing TTK, who might as well just be another duelist out there with what he can put out. And there it is, dance and the butterflies go down. Lanterns to follow, but they still get Terra and wipe 2 important cooldowns.
TTK in the down 4, like, let me out, let me out. These Groot walls are stopping me. It couldn't help heal for my team. Delena tries to answer back, not finding it shot because the invisible barrier was right.
Wait, how the hell did he get that? Okay. Oh, wait, was he invisible?
Nectar gets a follow-up. Techie gets Harvey. No backline for you as Sentinels are able to reclaim this point.
Yeah, beautiful job there from Tech again. We've seen it so many times, like Prince. Just huge purple rain down on that team. Throwing it down. Another great elimination there. Amazing does have the Supernova ready to go. 100 Thieves, though, they always have that fire extinguisher right in the back pocket. TTK, though, we've seen this all
Fuck,
in
chat.
right?
You know what I
They've got
just
the Neil,
realized
they've
as
got a
well?
Harvey. What's
I
more,
just
you
realized that
lose control, and
TTK,
usually
he's
the
top
point
tier
is gonna be a
kid.
tough for Sentinels who used
And
a lot to get that point, but Karoba
I'm pretty sure I've seen that name in my Twitch channel asking to play and always like saying hi and whatnot, but I never put 2 and 2 together.
Unfortunate.
Fuck.
Even better news for the re-engage of the choke slam.
I hope he comes back to my stream.
Nowhere is safe. That also just always feels so personal whenever the Emma Frost knows what to do and focusing what that problem is, which is Amazing in this case.
Techie just begging to get his groove on, can't catch the beat, and
oh my goodness,
because of it, oh my gosh, just like that, Nectar goes up with the dance of butterflies.
Oh no, he fell.
Hey, top tier kid living up to the name.
What do you mean you're rude? I just searched up his name because I thought it was familiar and he was actually following me.
Everybody in the front with that gigantic beam to
Daniel, pre-announced 17 months. Fuck, does anyone watch TTK on like Twitch or anything? Hey, tell him to DM me or something. We can make it work.
Yeah, they're just trying to stall as long as possible here. Vinny, though, trading with Air Moy. That's going to be huge now as Terra just trying to get a little bit of relief. Techie now going to fall down here, unfortunately, as Strategist already went down to follow here, and then Nectar kind of left by himself. He is going to collapse, and at this point, it's looking, I mean, it can go
I
either
subbed
way
that
here,
boy.
Vicky.
Oh, you
Obviously,
subbed to him, but not
the
me?
first point
Okay.
has a little bit of advantage there with
I'm
the ults
joking.
and everything.
You're
but,
good.
you know,
No, you're
I
good.
like the chances for both.
If they don't ban that Emma Frost, I mean,
Bro, I'm not egoing anyone, chat. Sometimes my chat moves, and when I'm in the middle of a game, I don't see it.
Good luck with all those vanguards that TTK has in his pocket here. As the approach comes in from Sentinels, they don't have really much unless they build into the Supernova and Kurova into that Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, this is going to be rough for them because they're going to have to win here to gain ult charge, but everything in the back pocket for 100 Thieves, they're feeling prepared and ready to go, and I agree, it's at the hands now. Right now, there's one great Terra, but TTK doing an incredible job. Delina, though, going for the quick execution, has to back off, go to the teams, and use those dashes precisely to get back to cover here. Now TTK a little bit under pressure. He gets to the lantern zone, and that's what's so deadly.
Look at the repositioning right there too. They communicated, the invisible boundary came out, and TTK in the Psionic Seduction tries to pull everybody to them, but the Fate of Both Worlds comes in. The group hug coming in as well, together with Amazing and the damage output without having to use too many of these ultimates because they want to carry that over to the
Come on,
next
Sentinels.
round.
Come on,
They
Sentinels.
got
Come on,
off the board
Sentinels.
From 100 Thieves in the very first one. And
Jay
they're
only
taking
wants to
over
play
this
with
fight.
famous people at SMH.
Grimzo showing how
That's
he can
not
do
true.
it all there, no matter the hero, and just
I play with
insane,
myself
because
all the
they were
time, and I'm not
so
famous.
Outnumbered, especially in terms of ult economy there, and now they're fully loaded. Now you got to win another.
Come on,
point, so
Sentinels.
do you want to use it all? You know, it's going to come close here. They're going to have to do a good job as the portal comes in. TTK going from Emma Frost to the Sorcerer Supreme, pushing in early, and Delina looking.
You guys think we're gonna go to a match 3? A map 3?
Time ticking away before retouching right here too. Terror has the reset with the Goddess of Death. As Tech
Oh my god, what a fight. Wait, how did he kill the guy with a shield? He just LeBron James windmill dunked it. Wait, we're going to a match 3. We're going to a match 3. We're going to a match 3, chat. Oh my god, this series is amazing. This series is amazing.
Of butterflies helps out Sentinels to take us to the third round.
Dunks the Galaxy on their hand and smashes the glass with it. Incredible job there. And then just good job with the Supernova from Human Torch of Amazing. I mean, the guy can play it all in the duelist department, but Flyers, he's just locked in so well. 24k damage right now.
28 and 7. Amazing is really good with Flyers, man. 24,000 damage.
30k damage from TTK. I mean, just absolute.
Yeah, but look at TTK. TTK has 31,000 damage on fucking Emma Frost. Oh my god, 31,000 damage on Emma Frost, bro. Jesus
I feel like
Christ.
It was so close for the first round too, like we saw for that second round. I think just the re-engage and having those picks, especially that big meteor onto TTK when TTK made that swap over to the Strange, like those very impactful game-winning conditions that you lean into, just in terms of timing of those ultimates, is what really made a difference. But I also
You could have been
feel
duoing with that guy? Shut up. I know. Shut up.
There at the very first round,
Shut up,
and then
chat.
looking at
Listen,
what they
sometimes
were
I
able
need
to
you guys to
push
point
in
out the
before getting
obvious.
off that
sometimes my brain my brain doesn't add up some stuff.
Then Sentinels were just on that point first. So I just think they stick to what they're doing here. And as you can already see, Techie coming in with the portal play.
Yo, Mantis, appreciate that for 24 months, my friend. How you doing? How you doing?
Throws the portal in, and they're looking to get some cheeky elims out, throwing out the walls and the pressure with it. Terra being precise as always. He signs those thorns with his autograph and cursive, throwing out the graves. Now Techie popping in a little bit behind here, and they're going for the strategist back there. Can he get at least the lanterns out? But there it is. We've got Vinny throwing the blows there on Dr. Strange, but amazing trades with it. But they go down with the Vanguard. That's gonna be tough.
Yeah, also you lost on Aramori rather early in that fight too. And
Wait,
you're just getting duped
wait, what was that? They just kind of like ran forward and just fed ult charge and died and just reset the fight.
Command grabbed.
Just how good 100 Thieves are in the neutral. I mean, just incredible job, awareness, and just communication. Those comps, you know, are just spitting with lyrics here. As now Harvey, SJP both ready to go in the strategist front here. TTK getting close as well, Vicky. But we've seen it. Crimzo sometimes can do it all by himself, especially if he's got the dance floor to follow.
Mm-hmm. Also thinking about Harvey here, having that God of Mischief too. TTK still the problem that we've been seeing TTK be. Over to the other side though, Crimzo's got the group hug, tries to get the follow-up push from the other side from SJP, as the Invincible Boundary is looking to try to keep everybody from 100 Thieves sustained.
Yeah, they've got the pressure there, trying to get the point cap, but they don't know. The grand finale does drop there, as well as the Invisible Boundary. And at this point, it's any teams to take here.
Oh, Crimzo has his webcam on.
Get the connection he wants or the follow-up. There's amazing, but it's too little, too late. Terra up in the sky, throwing it down here, trying to get the pop and the connection, and that's what he does so good, Vicky.
The actual environmental air boost, by the way, like I just saw a flying TTK at one point in that diamond form. I thought I was just seeing my sleep paralysis.
Damn, 100 Thieves.
Well, Terra gets another pick, gets Harvey right back in, and then follows up with Harvey and Korova. 100 Thieves now get to keep up on this.
100 Thieves is dominating right now, chat. 100 Thieves is dominating.
Here, but both have hero plot armor. It's like which team is going to take it? We're seeing the colors fly and the ultimates flash here, and it's just so close with these fights. But right now, 100 Thieves look like they've got it figured out, and they like where they got in terms of strategy. Remember, I told you, Vicky, a lot of this is going to come down to that pick ban phase and the way they roll these games. It's coming down to micro decisions here. Delena getting and farming just incredible ult charge here, going from 0 to 35 with ease.
Oh, with the Dance of Butterflies, though, to be started off from Nectar, who's been fantastic, by the way, on this Psylocke. Does not find anything or force out any of these ults because there was no ults to force out from 100 Thieves. As they try to walk back in, the rest of 100 Thieves are giving them that space, but they could afford to do that, with Sentinels only now getting 10% plus.
Oh, this is going to be a big one from Techie. Can he land it?
What's up, baby?
Extra damage there at TTK, but that's where the Diamond Fort comes into handy. Not only can you go with extra protection, but you can throw out the kicks and the choke like TTK does so well with another kick. And this is such a tough point to fight Emma on the point here with the rage up to 100. And this is looking
Chat,
rough
you see
now
this?
for Sentinels to take. Korova down, Crimzo down, and it looks like Sentinels going to go down on map 1.
Dude, that was so crazy. Like, TTK thought like 3 steps ahead right there. He set up the Emma Frost shield right on time before using the Psionic Seduction to hide behind it, while Terra in the middle of seeing through that invisible boundary here from SJP gets the snipe pick.
First map goes to 100 Thieves, chat. That was a good game. And that was only round 1.
Yeah, just absolute cinema from both teams there.
Is that the
And
Adam
right
Warlock
now,
main
again,
Korova?
there's
Yes.
only so much you can do after you've had heroes lost and gained, but 100 Thieves, they just played that to absolute perfection. You know, Vicky, the stats going to tell a little bit of a better story. As Harvey, again, he says yesterday, I don't get to play him much, but when I do, oh man, and he absolutely, and he did so with Harvey, with Loki on that one. It's going to be 1 to 100 Thieves, and looking
Terra
at the stats,
Terra
I mean,
popped off
there's a
as
couple
well.
that stand out
37
pretty
and
heavily.
8 with 22 final
TTK
hits.
out here with 38k damage done. We had seen some swaps too, with Delena trying to portal right back in on that Doctor Strange, but dealing at least 26k damage, so 14 final hits. But then the 22 from Terra, as we saw Terra terrorize the skies. And then even looking on the other side, Amazing just continuously doing amazing things. And I feel like Nectar, we've highlighted other
you want to
heroes
stay with me? Okay, then we're going to go
but
down.
the Psylocke really did come out.
Pat, I have to go down. He wants to stay with me.
Yeah, 14 deaths though, that's tough. And I think the big story there, Vicky, TTK only got eliminated 6 times. I mean, that's such a big difference of presence. And you just said it best, right, with the diamond form. Like, so many times is diamond form used on aggression, but no, right there, he was prepared for the ultimates, and then he uses it to survive and then thrive as he pushes into the point, ultimately helps him win that so well. I mean, when you've got some of the best players in the world on both Vanguard and Duelist, it just makes it so tough, even if your whole team is skilled to the nines.
He literally was living like rent-free, like 3 steps ahead, like predicted the meteor to come out just so that way you already have your shield out when you are stuck in the psionic seduction, so that way you could just hide behind your shield once the meteor comes in if you're getting autofocus, because TTK was a problem. Like Terra, obviously we saw Delena lighting up the skies. Like, if there isn't a target ban onto this Loki, because Harvey is just the embodiment of Loki, just like when we talk about Kurova, like that is the Adam Warlock in my mind at the very least, but the Emma Frost and the Loki needs to be taken care of.
What's up, baby?
Yeah, I think Delena too is just often not talked about enough, because obviously he's on the same team as Terra. We see that in sports, right? There's a superstar, there's one really great player, because there's a fight going on in the background and in the back lines with Psylocke. It just wholly tracking. I mean, he's so good with his precision, and honestly, really just took it to Nectar on that particular map. And that's what cleaned up a lot of it and just opens up space. It opens up strategists to focus on their vanguards, and then you can keep rolling from there. So there's so much going on in hero shooters behind the scenes as well. Want to give the flowers to Delena on that map as he did some clutch eliminations. But Harvey taking over that MVP, 36,000 healing, 37 assists. This man, he can do it all. And both teams, pressure's off. Again, they're going to land, but they want this one. I'm telling you, Vic.
Yeah, it's all about the big money bags out here that they could focus on, and already taking that first map in our best of 5 is the best way to set yourself up for success here. Harvey popping off on the Loki. Again, not so surprised, but that's cycling with the Invisiwoman too, and that's without the Luna Snow being out.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, money's a lot, but I also think ego with both these teams. Like, they want to be known as that, like, team in America, right? And right now, they're both showing it, but 100 Thieves looking strong, and they're going to have to change up a little strategies. They've said they have spreadsheets behind the scenes. Crimzo, he's got an answer to everything that's giving them the big edge, and we've seen that thus far in the tournament.
Give me the cat.
Now,
it's so cute.
We're going
no, this is my baby.
And if it's anything like the matches we've seen all of Ignite, it's going to be a good one. We'll be right back after this break.
You see him? He's so cute. He's just been so cute. He's just been so cute. I love this little boy. That is so cute. You're so cute. He's like a race car right now. I don't know if you guys can see him. He's like a little race car. He is purring. When can we expect the baby human? Oh, it's a great question. Look at him, look at him, look at him. Oh, he's such a good baby.
Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters
Hey, that's my necklace, man.
we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are riders till the end of time. We will flash no matter where.
Hey, why are you eating my necklace, bro? I can't have you eat my necklace. Come on. It's such a... Hey, what are you doing? He's being such a cute little boy.
The flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can
Look at him, chat. Look at him.
the winds and fire and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart
What are you doing?
is mine. Light has fallen.
What are you doing?
Darkness grows on. Yes, we fight for our destiny and
What are you doing?
smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way.
Hello? What are you doing?
And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
What are you doing?
Rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up,
what the heck? Can you, okay, hey, if he's comfortable, he's comfortable. That's how we're gonna watch the tournament, I guess. No, don't leave. No. No. Oh, this cat has no survival instincts. He was found on a farm with his brothers and sisters. Bro, this cat has...
What's going on, guys?
He literally walks up to the older cats, smacks them, the other cats hiss and smack him back, and he just rolls over on his back and starts like trying to play with them.
In the group stage, Vicky, but here it is right now. The
I didn't ruin it. He went to go eat.
It was gonna happen eventually here, and this is the moment where we get to highlight the teams that have been able to improve through some changes that we've had within Marvel Rivals and showcasing consistency, because it's been back and forth thus far. There's kind of like that tiebreaker from the history of these two teams meeting, and we have to reference the issues that we saw in that first game specifically, because TTK, Terra, I mean, they were all a problem, but that Emma Frost, the Harvey Loki were all big issues. So now resorting over to that pick and ban phase, I'm wondering what we may see that may change.
Yeah, really, when you look at teams this good.
Oh, by the way, Wind, appreciate that, get the sub.
Small things. It's not gonna be as evident, right, when you see maybe a big gap in the seeding or the skill level. Right here, it's just the precise timing of when and how.
Why don't we get strat POV? They probably be cooking. What do you mean strat POV? Why don't you get their like strategy POV, like point of view? Because it's
anything out of
that would be good.
Use that on purpose to try to bait out different things. So look for the small things, guys, in these matchups here. And again, just the tip of the cap that they have there for Crimzo on Captain America.
Oh, strategist. Oh, I thought you meant like strat.
So much.
To be honest with you, I think
oh wow.
Okay, I think that's because that's just every game. Even in Overwatch. Overwatch, a lot of people don't spectate, you know, support players. You know, Marvel Rivals, a lot of people don't support. I feel like support players are looked at, I don't want to say looked down upon, but they're kind of like neglected. But they're like the backbone of the team, bro. If you have bad supports, man, it's not good.
Something they rely on in general here. On the other side of things, though, Luna going out, SJP gonna have to flex over once
yeah, it's
again,
underappreciated.
I think they're gonna go
as you can see from like
Harvey is obviously
the big drama that was going on with
I think they like what they got.
Okay, and yeah, over to the Cloak and Dagger being gone, saving on that
that streamer, I forgot his name. Wow.
Here. So
they
saved both of the strongest assets that I was talking about, TTK and
Necros, there you go.
Side by side. While on
damn, yo, Pecker, appreciate the massive dono on YouTube. Been here since 9 a.m. and enjoying the ride. Go Sentinels, yo, appreciate it. That's a long time. I've been streaming for 14 hours.
This is what's so great.
It's been a very long time, man. Appreciate it.
On the dime, right? And Terra taking what was Delina's main role for now multiple tournaments going into Hella. And what have we seen? Harvey, one of the best strategists in the game, getting free revives. You can't make it up. It's such a good strategy there. But we do see Terra getting Wolverine. It hasn't got him often. This has been banned for him a lot.
They banned Mantis again.
Krova lingering.
Oh, the match has been reset.
But Krova was lingering over on
how many more matches tonight? After this one, there's one more.
So maybe seeing a different iteration of that triple comp. We'll have to wait and see as we move on over to Central Park for our second map.
Yeah, just reloading the graphics cards. They're trying to prep up for what's going to be an epic match here. I think one thing.
If you think about it, the healer's POV is good because they're in the back and they see mostly everything. That's true, but at the same time, I like the tanks are on the front lines and they see a lot too.
Now Crimzo on Groot has one of the biggest weaknesses in rage charge up. This would be tough to counter.
Yo, beat Chamba. I appreciate the massive 5 gifted subs as well. Matching Ramsey. Appreciate it.
Built up into that beam damage and to allow
absolutely
to
massive. I appreciate it.
As TTK is always thinking those steps ahead, right? So having to worry about if you do want to commit to this
too long
crew,
didn't read the last 4 hours of the tournament for me.
Isolate how you approach this first point,
okay, TLDR. Very fast.
I mean, I feel like it works on both sides, but specifically really helps out the defense
what
side,
the? No way! Wow.
Really lean on, but it's been a lot of.
I think that was the past 4 hours.
Kind of what can Crimson do in this case? They've been banning out the Captain America. That's been a really big focus target that hinders Sentinels.
Yeah, MV played today. They won their first match, and they get to play the next match as well. Okay, cool. I'm caught up. Thank you. If you missed the last series that we just watched, it was an ego death. It was Techie versus Shroud X. That was a very good game. Came down to the last match, last fight. That was a really good one. That's where the no way. Wow came in.
Way closer. Sentinels was through the
Ricky, I appreciate the massive dono as well on YouTube saying go 100 Thieves. Appreciate it.
The first game here, and I was leaning towards 100 Thieves just looking at this series, and I love what we've had seen from Sentinels. Okay, this is the moment
I just got back from 28 years later. It was pretty good, not great. I don't know what that is, but
levels of compositions, but the mind games literally start in the
what is that? Did you wake up from a 28-year coma? Oh, it's a zombie movie. I thought you were asleep.
Across multiple regions, teams playing to their strengths. We've heard it in the interviews. Play what you're comfortable with. That is usually what ends up working, and then you get these target bans instead to help enable you be comfortable.
Yep, absolutely.
Wasn't there a Saudi prince that's been asleep for like 20 or 30 years? And like his brother didn't like give up on him, and then he finally like woke up recently.
Triple res, 2 Sentinels. They're like, you know what, play it. We don't care. And now a little bit of a
that's fucking sick.
Focusing and shutting that down immediately.
Like
obviously they've done
having someone that wasn't gonna give up on you, and you've been asleep for 20 years, but they still hoped. Or some shit. That is crazy. Massive respect.
Time after time, and 100 Thieves saving that Loki, Vic. You've made a great point. That's going to be a big difference maker.
It's just when I was looking at this series, when I was getting
nobody will ever believe me. Well, I mean, also, I don't think anyone would
not only is a healing output
pay for that for me.
Whereas I'm actually surprised. Like he obviously
pretty sure it was like a Saudi prince or something. So
usually see like the numbers higher up the ladder. I wonder if it's because maybe no Luna on the table, which you know.
God, if you were asleep for 28 years, bro, I don't think. Are you gonna be able to walk?
Numbers. But Harvey is the survivability. I mean, the clip that Harvey
like you can't walk, right? Because you haven't used your muscles or anything for a very long time.
Too, and not getting baited
because of the.
A lot of times, a lot of teams try to bait out your specific Loki player into putting out those
muscle atrophy.
So that way they know that you have no ability to retreat towards getting some health to help out a tank that may be overextended.
God damn. Okay, chat. Next map. Let's see it. Come on up. Come on. I want to see a good game. So 100 Thieves won the first map. I want Sentinels to win this one.
That's a good point. And honestly, looking towards Loki, usually the counter that we've seen lately, right?
Ian, appreciate the massive dono as well. Take a 12-hour nap after this, Brody. I am going to sleep so much tonight because tomorrow the matches start at 12 o'clock. So chat, I'm going to be alive probably around 11. And by the way, Wind, appreciate the massive get this up again, my friend.
Into the action here. Crimso's got a cam today. Hello, what's up, Crimso? As now the team pushing in is Sentinels on the offense.
Was it Techie that had the camera just pointing at the roof? I just felt like, oh, okay, I was gonna say that radiates with me. I completely understand all the emotions in that phase, but looking on the other side and trying to
okay, chat, let's see this. Come on.
From 100 Thieves, amazing together here, side by side with one of his other teammates, are just trying to split some of that focus. Looking at Delena too, over to the other side, but specifically 100 Thieves are doing this just so that way Amazing could get focused. The Invisible Woman is trying to pull him in.
Yeah, we're going to see here and test the flexibility. Again, Techie has not played a lot of other heroes. Nice pick there for Nectar on Terra. Techie has not played a lot outside of Magneto, so to swap over to the Imma, it looks like he's doing just fine in diamond form as he takes out TTK beautifully. And Amazing doing a good pressure job as well. Great job here. Let's see if we get the strange switch.
This is a good play. This is a great play by Sentinels, winning the first point and the first fight in a minute. That is big, chat. They have 5.5 minutes.
Could not play the Emma Frost because it was banned against them.
This is huge. This is huge.
They know that if they don't want to use up a ban onto TTK, it's Techie that thinks that Techie could diff TTK on this Emma Frost Ditto.
Yeah, just a great answer to what was the Magneto ban too. I mean, that got rid of probably a little bit of strategy, and they were able to answer it there as Amazing trying to not only survive from the back line, that's Delena, but also trying to get that pick here. Delena, nice job with that tracking here as he continues to build up. 71% now to the ult, but both sub ults ready for Sentinels. You got the dance floor and the fawn, and it starts with the Brisbane.
Didn't they both make it to China? What's the point of playing? To decide who wins $70,000. First place gets $70,000. Also, we have to figure out who else goes to China. First place gets $70,000. Second place gets $30,000. And then the next game that we see after this is the last team to go to China. So there's a lot going on the line. Also bragging rights.
Yeah, exactly what we were saying, right? Using someone like Nectar to get the dance out there, to get the cooldowns out, and then Right Mason can clean up. Oh, it gets stuck on the pillar, cannot get out, but Delina cleaning up, but it's going to be the other Psylocke and Nectar that gets the last laugh, as now we have Sentinels pushing towards the point, but you can see 100 Thieves, they're pushing fast here. Terra swapping a Wolf.
Trying to block off the other sides here, having to make some of these swaps and hold that next corner. They're able to, with ease, get to this first checkpoint. Look at that time bank that they have to work with, Cozy.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of that was just great ult usage, right? Again, they did the dance, and then even though you have both Immas going at the same time, you've got Supernova up in the sky. Right, amazing, living up to the name. He's amazing. Incredible job there. He's on a rampage.
I just witnessed the murder out here. Terra did get a little bit.
That
of
was
revenge,
actually
but
pretty
Crimson
funny.
Also fell to their demise at the hands of TTK.
That was actually pretty funny.
Bit of a taste of your own medicine here, while still having so much of this.
Chat,
space coming up
5
here for
minutes.
Sentinels.
5 minutes still for third phase. Yo, Techie, you look like a door. I don't know what that looks like. Looks like a ceiling?
There's 4 minutes on this clock. Viking Sentinels.
Holy shit, they are rolling the other team, bro. They are rolling the other team, chat. This does not look like the Sentinels that were playing last game. This does not look like the Sentinels that was playing last game.
Even more space. They have not been stopped here, by the way. 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and Korova still has that Luna Snow ult.
Yeah, and Nectar with just these dashes of precision.
No way.
Now we've got dance,
No way. No way. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Holy fucking shit.
On the clock, not against 100 Thieves, but against most teams.
Holy fucking shit.
They were trying their best out here. You're having your party off on the fate of both worlds, but that got shut down.
Jesus
what a walk
fucking
in the park
Christ,
with
bro.
a massive time
That is
bank in favor of- and this is the
insane.
night and day difference too, right? Techie's been
Slap
putting in a
my
lot more
ass and
focus
call
onto
me
TTK.
Jeffrey. That was a
Amazing,
fucking
though, I
insane
think
push,
it's also
chat. 4
important to
minutes
talk
and
about
10
Central
seconds.
Park, allowing itself to have a lot more verticality and having the positional advantage to be able to get out of the line of sight for a lot of these different teams.
Again, when you have somebody that's great at something or a team.
Yo, what's up,
like
Guru?
Triple
That
Res,
was
Captain
disgusting,
America,
bro.
moves out other bands.
That
And
was
I told you,
disgusting.
A little bit disrespect there to the duelists of Sentinels. They said, hey, we're not gonna, you can play whatever you want.
I'm
Play whatever
fucking
you want. And they
jeffing
did.
it, chat. Are you
They
guys
played with
jeffing it?
excellence.
I just really love
Oh
how this
my
advanced span
God.
system that we have in place just brings out so many
Look at that-
different
look at that.
compositions for every single
100
game. We get to
Thieves,
see
as
every
good as they
different
are,
character
only
play
got
at such a
2
high
kills
level
in that
that
whole
counter
fucking
picks on
half.
counter picks to roll out without
Nectar
using
is
all
10
your
kills.
ultimates and then re-engage, but
Gee,
looking at the
16
stats, the fact that
wow.
only 2 members of Sentinels have gone down further highlights how strong of a push that was.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting to me is they have Ultron open. Oftentimes you've got the torch going off, right? Ultron's going to be open right there in the back line. But typically it's Amazing that plays the Ultron, right? So then he would have to give the torch to Nectar, which we've seen a little bit. But maybe they switch up with Delina now, swapping to the Age of Ultron, ready to go. And look at that freeze from way downtown.
Okay, let's see this, chat. Let's see this.
Literally,
Let's see if they win this.
So far down the lane here, but Vinny moving all the way up here, just trying to control a lot more of that space, but having to look right above them. I believe you see Nectar just putting in a little bit more of that poke pressure. Right, amazing though, still doing amazing things and being the problem. This guy is Terra, tries to get a kidnap.
Yeah, beautiful job there now with just great pressure and great hold. He sets up the walls and putting tons of flames on the path. He's roasting, he's toasting, he's making a barbecue as now he's pushing in Nectar here. Doing a good job getting that sustained poke in. 35% to ult, building up nicely here. Air more close, but even closer is Harvey as they push in.
Talk about flexibility, Nectar always comes to mind. They've been performing so well here and putting in the poke pressure though, and the lamps come up. Terra gets a follow-up after getting the kidnap onto Crimzo. No wall saving you, while wrapping around was Nectar, witnessing everything from the front row. Crimzo makes the quick swap, if it looks like, onto that Doctor Strange portal right back in, because they have to recontest as 100 Thieves walk up.
Yeah, great job. The Delina going to Winter Soldier a lot in season 1 and 0. Good to see it back on the hero. And there's the kidnap from Terra right away on Crimson, just trying to survive. A good strategist play there. And Nectar with the quick dash and swipe. Harvey going down, and they may get this back.
Oh no, and that was with SJP also going down right afterwards. Nectar popping
Good D,
off,
chat.
nearing
Good D.
that dance of butterflies, which by the way unnecessary.
Good D. Good D.
Waits
Good
for
D.
the opportunity to then find Terra right afterwards.
The ballet of blades. I mean, incredible job. I thought after the kidnap, you know,
Nectar is playing
there,
like
just
flu
awesome
game.
awareness from the team of Kurova.
Michael Jordan right now.
Them up. Nectar thirsty for more. Here, looking at the parade. Oh my gosh, almost getting Harvey deleted.
Nectar damage output needs to be studied. Look at SJP caught in the line of sight. That's a projection. The pull in though, great awareness. Help peel for your backline. Invisible boundary called in just to try to negate the damage output from Nectar and that dance of butterflies. While TTK puts a kick to the face of Nectar. The group hug coming in from the group ult as well as Delena, who tried to use that ultimate earlier, gets interrupted in the middle of that psionic seduction. Big plays here from Techie. This is the difference maker when you get to save that Emma Frost.
Oh my goodness. Not yet a huge Agamotto, but then you've got Terra throwing up and down the Wolverine as he slashes, he dashes. My God, to pick up the slam down, no questions.
We saw they swap up there
Good
too.
shit.
While TTK comes and starts continuously kicking everybody.
That is some good. Hey, listen, I'm cheering for a good game, and this is a good game,
Yeah,
chat.
Sentinels put up a little of an electric fence there on Terra, but now he's off the leash. He's going crazy.
We are looking. Sorry, by the way, Hash. I meant to click on something else. My bad. Friendly fire.
You're gonna have to play with perfection. 100 Thieves, and we'll see what happens now as pushing forward. Vinny has something. Wow, the big kidnap and the Terror.
Oh, by the way, Rin, appreciate the pin message.
Every single time I see these Wolverine plays, man, it just looks like a crime out here. Pushing up with the Eternal Bond to then get that pick and the pressure onto Harvey. He's always consistent with those. The Terror came to then provide some extra help here. Techie was stunned because Terror on the other
No,
side
you're good.
is
You're good,
full
Rin.
force,
You don't
is
really need to
slicing
do
and
that.
dicing.
But what you do
Yeah, I
is
mean, Terra
it's
making
appreciated.
Towards human toast now, but tearing it up in the backline. Video, good trade off.
So if anyone ever asks, they can see the
Airborne,
pin
just
message to
always
see
on the
what are the
Terra
bans.
kick, just being incredible at what she does in both consistent healing and damage. As right, Amazing, burning down that tree as we say it best here. 99 fire making over there.
So whoever wins this gets all the money? No.
Depends here.
Whoever wins this gets put into the grand finals, and basically that solidifies you either hitting first place or second place, which means you either get $70,000 or $30,000.
Saying you can't wait. The Diving Fork coming out forces Nectar to back away at the very end of that dance of butterflies.
Yeah, slices and dices there, and honestly, just good team awareness, not using the invisible boundary, because here comes the supernova. You're going to need it for that, but Nectar getting rid of Harvey. That's huge, because the ult was ready, and now it's going to be a lot of pressure pushed onto this team, and all on SJP as he keeps the team up here. And there's the kidnap, though. He's taking the tree back and slashes Crimso down.
Isolating Crimso again. It's the group, man. You have such a big hurt.
Wow, Terra. Terra. That 100 Thieves is scary, bro. Their whole team is scary. The way they work together and it's just phenomenal.
Fire from the sky, but it's just been extinguished.
In China, at lands, we need a rage meter on Terra because it happens real time. He's just like Wolverine. Like, the angrier he gets, the better he plays. And he puts this team, quite literally, it's a hero shooter. They're all together, but on the back at times as he's slicing and dicing, pushing forward. Vinny, though, one of the best at Groot, throwing it in now. There's only 1 minute and 36 seconds. The Groot wall separates. The prison goes down, Vicky.
Oh, and everybody goes in for the group hug, but the immediate retaliation to keep everybody alive from Harvey.
Damn.
And the God of Mischief. This enables Delena in disguise hiding behind that invisible barrier here.
Oh, he has to reload. He has to reload. Nice shots. Nice. Oh, nice shots.
Even though they were trying to contest it a little
nice
too
fucking shots.
Yeah, they did use a lot in the on the system there. SJP and Terra close to it. We do have an Eternal Bond to push things. Only 2 minutes and 34 seconds. That's tough on this point because there's a lot of stalling you can do. But typically, sometimes we've only seen just one fight can get it done, depending where each team meets each other. Terra, he's hunting. He's on the prowl. Animal channel on. We've got the narrator. Can he feast on some prey?
Over to your left, you'll see the wild Terra preying on the next victim on this kidnap. Terra slowly approaching that Wolverine ult as they find the 1v1, and the next victim with the follow-up from SJP, who has an invisible boundary. Techie here duking it out in the diamond form, moving up like they're on the catwalk as SJP gets the push onto Crimzo on the bridge, off the map. Big picks here while Ryan Mason still terrorizes Dylan and Harvey.
Throwing down, my gosh, Terra.
God damn, bro.
Just crazy.
Oh my. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chat, call 911. I just witnessed someone get murdered. Holy shit. Did you see that? Fuck. That was crazy.
You can still see the Terra Punisher, but it's completely unnecessary because Crimzo has just been falling victim to this Wolverine. Everybody with Rymazing being in the sky. You don't just need hit scan out here. The Wolverine works just the same if you're accurate and trying to get these kidnapped.
Here we go. We have Nectar going in. Rymazing Supernova time ready to go, but the kneeling is happening. TTK, one of the best at it here, throwing, separating the team is Fire. Tornadoes. Which team has the fire in them to ignite the win here as they push forward? Crimzo gets kidnapped, but he goes in.
Ow.
Oh, that's a big ult by Vinny. Big ult by Vinny.
Oh, what a beautiful finish.
And that was just a follow-up combo, by the way, from Harvey in the God of Mischief and in that invisible boundary, the pull in right after
wow.
the communication right now. From 100
wow.
Thieves, I would love to
wow.
be in that room. Yes, they don't have
wow.
that same time bank, but they were able
wow.
to push up
Can
little
everyone
by
just
little
type
and win every
wow?
single trade.
Because
yeah, honestly,
wow.
Even with points of
that was
momentum,
insane.
got a two-piece
This is a
in
good
there,
game, bro. Even though like Sentinels rolled 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves didn't give up, and they still managed to cap it. Wow.
Excellence. Again, we said there's that
just wow
advantage of being in a boot camp. Both teams, they're together in person, screaming, hollering. They want this. Can they get it?
Man, these games are so good. I love Marvel Rivals. This has been fantastic here. It looks like Terra's still going to be able to stick on that Wolverine. It's been
no,
so
I don't think it's 5 minutes to 2 minutes. I think it's 5 minutes to 1 minute. 4.5 minutes to 1 minute. Hey, this is still doable. 100 Thieves could still win this if anything.
The Invisiwoman push follow-ups that we have seen already, very consistent as we take a look at the scoreboard. 11 final hits in favor for Terra, but that's all been enabled here with some help from Harvey out here with a 33k healing thus far. And
TTK is 26-3.
Nectar, as we've also been talking about the damage output from Nectar.
Harvey is doing insane. SJP is doing insane. Yo, I gotta give some love to the support players more. Karova, Aramori, Harvey, SJP, good shit. The support players don't get enough love.
Neck to neck, every single performance gonna matter. And 100 Thieves on that last one, they did a 6-man group project, and everybody did their part for the first time, right? Compared to school.
Yo, what's up, Dowkey?
Ready for the fastball special. They're throwing in their best.
Oh my god, almost got him. Almost got him.
Scoop on Rymazing, narrowly missing.
It's like a horror movie. Like you just have to back away and give Terra some respect at the same time. It's the Terra show, really. 100 Terras. It just sounds like a terrible thing and a scary thing to deal with if you're on the opposite side. Then you have all these members of 100 Thieves giving them that support. Sentinels, though, playing a great split-up position, though, specifically to help Rymazing put in a lot more of this damage through this choke.
Absolutely. Here is now Vinny trying to get some pressure on early. And again, 24 seconds, not a lot left. The team ults are far from coming here. Both teams are going to have to win in the neutral and push forward. And right now, it's going to be 100 Thieves with the pressure on.
Nice save. See, that's what I mean. Nice save. Like, to dash out and to get healed by your teammates. Oh, they still die. See, I told you, chat. 1 minute. Hey, anything is doable still, chat.
This is the difference between having a Loki and not having a Loki. Loki getting their ultimate so
wow, what a kidnap. What another kidnap by Terra. Terra's disgusting.
No safety as
Terra's disgusting, chat.
Bond. The invisible boundary now from SJP. They cycled that together. They get right back to health as the Groot ult came out just a little late. And 100 Thieves with the timing of those ultimates now just completely taking care of Sentinels. And it was just 2 ultimates too.
That is a master class in terms of how you take a point in overtime. Vinny, are you kidding me? Too, the perfection of the walls, the cutoffs, the slam downs, insanity, the old combos. This is the best CGI budget I've seen in a Marvel film as they're pushing forward here. They've got, I mean, everything with them.
You can ban the torch out here, but you have to consider the kitty that is Wolverine coming to play. 100 Thieves have so much ready to go to contest for this next fight too, and Sentinels really only have the Supernova. The Psionic Seduction is going to be big. No way. TTK
no, bro. Hey.
Terra needs to be stopped. He's doing all of this, by the way, with a messed up hand.
No. They need to stop this man, chat. They need to stop this man. He's a wanted man right now. He is a wanted man.
And they're pushing it now to the second point. They don't even need time. They just have dominance now. The squirrels, look at the face, the emotion. That's the viewer live look as we're pushing in now. And they're right now, Sentinel, they don't know what to do right now. They don't have much in the tank. Techie's the only one.
Yeah, and they don't really have anything to sustain themselves too against the onslaught
Bro,
damage that's about to come
what
out
is
from 100
chat? I don't even want to look. I don't even want to see. I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna take off my fucking glasses so I can't see. What are they doing, bro? They had chat. 100 Thieves is rolling with only 1 minute.
That's me right now.
Believe it, Delina just removing the words from the crowd here as the team pushes forward. Can they get a 3 cap on this?
With no time, they didn't need the time. Remember, they had the lackluster time back.
That is
there. Another
crazy.
4 minutes, and Vinny's got the group hug ready to go. Sentinel's trying to play split on the very top of the stairs, holding that.
Oh my God, Tara got someone off the map. Oh my God.
Absolute perfect job here, 100 Thieves. They want more. They've gotten 2.5. That's a lifetime. Keep in mind, Sentinels have 4 minutes and 26 seconds. They're going to need all of that to match this effort thus far. This is the only thing to keep 100 Thieves in it, and they're doing exactly that as Supernova goes.
Oh, I don't think that was a good ult. I think he missed a Groot. He sent them right into the Invisible. No, wait. Okay, chat.
My God, Vicky.
This is a good push for a minute, bro. This is a really good push for a minute. This is going to be a crazy round.
But unfortunately, Emma Frost was right outside that invisible boundary, and then you get kicked off the map from the other side by the Emma Frost. I mean, they could have
That
really
was a
gone the
fucking
distance right there, too. They were
crazy
slowly
push,
approaching
bro.
the ultimates.
I can't. They always live up to the call. You need a 4-minute style push to match what Sentinels can do on that first offensive push. And they get it done. I mean, an absolute clinic from 100 Thieves. Starting from the first point there, and it starts with that kidnap from the Supernova to slow down momentum. Ult's so important in this game, but even more so in overtime with everything on the line here. And here we go, taking a look at the stats. We're going to see some video game numbers from this one, quite literally here.
Damn, dude. Remember, chat. 100 Thieves, first round of this match, only had a combined 2 kills. Only 2 kills. And now look how the tables have turned.
And it's a lot of this coming in together with Harvey and SJP. The survivability right there between the Loki and Invisiwoman. They've been cycling really well between that.
Oh, hey, what's up, Vaneku? I haven't seen you all day.
You have Kurova being on that Luna. You have the Cloak and Dagger. The survivability is also there, but you can't really help out your team when they're getting kidnapped by Terra on that Wolverine, and that's with a flyer being on the opposing team, and they don't even need a
what did they change from the first round?
I mean,
Steroids. They injected steroids straight into their eyes.
Terra is hunting for some
Straight into their eyes. They could see the future. They literally see Sentinel's next move 5 seconds before it even happens.
Sentinels, they just have to play somewhat well. If they do the exact same thing they did on the first point there, they can definitely get the point and maybe the win here. But this is going to be tough with the way that they're playing right now. We've got trees going up. Vinny pushing forward here, and Sentinels, they got to go full aggression.
Well, they're holding just back just because we poke pressure just to build up into some of these ultimates, but 100 Thieves playing with confidence, looking at what Sentinels is bringing out, still sticking to what was working for them prior. Techie taking a good amount of that damage, so that's some help from TTK to build into that beam.
And looking forward here, Crimso, dazed and confused here. 49% Air Mori looking close, but again, Harvey's just always close. I gotta say, Loki's ult, it takes some time to charge that, but now he's at 92% already answering the call as Delina gets Techie down, and a lot of the momentum.
Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. What the? Terra. No, chat. Terra. What the hell, bro? What the hell is Terra? Wow, nice place by Techie. Nice play by Techie.
Look at Delina. Delina didn't even have chance to look behind them. You see the portal coming out, Techie coming right back in after getting that pick, and this is going to be big as they try to push up Aramori with the Eternal Bond.
Good play by Aramori. Good play by Aramori. Good stuff. Good stuff by Sentinels, but I'm scared.
Here as the portal comes in, and last time this portal came, Vicky, they did not get it, as Aramori though does get the silence on Delina, and they don't want to use too much, right? They still play in the tank, but they don't want to use it all right here, but they might have to as the invisible boundary goes up. Now Kurova throwing the dance floor down.
Oh, but they used the invisible boundary from the Loki a little too late.
Oh my God, this defense is crazy. The offense is crazy as well, but the defense is insane.
Before round 2 as Nectar dances
No
right
fucking
back.
way they
Raimezi
held
gets
this, bro.
picked
There's
up.
no
But
way
we
they
have a
held this.
disadvantage here, but Sentinels do have these 2 ultimates.
There is
and they
no
already
way
knocked
that
off
100
half the
Thieves
time
actually
that they
came back
built
and
up.
held that. That's just crazy.
And 100 Thieves, they've got 3 left in the tank. Now make it 2, but either way, Vinny about to be on the 3rd yet again as Terra slicing, dicing, Techie going down fast, and this is just rough. I mean, I can't believe my eyes. We saw a 5-minute hold from Sentinels on this point. Now we're seeing a 4-minute response from 100 Thieves. Absolute crazy.
It's just so confident the way that they've been playing this methodical too. They know that right now their position that they're holding, it's oh, he just got another kidnap.
There's no way. This is a Terra show.
From Deletta too, being on the Doctor Strange.
Yeah, there's just not enough to
Oh my god, this is just a Terra show. This is just a Terra show. He's literally doing the same move, and Sentinels are not doing anything about it. He's going top right, he's going top left, and then he's falling down, kidnapping someone, or using his ult. He's doing the same shit repeatedly. Now he's doing something different. He's top right. But like, come on, bro.
The way that he just slices around with his claws in my sleep. That's my face right now, exactly like that. The squirrel on over to the other side, just watching Terra continuously get these kidnaps. Raimezi's looking at every corner like, is it safe? Where is he? Where is he? He's looking behind him. He knows.
Yeah, claws out.
Oh my god, dude. This guy. I feel so bad for Raimazing, bro. Raimazing, he's getting kidnapped consistently.
He's like, I know it feels like somebody's watching me. Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. The follow-ups, the communication is there. They walk up. Nectar then finds Harvey, though. That's a great first pick here. That was after the Loki ult was used. The follow-up as Nectar opens the door to keep Sentinels
Okay,
in this
they
fight.
capped, chat. They got held for 4 minutes, bro. 4 fucking minutes. Remember, 100 Thieves only had a minute. They had 4.5 minutes and they capped it with only 30 seconds remaining. Jesus Christ.
How the hell are they gonna do that when Terra?
They can't lose a fight anymore. They can't lose a fight.
100% rage. This is about to be 100% win potential.
Moving up, though, having to control the space. Crimzo does not have that group hug just yet. Sentinels don't really have much compared to where 100 Thieves were at when they were able to claim that point and move around that next corner. They literally had, like, what, 4 ultimates, and now 100 Thieves pushing back around. Terra's the only one with the ultimate to try to knock them off.
As they move in here, overtime already on the clock. That's what 100 Thieves had to work with the entire time. They got the job done. Now Sentinels, will they answer the call? Terra, he is terrifying. He's throwing up his damage reduction, trying to go for the hunt there. He goes, slices, dices, goes for Crimso, kidnaps him yet again. He's got 100 kidnaps to his name.
Ban Wolverine. Ban Wolverine. Ban Wolverine.
We see it again. It's a cracking impact, but it's on
Ban Wolverine.
Thank you for banning Magneto. No bubble, no safety for you. Instead, all you have to deal is with
Ban
these
Wolverine.
claws, sending Terra out like he's a Pokemon sent out for 100
Ban
Thieves to
Wolverine.
completely hold back Sentinels.
Sentinels capped with 4 fucking minutes.
151 kidnaps by the end of this. Hey, I said it when we went into that.
100 Thieves capped with only 40 seconds. 100 Thieves pushed that far with 1 minute. Sentinels had 4.5 minutes. No.
We saw Terra eat it up on Wolverine, and it's exactly what I thought we would see going in. But then Sentinels respond with the 4-minute hit.
Hello? Yeah. Arrest Terra right now. That guy, he's murdering people live on camera right now. Arrest him.
Traumatic moment, by the way.
Oh my god.
Here comes Terra, just like taking it out on everybody.
Oh my
in
god.
this lobby. 51 KOs, by the way. Well, TTK.
Oh my god.
I highlighted TTK a lot in the first game. Looking at the Terra show with the Wolverine though, while TTK.
Oh my god.
Silent but deadly. Maybe not so silent when you have that big beam that just gets bigger and bigger with your damage output. But TTK's damage output is always consistently higher than either Terra's or is the highest in the entire lobby with the Emma Frost.
Sentinels played so well, but then they got folded, chat.
Right? It's the coaching, it's the play, it's the talent, and the adjustments. I mean, how much better can you get at adjustments than losing and getting absolutely stomped in the first push? I mean, Vicky, let's call it what it was. It was pretty disgusting.
Bro, you know what's crazy about this game as well? You know what? You know who Terra reminds me of, chat?
50%, it goes to 100, and bam, it's
Terra reminds me of
I'm just thinking about Raimazing, like think about the
me.
mental, right? Like as a competitor,
if I was in the tournament.
Ready for your next map, like did Raimazing even have the opportunity?
Like
to play the
like this
game
is
in
what
those
I would
last
be
2
doing.
rounds?
Honestly, no. I mean, if he was not eliminated or dead, he was just looking for Terra. And then Terra was always around the corner that, you know, he wasn't expecting. It's like watching a MCU film and you're like, oh,
well, how are you gonna
surely,
give? Okay,
you know,
listen,
Thanos is not gonna
SJP
win,
is a great player. He's amazing on the support role. But how are you, chat? I'm not trying to be toxic. I think Terra deserves MVP of that round.
Amazing's head right there. Like, you
That
can
is
see the fear, the way
that
he
is
kept trying to
wild.
break his neck. But yeah, SJP coming through with the Invisible Woman, and that side by side.
What crack are they smoking? Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't do drugs, but hey, listen, if that's what crack gets you, chat, I do crack.
Boundaries were fantastic. I mean, it really took the Emma Frost from the opposing side, from Techie specifically, to try to force a lot of these individual members outside of the invisible boundary, which is where we saw some picks actually in the very beginning.
American Horror Story featuring Terra. I mean, that's what that felt like. We're months away from October, but it felt like amazing. Again, Nightmares in the Sleep. 2-0 right now. We thought this one was
what was that, Jay? Support doesn't deserve MVP? No, don't get me wrong.
But right now,
support players deserve their recognition. But I'm sorry, did we not just witness what Terra just did? That was a Terra show.
Either Shroud X or Envy.
I guess you could say that was Terra Rising.
Was it you and I that had this team like taking it, right? I believe
oh my
so.
God.
100 Thieves, we thought it was gonna possibly go like 3-1 or so, but it's just been dominant.
Are you laughing at me?
Yeah, I think I had 3-2 100 Thieves taking it at the end of my prediction.
Was that at me?
And right now, I mean,
hey.
I'm not gonna like my own prediction because it looks like it could just be a full sweep. But hey,
yeah, bro, no, like no, chat. Jokes aside, though, jokes aside, Terra literally played Terra-ific. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bilbo. You're trying to sleep. I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess you could say that was very Terra bull for Sentinels. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Now I know why you guys watch my stream all the time. I'm so fucking funny. Wait, why did I just lose 400 viewers? What the fuck? Bro. That's insane, bro. That was a yo, Ramtasy. I appreciate the massive 5 gifted subs. Absolutely insane. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Ay, ay, ay. That's insane, chat. That was a fucking insane game, bro. That was an insane game. That is insane, bro. Oh. I think you're gonna need to permaban Wolverine, bro. If you don't permaban Wolverine, bro, I think we can all say you're probably trolling. That was crazy.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back from the break. While you guys were gone, I went to Cameo. I saw if maybe Hugh Jackman could just say, hey, you can have my role. I mean, like, it deserves it at this point, Tara, with the performance there. But also, Vicky, we have not seen, as we're going into this next match, we have not seen Sentinels have both cap and mag out, and this game plan is working to every bit of their favor. I can promise you that the yellow and blue is being banned. As we look at Tara's player stats, look at this.
Dude, it literally 51 and 8. Like, are you kidding me? The 20 final hits on top of it all, and then you also have to like consider like your eyes watering when you get beamed from behind by TTK. Then Delena,
that's fucking crazy, bro.
Pinging you from afar, whether it be on the Hella or whoever else Delena's been playing, like to the Psylocke too, because just the damage output, it sneaks up on you, and then the follow-ups are there. Tara with these kidnaps, I mean, this is what happens when you don't have a Magneto, right? When you don't have those bubbles, Magneto being banned for both of these teams, and I don't believe either of these teams have a Hulk, right? So that would be like the extra bit of a cherry on top when it comes to trying to protect yourself from a lot more of these kidnaps.
Yeah, I mean, the man gets 50 limbs like it's nothing. I mean, he constantly gets it. He doesn't even play on the main server all the time. He's always on just the competitive server there because he likes it there. Like, to keep himself entertained, does he set new bars? Like, I don't know, but right now the bar is set pretty dang high. Right, Amazing, by the way,
okay.
He died 17 times. I would say about 15 of those were via kidnap.
Literally did not get to play those last 2 rounds. Like, Amazing started like seeing demons living rent free in his head, was looking behind him, looking for the ghost. And
okay, chat,
right now,
I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys.
Just need to take one more game.
As a pro player, how do you counter blows? Ban Wolf. Ban him.
What a way. We saw yesterday what Amazing can do. The Jarvis clip that how he can carry their team so well. It was the Amazing show yesterday, and the game plan going in. I said both these teams are gonna be prepared. Remix. He's got these boys ready to go.
How are my jokes? Be honest with me.
Put on a clinic on Amazing, shutting down Sentinels with him.
Looking to see the change-ups here as the Magneto ban comes into place. That's going to be Sentinels looking at
my jokes were terrifying.
They get to save the Emma.
What the hell? I heard you laugh.
Now looking here again, same game plan. Why switch it up? You would have to think Wolverine is going to go here. The MSA perfect. Love it for TTK. What they've been doing, honestly, as we highlighted before, the damage numbers insane. 53 eliminations. If you think 51 was crazy, 53 there from TTK. The man is just a menace no matter who he plays on. Now, in my opinion, just the Vanguard.
Sentinels.
You hear about Sparker in EMEA,
hey, Sentinels, you're forgetting something.
So awesome because I think we've got
chat, is this working?
On this team. It's insane here.
Sentinels, you're forgetting something.
Like, you bringing that up just gets me so hyped because
Sentinels.
who knows? Like, what is even going to happen when
Sentinels.
the Clash of Titans at this point just comes
Don't
together
do this to me, Sentinels.
in
You're
an
forgetting something.
like this, as the Luna, the Torch is off the table, the Loki being protected, though once again,
Sentinels.
Strength. We see TTK popping.
You have 5 seconds. Sentinels.
Harvey obviously has been a very important asset.
Thank fucking God, chat. Jesus Christ, I got scared. I got scared. I got so stressed for them. I think I
allowed them to really thrive.
Oh my God.
There goes Wolverine. We knew it was going to happen. Again, as Qui-Gon Jinn said, there's always a bigger fish, right? There's always these Titans and these.
Yo, leader of Cola. Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub as well. Appreciate it, my friend. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Fun to see it clash here. Got the save for Air Mori on Cloak and Dagger. I think that was good and important for them as they've lost access to Loki at this point. But the triple res being shut down again. 100 Thieves sticking to the same game plan.
Sentinels, though, if they want to, they could utilize the Torch at some point. We're gonna have to see if maybe that's what Amazing leans into, because
thank you for the drops. Hey, no problem, man. Hey, chat, I'm just gonna say, whenever there is drops for Overwatch or more of Rivals, hey, I'm your guy. Come to my stream. Look how long I've been streaming for. 14.5 hours. I got you guys. Also, Rin, appreciate you as well. You are legit carrying as well. Thank you.
Look at Amazing. He has access to Human Torch, but he's like, nah, I'm gonna go to Jarvis. You can have, I mean, again, 100 Thieves are saying, Jarvis, give Amazing all the armor, whatever he chooses, and he does choose Tony Stark. He's going with Iron Man here. We saw yesterday, or if you didn't see yesterday, absolute chaos erupted. Amazing was able to get some huge shots there. And even after that domination, it's still razor-thin margins.
Yeah, 60 to 40%. Although we saw the change up from you guys in the chat for that first game.
Yo, leader, appreciate that 1,000 bits.
See this develop across the last 2 games alone. Now going into
if there's any drops, chat, just come to my channel. I got you guys. I got you, Keiki.
Teams bringing into a different composition. These advanced target bands too. So we get to see the Scroll having their own little solo one-off as a pianist.
And they are going to be looking to create a symphony, hitting every note, every elimination. Right, Mason, we have not seen him play Magic since Season 0. Maybe it's just a quick pick for some picks here. As a, wow, man, love seeing some Magic. He's going immediately for the Raccoon.
Can we get another dad joke? Ramsey, I gotta work on that, man.
They like to spawn camp whenever you're on defense here with the triple Vanguard, triple support approach.
Oof, just duking it out, finding some of these trades here. 2 away, making 3 off of Sentinels. Great hold here. Under Thieves, though, knocking them down as the Sentinels have that spawn room advantage right behind them and taking out Terra.
Nice. Hey, they took out the spawn camp instantly. Good shit, Sentinels. Good shit.
They saw this exact comp yesterday.
Okay, as much as I've been glazing 100 Thieves chat, I'm gonna start glazing Sentinels just because I want to be able to see a good series, and I don't want it to end in a 3-0. Wind, appreciate the massive gift this up, my friend. Can we get another reverse sweep?
Oppressive Vanguards, a triple Vanguard, a triple support coming out to re-engage. A Terra cape to follow up. Harvey slowly approaching that ultimate, but SJP needs to stay alive. Over to the side, stuck in the corner though. Techie understanding the assignment, noting what to focus on first, as Sentinels did not have to waste any
Wow,
of those ults to win
that was a.
Bringing them right into limbo. Right, amazing, great job.
Wait, this is they're playing Magic? We don't see a lot of Magic in this tournament chat.
Power Rangers going Morphin time. They've got Darkchild here for some quick hits. Darkchild can pop off with the correct support. They don't have the mag though to keep it alive, so they're gonna have to do something, maybe the Eternal Bond to give them the path to victory.
Do you have that to at least sustain themselves for
Wind! Appreciate the massive gets this up again, my friend. Wait, chat's popping off. Appreciate you guys.
Mischief as Techie uses that choke grab to just get out of sight, just to close in the distance with the rest of Sentinels. By the way, it is also crazy to see that Amazing sticking to this Magic, something that we don't ever really get to see at all, and still finding these picks while having that Magic ultimate and looking for an opportunity to follow up with Nectar.
We talked about their flexibility. We're seeing it right here. By the way, Techie with the sick tech jumping on that bus as now they're going in, and there's Mason with the slice of the dice. It's not Wolverine, it's Magic, and Darkchild still ready to pop off here. Not using the ult,
damn, bro.
Damn. The whole team here. And
damn.
Again, we saw this on Central Park.
Damn. I'm gonna be honest with you. As much as I love 100 Thieves right now with the way they're playing, I hope they never touch that comp again.
Hovered over the Iron Man, the Magic this time. Is there anything Amazing can't play at this point? I mean, yes, you wanted to stick to that torch that last game, but you could tell Amazing's upset. Playing to the strengths, too, of Midtown specifically, especially when you're up close and personal by the second point.
Absolutely, here is now pushing in here. We've got Sentinels going.
Yeah, I don't know why Terra doesn't play Punisher.
Again, if they lose here, they are down to the lower
nice, oh, nice hook, nice hook, nice hook, nice hook. Wind again. I appreciate the massive get this up.
My God, gotta catch a ball, Vicky.
Yeah, I mean, you know what?
Oh, okay. Notice how they got off that god-awful comp
instead, and gets the follow-up, finding 2
and started fucking rolling on their normal stuff. I like that.
You don't even need the Wolverine to get the kidnap. Terra could just do it with everybody.
He's playing mystery heroes at this point. And again, the unsung roles got to get some love too. I mean, the Vanguard play, just perfection. Harvey and team SJP got 3 picks there. Incredible job at Loki. And
Jesus! Appreciate the master 20 months.
But guess what? Crack and impact. As if Terra wasn't the avalanche enough. He's got...
Wait, did he cancel that ult?
No way! The group
nice!
They felt that they took
chat. They pissed Sentinels off, bro. Amazing is on the Iron Man.
That's just what you look for. They've got
remember yesterday when we saw Amazing go Iron Man?
2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We've got the dance floor and Internal Bond ready, and Amazing did get a nice little 2-piece there with Jarvis and co. As he's got the maximum pulse. Can he make big use of it?
Got the again and again ready to rotate through the Kraken impact. Maximum pulse now coming in from Amazing. Isn't going to be able to find anything. Great shield placement too from the other
He's
side.
already at 25% ult. Jesus.
Just forcing Sentinels to back away. Tries to halt that momentum as the copy comes in from SJP. Same with the God of Mischief copies. It's going to be on.
Yo, pollinated. Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Sorry, I'll get to everyone in chat after this.
Ready to go. They have to wait out for that Lunasoul ultimate first, and they try to cut off the healing again as Terra continuously finds Amazing.
rips the batteries right out of Jarvis. It's a terrible thing to witness here as Vinny throwing in the absolute GOAT.
Good fucking play by Armori. Good stuff.
Eternal Bond is going to help with the sustain. We do have the Dance of Butterflies that get the huge pick on Terra, but the Lina trades instantly matching note for note with Raimazing.
Good play, good play, good play.
Sentinels on top here with 3-4. They've got the point.
Together with Techie 2, gonna be able to wrap all the way around after clearing.
Wait, there's someone behind them still.
But they're looking behind them. They know
there's someone behind them
something
still.
is amiss. There's somebody.
Yo,
else that
Wind! I appreciate the massive 10 gift subs as well. You are crazy, Wind. You are tied for third place in gifted subs for the week. I appreciate it. Absolutely massive. Everyone following the stream as well, appreciate it.
This is going to be a little bit of a neutral fight. Here's the seduction that happens. It's just so fun watching these two teams strategically go at this point hold here. Becky backing up, and Sentinel's now backing up, trying to reset Vicky.
I want to see Delana's positioning. Vinny's waiting for the green light here. It's going to be the ready go between Delana and Vinny, and Delana's going to try to open things up with the Dance of Butterflies, jumping right in. According to Q, Aramorty and Kurova become the victims of this harassment. They knew something was about, and before they realize it, they just get jumped. A complete takeover from 100 Thieves.
That was an absolute symphony. I mean, perfect, hitting every single note. Vinny with the quick swap to Steve Rogers. He can do it all freaking day. I mean, it's crazy because you have the sustain to survive that damage from the Dance of the Butterflies, but not when you have Captain America's shield right up your gut.
It's just so much too. You have to split that focus. Everyone's turning right behind you. The Psionic Seduction just to at least clear the space around this next corner to also isolate the problem that's on the other side. That may be Delana Terra. Raimazing. He's got a family. He's been already dead for like the last 3 times. The Dance of Butterflies trying to get the
oh no. Oh, still got one. That's good. That's good. Got 2 people. Got 2 people.
Over to the Dance of the Fate of Both Worlds. Pulse Charge does find Vinny though. That's a big pick. 100 Thieves now losing out on 3.
Yeah, Civil War out there as Iron Man does eliminate Captain America, but this time Steve not getting the finish he wanted here. Raimazing putting on the pressure here. Beautiful job as he's also going to get the beam right onto TTK. One of the few ways to take down that diamond form and the reduction. Now Aramori's got the Eternal Bond to help push him forward a bit, but right now 100 Thieves, they've got the sustain with Vinny. They've got Terra and the Kraken Impact. This is going to be a really tough third point with 46 seconds.
See how they're going to be able to hold this with Aramori coming in with the Eternal Bonds. Crimzo slowly approaching that group ultimate 2, the group hug. While 100 Thieves have just so much more to work with, you can already see Delana getting into position, by the way, in that invisibility. Helping that together with the Emma Frost team up. TTK having that Psionic Seduction to try to negate that from Aramori to push in.
Yeah, just 2 duelists playing all-oop with each other, right? And slamming.
Oh no, no, no! Armori tried to save Armori tried to save Kurova, but couldn't do that.
Use the Eternal Bond. We have Avengers assembling. 100 Thieves pushing in with Vinny now with the Kraken Impact. It's 1. Let's go ahead and make it 2.
Oh, he should have just went for he should have just went for the tank.
Vicky, and he's putting the pressure down. Clawed up, down, uppercut, shot.
Oh, what a save on the Groot. What a save on the Groot. Good shit by Kurova. Raimazing with the extra 2 kills as well, chat.
Psionic Seduction. They clear out 100 Thieves. They come in to recontest at the perfect time as the portal comes out just in case for some safety from Sentinels.
Hey, that was some good D. That was some good D, but better offense,
Take it
chat.
all the way to the finish line.
Hey, Sentinels managed to cap the whole map again.
Honestly, surviving
But
the Kraken Impact, right? They only got 1.
can they
that. Usually
defend?
it's a minimum 3. I
That's
think it's literally in the abilities description under Terra there, but they were able to survive that with the early pick on Kurova too. Like 100 Thieves, they executed that to perfection. But that's what Iron Man and more importantly, Raimazing can do to flip the
Okay,
script.
hold up, chat. Give me 1 second. I gotta pee real quick.
Masterclass, allowing themselves to claim that point. That was looking really shaky when Kurova was focused out of position specifically. It could have been that Delana was able to get the pick earlier on, knew that Kurova was going to come out, was a little behind, and still was able to get a back-to-back stagger. That was scary there, but it did allow Kurova to at least re-engage with the Luna dance off after following up with Raimazing and that Iron Man ultimate.
As we look at the stats here across the board, Crimzo honestly doing a lot for this team. It's the silent assassins often group, one of the most silent, right? But he often speaks the volumes that we see here. TTK, Techie, both doing a great job, but Techie now putting on a 28-2 show. Not only, again, showcasing the Olymp potential, but the survivability is what gave him so much pressure.
Look at these stats here. Even though it seems pretty inflated out here, looking at Rymazing with the 13 final hits, 11 looking at the other side. Nectar really been able to pop off. It's 100 Thieves that have been doing a really good job in terms of their positioning. Terra coming in on the Punisher, though. Better late than never, as I always say. And it's a great map to utilize it when you look to the sky, as Rymazing's been the problem on the Iron Man.
Yeah, we've seen this Frank Castle story before, and it doesn't end pretty here. It's often 50k damage, 50 eliminations as he's pushing forward here. He wants to up those numbers.
Okay, chat, did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything?
Just narrowly, and why do we?
Is this the first fight? Oh, sorry, I had to go to the bathroom.
Tony, as Rymazing is going to look to get pressure with the hit scan, but no, it's Sentinels putting on a great performance of teamwork here. My goodness.
Even better for them when they hold on this spot specifically. There's a lot of the
Wait, what the hell?
But they still found him, trying to get back to the rest of the team. That was actually crazy. Delena thinking that you could get away right on time, but the beautiful communication
I didn't poop,
Nectar
bro.
and Techie, as Techie repositions off that high ground before dropping down.
Yeah, Rymazing able to get this ult so quickly here too. Crimzo almost has the entanglement. This is going to be a giant setup if they can do so correctly.
Oh, what a block, bro. What a block.
Save from, goodness, TTK with the shield on Emma. That's incredible.
Dude, the reaction was actually insane there. TTK gets the MVP just for that save, but it's not going to be enough, it looks like, because Techie has built up so much of this damage thanks to Vinny being on that group, setting up these group walls here. They get the follow-up. They finally take Techie down. Nectar tries to follow up here, too, after finding SJP. The group hug from Vinny, though, trying to funnel all the rest of Sentinels in that side room. They're playing split up, though. Great positioning for them as to avoid the final judgment.
It's just chess with explosions as now Terra.
Holy shit, Terra on the fucking DPS, chat. On the fucking Punisher. You don't want that man on Punisher, chat. You don't want that man on Punisher. That's a scary sight. That's a scary sight.
Delena on one corner, like on one side of the sandwich, while Terra on the other. But this also means that they had used
good shit by Terra, Delena as well.
SJP, the only one with the ultimate for the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's just emptying the clip and filling the feed. I mean, it's what he does best here now on the turret. Great positioning here, pushing it out. We've got TTK trying to get that early pressure on. Now, in the set of Sentinels, we've got the maximum pulse yet again. He's going to have to look out for TTK and that awareness this time, but the internal bond is going to help them with that sustain. And honestly, a great hold so far, Vicky. 1 minute, 38 seconds left. Oh, it's right
bro. The shields, man, the shields.
Yeah, not point blank, not this time around here too. Gets blocked out. Techie too, being able to find Terra. That's 2 out for 100 Thieves, and they don't want to go back to the drawing board. They don't want to go back to the spawn. Psionic Seduction now coming in just to re-engage, because at least with Harvey coming in, you will have the Eternal Bond in this next fight.
And I've got to say, Nectar's just getting such crucial eliminations in the back line. Oftentimes, again, there's a story that we don't see written, but right
good shit by Techie.
It's Delena with the quick poke of neutral. Now Terra coming back as Strange. We've seen them do that before, and it has helped them massively while they get the portal and the pressure. 56 seconds. There's the dance with the butterflies. Can they get a piece of it? Nectar slicing, dicing.
Oh, wow. What a grab, bro. What a grab.
Wow, the timing on those lamps, too, from SJP
what a
was
grab.
So on point. Talk about the awareness from TTK to look right behind them. You wait till the very end of the dance of butterflies, then you activate the low-key lanterns just to stay alive. SJP was not worried, did not utilize that ultimate coming right back in.
Oh, he's getting so many what do you call it, ults, but there's the past few have not gotten any value, chat.
Again, I would say I haven't seen this many lights since New Year's Eve in New York, but we're here, we're in New York, and it's matching the hype that we would see on the countdown as Crimzo 88% Aramori to follow Techie close behind. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Great job. They got all 3 points, Vic. So right now, Sentinel's still very much in charge of this defensive effort.
It's looking like front row seats right here in Times Square. It's just the amount of counter picking that we're seeing. The lights just burning and ingrained in your corneas. Yeah, you have 2 ultimates. Techie's opening things up first with the Sonic Seduction. Great wall, though, just to allow them to reposition. Gets the copy here from SJP to allow the pathing because they're limited on time. 2 minutes now, less than 15 seconds here as Rymazing gets taken out.
Dashing through the snow, Rymazing out of the fight here now, pushing forward. Crimzo trying to just stay through this internal bond to keep himself alive. TTK though wants every bit of it. Turret on maximum overdrive here as the group goes out. TTK eliminates Crimzo, but the dash, we do get a trade in Duelist. They're doing a great job to stall.
Oh, but going right back in. Kurova's slowly approaching that fate of both worlds, but too little, too late here. While 100 Thieves have.
Wait. Why is there cloak and dagger all the way over there, bro?
A lot of space being built up. Vinny having that the group hug, while the rest of Sentinels are staggered in.
Just TTK, tactical team killer. I mean, this guy, it's crazy what he can do at the helm of a Vanguard. Now, Terra on the top with that shotgun, ready to lock and load. Kurova, Scott.
Oh,
okay.
Bro, chat. What am I watching, bro? What am I watching?
Amazing in the blender with that beam. That was crazy. Terra with the final judgment. Sentinels did have the answer. Those try to prevent and stall as long as possible on the second point, just to waste more out of the time bank. Worth it at least for them to use that fate of both worlds to come right back into the portal. But again, it's just to take away from that time bank. They get to the second checkpoint. They have now an additional minute on the clock with 2 minutes.
Yeah, cleaning up the scraps there with the shotgun. We've got the maximum pulse. The duelist ready to rock. 2 minutes again. Not a lot of time, but as we saw from the last map, Vicky, they don't need much time to get the push on, right? They only used the overtime previously. Now as Vinny leading the charge here and the aggression. And this is the thing about Loki, right? You can just set up those clones and have a little small army pushed by the cart.
Depending on how they rotate through these ultimates, though, and the impact, they will be able to win at least these next 2 fights to get this payload to that second corner. Psionic Seduction is going to open things up. And amazing with the maximum pulse.
Ay, man.
The way that they kited away, bursting right into that ground. Then you have the dance of butterflies from Nectar. Currently, Sentinels have just thrown out everything. The Psionic Seduction will come out online, but you fall before
Oh,
you can
no,
even use
chat.
it.
I mean, at least Sentinel's capped, man. At least Sentinel's capped, but this is looking very scary.
Cooldowns, they're crying. No one's breathing. It's pure pressure as they push in here. Vinny's got that entanglement ready to rock. And at this point, minute 23 seconds left. Sentinels, they got 3. 100 Thieves look to match it now as we've got the quick swap. Amazing going and trying to put some pressure on in a different way.
Kurova having the fate of both worlds, though, in this next fight. That's why they time to contest and suffer as long as possible. Nice, gets into the turret, so that way you don't get affected by the Psionic Seduction right before those group walls come in. You get to iframe right through.
What happens if Sentinels lose? No China? No, if Sentinels loses, then they're still going to China, but they go to the lower bracket. And they play whoever wins between NB and Shroud X.
Yes, the dance up from Kurova comes in, but they'll have only one more re-engagement for this next fight.
That's a massive pick and a massive fight.
That's a good defense from Sentinels. All they gotta do is one more fight, chat.
So he'll be set up for the
one more fight.
For the final fight, looking at both teams, they're both fully loaded, so we're about to see an absolute drop of the base, and not just from a Luna.
Vigilante Justice on the horizon. Terra having that final judgment. Psionic Seduction, though, they have to desperately contest the point. You got now less than 15 seconds, but you have all the tools in your pocket to try to take this fight, cycling through this. A supernova.
Are you going for Sentinels?
Going down first. The follow.
I mean,
Vinny and the group of Delena.
I think I have more friends on Sentinels, but I'm rooting for a good game. I'm rooting for Sentinels right now because they're down 2-0. I want to see a very close series. I don't want it to be a 3-0.
And they're not going to be able to push enough. Yes, you've got a tree, but it's not going to be. Oh, wow. We do get the Griddle off and the slash. But Delena and Nectar both at the same time, like in harmony with the dance. It's going to be 100 Thieves, so getting 1-2, make it 3.
They capped.
And they get 3 points to match Sentinels.
Harvey coming through the eternal bond just to keep everybody alive out of the Gru ult was big. No strangling prison. Nobody's getting strangled this case around. And even with no time in the time back, we saw this cozy. We saw this very similar in our last map.
Do you know any servers that do pick up scrims on Discord?
Like the way that we saw Sentinels
no, man. I'm sorry. I'm just a streamer, man.
For as long as possible. Their game plan was to try to deplete as
I don't
much
usually
away
do
from that
scrims
time
or
bank
anything.
as possible.
Yeah, I mean, they had everything answered there. And honestly, though, if it wasn't TTK to answer Jarvis, all right, it was then Harvey with the quick cloak. At that one point, we saw one where Harvey got a cloak off everybody, and the iframe's done, right? Couldn't get through that. They had an answer every single time, and you only have milliseconds to prepare for that. So just great job from them, forcing the swap and ultimately getting the job done. And it's all Vinny, too, I got to say, great performance from him at the end. A couple hits there in the melees. what, 3 limbs to open things up.
Yeah, and also just forcing Rymazing off of that Iron Man, like we saw like TTK get the block 3 times back to back. When those ultimates are not landing, you have to make some changes, and Supernova is a lot easier to CC and control a lot of more of that damage output in that short amount of space, a lot better than an Iron Man that keeps getting blocked.
Rymazing and Terra's stats are almost neck for neck. Yes, Terra's gonna get that 50k, but Rymazing right behind him with a smidge more E-limbs here as pushing forward. We've got yet again, we had a quick magic show, but it's back to Torch as he's throwing down, trying to get rid of that turret and that pressure immediately and counter with his own pressure here. Vicky forcing him into the room in the restaurant now, but Vinny, he wants all of it.
Amazing bang on this Torch now. Crimzo moving all the way up. It's the group right here in this alleyway that just has so much space to build up, but it's the poke pressure just to build into these ultimates. And look at Terra, who's already at 64% as he's the first one to get the pick onto Rymazing.
Absolutely.
Chat. This is getting scary for Sentinels. Sentinels got a pick though.
Taking him down the trade though. We've seen this time after time. It's the Psylocke battle over and over here as we've got the attack of the clothes. Vinny now looking for more. This right now has been a great defensive effort. Nothing to come from it. 67 seconds. Can Jarvis get this thing charged up? Crimso has his part ready. Entanglement coming though in form of Vinny.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank god they killed Terra, bro. If they didn't kill Terra, Terra was gonna fucking be insane. And that's really good because they used 3 ults for that, chat. That they used, actually, did they use 4? Did Delena get stunned? Because he went to 50%. Or did he always have 50%, chat? But yeah, that's crazy, bro. They used 3 good ults. They used their Loki, they used their Groot, and their, what do you call it? Punisher.
And now he's got him over to Bucky. Harvey and TTK ready to respond. Rymazing, can he land it? He's gotten 2 so far. Can he make it more there?
Wait, did Crimzo? I heard
Nectar. Once more, there's a pulse charge. It goes down, and Vinny takes a lot of hits.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, why did he? Okay, that's why he wasn't at percentage. I know he lost the 1v1, but
man, what was that? 1 for 4, 1 for 5.
wow, that guy did not die. That's crazy. Good heals from Kurova.
Blocking you out instead. Kurova finishes off with the fate of both worlds as the dance of butterflies is greenlit here. Nectar finding SJP, finally trying to see what they can do here as Sentinels are in trouble. Techie goes down with the Psionic Seduction and now trying to fly away, trying to get some cover.
Oh my god, look at Rymazing with all the dodges. Oh, but he couldn't dodge that at the end.
An impossible fight to take whenever you're Iron Man versus a not only Psylocke but Delena that close. But honestly, they're still keeping the jump. Nectar right now is absolutely controlling this point, slicing and dicing.
Oh my god, 2 portals right next to each other. Uh-oh.
Yet again from them. Crimzo as the entanglement. Oh, it's the Nectar show.
Don't forget about Nectar. It's mango season out here. Group hug for Crimzo to find everybody. Sentinels.
Damn, bro.
Aramori had got an Eternal Bond like twice, by the way. They still cannot get off this point. Look at the sliver of pixels left for that overtime clock.
And Zeki with the mystical mic drop coming in with Strange getting the 2-piece. We've got a crack and impact. Obviously, that's going to put a stop to some things here. But right now, Sentinels, they've had an answer.
Fuck, bro.
Rymazing looking calm as a dang cucumber. Pushing forward here. Doesn't need any ult to put the pressure on. Does have that ult there. The overdrive. Vicky putting the pressure out. Can we get a 2 for 5?
Nectar trying to force out one of the ultimates here.
Oh no, I think that was Crimzo's wall too. I think that was Crimzo's wall. His own teammate fucked him up, chat.
Too much pressure, and that was the techie who just activated
no, bro.
Oh no, they got off when they were still alive, but it was a lot of pressure, but they were just trying to kite away from the ultimates.
Bro, what's up, Safira? How you doing? How you doing?
News, all right? That
bro,
was a hell of a lot better push than they thought
chat.
They would get. When it was almost stopped there at the front.
They walled off their own ult and then they got off the point, bro. That's not good.
The defensive plan to make sure they don't get sent to the lower bracket. Right now, guys, if you're just now coming in, this game could push down Sentinels and move 100 Thieves to the grand finale, which at this point, home court. They've been there so many times, they're looking to do it again.
A lot on the line here. Sentinels tournament lives from the winner's side at stake. 100 Thieves.
6 a.m. God damn, where do you live?
Sitting in the grand finals as we take
Probably
a look
the
at these stats right now.
UK, right?
71,000 damage blocked for Vinny, but even crazier, 101,000 damage blocked from Crimzo.
I'm stressed.
Honestly, I'm not
you know,
surprised
there's
these
actually a
rules,
really good
especially when you're dealing
thing
with
that I
Emma
do when
Frost,
I usually
it's
get
so lethal.
stressed.
82k healing, Karova,
I usually
52
sub to my
limbs for
favorite
the
streamer,
ride guy.
Jay3.
I mean,
It makes me feel really good about myself.
bonkers. Again, this is like my career stats across every role.
Yo, Winchester! Appreciate the massive 5 gifted subs, my friend.
Willpower. They're both going to land. They both get to see each other in person.
You thought I was going to give actual advice? When do I ever actually give advice?
Let's get this started
Germany,
here.
WW.
Delena already looking to get position in the high ground, looking around to see where Nectar is, because Nectar has really come to life thus far. The silent but deadly killer before dropping down.
Silent but deadly. That's what Emily calls me.
For SJP and utilize that mental projection with a damage output.
Click, click, boom! It was two clicks, and it was over. The slice and dice to perfection. That's as good as the combo as you get. Hey, let's make it another. Nectar putting on a performance.
Still.
I do not remember that win.
Nectar right now feeling themselves with the way that they've been able to play up on this high ground. Time bank ticking away. You got less than 20 seconds.
Hey, what's up, SBD? That's awesome. I appreciate it. And Fnaku!
It's crazy the effort here. Crimzo now.
Oh, sorry. Fnaku, tier 2 for 1 year. Absolutely crazy.
Gotta clean it up here, and it's at the hands of Nectar right now. Looking cool as he pushes in. Terra getting close to the final. There it is. Jarvis throwing it down.
What is going on? Oh, that's a big ult. That's a big ult. That's a big ult. We're going to another match, chat. I think. I don't know. Probably not.
Getting out of there, staying alive, Vicky.
It's going to be even bigger, though, if Delena could boost up the stance of butterflies here right on time after Harvey had used the Eternal Bond. It's about to run out, and it's better timing for Nectar. Techie finds Vinny after the group hug.
No way, bro. No way this is still going.
Overtime is taking away from them. This is going to allow Terra to have the pathing, follow the yellow brick road, taking so much of that damage, even with the Eternal Bond at their feet.
Here comes Friday the 13th. Can they respond to the horror movie and get out of there alive? TTK, though, taking them in, and Delena deleting them out now as they're pushing forward. Overtime clicking. They're going to have an insane offensive effort. They have a long way to go with the yellow going shotgun pushing. Nectar trying to get the trade, but no, it's going to be instead.
Oh, he got one. He got the main character. That's good.
Connection on Terra.
It took a little bit here. I believe that's like 2 for 5 or 6 after your own teammate blocked out your previous ult, but the group hug now from Crimzo. Mori with the Eternal Bond brings everybody together as Crimzo in a deadly hug finds Harvey and SJP. This only leaves Delena.
Oh my god, they fucking won, chat. Good shit by Sentinels. That was a very, all these maps are very, very hard fought from both teams. That was insane, bro. That was insane.
Even with things not going their way, one person steps up. Mori getting the MVP. Congratulations on Cloak and Dagger as we look at the 2-1 effort and we go to game number 4. Look at take a look. Take a look at these stats.
Goodness.
Holy shit, Kurova with 93,000 healing. Aramori with 62 assists and also 77.7 thousand healing. SJB and Harvey both have 70,000 healing. Terra has almost 60,000 damage. Amazing almost has 60,000 damage. Crimzo has 117,000 damage blocked. Jesus Christ.
Both with 62 assists.
Yeah, I mean, nearly 200k healing.
Yo, Pecker as well with another massive dono on YouTube. I appreciate it. And Fnaku though, appreciate the massive tier 2 for 1 year.
Crimzo, I mean,
you better say thank you to me.
So much potential behind that Groot and what he's able to do, and they got rid of Wolverine. That was the big difference maker, right? Getting rid of the slasher of what has been the horror film so far. But this time, the only one laughing is Sentinels. Insane job.
You know that real quick, with both these teams being in person and talking to one another in the tournament room, I would love to hear what Amazing had to say to Crimzo when we saw that big block before that second checkpoint. I could only just imagine the comms probably just sounded insane. And then the diving, the 1, 2, 3.
You know what? I'm actually very happy about this team. I'm very about these two teams going to China though. Both of these teams actually really deserve it. They are playing lights out right now.
We kind of saw that going into the MRC. see. But now looking to what he can do there with Captain America, not just on this map, but we've seen this in the past.
Wait, thank you, Jay, for the amazing stream, helping me enjoy this tournament even more. This tournament has been fucking amazing, bro. I think what's making me really interested in this game is that it's not like Overwatch where you have the same comps every single game, every single game.
Very talented player.
The ban system actually really does wonders.
And that's with the amazing different pools of heroes that Nectar could really like lean onto depending on what we could see.
Yeah, I mean, each of these people and all of the players on this team, they know their job. And if you look at the greatest dynasties, the greatest teams of all time in sports, it just boils down to it. Bill Belichick said it best. Do your job. And they've been doing a great job. Both teams fighting it out, duking it out. We could get ourselves... could you imagine? I mean, they got reverse swept. There's no way, but it could happen.
Like we're definitely gonna see them still sticking.
There's
to the
no
Mantis
way,
ban.
chat.
If
Sentinels reverse sweeps,
also, by the way, like we're seeing the Psylocke pop off. If you were able to see the Star-Lord in a res comp, it's also just like as crazy, maybe even crazier. But I was expecting this series to go to distance. I'm really happy to see what Sentinels was able to do right there.
And again, it's not like they played bad on the second map. They had 4 minutes on the clock for the push. It was just the insane job that 100 Thieves did there. So I think both teams are pretty happy with their game plan thus far. And we're going to see if they stick to the same thing in terms of the picks, in terms of the bans. But guys, don't go anywhere. We've got another map. I've got a fly flying around here, and we're going to be back after this break.
Ben wants you to replay her sub message.
Protect your bald king.
White, I made it. 1 year. I'd like to thank my mom, my cats, Chat, Sushi, Noodle, Emily, and I guess Jay. Also your bald glob.
Protect your bald king.
Beneku, if you ever do another sub like that or anyone, you're banned. You're banned. You're banned. Yo, how do you say your name? Chugzeeb? Appreciate the massive Prime sub, my friend. Chat, stop laughing. That wasn't funny. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know how loud Brian is for you guys, but Brian is very loud in my headphones. And it hurt. We barely hear him. Oh, he's very loud in my headphones. He's
Inverted exclamation mark, inverted.
We're not listening to this. I'm sorry, we're not listening. No, we're not listening to. I am. And that's one of the worst spams I've ever heard in my life. No, we're not listening to that. I'm sorry. I appreciate the massive 4 months, and the beginning of that was actually really good. You know what? Instead of us listening to this for the 400th time, let's listen to this one again.
Protect your bald king.
Okay, yeah, there you go. I'm not listening to the inverted stuff. That's a really good jam. I like that jam. No, we have a lot of J3 jams, bro. Yo, Jestro! Appreciate the massive Prime sub.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We've had an insane day of Rivals, Vicky, and we're looking to make it 2 days as we enter in the late midnight in the East Coast, and we headed to another match that's going to be match number 4 between these two teams.
Ain't no party like a Rivals party, I always say. We'll party throughout the entire rest of the night if we have to, because we have some great Marvel Rivals on our hands. Sentinels making the comeback, figuring out what they needed to change, being able to actually stagger in with those ultimates, and the survivability too. And combine that with Nectar, it's just been crazy.
Yeah, and who would have thought that the answer was a magic to open things up at, you know, the first...
Yeah, the magic pick was actually really clutch.
Ignite here as we
Magic was actually really clutch by them to pick out.
That's the game modes and the rotations, and we're going to domination for 100 Thieves. It was razor tight with Sentinels, but they look strong in the opening map in Wakanda. Now we head to Hell's Heaven.
Hell's Heaven. We meet again, and starting things off, it's the immediate target ban onto Crimzo with the Captain America, getting that out of here while they get to keep the safety on the Emma Frost again. Not so surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to deal with maybe, yeah, I was gonna say that torch was just absolutely crazy here. But I mean, how often can you really rotate through everything 100 Thieves has for you? Because Terra just play it all. We've seen the same thing with Delena and that Psylocke being a problem.
Yeah, a lot of this with these top teams too, it's not just how do, you know, what do they want to ban against their best players, it's how do they want to set up their own team as well here. Looking forward to it, we've got Magneto with the ban there for 100 Thieves, and it's looking like the same. They're not going to let Terra get away with the Wolverine show though again.
Yo, Wind, appreciate massive 500 bits as well, my friend.
Snow into the Loki combo of the 24 seconds of invincibility. Aramori, though, hinting maybe at the opportunity if they could try to get the res comp. This would set them up for success. What are their strength compositions that they have not been allowed to use? Because we usually see that Mantis ban, and yep, put that Adamor luck away because the Mantis won't be able to come out and play.
Aramori, though, has done such a clutch job time after time and really leads the way. Obviously, we keep saying paves the path there with the Eternal Bond, and we're seeing it yet again with that cloak save as the last ban here. Now, they've gone a couple ways. Last time, they, I believe, went with the, I think it was the torch with the wolf, and they did Luna finally. So, will they match the Luna ban? Oh, they're going to go, oh, I like it.
Okay. Sticking over there to the other side. No Groot, Wolverine, Torch, or Magneto, but they got the safety on the Emma Frost and Harvey too with the Loki.
I mean, Nectar's been going so crazy on Psylocke, but here's the thing. I think they are their the Wolverine player on that team, and so
I think
right
Boba
now,
unplugged my keyboard.
Group, so
Wind, appreciate massive 500 bits again.
Iron Man's gonna be tough on this map. I think he's really gonna have to watch where he goes. But they've got the SJP, the Harvey combo. They gave it to him, felt confident, but with that and the team up of Emma and Psylocke, it can spell dangerous.
Very true. I'm actually really glad you brought that up for Nectar, because I did like say that Nectar has a pretty diverse hero pool, and we've seen before the Wolverine, the Star-Lord. Obviously, we won't see that here, no res comp, but the Torch, the Psylocke, obviously that the Psylocke's been able to just do amazing work here. And now this is the even split that I was expecting from you guys in the chat. Your team Preds coming through 51%.
I appreciate that 500 bits.
49% Cozy.
Those channel points on the line. I was betting them myself whenever I was watching the last cast here, and won a pretty penny, do I say so myself, from the Shroud X game. But we head into Hell's Heaven here and the land of Hydra. And honestly, guys, here's the thing with domination. It's anybody's game, but this first point tells so much of the story. It's so hard to come back, especially at this talent level. It's going to come down to, honestly, this first fight.
All right, chat, let's see this.
You would hear the music, by the way, on that Luna Snow. So encouraged me to play the character once it dropped here. But Amazing being
What's up, Deku?
I'm
surprised you're awake.
Mentioned how the verticality could be a little difficult, but the repositioning specifically allows you to get into a lot more cover up on the high ground.
Absolutely here. He's putting out pressure early. Delena getting the best of Nectar to open things up. That's going to be rough. We'll see if Amazing can get the trade. He does get the lanterns out, but they're going to have to push aggression as now Amazing going down. Delena just having their way up top, shooting a shotgun down, and they don't even have any.
Kawami, appreciate the massive 300 bits, my friend. Alcoholism for 38 months. Appreciate it, appreciate it.
Craziness that is the cloak bubble, and finally putting a little attention, but it's too little too late.
Ooh.
Oh, no, Terra being able to find two, and that was off of one pick that we saw from Amazing onto TTK, still holding it down when Delena Delena's holding a split angle from the high ground. Again, the Delena show when you have Vinny to follow you up right afterwards, and it's
Wait,
such a
what?
lethal
What's your
combo
name?
Together.
Yeah, we've seen
Cowgirl? Appreciate the massive prime sub.
You got Delena up top distracting, and then you have Terra to do the rest. Just such a hard thing to deal with. And as we move in,
Wow, how long have I been streaming? 15 hours? Yeah, that's light work.
Who's gonna already look for the execution.
Nectar now wrapping around here. Oh no. Yes. SJP getting that freeze onto Amazing. And in the moment coming in from the back, like Delena pulls the trigger on the dance of butterflies. But Aramori even faster. Frame one with the Eternal Bomb. That's going to be able to close in the gap for them. But then you have to consider here Harvey being able to get that copy. Gets the dance up with SJP. Will be able to have another Fate of both worlds to get those 24 seconds of invincibility.
Wow. Groot ult and Amazing combo.
Jarvis, take us home.
Damn, Jarvis, clip that.
Are sent back to the spawn.
This battle was brought to you and sponsored by Amazing. Insane job. I mean, I was just about to say I would pay for a Psylocke cam because watching Nectar versus Delena is absolute gold. But God, just as I'm thinking, Amazing throws down and makes up for all the misconnects on the last map.
Oh man, they really, the fact that that Iron Man ult landed in the perfect time that it did, because they were gonna try to stay alive and stall for as long as possible with the dance off that we know that Fate of Both Worlds coming online here. Sentinels.
Morning, Jay. Morning. I mean, it is 12 o'clock in the morning. It's midnight.
With SJP though, gonna guide the way with the Psionic Seduction, and Harvey being the first to go.
Yeah, that's a big pick on Harvey. Now SJP forced to get
Oh no, that's a big pick on Amazing.
Important trades. It's always Delena here with the quick picks that matter. But now we've got going up, Terra throwing down the Thors. Nectar though trading the other strategist.
I said thank you to alcoholism.
Mori having the Eternal Bond. They do lose out on Kurova in that moment, but it's just so that way they can stall and stay on the point to get some progress here. But now Arrow Mori trying to back away. Delena finding
Crimzo with 2 kills.
Down, though. Talk about the group walls that were put perfectly into position. Also finding 2 more onto Vinny.
And never mind the first point. I said the first battle matters. Nope, Sentinel is making sure this is a fair fight here as they've got the Entangled in prison. Amazing getting close. He's poking. He's getting that spell damage out. Getting that ult up here as he almost has the final flash ready to go. Looking at the strategists, though, they have nothing in the tank Sentinels-wise. Harvey, though, does have something ready.
They didn't need the combo, bro. They didn't need the combo. They didn't need the combo, bro. But, I mean, hey, at least they got the team fight. Chat, if this goes to a match 5, if Sentinels wins this and we go to a match 5, I will start clapping without my hands. This would be beautiful to play. I mean, beautiful to watch and play.
It just escapes by you, but it makes you hungry to try to boost up that ult just as fast. By the way, look at this, 96%. They're trying to desperately try to get to the point, and they even put a toe in line. Harvey goes out, though, and no survivability. The portal with a Hail Mary play from Terra to get right back in.
A Kurova show going on here with Luna, the duelist. Nectar getting a pressure on with the slicing, the dicing, and right now this is what he does best. Captain America surviving the best he can. Harvey getting back to the point now, getting the show on, and the show continues. We are here.
Kawhi, pre-trans of 100 bits. It's not, Texas Beach is 300 bits or higher, sorry.
And who's ticking up is Amazing Crimson the ult.
Oh, but the 1v1
they're running. They're running 1 DPS because I think Terra needed to go TP, right?
Taking away, and Crimson's also got the ultimate. The Eye of Agamotto, though, only finds Amazing, doesn't find Kurova. Kurova in a great position, at least has the dance up with the Fate of Both Worlds. Turning around, Aramori gets that 1 pick here, too. And the Psionic Seduction now coming out from Techie as 100 Thieves only have SJP with the dance up with the Fate of Both Worlds, and Delena needs to go crazy.
Oh, I think he hit him when she was diamond form, so it doesn't work, chat.
Quickly over to Cheaper Town Hall. Now TTK putting on the pressure. There's a sliver left. They can't take a pinky toe out. We saw yesterday they stepped off the point on the most important times here. Now Amazing ready to go with maximum pulse. He's
nice survivability from.
Get ready to clip it. It's
oh, hey, they didn't need that, but they won the first round, chat. That's fucking big, bro. The survivability on these players when they get very low health is crazy, dude.
Each and every stagger approach onto 100 Thieves there. They kept sending them back and back.
That's
with
crazy.
The off the portal, but they were just trying to stall for as long as possible, and it was rather expensive too if you consider it. Both teams here fighting for a pretty long time as we take a look at the stats thus far after that first round.
And the Stark Expo out there.
Ooh.
Just the Stark Expo. And we see ourselves with a little replay. Oh, that's fancy. I like it behind the scenes there. Shout out to the great job they've been doing. Looking at what we've got, let's first look at the ult economy here. It's a small in favor of, again, Sentinels coming off that win, which is massive because they were able to do so much there just with Crimson, Ryan, Techie. But, I mean, the stats, they tell the story pretty fair here.
Let's not forget that map 1 on domination, we highlighted before getting into this map specifically, was really close, even with 100 Thieves winning it. So Sentinels feeling that confidence, riding that momentum after that map 3, very close win, right? Amazing. Having these ultimates ready to go, maybe not when everybody else is wiped out, but still being able to get into position to get the wombo combo alongside with Crimzo.
All right,
no reverse sweeping, please. Let's get this in the bag. No, bro, come on. Take care, West Mongo. Sleep well, man. I want to see a reverse sweep, chat. Listen, I had 5 hours of sleep last night. I'm sure you guys can bear with me here. If I can do it, you guys can do it.
They're pushing the aggression to the max. Turtle Bond followed by Ryan Amazing. They get the Lin out. Vinny's about to follow. Oh, he stays alive.
Oh my god, the freedom charge rallied behind me. Vinny paving the path here with some extra support as Terra now moves all the way up close to that final judgment. Harvey gets the copy, gets the dance up on the fate of both worlds, and this forces Sentinels to back away just for now.
Holy shit, you're in 3 hours of sleep in the past 52 hours? Yeah, go to sleep, bro.
Here's the combo, the wombo, you know it's coming, and bam, Terra throwing out the haymakers, one bullet at a time. Right, Amazing's the first to fall, but luckily they've got Kurova to keep him alive. Crimson throws out the entanglement. Techie now trying to follow up on it here as Terra has the shotgun and 100
Delena and Vinny Harvey.
Nail in the coffin. It took a lot here, and Sentinels will be able to re-engage Nectar, slowly approaching the dance of butterflies, as well as Ryan Amazing and Techie. The Cyanox seduction into the Ryan Amazing Iron Man ult could go hard here.
Yeah, as now the team's reset 33%, a third of the way there. They've got, to your point, everything they need to get this recap back. It took a lot from 100 Thieves. They've got Vinny close to stall a little bit, but they're miles away from a strategist ult, and that's frankly what you're going to need. Not for Ryan Amazing, but Nectar, who's almost there for the dance execution. Pushing in here now.
Why are you rooting for them? I thought you wanted to root for Sentinels. I'm rooting for everyone, man. If they do a good play, I gotta acknowledge it.
He's got the pulse. Is he going to combine it here? Oh, they don't need it.
Damn, did they?
Nectar that ends up following
I was about to say, did they take that without any ults? But I think they used 2 ults for that.
Aramori holding on to the Eternal Bond on the next re-engagement, and it's getting so close between both these teams, literally back and forth as they take turns taking the point.
Yeah, just every cut intentional, every dash is personal. As I've said before, Nectar just doing a fantastic job on just making that backline a graveyard, and them now flipping the script on the horror movie that was the Terror Show. Now Ryan Amazing looking for Vinny. Has his eyes tracked on him. Gonna let him run around the point as you can with Cap, but you know, kind of keeping tabs on him, letting his team know here, getting the poke damage out, and he's got the ult ready.
I'm a little scared though. I mean, if Vinny's on point, the deflect would go
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, Armory. Going into Terra when he's ulting is very, very scary.
Does at least deal with Terra, dealing enough of that damage to try to float away though, and the rest of 100 Thieves.
That is very,
as they retake the point.
very scary.
Yeah, I get that Rye had that ult waiting for a while. Don't like the usage there. You already had a lot of your team go out. Yes, you could have gotten a big master play, but by that time, too late now. You gotta recharge it up. You had Crimso's ult to go into this next fight, 83%. I want that one back.
Dance Butterflies online for Delena. Harvey with the God of Mischief. Looking at Sentinels over to the other side, though. They want to try to combine this together between Nectar and Crimzo with a group hug. They start opening up with it first as Delena sees the opportunity to harass the backline. Nobody else.
Good shit, bro. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit.
That Amazing just moved up on 100.
Chat. We might be going to a match 5. We might be going to a match 5. And it all depends with this TP. It all depends with this last fight.
You're able to not only be healed up so you don't get eliminated, but then the damage output is just it's so much to deal with here. As now they're going in fast. 100 Thieves. They know they need to take this. They can't let Sentinels make this thing an even fight here. Crimson though already eliminating Delena, and at this point Nectar is thirsty for more. Right, Mason's gonna have the pulse as well. You've got 2 duelists coming up. SJP with the Luna Snow.
Oh no, bro.
Keeps the team alive, and that's a huge miss.
Gave him a quick little haircut. If you felt like you weren't alive, that one will definitely make you feel like you're on the edge of your seat as a dance of butterflies coming in. Vinny still finding Aramori. Right, amazing onto SJP.
What a freeze! What a fucking freeze by Kurova!
Are you kidding me, Kurova?
Oh my god, Kurova got 2 kills. Kurova got 2. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
The reverse sweep.
Oh my god, we're going to a match 5.
Guys, have we learned anything? We thought this was gonna be an easy matchup.
Oh my fucking god, chat.
I mean, like, Luna Mo, like, what? I can't believe this. The way that we just saw that play out here, going the distance. The call out, too, from Kurova at the very end was insane.
I can't. It's incredible that these teams are able to put on the performance they did. Looking at the stats here quickly, I mean, really, there's some fair fights in terms of damage, but where the difference
Nectar
was,
27-3, Techie 28-3. Yo,
yeah,
the whole fucking
just
team
speechless.
of Sentinels
13
popped
final
off.
hits from Nectar. Again, Aramori and our
Damn,
interview
that
was
wasn't-
highlighting Nectar for a reason. 27-3.
Terra did a lot of damage, but I mean, to be honest with you, I think the person that was doing the most on that team is Delena.
You know, even if not every single ult hits, we're talking about the highest level of competition out here. Like, it's very hard. You saw Terra even with a slight whiff.
Yeah,
trying
that
to move
freeze
back,
was
give Terra a
fucking
quick haircut,
crazy,
get
bro.
stunned
Yo,
in the
Proc
middle of the Eye
Man,
of Agamotto,
appreciate the
which
massive
is a
dono
lot
on
easier with your
YouTube.
point
Clap
blank,
without
but
hands.
we probably see it right here. I feel like they happened like all over on this side here, over to the left side, but that was insane.
Yeah, I want to highlight something too. Okay, not only that, right before that, Nectar nailed that Dance of the Butterflies. I'm talking milliseconds as the SJP, I believe, Luna Snow, lost their fate of both worlds. So it was precision counting on the button, and then we see Kurova can't even.
I don't know what you mean by that.
because Kurova gets the freeze of a lifetime, shutting down.
Yeah, I want to see the
Agamotto.
freeze perspective, bro.
Blocked there too, just to try to block out the healing that we saw within that first round, to then just get the amazing follow-up on the ultimate on the Iron Man here, the maximum pulse backing away, literally like he's in the Matrix out here. And then talk
Pecker,
about
appreciate the massive $10
every
donation
single
as
time
well
they were
on
just trying
YouTube.
to
Yo,
stall
even
here
YouTube
was
is
crazy. It
matching
was down
Twitch.
from
You guys are
Mario
all
once
popping
again.
off today.
And Kurova was just the perfection they're able to do there with the swap to damage from healing, keeping the team alive. We didn't get to see the freeze, did we? But either way, we gotta.
I feel like if I had Kurova
somebody in
and
the chat clip that, 'cause I
Aramori in my
gotta go back and see
backline,
it.
I think
Such good timing from Kurova.
I think
And
I would
listen,
feel very,
he's
very,
a-
very, very
a
safe,
go
chat.
Adam Warlock for a reason. His aim,
Also appreciate the
precision,
massive
and
support,
awareness.
guys.
Like Adam
And
Warlock, one
everyone
of the
following
highest
the
skill
stream,
ceiling characters in
appreciate
the game, right? Because of cooldown management and perfection, but the aiming you have to do and the clutch Jean's ice in the veins. He's showing all the ice there with Luna Snow.
Kurova's just understanding in general, in terms of positioning, in terms of timing these ultimates, in terms of just being aware of where everybody else is, and ult tracking. Aramori's very good at calling that out for the rest of the team. It's literally, it's perfect. The way that you have Kurova in the backline,
if Sentinels
if you
reverse
don't
sweep
have
this
that
chat,
Luna Snow
nah.
ultimate online,
That's going to
at
be one of
least
the
you
most
could put trust in
insane
Kurova
things
to
I've
try
ever
to
seen.
land that
Back-to-back
freeze, which in
reverse
that
sweeps.
moment
I think
on the
Shroud
Agamotto
X
was
reverse
big
swept,
because they were
right?
about to get the both backliners there.
I mean, we knew this would be a heavyweight matchup, right? We knew this was going to be the fight of the night, but they're living up to every piece of it.
God
And
damn,
we've
2
seen this
games
with
back-to-back
these teams
reverse
before.
sweep.
Sometimes
That's
going back
insane.
to some of the past fights, it has been sweeps and sweeps, but no, not this time, not even close. Sentinels, again, this is just, there's so much going on behind the scenes, game plan, strategy, callouts, all of it.
What did
That's makes
Vicky
Rivals
cast before? Her
great,
voice is
guys.
so
I know-
familiar.
I know you're not going
more
anywhere,
like, what
but don't
didn't she
go anywhere.
cast?
We're going to be right back after this quick break.
I think Vicky casted that I know Marvel Rivals, Overwatch. I'm pretty sure she also did Valorant. I'm sure she did Apex as well. She did Smash Bros. She's done a lot of games. You know what's even crazy on top of that? Not only has she casted a lot of games, but you have to know all the shit about those games as well. That's crazy. Like the abilities and the weapons and all that stuff. A lot of names. A lot of names, chat. A lot of names. Give me 1 second. And we still have one more game after this, by the way. I feel bad for Envy and Shroud. They have to play almost at 1 a.m.
trapping all those fighting souls. But
Yo.
yet, across the world, I see you standing.
I cannot believe we have another series. Yeah, chat. It's by the time this game's done, it's gonna be 1 a.m. and then we have to go for another 2 hours. I think if the games are not a if it's not a 3-0, the games are gonna go for like another 2 hours. Has Jeff has been? Yes. What's up, Siga? Jeff has been in the tournament, yeah, but not as frequent. He was he's been there like here and there, not as much. Jay, do you think I should be president?
What's going on, guys? And welcome back. We're on to match 5 and possibly a reverse sweep on 100 Thieves that looks like they could not be stopped. The rage meter filled all the way, but as soon as they tamed down the Wolverine and most importantly the rage on Terra, they've started to figure this thing out, Vicky. And I've got to say, to go to domination with everything on the line like that, lose the first fight and still win, insane.
Yeah, and that was with like some. That was hard. Like that was with crazy plays, like Korova with the freeze.
Jeff's win rate went from 48% to 46%. What do you think? I'm gonna be honest with you, Sigma Mode. I think you need to pick another character in my goddamn game.
Like a 10K.
Stop tossing my shit.
What we saw from Korova with the 33K healing, and even SJP, who's also on the Luna with only 22K. So
I mean, to be honest with you, don't they try to get all like don't like they try to get all win rates like 45 to 55%? That's what the Overwatch does. We do not win almost every game, bro. Every time I have you on my team, I get mad that I only have one defensive support ult.
Hopefully they keep that Wolverine ban though.
Yeah, 100 Thieves might have the bigger standout players, but the power of teamwork, as we like to say, because we saw how many.
How you doing, Siga? It's nice to see you, though. It's nice to see you.
You know, Final Flashes did not get the E-limbs, but it didn't matter. They played so well as one team, one unit here, and yet again, same game plan, different map, and Yggdrasil's path. It's 100 Thieves. It's their favorite to go to when things get tough.
Getting the save, both Emmas going right through. You get to see the Techie and TTK show again.
They need to give back his right click back.
They've acknowledged that the Iron Man's a problem.
Nah, let Jeff die.
With the torch, then with the Iron Man.
Yeah, that's a lot of respect, and not only that, we've seen them not go for any of Amazing's duelists. They just let them have, you know, their way there. Shutting down Wolverine again, smart game plan. That does open up some other things, right? You got to use that ban there on the Iron Man, and now what it does is it opens up, obviously not the triple res, most likely.
I think Jeff is in a good spot. You have to keep Jeff as like a. Jeff has to be a primary healer, bro.
Finally,
he has to heal.
Out of the Loki jail, could finally into it the way that we've been seeing Harvey and SJP just kind of swap between themselves as they put the safety over the Groot. So double safety actually utilized on 2 Vanguards.
Yeah, and you know, as I was just highlighting Vinny, who has gone a lot better on Captain America.
I went to go look at Sigma Mode's win rate on Jeff and discovered his 17% win rate on Black Panther in the process. Yo, Siga, what do you think about that?
And looking at what they've got, they've shut down now Loki, no lanterns to worry about, and this is where I might want to see the Wolverine, though. I'm not gonna lie.
We have Yggdrasil, and this is where 100 Thieves really shine. So playing not only to their strength, but the fact that they've been able to save both the Emma and the Groot on this map.
If I ever see Siga on Black Panther, I'm throwing.
Really scary, man. As Terra is gonna already be auto picking onto the Punisher.
Yeah, amazing.
Okay, chat. Let's see this.
There, you love to see it. wishing he could play it, but he can't. You guys are seeing this correct. Your eyes do not deceive you. It's 2 to 100 Thieves, then it's 2 to Sentinels. This is the last
match, chat. Last match. It's do you guys think it's gonna be a reverse sweep? Yes or no?
We're going all day on this,
is it gonna be a reverse sweep, or are we going to see 100 Thieves win?
Momentum. She has a name and it's prediction. Look at this.
Okay, I'm not rooting for either team here. I just want to say I am rooting for a very good game. I want to see both teams pop the fuck off, sweat. I want them to sweat.
I hope you guys are ready and strapped into your seats because we still got another series after this. Let's get this started, though. Coming out of the gates already, shooting off. It's going to be Terra looking down the sidelines as Sentinels are holding this next corner.
Now, winner of that lower one goes to China, but for now, we've got the 100 Thieves Sentinel show here. 2 top Titans, the clash of the Titans as they're fittingly playing here The land of the
Goddamn
gods here.
J3,
Terra
15-hour stream. Are you all right? Nope. It's probably going to be an 18-hour stream, to be honest with you.
Up into that beam, having even more damage. You get to utilize now Vinny's walls as well as having those Loki clones. Nectar looking right behind them, just trying to take some poke pressure too with that shotgun blade, but getting checked with.
Oh, Nectar goes down, but it's fine. 100 Thieves has 2 players dead, both tanks.
You would think Hella has the invisibility there, just appearing before the eyes and getting the stun off, and it's just so crazy that Hella's got a stun like that now. As we're trying to get
the only way I could even gain, with Jeff is by DPSing. Is by DPSing Jeff now, but it's almost impossible to do that with the second dive hero. You know what's really funny, Siga? If Jeff is such in a bad position, why don't you just switch characters and get off Jeff? Thoughts? Also, great defense by Sentinels so far. Great defense.
Slowly approaching that fate of both worlds, but it's a successful defense here for Sentinels.
Yeah, they're figuring out how to shut down the monster that is Terra, and what a way to do it during the final judgment of it all. Terra now gonna match Rye here on Bucky. A lot of against, guys. You're gonna hear that word a lot as we push through this map. But right now, 2 minutes, they've got a great defense going on, and if we look at Sentinels, they've got the imprisonment. They throw it down. They follow with the
Ooh. Oh, Rye Amazing. Rye Amazing should have spammed Q, bro. He should have spammed Q.
TTK was looking at him straight here over on the other side, taking to try to come back. That is Delena over to the skies with some help from the goddess of death. The Psylocke dance of the butterflies from Nectar, though, is just waiting.
Oh, come on, Nectar.
TTK on this Emma Frost has just been crazy, but the fate of both worlds was activated before the psionic seduction, allowing it to go through. Techie just trying to buy some time and space.
Nova, if you can't hang, bro, go to sleep. We're gonna be live tomorrow.
One by one with the rest of the help from the 100 Thieves.
Lasting forever here. Sentinels, Aramore gets to play Loki. We have not seen them on Loki in a long time. They elect not to go Strange till right now. Late Strange switch as they're getting in the pressure early. Crimzo may not be able to make it. It's ticking any second. He can't get that portal there. Someone's got to touch. They are doing successfully, but that's going to come with a trade. Oh no, they're able to. Wow, they take the point back and forth.
Wow, they're forcing 100 Thieves back. Nice. I thought 100 Thieves was going to take that.
Well here, Crimzo fighting through the pressure, through the seduction is Doctor Strange as he pops.
Backing away. It's Aramori. They have to remember why they wanted to ban that Loki in the first place, right? Aramori finally free as Techie gets taken out with the Kraken impact.
Oh, what a block.
And again, forcing the back Sentinels, knowing their lesson, though, are just going to try to back away.
Oh my god, I think it was big. He got 2 people back there. Oh, hit it. They got 2. They got 2. They got one of the supports, and they got Delena.
Trade after Rye Amazing was able to get SJP.
Everyone focused on keeping Terra up. He had 1 health, and they all focus on him. SAP finally pays the price because of it, and Crimzo follows there on Vinny. And sometimes
this is such a great fucking series. Both of the 2 best teams in NA going at it.
26 seconds left.
Wait, did they fuck up the teleporter?
This is Thieves' map. They love it, but right now it's all.
Wait, chat, did they just fuck up the TP?
They set the flag here. This is going to be Sentinels territory now, unless 100 Thieves could take out something different.
Oh my god, his portal just got fucked. No shot. I feel so bad for 100 Thieves. Did he fuck it up? Was it glitched? Did it go into the spawn? Did they fix that glitch yet?
This is unbelievable here. This defensive effort.
Or did he cancel it?
Some pressure on that point now. We're amazing. They'll get in the one.
He was right here.
No fire extinguisher. The fire department.
Oh my chat. Chat, this is one of the no fucking way. I have to stand up. There's no fucking way.
We are Venom. We are Amazing. We are the Torch. The follow-up, beautiful. Then rolling out on the Venom, just a recontest, even better because they had used up that portal earlier when they recontested with Aramori on that Loki.
No fucking way, Meg. Go to sleep.
Crazy hold.
What a fucking hold, chat. And their TP, dude. Did they cancel their TP?
This is insane. It was all
I need to know. Did they cancel their fucking TP?
Sentinels putting on a defensive master class. Unbelievable. Now they've got, honestly, everything they need here to get this. They've got so many
fucking god.
It comes down to this. The grand finals on the line. It's 2-2.
Why did they cancel the TP though? Why did they cancel the TP?
One more map away from getting the reverse sweep to sit in this grand finals. getting the reversal, making the adjustments that they need.
This is going to be this. If they win, this is the second reversal in the way. Chat, don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. You guys have a tendency to jinx the games, unlike me, where I call everything perfectly. Stop it.
That's what they needed. They won this in the pick and ban phase by a mile.
They're running 3 tanks. They're running the spawn hold comp. They're running 3 tanks, 3 supports. They're going to hold them at their spawn.
But then they finally bent. They had that strategy, 100 Thieves going in each and every time to ban certain heroes, but they gave up the Loki and Aramori, and everyone followed.
That's the biggest thing, I feel like. That having Loki coming out, Aramori being so strong on Loki in general. Crimzo, though, trying to pull off something cheeky over to the other side with the portal play, trying to wrap around them. It's all the Hail Marys attempt as 100 Thieves now try to look and break their neck. Vinny over to the other side. Tira taking a good amount of pressure, but they're trying to run that triple Vanguard, triple support as Nectar finds Harvey, but Delena be on the rocket with the BRB machine. You're coming right back.
Oh, it's poetic. You got Psylocke and Magic going off. They may not have a team up anymore, but these X-Men are shining as they slice and dice.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Seeing Magic, Rye Amazing picks the most random fucking characters and it works. Why?
I don't know.
Can someone educate
like,
me
this
why?
Is we get to see Magic for like a crumb of a second for the second time in the series, just in general. Like, I love being able to finally see some Magic play as they jump right in to re-engage off of Vinny being on this portal, on the Doctor Strange to utilize the portal rather. Right, Amazing trying to find the supports though, trying to find the harassment, backing away with the 100 Thieves, not having that Loki instead, but Tara finding that big pick onto Amazing.
Yeah, that's going to help slow things down, but they need to at 2 minutes and 52 seconds left. Terra just farming that ult quickly there. Vinny with the pop and the follow-up here, but Crimso's got the entanglement. Right now, Sentinels, though, they're just going to regroup. Nectar trying to just run away, and oh my gosh, Terra wants it. He's hungry, he's thirsty, rage.
Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh, when Terra gets that sparkle in his eye, he starts to go XK mode. I don't know, chat. I'm scared. I'm scared, bro. 2 minutes left. The last 2.5 minutes of this series.
The butterflies have kept it in check as Crimzo with the group hug has answered together as SJP being the first to get taken out. This is the win condition. Nectar proceeds to get 2K and still has a dance of butterflies. Another freeze! Oh, another freeze from Kurova.
Another freeze from Kurova, bro. Oh my god. No, it's not going to be Sentinels yet. 100 Thieves can still do this. Come on, 100 Thieves. Terra's out there. Terra got a pick.
The Iron Fist. He gets one pick, Vic.
And he's stalling the point.
Wait a minute.
Terra is actually fucking stalling this.
Terra's still able to find SJP on the way back. Still an opportunity here as
And he survives? Wow, Terra's insane, chat. Terra is literally insane. Oh my god.
To recontest here, a minute and 30 seconds.
Amazing, trying to get that pressure on early. Terra, though, that's a great swap over to the Iron Fist. Gonna be tough to deal with all of that. Karate Kid thrown out of the blood. Who's gonna get the armor now?
Nice ult by SJP. Nice ult to survive and keep his team alive. Uh-oh, chat. Crimzo almost has his ult, though. I think if Crimzo hits a fat ult here, uh-oh, Terra's gonna pop off, though. Nice freeze. Oh, they solo ulted him. They solo ulted the cheaper Town Hall. And Terra, Ryan Amazing gets 2.
Reset onto that Iron Fist from Terra. We are Groot as a group hug comes in. Sentinels, Ryan Amazing slowly approaching that supernova, by the way, and they've just used up the Eternal Bond.
This is looking as close as you can.
No way, bro. No way, bro. How is 100 Thieves holding this? 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Who's moving to the grand finals? Who's beating
30 fucking seconds.
Amazing throwing it down. Dance of Butterflies goes out. They survive through the cloak bubble. That's huge. Both strategists turn eyes. Vicky Amazing throwing it down. It's coming down to this.
The patty cake just to stay alive because he had no other ults in that first pick.
No fucking way. No way. No way, bro. Chat, there's no way.
For success together with Nectar. Nobody to touch this.
There's no way they reversed it.
Doesn't even matter.
They fucking reversed it. There's no way.
The shield does not crack and
that was the most insane fucking game, dude. This has been the best series I've ever seen in my life. This has been the most, chat. You guys don't understand, but my cheeks were so clenched and so sweaty. Bro, I literally have the Florida Everglades in my pants right now.
What an end. Crimzo with that pull in too.
Both teams played amazing.
Wall up. Then you have Rymazing, despite that, through the dance of butterflies that we saw from Nectar. The backliners here from 100 Thieves.
Dude, if I was 100 Thieves, I'd be pissed off.
Supernova, man.
Nah.
That was crazy. Everybody just trying to take out everything when the portals
Bro,
used up everything.
bro, I just want to let you guys know, this guy comes to my chat. The first thing he says, do it again. You know what to do. Get on the wall. You said you would.
I'm speechless. We talked about Crimzo and this team.
I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word.
And as
I got
said
it
before, they won that in the pick ban phase from start
I'm
to
a
finish.
man of my word.
Been as far as you could. In a map like this, they did not break in the series, and they were able to take down in Marvel Rivals the biggest rival of teams, in my opinion, are these two right here. Both going to China. 100 Thieves already punched their ticket. But man, Sentinels with a statement.
You let Aramori get away with the Loki out here too. The 20 assists. Korova with these insane freezes, by the way. Then we got to see the follow-up with
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. What an insane series, bro. I'm reporting this stream. What do you mean you're reporting this stream?
Getting a little look at magic from Rymazing is always a treat.
Yeah, that was straight out of. If you guys have seen the season 2 trailer at the Hellfire Gala, this might be
that was such an insane series. Yo, is Super Gomez still here? Yo, Super Gomez.
And they got the finish from it. I mean,
I know you guys are going to China. You guys are going to the land. I'll tell you what, if I go to the land, or if not, I'll still do it. Every time you guys win, I'll do that.
Crimzo really popped off this game too. Like, combine that with the walls to block out those entry points right before.
Now you guys have something to win for.
Crucial. If 100 Thieves wanted to increase their win con, they have to.
That was a crazy reverse sweep though. That was. Wait, how were you guys feeling after the first 2 games? After the first, dude, how were you feeling after the vampire map? Because if I was playing and I saw Terra doing what that guy did, I would be fucking scared. That guy was insane.
The winner of the game we're about to move on to, they're gonna face 100 Thieves.
I'm pretty sure, Chad, the grand finals is gonna be 100 Thieves and Sentinels again.
Sentinels just showed us there as Terra.
Also, Meg.
Down.
No, I don't know the map.
Incredible effort across the board, and I think it just highlights it so well. It just feels like a solid.
We knew what to do as soon as we saw Terra doing it. It was just 100 Terras. True. You know what's actually really funny? Super Gomez said the same thing as Gasklin. Gasklin said, if you stop Terra,
it wasn't just like a one-man.
Then I don't know what 100 Thieves doesn't know what to do.
Had their spotlight moments, whether it be stopping ultimates, Korova's side of things, Aramori now at the very end being able to pop off on Loki, out-healed a lot of the team together.
Wait, how long are you streaming for tonight?
I
don't know. I've been streaming for 16 hours. I don't know.
Together with Nectar,
I don't know how much longer I'm going. I'm probably gonna go to sleep after the next game, and then do it all again tomorrow.
Again, silent but deadly on that Psylocke, quite literally.
I'm losing my voice right now.
Amazing in the sky.
Yeah, Crimso's got to start wearing an
Winchester, appreciate the massive 5 gifted subs, my friend. Jug for a massive 100 bits. She divorced me for my drops. Appreciate the massive 5 gifted subs. And Pecker with the massive dono as well on YouTube. Absolutely insane. And Winchester with a 10 gifted subs. Absolutely crazy, Winchester. You're literally popping.
In the boot camp, the first time this team has all been together. I mean, what a moment for them.
I know that
bro, Nectar has been insane. Yeah, I get you guys with the predictions. Nectar has been insane. The whole team has been insane. Did you see Korova with the freezes?
To lean on your teammates, and they get to do that in person.
Yeah, and
no, but bro, to be honest with you, I think that game could have went anywhere, bro. The game could have went anywhere. 100 Thieves popped off, Sentinels popped off. That was the best series I've ever seen. Both teams should be very happy and hold their head up high.
We've seen it all, right? We had the Cinderella
I'm pretty sure tomorrow, chat, I'm calling it, 100 Thieves is going to win tomorrow and come back up to the grand finals, and we're going to see another insane epic game.
This team, both of them here since the alpha, but one coming out on top.
And having the history that they have,
JPZ, appreciate the massive prime sub.
Been able to meet in a bracket like this, so having a lot of stakes on the line and the big money bags that's lingering over your head, to be able to come back and not let it be mentally daunting on how those first 2 matches went forward. We saw the changes. There was Iron Man ult whiffs. There was Iron Man blocks from TTK. You've made adjustments. You have to swap over to the torch to get some supernovas out, to at least create some space, get somebody to help you out. Techie then going over to the Emma Frost. There were so many little individual changes going into this team that brought us to the reverse 3-0.
Hey, I'm so pumped. I've not gotten to talk. He's never done an interview. I have done videos with him, but I've not gotten to see
who do they have?
face to face. Welcome in, guys. Jarvis, Friday, Tony Stark. Call it what you want. It's Rymazing.
Rymazing.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you. Oh my god.
Whoa. They're about to get DMCA'd. They're about to get DMCA'd over there. They were playing the fucking UFC or some shit. Whoa.
Whether it was the triple for
They're streaming it, yo.
Rover freeze on the everyone play their part to the fullest degree. Right, we've been talking now over a year, and I know what this team has got.
Whoa, they're gonna get Marvel Rivals DMCA copyrighted. Marvel Rivals is gonna lose their channel, and we're not gonna have a finals.
I mean, I was yelling. I jumped out of my chair. It was exciting, man. Like those matches where it's, give and take, and we cap with 4 minutes on Central Park, and then we choke it, but then we come back for the reverse sweep. I mean, that's just like a game you live for, man. There's nothing more exciting and exhilarating as a player and probably as a viewer than that.
You guys performed. You guys set us up. Like Cozy and I were losing our minds, like seeing the reversal, seeing the counters before our eyes. I mean, can you talk to us about how you keep your mental in check?
To be honest with you, chat, Sentinels losing that vampire map after rolling them so hard was actually devastating.
Keep yourself in these fights.
I mean, Iron Man ult is like really hard. I think
Central Park.
Most of the time,
the vampire map.
Like this, it's hard to even get like 50% on the ult. Like just hitting half the time is great. So, I mean, I just gotta keep my head up and just keep trying, And sometimes you'll miss, and sometimes you'll hit big, And just gotta keep my head in the game. I don't know. Just keep trying.
Meg, I've done back-to-back 16-hour streams on 5 hours of sleep. You cannot expect me to remember anything.
Like, hey, let's make a guide together. Who's like your greatest hero? And you're like, I'm a demon on Iron Man. And the fact that it's come full circle, and you've gotten to display as I said yesterday, Jarvis play funeral music. I mean, dude, how does it feel? Because you guys got reverse swept. You guys got reverse swept in the group stage, and you do it again. And we saw Magic. Is it season 0, bro? What's going on?
I think Magic was really good for breaking that 3-3 hold. You just kind of jump in their back line and tear them up in the back.
Wait, is Crimzo now watching the Valorant Masters?
Yeah, I mean the Iron Man. I don't know. They were scared. They started banning it last map. It was crazy.
Crimzo went from boxing UFC to the Valorant Masters.
I feel like Torch is usually better, but I don't know. I just couldn't. I felt like I wasn't doing much on Torch. Maybe it was me. Maybe it was what they were playing with the Hella, or I'm not sure. But I was like, all right, I'm just gonna go Iron Man. If it works, it works, and it did. So.
Oh, just impeccable job. Is that Crimzo over to your shoulder? There's some UFC going on over there, like just like dropping 100k damage block. I gotta ask, because it seemed like obviously the Wolf was doing a lot there. At one point, we were like, it was like a horror movie for you, man. You're a Human Torch in the sky. Man. You look to the right, boom, kidnapped.
That's gonna be my nightmares. I don't know what was going on the map. I don't know. Terra's Wolf, like, I guess we learned a lesson. You gotta ban that. You can't let that through. Yeah. Because I'd look around and see like, oh, I don't see the wolf, he's hiding somewhere, and then I'd walk up and try to ult, and boom, I'd be grabbed like every time. It was like, man, we just gotta ban wolf. It was too much.
Dude, Terra's Wolverine is actually really scary.
Sorry, Cozy.
I think that's by far one of the best Wolverines I've ever seen in my life.
Talk to us a little bit about your synergy together with Nectar, because Nectar, they're so good. Absolute pop-off moments on that Psylocke. How do you guys combine together with your comms? How does that sound like for your team?
I think Nectar's calling a lot of the engages, and I'm trying to like link my overdrive with it, and it felt really good. Every time it'd be like a neutral fight, and he would go dive, and he would tell me overdrive now, and then I'd pop it, and it was like perfect. It was just, we were just so in sync today. I think that's really what made the difference.
That's tough too, because you know it was you and Super Gomez for so long, and for Nectar to step in there and not only him take over that role, but you and that kind of duo-ship. It's a hard thing to do. I have to talk about this though. You and let's call it Mutants and Nightmare. No, it was 100 Thieves and you guys have been playing each other so many times at the biggest stakes. I said, you know, they've taken your chance of glory before, whether it was the MRI, but then you win in the MRC or the MRC for them, right? How is it going against this team? You guys didn't face each other in the group stage or in different groups, but like when you prepare for this team, do you you know what you're getting, but it's still there's surprises that happen.
Yeah, I think it's pretty normal for 100 Thieves to play. Like,
is Crimzo even watching a Valorant Masters? Is it like
happening? I think it's more on us to kind of
or is that just his screensaver?
Iron Man and the magic and kind of these weird things that they aren't ready for. And I think historically we've seen a lot of use in like doing weird things like that, like even season 0, like Moon Knight. And I feel like we always kind of have a trick up our sleeve for their team. And yeah, today, I mean, it just worked.
Yeah, you guys did such a good job because you guys have so many different compositions too to lean on. Like they kept banning the res comp too. Like they kept target banning Crimzo. I mean, after that first map, and I feel like another player specifically that just got away with murder was TTK on that Emma Frost, man. That damage output was that character's crazy. When you guys saw that the Emma Frost had gone through for them, I don't think you guys had the Emma Frost because it was banned for you guys, I think the first map. What were the adjustments that you made around TTK? Because I feel like TTK was a pretty big playmaker on that team.
I think just initially we're kind of thinking we want to get into this with like mag ban, with what was it? I'm trying to think about it because we were protecting mag actually rather, and we weren't playing Emma ourselves. I think that made their Emma a really big problem, and so I think we just kind of had to adjust and change our line a little bit, and we saw a lot more success when we also had the Emma to kind of match and contest TTK. I think that was the big change there.
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually want to give a shout out to Techie because Techie played a lot of mag over the last like what 5-6 days now, and then they matched you with the cat ban, which we've seen before that happened last time, but then the mag ban to follow, and it's like, all right, Techie, I wanted to see what they could do, you know, to put up a fight, and wow, just it feels like you guys have rehearsed that a million times. I mean, again, we've talked about you guys, and there's teams that have these huge standout players. Rye, you know what I think about you already, but it just feels like Sentinels, you guys are just this team. You're a team, and you embody it in person together on stream when you're doing each other's makeup, when you're just hanging out, when you're getting dubs, reverse sweeps like you did here. Either way, I know it's like almost what 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. over there. It's late, buddy, but celebrate with the team. Enjoy it. Job's not done though, and 100 Thieves, they always find a way back, so you could face them again here tomorrow.
I think they're gonna face them tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I'll be ready.
All right, buddy. Well, whether it's Iron Man magic, we know you put on a show. It was great meeting you and seeing you face to face finally after all of our good talks, buddy. Enjoy this show, buddy. It was a good one, and thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
All right, peace out, buddy. All right, guys.
Yo, good shit, man. Good shit. Good shit. What a fucking game, bro.
And I've talked to this guy for a year, but I've never had a face-to-face
conversation. What a fucking game. Yo, Super Gomez, good shit as well. I don't know if he's still here. That was a great game, dude. Yo, Melvin, appreciate the massive Prime sub as well. Yeah, that whole team was doing really well. The Luna freezes as well from Korova. God damn.
About his team, what to expect in case they do have to ever face off against 100 Thieves again. They have their answers. Like
he was calling him buddy too many times. Hey, relax, buddy.
Through ever again in that matchup.
Yeah, they always get more and more from each team as they face off with them. And yeah, my first ever video guide was a dedicated Magic guide, funny enough, with him all the way back when the game launched. So it was cool. Full circle moment, see what he could do. Hey guys, that was crazy. That reverse sweep. We just came off another one, and it was Shroud X punching their ticket to go against
no one won the championship. That was the upper bracket semifinals.
Loser bracket, but this one
for
this one's for land. This is for
yeah, that was the upper bracket semifinals. Now
this goes to China.
100 Thieves goes down to the finals for the lower bracket, and whoever plays Envy or Shroud X. And now Sentinels is already in the grand finals.
Because it's going to be a big one, Cozy.
Brew the coffee, guys. Get the pizza, the late night pizza ready. We have a big one coming up. We'll be back right after this break.
J3, realizing you went to bed at like 2 a.m. and having to been live again for 16 hours is insane. Dude, I don't know about you guys. I'm tired, yes, but after the last 2 games, back-to-back reverse fucking sweeps, I'm wide awake. Yo, I could go again for another 36 hours. You guys down?
Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Wait, no, that would be 32. 16 plus 16 is 32. What did I say? 36? Yeah, nah, I'm going to bed. Nah, I can't even do simple math. Nope, going to bed. Nah, I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go to sleep for tomorrow, man. Tomorrow is the grand finals, chat. It's gonna be the most insane games. You gotta. Oh shit! By the way, break. Get your last dose of points, chat. We have Envy against Shroud X. You have 5 minutes to gamble. 5 minutes. Wow, this is a really good song. I wish they would play this more. I've never heard it before. Jay, are you rooting for Envy or Shroud? To be honest with you, I'm cheering for another reverse sweep. I don't know who does it. I don't know. I just want to see a good game. I think, oh, you know what I need to do though? Someone reminded me. Yeah, get your gambling in, chat. What I need to do is I need to go get more water because I am out of water. No, I'm gonna go get more water. Surprisingly, I'm not tired though. Chat, be right back. I'm gonna go get more water, okay?
Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, buddy.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. Job is not finished yet. We have one more match, and it's the one with the most stakes. We've got Shroud X, who punched their ticket. They're the Disney villain. They shut down the Cinderella story versus Envy for our final matchup today.
That's going to be the final boss that Shroud X needs to go through. And
Okay,
that's
sorry, I'm back.
Shroud
I have
watching,
water.
by the way,
My bad.
his own team, all right? So breaking the curse a little bit after seeing that reversal 3-0, just non-stop gas action here in the Americas region. The fact that we're still going, Cozy, I would have it any other way. We got Marvel Rivals
Melvin,
all
appreciate the
night
massive
long
Prime
here
sub.
for a great Saturday night.
No, I mean, we went 7 hours 2 days ago, 5 hours late into the night yesterday. We're at it again, guys, and I love every minute of it. 100 Thieves, they're gone, but my voice is also. This has been epic. Can't wait to continue the madness. Guys, we just saw Punisher and what they can do, Terra, what he can do on the character, and you could do the same, potentially, with the new skin from Daredevil, Born Again. These skins, Vicky, they're pretty sick.
I love it. I love that Punisher skin. But honestly, that Thor skin, the hair, it's what's getting me. I say this all the time, but the majestic rain.
Jay, are you a rival to the end of time? Hell yeah, I am.
Absolutely. The Hellfire Gala look, you love to see it here. And we are definitely gonna, I love that we have some teams that flex the skins, some not so much here as we head into this primetime fight. Now, Shroud X, they like to keep things interesting always. We saw it come down quite literally to the pixel. If you guys missed that matchup, I mean, I can't even process how close it was. Every single fight was nail biting. I lost my voice on that fight, and I wasn't even casting yet.
Was it with Vision? I think it was. I don't even know. Like that was just so crazy. That was literally down to the wire. I think it was like Vision having like a very clutch moment, being on the. I don't know what it is with these Wolverines, man. I mean, I do know what it is, but Wolverine in general, like such a crazy playmaking hero. As we get to see 100 Thieves after ending our last series, reverse 3-0 from Sentinels, they'll be waiting in that lower bracket finals. While Envy and Shroud X, this is the battle for land. The winner of this series gets their chance to take over the last spot in the America region and qualifying for China.
Yeah, as we saw before, there's 3 teams from America that get to punch their ticket, and that is massive for these teams because it means not only the 2 ones in the grand finals, but one from that lower bracket climb gets to make it as well. And we're about to find out right now. Looking at here, all the other regions getting 2 Americas stacked up. The talent, craziness, it's gonna be quite the fight. I mean,
can you reset your YouTube stream so VOD saves? It's outside
really
the 12 hours.
And there's so many strong
probably
teams,
not.
like EMEA specifically, man, is gonna be
If you want to
like,
rewatch some games, just come to my Twitch chat or go to my second YouTube channel. My second YouTube channel has all
as well as
the
Ground Zero Gaming. Lots of
all the
familiar
games
names that I love to see. But this is what LAN's all about. It's to put the best of all of high-level Marvel Rivals plays together in person on the big stage.
That last slot, that's what the teams are fighting for here. And many would have Envy, 100 Thieves, Sentinels all in that last spot, right? But Shroud X, I mean, Shroud didn't even have the jersey. He doesn't have jerseys. He's going to have to go to Fiverr and get designs and get these things made if they make it. I mean, you love to see it. It would be insane if Shroud X, with everything they've been through, punched their ticket.
Yeah, just don't get any ideas from Zero Tenacity's jersey out here. If that is to say, if Shroud X make their way through, which after the action that we saw with that reversal,
okay, chat.
I feel
Here's
like
a
just
replay
wait at the
of
very last
Envy.
second
They
to
won
claim what's
earlier
theirs, as
today.
we take a look at Envy first.
Envy here just stacked through the 9s. They've got so much going for them. I mean, we talked about Terra, the terrifying here, but listen, I've got to say, Speedery and what they can do in the fly department is absolute craziness. Shroud X, though, we saw what they did against Techie. And honestly, a lot of it, the Vision and Doom show, these 2 are just some of the most lethal, deadly duelists.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
But name a person
Shroud doesn't even care. He's doing unboxing on CSGO. What Shroud, Tim the Tatman, and what do you call it, Nate are all doing like fucking unboxing still?
They did just a second ago.
Come on, unboxing cannot be that fun.
Like the way that everybody here is a core. I mean, obviously, right? It's a team.
It cannot be that fun,
individually
chat.
Here is just a core part of finding that success for Shroud X and actually playing to their strengths, right? This is where you get to usually see Vision coming out in the Namor. We get to see the Hulk coming out too. Impunity just so good on that Groot, so they could really try to flex onto what they feel like is their comfort pick. But you already know too, like Envy's been doing their homework. They saw what happened in the last series in that reverse 3-0, so they're gonna be ready for this.
Yeah, they're kind of like Sentinels a lot too. They've got the triple res, and we've seen Vision play the Atom, but then also you've got the Namor.
Damn, I actually feel bad for 100 Thieves, chat. They played their heart out. They played their heart out, bro.
For them and behind them, just some of the greatest strategies that we've
What's up,
seen.
Nam?
Dongmin said it best too. I'm telling you, this guy. I mean, he said in his interview he's gotten a lot of crud for not hitting ults and whatnot, but when he hits them, Vicky, he nails them. I mean, just game clutching Agamottos. We've seen them want to just save Strange so he can have access to the power that's behind the eye.
Can we talk about Dogman too? Because I feel like, yeah, it's hard. Like, it's the same equivalent to what we were just talking about to Amazing. Like, you're trying to land these big crucial ults. Yes, we see it more consistently sometimes with other Magnetos, but it's not easy. But I feel like specifically talking about Dogman, this player, I feel like it's a mental block, and then whenever the momentum gets going for Shroud X, when Dogman be hitting all those LeBron meteors, he feels himself, either that or the Eye of Agamotto, and I feel like the energy, the aura on Shroud X just completely shifts.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all on the line, and as a Vanguard, those ultimates are always, all spotlights on you here, guys. We got one more matchup left as we've got these two teams fighting for everything. It's one
last matchup, bro. Last matchup. Last matchup.
When lands on the line,
hopefully,
when China's on the line, you're going to see these people empty out the rosters, the talents, the ults, you name it, as we've got the first pick and bans coming in.
Let's not forget how Envy found themselves in this lower bracket in the first place, losing out to Sentinels within that first day, being able to save on to that Magneto now in favor for Envy. It's gonna be Magneto plays from both ends, not too surprised, wondering here with no Emma Frost. We still sometimes see that Psylocke pick coming out without the mental projection, but they don't want any business with the Wolverine.
Yeah, we've saw ever since they dealt with Nemesis, Shroud X has banned Human Torch every single time at the very beginning, and that's smart. Obviously, when you got Speedery too,
I got the last
to get rid of Johnny Storm there. Loki is going to shut down a lot as well. Envy, any good team would, but loves to play the Loki there. And on the opposite side, we're seeing that.
Okay, chat. Last series, man. Last series.
Doomed is too crazy there on Wolf as well, so they're getting rid of all the big threats.
I was gonna say, like, Wolverine has been putting on a showcase. I mean, I'm not too surprised. Wolverine terrors my own games out here, but Doomed being on that Wolverine is always scary. Vision also could flex over to that, and they take out the Hulk. Target bans continuously keep persisting in these later brackets now.
Wow, I like because what is a comfort pick for them? Lucky for Envy, they got to legit watch and see how Shroud X responded, and they play a lot of Namor. They flex that Vision's one of the best in the business. Well, don't get rid of the King of the Sea, get rid of the Gamma God, and Storm. Oh God, Storm being the save. Speedery on Storm. Guys, get ready for Cat 5.
I was gonna say, like, Speedery has always gone over to
Cal
the Storm,
is on the Wolverine now
against them here. So Shroud X instead just making sure that the torch isn't a problem. They would rather, honestly, they would rather deal with that Storm rather than the torch. I don't blame them there. But taking care of the Loki is even better, because they themselves, if they wanted to, could play the torch if you're looking at Shroud X. And those Loki lamps are very pesky on trying to get any sort of progress. And they took care of the Punisher too. So I'm expecting some flyers coming into Shroud X.
Now, again, we talk about roles that don't get a lot of loves. Nuck is one of those strategists that can just absolutely pop off to the highest degree. And so we look at the predictions, and right now, 57% being shown towards Envy. Shroud X, I will say this, in domination, time and time again, we've seen them clutch it up here, even in games and series that they've lost.
Yeah, and it's always so close, even in their own interviews, talking about Shroud X specifically, like, they know that it always gets down to the wire, and it could be really intense. They had a little bit of time to I say a little bit, but they had a lot of time to recover, and now diving right back into the action. They're pretty warmed up here, and they're already going to start off with this portal play to get
okay, chat, let's see this. Both teams are warmed up. Both teams played today. So let's see this.
Cal and Speedery Storm, that's dangerous. That's playing with fire even without Human Torch here, as the teams collide. Kalush, one of the best in the business, oftentimes being able to carry games on his back. Dongman, though,
what the hell is that? He was like double jumping.
V Sorcerer here as they're pushing in. Both teams want this point. They know what it can mean to get things going.
Looking on the other side too, Speedery is trying to get going with having the Invisible Woman, though. Month is going to be able to put that temporary shield just to help them out, but they've lost out on Doomed first, out of position when trying to get into a different angle, and with Cal having the Wolverine available, I hope you're ready to get some kidnaps going.
Have we learned nothing from the 100 Thieves show? You gotta ban Logan. Unless you want to just be made into dinner. I mean, he's slicing and dicing.
God damn, dude. You just know that there's gonna be like 50,000 fucking Wolverine players now in your ranked games, chat.
Now Shroud X on the defense, they're just trying to get any amount of space, but it's all Envy at the moment.
Oh, Cal doesn't be able to back away with the rest of the team. Window, Mund having those ultimates available, and Nero too to shift that into the fate of both worlds. But we're gonna get the copy first from Nook into Fidel, who has the fate of both worlds, just to try to push in. And with Vision having that final judgment, they're gonna try to do the combo together.
Is this the loser bracket final? Loser bracket semifinal. Whoever wins this goes to China.
Has the name as we've said before. Vision looking for his first KO, and up goes the meteor, and down goes the Spaceball Specialist Window.
Ooh! Vision and Impunity. LeBron James. Yo, Little Duck, appreciate the massive 7 months.
But dropping in from the heavens is going to be the Eye of Agamotto, making them break their necks. It found 2 onto Speedery and Window.
It's the Vanguard show at the moment, and Doom showing who can storm and open up the skies as they trade and get this point back. But 67% on to Envy so far, but they still have some ults to show.
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I feel like if Envy wants to win, they ban... Oh, but they ban Dongman's Doctor Strange. I think his Doctor Strange is his best character.
Ultimate, though, is going to be something you want to keep in mind. Last stand, as Doomed with the Omega Hurricane, not going to be able to really sustain, as you mentioned, those support ults a little bit far, while Impunity also close to try to build up that meteor. Here comes that Omega Hurricane, though. They unleash the button.
Oh shit, what the hell?
Build up some time, just in case. Doom knowing, though, that that was just going to be it. Literally throwing themselves into them.
Yeah, winner solidifies a spot to China.
We actually saw Shroud X do this a lot. They would use that Doom opening to go ahead and get those ults out or whatever it might be, and then Vision here with the follow-up, and there it is. We've got the turrets out, the gunfire on, trying to get anything rolling from. Can't find anything. The entire team hiding behind structure that can't be broken. Great job of hide and seek, and right now Envy hiding to perfection now, but 55% tick-tock here for Shroud X.
They were just shoved into the shoebox. Imagine if Impunity just yeeted down that meteor while they were stuck in that corner, but he gets it right afterwards. Gets stunned temporarily, too. It looks like Nero being able to get that stun here, as the rest of Envy have a 6-man ult to work with here, while Shroud X still have their feet planted on this point. Here comes the Omega Hurricane and the survivability after they lost on Cal.
Force the ult and run away. I feel like that's the majority of all Storm players. Force an ult, run away. Oh, Impunity, that was risky.
No connection there. Hitting down, but we do get the follow-up from Dogman with the alley-oop.
Damn, the eyes, the reverse eyes, chat. Kalush was just a little better.
Kalush comes in with a quick 2K. Doom gets frozen. Lights out. No more brightest star in the sky, as now Andy gets to reclaim the point, but Shroud X, they stalled for a while.
Coming from Overwatch 2, what hero is mostly like Reinhardt?
Oh my gosh, that Eye of Agamotto just now.
Ooh, what character is mostly like Reinhardt? Wouldn't that be like the Thing? The Thing is mostly like Reinhardt, right, chat? With his ultimate ability? Hey, baby.
And down they go, trying to get this point contested. 85% ticking up. They do have the final judgment to follow. They have no strategist to match it, though. On the either side, Envy without ults as well. This could be their battle to win.
Do you guys see this cat? Do you guys literally see this cat above me?
Vision to play a lot more defensive, to just shove Envy off of this point, to reclaim it overtime, now taking away.
What are you doing?
In the favor of Shroud X here too. Doom now coming in with the supernova. They've controlled so much of this damage output as Envy are falling and Vision is moving in.
Vision bringing the guns, the smoke, and the end credits as they grab.
Shroud's team took the first point. That is wild to me.
The fire that they conducted in the early match.
Can we talk about the Ditto combo, though? The
that is wild.
Is what that was. And then when the Magneto ults would come in between Window
like
and Impunity,
even Boba's here watching the game, right, Boba?
First, and usually they would have to be the one taking the front end of that ultimate, but at least keeping the Omega Hurricanes alive in the meantime.
And no swish from the basket there from Impunity, but the follow-up and alley-oop from Dogman, that's what you want for.
Look at this cat, bro. This cat's ridiculous.
Vision showing what he does best. I talked to Vision last night a while on Twitter, and just they know They know they can do this. They know they can get there, and they already went through what was about to be a tough loss for that team. And once you fight through adversity like that, it somehow brings you closer and closer. Not to be cheesy, but you love to see the storylines here as we move in. Can ShroudX get the first map off Envy?
This is where history is made, man. In the infancy of
If ShroudX actually like goes the land, that would be insane, because he wasn't going to get a team and then he got, I mean, I think they would be a team regardless, but he wasn't going to get a team and then he like did a charity event, then got a team, and then now they're here.
Fire to get things started here. And
one of the best four teams in NA.
Early on, as the team has to back out because of Doom putting on a show by himself. All you need is some flames now. Getting that pressure on is Speedery. We saw what he can do, the demon of Psylocke, but Nuck with the early opening on the Vanguard of Kalu's. That's huge.
That's both of the Vanguards falling down first. That also goes in favor for ShroudX to plant their feet on the point without having to use Nook and that Loki ult.
Yeah, great stuff here. Again, winner punching their ticket to China. They both can taste it, as now Nuck still having that ult ready to rock. Impunity and Dongman, we talked about the deadly duo of the post who could alley-oop and get the job done. And wow, look at that hide and seek. It's talking about Doom finding Speeder in the back.
Yo, Speeder's like, ayo, like, I was just chilling
Hey,
over
baby
to the side, got called out by
We're almost
Doom,
done.
keeping
We're
him
gonna
in
go to
his
sleep
vision.
soon. We're
Vision
almost done,
himself, by
baby.
the way, on the Punisher, about to have that final judgment. Impunity getting caught, though, in the grasp, in the claws of Cal.
Why did all the big streamers quit? Ninja, Tim, Shroud. Chat, I'm a big streamer. Thanks.
Position with the dance of butterflies, and now the dance off between both. Nook in the copy of that Luna Snow.
Wait, hitting the Invis woman.
Caught Monk before Nero's able to backtrack to help them out.
Beautiful job from ShroudX. It's like they just came off a reverse sweep. You see all the momentum going with them. The lights flashing, but they're not too bright for ShroudX on the biggest stage, going against one of the biggest teams. Wow, what an opening.
Can we talk about Dogman's Eye of Agamotto's already off the rip? Like, I feel like Dogman usually takes a little bit to ramp up, but this is just 100% like off the rip.
Yeah, he had 5 games to warm up. I mean, he got that warmed up on that last one versus Techie here, as Impunity and Doom both have everything locked and loaded right now. And the rare silence you don't hear on these maps often, as it seems like even Envy is left stunned at the moment at the result so far here. Supernova up, Tornadoes down, Vicky with the Meteor M, Kitty Slam, the Spaceball special, he throws it. Wow, good shield.
Wow, the flash on the shield was ginormous. Now, ShroudX already approaching 95%, but they're stalling for as long as possible. Now, as Envy get to just keep their feet on this point. Kaluj has the Eye of Agamotto. They try to isolate them, the Magneto bubble to help them out. Cal, though, gets caught in the middle of using that Wolverine ult. It is doomed. That burns him at the stake, sending him back to the spawn, and he's just harassing the backline for free.
He's roasting. He's
damn, man, this isn't looking good, bro. This isn't looking good.
Land and see Vision getting the picks needed. Kalush trying to make a difference here, but unable to as they shut down the Sorcerer. They put him down, and this is going to be ShroudX all the way, looking confident. And wow, look at Dogman celebrate.
The pop-off, the head nod, the pop-off. Oh my, you know those comms are blazing right now here. ShroudX, they take the first map against
Damn,
Envy.
chat,
This
that's
is literally
fucking
for everything on the table.
crazy.
This is for the opportunity to compete in person at LAN, and ShroudX already in the driver's seat.
Vision. I mean, he sees the vision for this team. It's clear 2020 what his job and responsibility is to help this team punch their ticket, book their seat, and take some.
Bro,
and
Envy,
just take everything with him here as we look at the stats and the MVP going to Frank Castle.
What's
Vision
going on with
19-0.
Envy, chat? What's
Vision,
going on with
guys,
Envy, bro? They're
your
not
eyes are
looking like that, but
they
what do you call it?
didn't die.
ShroudX showed up. They showed up today. That's good.
I actually do wear glasses, even though I'm wearing contacts right now, but I had to just adjust the contacts in my own eyeballs to see 21,000 damage. Like, without
Vision is 19-0 with 21,000 damage. That's actually crazy. Cal 5-4 with 5,000 damage. Cal, bro, that's not looking good for my boy Cal, chat.
Means that you are invincible for those
He needs to show
seconds,
up.
too. You try to max out on the other
That's
side
not
where
good.
Envy only had the invisible.
It's not looking good, chat.
Difference.
It's not looking good.
I'm just left stunned.
Envy needs to wake up.
But obviously a lot on Groot lately, and just seeing what
Envy needs to wake up, bro.
In the a beautiful top off and finish. You have some of the best.
If this is what if this is what one of the top 4 teams look like in North America, I need to make a team. Because I could go like 1 in 3.
It's the worst feeling when you're Invisible Woman trying to double jump, turn invisible away, and you just get jumped. Like, what are you running? And even the attempt on the block right there, Dogman was insane this round. That's why we were highlighting the Eye of Agamotto's, but the blocks there too, the protection before jumping in to just target that one lone Nero who was left on the point before they took it to the second round.
And it's not even that they finished, it's how they finished Vicky. I mean, what an exclamation point that they put on the end of that map. It wasn't even close on the second map. Wasn't even close. 19-0 KDA. I'm pretty sure Vision's pretty happy with that on Frank Castle there. My goodness, what an effort from ShroudX. Now down, what, 2 games? Now they're up 4.
They're on fire. They got warmed up. You said it. They've already played like 5 other games. You know what? So they're ready to go. They're ready to GG go next. And Vision being enabled.
Who's playing? ShroudX and Envy.
And Dogman with these Eye of Agamotto's keeping Vision alive too from the back.
I'm at the casino. Someone fill me in. Go all in.
Like you mentioned too. It was a little bit
go all
round,
in.
That second round was just
all in.
And I gotta say, it's so fun to watch the story of ShroudX thus far. I've seen them together. I've heard their group Discord calls as Shroud joins in. It's just been such a fun journey thus far, and the job is far from done. As we hit match 1, we're going to match number 2. And Envy, they know what they've got to do. Don't go
No,
anywhere.
I already lost $2,500 tonight. Fuck me, bro. Why would you guys want to go to a casino and lose $2,500 to them? They have millions, if not millions, of billions of dollars. You know what you guys should do with your money? Twitch.tv/Jay3. Come gamble here. How many gifted subs until Jay smiles? Let's start. No, that's fine. No. No, bro, I don't like casinos. Every time I go to a casino, I end up with 0. Wait, is Riot actually opening an esports? Wait, what? Wait, Riot is actually opening an esports what? What does that mean? Like, they're coming out with, like, you could gamble on their games? Or you could gamble on esports? Or what does that mean? No, they're allowing sponsors? Valorant is allowing gambling sponsors? No way, bro. To be honest with you, I know gambling sponsorships give a lot of money to those sponsorships. Like, they throw money out, chat. But to be honest with you, I kind of lost respect for to Riot, bro. That's teaching the younger generation gambling and all that. Chat, that's not good, bro. I don't know if I like that. I don't know. Is Riot really that much in a hole that they need to get the gambling sponsorships, bro? Jay, did you see the Demon Slayer that dropped today? Wait, Demon Slayer dropped something today? Oh my god, I love this song. I never heard this song in like 3 seconds. Want me to link it? Nah, it's fine. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's 1:30 in the morning. My brain can't function anything. Also, they need to hurry this series up, bro. I just realized we're at 16 and a half hours, chat. We're almost at We're almost at 20 hours.
What's going on, guys? Again, we said it was an insane day of rivals, and we have now made that 2 days, Vicky. Late into the night here, Shroud X claiming what seemed to be a pretty easy W from Envy. On that game, Vicky, what stood out to you that made it that easy?
Cal not breaking over 6k damage, and Speedery not being able to get anything, like truly anything. Speedery went 3 and 4, but we saw like multiple times that Speedery got called out by Doomed. So Doomed was keeping an eye on the backline to help peel, but the duelists were not able to get set up. That and like Dogman getting these like surprise jump scare Eye of Agamotto's.
Yet I've got to say, to me, a lot of that was won in the pick and ban phase. As we've said before, you're leaving Human Torch to Doom, all right? You're leaving Loki to Nuck. There's so much on the table for that team to work with. And yes, you're getting rid of things like the Hulk, right? But they can play more than Namor, as you can see there.
Awake?
Envy, you guys are full of some of the most talent.
Oh yeah, you took a nap today. You're
this
good.
Is to punch your ticket to China. Can they
Yeah,
put
I
that
just
talent
I just
together,
saw
make
chat.
something special? They came into this, Vicky, as a team that swept all these teams. They were
How
like
many
6-0,
hours?
but
How
that
many
was the
hours
small
have I
leagues.
streamed?
This is the big leagues. Can they get it done?
I think. Let me see.
And they did pretty good in the group stage too before they had lost over to FlyQuest. Well, Ego Death, of course, we saw that happen. But when they lost against FlyQuest, it was rather close. And then they tried to make some changes going into the playoffs. And then guess what happened? They fall again in that very first match versus Sentinels, the team that we just saw just take it against 100 Thieves.
Since
Now, with the
Thursday,
redemption
chat.
arc, though,
Thursday,
on that first
Friday,
match, Shroud
Saturday.
X
We're not
have
even
been on a
including
tear.
Sunday
This
yet.
is a team that we know has a
3
lot of
days.
talented individuals. They made their own run before they had lost
I streamed
to Team Nemesis in the group
45
stage,
hours.
but then had proceeded to go forward to take on Team Nemesis again. They did lose out, and they wanted this redemption arc. As we get started, no more Emma Frost.
Yeah, again, but since it's the beginning,
And you guys been
what
calling me a
talent's on this
part-timer.
team, and it's just not but throwing it, right? And
You
it
have an
almost
addiction?
happened.
No, I
It
don't.
happened on the
I don't have an
group stage,
addiction.
but my goodness, they put the foot down, said no this time around. Speeder getting that torch
No, he
banned
don't.
yet again. They're getting the save there on Magneto. Emma not going to be a factor either. Right now, it's the same story.
All right, taking out the Wolverine off the table. Hopefully that kind of applies to Cal. No, I'm joking.
I could
The way
stop.
that Cal was
I
just
could- yeah, I could
denied
stop
off that
anytime,
Wolverine,
chat.
man. It was tough, but they know that Shroud X, Doomed specifically, man, and the flexibility from Vision, it's a scary case. And
I could stop whenever.
recognize with respect that Dogman is a whole problem, and they target ban the Doctor Strange.
I told you.
full
I
story
told
arc
to
for
chat.
Dogman.
Did I
I'm
not
just so,
say?
like, I'm so pumped
Did
for the
I
guy.
not
Like, you know,
say
one point group stage,
last
you're joking, saying
game
whiff
that
Neo,
if you
whatnot,
ban
right? Now
Doctor
it's getting
Strange,
target banned
you
against
take
one of the best
away
teams in the nation. Love to
Dongman's
see it here. And
best
also
character
respect the triple
because we were
res
watching
and
his
open Vicky,
we were watching
it
his
opens the torch, it leaves open them.
Magneto.
Do
His
whatever they
Magneto
want,
was
probably not the Hulk
not
anymore,
as good
but
as
they can
his
go if they need
his
to.
Doctor Strange.
Save on
He's been
punishment, that's gonna be
carrying
big.
with
I
his
think
Doc.
they realize they're gonna need
That's why
that,
his that's why his
moving
name is
forward here. Funny
Dr.
enough,
Dong.
Last match they did not have access to that, so that's going to open things up.
Yeah, and we did see the Ditto matchup within the Storm actually coming out here too. But I actually believe here on the last ban that we had, yeah, they did.
How can I watch the 100 Thieves game? I'm pretty sure on my YouTube, my second YouTube channel, I'm gonna have the 100 Thieves game up tomorrow.
At the top, looking back, so they actually had access, I believe. Or did they not have access?
Envy had it banned against them, so that's why they protected this time around.
This is
Who had
lower
access to the
bracket
Punisher actually
semifinals,
was
chat.
Shroud
Lower
X,
bracket
which is why I brought
semifinals.
it up because Speedery always going on that Storm, but like
Whoever
obviously,
wins
that's what
these
they used,
games
right? They
go to
pushed
China.
in Judgment in hand, and they were able to have a lot of control before they even made their own swaps together with the Fate of Both Worlds to just enable those ultimates.
We've got Cal with the big guns, no longer shooting thorns, shooting bullets as we find ourselves yet again on Yggdrasil's path. This map can often tell the tale of a story, and if it's going to hit 2-0 for Shroud X, or can Envy make this an even fight? And hey, let's go and take this into the early AM.
I wonder if a cat stares at a monitor, is that bad for their eyes?
You guys at home,
I don't want you staring at the monitor.
Come in. The Shroud X fans, they're out and about. I know Shroud got front row tickets watching on his own stream. Got to consider what you're going to be putting on them jerseys because you're 2 games away from meeting yourself back in China as we get started for game number 2.
Wow, love to see it again. The Shroud Spectator curse, it could live on. He's watching, going back and forth, scared to probably watch his team punch their chicken. Dogman, you could just tell the confidence in what he's feeling right there. Hood on, game on, and flame on for the Doomed as the push goes through.
The Punisher v Punisher matchup too, while Speedery takes the skies and Doomed on the different flyer on the
Yo,
torch
smoking
that you mentioned,
pizzas.
too.
Appreciate the nice of getting this on, my friend.
Impunity and Window, it's the 1v1 on these brutes where you know Impunity really shines being that brute specialist.
Yeah, seeing Window and Impunity go at it is a lot of fun. Little tree violence here. And Nero, gotta say, Luna, always 70% accuracy. Incredible things they can do. But Vision shutting down Speedery, and that is the win con for that team. Vision getting the job done. Doom staying alive here as Nuck has the ult ready to go already to keep the team alive. Fidel can follow, and that is a massive start on defense for Shroud.
And Month 2, at least to try to keep Envy alive while Nero's falling just a little bit behind her. The damage output finds Window going down in the next engagement. Will have that Groot ultimate going next, and Cal with that final judgment, combine that with Nero being on that Luna Soul, having the fate of both worlds just to push up here if they need that extra space. But Shroud X have answers themselves.
These teams are almost mirror match. You got a difference in Loki and Invis, and the big difference is you got the torch that can ignite the fire within, as now the Hurricane goes down, opens up, looking for some, but has to get out of there and running from
Good counter ults by Envy.
Wow, the conditioning right now, the mind games too. When you have the invisible barrier though, you can't see right through it. You could only spray and pray. Cal being able to find Doom still in the sky, and he's also still holding on to their own final judgment.
Yeah, they've got everything they need here to put the connections together here now as Groot has the entangle imprison from Window, but the grand finale pops up for Nuck as they're keeping things going, and right now momentum is being pushed to the limits as Window trying to keep his team alive, sustained as they heal up push.
Wait, he missed? Wait, did he get his Groot ult eaten? Oh my god, bro.
Together with that and Nero, they keep Cal up, they keep this final judgment up, and Vision and Doc, when they fall down, Envy had saved everything to bait out those ultimates out of Shroud X, knowing that they did not have any of those strategist ults to keep them up.
Yeah, not only do they get the bounce off the rim there for the mag ult, but also they can't use it to defend what's going to be Cal's final judgment. So that's always rough, and definitely want that one back. Now they've got 3 minutes, 58 seconds right now. If you're Envy, you're playing the game that you want to play. Shroud X far from some
Wait, what's up?
ults,
What's
but
up,
they do
Kitty? What are you
have
doing?
Vision around the corner with the group.
Be able to try to stake them in the group hug at the very least, but they're going to wait a little bit for Fidel to have that fatal
The Kitty's gonna go to bed, I think, with you.
Sorry at this point, because Envy also have ultimates ready to go to try to counter that. The Omega Hurricane, as if they look behind, this could be the one ultimate to try to melt down Speedery, but with the invisible barrier from Month, they're going to be able to fight inside this close quarter fight. Fidel,
They did manage to get Cal.
Everybody grouped up together, this time from Window as he sets up the group walls. Difficult as they're going to try to peel away. Nook, though, at least has that Loki ult, the God of Mischief, to try to re-engage.
Deadly Dance, Frank Castle right in the beat there with Luna. Great job from Fidel and Vision to get at least a little bit of stagger there from the team. Dogman's got that Meteor M. Cal's getting close to the final judgment. We'll see if they line that up now. Doomed has the ult going down, and we got Kaluz to counter, throws down the Meteor, and gets the connection, and the slam dunk. 1-2 go down.
He was looking in every direction, though, to find that target, and still found its mark. And with Month going down, by the way, that's huge, because you were about to have that invisible barrier up, but it's fine. Nero's right here alongside with Cal, and they don't even need to expend that.
There you go, there you go, there you go.
Together between Cal and Speedery, they're upset after the last map.
Yeah, they had the Dogman ult there if they needed, but chose to, obviously, with how they opened
Yeah,
up.
the last few games have been all crazy.
Now with the imprisonment, that they can follow up with this a little bit here. Nero, though, having that dance floor Month with the invisible balance, they're going to have to go through a lot of sustain to get this Dogman. He's hit these ults before. He needs to switch the net as the Meteor connects. Can he get it done?
There you go, the slam dunk. Looking to see if they
Oh
can
my. Okay, there you go. There you go. Great slam dunk.
You think you want to go for the Nero and the dance off, but Month 2 with the invisible barrier. That's 2 strategist ults, by the way, that was used up basically simultaneously, as Envy now with only Kaluz and that Meteor just trying to see if they can get these raw picks in neutral after they found Doomed.
Yeah, they treat tick for tack on the duels there, but both the strategist ults coming out is going to be major here. Now as Vision hits the bubble and the bullet says he's...
Oh man, Vision. This is a Vision show, chat. This is a Vision show.
He gets a 3-piece.
It's a Vision show right now. He popped off last game. He's doing it this game.
Just add in the extra punishment, backing away, holding them back. Now you got a minute, less than 25 seconds on the clock, and Nook and Fidel have everything to cycle through these ultimates for 24 seconds of invincibility.
Yo, he yelled judge, jury, execution in the enemy team. They cut all three. As 3 went down, and now they have to look to reconnect. Both judges ults up and ready. Envy a mile away from it. Kalush, though, you know how huge he can be for this team. Speedy opening up the skies, throwing down the storm. Is it going to be Sunny Skies, or is it the Cat 5 as he throws
Wait,
it
he
down?
actually
The show
managed to
goes
get
up.
one, though. He
Duck
managed to get the
goes
Loki.
down, but the trade happens.
Yeah, this is what they wanted. They wanted to force out that support ultimate from Fidel.
How's that,
so
Florian?
Forsy used this up while Doomed has the Supernova instead.
Oh,
Nice block
come on,
off
guys.
The Meteor, Kalush forced it back away. Now it's Windows' turn with the group hug on the crew. Oh, look at the damage output together with these
Oh
walls.
no, Chad, Cal, bro.
Said not today, Cal. Put that judgment away.
This is not good.
With the Punisher, the only buddy who's playing judge or jury is Dogman here on this Magneto, which is pretty ironic actually as the dance-off comes in. Fate of both worlds. Nero trying to keep Envy alive because they have less than 20 seconds now on the clock.
And not only that, the wall there was insane placement from Impunity to keep the team alive through what was about to be the finish line with the window throwing it down. Speedery, he knows what he needs to do if this team has any shot.
I need to see the stats, chat. I need to see the stats. It can't be good from Envy right now.
The 2020's activated. Can he get the E-Limb? Speedery trades Impunity down. That's a massive pick early, Vicky, as they move forward. They've got nothing in ults outside of this. It looks like overtime is going to be pushed into point 3 unless something can happen here. They do have plenty, though, to try to touch.
And Speedery's just getting away with murder. Found 2 picks already onto Impunity. I believe it was Vision next right afterwards, too. And gets another one on top of it all. And they didn't really have those ultimates to work off to stay alive after Month had used that invisible barrier. And more as they fall. Speedery with the Dream alive together with Cal, they take this point as we do get a quick pause, but we did get to see the ultimate economy a little bit from
The
Envy.
one thing we
Yes,
don't
so
need
extra
right now,
time, and
almost
they
at
lost
2
some
a.m.
ultimates
chat,
to
is
stay on this
pauses
corner.
to make this game longer.
Silence there.
We don't need that.
Unfortunately, says he could do it all day.
We don't need it.
But no, it was the swift in from Impunity there.
We don't need
stall,
it.
guys. As we have a technical pause, and my gosh, just absolute chaos erupting. Envy living up to the second point of the map there, Vicky. I mean, talk about waiting for the final finish there. What do you think is going to happen as we push into this final bit of the point?
It's only 10:40.
It's
It's not
prediction. You
10:40,
think they
chat.
make it?
I feel like with the way that Speedery is getting uncontested, it's great, but I don't know how I feel about
Damn,
Flyers
that
for this
tree
third
actually looks
point
fucking
once
sick.
you get through that choke by the 2 walls, because yeah, there is a ceiling there. There is a lot of room to try to get out of the line of sight, but when you have to deal with Punisher and that judgment, and let's say the terrain's already gone, it could be hard to try to find your way back, especially with the storm versus like the torch instead, which they can't really rock. So I feel like we're gonna still see the storm, but maybe would not be surprised if we maybe see a change at the very end if they get held.
Yeah, the Vanguard play of just protecting them from these massive casualties that can happen. As it feels like we're on a YouTube bliss break. They do those in between like big time shows, right? As we gaze upon Asgard here, but it feels like Cal.
Chat, you guys know that there's a second stage to this. Well, after this, we go to the finals, right? But after those finals that they go to, there's a whole second stage, and we're gonna have to do all of this again.
Early picks often as they head into this cavern, though. That's gonna close down a lot of those strats.
Yeah, I you know, aside from the caverns too, being able to
Yeah,
hold
we're gonna
on
have to do
that
all these
Loki
streams
ult at the very
again for the
least, 'cause,
second
yes,
stage.
Fidel was forced to use that Luna Snow ult when the Omega Hurricane hit, but then rotating that together with Loki, yes, you cause Nook to go down. But
No,
that's
not
kind of what
tonight,
you
not
do with
tonight,
these
not
Omega
tonight. No,
Hurricanes. You get
no,
overzealous
chat.
and you purposely push all
After
the way
this
forward,
tournament,
'cause
this
you're
is the
trying to take
playoffs
away
for
more of that
stage
utility
1.
to then
After the
enable
stage
who's
1, we
that
go to the
MVP
mid-season
player, which in this case ends up being the
mid-season
Punisher's
finals.
move up.
After the
You enable
mid-season
Cal
finals,
together without
we go
having
to
expend any more
stage
support
2, which is
and move that
basically
right
all
back
this
into the game.
again. And then we go to the grand finals.
Over, and we resume now with only 1 minute and 13 seconds left. That is less than the pause that we just took to head into this thing. Fidel, Doomed, and Dogman to get you up are ready to lock and low. They got 4 out of 6, 3 out of 6 on the other side. Cal close to it. The skies open up yet again for Storm, unable to connect so far. Going in with the Hurricane. Sunny skies yet again, though, as Kalu slams up, slams down. The protection happens in the dance.
Off on top of the wall. I mean, they delete it right there here, but the group hog right afterwards.
Oh no, see, that's what I mean. That's what I mean, chat. Dongman, his Doctor Strange is really amazing, but I think he needs to work on his LeBron James.
That shield from Kalush. Then you retaliate if you're looking at Shot X. Impunity, though, gets caught in the crossfire against Cal, even after using that group ult, and this forces Vision Impunity back.
Yeah, name is Vision, but he's shooting blind there into the invisible boundary.
His name is Vision, but he's shooting blind there. God damn. Even at 2 a.m., these guys are still like clutch up with it.
And an absolute heroic effort here from Envy. Backs against the wall. One wall on one point, turret on the other as they're pushing towards it. And at this point, oh my gosh, absolute chaos unfolding here.
He's still able to ignore him for like a brief amount of time because they have to try to contest now that overtime is taking away. Kalush finds Dogman, really big pick. Dogman was slowly approaching that meteor too. As Speedery with the Omega Hurricane tries to clear the point with 2 picks. They don't get there on time, even with Doom being on the Iron Fist, getting so close to the point.
Chat.
Unfortunately, they're unable to get the touch and the pressure.
Shroud X is
got to escape one thing, and that Hurricane's just
damn
so much continuous damage. I can't say enough. Envy, it looked like they were down and out. You know, we've said it, the Envy's looking empty. We've said it before here on Cast. But to come out of that break with 1:14, I don't know what kind of pep talk they had over a course of a minute, but whatever it was, it worked.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes off of those technical pauses, sometimes a player DCs and they can cut a bit of momentum, but that was not it here at that point. Like, Envy just still kept clearing the next 2 fights after that. They still allowed Cal to get set up on that turret. They made some desperate swaps if you're thinking about Shroud X with that Iron Fist, and it was just stopped. It didn't really do much here aside from splitting a good amount of that pressure.
Wow, just a stun. I mean, we know we were going to see everybody give it their all here to make it to the historic lands. Both teams want to do so badly. I know in their interviews, Cal plays it calm, cool, collected. They want it. They want to get there here. As we look at the stats, Vic, and I mean, it tells the story pretty well. It tells the story of what we've seen. Yes, you got Vision doing his thing.
I mean, Envy can full hold this, chat. They're doing the 3 tanks, 3 supports. They're doing the 3-0-3.
At the end, we're not connected.
It's hard when Speedery, or rather currently Nero and Month, the way that we saw them just keep sustaining the other side makes it hard for that final judgment to get anything. That's why we keep saying just the play of mental games on how you want to rotate through these different support ultimates, or even just not expend it and just hide behind the Magneto shield instead.
As they push in here, Dogman and go. Shroud X.
They are doing the 3-0-3. Wait, what?
Bolt's building up pressure going on him. Just perfect display of group effort here as it's Guardians of the Galaxy violence on violence as Kalush pushing forward, trying to get the early pick and poke. And look at the trade, the Magneto going into the Lantern, though. That's the difference, the Loki difference the God of Mischief can do on his home court of Asgard.
Damn. Nadeshot just pulled some gloves that are worth 20k. Do people really buy that, though? Like, how hard is it to sell those gloves?
This Cloak and Dagger and the Luna or that Invisible Woman here
I don't know, man. I feel like that gambling stuff, especially for video games, is not.
Clearance on the next corner.
I would never spend that much money on a video game. My whole life is video games.
And I play a lot of Loki myself, one of my most played heroes in this match. Just so good for clone placement and tactical play. As Impunity now just taking the bullets from Cal over and over. Speedery does have that extermination online to put the pressure on, pushing it forward here. They have every answer back to it. Executioner coming out, but Nuck keeping the team alive. And now we've got the final judgment from Shroud X, and Vision does connect this time and finds window.
I'm in danger. Speedery just floating away after using the extermination.
Bro, this is what I mean. Dude, Dongman's ults are like, he's like I said, he's a great Strange, but what are these ults?
Final judgment. Vision looking back, but this buys a lot of time for Envy to get reset up on this defense.
And again, Dongman, I love the aggressiveness, but I'd like to see that ult be used defensively too. I mean, we have not seen a lot of that against the Punisher ult, and it's just such a great way to be able to throw.
I sold the $800 knife on Steam in 2 hours. Yeah, but if you sell an $800 knife on Steam, and that's $800 that you're getting on Steam, you can't take that money out. You could buy video games with it, but that's still Steam's money.
On the back line, though, just continuously keeps harassing here the support, and it's that.
Oh wow, insane shot. Saw the Invis woman.
Knew the assignment as Doomed takes apart that backline. Shroud X now only leaving window.
And also $800 is very different from $20,000, chat.
Job and cap of Shroud X. They got minute 32. Now let's go ahead and push that up to 4 minutes. About even, Vicky, where Envy took over at this point in time. Vision has that final judgment. They can rock and roll with Nuck around the corner here. And to respond, Vicky, Month does have the invisible boundary. It's done the job so far. It's got to farm it up quick.
doing it little by little here. At least with Misspoke pressure, you'll be able to
Yo,
have it
Super
online.
Lawrence,
Shot
appreciate the
X has
massive
so
prime
much
sub, my
more,
friend. How you
though,
doing?
In the bank to work with. Here comes the Chaos, the God of Mischief from Nook. So maybe to get the copy here instead. And Vision inside of this final judgment. They got the copy off of Month on the other side here too to keep everybody alive. The dance off too as they try to back away. And the Omega Hurricane from Speedery gets answered back. It is Fidel with the fate of both after Nook gets booted off from that Luna Snow
What are you doing
here.
awake? Go
And
to
backing
sleep.
away, it was just a one single standoff, and Envy still have 2 ultimates, and Nero's approaching that fate of both worlds.
They've done a good job so far controlling Mother Nature and Speedery and what they can do there with the Omega Hurricane. But again, it forces so much other things outside of eliminations, cooldowns and more, as now pushing in. Window throws down the Groot ult. Now with the final judgment, there's the response with the defense, but it does not connect. And instead of Speedery trading there with Mag, both Vanguards down and out. And
Take your screen right now. Have a good night. Have a good night.
Going full W.
Yeah, they're gonna want to get rid of
Did he
that
miss another
storm.
mag ult? Sorry, I was playing with the
Maybe
cat.
try to deal with
He
the
missed
torch.
another one?
The way that we're currently seeing Speedery.
LeBrick,
as Doom
chat,
has that
LeBrick.
Omega Hurricane now has just been on fire. Combine that with the pressure from Cal on this Punisher. So much damage output from the ground, and then you have to look to the skies for Speedery, who's also about to get that Omega
Excuse me?
Hurricane quickly.
Yeah, we'll see if they do the strat here that they've done where Doom tries to get ults out, right? Here comes the strategist ults potentially from Nero or Month, and then they use Vision's Final Judgment to clear it up. There's the disappear.
Oh, Doom kind of just got deleted here.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fast answer there. I guess they got one of the ults out.
And Cal recognizing to go back to the rest of the team. Great communication because he already used up that turret, so you could eye for him here as Vision now comes up with the final judgment instead together with Nook in the copy of the fate of both.
Vision is a Cal on point. Vision's a really good player.
Cal is not going down without a fight.
Damn, Cal just sneaked up out of nowhere and just was able to get a kill.
Connecting on these final judgments. It's going to be tough, though. They're going to be, nice group wall there. Good pressure. Here comes the Omega Hurricane. It's going to be so close, millimeters away. Can they get it all the way? It's 3.66 M as we've got the meters going up. It's Mother Nature at its finest, and oh my wipe!
I will always Window and that big meteor from Kalush finding Fidel in the middle of that fate of both worlds was lethal.
God damn,
less than
chat.
15 seconds to even get to the second checkpoint for Shroud X.
Dude, a bouquet of eliminations. Like,
What's up,
put them
baby?
all together. Insanity there as we have Doom now switched over to Hella. Dogman up with the Meteor Aim, ready to rock. We got a minute left, guys. Again, you thought this would be a 2-0. Think again. Envy trying to make this thing even here. 54 seconds. Pressure on. Dogman.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of want them to not go on breaks and just run through this ending of this tournament. Just run through it, bro.
Same on Meteor.
Been lacking just a little bit though on these meteors here. Dogman knows it can do it, getting a little close, giving it that impression of being a lot more aggressive. And the copy here from Nook is gonna try to set them up if you can here, but they have to wait, try to force this out as Cal also has that judgment. Doom flying around here, being on the Hella, but after losing out on impunity, it's one more re-engagement from Shroud X.
This is going to be so tough for Shroud X. Month has their straddle. Nero's close. Fidel.
Are you doing
still
comp right after?
30%
Yeah.
away.
I'm
They
doing
go on
I'm
offense,
doing
but
like
the
a lot
defense
of
is
comp.
lacking here. 13 seconds left. Don't know why they had the pushback there. They had to use the Luna ult. This could spell danger for them. And
Oh no, bro. Oh no. One group missed their ult, bro.
down, no connection, but Vision does get a pick. Make it 2. Can he do 3? Yes, sir. Make it 4.
Oh no, bro. Vision is cooking right now.
And that's without having to expend those support ultimates, because Shroud X using that Loki ultimate could have literally been their lost condition here with Envy having so many answers. Vision clearing their way, making everybody see clearly now as they get this checkpoint off of that insane final judgment.
They're addicted. They're addicted to last-minute push. I can't. It kills me, but they love it. They thrive off it. Vision with the 4-piece and the team wipe to follow. Incredible. They have a minute left. Now Envy had the exact same amount of time. They got it done. Can they match?
Yeah. Dongman's wait, did he miss another one, chat? Dongman's Doctor Strange is literally Dr. Dong, but his Magneto is Dr. Miss, bro. Dong Miss. Yeah, no, I like that. Dong
The
Miss.
other side of Envy, as they do have Nero with the fate of both worlds. Month slowly approaching the invisible boundary as Vision's just trying to delete these brute walls.
Yep, this is going to come down to the one big ultimate team fight here. Infinity War happening right before your eyes. We've got the Omega Hurricane opening up, raining down. Kalush getting vision out, the big threat early in the fight. Kalush going up with the meteor,
Nice
slamming down the
E.
space.
At least he blocked it. Nice E.
Now is going to go up the top, try to find a flank angle. Dogwing being pushed back. 30 seconds left, Vicky. They've got Nuck. Impunity ready to lock and load.
But the way that Duchat tried to get that plan out just to try to force these ultimates out of MB, he didn't force it out. Instead, now we get this raw meteor.
Wait, there's no way he was actually getting that kill.
Are you kidding me? The opened up now with vision and this judgment here, just forcing everyone
Yeah,
back
but
with a
they
huge
used
bomb.
all their ults, chat. Now Envy's gonna come out with 4 ults, bro. It's GG's. No, it's GG's, chat. They used all their ults. They have nothing for this last fight.
They've got 3 on the points, trying to put the pressure on now. They've got every ult to use. They got this is gonna be near impossible with Nero. Month to follow. They're gonna have to win in the neutral with no ults to show for it. A near impossible performance, but they can do impossible. They saw it against Techie. They can do it now, but here we go. We've got Cal and they, oh man, the ultimate sweep up.
Yeah, and it's overtime too, so you still have to just linger on that point, and it's going to be nearly impossible when you have that judgment to worry about.
Yeah, they used all their ults their previous fight.
Of Shroud X after the possible contest that we saw, still staying alive, still stalling though for as long as possible with nobody.
This is very. I'm happy for Envy. Chat, I'm very happy for Envy. But that means we gotta go to another minimum of 2 games, max of 4.
Of a point, and they want that back, even if they could have saved 1. But Envy shows
it's
they're not
2
going
a.m.
down
chat.
without a fight. Are you not?
If we go to a match 5,
it's 1-1 here.
if we go to a match 5, I'm gonna be mad. Okay, hold on. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Chance out here,
We don't.
and it's
If
been
we go to a
entertaining to
match
see
5,
these different
bro,
compositions roll out for these teams working around these bands. As we take a look at the overall scoreboard, Speedery,
Oh, the stats were actually really
show when it
even.
comes to being on that storm. We saw the swap over at the very end when they were trying to desperately recontest. 10 final hits here. Cal though on the Punisher opened up so many avenues, very similar to Vision on the other side.
Yeah, honestly, Cal went from what was it 6k damage to 40k?
Yep.
You know, I'm not an expert,
upset.
here, but I think that's the difference. I think that's going to be the difference maker. Yeah, actually looking back, Cal had 5.2k damage, 5 and 4. This time, going the opposite, 30 and 8, 40k damage. That's what you want to see alongside Speedery as they get the job done.
When you asked me, you know, what needs to change out here? Speedery too, like on that Psylocke was like 3 and 4, like night and day here. Of course, domination on that first map could get very chaotic, but they were able to handle this great and just recontesting consistently. They held on to those ultimates. That's despite Shot X having unleashed everything in their own pockets. But I do feel like there's some wasted ults there at the very end. Looking at Shot X, the way that they had just rotated through that Loki ult too, they got lucky in still being able to take it over to that next checkpoint, but that could really bite you back and later on in the series.
Yeah, so what they did there is they used Fidel to survive the Hurricane in the back line. Doom went up behind them and is throwing thorns down as Kalush sucked those up. Then they were only left with Nuck and Impunity, and then Vision was building his up as they all tried to push forward on the cart, and they used it all. Dogman had an ult in there as well, and Dogman opened up with the Meteor and tried to throw it back. He did get that connection there on Month in the back line, but at that point, then Nuck and Vision had to combine their ults to get the rest of the push, and everything was used.
That was beautiful. Just cycling through that as we take a look at our MVP, Speedery. We've talked to him before and highlighting what he's done with the 30 KOs, 19 final hits. Speedery was together here with Cal, and the way that they both were just cycling through not only their ultimates, but it was a lot of forced backline ultimates that was put into place to enable one another.
Yeah, could have said it better myself. Again, we saw when this team had their backs against the wall in the group stage, what they did is they just pocketed Speedery and tried to do everything they could with one of the best in the game in the duelist position. But on the opposition, Shroud X, they're not going down easy either. It's a 1-to-1 right now, guys. An absolute crazy fight. And listen, I don't know, that technical pause helped them get a lot of momentum back. They had the raw speech there as we took our bliss break. But yeah, this is going to be a close one now. Shroud X gets to pick the map.
Yeah, these meteors, they were just hitting on these ghosts, I guess. They weren't finding its mark, honestly. Even though the survivability was there from Fidel and the healing output from Nook was fantastic too. But those were game-winning moments into landing these ultimates. We did see at the very end, just like yeeting that one meteor onto Month, which was insane. But to use everything before you get to the very end, that's what stalled them just a little bit as we go into a tied series.
All night long, as you've been saying, I picked the wrong
Yeah,
day
I
to
went to
wear a
bed.
suit, Vicky. I mean, at this point,
No, I
we
didn't
got
go to bed,
8,
chat. I went to the
9
bathroom.
hours. I gotta go put a tank top on. I went surfing this morning too. We got a long one. I had the wrong decisions made today as I've been amped up for hours here. Shroud X, all with the cause of it, guys. Don't go anywhere. We've got a great matchup coming up. As you know, map number 3. We're gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna see you guys in just a second.
Wait, they didn't do a break? This whole time they didn't do a break?
Struck down by living chi.
What were they talking about this whole time when I was in the bathroom? Uh-oh, wait a minute. I've never heard this song before. This might be this might be a banger. Yo, is it okay if I do that real quick? We listen to the same song for 17 hours, chat. We listened to the same song for 17 hours, bro. Let's do it again. Dude, bro, Marvel Rivals needs to take some of the $3 million and just make new songs, bro. No, bro, they need it. Bro, what level of fishing are you? I am almost halfway to 88. I gained 243,000 experience today, and I'm getting about almost 15,000 experience an hour. I've been fishing for, I think, like 17 hours. Didn't you start at 87 today? I don't think so. No, I hit 87 today. How do you do it while you're AFK? What do you mean, how do I do it when I'm AFK? When I go to the bathroom, I don't fish. But when I'm here watching the games, I'm fishing. I think I started at like 85. Now I'm 87 and a half. Yeah, these are taking a long time, man. Yeah, I've been yeah, bro, man. I hope I don't know who's gonna do it. I just hope that whoever wins is gonna win the next 2 maps, chat. Did you miss Overwatch? I don't know what that. I played Overwatch like 2 days ago. I don't know what that means.
Destiny and our fate. I mean, we've heard that song a lot, but how fitting between these two teams fighting for legacy and their ticket to China and LAN. You heard it before. We're gonna hear it until we can book it. And Shroud X, Envy.
Wait, dude, I tried to watch one Asia match yesterday, but the break was like 20 minutes instead of 3 minutes here, and then they yapped for 10 more minutes, and I just went to bed. Wait, what happened? Did you ever figure out what happened?
Past 2 a.m. Except for one of these teams, at the very least, going into map number 3 and seeing how that's going to shape up. We had a very similar situation, although Shroud
Hi there.
were down.
Hi, new from YouTube. Yo, what's up, Ass Muncher?
They did the reversal, and guess where it started? It started on this upcoming map that we're moving on to next.
Absolutely, and you bring up a great point at 2 a.m. Yeah, we're casting it late into the night. You guys are watching late into the night, but imagine playing for this kind of money, stakes, into this late of the night. It's crazy, but you know what they say? This is what gamers, they fuel themselves, are the late peak hours, the gamer hours.
Nah,
the witching
breaks are
hours.
not supposed to be that long, man.
This is how you actually get most of your
Okay,
points.
chat.
Usually, you know, you give it the 3-game rules. I always say if you lose 3 in a row, you gotta hop off. But usually, you get your high moments in finding that success as the double Emma.
Let's see what happens. Woo!
For wins begin.
Yeah,
become
chat. I'm gonna be
losses,
honest with
and
you. As
losses
soon as these
become
games end, I'm
wins.
probably
You're
just gonna.
right. This is
I'm
where
not
they
even
flip
gonna wait for the
tide
intro. I'm
on
sorry. I mean the
second
outro
years. They
or the
already had a
fucking
warm-up map, but Envy,
the
they
interview.
used
I'm
their
not.
warm-up on that Dom and Cal. He
I'm
needed
not,
every
bro.
second of it as he flipped the script back. This team is fully loaded. I cannot tell you guys enough. Shroud X coming off that win, insane, that momentum, but Envy is one of the biggest bad guys to go up against here. As we look at the pick bans, they're the exact same so far. Vicky, do we see any change?
Wait, they are just opening cases.
Oh, they said no more of that Wolverine. I mean, something else that really helped Envy is just putting a lot of that focus into boosting up Cal being on that Punisher, while the Loki ban being hovered over, and then the Mantis ban, no res comp. Both of these teams ready on what they want to pull the trigger on.
Yeah, the triple res comp is way too good on this map. This map's already hard enough to get that first cap. Trying to get it done twice, that is just, it's a task that not a lot of teams or anyone can do here. As now we've got the Loki save, Nuck getting Loki. That's a big one there. Definitely going to help them out as we get the Hulk ban, and that is because we did see Namor and that Moby Dick of the century come down on this exact map.
They did their homework. That's literally what changed everything. Together with the Hulk and the Namor, right after you get the payload moving, was a big change up.
Bro, I can't understand. I went to go see if he was like watching his watching his team, and then I just bro, how do they sit there and just open cases? I just don't understand.
Yeah, like that.
MP, appreciate massive 51 months. I appreciate it.
So important now.
That doesn't seem fun.
Ban this time, and you would think they would after just how perfect that was for them. And Cal is not going to be able to play
Jay3.
Punisher. So at this point in time,
What are your words of wisdom for those who are watching at 2 a.m.? Go to bed. That's my wisdom.
Enable, you know, those Vanguard strengths even better.
Kawami, appreciate the massive get this sub.
I mean, having both collusion dog
To
and some
Emma
of that
Thigh.
getting the Strange back, and it made it entertaining because the portal backs and stuff. You had to win the fight right there, right now. We saw that happen, right, with Shroud X at the end. They had no way to get back to the point fast enough here. As we push ourselves into greatness, the land of Vibranium, Wakanda. It's going to decide map number 3 for one of these teams with all the momentum on their side, going up 2 in the series to get their land history made.
Jay, are you still live?
Let's get this started right now.
Yep.
It's been a pretty crazy battle to see.
No,
both
I
these teams
hopefully
running very
whoever
similar
wins
compositions
this,
to
I
match
hope
that
they
in
win the
terms of
next one
timing
too.
on those
That's all I'm
ultimates.
saying.
But the chat has spoken, and they have 65% in favor for Shroud X.
Wow, here we go, guys. Teams
I'm running
are
out of energy to
they're
give
ready.
these teams,
They
chat.
are
I'm running out of energy to give
and
these teams.
The adrenaline that's been going through Shroud X's veins now for the course of hours has been insanity. Now, Window with the callouts quickly.
Who are you
here
rooting for this
as he's
series?
going. He's got
Who am I rooting for?
himself
Whoever
venom.
wins.
Window, we talk about all the time. His flexibility in the tank role is
At this point,
impressive. One of
whoever
the best things
wins.
about him.
Literally could do the fastball special, Groot, Mad,
Please.
Venom, even, you know, seen a little bit of a look at the Jeff.
I'm rooting for whoever makes this the shortest series.
As we still see MV rolling up with the triple support, and that's when you don't ban that Mantis too. MV trying to play into those strengths. Nice way to just hide away while a lot of this poke pressure is coming out to build into these ultimates.
All right, we have Kalush pushing forward here. Defense is up. Lanterns are out now. And right now, really, the momentum is all for Shroud X as they do a good defensive effort. The Window trying to look to change that, dive that backline. Nero so lethal on Ultron and the villain that he is.
How have you been
Kalush,
playing
too,
RuneScape
does
for
not
Jay?
know
How long?
how to
I mean,
back
I've been
off.
playing
He's
it since the
going
game
full
came out when I
aggro.
was a
Love
kid,
gets the
but
job
on
and
this account, I have no idea.
Immunity. That's a
I usually
big
only
pick,
play this
although
account when I'm
can't
doing
make it
watch
back to point
parties
pretty quick.
because my brain needs to be
Nero
doing
also having
something.
that extermination, though, just to
It's
keep
like
them
my
the recontest happens, they're gonna just stall for as long as possible. Nook's about to have that Loki ult flying to the skies, though. It's gonna be Dogman here as he tries to cut them off. Nero
Super Surfers or something.
As Shroud X now trying to re-engage. Nobody left though on the point as Envy get to walk it for free.
Yeah, it's a tough call, right? Because as Dogman, you're the one on the point, keeping it stalled, but you have to protect your team as Strange, right? Put the shield up on Nero. So had to make that decision, left it available, and that was an easy push for Envy.
And they have 3 ultimates too with the, I mean, actually they have everybody's ultimate online. All right, Window, just giving it a little shake real quick, being on that Venom, waiting to pounce right on time, maybe trying to force out some of those backline supports because the Fidel and Nook both have those ultimates online, and Doomed finding Speedery even bigger. No Dance of the Butterflies here to start the engagement.
Yeah, gonna have to get staggers just like that with 4 minutes on the clock. Shroud X2 ult economy was not a good way. They ended it on the last one. They're gonna have to use every last drop of.
Is it always third person? Can you go first person? No, it's always third person.
Fully ready for a major fight.
I don't know. Look, the fact that Vision's just floating right underneath Window. Jump scare time here. Find the backline, but of course, this is what happens when you have a Loki. You force out the lanterns, which is even better though. And this is the green light. Speedery with the Dance of Butterflies, doomed to try to enter back.
Oh wow, what a stun, but he still was able to get that stun off.
Coming in even bigger. Impunity does get rid of Cal though after that stun.
Oh, they didn't ban Dongman's Doctor Strange. I really want to know why they let it through.
And Multi just used the fate of both worlds.
What? That could have been a lot more deadly if that stun didn't happen. Insane job, and honestly impressive of Shroud X able to still get that win on that, because it was really all Envy there momentum wise as that started. But we have Nook now. They used a lot. Both teams did at that. Cal does have that ult ready. Nero can follow, and at this point Nook though fresh out of the ult.
I'm pretty sure
Used a lot. Even if it was interrupted for Doctor
pretty
Strange,
sure
Cal and Nero
both of the I don't know, both of these teams are probably like gamers chat, so they probably stay up at 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. and go to bed at like 6 a.m.
Nero's gonna be the first one to start engaging here on this backline
But
together with Window trying to harass them.
I'm a zombie right now. I don't know if these guys are also playing like a zombie, but or maybe they're not, because they have $250,000 on the line, and they're also having a LAN on a line. But bro, I'd be a zombie right now if I was playing.
The way that they can, both healing and damage-wise, as we have Doom going off with the Silex slash and dash. We've been calling it the dance execution.
The LAN's in China.
And he does get the pick on Cal to get things started.
Basically the same place where Overwatch just had their last LAN. Hangzhou or Hangzhou.
And then followed up with
I don't know, I can't.
That's 2 supports. Can we make it 3 here? Cal coming right back over as Vision also follows up after the extermination, and they didn't really have to expend too much. Fidel is going to be able to come right back in with the fate of both worlds, as well as Impunity and Dogman.
That crazy trade there, because Doom had no health. I don't know how he flipped so quick on Speedery. That was insane, but as we've seen, it's click, click, boom with Psylocke able to get the combos done so quickly. 4 minutes on the clock, chopped down to
like
2.
This guy is chewing gum or something at 2 a.m. still. Jesus.
Window got caught out. They finally caught him out. Now you see me, now you don't. He's still committed, by the way, jumping right in. He's gonna be forced to pop that. Yeah, he's completely gone. He already.
Wow, that guy
used
just fell over.
At that point, they deleted him, stopped any sort of downtime. But really, the goal was just to force out the lamps.
Yeah,
that guy just got deleted.
But unfortunately, also the grave there. Here, Cal going over with the wolves to slice and dice. And Pewdie's been doing such a great job here, so that's going to go to finish that. At that point, we've got ults ready. The Agamotto, can they get the stun off again? There's no chance now. Month with the dance floor to at least counter one of the onslaughts. It's going to come down to the pick.
Well, the significant change, though, looking at Envy, Window now being over to the Groot, having that chance. That's why they kind of went back on those ultimates, as Impunity brings everyone together. Great wall set up by Window as
Yo,
Month.
Tiz, appreciate a massive 12 months, my friend.
Ultra with the fate of both worlds. The Eye of Agamotto jumps in, does find Window, but they'll reset on the health as Window will be.
Hey, 1 whole year. Appreciate you doing the switch as well. Oh, nice kidnap.
It's Chain CC with these AoEs here, following up as Cal finds Impunity. Dogman goes out next. Double Vanguard out from Shroud X as Envy hold forward.
Every ability used, ult after ult. The Limfy could barely keep up with it. Both of them dropping it, but it was Envy who decisively took it as Speedery is pushed all the way into this spawn.
Man, making these changes at the right time. This is how you have to be aware, you know, when you feel like it's not working, you don't have to stick to your guns. You got to make some swaps, and that's what we saw even with Window being sneaky on that Venom earlier. Dude now moving up on that torch.
Pulp and orange juice is delicious, chat. I don't understand how people get no pulp.
That Luna Snow while they continue to keep trying to pressure out Doomed over to the side.
Yeah, forget tickets in China. They booked tickets straight to the Shadow Realm.
How long has been it? Sorry, how long has it NA been going? NA has been going for 9 hours.
30 seconds left. Shroud X doing a great job on the initial onslaught, but they've got a lot to deal with if you're going to stop this team. But Dogman getting the job done first here, getting rid of Speedery.
Doom jumping right back in to build into that supernova here. Nook with that Loki ult, impunity with the group hug on the Groot. Strangling Prison looking to try to match that with Window on the other side, and Monk will at least have the fate of both worlds in this next engagement.
Window now trying to get that pressure early. There's a minute and 2 seconds
Kwame,
left
no,
now.
I didn't,
Remember,
my
both
friend.
teams this time around
I got it. Don't
can
worry
get some
about it.
Strange on strange happening here. Window pushing forward. Dogman can counter. It's going to come down to 50 seconds. Both teams, this is a big momentum changer. Will they let it slip now as the dance floor drops? Speedery, we know what he can do. He's going to go in with the dance. Trying to get those
Oh, wow.
early.
He got his Groot ult 8.
Oh, then looks around, breaking his neck to find here. Are you kidding me? Vision then walks up, and they mop the floor, clean up on aisle 3. Envy needs some help, and now you got less than 30 seconds to re-engage with these ultimates.
Yeah, but the same result, different map. They used all their ultimates. They're going to have the Strange Portal to go in, and look, Envy has all theirs, and they're not going to have anything to count. This is the same story, Vicky.
History repeats itself now, jumping into just a different form of another map, though. Looking right behind them to make sure that they're safe. Look who's set up in the back. It's going to be Vision on this Punisher. Cal being on this Wolverine, pushing in with the pathing of the Eternal Bond just to help them out and clearing up this space. But that's going to be the entry point as Snook is slowly approaching that Loki ult. Tries to slice and dice Window.
Wait, they capped, chat. They capped. Now,
I can't.
that was a great push.
If he can live through that,
I pray to God
Dogman, you can see he's like about to
Envy
protect
full
his team,
holds
back.
so we can speed this process up. How
Envy
amazing would it be if Envy just like full held?
Gets 3 points and shows who they are.
No way when he got up in that moment. No, they're not another Shroud 9.
I can't even process. I mean, you know, Cal lifting them all up in the air, he did push them all back. That was a lot. The Meteor going in to save. The Lanterns were already doing that, though. Nuck then
If Shroud
got,
wins this, it wouldn't be over.
Of getting his ult.
Wait, this is over? It wouldn't be that
Stall,
better?
Put up another fight.
Yeah,
That's a tough
that'll
one.
be good. Shroud's not even watching, bro. Shroud is too busy opening boxes and talking with Tim and Nate Shot.
Gotta go next.
You're an Envy fan.
Yeah. If you're an Envy fan, you're out here. But I feel like the slow pan from Dogman while he had the
What's up,
meteor in his
Boba? I'm
hand,
sorry.
and then the
We'll go to bed
realization of the
soon,
screen just
baby. We'll go
slowing
to bed
down.
soon.
Man.
So good.
Yeah, that was literally it caught in 4K. Vision, by the way, has only gone down once. So Vision absolutely on fire. And that was after making some swaps too, right? Because I believe we did see the Ultron at one point. Seeing that flexibility while looking on the other side, Envy maybe rolling out with something similar with the triple support.
Now, something we haven't even talked about because we've been so quick to go this match, but this is so
Why do
huge.
these streams
We
only
know
go back to
what's
12
on
hours?
Shroud
Because
X way back
YouTube
when
only
the MRI, the
YouTube
teams
VODs
announced
only
it when
hold 12
Shroud
hours.
signed them. Window
If you want the
then,
full
there was
17-hour
all these
VOD, you're gonna have to come to my
members
Twitch.
were on Shroud X, there's just sub-ins, and that's what's so cool about this is they're playing former teammates at that as well as the ticket. One teammate gets to go to LAN, or teammates, other does not. 0-3 right now is the story. Can Shroud X come back?
I'm so glad you brought that up because it's like an old family reunion, right? Like Gator was the coach for this team before leaving just a few months ago to go to Envy alongside Window. So, you know, having some recognition from the past on both strengths and weaknesses for both these teams.
Is this the
It
final
adds a
team
little
matchup for the
spice
day? Yes.
To this matchup specifically, as you see Doom taking to the skies here, still adding on to some of that ult charge before getting that finishing blow onto Speedery and maybe make it two with Nero literally one shot.
Oh my gosh.
Can I watch the VOD without being a sub on your Twitch? Yes. Also, if you want to watch all the matches, if you give it a little bit of time, my editors are going to put all the matches on my second YouTube channel.
And a perfect cap. You even look better than Envy. 5 minutes and 30 seconds left to push.
I love getting on the line of sight right here in these statues, by the way. You just get away with all the damage output, controlling good amount of space here from the skies. Doom's about to get that supernova Nook with the Loki ult alongside Fidel to have those, 24 seconds of immortality basically to work alongside. Envy, though, and Cal having this Mantis has been fantastic, and you have all triple support ultimates online.
Let's see if they can use better ult economy yet again. That has been their poison now as Nero gets the early pick on Nuck. That's going to open a lot up now. Fidel forced to ult to keep the team alive, but also using the damage boost. And wow, the slam down. They somehow lived through that. Oh my God.
God, I hate that horn on that skin. I don't know why.
He goes up, he goes down. He hasn't gotten a lot of these connections. He misses that one. Unfortunately, on this map, Speedery trying to get the back line, but Vision finds the best of them.
That was Vision that just melted down that meteor attempt. Like, did not even give it a chance to leave out of his hands, really. The supernova after a flanking attempt now, as the Eye of Agamotto from Kalush doesn't find its mark. It's blocked off here, now dancing right through the fate of both
wow,
worlds after
that guy
forcing
died
out
right
and
through that
followed up
fucking...
with Domin.
Wow.
That's a big pick here, forcing the rest of MV to back away.
Playing with anger, we've seen this team with the backs far against the wall. The wall was broken, and they came back here as again Doom trying to hunt down Nero. Sees Speeder up top, and Speedery trying to get something rolling for this team. He can put it on his back often here. Nero though, execution out, extermination pushing forward, and the team to follow.
Allow them to reclaim the space at the very least. Doom's backing away. Fidel will have the fate of both worlds to just try to negate any of these ultimates that Envy will have coming up on that next rotation, and Impunity to group all of them together. That may be the wobble combo between Vision, Fidel, and Impunity.
Oh wow, Doom trying to get the best of Nero, but instead the whole team flips on him, but they forgot about the Punisher. Vision 2020. Does he get the connection? No, but the bubble pops and Window gets nothing from it. Moral victory, but nothing. Oh man, that's rough here as now they clean
wow,
up
what a
couple of the
hold.
scraps and push it all
What
the
a
way to
hold. They
finish
still
the
have to
match.
hold for
That's the
three
MVP
minutes.
Month,
That's
by the way.
crazy.
Like, Month having the fate of both worlds right on cue to deny all those 3 expensive ultimates for that fight away here as Dupes now tries to make a Hail Mary play with these portals.
I like the 3-minute portal here. It gives them a chance to use it again if they need to at the end. They're going to go in immediately. They've got Nuck to go if they need to get the dance on. Dongmin can get a huge pick on Cal if able to do so here. Pushing in. We've got Doom, who does play a mean Doctor Strange when needed. Extermination being blocked, whipped away. Dongmin getting the pick.
Wait, Dong actually hit his ult.
Even bigger here, they get the trade and they lose out on Vision. Now the Mantis Surgeons coming in with the ultimate after they had used the extermination. Month coming back. Shout X now together though, don't have aggressive ults minus Doom with the Eye of Agamotto.
Or Month is coming back, and it looks like the spawn has flipped. Like, yeah, completely here as the Blues on the defense, but they're on the offense here, pushing forward, teams trading, and at this point, Month, though, somehow slipped them through. Speeder going up, going down, the dance and the butterflies go out, trigger for Dell to get it on, and now we've got Window. He's missed a few. Connects does not get anything from it here. Doom's got the Agamotto, gonna be able to do a lot from it. Impunity throwing it out, getting nothing from it. They want that one back, Vic.
It was a beautiful.
Wow, what a freeze. What a freeze, bro. What a fucking freeze.
Lose out on the Loki, who was going to have the God of Mischief for the end of that fight for as long as it went. And you talked about it, they split places. Now playing Ring Around the Rosie on the other side of the cart.
A minute and 20 seconds wiped from the clock instantly. Looking at the ult economy, which has been the story of this matchup so far. It's pretty neck and neck.
These
with
Luna
the big
snows are
one
disgusting,
going.
dude.
Cal and Month both have their strategists. The defense is going to be stout here. Dongman, though, outfitting Vicky. It comes down to can he nail a meteor in?
A lot of pressure to put sometimes on a lot of the with veto plays that we've seen over the course of this playoff, but this is the opportunity. You got a minute, 10 seconds on the clock to try to get to this next checkpoint. You got 3 ultimates, about to be 4 online here too, as Nook gets the copy in the God of Mischief, and we still see this aerial battle between Nero and Doomed.
Nook has that copy still, waiting to use it at the opportune time. He's gonna have to, and then they're gonna have to initiate with that here, and there it is, the grand finale. Can this be their finale as they push in?
Jay, what are your thoughts on Necros' team not making it? Unfortunate.
Damage boost out. Show up here from Month to put up the slicing dice in the back line. Fidel gonna be forced to use it. No,
damn, Envy really wants to win this. Envy really wants to win this. They had a great, what was it, like a 5-minute hold here, chat?
That portal still
That's
at
crazy.
The 3-minute mark here, wondering with
They
this
went from
reapproach,
they were
have
like
all
a
these
few
ultimates
meters
in less
away
than
from
20
losing it
seconds, but Shroud
to actually
X
holding this.
also having the answer that they need.
Envy didn't use much there too.
It didn't. Your Envy only had used up those 2 ultimates just to stay alive, and Doom does have that supernova, Cozy.
All right, guys, it comes down to this 2-1. It's about to be for one of these teams here. Is it Shroud? Is it Envy here as the Agamotto opens things up? We've got the Executioner from Vision Justice. Wow, getting all 3 of them with the Nero pick to open things up. That's going to be massive now. We've got Gal ulting with Window. Window not connecting. That's massive.
And Dogman missed his ult again.
Down the tornadoes, connecting in, getting Cal out, and Cal's going to follow. It's a funeral as they
Wow, Envy had like 4 or 5 ults for this fight too, and they just lost it.
Gotta think about the fire extinguisher to worry about this.
It's fine, chat. A minute and a half for third phase.
To activate the supernova to get this checkpoint. We are still alive here. Shroud X, an extra time added to the time bank. A minute now and 20 seconds on the clock.
Ice in the veins. We've seen Shroud X. I mean, they've done it with a pixel left, so of course they're going to do it with way more than that here, and they remember to stay on points. Always good too, as now a team pushing in. Doom throwing down, trying to get that pressure early. Only a minute and 5 seconds. Ult economy, Vicky. They've got Nuck. That's about it. With Vision they can combine, but the good news is Envy used a lot there too. Even more.
They can't use too much here if you're Shroud X. You don't want to have a repetition of what just happened in our basically last 2 series, or rather our last 2 maps here. Speedery forced to back away after utilizing the Dance of Butterflies. Impunity moving forward doesn't have the group hug from the group, but Nook and Fidel will be able to rotate through these ultimates, and now Nook uses it immediately. Fate of both worlds here, rather on the other side. Monks are trying to match out on the dance off here, and with Vision having that
what another freeze. Fidel, what an insane fucking freeze, man. What's up, Seals? Yeah, what's up, Omar?
Massive freeze that shut things down, and the big difference is Vision.
What these are some insane freezes from these Lunas.
But they're gonna have to win one more fight. The difference this time, Vicky, Fidel, Impunity, Doom fully loaded, and Dongman outfitting 98%.
Actually cycling and staggering on these ults. This is where it comes down to everything. Overtime taking away, and look at Doom's
no way, what a steal, what a grab.
Big on the Wolverine, but the Magneto bubble actually saves dudes.
Incredible job there, but now they've got to worry about the as they throw up. Dogman throws down and does not get the connection there. Window does the same, misses his former team. Fidel's got the dance to keep the team alive. There's not a lot left. Speedery going for the back line. Lantus has been used. Agamotto loose. That was huge. As he
wow.
Cleans up the
wow.
stats, and it looks like they're going to be taking this.
Oh my God.
Envy over Shroud
oh,
with 1 game
oh my God, oh my God, please, please, Envy, please, win your next game, Envy. I am not trying, listen, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Shroud X. They're a great team. They're playing their heart out right now, and I respect that. They're doing fantastic. But for the love of God, I just want to go to sleep.
Freeze tag the whole time, and then when it's needed.
Professor J, what happened? Please explain. You guys want me to explain it to you guys? I'll explain it to you guys. This is what happened. This is what happened.
The stats here and across the board, it's like, oh man, Shroud X, they played well there, but you can't stop the talent on Envy's side. Again, it's these Vanguards. Look at it. It's like mirror stats: 26-6, 27-7, 6 final hits, 30k damage a pop. These 2 guys, they don't get enough credit on Envy.
Yeah, it was so close. Even looking on the other side too, like you have 11 final hits, 12 final hits if you're both Doomed and Vision. Doomed was creating so much space on this torch, moving all the way up, trying to harass them in their spawn room doors, especially when you play Ring Around the Rosie at that specific spawn around those corridors, and then creating that space when you got nothing originally. You have used up all your ultimates. They started cycling through it a lot better, but that Eye of Agamotto was a nail in the coffin.
And from
crashing out. I'm not crashing out.
This guy, 25k damage on the Ultron. Always just taking people's attention up, always putting pressure out and coming up clutch. Just an insane job from every role here, and Speedery.
Come on,
just cleaning up. At one, it was one or the other.
They get 8. No, wait, what happened?
Point there. blame Mantis the whole time. That was also just great, quick game plans and adjustments.
And Cal had gotten like 2 ultimate
Oh,
interruptions.
I got you, I got
We saw
you.
at the very end, it was very brief, but I believe actually Nook in the middle of the Loki ult activation got stunned by Mantis, as well as what we had seen from, I believe it was Dogman, when Dogman was on that
Why do
stream.
people
So
think that
2
works
very big
to
impactful
help
moments there
grow
for
their stream?
Envy,
I don't know
specifically when
why.
they were on that Mantis pick. And you talk
Unfortunate.
about damage output, Nero with a 25k, Cal with those swaps over with a 24k. So they were all in unison, rotating through those ultimates.
And look where the point is right there. If they didn't use everything,
I come
at
back
once,
to turn off your VOD
perhaps they
channel and
could've,
you're still
you know,
live.
held it
Bro,
right
chat,
before
there's
then.
like,
And
there's
it
one
really
more
came down
game.
to the strategist ult being used whenever Shroud X on defense. They want that one back.
There's
Again,
one
there's
more
your
game,
hero,
chat. There's
your
one more
hero,
game. It's
your
fine. It's almost
hero.
done. It's almost done. Hopefully,
Incredible.
Envy wins this.
Man, I can't
Please.
speak. This guy's he makes me speechless here, Vicky.
Not surprised, especially with how far we're going right now in this series. Envy, they lost out on that very first map, now turning things around way in their favor. It was Hell's Heaven where they met their demise, but going forward, man, map 2, map 3, it's in the bag for Envy, and I feel like the #1 key thing, I have to reiterate, because it was something that we highlighted at the end of map number 2.
Hey,
The way that the ult rotations here for Shroud X has caused them to lose fights that they otherwise would win, truly. But when you have no support ultimate to deal with an onslaught of damage, whether it be from you know, that final judgment or even taken to the skies, like it's difficult. It's difficult to stay alive. You're just playing in the straight neutral.
Yeah, and I mean, first of all, too, I want to highlight Cal getting that kidnap insane there, forcing bubbles out. But yeah, I mean, Speeder, all he had to do is use his ult to stop that one fight. They had all their ults ready. They didn't have to do a lot, and that was the big difference often. It felt like all they needed to do is drop the beat in the vision, but oftentimes everything followed with it, and it was definitely rough. They want that one back, but hey, listen, it's 2-1, and for some reason, this is Shroud's X comfort zone. This is where they want to be, right, guys? And this is where you want to be. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to go to match number 4 right after this break. Envy can punch their ticket to China.
It's 1 a.m. for you, right? It is 2:30 a.m. for me. Did Zero Tenacity win out? To be honest with you, I don't even remember at this point. I think so. I don't know. What's up, Funky? Sorry, sending love from Sorlock. Hey, WWW. It is currently 2:30 a.m. You know, I was gonna actually wake up a little earlier to try to get on earlier tomorrow. Chat, I think I'm gonna say fuck that. If you don't mind me, I'm gonna use this stream to get the Galactica spray. Bro, I've been live for 17 and a half hours. If you came here in the beginning of the stream, you could have got that skin like 3 times over, I think. Yeah, almost 18 hours. That's fine, chat. Envy's gonna win the next game, and then it's gonna be GG's. Someone that said, did J3's knees give out? What the hell? Jay, can you help me hit plat and gold 1? No. Come on. They're so close, chat. They're so close, man. They're so close. Cal just needs to fucking finish this. Does it go to a game 5? This, I hope not, bro. Please don't let this go to a game 5.
Across the world, I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder
Please don't let this go to a game 5. I need a new song? No, man. This is my favorite song. Oh.
Do you remember who you really are?
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. It might be late, but I'm gassed because we have a fire matchup here going into match 4. And again, the modes, the maps, they reset. We've been with you now for 3 weeks strong, Vicky, and it comes down to one team punching their last ticket. This is the last team to qualify.
Is it starting?
Atlanta.
I'm not surprised that it's going the distance, okay? Because when you have some of the best teams in the world
just a nice little
here,
casual
specifically though
7'9".
in America's, in the playoffs, this is the result that you get. We are going the distance. It's 2:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and Envy, with a turnaround, have taken map number 2. They've taken map number 3, and they're just one game away from punching their ticket into going to China.
It's Envy. It's Shroud X. Who will change their destiny and their legacy? It's all on Wakanda domination, where anything can happen. In map 1, looked pretty dominant for Shroud X on the Dom.
All right. It looks very similar to the start of our ban system, being able to put that save onto the Magneto, how powerful it is. Both teams probably going to have that Magneto available to them as we get to take a look on the other side, man. These Magneto bubbles have been coming in clutch. So Doctor Strange, though, too, which is something that was changed up from our last map specifically. The torch is off the table. Again, something else that we keep seeing. They're not letting Envy get away with that.
Absolutely, here as we head into what has been a lot of the same here in the strategy phase. And right now, it's Wolverine out. Doom does not get his wolf. They've given Cal that option multiple times. We'll see if it happens again. I can almost promise you, yes, it could be Punisher into Mantis, potentially. We've seen now Vision really rely on this Punisher's final judgment oftentimes, but he can play a lot here. Do they give him the Hulk, though? Then they can swap over to Namor. They've got the triple res. They can only ban one more thing, Vic.
Ooh, that's a good point. Seeing what they're lingering around, as the safety pick is going to prioritize that Loki. So it's the same case here for Shroud X. They saved the Loki, they saved the Magneto. Now looking onto the other side, what that final ban is going to be the Mantis to prevent the res comp as they hovered over it, wondering if that's what they're going to stick to. Yep.
And it is. So they do open up the comp for Namor. And hey, at the last second, King of the Sea, can he bring this to 2 versus 2? In the match score here, final save, it's going to go to Doctor Strange, and how could you not after what Kalush did?
Very big comfort, both these teams, when it comes to that Doctor Strange, honestly. So that final ban is going to be able to come through and see what we're leaning towards, because Shroud X right now on their last legs, literally in this lower bracket semifinals. It's this next series here. You have to win this to make it over to land. That's what we keep highlighting, because when you look at the upper bracket finals, those two teams, they made it already. They just have to look at that money bags to see where they want to situate themselves.
Let's see this.
And now this time, though, it's not even just about the prize pool.
I just
it's also about competing, making history from our rivals.
Cups of coffee and drinking all, and I'm ready to do another 18 hours. Let's get it.
Everybody else locked into their comfort picks, and there's the Vision.
Thank you, Ren.
On Namor with the Hulk, guys. We've got the Gamma Squids coming out, and it was terrifying.
Oh my God! Thank God, chat. Thank God. Thank God. This map is domination. It's gonna be fast. It's gonna be fast.
This could be it for
Please. Please.
Thanos snapped off of this map here as we
it's
move
going to be
right
a fast
back over
game.
to Wakanda onto Vernon T'Challa as we get to see the chat Preds chat.
Wow.
Thank you guys for staying with us. We know it's late in certain parts of the world right now, but gaming never stops, especially the grind at night here. Shroud X, the chat has spoken here, Cozy. They expect Shroud X to take it 58% this game.
Come on, Shroud X. I'm banning everyone that votes for Shroud X.
As we see both bands rocking out
it would be crazy to see 3 games go back to back to back to the match 5. That would be crazy, but chat, for all of us in chat, I'm sure I say this for all of us. Let's go to bed.
Himself, and we've seen this often. We've got the Strange Portal going right to the team. I think both are going to meet each other here going in.
Right off the rip, by the way, you talked about the whole Kieran.
Just slept the full 8 hours and bro's still streaming. Yeah, I'm gonna ban you
Vision on the Namor and Shroud X themselves said
for bragging about that. You slept 8 hours when I'm still going.
So this is gonna be a different pacemaker against Envy.
Look at the mirror portals. They both have the same game plan to the T going in there as Kalush is pushing in Impunity, jumping back, and they knew what to expect here. Cal on Hella. We have to see what he can do because map 1 was not it. He wants to see if he can get this team and punch their way through. Now Cal trying to go for some quick picks with the Thorns. Everything on the line here. We've got Shroud getting the point. They're halfway. 3-4 now pushing in, but Kalush says not if anything I can do now as he shoves in the Sorcerer Supreme whip slash magic and pop as he takes down Dogman. Window to follow with him, and right now it's close. The momentum has changed. Vicky now going in favor of Envy.
See him, watch him whip.
Oh my God, chat.
Real quick while holding forward to control
good shit, Kalush. Good shit, Envy. Good shit.
First team fight win, which by the way took a little bit. Allows Envy to
wait, Doomed was able to get a kill before he what do you call it? Got out. Good shit.
Before trying to get back to the rest of their team.
Huge from Kalush. Look at that accuracy. Even it's so crazy to me. As now looking at the ult economy where the fights matter, we do have both Dance and Butterflies happening.
I want another Cal interview. Chat, we're not going to see another interview. As soon as this game's done, the game's over, I'm not watching the interview. I'm going to bed.
Going to obviously help their team alive. Peter, that's their job, though, just to get that out here, and it's going to be an even fight.
As soon as I hit my bed, bro, I know I'm going to pass out.
For both of these teams, though, on the
Luna fell off the map because she didn't want to stagger and she wanted to regroup with her teammates. And also, if you fall off the map, you don't only feed ult charge and give the other team ult charge.
Great timing, because now you can use the Dance of the Butterfly, but it was answered right back from Fidel, who has the counter with the ultimate. They pull him right back in. Speeder ain't nowhere to run.
How many subs to stay up 24 hours?
Before diving right back
5,000.
Getting blocked out slightly with that shield.
Wow, what a fucking Kobe. Wow, Cal also getting the invis. Oh, Cal getting the invis person and
While Cal takes to the sky and gets the 2K. Speedery nailing the coffin. It's gonna be another team fight win. Look at this.
Maybe Shroud's team is going tired.
From forcing out different abilities.
Maybe they're getting tired.
Counter ult on top of it all.
Cal says, put me in, coach, and he shows what he can do, shooting threes with the Thorns from the sky, from the ground, getting the job done. Month has the invisible boundary to keep the team alive. It's going to come down. Can Doom get these picks? Love the swap to Vision here to have the challenge. 93, 94. This is land on the line, and Speeder the trade on Doom.
Oh, before they try to push in, they force out the overtime. Impunity.
Can Vision or Dongman carry?
Down first. It's just so big here as Envy gets to wrap around Kalush. Has the Eye of Agamotto. Impunity now moving to the side. Yeets out the meteor. They try to sandwich the player in the middle, but doesn't find anybody. While Kalush's damage output has been on another level.
Window getting pressure there from Vision as they're fighting on the side of the point, going in, meeting in together. Invisible boundary up. Agamotto down. He gets
I don't think they're gonna get any kills in that though.
The connections happen in reverse as Vision flips the script on Speedery. It's ticking by 99%, but Dogman trading Vision. Shroud X gets the point, Vicky. Oh my God.
It's the fate of both worlds right there that just helped everybody stay alive. The script was flipped.
Come on, Envy. One team win, bro. One team win. One team win.
We've seen this done before. The 0 to 100 takeover, and they still have 3 ultimates in the pocket.
We've been on.
How many teams make it to land? 10.
We continue here.
But only 3 from NA. 3 from NA, 2 from EMEA, 2 from Asia, 2 from China, and 1 from Oceania. Whoever wins this series right here goes to NA. I mean, it goes to China. Whoever wins this series.
He's waiting for the opportunity. He has to back away. The Magneto bubble to help him out, to put him right back to health, boosting into those support ultimates on the other side. Will Envy also have an answer? They're about to have 6-man ults ready to go. Month being able to get that just as quickly as the engagement starts. Shroud X backing away because they don't really have as many ults, but they at least have Nook that could get the copy onto Fidel for the fate of both worlds.
Oh, look at Doom versus Speedery up there. Oh, and Doom's gonna go chase Speeder, going for it there. We've got the blades coming out, the execution.
Oh, Envy has 6 ults though. Uh-oh, Shroud X is almost gonna have 6 ults.
Massive pick as he's about to get Meteor Amp Kalush, or going down Dogman with the Agamotto, and we've got Cal throwing down the grade.
Damn, a lot of people are missing. Window didn't miss though.
Yeah, the Eye of Agamotto's had eye patches on them and said it wasn't able to see anything, but I will have to say their Nero with the timing.
Wait, are they gonna C9?
Was going to negate the Eye of Agamotto, even if
Chat.
it did land. They get off Envy.
Chat,
right
we
back
might
on
be
here,
done
and they stay
before
planted on the
3
point for that first
a.m.
round.
We might be
Ladies and
done
gentlemen,
before 3 a.m.
is one map of domination away from making history, getting that last ticket, and coming back from adversity. Shroud X has put up an absolute valiant effort thus far, defying odds, but Envy, they
Don't
can't be
jinx it,
stopped.
Jay. Shut
They
up.
won't
Chat,
be
I've never
stopped, or
jinxed a
so
team
it
in my
seems.
life.
Look at these stats. Look at this right now. Kalush, 11,000.
Wow, Cal's
Cal
showing up.
with
Cal's at 12,000
12,000
damage, 7-1. Damn, and
Envy.
the whole team's doing
With
good.
a lot of
Galuge,
them
Window,
only going
Speedery,
down once, but on the
Narrow
other side, it
Month.
just feels so close here, Cozy. Damage output may
So
not be
so's
matched
Shroud's
at the
team.
same
Shroud
exact
X is
level,
fucking
but
popping
the
off
way
as
that
well.
they've been
That was a
trying to
close
back
game.
away without falling and actually suffering any casualties is even better with these re-engagements.
I just can't tell you enough how insane Kaluge is for this team. They went and got their guy. They got their guy. He was on Sentinels. They brought him over to Envy, and he's been every bit worth what they got from him. As now they're pushing forward, both teams portaling to points. This is where you're going to see Shroud X put everything they've got into this. Envy, they can seal it.
Almost a mirror composition too, right? The only difference is that Envy does not have that Loki to work with, whereas Shroud X, they do. They have the high survivability, but they had used up those ultimates early on. Envy looking to wrap around. Kalush slowly approaching that Eye of Agamotto, while Impunity does have that Meteor. Tries to find him from the back.
Wow, nice by Impunity. Doomed as well. Dogman, nice.
Put on a show here as Shroud
Nice.
X has to utilize those two ultimates, knowing the importance of claiming that point first.
Oh man, the Spaceball sword/special there. That's what you want to see, and it looks Shroud X looking like they did on the first time around on Dom. 10% up. Dongman still has the Agamotto. Nuck getting close as well, but Speedery, we've seen this man do it so many times. Can he get the backline picks here before Nuck and Fidel can charge up?
See with the Dance of Butterflies online here for Speedery. Month approaching that invisible barrier as Dogman is going to try to jump in to try to take control over these backlines with the Eye of Agamotto before the approach comes in. The shield here with the bubble, but you knew who was ready. Cal may have gotten caught, but Cal, or rather Kaluge, was waiting for him in the front line to shut down Dogman.
One Strange is the good guy, the other be the zombie. Strange we've seen from the movie. Kaluge
God
just ready
damn,
for
bro.
that.
He's
He did
beating
get
the shit out of
that
him.
Agamotto, but could not get back to his strategist in time. Now pushing all gas, no brakes. Brakes ripped off the car. Kaluge trying to get this point here, and Nuck.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, that's not good, chat. That's not good. Oh, Envy's selling, bro. Envy is selling right now.
63%, tick, 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 goes the point.
Right there, named down with those thorns, with the death, no instant.
Wow, holy shit, Speedery's insane.
And that was a counter between Cal and then getting to be
Holy
like, at the
shit.
reset on the goddess of death. As
This guy's
Speedery
fucking
puts on a
insane at
show.
3 a.m.
Wipes out the team here once again. They reclaim it, but Shroud X at least have that extra progress of 75%.
An orchestra of destruction. Every instrument was set to loud, turned up to 11. Fidel with the dance ready and Impunity. They can get this point back to tie things up, and this is almost bleeding into the third match if they get this, right? Like, if it's 1 point to 1 point, how much ult you have to use to get it, but right now, Shroud X needs to get this one at 75.
Envy, though, looking on. One more round is all they need here to punch their ticket into China, and Shroud X have the ultimate to answer back. Impunity gets saved here. It forces Fidel to have the fate of both worlds, while Cal still has that goddess of death. Take a look at Nook and how Nook is going to be able to get this Loki ult. Now taking to the skies after Vision finds Speedery. This needs to be the retaliation, but Cal in the sky gets dunked in the head by Impunity in the Magneto ult.
And they get the point back too. Impunity's like, I'm hitting something with this, all right? You can just smell in the air. Love it. Good job there. He sucks up the thorns, throws it in the face. 84%. They're going to be able to portal in here. They don't have anything to follow, but it's going to be shortly behind. So they have to get picks immediately in here. Agamotto v Agamotto. Who's going to land theirs? Is it Kaluge with the huge? Or is it going to be Dogman who's been hitting them all?
Uh-oh, Jack. Who's going to win? Dongman or Kaluge? Dongman whiffed?
This doesn't land here. Dogman gets immediately punish. That is not what you want to see. The Lambs called in from Nook and Kaluja still holding on to their own Eye of Agamotto because they do not want this fight to be expensive. They don't have to expend too much here instead, and Envy get to retake the point.
Damn, they actually didn't have to use anything for that.
I'm speechless. I mean, just that's exact opposite of what you want. Portal coming in strong though, and Envy though they didn't.
The
use
portal's
much.
gonna go
They
to
had
the
so
same
much
spot
they
that
had
they
to
just
use Nero,
portaled.
right? Outside of that though, they've got Month ready to lock and load yet again. Doom close to the Dance of Butterflies. You do have the Thors coming out any minute too. It's 60% to 99%. This with the portal used could be the last fight that sends Envy to lands. Can they get the job? As I've said many times before, done.
Playing Ring Around the Rosie here. Was able to get the copy earlier before starting the engagement on the Fate of Both Worlds, but they'll slowly also approaching that Fate of Both Worlds themselves just to rotate through that. Kaluj took a lot of damage here.
Oh, come on, man.
Doesn't find its mark with the Magneto ult though. And
Wait, chat. Envy wins. Envy wins.
Then follows up finds Fidel. That's 2 out. Envy's about to retake this.
Oh my God, wait, no. Shroud's coming back.
Oh, Vision.
Land in China, but Vision gets the 3. He's gonna be able to touch 2.
No.
He gets another.
No fucking way. No fucking way.
He got the rest too. They bring the Loki right back with the Hella team up. The overtime taking the win.
No one's touching. No one's touching. Oh my God, bro. No. Envy was right there to win, bro. Hey, that was a great play by Shroud.
I just can't believe
Shroud
this.
X, that was a great play by Shroud X, chat. As much as I want to like hate them,
earlier today,
but
like,
holy
like
shit, Envy,
finished their game
bro.
at, like,
I mean,
10
that's
PM,
fuck.
10:30 or
What
so.
a
Like,
game.
They were waiting for Reverse League to finish because we had 2 Reverse Leagues back
What
to
a
back.
game,
so
bro.
They were waiting for another one to finish. It was like it felt like 3 hours, honestly, 2 hours or so. Stayed awake, probably were warming up, and they have drank
No.
their coffee. They are
No.
set
You're gonna
up
go to sleep at
because
4 a.m.
Vision
No.
just saved that
This
entire
is ending here, chat.
Vision
This
wants
is ending
Shroud
here.
to buy a Vision Shroud X jersey.
This
Guess
is-
what?
this
The
is
jerseys
ending
haven't
here
even
this
been made
game.
yet, Viggy.
Envy's
He's like,
gonna
let's
win.
get these puppies made. Let's get to China. It comes down to this to tie the series. I cannot believe oh God, there's a box.
No way. Are you?
There's no.
I can't make this up. How could this happen to me? Oh man.
My.
Okay.
Just insanity.
Yeah, Cozy. Reflecting back on what just happened there, like players like we need to break real quick. We just need to reassess. Probably maybe a DC. We have to relook at what's going on over there. But this does add in a break for
Wait,
these
is there a
two teams.
break
It
right
cuts off
now? Oh
momentum
my
just a little
God,
bit,
technical break?
But it's a hard reset from both sides now at this point.
Get the defibrillators out on both sides.
Huh?
Break glass in case of emergency. They're all
Yeah,
broken.
apparently,
They're all
they don't want
ready.
me to
It's
sleep.
almost 3 a.m. for the East Coast. These players are gassed. They're tired. They're leaving everything.
I started
out
watching
there.
the stream for the
body's
drops
not
like
meant
8
to
hours ago
pump
and
this
stuck around
much
because these games have been
dopamine and
insane. I want to see who
adrenaline into
ends up
viewer
winning.
systems,
Hey, yeah,
into
bro. Hey, I mean,
players'
technically.
clutchness. I can't believe it. I can't.
Hey, I respect that.
process it.
I respect that.
Okay.
If these
been
teams
Vision,
win,
so, I mean,
whoever
saw
wins
yourself at
goes
the
to
very
China.
end
But
here,
these are not
sticking
the
to
game.
Hella,
The last
moving
games
up
are tomorrow.
already. We are taking the hands off the rip here. Frame 1 to Envy, and Cal's taking a good amount of that pressure.
Right away, Impunity going in and going down.
Oh,
with the-
Impunity. What was
Meatball
that?
does not connect. The purple rain does not shower on its opponents now. Mission unlocked here. 2 seconds. 1 second. It's
chat.
Envy
Cal is on the
with
wolves.
now we've got
Cal's on the
Cal.
wolves.
Almost 100 rage. He's going to slice and dice. He is the backup. He doesn't need any of it. No kidnap, but he does get some instant pressure here. Nero does got the dance to follow. Fidel can match. Dogman with the eye as well.
After getting that sidestep here, having to reposition, he gets away literally with 1 HP as Speedery gets the first pick. Envy have so much here, and currently Shroud X just called in.
Jay, why aren't you a part of these games / matches? Because I'm
Because
30 years old. These kids are still wide awake at 3 a.m. My bedtime was 6 p.m.
But Nook with the timing on the Fate of Both Worlds helps even better. Goddess of Death forces everything out for Monk on the invisible boundary here, and the dance of the butterflies from Speedery, as Doom is going to be able to pull the trigger second.
Every ability used to perfection here, but tick goes the clock. 22-24. Impunity pushes back. Vision could only do so much. Got the elim, but his speeder in the back line finishing the story.
Jay doesn't have the correct Red Bull / hour. True. How you doing, Average? It's been a while. I haven't seen you in a long time, bro. I'm falling asleep, man. It's been 18 hours. Nice play by Shroud X, though.
Doom walking all over here. Speedery does find that pick onto Nook, but way worth it in favor of Shroud X to finally flip this point. Envy didn't even get to that 50% mark.
This team has made Shroud age 5,000 years. I mean, it's like they just love the pressure.
Shroud did not age 5,000 years. He's too busy gambling, bro. He's opening loot boxes.
Trying to bring the fight to them. Doom going invisible, looking for those strategies yet again. He just got 2 in a row, looking for some more. We've got Agamotto's ready. Nothing.
Hey, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Hope all's well.
Envy, though, they know what the job they need to do. Kalush pushing the point immediately.
Just to get the push right there over to the other side. By the way, that's something to keep your eye on with the Invisible One being there and having the environmental fall off here, as Muck just does enough to be the nail in the coffin to deal with Dogman, who goes down without using the Eye of Agamotto. The dance off here as Nook gets the copy.
Oh, what? No, what? Why are these guys like flicking their mouse and missing now, chat? What is going on?
Get answered by Window, who used it earlier, and now the survivability they have to get right back on.
And both got. Oh, that was a big eye. Both of them are missing.
And it's huge once again, but a tick goes up. 57 Vision.
Wait, what happened? Wait. Who stunned Dongman?
That's gonna be massive now for Sustain.
Did he get stunned again by the Luna?
They won it 65-44. They won 2-2. They won 5 AM. They won China.
They use so much. They
the wolves? The wolf ult? No way fucking Cal did that.
Caught them in 4K on a big cutie LED screen, you name it.
No fucking way.
Everyone right now
What's up, Elizabeth?
looking at Vision on popping off. Doom, though, coming in as well with the Dance of Butterflies next, and Envy have nothing.
They're draining everything they have, every last bit of talent. Shred Speedery is trying to get some early pressure. 94% to 44. Doom's got the dance, and we're going to see from him first. He's slicing, dicing, going for the strategist. Nero barely going down to 0, but staying alive. That's going to be massive as Doom trying to get more, but it's Cal that puts the pressure on him. Slice away. Dogman up. Dogman pressured. Can Dogman get the Eye of Agamotto? Eye of Agamotto's out on this team. Vicky knows he keeps him alive, but he's got to land it perfectly.
This is where it matters over time. This is literally your travel ticket opportunity with this ultimate, but you have to look behind you because Window coming in on that Venom. They catch him off guard. Cal gets sustained here by Nero. Now coming in the Eye of Agamotto. It misses here from Kalush. Still a chance here from Dogman. He fights too, but then the final spear too with Nero having the fan.
Jay, will you be here for EMEA? Yeah, I'll be here for EMEA. I mean, fuck, if this ever ends.
Impunity goes off. He slams down Dogman, but no, it's Mud with the invisible boundary. They gotta keep the pressure on the point. They don't want any NV9 happening.
Oh, good shit by Speedery.
Put the team on the back with the Fidel cancel, pushing forward, and the pressure.
Oh no, oh no. I think it's just Kalush there. It's just both tanks.
Keep this dream at 3-1. It's a 2-2 finish as Legendary finishes off Venom, but oh my gosh, he gets the shields, Vicky.
Wait, they have to do something about Vision.
Cal, you gotta go in, bro. You gotta go in, Cal. Oh my god, Vision is holding it down. Vision is fucking holding it down. Oh my god, and the healing from Nero.
Trying to block off Shroud X and their only exit point. Doomed to the Dance of Butterflies, but this is insane.
Lanterns down, momentum
No.
up. They've got still the stall there with the Venom on each side. Impunity just trying to keep this dream alive. They got Eye of Agamotto into the slice and dice. Kalush, though, he's been huge with these eyes. He's going in, but Doom's got the slice and dice in the back.
Oh, that's GG's, chat. That's GG's. That's GG's. That was a great eye from Dongman. No, that's GG's. We're going to match 5. Oh my god.
Clear this point. Window gets another Venom ult. Are you kidding me? Together
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Shroud X won. It doesn't matter, chat. Shroud X won.
I cannot believe this.
We're on our third ult rotation. Cal now going to
It doesn't matter, bro. Shroud X won.
A little bit longer. He's going up. He's going down. He's trying to get him. Impunity Venom symbiote on
Dude, what the fuck am I watching? What are we watching, chat? What are we watching, bro? There's
up with the Symbian bite. That's now Fidel getting close to their drop of the beat. We're on our third old rotation.
nah, it's GG's, bro. It's GG's. This is where it ends. This is where it ends, bro.
All the way back. The focus is on Month, who's about to have the invincible boundary, but Vision getting
GG's, chat. GG's. Hey, that was a great stall by Envy, but Shroud X came up on top. That was crazy. Oh my fucking god, bro. Jesus Christ.
Legendary.
DPL Greybeard Gaming. Appreciate that's a tier 1 sub. I don't know if I'm so delusional at this point. I don't even know if I said thank you to you, but thank you again, man. I appreciate the Master Prime. Or tier 1 sub.
Are you not entertained? Shroud is aged the
dude.
40. Vision appropriately getting the MVP.
We're going to another fucking game, bro. We're going to another.
That ends up being the deal breaker, whether Envy takes that ticket to their first LAN or not.
Bro, please.
You know that they're gonna be reflecting that forever. Like, you talk about Shroud aging another my voice has aged another 40 years. Are you kidding me right now? That fight went on for like 5 minutes. We had like 2 to 3 different ult rotations for everybody involved.
I'm talking out of a tube tomorrow. It's definitely certified. I talked to Vision late last night, and we talked about this team having the talent to be able to go the distance. I've talked to Kalush today.
I'm 20 and I'm too old for this. Dude, bro, you're 20. You're in your prime, bro.
And both of them putting everything out there for their team.
Okay, chat. Now we are at we're at the last game. There's no fucking more games after this. It's match fucking 5. Yo, Procman, appreciate the massive dono. Clap without hands. No, I'm not clapping. I'm not even happy right now.
9, 10 or so hours.
I'm gonna go pee angrily. I'm gonna go pee angrily.
This broadcast, the Vision show for this round, not only with the clutch plays here, as you can see from Impunity over to the other side, but Vision being on this Hella, getting the res onto Nook, being on that Loki, taking this round specifically in the sky, the goddess of death, when nobody was left from Envy. There was 2 tanks with no sustainability, and they were already so low.
The hero switching too was impeccable. Cal is throwing down bombs of thorns over on Shroud X, and somehow through the chaos, Impunity able just to stay as Venom, soak up so much damage through it. I love the quick and valiant, I don't feel so good Mr. Stark moment from Cal on Spider-Man, just instantly being erased, but trying to bring any support at that point, right? You're just managing not cooldowns of abilities, but of respawns, Vicky, as we look at Vision, who is by far, listen, win or lose, one of the MVPs of this entire tournament and what he's put together.
Literally the win condition for this entire team. Like, give Vision anything Vision asks for, whether it be him utilizing the Hella, the Star-Lord, making those swaps at the very end to get Legendary just as quick. I mean, how else are you gonna deal with a swinging Venom that just will not die? Like, Window got his ult like twice, 3 times in one fight. He just would not go down. And then you had Vision rolling out with the Legendary and still playing around that middle console to get some cover. Like, that we are just getting nonstop peak. I just feel like we keep saying every game is at 100, but we keep getting even more games that keep topping it.
I know. How the heck is this the birth of rival esports? This is effing nonsense out here. Like, I can't believe how hyped this is for those that are here watching it. You just have seen a masterpiece unfold, playoff after playoff game, but today has been absolute nuts. We have one last break. No more. This is it for one of these teams. Don't go freaking anywhere. We're going to be right back. If I don't pass out.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder
Wait, chat. What song is going on? Oh my god, it's my favorite song. Jay, my favorite part-time streamer. If you call me a part-time streamer when I'm 5 minutes away from 18 hours, I will reach through that monitor and start fucking smacking you. Jay, live in Central Time. It's the best time zone. No. Did you find her? Yeah, I don't know where she was. I went downstairs. She was nowhere to be signed. No, not on the chairs. Not on the... I don't know where she was. $18 hours is easy peasy lemon squeezy. Bree. Stop. I gotta be up tomorrow to watch this again, bro. I need this to be done. Yo, Ring, I appreciate the massive raid, my friend. I hope you had a great stream.
Envy, it's Shroud. One of them are punching their ticket to land.
man.
Me and Vicky, I don't know if you guys have ever been to the point where you're just laughing because it's just so much chaos. Like, this has been an absolute treat, Vicky, and I'm here for every bit of it, and I'm so glad I get to cast it.
We were here. We were here when history was written in the infancy of Marvel Rivals Esports. Are you not entertained? Everyone tuning in from all different parts
How
around the world.
is she this?
Currently, it is 3 o'clock in the morning, East Coast time. It is the witching hour, and now we have one last
How
game that
is she
determines
have this
everything
much
for these teams.
energy?
Absolutely, Vic, and this is it. We're gonna see what these teams are made of with everything against the line. The only difference, I think, is ShroudX. They were here just like, I don't know, at this point it feels like weeks ago, but it was just hours ago. And Envy, a team so tight of talent, of professionalism, they know exactly the job they need to do to finish. But to have that slip with vision on a 5-piece, you can't make it up.
Because she's getting paid. It's called cocaine.
Every talent
Pre-workout.
I barely know what I'm saying anymore. It's
Chat,
insanity.
be nice.
I love it though, Vic, and I'm here for the last match.
I just want to ask ShroudX, like, how do they find comfort into just straight up adrenaline?
Start the next
always
match.
having these
I need
close call
I
situations?
I
Like,
need
how
them.
do they keep getting
I
away
need
with
them
this?
just start the next match.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, you got Envy, the whole rival scene have got to be yelling. They can't keep getting away with this, but they do. You see this in all the sports. Some teams, some players, they just play so good with the pressure, and it feels like ShroudX is a pressure cooker that constantly needs everything on the line to get the job done. And this is not just going back to
chat,
today. This is going back to the group
this
stage.
this is her job, chat. She gets paid. This isn't her first rodeo. She's done multiple tournaments, multiple casting.
To go with 100 Thieves and Sentinels to China. Shroud, either way, give Vision a raise. This has been entertainment. Envy, the entire team. You guys have been lights out. Let's put it all together for one last Super Bowl.
This is the time. This is the time to rally together. See where we're gonna be.
Why do I
moving
feel
on
like
to
Cozy
for our
looks
last
pissed?
match of the series. I mean, how many times?
Why does
can
it
we
look
say
like
that?
that Cozy
Aside
just
from our
looks
first
so
series of the
fucking
day,
pissed
Cozy,
off right now?
We have had a
Oh
game
my
5 situation
God.
for our last 3 series. 3 series out of 4 for today alone, all the way down to game 5.
No, I'm not doing coffee, chat. I don't drink coffee.
The talent at this level is so close, and it's exactly
Where
what
was
you want to
she?
see, starting with Ignite and moving on here, guys, as we continue to go
Oh,
with
the
what are we
hell?
on here?
Wow.
Somewhere in the 9-hour mark. I mean, it's been nothing but perfect ults, great communication, great teamwork. This is it, guys. It's match number 5. ShroudX Envy.
I hope they're paid by the hour. I don't know. I don't cast, so I don't.
Oh, my goodness. Get ready.
I don't know, man. I don't know how casting works.
We've been in it for the ride for the long run today.
If it was me, I'd pay by the word. I
I
want $5 per word that I say. I'd be looking like Busta Rhymes out there.
I was gonna watch this at the very end, and we're already starting things off very similar to what we've seen already before. No Emma for either team. The Magneto saves are probably gonna go for both sides.
Knowing that these guys, they're gonna somehow draw this map. Like that's the only bit of nonsense that we haven't seen at this point all night long, baby, all night long. All right, we've got now Emma.
No,
and, yeah, same
I don't
story
think
bands.
there's gonna be a draw. It's very hard for them to draw on maps like this. Proc, appreciate the massive dono again, my friend.
Mantis and Hulk right here. That was a couple times ago. They've changed up what they've wanted to do each time. Yeah, so last time was Wolf, Punisher, Mantis. Let's see if they follow suit.
Deny that from the res opportunity. The Punisher off the table. That means that they want to try to build into Speedery, enable Speedery. Since we're going on to Central Park, I like this place. Central Park does enable the Flyers a lot of that verticality that we keep mentioning to help reposition yourself, put in the pressure. No Mantis, that takes away the triple support composition as well as the res comp, and they're going to be able to protect the Punisher because they're expecting the same thing from the other Stride onto Shroud X.
Yeah, this is 1-for-1, the same bands that we saw last time, but they protected the Strange last time. Punisher, I believe, was banned.
Are you being paid to stream this? If you sub to me, technically, yeah.
We've seen that now.
Can you pay me to stream this?
That's gonna be a big change for them. Ooh, I like that. Is interesting. So they go.
Is your bed calling your name? Oh, bro, I'm gonna hit the bed after this game, and I'm passing out instantly.
Speeder does. He's gonna be choosing the Wolf. Wow, this is gonna be tight.
Yeah, don't let Cal linger on that one. Cal was definitely shining on that Punisher. This is going to be interesting here. And even on the other side, Doomed being able to get away with what we saw Doom get away with on the Torch earlier on. Nook still having that Loki, allowing the reset to help.
Yo, Bree, appreciate the massive 100 bits. Oh my god, I'm gonna go spend it all in one place. I'm gonna go buy it like McDonald's breakfast tomorrow.
Oh man, thank you guys for listening to what sounds like Chainsmoke. I mean, like our voices are cooked, but man, it is just a pure kitchen of
Wait,
fire
Chrissy, what are you doing awake?
Thus far, as we head into our last map here, guys, to decide the fate. It comes down to New York. We've seen Central Park so many times decide the fate of teams' destinies.
Okay.
And no bigger than this.
Is it weird that I'm hoping for both teams to full hold each other, just so that we don't have to play out the rest of the map?
Love from the fans.
Dude, it's at every single time.
Oh shit, what were you baking?
More in Shroud X's favor. Do you see it? Everybody, you guys at home are giving Shroud X the energy. Let's not jinx it out here because Envy, they were right here.
Jay3, you're the first Marvel Rival streamer I subbed to yesterday. Yo, appreciate it, my friend.
Started now, Dogman. I'm just picturing it right now, Cozy. Imagine just a huge Eye of Agamotto finally landing out here from Dogman. It would go crazy as Speedery rolls out on the Wolverine.
Look at the difference in
Ooh, that sounds good.
Ultron, impunity with the cap. This is a different look here. Doomed really the only same note that we've seen. Obviously, Dogman and Fidel in the same roles as well. Gal, though, has done so much of a better job here on Punisher. I think they expected the Groot, so that's why you've got Speedery and what he can do on Logan. But we've seen time and time again that Wolverine can go crazy on this map as the aggression is pushed to 11, and they're pushing back Shroud X pretty fast here.
Another way that they're going to be able to use these Groot walls, though, just to shove them inside of that side corridor, while Fidel taking their time, Nook, Loki being able to get that ultimate online a lot faster, though, and that's something Envy can't really lean into, as Kaluge, though, could lean into that 1 KO onto Dogman. That's a big first pick. That really only leaves impunity, the off-tank here for Shroud X.
Does give the chance for the portal back, though, if they're able to push through this. That's the only difference, but it looks like they're going to go with just the reset. Oh, no, they are going to push in, so are they looking to do the portal? They got to communicate this, though, here as they slice and dice. There's 1 tick left. There's a lot of time left on this clock, and it's Speedery going crazy here. There it is. There's the portal going in, and we've got the swords going out as Punisher.
Wow, they capped Envy.
And the point, they left the point. They left the point. Doesn't matter how many limbs they get here.
Yeah, Doomed was fighting Ghosts in the backline with the Dance of Butterflies and then got left right in that moment off the point there too, while Shroud X were still taking control over the side. By the way, look at the way that they're still shoving Envy all the way back because Vision, Shroud X, this is momentum right here. Yes, they lost out on the point, but they can re-engage right now in that next choke.
That first point often doesn't last long for these teams. We've seen that every single time they go up against one another. Kalush now full.
Imagine if these teams actually did tie today. I mean, this game. Like, I don't even know fucking how, but imagine if they did tie.
This fight is going to determine a lot, Vicky, in terms of who's taking this match. Impunity can stall. Dogwood can throw the eye down. There is the symbol. Avengers, he can do it all day, and he's showing it here.
Oh my god, that guy just ate a Groot ult and walked away like it was fucking nothing. Impunity. He just shrugged it off.
Nuck can follow with that, and right now, no team's falling. Every button pressed and every player pressed. Vicky, it's going to be close.
Completely neutralized here off the bubble.
When's your next stream? Tomorrow morning.
Judgment here. Fidel had used up that fate of both worlds, and it's going to be a dance-off now from both sides in the form of the Loki getting the copy while Doom just waiting for the dance-off to end before diving onto the backline. Still finds Monk. The Eye of Agamotto here.
It is Trey Chrissy. It literally is.
Back away, but takes way too much damage from Speedery.
I mean, near perfect ults from both teams. And Vision just doing what he does best. My gosh. Near perfect ults from both teams. The Agamotto you definitely want back. Vision! God! Vision! My goodness, sir! On Ultron, it's the age
Is he still chewing the same piece of gum from like 8 hours ago, chat?
The age of Vision is perfect, by the way. Vision is just on another level. You know what? We are group Vision and looking at the way that Vision has just put on a performance here. Helped together with the rest of Shroud X, Envy. They know that Vision has been a problem now, looking at the fact that the
Gun keeps you awake? There's no way that's true.
They have to get this answer as Window does have that Groot ult.
They used everything though to
tomorrow, you mean today or really tomorrow? Chat. I'm streaming in 8 hours or something. Gum actually keeps you awake, really? Wow, that's a big Groot ult by Window. Cal is killing everything too. God damn.
Honestly, Envy used a lot there. Monk using their ults as well, and Shroud X is going to be able to recontest. And look, Vic, 86% for
What's up, Medi?
They could hold.
They can stall. It would really be up to Cal and this judgment, depending on how Cal times
Chewing
it.
gum stimulates the automatic nervous system, which increases alertness. Oh my god, that sounds so fucking... I didn't even know that. Put it in my mouth.
Point 14. Cal, though, gets a big pick onto Vision. This is why you see the Punisher.
What's up, Kiriko? Appreciate it.
Judge and jury of all, as Window gets frozen by Fidel, and the fate of both roles is answered way last, meaning that Shroud X is now re-engaged after re-sustaining.
Fidel, yeah, has to stay married to this point here. Speeder, he's slicing up Nut, getting rid of that. Doom trying to trade as well, but doesn't get it, as now Nero keeping the team up. Both beats are down, 1.89, but the time is ticking. Momentum is fading here, but Cal with the shotgun. Every bullet has a name, and the name is Shroud X as they take down one, now two, and they get the point.
Damn, these commentators are good.
Seconds to seal the deal.
He's
on this point.
Every bullet has a name, and the name is Shroud X. Damn. Fucking bars, chat. Bars. You guys say bars? Those were some nasty bars.
In advance to put down the pressure, the extra damage board.
It does like 50 damage, I think, the smoke grenade.
It is 3 a.m. for some of these folks, and it is absolute peak gaming. Vision now swapped over. Keep the eye on the Vision cam, as he is now Buggy Barnes with the Kraken impact, the carry hero, the snowball that can avalanche now as they push forward. Nuck has got the dance to keep them going. They can combine it with Vision for the damage boost up. There's the Groot ult from Window, and they get nothing.
Is it 40 damage? I thought it was 50.
Nuck is going to copy. Nuck is now going to dance, but is saving it and patient perfectly here, Vic.
Just waiting to see the engagement. Doomed is on a side quest, by the way. Had taken a roundabout positioning to try to go in for the flank right behind, and look who's right behind him instead. It's going to be a scary show as Speeder is approaching that Wolverine ultimate, trying to see if they can.
How do these commentators think of the line so quickly? That's just a lot of practice. They've been casting for a very long time.
Oh, and the mag bubble comes out. Really great job. What?
Oh my god.
No way. How is that trade possible?
They take it. The Lamb Skull comes out, forcing out the fate of both worlds. What a trade from both sides. That's both Cal and Speedery, by the way, going down with those ultimate, while Doomed here and Fidel keep the rest of Shroud X alive.
No umbrellas can save you from tornadoes now, as now we've got the Groot ult coming from Window again. 2-in-1 fight. Two go down to speak of Doom. Trying to get something going. Nero keeping the team.
Jay3, you still streaming? Nah, this is a VOD.
But no one has anything after that. This is going to take a miracle for them to hold. Minute and 23. We've seen Vision do it before. He'll have to do it again with the impact of Kraken. Let's see if they can get it done.
If Shroud X, though, have their win condition, it's going to be up to the Loki to have this ultimate, because now you have to think about the final judgment, and Speedery's already found impunity.
Cal, wow, Cal's just killing. Wow. 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 How much time did they cap with? 1 minute and 2 seconds. Wow.
I mean, they
W
they had
Omega lol W.
needed to win that, and
Okay, chat. This looks like this could be this is do or die. This is do or die.
There's a minute on the clock.
And right now I'm dying. This is do or die.
Long time. Shroud X. They've been here before. What I say, back against the wall, Vic, but we already know this is where they're comfortable. This is it, Vic.
Man. A lot on the table right now. I know we keep highlighting this, but you just have to imagine how long these players have been playing for. Their mental fortitude, knowing what's at stake, literally in this lower bracket. It's as tight as it's gonna get with the highest level of competition, but Nook was trying their darnest to stay alive. 0-7 on the Loki. The backline is getting harassed.
I think Shroud knew this team could go far. I think win or lose, he's massively impressed with the performance here. I mean, they put together
the tournament match ends on a draw. If they draw, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have to play another round.
And they've already excelled through greatness.
A round of what? I have no idea.
A team that he thought they could win
but
against.
It's very rare to draw.
The
I mean, they could draw. If Shroud X pushes all the way to the end, and then both teams don't cap a single tick, it could end in the draw.
Play at his hands. And of course, the Speedery show. This is it, guys. It comes down to one last heroic effort.
Time for the rodeo here. Speedery.
Wow, they deleted that guy. Feels bad, man.
The shadows to find impunity. That is not how you want to start off already this attack, as you get to see Cal doing a lot in the back. Truly, you're doing perfect sitting in that turret, but it's about creating that space once they push forward.
Probably catching a quick sleep, right? It's 3 a.m. Just get a couple shut eyes there while the team deals with the front line. As the teams are getting their charge up, and now we finally have some turrets bullets thrown, but good job by Vision there, seeing the turret in the back line. Vision now playing on that.
I thought it forced you to keep playing the first point until one team wins. I don't know how tournament ties work. I've never seen one or never watched one. This is my first tournament that I'm watching.
Not only going to give them the team fight win, but the ult charge at it, going to make it really hard now for Shroud X.
Oh, they're about to figure out right now that Wolverine right here in Speedery's hands is a problem. We've seen this before. It's not just the Storm show. It's not just the Torch, not even the Rocket or the Psylocke, but it's the flexibility here. And the Wolverine is just already putting in so much against this team.
Yeah, I'm just so stunned. You know, they did a great job. They saved that Punisher. Envy did. They knew the difference that it could do here. Speedery is just slicing and dicing the team. Their hopes for land now, as Vision throwing down the tornadoes, making the strategists uncomfortable. Both internal bonds are out. Kaluj ready to rock with his meter.
Both
baseball special has it. Dogman, he's been hitting clutch after clutch. Can he get another Agamotto?
That was a big ult.
Window that does stall the point, but it doesn't get the limbs that they need. Kaluj goes up with the hit, and can he slam?
Oh, slam dunked on the wow.
It was just him coming in, and he was just a bystander that gets set down as Kaluj moves up here, finding these trades. Envy with Cal coming right back in too, and it's Window that retakes this defensive point. Doom alive too, does find that one pick. There's another opportunity. You have to look at Speedery looking like a chameleon from both sides as you navigate around these group walls and still staying alive.
Oh my God! It's like the help comes from the portals, just like in the end game. Incredible effort there, touching the point. Minute and 32. It was spelling doomed, but it was doomed who spelled.
That was a very far portal away from the point. That was very risky.
With the final judgment on the final game, shooting the bullets. Can he connect? He's going for the Strange. Dogman down. He wants more. He's thirsty for the win. Minute and 14, Vic.
Vision does have that supernova though. So much time dwindled away from their own time bank. Dogman's coming right back in.
What's
and
up,
with
all
the
in
stagger
one?
too. Envy are planting their feet on the ground. The supernova not getting checked. Doom one shot because they were distracted looking at Doom in that side corridor.
I'm not,
The
mister.
doing well, but
I'm
Mark
not.
getting that
I'm
internal
dying
fire.
inside.
Right on schedule. Nuck with the same. We've got Disappear coming.
But I gotta
up.
watch it
Invisible
to the
Bouncer
end,
getting
man.
some space,
This, I mean, as
slightly
much as
off
I
point.
hate
Right now,
this
just
match
keeping
going to
the
match
team alive
5,
as they farm up
it
the
is
rest
pretty
here.
fucking
Doom
entertaining.
has the butterflies. We have Dogman on the dizzy going down.
That was too late of, wow, that was too late of a maybe. Too late of a Luna ult, man. Too late of a Luna ult. Oh my god, what a fucking kidnap, dude. Jesus Christ, man.
That's his face right now as he continuously slices.
What's up, Owen? Jay, Court here. What the fuck? You're still alive? Hey, what's up, Owen and Court? How you guys doing?
This is it, guys. It all comes down to this. 10 hours
Chat,
of
last
cap,
fight of the
3
series.
and
Are they
2,
going to
best
cap it?
Of 3, 10 seconds. The portal's been used. Speedery opens things up immediately, and Impunity goes up with the slam, goes down, does not connect. Finally, collusion. No, window goes
Both
up, down,
mags just
hits
airballed.
the shield. Overtime is on. This is it for the team. Impunity down. Speedery out. Collusion push back. Huge from Fidel.
But is it enough? Is it enough?
Oh shit, chat. Oh shit, chat.
Have to stay on the point. Doom, the only one left here. Well, Speedery
Oh,
is
he
still
kidnapped him
alive.
off the
Still a
point.
problem. Nowhere
And
to
that
touch.
is
They
a
were booted out. Too
GG's,
much
chat.
pressure. Shroud
It looks
X,
like
they can't get to
Envy
the
is
point.
moving
Envy,
on and
they
going
closed the
to
chapter.
China as the last
series that we
NA
had.
team.
From almost to maybes to land in China.
Wow, it didn't look like they were gonna do it as well.
Envy becomes the team to be envied as Shroud
Let me see the stats. Let me see the stats.
A pixel short to
Let me
get
see the
point
stats.
forward, and that is the end of the Swan song.
Let me see the
Don't call it a
stats.
Cinderella story, but a story.
Let me see the
Of a
stats.
great team as
Cal,
Envy
35
now
and 6,
makes
17
land
final
China.
hits. Speedery popped the fuck off. Kaluj also went 35 and 3. That's the whole team fucking popped off. I feel bad for this team. Oh.
Man, the way that these two
I feel
teams
bad, but I
collided,
also
the
feel
way that
like
Shroud X in general
I
as a
feel like
team
this tournament
has
should not
improved their
have these NA
flexibility.
players
There's a
playing at
lot
3
to
a.m.
learn off of these VODs. Cal on the Punisher.
I feel like they
juiced
should
up,
not
by the
be
way,
having.
booted
Oh
up by the
shit!
rest of
I
his
got
team,
you.
17 final hits.
They should not be
35
having them play at
eliminations.
3 a.m.
Look
I
at the
feel like
damage
that's a
output
big
there, too,
factor
on the
as
side,
well.
23K.
I'm left stunned. I'm left speechless.
Okay,
said
chat. I
nothing-
got you guys.
Nothing was
Here's
gonna
your
stop them from going to China. Not
here's your
visit
China.
and the
China. I
heroic
was gonna say
efforts,
here's your
not the
China
comeback.
points. Here's
It
your
was
channel
all grit
points.
and glory for
Envy,
the
congratulations.
team that could not be said no to. They know who they are.
Yeah,
Envy's the
congratulations,
name. We've
chat.
seen the
We end the stream at
impeccable
18
performance
hours and
around
16 minutes.
the clock. And
Flow,
it's just-
I appreciate
it's
the massive 2
insane.
months.
If
No
you just
game
put
7.
everything
No,
together.
no. No game 7. Nothing. You get nothing else. I'm going to bed. I have like 6 or 5 or 7 or 2. I don't know. I have like 6 or 7 hours or 5 hours of sleep until we go again for another fucking 18 hours tomorrow for the 3rd day in a row. Love you guys. Appreciate you all. I hope you guys have a great night. Oh, I gotta host my VOD channel. I hope you guys show up tomorrow though, chat, because tomorrow is the finals. Yeah, tomorrow is the finals, so I hope you guys come around for the finals. It's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure you bring your pillow or something to sleep. I love you guys. Have a great night. Thank you guys for watching. Everyone that subbed, that resubbed, and followed the stream, you guys are absolutely amazing. Trust me, I'm usually not this tired, but it's been a long day. Love you guys.